Yihan was an ordinary-looking young man, but he was lucky to have an older sister who sold watermelons at the market and was very beautiful. That day, his sister was mocked by a group of thugs over her watermelons, leaving the fragile girl oppressed. Although the onlookers were furious, none dared to intervene because the bully was the market's third elder, who had ties to the Feng family. They could only stand by helplessly, filled with indignation. Han arrived just in time, armed, and with a single move, he defeated the third elder. At first, his imposing appearance terrified the third elder's subordinates. However, after surrounding and gang-beating him, they realized Yihan only knew how to intimidate and had no real fighting skills. The brawl became one-sided, with Yihan taking all the hits. It wasn't until a police siren sounded that the thugs fled. The third elder didn't forget to threaten that next time, Yihan would not escape so easily. Only Yihan and his sister remained amid the chaos. His sister hurriedly hugged him, crying and begging him to wake up. Yihan, unconscious, suddenly found himself in another space. This space appeared because of the yin-yang jade pendant he wore. He felt light, as if floating. The jade emitted a strange golden glow. The pendant, streams of blue and red power shot into Yihan's eyes. The pain of something piercing his eyes made him clutch his face and curl up, screaming. When Yihan woke, he found himself face down on the chest of the nurse tending to him. The scene embarrassed him deeply. They stared at each other and the nurse quickly let go, stepped back and blushed. Nurse looked at Yihan and asked, "What are you doing?" Yihan hurriedly explained, "Sorry, I didn't mean it, I just woke up." He realized he was in a hospital. The nurse assessed the situation and saw Yihan had no intention, otherwise she would have called security. Still, Yihan felt the nurse was dressed very provocatively. He felt she was scantily clad, though he thought it might just be a hallucination from just waking up. But when he saw his sister, he realized she was wearing black lingerie. Yihan quickly covered his eyes and pleaded, "Sister, put your clothes on quickly." His sister was surprised. "What nonsense are you saying? Aren't I already dressed?" Yihan's sister checked his health and confirmed he had no fever. She was slightly panicked seeing how bruised he was from the beating. Even though his sister insisted she was properly dressed with an apron, Yihan could see through her clothes, which left him utterly bewildered. A strange voice echoed in Yihan's mind. Left is yin, right is yang, the yang-yin magic eyes, yin eyes see the hidden, yang eyes penetrate all. Yihan was confused, but if true, his eyes could see through anything. Tested it, avoiding his sister and the nurse. Instead, Yihan looked through the wall and saw the scene outside the hospital room. He continued to look farther. Yihan saw the head of the department misbehaving with a nurse, which made him uncomfortable. Then he shifted his view and saw another nurse preparing an injection for a patient. The nurse had a stunning figure, making Yihan's eyes widen. Excited by this ability, he continued observing. When she turned around, Yihan noticed her face looked masculine, as if recently transitioned, which made him angry. Exhausted, he lay down on the bed. Yihan still didn't fully understand his ability and wondered why it had come to him. A clear voice rang out, reminding him to pay the hospital fees. Yihan didn't pay himself, his sister handled it. After she paid, Yihan used his ability to look outside again. His sister worried about the hospital fees. Yihan saw she was slightly strained but fortunately had enough money, and he could be discharged after resting a bit more. Yihan decided to use his new ability to help his sister live a better life. After leaving the hospital, he began seeking work to earn money. Yihan wandered through the city, thinking about how to make money with his new ability. Suddenly, he heard dice clattering from a street corner, where several people were gathered around a girl. The girl held a black cup with 3 dice and was gambling. Participants bet hundreds of yuan, forming a large pot. She appeared very confident. She thought to herself, "These fools keep betting, it will all be mine." Yihan watched and felt he had found a way to earn money. Using his X-ray vision, Yihan looked into the dice cup. He realized it was a small bet, with totals from 4 to 10 counting as small. He saw the dealer was about to win big. The girl revealed the cup. The dice matched exactly what Yihan had seen. The players lost heavily. Some wanted to leave after losing 3,000 yuan in just an hour. The girl noticed Yihan in the crowd and decided to use her beauty to lure him into a game. She invited him to join, but Yihan reminded himself about his sister and refused. This time you are certain of your failure because of your opponent, not your own ability, but the girl is intentionally using this trick to lure Yihan. She doesn't show it, but you do. She teases, "What's the matter? Do you dare to play?" The girl is incredibly confident. She thinks another fool is coming to give her money, while Yihan agrees without hesitation. The game has just begun and no one knows who will win or lose yet. Some people choose small, while others go for large. Everyone relies on luck to make their choice, and Yihan isn't in a hurry to place his bet. After the girl rolls the dice excellently, Yihan uses his X-ray vision to see through the cup and realizes there are 3 perfect dice with values of 4, 5, and 6, totaling 15, which is large, while most others had bet on small. It reminds Yihan, "Handsome, which side will you bet on?" Seeing that he's the only one who hasn't placed a bet, Yihan steps forward and throws out 10 yuan. He says, "I'll bet on large." She realizes he's just a poor guy and is not pleased. When the cup is opened, it turns out to be large. She happily collects the money and shares a portion with Yihan because he also wins. Though the first bill isn't much, for Yihan, it's easier to earn than any other job. He thinks to himself that today, he's going to take all her money. The two continue to play and the others are merely a source of money. After an hour, Yihan wins continuously, much to everyone's surprise, and his winnings have already surpassed 1,000 yuan. Some think he's a master at dice, able to guess the points just by hearing the sound of the dice. But in reality, Yihan is seeing through the cup. Holding the money in his hands, he feels incredibly satisfied. This amount isn't much for others, but it's more than any effort Yihan has put in. He earned it in an hour without breaking a sweat. On the other hand, the girl is extremely frustrated. She feels that if Yihan keeps winning, all her efforts today will have been in vain. He taunts, "What's the matter, beautiful? Can't handle it anymore." The girl, enraged, immediately falls into his trap. This time, the opponent proposes a special game with only 2 players. Seeing her anger, Yihan decides to skip, no longer taking more money from her. But the girl doesn't want to let him go since he's won so much of her money today. Yihan asks, "All right, how do you want to bet?" He reluctantly compromises. He says, "Let's bet a final game to determine the winner using all the money you have on you." Yihan asks, "What if you lose?" She replies, "If I lose, it's up to you to decide." He didn't expect her to go this big. She further demands that if she loses, besides losing the money, Yihan must strip her completely. Yihan, possessing X-ray vision, agrees immediately. The two glare at each other with hatred and the final game begins. In the final game, the girl displays impressive dice-rolling skills to confuse Yihan, preventing him from guessing the points. The crowd around them keeps marveling. Her skills are not something just anyone can learn. Yihan is certain that he will win. The girl arrogantly asks, "So, how do you feel? Are you scared of my technique?" But he doesn't pay attention, busy counting his money. She's irritated. "Hey, can you focus a little?" Yihan bluntly says, "You're pathetic. Your abilities are this weak." Her anger builds like a volcano ready to erupt. Finally, she places the cup on the table. Seeing her trying to show off makes Yihan uncomfortable. She asks, "Large too or small?" This time, she's confident because the dice are still moving. She believes that no matter whether Yihan chooses large or small, she can change the result. But Yihan is more skilled. He suddenly grabs her hand and says, "I choose 3 sixes." The dealer is still confused. Yihan opens the cup. The 3 dice land, totaling 18 points. The crowd gasps. He has guessed correctly every time. No one has ever seen anyone as powerful as Yihan. Some want to take him as their master. The girl loses and tries to slip away. But Yihan doesn't let her escape. The girl had said that if she lost, he could do whatever he wanted. Caught, she has no choice but to return and shyly ask, "Big brother, how do you want to handle me?" He asks, "Can we negotiate a little?" Yihan replies with a lecherous smile. In truth, he hadn't thought of how to deal with her yet. Suddenly, she screams, "Quick look, there's a UFO." Both Yihan and the crowd of onlookers look up at the sky, fooled by her. The girl suddenly bolts and Yihan is the first to react, running after her. He can let other things go. But the money she owes him, he will definitely take. Yihan is determined to chase her down. When he reaches the alley, he sees that she is hidden. He confidently says, "You thought I wouldn't find you, huh?" At the same time, Dudu sighs in relief. "Finally, I've shaken that brat off." Yihan looks through the window and says, "I've spotted her." She exclaims, "We're doomed, there's a ghost." Yihan angrily shouts, "Alizai, give me my money." Dudu argues, "That's money I worked hard for, you won't get it." Yihan, furious, says, "You broke your word. If you made a bet, you must lose. If you don't pay, I'll..." Calm voice interrupts, "Wait, little Zai." He jumps and turns around. A man in a wheelchair approaches, his aura cold. Hong Tian curiously asks Han, "Has Dudu caused trouble again?" Yihan, terrified, shoves her aside. "Damn, you scared me half to death." He warily asks, "Who are you?" Yihan assesses, noticing the bloodstains on this man's hand. He calmly introduces himself. "I'm Zuzu's older brother. What trouble has the little girl caused now?" She flustered, defending herself. "Brother, I didn't cause trouble. It's that brat who doesn't follow the rules." He indignantly says, "How can you still have the face to say that?" Dudu mischievously refused to pay and dared Yihan to fight if he dared. Yihan gritted his teeth, warning her that he wasn't afraid to fight women. She smirked provocatively and they squared off, neither willing to yield. Hong Thin stood helplessly, signaling with his hand to quiet them. She gleefully raised her middle finger to tease him. Annoyed, Hong Thin smacked Dudu on the head and ordered her to shut up. She exclaimed in surprise, asking why he hit her. He scolded her, reminding her of how many times she had promised no gambling, his pain surfacing as he recalled his amputated leg. Dudu sadly explained she only gambled to save money for his leg's treatment, not wanting him to suffer like this forever. He remained silent. Yihan pondered, curious about the condition of the leg. Immediately, Yihan activated his special ability, seeing inside and noticing an object lodged in the leg. He assessed the situation, realizing the tendons were severed and a foreign object was inside. Both brothers were shocked. Hong Thien anxiously asked if Yihan could see what was wrong with him. Yihan confidently replied that a single glance was enough. Du worriedly stepped forward, asking if Yihan could heal her brother. Yihan feigned annoyance and she coquettishly reminded him not to be petty. Yihan inwardly delighted. Du promised that if he could heal her brother's leg, she would belong to him, though privately she mocked herself, thinking she was not afraid of someone like him. Yihan bluntly pushed Du aside, expressing his unwillingness to intervene. Then he turned away, intending to keep his distance to avoid revealing his abilities. Hong Thien urgently proposed a deal if Yihan could heal his leg. Yihan stopped, asking what kind of deal, recalling the past and the southwestern king's power. Yihan confirmed that Hong Thien was the man who once dominated everything with one hand. He wondered why Hong Thien had fallen into this situation now. Du tried to speak about her brother, but Hong Thien stopped her. He asked Yihan what he felt, and Yihan admitted he could see the problem but didn't yet know how to treat it. A realization struck Yihan, relating to the Ghost Valley medical scripture and the qi refining technique. He wondered if these were two secret manuals preserved in the royal archive. She impatiently urged him on. Advised Du to abandon her plan, saying the leg was not easy to heal. Even a famed doctor had failed in the past. Before finishing, he boldly declared he could heal it. Hong Thien asked in astonishment. She joyfully asked for confirmation. Yihan cautiously said he needed time to prepare to be certain. He immediately agreed that if he could truly heal it, Hong Thien would work for him for 3 years. Du gratefully hugged Yihan. He cheerfully replied there was no need to thank him. After leaving, he reflected on helping others and feeling awkward accepting money but knew he had to. Yihan inwardly mocked others for pretending to be noble. The scene shifted to an antique street where a vendor offered cheap Ming Dynasty Qinghua porcelain. Yihan was amazed by the Qinghua porcelain. Excited, he ran over to examine it, while Lao Lin introduced items from the Ming Dynasty and Song Dynasty landscape painting. Brass items from the Warring States period were sold cheaply. He mocked the boss's boldness, and Tuan curiously asked the price. The man cheerfully quoted 320 yuan and suggested looking at other items. And examined them and concluded none were of good quality. He analyzed that the jade was too translucent, the paintings not dry, and the brass partly made of plastic. Yan angrily confronted the vendor, feeling insulted. The crowd was stunned by the appearance of Ming Shan and Mr. Zhu, a renowned figure. Doi Nhi wondered why they didn't go to Ming Yue Xuan, where the chances of genuine items were too low. The man explained seriously that one had to go to the antique market to find quality pieces. Ming Shan requested to see the Qinghua porcelain and Yihan eagerly complied. Lao Lin carefully handed over the item, introducing it. Ming Shan noticed water stains and she bluntly pointed out it was a fake. The cracks on the item ruined it, making it worth little. Ming Shan confirmed this and returned it. The crowd left disappointed, as the good items had already been bought. Man advised everyone to keep looking. A few left in frustration. Ming Shan signaled to leave. Doi Nhi quietly complied, and at that moment, Yihan suddenly made an announcement. Yihan confidently declared he would buy the Qinghua porcelain, shocking everyone. He stated, "I said I'll buy that Qinghua." Lao Lin praised him, noting it only cost 3,000 yuan. Yihan agreed, asking them to wait a moment. The man gratefully stepped aside. Yihan and Lao Lin exchanged silent curses while the crowd mocked them, showing feigned pity. Everyone mocked Yihan for buying the item despite it being called fake. She sarcastically remarked that he had wasted 3,000 yuan. Yihan firmly replied that it was the others who were fools. Doi Nhi angrily shouted, calling Yihan foolish. Ming Shan was curious and Yihan explained. Yihan clarified 2 points. The Qinghua porcelain was not broken and it was genuine. The surrounding crowd laughed mockingly, consoling themselves. This kid is really deceiving himself. Is he going crazy? He looked at us with disdain as if he were very talented. She laughed mockingly. If you're telling the truth, I believe you, but who do you think you are? Ming Shan calmly advised the young should not act impulsively. Finding treasures is not easy. You still need a few more years to hone your discernment. Yihan casually poured water onto the vase and then observed closely. In the blink of an eye, the mud dissolved and the patterns on the vase appeared. The two of them were stunned, unable to believe it. How could this happen? What is this? He smiled mysteriously and explained, look closely. The broken part is actually a pattern that was painted on, only covered by the mud. He admired, praising little brother, your discernment is impressive. I'm in awe. The crowd sighed in regret. If that's true, then its value must be at least over 1 million. It's ruined. This Qinghua porcelain is really not broken. We are too incompetent. Yihan smugly thought to himself, how ridiculous with my yin-yang eyes when it comes to discernment. I'm definitely better than you all. Zhu and I doubted and countered. Still can't prove it's real. He happily proposed, so what if this Qinghua porcelain is real? She decisively continued, then I'll buy it at the market for double the price, but what if it's fake? Yan readily suggested, then I'll suffer a bit and pay the debt with my body. Zhu Nai arrogantly said, if it's fake, you have to work for me for a year. Upon hearing this, the two of them happily agreed. A deal was struck. Ming Shan grimly evaluated. This young man truly has ability. If he could be trusted by Zhu Nai, it would be a great help. He happily urged, all right, not far ahead is Ming Yue Xian. They have professional appraisers. If you don't mind, we can go there and have a look. Scene transitions to the famous antique shop. The three of them entered Ming Yue Xian. Bai Mo warmly stepped forward to greet them. Guests are here. Sorry for not welcoming you properly. Kindly invited Zhu Nai's sister. It's been a while. Please come in. Then, the four of them entered the living room. At this moment, Ming Shan went straight to the point. Bai Mo, we've come to ask you to help appraise something. She proudly pointed, it's this. My grandfather said it's fake, but this young man refuses to believe it and even made a bet with me. He seriously judged, your uncle already said it's fake. No need for an appraisal. Yihan angrily protested, how can you judge without even looking at it? Bai Mo looked at him suspiciously. Little brother, I don't recognize you. This is probably your first time at our antique house. Yihan arrogantly replied, so what? He sneered and mocked, trying to use some cleverness to climb to the upper class. I've seen many people like this. He stood up uncomfortably. If you don't want to help with the appraisal, just say so. I'll find someone else. He gently comforted, don't rush. Let's take a look first. Bai Mo thought for a moment and changed his mind. Wait, although it's your first time here. Out of respect for your uncle, I'll give you a chance. Yihan asked in confusion, what exactly are you trying to say? Scene transitions to the treasure room. Bai Mo mysteriously issued a challenge. Among the antiques here, there are 3 fakes. You just need to find one. Not only will I appraise it for free, but I'll also buy that item for a high price. Yihan helplessly commented, sounds like it's not as simple as it seems. He condescendingly challenged, so are you afraid? Yihan confidently replied, I'm not afraid. Today I'll help you open your eyes. Ming Shan kindly asked, how much time do you need? Is 1 hour enough? He calmly confirmed, not even 1 hour is needed. Yihan raised one finger and casually answered, 1 minute. He then turned to see everyone's reaction. Bai Mo laughed mockingly, you seem to look down on my Ming Yue Xian. 1 minute, you won't even have time for a glance. He stunnedly advised. Little one, you should be more careful. Zhu Nai wondered to herself, this guy really is reckless. In the blink of an eye, Yihan cheerfully placed the items on the table. He had already found them all. He exclaimed in shock, no way you found it so quickly. Ming Shan widened his eyes in surprise. This is truly unbelievable. She gasped in awe, it's fake, is he really that amazing? He slowly exposed the truth. Half of this vase is glued back together in this bead chain, there are sand grains, and the Buddha statue sitting on the lotus is glued on with adhesive. Bai Mo whispered doubtfully, in such a short time, even domestic experts couldn't have done it. How did he manage to do it? Yihan continued to reason, moreover, the real fakes aren't 3 but 4. He dropped a ball underneath. He hastily stopped him, this is a fake Ming Zhu, a treasure of Ming Yue Xian, what nonsense are you saying? Yihan firmly confirmed, then looked closely. When he saw Yihan preparing to throw it, Bai Mo fearfully shouted, don't. After the ball broke, a marble inside was revealed. Ming Shan was shocked and revealed, the inside of the Ming Zhu is copper. This. Yihan crossed his arms and questioned, so am I still just relying on tricks? He respectfully cupped his hands in apology, senior, I was rude, please forgive me. He waved his hand and said, no need, I didn't want to reveal it like this, but my talents, like the fragrance of blooming flowers, will inevitably be exposed sooner or later. Ming Shan and Bai Mo could only respond with mockery, let you perform on your own. We haven't said anything. Then Bai Mo solemnly invited, Master, please come inside, I'll arrange for someone to assist you with the appraisal immediately. At this moment they waited for the person to arrive. Just then, Lao Ben slowly brought the vase in. He respectfully reported, young master, this Qinghua porcelain is real. The market price is about 1 million. He nodded in satisfaction, all right, you may go now. Now Bai Mo confirmed, master, your Qinghua porcelain is indeed real. Yihan smiled smugly. He self-assuredly declared, looks like I've won. Zhu Nai angrily retorted, won or not, what's there to be smug about? He shyly handed over a card. Inside this card is 2 million, the password is 88. Yihan joyfully exclaimed, this is awesome, 2 million just like that. Ming Shan excitedly commented, 3,000 exchanged for 2 million, this deal is too profitable. At that moment he suddenly clutched his stomach and to everyone's surprise his chest hurt, he couldn't breathe. Zhu Nai hurriedly ran over to ask, grandfather, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Bai Mo frantically shouted, where's the car? Prepare to go to the hospital. Ming Shan weakly called Zhu Nai. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately fainted. She tearfully begged, grandfather, don't die. He worriedly thought, oh no, if Lao Chu dies here, I definitely won't be able to explain it. Calmly pondered, what's going on, let me have a look. Then Yihan activated his divine ability, the yin-yang eyes. After a brief observation, he made a diagnosis. Lao Chu's heart was invaded by energy, and from the looks of it, it's been happening for several days. At the same time, Lao Cheng anxiously reported, young master, the car is ready. Bai Mo flusteredly picked up Ming Shan and rushed to the hospital. We absolutely cannot let Lao Chu suffer. Yihan firmly stopped him. Going to the hospital now is too late. Anxiously doubted, move aside, if Lao Chu dies, can you take responsibility? Yihan firmly said, I've studied medicine, let me try, maybe I can save Lao Chu. Bai Mo lightly criticized, what time is it, don't tell jokes anymore. Don Chai suddenly teared up and said, wait, let him save him. He nervously exclaimed, what? This is a matter of old Chu's life, you need to think it over carefully. She firmly replied, I trust him, it's too late to go to the hospital now. Yihan confidently assured, don't worry, leave it to me. He firmly applied his medical skills, the Ghost Valley Medical Classic's 6-needle technique, skillfully penetrating the body's 6 internal injuries, Heavenly Needle, Earth Needle, and all 6 systems. Both of them watched in silent awe. The medical skills were truly impressive, hoping Yihan could save the old man. He raised 2 fingers, preparing to acupoint. After finishing, Yihan wearily collapsed into the chair. Time passed. A few minutes later, Don Nhai anxiously asked, Yihan, will my grandfather wake up? He cautiously confirmed, I've given it my all, the outcome depends on the old man's response. She quietly called, grandfather. At that moment, Min Sun weakly spoke, Doi Nhai, why are you crying? The 3 of them were stunned, speechless. He had woken up and Doi Nhai excitedly hugged him. It's so great, grandfather, you've finally woken up. Min Sun affectionately thank you, Yi, so much. Yihan honestly reminded, it's nothing, but old Chu needs to take better care of his health from now on. He no longer felt pain and could breathe easier now. Bok Mak quietly thought, old Chu's illness had stumped renowned doctors both at home and abroad, but Yihan had cured him. He eagerly pleaded, Yi, I need a favor, please, you must agree. Yihan answered generously, Lam, there's no need for such formalities. Bok Mak explained, what I mean is, if you help, you won't regret it. Both Chu and Lam families are powerful, associating with them will benefit you. He continued, I've invited many renowned doctors, but none could help. I hope you can step in and help. Yihan pondered, my Ghost Valley Medical Classic isn't perfected yet. The success earlier was a stroke of luck, but this is a good opportunity to connect with the Lam family. Yihan agreed, Lam, give me a month to prepare, I'll do my best to help. He happily expressed, whether I succeed or not, you will always be a friend of the Lam family. Yihan smiled and waved his hand, Lam, you're too polite, just call me Han Zai. Bok Mak enthusiastically suggested, it's rare to have such a happy day, why don't I take charge and we all have a drink together? Doi Nhai agreed, that sounds good. She eagerly thought about how she could use this opportunity to get closer to Yihan. The scene shifts to the evening at a lavish hotel in the city center. Inside, food was laid out on the table and everyone was happily enjoying their meal. He excused himself for a moment and headed to the hotel's lobby bar. He worriedly texted, it's getting late, I need to let her know to avoid worrying. At that moment, Yihan noticed someone familiar. Wasn't that Doi Nhai? At that moment, Lak Fai was flirting with her in a corner. Doi Nhai, you look so beautiful today. Don Nhai uncomfortably rejected. Aren't you bothering me? I've already told you I have a boyfriend. Lak Fai pretended to respond, don't lie to me, I've had someone investigate, you don't have a boyfriend. He calculated and admired, your figure is perfect, when I get my hands on you it'll be a lot of fun. He spoke sincerely to Don Nhai, will you accept me? At that moment Yihan rushed in to intervene, stop. Lak Fai angrily asked, who are you, a bodyguard? Yihan was stunned, what did you say? Angrily forced Lak Fai's hand off. Lak Fai yelled in pain, let go, it hurts. Yihan coldly threw Lak Fai into the wall, let go, all right. That man angrily shouted, damn. Doi Nhai excitedly came up with an idea and this helped her get closer to Yihan. She pretended to scold, why did you come now? Your girlfriend was just played with by someone. Both men were stunned. What? Doi Nhai coquettishly whispered, help me please. He thought to himself, she's handing herself over on a silver platter. Yihan quickly played along, I just left for a moment and you already missed me. Lak Fai angrily shouted, you little brat dare to steal my woman. He rushed forward but she anxiously warned him. Yihan keenly turned his face. He delivered a powerful kick, get lost. Doi Nhai admired, that was amazing. Lak Fai was sent flying with just one blow and Yihan secretly felt satisfied. After using his chi cultivation method, pampered young masters like this were no match. She anxiously asked, Yihan you. He placed his hand on her waist, Don Nhai, let's go. We shouldn't stay with these ignorant people. Lak Fai seethed, dare to steal my woman, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. The 2 of them slowly walked out. Don Nhai lightly tugged his arm and pouted, asking, do you want to date me? Yihan laughed loudly, wasn't it just acting, it felt so real. Don Nhai angrily walked off, you're so annoying. He watched her back, secretly enjoying the wonderful feeling. Suddenly, Don Nhi turned around and called, "Yi Han." He was startled. "Han, what's up?" She mischievously licked her lips and suggested, "Tomorrow I'll take you to do something very exciting." The scene changes to the next day at a commercial district with diverse goods. The two of them stopped in front of an antique market, and he looked around in confusion, completely disappointed. "An antique market? Is this the exciting place you mentioned?" Don Nhi naively and excitedly replied. "How is an antique market not exciting? It has jadeite and even some old items." She eagerly pulled his hand. "Let's go, there's a new shipment of raw stones." And silently sighed in regret. "I've been practicing chi cultivation for so long, and I thought today we were going to have a big fight." Once inside, they stopped and he was shocked, observing so many stones. At that moment, Haovu happily ran over. "Miss, you're here too," Mrs. Bach admired. "Last time you got jadeite, you really live up to being the granddaughter of the antique king." He continued with a cryptic smile. "If you made a profit, you should share some with us." Don Nhi humbly replied, "It's just luck, you're all too kind." He had noticed something was off. Don Nhi often came here, and bringing him meant she wanted to test his judgment. That moment, Master Vuong angrily stepped out and explained, "I wasn't here last time, or else this girl wouldn't have taken first place." Dan Dong was shocked. "It's Master Vuong, he's here too." Master Vuong was sharp and as skilled as the antique king, and it was rumored his jadeite topped the ranking. He thought to himself, "This man reeks of tension. Does he want to start trouble with her?" Don Nhi cautiously added, "His jewelry company is a competitor. They often steal our sources. He's arrogantly challenging us." Represented the Chu family, so they decided to fight each other to see who was truly worthy. Doi Nhi was secretly worried, realizing that her vision wasn't as good as Chu's, and if she lost, it would bring shame to the Chu family. She said, "Why don't we fight and see who picks the most valuable stone?" Master Wang scoffed and urged, saying if they were afraid, they should retreat now. Yihan confidently replied, "Who says I'm afraid? I will fight you." Everyone was curious, wondering who dared to challenge Master Wang. He disdainfully asked, "Who are you to represent the Chu family?" Han awkwardly introduced himself, and Doi Nhi took his hand and sweetly declared, "He is my boyfriend, the son-in-law of the Chu family. Why can't he represent the Chu family?" The young men were disappointed and yelled, "It's over, the young lady has a boyfriend now." Master Wang sneered, agreeing that Yi Han could represent the Chu family, but the battle would require a bet. She straightforwardly asked, "What are we betting?" Greedy old man revealed his target, the Chu family's gem shop in the center of the market, a prime location that he liked. Everyone chattered, knowing that this shop had cost a lot of money. He said, "Let's agree on this. You're not just going to give away the shop to someone else, are you?" Master Wang, seeing that the old man wasn't around, made his move. Yihan asked, "What happens if you lose?" He laughed derisively. "Me lose?" The audience looked down on him, knowing that without the old man here, no one could match Master Wang. Mocked, "This kid is dreaming, thinking he can defeat Master Wang. If I lose, I'll bark like a dog in front of the crowd and also compensate for the gem shop." Doi Nhi anxiously asked Yihan about his chances of winning. He confidently replied, "I'm a man with the ability to see through things. I will definitely win." She decisively said, "All right, we accept the challenge." Master Wang solemnly added, "Then everyone here will be a witness." And eagerly urged, "Let's go, we'll pick a piece of jade." Doi Nhi seriously reminded him, "When choosing antiques, first look at the crystal inside the original stone, and second, look at the external pattern. The more crystals, the smaller, the fewer the patterns, the higher the value." Yihan innocently asked, "Is that so?" He continued to inquire, "Which jade color is the most valuable?" The crowd snickered, mocking, "This kid doesn't know anything." Predicted he would surely lose, as the old man from the Chu family was respected all his life, yet he chose a son-in-law like Yihan. She angrily criticized, "You don't even know this and you still dare to compete." Yihan scratched his head, "If you tell me, we can win." Doi Nhi guided him, "The most valuable one is the transparent one, as clear as crystal." Yihan silently took note. She sighed, patting his head, "Forget it, you really don't seem reliable." And confidently picked a stone, saying, "This is the one." Doi Nhi was astonished and asked, "You've chosen already? Let me see." She glanced at it indifferently. It has no crystal and the outside is full of watermarks. Looking at the price, Doi Nhi gasped, "It's only worth 500 coins. Yihan smugly asked, "What's wrong, a good item at a cheap price?" She angrily hit his head. "What kind of toy did you pick? Only a madman would choose this thing." The audience frowned in disdain, criticizing the jade for being priced so low despite being displayed for over 5 years. They remarked, "This kid really has no skill, yet he picked such a worthless piece of jade." The old man smugly urged, "Seems like there's no need to compete anymore. Master Wang is sure to win. Now that you've chosen, start splitting the stone." Doi Nhi hastily said, "Wait, we want to change it." Yihan grabbed her hand, "Trust me, if I lose, I'll make it up to you with my body." Doi Nhi blushed and accepted, "All right, it's up to you, losing doesn't matter." The crowd jealously muttered, "I really envy him." That damn guy, how come he gets the young lady's favor? Master Wang showed contempt. In any case, you're sure to lose, why waste time? Yihan confidently replied, the one who will lose is not me but you. The crowd whispered, where does this kid get his confidence from? 2 original stones were ready and the winner and loser would soon be clear. Li Chen respectfully reported, Master Wang, the tools are ready. The old man solemnly reminded, be careful, there might be jade worth millions inside. Yan nodded reassuringly, Master, don't worry, we have very professional equipment. Li Chen took out the tools one by one, including a high-pressure water saw, a plasma metal cutter, and a portable grinding machine. The 3 of them proceeded slowly. Doi Nhi signaled that they needed to cut from this side. Uncle Lee, standing outside, enthusiastically agreed. She shouted, what tools are you using to cut? They nonchalantly replied, anyway, there's nothing inside the stone, just cut it and get it over with. Yihan said, leave the tools there, we'll do it ourselves. Doi Nhi muttered in annoyance, so annoying. They threw the tools to the ground, looking frustrated that Huang He hadn't given up on wasting time. She anxiously said, it's over, should I call Grandpa to come save us? At that moment everyone. The crowd was astonished to find that inside was a rare jade ranked second on the list. Master Wang ordered, keep splitting, this battle is already mine. Li Chen announced, it's out, we've seen what's inside. The audience scrambled to bid, the stone could be made into 4 bracelets. One person from the crowd shouted, I'll pay 2 million to buy it, I'll pay 3 million, I'll pay 3.5 million. The old man proudly intervened, don't rush. Master Wang leisurely suggested, wait until they finish splitting, then you can continue choosing. The crowd mocked, that side can only get a lump of scrap iron. Using an axe to split the jade, it's ridiculous, it's embarrassing us. Nhi impatiently urged, Yihan, they've finished cutting over there, what are you doing? Yihan calmly raised the axe, I'm finding a suitable spot to avoid damaging the jade inside. Master Wang teased, so you can see inside then. Yihan secretly thought, sorry, I really can see inside. At that moment he swung the axe and shattered the stone. The old man sneered, what's the use of acting like this, it still can't be cut. After seeing the item inside, Master Wang was stunned. The audience shielded their eyes, amazed. What is this light, it's blinding, what on earth is it? Nhi wide-eyed pointed, it's green. Yihan held the glowing item and smiled, sorry, looks like I've won. The crowd praised, incredible, this jade is huge and it's the highest quality glass jade. Compared to Master Wang's jade, it was truly on a different level. The old man angrily accused, impossible, how could this worthless stone produce such a thing? You must be cheating. Yihan shook his head defiantly, how could I cheat? He waved the axe in front of the 2 large stones, look clearly here. Yihao excitedly shouted for more, demanding more stones be thrown to him. He kept striking the stones into the air. When the blue color appeared, the crowd murmured in astonishment, cheering as they saw it, and Yihao struck again, asking for more. All the stones suddenly turned the same blue, leaving everyone stunned and shouting in alarm. Finally, he enthusiastically struck all the remaining stones, demanding they all reveal their color. Everyone was amazed to see that all of them were the same blue. Master Wang could hardly believe his eyes and wondered why it had turned out this way. Dunai joyfully shouted, Yihao, you're amazing. Everyone hurriedly knelt, showing respect and begging Yihao to accept them as disciples, claiming only he was worthy of being a true master, while Master Wang was nothing compared to him. Cutting the entire stone to reveal uniform blue, truly unprecedented. Yihao smiled modestly, saying they were overpraising him. However, he told them to wait and watch the duel between him and Master Wang before continuing their conversation. Master Wang felt displeased, muttering, this brat is so strange. Yihao remembered and asked, how much is Master Wang's stone worth? Yunai cheerfully replied, it seems to be 3.5 million. Boss Wu, looking smug, declared, I'll pay 5 million for Master Yi's jadeite. Boss Zhu challenged, saying, you've got no shame, I'll pay 10 million for this glass-like stone. Boss Ha refused to fall behind, raising the bid. I'll pay 20 million, including all the jadeite stones Master Yi just cut. He refused to yield, shouting, 25 million. He feigned camaraderie and asked Boss Zhu to raise the bid on his behalf. Then he continued, I'll take only half your price, help me out. He angrily punched Boss Zhu in the face and ordered, get lost. Boss Zhu pointed and sneered, respect the guy daring to bet against Master Yi, let's see how he barks. He turned serious, warning, Master Yi is extremely powerful now. Offend him and you won't last in this industry. Master Wang grew angry, cursing, and thought to himself that the situation was bad and he needed to retreat immediately. Master Wang ground his teeth, declaring, next time I'll find a way to crush you. Yihao, seeing his expression, raised an eyebrow and coldly hurled a dagger through his crotch. Satisfied, he mocked, play fair, so why aren't you barking like a dog? Master Wang clutched his head, crying and then kneeling, begging, all right, I'll bark. He flattered, trying to curry favor. Master Yi, I can bark for you. Yihao sharply warned, if I see you bullying Duanai again, I won't spare you. How coldly shouted, "Get lost!" Master Wang dared not speak further and hurriedly fled. The surrounding crowd laughed mockingly. Sounds just like him. No wonder Master Wang is so old. At that moment, Yi Hao suddenly remembered something important and thought, oh no. Yi Hao worriedly realized he hadn't told Master Wang to come. Du and Nai gently reassured him, don't worry, no one will dare touch you. Yi Hao, excited, asked, uncle's coming? Then I'm your man, do we need to have a trial marriage? Yi Hao continued, when will I meet your parents? Planning to marry this year. Du and Nai blushed, hastily protesting, what nonsense are you talking about? At this moment, some customers gathered around Yi Hao and asked, Master Yi, will you sell the jadeite stones you cut? I'm willing to pay 25 million. He felt the chill in the air but tried to appear calm. He decided to sell all the jadeite to them but not the glass-like stone since Du and Nai had reserved it. She was surprised, exclaiming, what? The disappointed crowd began to leave. Some gave up. We won't try anymore. Du and Nai smiled, thanked Yi Hao, and gently kissed his cheek, making him happy. Everyone nearby commented teasingly, can't resist this salary. If some girl liked me, I'd be fine living under a bridge. Real strength speaks for itself. Another said, you even cut glass like jadeite yourself. After calculating his earnings, Yi Hao happily announced, total received 30 million, finally rich. Du and Nai urgently gestured, saying, stop smiling, let's go quickly, or someone might snatch it. Yi Hao abruptly stopped, hearing the word snatch, and grabbed Du and Nai's hand as they ran. She worriedly said, slow down, don't rush. Meanwhile, a red car sped down the empty road. Yi Hao anxiously asked, no need for your uncle to pick us up. Du and Nai replied coolly, no need, this road is safe. Just as she finished, a black car came speeding toward them. Yi Hao panicked, shouting, watch out. Thanks to her skilled driving, Du and Nai avoided the car. Yi Hao got out, complaining, do these people even know how to drive? Du and Nai warned, something's off, be careful. Just then, a young man stepped out arrogantly. Tu and Lang aggressively threatened, this road's blocked, get out. Yi Hao silently thanked fate the situation wasn't worse, but Du and Nai warned anxiously, you're underestimating, this is a famous SGMW car. Suddenly, a large group of people stepped out of the car. Yi Hao asked in surprise, how many are in there? At that moment, someone casually stepped forward. Ninth Elder Tam approached, calling, kid, long time no see. Yi Hao recognized him and glanced with jealousy. Du and Nai curiously asked, you know him? Yi Hao sneered, flaunting his connection. Not just know him, we have a deep relationship. He mocked, Ninth Elder Tam, how's your chrysanthemum doing? Ninth Elder Tam angrily pointed, bastard, you're holding my chrysanthemum. His subordinates thought, chrysanthemum? Didn't expect Tam to like that spot. Ninth Elder Tam sternly threatened, stop talking nonsense, do you want to get on the car willingly or get beaten and carried up? The subordinates mocked, look at this scrawny guy, he won't withstand a single one of my kicks. The girl next to him isn't bad either, come with me, our boss is very powerful. Du and Nai anxiously looked at Yi Hao, asking them. Yi Hao confidently replied, don't worry, I've got this. He stepped forward and quickly commanded, guys, crush him for me. They rushed in, threatening Yi Hao, dare offend Tam, you're done for. Yi Hao coldly smiled, continuing, time to test a new move. He began preparing his technique, then shouted, watch this. The subordinates screamed in pain, Son Goku, help. After the fight ended, Yi Hao rubbed his wrist and returned to his spot. Du and Nai admired, praising, incredible. Yi Hao modestly replied, it's nothing. But inwardly he groaned, overexerted. Meanwhile, Ninth Elder Tam, panicked, tried to escape, lying face down in fear. Yi Hao approached, teasing, Ninth Elder Tam, where do you think you're going? Ninth Elder Tam, terrified, knelt and cried, begging, Master Yi, I was wrong, don't kill me, I won't dare again. Yi Hao lifted him by the collar, asking seriously, be honest, who are you and why did you come here? Ninth Elder Tam stammered in fear, from the Feng family. He told us to capture you and Miss Chu, I don't know anything else. Du and Nai, hearing this, seriously warned him. Have you ever heard of this name? He's a notorious gangster in Songhai City, influential in both the black and white markets, not someone to mess with. Master Tam always calls for help, I've said everything I needed to, can I leave now? He glanced sideways and walked off. Then Yihan kicked him into the air and said, let me help you. At the same time, she curiously asked Yihan, what are you planning next? He smirked faintly and stated his goal clearly. They've already reached the doorstep, we have no choice but to respond. Scene shifts to the front of Hong Thien's house. Yihan thought to himself, he had only defeated a few ordinary men so far. He self-reflected that he was still not ready to handle someone reckless like the Feng family. Without hesitation, Yihan opened the door, greeted politely, hello, sir. Instantly, he sensed a strange aura. He was surprised to notice a force surrounding Hong Thien. What was this? At that moment, Hong Thien slowly opened his eyes. You've arrived, Yihan answered sincerely. I came to learn martial arts from you and also to take a look at your leg. Suddenly, he exclaimed in shock, wait, you have internal energy and it's only been a few days. Yihan forced a smile, half in jest. Yesterday, I met a beggar who said I had a special talent for martial arts and that I should maintain world peace. Hong Thien looked at him silently. What are you saying? I don't want to pry into your secrets, but you have internal energy and no technique. then you can't unleash your potential. Yihan replied slyly, then isn't that why I need to learn? Hong Thin said little, raised his hand, watch closely. He began teaching, I will teach you the 5 elements fist. Yihan focused intently. At that moment, Hong Thin closed his eyes and swung his fist, cutting through a log with sheer force. Yihan couldn't help but praise, incredible. Hong Thin responded smugly, it's nothing, this level is only a third of my prime strength. Just then, Dudu angrily stormed out from the kitchen. The tree I just planted, what are you doing? Hong Thin quickly dismissed it. That's enough, practice on your own. Yihan was ready to try. Watching his movements, Hong Thin thought how it took him 3 years to master this move, so he let Yihan suffer a bit. However, in moments, Yihan successfully punched through the wall, astonishing him. He exclaimed joyfully, I did it. Hong Thin swore in surprise, damn it, are you joking? Yihan cheerfully asked, so how is my training? Hong Thin frowned, not bad. Hong Thin then handed him a manual and introduced, this is my secret fist manual, ask me anything you don't understand. Yihan gladly accepted it, thank you. He read the book and discovered the training method. At that moment, Dudu shouted furiously, my wall. Yihan, absorbed in the manual, felt the threat. Before he could react, she struck him, sternly warning him and forcing him out of the house. You can only come back after fixing the wall. About 6 days later at the Any Bar, the MC excitedly announced, greetings, Dai-san. Tonight, Master Zhao will cover all expenses. Everyone danced enthusiastically. No one can disrupt my stage. At this time, Yihan sat at the bar thinking. According to Don and Hi, this was Feng family's headquarters. He set down his glass, remaining alert. This Feng guy is very cunning. Then Yihan picked up a bottle of liquor, still thinking. Even Uncle couldn't find him. He decided to throw the bottle forward, hoping the man would appear. Instantly, a loud crash echoed through the bar, and everyone panicked, screaming. It happened, a fight broke out, run. A group of aggressive thugs surrounded him. Dare cause trouble in the Feng family's territory? You must be crazy. Come with us for a ride. Dare resist and we'll break your legs. Yihan crossed his arms, coldly challenging. These kids want to catch me, call Feng out here. They angrily cursed, get lost, beat him to death. You're a frog in a well, want to die. At the same time, he thought, after a few days of training, I've mastered the 5 elements fist. Yihan skillfully dodged and prepared to counterattack. Today, these guys are nothing but sharpening stones. He flexibly combined his attack techniques. Within minutes, all were defeated. Yihan casually brushed off his hands. No one can beat me. Witnesses gasped. 1 against 10 in the blink of an eye. Incredible, he must be a master. A master, my foot, wait until Feng shows up, this kid's finished. At that moment, Feng Dao looked down from the upper floor, arrogantly saying, young man, your skills are decent. The elder warned sternly, but you dare cause trouble in my territory. Feng Dao coldly commanded, no explanations, today you're not leaving. Yihan replied bluntly, I ask you, 3 days ago you sent someone to block me who was behind it. The elder was stunned, realizing, so it's you, the one Bai Shao needed. His subordinates immediately obeyed. This guy dares offend Bai Shao? Everyone whispered in fear. No more words, they rushed aggressively. Go die. Yihan arrogantly retorted, don't know life from death. Then he leapt powerfully, taking down each one and smashing through a wooden barrier to reach the 2nd floor. Seeing his ability, Feng Dao was stunned. Internal energy master. Yihan confidently said, exactly, if you don't want pain, answer my question obediently. The elder took a deep breath and dropped his cane. It's been a long time since I used my full strength. Moments later, Feng Dao transformed into a muscular figure, challenging, I am also an internal energy master. Today we test our skills. Yihan smiled provocatively. Want to kill me? Try it. Both summoned strong auras. Feng Dao attacked swiftly with a tiger strike. Yihan countered with a cannon fist. They clashed, the battle fierce. The crowd panicked, screaming in despair. Too strong, the impact is too much. Help, I'm about to be blown away. Oh God, I don't want to be here, I want to go home. After exchanging blows, they both stepped back, staring at each other, unscathed. The audience speculated, who will win? Feng's internal energy is deep, he'll win. Not sure, Yihan still sits and smiles lightly. Feng Dao sneered, you're still inexperienced. Suddenly, he sensed something unusual, then fell to the ground. Yihan triumphantly said, I've seen through your moves. Using yin-yang eyes to track the energy flow in your body, one heavy strike. Everyone backed away in fear. Lost, Feng lost, this kid is terrifying. But when Feng Dao wasn't paying attention, they hurriedly prepared to attack. He was filled with hatred and anger, thinking that he should not lose to a child, and wondered why he lost to someone so immature. Immediately, Feng Dao gripped the gun behind him tightly, and Yihan stepped forward and sternly asked, Bai Ziu, are you talking about Lu Fai? He frowned, bargaining for mercy, can you spare me? Yihan firmly replied, the death penalty can be waived, but you will lose your martial arts abilities. As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Dao raised his gun, catching Yihan off guard. He had a gun and the situation was critical. Suddenly a gunshot rang out. Lang Kaio commanded sternly, drop your weapons, everyone raise your hands. He screamed in pain, "My hand, why are the police here?" Immediately, a group of police officers rushed in and announced, "Police here, raise your hands, you dare cause trouble here, follow us for investigation." One person in the group cried, "Officer," she commanded and stepped closer to Yi Han. Lang Kaio sat majestically, crossing her legs, making Yi Han glance at her involuntarily. She coldly asked, "Do you want to cuff yourself or should I help you?" The scene shifted to an interrogation room where the air was tense and stifling. Yi Han sat in the chair, yawning. Lang Kaio seriously read the personal file. Yi Han, male, 18 years old, 1.8 meters tall, both parents deceased, currently living with his older sister Yi Jing. Is this correct? Yi Han replied, "The police are correct. This file shows that I am a law-abiding citizen. Let me go." Lang Kaio refuted, "A law-abiding citizen? Then why did you fight with Lao San's sheep a few days ago?" Looking at the photos on the desk, Yi Han calmly replied, "You should ask Lao San about that. He came after me first, I was just defending myself." Lang Kaio sternly said, "Over 30 people were knocked unconscious, Lao San was seriously injured, and you call this self-defense?" And helplessly explained, "I couldn't just sit there and get beaten without fighting back." Lang Kaio didn't believe him, suspiciously asking, "In such a short time, you went from being weak to strong. What kind of power do you have behind you, foreign forces or an underground organization?" Yi Han stared at her, looking at the two round objects on her body, white and large. Lang Kaio angrily shouted, "Bastard!" She was enraged and prepared to attack. Yi Han realized her intent and quickly grabbed her hand and dodged. He lowered his head and avoided Lang Kaio's kick. Lang Kaio, losing patience, raised her leg high. "Die." Yi Han almost got hit. "That was too dangerous," he sneered. "You think someone as soft as a cop can challenge me? Don't fight here." Lang Kaio, furious, shouted, "Bastard, let go of my hand, stop looking." As she swung her fist, Yi Han unexpectedly saw a flash of light under her skirt. He started to bleed from his nose, stepping back and hesitantly saying, "I think I just saw the end of everything." Lang Kaio screamed in anger, "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." Yi Han, scared, hurriedly explained, "Beautiful lady, don't get upset. I really didn't see your pink thong." Lang Kaio, furious and unconcerned, charged at him. "Shut up!" At that moment, a panicked colleague rushed in and reported, "Captain, Deputy Chief Chu has arrived and he's releasing the criminals from the Feng family." She turned in surprise. "What?" Lang Kaio decisively said, "I'll go see what's happening." Yi Han breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm saved." Lang Kaio ordered, "Take him with me." The officer frowned and replied, "Yes." The captain picked him up and said, "Let's go." The scene shifted to the lobby where Feng Dao shook hands with Deputy Chief Chu. "Thanks for your help this time. I'll send you some local specialties in the future." Ding Dong laughed heartily. "You're too polite. We're friends. No need for formalities." Lang Kaio spoke up with dissatisfaction. "Deputy Chief, this bar can hold guns. I suspect they're engaged in illegal activities. They can't be released." Dong irritably interrupted, "Zio Yan, don't talk nonsense without evidence. Mr. Feng is a legitimate businessman. The guns they have are for security and have permits. It's completely legal." Then Dong pointed at Yi Han. "Your son is the one we're after, understand?" Flattered, "Chief, you really have a good eye for people. Under your leadership, I believe and will get better and better." Dong humbly responded, "I don't deserve it." Lang Kaio remained unconvinced. "Then we need to investigate thoroughly before releasing them. Letting them go right now would be too reckless, wouldn't it?" Dong angrily said. "I'm the deputy chief, or are you the deputy chief? Do as I say, lock Yi Han in a cell." Yi Han sternly warned, "Deputy Chief Chu, I advise you to think carefully." Then Yi Han opened his phone and sent a message, "I'm at the police station, come help me." Dong sneered, "Someone like you dares to tell me to think. Catch him, I'll interrogate him later." The officers quickly complied. Lang Kaio ordered sternly, "Stop, I've received a notice from the government. This case is under my charge, everyone step back." Dong angrily said, "Who are you talking to? Don't you see me as the deputy chief?" Lang Kaio firmly replied, "This is an order from the government." Lang Kaio declared, "Now all the police will follow my orders, arrest Feng Dao." The officers were confused. "Who should we listen to? Captain Yan has an official order, it must be real." Dong angrily yelled, "What kind of police are you? You believe in unclear email." Dong threatened, "Lang Kaio, I want to remove you from your position." Just then, Hai Ban Jingyue opened the door. "Who are you to remove Captain Yan from her position?" Hearing the familiar voice, everyone turned around. The imposing figure speaking was Hai Ban. Yi Han happily called, "Zhuan Nai, brother Lin." Yu joyfully responded, "Hanzai Yi Han." Everyone around them was shocked. "Oh my god, why are all the big shots here? Mayor's son Hai Ban, young Master Lin family, young Lady Chu family. What are they doing here?" Feng Dao and Dong stood stunned, asking themselves, "This isn't good, don't tell me these people came because of Yi Han." "Damn, why did Lu Fai say that guy has no power?" Yi Han arrogantly asked. "I heard someone was bullying my brothers, I came to see who dares to do that." Dong reluctantly tried to mediate. The young master is just joking. We're handling this according to the law. We won't let the good people suffer. Bai Mo criticized. Feng Dao has underworld power, but they don't arrest him. Instead, they arrest my innocent brother. Is this what you call handling things according to the law? He retorted, young Master Lin, you need evidence to make such claims. Defamation must be held accountable according to the law. Ban sneered, Deputy Chief Chu, heaven is watching. Some things shouldn't be done as if no one knows. Cheng Dong stammered, I stand firm, not afraid of standing tall. He decisively concluded, fine, you want evidence, I'll give it to you. Ban signaled for Old Zhao to step forward. Old Zhao replied cheerfully that he had been waiting outside the door for a long time. The moment he stepped in, Old Zhao flew into a rage and shouted, Cheng Dong, you bastard, you want proof? I've got it all right here. He panicked and asked Director Zhao why he was here. Sternly, he threw a stack of documents at Cheng Dong's face and said the government had just issued an order. Cheng Dong was colluding with the underworld. All his positions were revoked pending investigation. He sank to the ground, muttering in shock, investigation dismissed. Feng Dao whispered to Director True to check carefully and not make a mistake. Cheng Dong shouted angrily, shut up, it's all garbage. Furious, he lunged forward to attack. Feng Dao yelled, you've ruined me, you bastard. Old Zhao defended himself. I'm risking my life against you. Old Zhao helplessly ordered, stop hitting, if you hit again I won't hold back, take them down for me. The police immediately obeyed. Yihan laughed with delight. Serves you right, who told you to oppress us little people every day. The three others at a loss mocked, you're a little person, huh? Several influential figures appeared to help, leaving no room for doubt. The scene shifted to the evening at the luxurious person pub where the four raised their glasses in celebration. Yihan sincerely expressed his gratitude. Brother Duong, Brother Lam, and even Doi Nhi, thank you all for this. Ban humbly replied, it's nothing, I had heard Bok Mak talk about your situation before. Elder brother has long wanted to connect with you. He added, you should thank Don Nhi. She used all her connections in the family for your sake, which is why the government's order came so fast. Yan replied with a familiar tone full of meaning. Do I really need to thank Don Nhi for our relationship? She blushed and pushed him away. Mom, who's got a relationship with you anyway? Then all four burst into cheerful laughter. He eagerly urged, come on, keep drinking. Everyone happily continued their conversation and drinks. Time passed, dozens of bottles swayed on the table. Yihan excitedly shouted, come on, Brother Lam, Brother Duong, keep drinking. Seeing everyone collapsed, he asked in bewilderment, Han, why is everyone down? We haven't even had that much. Bok Mak whispered admiringly, Han, your tolerance is impressive. Yihan proudly commented, looks like after completing the chi cultivation technique, my tolerance has really improved. The two understood each other and each supported one person. Half-dazed, he declared, time to go. He nodded in agreement, right. So what, good stuff at a low price? She angrily tapped Yihan's head and mocked, what toy did you pick? Taking this to the contest, only a fool would do that. The audience frowned and criticized. That raw stone had been on display for over a year, no one wanted it, so the price was low. This kid clearly has no skill. He chose a worthless stone. Looks like no need to compete. Master Wang is sure to win, he smugly urged, kid. If you've finished choosing, start splitting the stone, Dawn shouted in panic. Wait, we want to switch. He grabbed her hand, lowering his voice firmly. Trust me, if we lose, I'll take responsibility myself. Dawn blushed and agreed. All right, up to you, losing doesn't matter. The crowd watched, a mix of bitterness and envy. The crowd yelled, I admire you so much. How does that bastard catch the lady's attention? It's infuriating. Master Wang disdainfully. You're all sure to lose anyway, no need to waste time. Han confidently retorted, the one losing isn't me, it's you. People were skeptical. Where does this kid get such confidence? Two raw stones side by side, one glance shows the winner. I think he's gone mad. At that moment, Li Chen respectfully reported, Master Wang, the tools are ready. The old man gave orders sternly. Be careful, there might be jadeite worth millions inside. He nodded, Master, don't worry, we're well equipped. Then Li Chen brought out the tools one by one. High-pressure water saw, metal plasma cutter, portable grinder. The three operated leisurely. Dawn pointed, this side needs cutting too. Uncle Li outside responded excitedly, coming, seeing their tools. She angrily shouted, what are you using to cut? They casually replied, nothing valuable inside anyway, might as well split it quickly. Yihan immediately spoke up. Leave the tools, we'll do it ourselves. Dawn muttered in annoyance. Annoying. They threw the tools down and sulked, not dying until reaching the Yellow River. People grumbled, waste of time. Seeing him struggle, she worriedly thought, oh no, should I call Grandpa for help? Just then, everyone suddenly shouted in astonishment. It's revealed the banded jadeite, second on the list. This is a big fortune. Master Wang roared orders, keep splitting, I'm sure to win this round. Chen suddenly reported, it's out. Seeing the inside revealed, the audience scrambled to bid. This piece could make 4 bracelets. Master Wang, I bid 2 million. I bid 3 million. I bid 3.5 million. He smugly stopped them. Hold on, Master Wang said calmly. Wait until they finish splitting, then continue bidding. People sneered. Over there, at most they'll reveal an iron hammer. Using an axe to split a raw stone, what a joke, such humiliation. Nhi anxiously urged Deep Han, they've finished cutting over there. What are you doing? Bin then calmly lifted the piece. I'll find a proper spot to cut the jade inside. Master Vu chuckled teasingly. As if you could see inside, Deep Han thought with a hidden smile, embarrassed, but I really can see it. At that moment, he decisively smashed the stone. The old man snorted sarcastically. What's the point of showing off? You won't even cut it. Then he saw the item. Master Vu froze. The audience shielded their eyes in shock. What is this light? Why is it so dazzling? What is it? She pointed in astonishment, face pale. Deep Han held the dazzling item in his hands, smiling brightly. Sorry, looks like I've won. The crowd was amazed, praising, this jade is huge and it's the highest quality crystal. Compared to Master Vu's piece, it was worlds apart. Old Bat been accused, impossible. How could this worthless stone produce this? You must have cheated. Deep Han shook his head defiantly. How did I cheat? He vigorously swung his axe over the two stones. Look closely, Deep Han shouted excitedly, smashing continuously. A different green appeared. The audience exclaimed, it's green. Deep Han continued smashing. Come on, more. The item kept showing the same color. They shouted in amazement, green again. Finally, he excitedly smashed all remaining stones. Give me everything. Everyone was stunned to see them all green. Master Vu couldn't believe it, shaking his head. How is this possible? Doi Nhi cheered. Deep Han, you're awesome. Everyone respectfully knelt and bowed. Master Deep, please accept me as your disciple. You are the true master. Master Vu is nothing compared to you. Cutting the entire stone into uniform green pieces was unprecedented. Deep Han humbly responded with a sly smile. You flatter me, let's wait until Master Vu and I decide the winner, then we'll continue. The old man muttered, this kid. Master, how much was Master Vu's piece worth? She teased excitedly. About 3.5 million. Now Boss Vu proudly announced, I'll pay 5 million for Master Deep's jade. Boss Chu scorned, doubling the offer. You're shameless, I'll pay 10 million for this crystal. Boss Ha refused to lose. Stop bidding against each other. I'll take it all, 20 million, including everything Master Deep just cut. He insisted on raising the bid to 25 million. The old man tried to charm, Boss Chu, make your offer, then I'll take half your price for my sake. He punched forward, go away. Boss Chu mocked, for his sake, you dare go against Master Deep, let's see how you bark later. He seriously warned, Master Deep is extremely powerful now. If you offend him, you can't stay in this business. Master Vu angrily bowed his head, cursing, worried and anxious. It's over, better flee. Master Vu gritted his teeth. Next time I'll crush you. Seeing him trying to sneak away, Deep Han frowned and looked back, wanting to escape. Without words, he threw the support straight through the old man's crotch. Deep Han gleefully demanded, you play, you accept. Where's your dog bark? Master Vu held his head and cried. Here, I'll bark now. The old man knelt on all fours, flattering, Master Deep, I can bark too. Deep Han sharply warned, if I see you bullying Doi Nhi again, I won't spare you. Get lost. Master Vu hurriedly ran away. Everyone laughed mockingly. Barks just like a real dog. He is really old, no wonder. At that moment, Deep Han suddenly remembered something important. Oh no, I forgot to tell him to come. She gently reassured him, don't worry, no one will dare trouble you. Curiously asked, come, Deep Han excitedly asked, I'm under his protection now, should we try a marriage? When will we meet your parents? Planning to marry this year. Doi Nhi blushed, strongly objecting. You're talking nonsense. Now several eager customers gathered, asking, Master Deep, are you still selling the jade you cut? I'm ready to pay 25 million. Master Deep, my place has many beautiful Western girls. Want to set a date to visit? However, he felt a chill in the air, making his hair stand on end. It seemed there was a deadly aura behind him. Deep Han noticed. Clearly he could sell all the raw jade, but not the crystal piece. Doi Nhi had already reserved it. She gasped, what? They regretted and left. Then we won't push further. Miss Jian Nhi truly deserves the stone. She smiled warmly and gently kissed D.I.1EC7P Han's cheek, making him happy. D.I.1EC7P Han, thank you. Everyone outside watched and commented, I can't stand this scene. If there's anyone rich who likes me, no matter the situation, I would agree. If someone has the ability and courage, they should also be able to discard that kind of glass. After summarizing the assets, Mr. Han Hoa commented that they had received a total of 30 million, finally becoming rich. This I've finally given you a better life. The letter 1EABN Nhi gestured urgently, stop standing and laughing, hurry up. She pouted and reminded him. If we don't leave now, someone else will snatch it. D.I. letter 1EC7P Han was skeptical, snatch. Hearing this, he grabbed D letter 1EABN Enhai's hand and quickly ran away. Let's get out of here. Panicked and asked him to slow down. On the quiet road, the red car sped ahead. Inside, D.I. letter 1EC7P Han asked, "Aren't you going to call your old man to pick us up?" D letter 1EABN NHI replied indifferently, "No need, this small road is very safe." Just as she finished speaking, they encountered a black car speeding towards them. The car rushed straight at them. He was startled and shouted, "Careful." Luckily, the driver was skilled. She managed to avoid them. D.I. letter 1EC7P Han got out of the car and complained, "Hey, do you guys know how to drive?" Don NHI frowned and reminded, "Something's wrong, be careful." Just as she finished speaking, an arrogant young man stepped out. TU letter 1EA5 and Lang aggressively threatened, "This road isn't open, get out here." He silently thanked that the situation wasn't too bad. "Good thing it's not crowded." She worriedly reminded, "You're thinking too simply, this is the legendary SGMWK car." Suddenly, a group of people crawled out from the car. D.I. letter 1EC7P Han wondered, how are there so many people in there? A step slowly approached, and C letter 1EB Lao Tam Vin greeted, "Kid, long time no see." He recognized the person, his eyes full of jealousy. D letter 1EABN NHI asked in surprise, "Do you know him?" D.I. letter 1EC7P Han smiled proudly, "Not only do I know him, but we also have a deep connection." He teased his opponent, C letter 1EB Lao Tam, "Is your chrysanthemum still fine?" He angrily pointed, "Damn, you're just a fool." The lackeys were confused. Chrysanthemum, who knew brother Tam, liked that spot. C letter 1EB Lao Tam sternly warned, "Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to obediently get in the car or get a kick first and then get in?" Lackeys looked down on him. "This guy is so skinny. He can probably handle one of my kicks." The girl next to him looks okay. "Come with me, I'm a big shot. Do you want to follow me?" She looked at him worriedly. D.I. letter 1EC7P Han they. He confidently replied, "TR letter 1EA5N and don't worry, I've got this." Then D.I. letter 1EC7P Han stepped forward. He spat out his cigarette and ordered, "Guys, beat him up." They rushed aggressively, daring to offend brother Tam. "You're finished, take this. Kneel down and beg for mercy, I'll go easy on you." He sneered coldly. D.I. letter 1EC7P Han smiled in amusement, while conveniently using them to try practicing his martial arts. He prepared to activate his move. Here, the ultimate move. The lackeys screamed in pain, "Son Goku, oh my god, there's a monster here, help." After the fight, D.I. letter 1EC7P Han casually rubbed his wrist and returned to his position. Don NHI admired and praised, "That's amazing." He humbly replied, "It's nothing." D.I. letter 1EC7P Han silently grumbled, "I overexerted myself." At that moment, C letter 1EB Lao Tam escaped. Nowhere to be seen, he was lying flat in fear. He pushed the car aside and smiled as he teased, "Laugh, Lao Tam, where are you going?" Seeing his mysterious expression, he turned pale with fear. C letter 1EB Lao Tam knelt, crying and begging, D.I. letter 1EC7P, D.I. letter 1EC7P Master, I was wrong, don't kill me, I won't dare again. D.I. letter 1EC7P Han grabbed him by the neck, sternly interrogating, "Be honest, who sent you?" C letter 1EB Lao Tam nervously stammered, "It's Feng Ra," he frantically explained. He said his men were sent to capture you and the young lady. I don't know anything else. The letter 1EABN NHI seriously reminded, "Feng Ra, have you heard of him? He's a notorious thug in the city of San H letter 1EA3I. His reputation is infamous on both sides, not someone you can mess with." See letter 1EB Lao Tam continued pleading. "I've said everything I needed to. Now can I go?" He coldly replied, "Go." And D.I. letter 1EC7P Han kicked him into the air. "Let me help you with that." Meanwhile, she curiously asked Han, D.I. letter 1EC7P Han. Dialogue, what do you plan to do next? He smiled coldly, stated his purpose. Someone knocked at the door and he had to respond. Narration, scene shifts to the front of Hong Thien's house. Deep Han quietly contemplates, realizing he can only defeat a few cowardly ones for now. He assesses the situation. Narration, to deal with reckless people like Feng Jia, he still lacks the strength. Without hesitation, Deep Han opens the door and steps inside. Seeing Hong Thien, he greets politely and offers to step forward. Narration, at that moment, Deep Han is startled by a strange energy. He is amazed by the aura surrounding Hong Thien. It's truly peculiar. Dialogue, he slowly opens his eyes. "You've arrived," Deep Han sincerely says. "I came to learn martial arts from you. Also, I'd like to check your stance a bit." Dialogue, suddenly he panics and exclaims, "Wait, you have internal energy already? Just a few days." Deep Han forces a smile, half-jokingly explain. Dialogue, actually, yesterday I met an old beggar. He said my bones were special, that I was a martial prodigy, and told me to maintain world peace. Narration, he even gave me a pill. Hong Thien stares, seeing through everything. What nonsense are you spinning? Seriously, I won't ask about your secrets, but you already have internal energy. Dialogue, but I don't know how to use it, can't unleash my real strength. Deep Han smoothly flatters, then isn't practice the solution. Narration, without further words, Hong Thien gestures and instructs, watch this. He begins the lesson, teaching Deep Han the 5 elements fist. Narration, Deep Han focuses intently. Hong Thien closes his eyes and performs the wooden block chopping fist. Observing this, Deep Han is unconvinced and cheers. Hong Thien clears his throat and responds inwardly. Dialogue, just average, this level is only a third of my peak. At the same time, Dudu angrily comes out of the kitchen. What did you two do to the tree I just planted? Narration, he finishes quickly, roughly saying, practice on your own. Deep Han, full of vigor, is ready to try, got it. Narration, watching Deep Han's flailing movements, Hong Thien thinks with satisfaction. It took 3 years of hard training to reach this skill back then. Narration, however, in just a short time, Deep Han successfully chops down the wall, leaving Hong Thien stunned. Dialogue, Deep Han cheers, I did it. Hong Thien swears, damn it, what is this? Deep Han excitedly asks. So, practicing like this works, right? Narration, he frowns but accepts, not bad. Afterwards, Hong Thien presents an item and introduces the lineage. This is my martial manual, if anything is unclear, come ask me. Dialogue, Deep Han happily takes it and thanks him. You've studied so much, turns out this is how it's practiced. At that moment, Dudu erupts, yelling, my wall. Narration, while Deep Han trains with the manual, he senses a threat. Hostile energy appears, and before he can react, she attacks. Narration, Dudu sternly warns and drives him out. You can only enter after fixing the wall. 6 days pass at the 3 Nobility Tavern. Narration, inside, the MC excitedly announces, greetings, Ditch Sam, tonight Triukong 2 will cover all expenses. Everyone around dances wildly. Narration, the stage is free of obstacles. Deep Han sits at the bar, lost in thought. Narration, according to Doi Enhai's information, this is Feng Jia's main base. He sets his drink down, quietly alert. This Feng guy is very cunning. Narration, Deep Han grabs a bottle, restless over being stuck, unable to find him. He decides to throw the bottle forward. Narration, luring him out. At that moment, a crash occurs inside. Everyone panics and shouts, help, what's happening? A fight, run. Narration, moments later, a group of violent henchmen surrounds him. Daring to cause trouble in Feng Jia's territory, looks like you're done for. Dialogue, come quietly with us, resist and we break your legs. Deep Han crosses his arms coldly, challenging, just these punks and you want to take me? Tell Feng to come out here. Dialogue, they angrily curse, you deserve to meet Feng, get lost. Narration, he feels proud, thinking of his accomplishment. After days of study, he's grasped the essence of the 5 elements fist. Narration, Deep Han eagerly dodges attacks with determination, using the opportunity to treat the others as practice dummies. He combines techniques to attack, Jade fist, full fist, ice fist, cannon fist, and overhead fist. In just a few minutes, all the opponents were defeated. He wiped his hands coldly, no one could stand against him. Witnessing this, Lian gasped in surprise, one person taking on 10 at once. Amazing, this guy must be a master. Master my foot, wait until Feng shows up and this kid is finished. Just then, Feng Dao looked down from the upper floor, speaking arrogantly. The young man's skills are decent. He warned seriously, but anyone causing trouble in my territory won't have it easy. Feng Dao coldly issued a demand, adding nothing. Today you won't leave alive. Han Yi replied bluntly. I ask you, 3 days ago you sent someone to block my path. Who's behind this? Hearing this, he was stunned. So it was you, you're the one Beichao cares about. Feng Dao's subordinates immediately obeyed orders. The crowd around them murmured in surprise, what? This guy dares offend Beichao. Without further words, they rushed in, intending to kill Han Yi. He arrogantly countered, unafraid of death. Then he charged, quickly defeating each one, smashing through the wooden barrier and climbed to the 2nd floor. Seeing this, Feng Dao was astonished and said, Internal Energy Master. Han Yi confidently faced him, correct. If you don't want to suffer, then obediently answer my question. He inhaled deeply, dropped his stick, and said, it's been a long time since I used my full power. Immediately, Feng Dao's body transformed into solid muscle. He challenged, I'm also an Internal Energy Master. Today we'll test our skills against each other. He swore, damn it. Smiling provocatively, you want to kill me? Let's see. Both emitted strong auras. Witnesses outside panicked and whispered, their energy is terrifying. Could he really be as strong as Feng Dao? Who will win? Feng Dao struck quickly, Han Yi matched him, delivering powerful blows. They charged at each other without hesitation, ready to fight to the end. A storm erupted between them. The crowd screamed in despair. Too strong, the shockwave is too powerful, help, I'm about to fly away. Oh no, I don't want to be here, I want to go home. After the attack, both stepped back. They were injured and stared at each other. The spectators tried to guess who will win. Feng Dao's deep internal power seemed certain to win, but no one knew. Han Yi suddenly knelt, smiling with delight. Feng Dao sneered, brat, you're still inexperienced. Feng Dao sensed something was wrong and suddenly fell. Han Yi smiled triumphantly, satisfied. Feng Dao struggled to rise, unable to believe it. How did I lose to this guy? Han Yi looked pleased, saying, I've seen through your moves long ago. I used the yin-yang eye technique to trace the flow of energy in your body. A critical strike. The crowd stepped back in astonishment. He's defeated, Feng Dao really lost. This kid is terrifying, but when he's not paying attention, act fast. Feng Dao roared in resentment, why did I lose to an immature kid? Then he quickly grabbed the gun on his back. Han Yi calmly approached, asking, Beichao, are you lock 5? Frowned, asking, will you spare me? Han Yi firmly declared, a death sentence can be pardoned, but since you harmed others, I will nullify your martial arts. Feng Dao suddenly pulled the gun, startling Han Yi, oh no. He had a gun. In a critical moment, a shot rang out. Lang Qiu commanded strictly, drop your weapons, hands up. Feng Dao screamed in pain, my hand. Han Yi wondered, why are the police here? A group of officers stormed in, announcing, police, everyone stand still, hands up. Daring to fight here? Follow me for investigation. One person sobbed in apology. Please, officer, we were wrong. At this moment, she coldly walked to Han Yi. Lang Qiu sat authoritatively, forcing Han Yi to pay attention. She asked coldly, handcuff yourself or should I? Cut to the interrogation room, the atmosphere tense and suffocating. Han Yi sat in the chair, yawning repeatedly. Lang Qiu seriously read his file. Han Yi, male, 18, 1.8 m tall, parents deceased, currently living with sister Yi Jing. Am I right? Han Yi arrogantly replied, correct. This file shows I'm an honest person. Let me go. Lang Qiu angrily rejected, stop lying, honest. Then why were you fighting the elder Ku gang a few days ago? Deep Han looked at the photos that Lang Caio had placed on the table and bluntly said that this matter should be directed to the third brother because he had taken the initiative to find him while he was just defending himself. She was suspicious and continued to criticize. More than 30 people were unconscious and the third brother was seriously injured. He said it was self-defense. You helplessly retorted, I can't just be hit without fighting back, can I? Lang Caio didn't believe that in such a short time from a weakling you could become a strong man. She wanted to know who was behind you, whether it was a foreign power or an underground organization. Deep Han stared blankly at her 2 grapefruits. Lang Caio got angry when she saw the 2 grapefruits and prepared to attack. He realized her intention and quickly grabbed her hand, while Lin Hote dodged. You lowered your head and avoided Lang Caio's soft kicks. She became impatient and raised her leg to strike. Pen almost blocked it. The situation was dangerous. You sneered, police, if you want to test my strength, don't do it here. Lang Caio felt embarrassed and gritted her teeth. Damn it, let go of me, close your eyes, don't look. While she swung her fist, Deep Han suddenly saw something. It was the light under Lang Caio's skirt. You had a nosebleed and fell backward. Deep Han absent-mindedly thought that he might have seen the end of all things. He yelled furiously, damn it, I'm going to kill you. You quickly explained, beautiful, don't be so upset. I actually didn't see your pink thong. Lang Caio angrily charged to attack, shut up. A colleague rushed in and reported, Captain, Deputy Director Chu is here. He's releasing the criminals from the Feng family. He was surprised and asked, what? Lang Caio decisively said, I'll go check it out. Deep Han sighed with relief, I'm saved. She firmly ordered, take this guy with you. Officer Han frowned but complied. Yes, Captain, he lifted you up and urged, let's go. The scene changed outside the lobby. Feng Dao shook hands warmly with Deputy Director Chu. I really appreciate you this time. I'll send some local specialties to your home in the future. Then Dong smiled, no need for such formality, we're all friends here. No need to treat each other like outsiders. Lang Caio reminded, Deputy Director, investigate the illegal bar with guns. I suspect they are operating unlawfully. We can't release them. Interrupted uncomfortably, Zhao Yan, don't speak nonsense without evidence. Mr. Feng is a legitimate businessman and the guns belong to security. They have a legitimate gun license. After that, Than Dong pointed, your son is the real target. Flattered, Director Chu is truly sharp. With you leading, everything makes sense. He humbly said, not at all. She was firm. We must wait for the investigation to finish before releasing them. Releasing them now would be too irresponsible. Dong angrily ordered, I'm the deputy director and you're also a deputy director, so you follow my orders. Lock Deep Han in the cell. A group of officers immediately surrounded them. You warned, Deputy Director Chu, I advise you to think carefully. Deep Han opened his phone and sent a message. I'm at the police station, come right away. He sneered, what are you, some nobody, to tell me what to think? Arrest him, I'll interrogate him later. The officers obediently followed orders, yes. At that moment Lang Kaio sternly stopped them and declared, I've received a notice from the government. I have full authority over this case, everyone step back from me. Dong angrily shouted, nonsense, Captain Yan, who are you talking to? Do you still regard me as the deputy director? Lang Kaio firmly replied, this is an official order from the government. All officers obey my command, arrest Feng Dao. The subordinate officers were confused, unsure of who to obey, as Captain Yan had an official government order. Deep Han realized she was telling the truth. Captain Yan definitely wasn't impersonating the government order. The notice was surely authentic and legal. He angrily yelled, how do you guys even work as cops? Can't you even handle a vague document like this? Lang Qiu was asked to resign as team leader. At the same time, Hai Ban and Qin and Gaiet opened the door and stepped in, questioning. Hai Ban spoke up, questioning the person standing there, making everyone turn around in surprise. Pan recognized his friends and joyfully called their names. Brother Lam and Don Nhai were also excited, adding to the conversation. The people around were panicked and whispered, oh my god, how are such important figures here? Young Master Hai Ban, Young Master Lam, Miss Chu, why are they here? Feng Dao and the man were confused and anxiously wondered, this isn't good, are these people here because of Deep Han? Hai Ban confidently stepped forward, saying that he heard someone had been bullying his brothers, and he wanted to know who dared to do such a thing. Then Dong tried to mediate, saying that they were acting according to the law and would not let anyone be wrongfully accused. Ok Mak criticized that Feng Dao had underworld connections yet wasn't arrested, but instead, they were arresting his innocent people. He sarcastically said that if young Master Lam wanted to speak, he should have evidence, and if not, he would be held responsible. Hai Ban warned that some things could not be hidden, and those who did wrong would have to pay the price. Then Dong firmly declared that he would provide evidence and signaled Hai Ban. He eagerly added, all right, I'm waiting outside, really looking forward to it. The old man angrily said, Than Dong, you want evidence? I have it here, and threw the documents in his face. The old man continued to criticize Than Dong, saying that the government had ordered an investigation into this matter and would revoke his position. Than Dong shouted in anger, shut up, you've ruined me, and charged at Feng Dao. The old man ordered the police to take them away. Deep Han joyfully laughed, please. Deep Han mocked them, serves you right, who told you to bully us every day. The other three were speechless and mocked Deep Han in return. Are you just a common person? A luxurious restaurant, the four clinked glasses in a toast. Deep Han thanked everyone, saying he was very grateful for their help. Hai Ban just smiled and said, it's nothing. Hai Ban explained that he had heard of Deep Han before and wanted to make friends, while also mentioning the help from his sister Don Nhai. Deep Han joked back, saying there was no need to thank him for his relationship with Don Nhai. Don Nhai pushed him away and said, who has a relationship with you? They continued drinking and Deep Han happily called out, all right, let's drink some more. Ok Mak admired, saying, Hanzai, your alcohol tolerance is really impressive. Deep Han proudly replied, looks like I've mastered it. Deep Han drunkenly declared, it's time to go home. Brother Lam agreed, right. Bimo slyly handed a task to Hanzai while Yi Hao and Hai Bin went ahead. Yi Han was stunned, not understanding what was happening. Hey, wait, give it to me, he shouted mischievously to Hanzai. Hanzai grumbled, what are you thinking, you idiot? Duanai suddenly stirred, catching Yi Han's attention. She moved close and said innocently, so annoying. Yi Hao hurriedly stopped her, don't, we're still outside, my lady. Hanzai warned Yi Hao not to go to the yard. He panicked, hey, don't rush. The scene shifted to the Yaoi Hotel, room 305. Yi Hao stepped out of the shower, relieved to finally be done. Duanai slowly walked to the bed, still half asleep. Yi Hao leaned against the wall teasingly, who says it's easy to work when drunk? Nonsense. Suddenly, Duanai kicked about, tired and restless. Hao stared at Duanai, thinking, so beautiful, could tonight end my single life? Duanai suddenly turned over, kicking Yi Hao's leg. A crack echoed and he went pale, frozen in place. Yi Hao clutched himself, regretful, I was wrong, I shouldn't have thought that. His phone rang suddenly and he wondered, so late, whose call is this? Screen displayed grandfather. Yihao realized his elder was worried because Duan couldn't be found. He politely answered, "Hello, uncle, this is Yihao." Min Shan cheered, "Yihao, perfect timing, I need to see you in a few days." Yihao asked curiously, "What's the matter, grandfather?" Min Shan calmly replied, "We'll discuss it in person." Then he urgently asked, "Wait, why are you holding Duan phone? Where is she?" Yihao quickly reassured, "Don't worry, she's asleep." Min Shan was surprised. "What? Asleep already?" Yihao denied, "No, you misunderstood. Duan and I didn't do anything, truly." Min Shan sighed and reminded, "Fine, I won't interfere with the two of you, but you'll have to handle her parents yourself." He ended the call, "It's late, just go for now." Hao wondered, what door do I have to get through? The next morning he quietly slipped through the window. Both were still asleep. He sleepily called, "Beloved Duan." She thought she was disturbed and yelled. Yihao awoke startled. "What's wrong? Earthquake, fire, or flood?" Duan angrily slapped him. "Yihao, you bastard." He was confused. "What did I do?" she cried. "You scoundrel, how could you take advantage of me? I don't want to live anymore." Yihao forced a laugh. "Dear lady, I haven't done anything, just helped you change your dirty clothes." Duan sniffled, doubting, "Even if you didn't do anything, I must have been seen and you touched me." Yihao seriously swore, "When I helped you change, the lights were off. I didn't touch anything." Duan scrutinized. "Really? You're not lying?" Yihao affirmed. "Really, truer than gold. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Only a little touch." She confirmed once more, "You didn't grope me, didn't look at me, didn't act like a beast." Yihao hesitated. "I swear." Duan disappointedly judged. "Such a good chance wasted. Yihao, you're worse than a beast." He banged against the wall, helpless, crying inside. Duan urgently called on the phone. "Hello, I'm in room 303, third floor of Zuyi Hotel. Bring a set of clothes here." Yihao nervously tiptoed, using the moment to slip away. He trembled, gripping the doorknob. Suddenly, a knife slid in front of him. Breathed in fear, almost died. She coldly threatened, trying to run. Yihao paled. "Han, what do you want then?" Duan sat on the bed, cunningly giving her demand. "Not decided yet, wait until I figure it out. But from now on, if I call at this time, you must come immediately, no delays." He quickly agreed. "All right, I have something to do first, call me if needed." She asserted ownership. "Yihao, you can't escape me." After escaping, Yihao thought. This time he had fallen into Duan's hands, not knowing what she would demand next. He saw Hai Bin, a close friend, waving. "Hanzai, why are you here?" Hai Bin teased mischievously, excited last night. "I even brought the 6-flavored herbal tonic to strengthen your kidneys and virility." Yihao groaned, too much to explain. Then he asked, "By the way, where's brother Lin?" Hai Bin explained, "His family had matters, he left early, I was free to come find you." "Where shall we go?" Yihao happily suggested. "Let's find the sisters, just in time to tell her to take a break." He agreed, "Sure, my car can go anywhere." The scene shifted to Textile Factory 30. He and Hai Bin had arrived. Joaquin reminded, "Stand straight, leaders are coming to inspect." Both greeted together, "Hello, leaders." Yihao waved cheerfully. "Thank you for your hard work." He asked, "Wait, is that boy in the car?" Yihao. Uncle Yuan scoffed, "Impossible, this kid has been skipping work for days. If not for his sister, he'd be fired already." Arriving at the gate, he joyfully announced, "Here we are." Comrade Vu asked, "Hanzai, how many days has it been since you arrived?" He and colleagues anxiously reported, "Director Wang didn't allow leave, said he'd fire you, only your office plea saved you." Yihao calmly said, "It's fine, I'm here to request something." He sincerely explained, since childhood he and his sister relied on each other working at the factory. Hai Bin reassured, "Nonsense, I'd never do that." Just as they stopped at the director's office, a desperate voice cried, "Director Wang, don't come here." Yihao recognized the voice instantly. Inside, Yi Jing trembled, hugging herself in a corner, terrified. "Stop," Director Wang threatened. "Try screaming, I'll fire both of you immediately." Jing angrily said, "Shameless, I'll report you to the foreman." He smugly replied, "The foreman is easy for me. Anyone else is useless, just follow me." She begged, "Do." Yao angrily kicked the door open. "Stop bullying my sister, I'll crush you." He shielded with his jacket, asking, "Sister, are you okay?" Yi Jing sobbed, "I'm fine." She panicked, "Little Han, how can you hit Director Wang? He'll fire you." Yihao confidently said, "Sister, I came to help you quit work. I've earned a lot, you won't suffer anymore." Director Wang yelled furiously, "Bastard, you dare hit me? I'll kill you, someone take this kid to my office." He jeered, "Little brat." Jing urged in fear, "Little Han, go quickly, I'll hold them off." He comforted, "Don't worry, I'll fight as many as come." Hai Bin added, "Even the prestigious phony wouldn't stand a chance against Hanzai. These reckless people seem to have come here to seek death." She was suspicious and asked Zio Han if he was really as skilled as the rumors said. Immediately after, a group of thugs stormed in. Zio Kang shouted, "Which bastard is looking for trouble with me?" Director Wang He pointed at one of them and ordered, "It's this guy, beat him up." He quickly said, "Come at me, teach him a lesson he'll never forget. You little brat brought this on yourself, now kneel and beg for mercy and I'll go easy on you." Some people outside were curious about what was happening and why it was chaotic inside. They quickly spread the word. It seemed Deep Han had beaten Director Wang. Director Wang called for reinforcements. Someone commented, "Nice hit." That pervert tries to hit on girls every day. They had wanted to beat Han's eye for a long time. Deep Han was also provoked. How could he face so many people alone? After that, he kicked the thugs out the door. Get lost, Deep Han sneered. Everyone was shocked and whispered about how Deep Han had single-handedly taken down a group of people. Their eyes widened. Isn't Deep Han really thin? How did he turn into a superhero? Deepkin asked eagerly. Zio Han, how did you become so strong? Zio Han modestly replied, I found a master and learned a few moves. Wang Tian proudly said, I have nothing left to teach him. At that moment, Director Wang was trying to escape, realizing the situation was dire, but he decided to prepare to retreat. Deep Han immediately blocked his way. Seeing that Deep Han's punch was leaving dents in the wall, Director Wang turned pale and cried out, help me. Deep Han coldly asked, where do you think you're going? Didn't you say you wanted to cripple me? He trembled, tears welling up, and kneeled, begging, Deep Han, I was wrong, please spare my worthless life. Everyone was shocked, murmuring. Director Wang, who had always been arrogant, was now kneeling at Deep Han's feet begging for mercy. One could believe it, Deep Han had done it. Let the bastard knock his head a few more times, she gently advised. Zio Han, let it go, we should have some compassion. He reluctantly nodded, all right. Then Deep Han coldly warned, get lost, if there's a next time I won't be so lenient. He flattered, yes thank you Deep Han. Just then, Sheng Director Lin suddenly entered, shouting, what's all the noise? People whispered nervously. Sheng Director is here, Deep Han is in trouble now. It was explained that Sheng Director was Director Wang's brother-in-law. No matter how skilled Deep Han was, he couldn't fight him. He cried out for help, brother-in-law, you have to take care of me. I've been terribly bullied. Sheng Director Lin angrily asked, who did this? How dare they bully my people? Director Wang resentfully pointed, it's this little brat. He quickly asked, brother-in-law, don't you know the police chief? Help me catch this kid. Unexpectedly, Deep Kin bravely stepped forward. This has nothing to do with my brother, blame me. Director Wang threatened, neither of you sisters will escape. After we catch this brat, we'll deal with you. Iban laughed defiantly. Do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand? A shoe suddenly flew into his head. Director Wang turned around, asking curiously, what's that? He sniffed the air and shouted, who threw a shoe? Looking back, he saw the workers staring at him. They frowned as if something was wrong and started throwing things. People like you deserve this, you bastard. Every day you strut around like you're the boss. Do you really think you have power? Director Wang panicked and ran away. Brother-in-law, save me. Sheng Director Lin was furious. Deep Han asked dissatisfied, you're not backing down now, are you? Director Wang had offended many people and he hesitated. Are you still covering for him? Sheng Director Wang thought to himself, this bastard is always causing trouble. But if he doesn't protect him, his brother-in-law will be harmed and blamed, and he can't let his brother-in-law be bullied. Director Wang pleaded, brother-in-law, you have to help me. He shouted, how dare you do this? Secretary Li hurriedly stopped him. Wait a minute, Sheng Director Lin asked. Han, Secretary Li, what's going on? Why do you look so flustered? He paled and reported, I just heard from the security guard that Deep Han arrived in a leader's car. The fat guy next to him seems to be the mayor's son. He was stunned. What? Sheng Director Lin looked back and thought it seemed to be true. They be here to investigate. When did the discipline inspection people arrive? They're almost here. When they do, they'll isolate him for an investigation. Meanwhile, Deep Han cheerfully asked, where should we eat later? He suggested, there's a great lemspin restaurant nearby, how about we go there? After some thought, Sheng Director Lin sighed and decided, no way out, if I want to save myself, I have no choice. He strode forward. At that moment, Director Wang smugly said, Deep Han, you're dead. Unexpectedly, he was slapped by Sheng Director Wang. You bastard! Director Wang protested. Brother-in-law, why are you hitting me? He glared, I'm hitting a useless piece of trash like you, always ruining my reputation, almost getting me killed. Today I'm going to explain this to everyone. The crowd questioned. Sheng Director slapped his brother-in-law. Has he changed? Sheng Director be Deep Han? After Tan beat him to a pulp, Sheng Director Lin breathed heavily, laughed and declared, I'm immediately firing Director Wang. This kind of parasite has no place here. Sheng Director Wang respectfully asked, please, have I satisfied you with what I've done? Iban reminded, it depends on whether Deep Han is satisfied. He muttered, do I have to go beg that brat Deep Han? He won't be happy unless I threaten him. What's wrong? Am I not satisfied? Just happened to use my phone to record everything. Sheng Director Wang quickly pleaded, no, I'm kneeling, please Deep Han, I really didn't know what that bastard did. I've at least given you two sisters a job. Please go easy on me. The crowd was stunned as Sheng Director knelt and begged Deep Han. Deep Kin intervened, Zio Han, let it go, I'm not angry anymore. He nodded, all right. Sheng Director Lin cried in gratitude, thank you so much. Deep Han decisively declared, from today on, my sister and I will resign and we won't be coming back. After that, the three quickly left for the car. He reluctantly waved goodbye. Sheng Director Lin sighed with relief. People admired and commented. Finally, that troublemaker is gone. One day apart and Deep Han seemed to have struck it rich. Who would have thought that the poor brat from before could surprise everyone with just one shout? In the car, she worriedly asked, Zio-han, what will we do after we resign? He reassured her. Don't worry, I recently sold a piece of top-quality jade, made quite a bit of money. If you don't believe me, ask him, don't go. Ban confirmed that there was absolutely no problem, and I knew this. With Han Zai's money, supporting her for life would be easy. Yijing curiously asked, Little Han, how much did you sell that jade piece for? Yihan replied calmly, not much, just a few million. Hearing this, Yijing was startled and turned to look. She suddenly grabbed his collar, angrily asking, a few million? Yihan panicked, shouting, let go, I can barely breathe. The scene shifts to a bustling urban district where three people are strolling. Entering the shopping district, he said with nostalgia, go ahead and buy me new clothes, you always buy new things for me but you haven't had new clothes in years. Yihan proudly said, this time I'll buy clothes for you. Looking at the expensive items, Yijing shyly said, these things are so pricey. Let's go to another store. Ban generously reassured her. Don't worry, this money is nothing to Han Zai. He added quickly, go ahead and shop without worry. Then Han ushered her inside. After a while, Yijing timidly asked, Little Han, does this outfit look good? She hesitated. Is it too revealing? Yijing excitedly looked in the mirror. This dress is really beautiful. Yihan smiled, confirming, you look beautiful in anything. He enthusiastically praised, I have to say, Han Zai, your sister is stunning. Should I be your brother? Yihan replied slyly, that depends on her choice. I'll always support her decision. Ban, hearing this, glanced at his beer belly and awkwardly muttered, this, he angrily continued. Forget it, even if someone as beautiful as you fell into my hands, I'd feel like a jasmine flower in a dung heap. Yihan laughed, encouraging, brother, you need to have confidence in yourself. At that moment, Luo Fei approached with disdain. What a coincidence, a poor guy like Yihan dares to come here. He arrogantly held the woman, chin raised. Yihan frowned, displeased, saying, Luo Fei. Yihan almost shouted irritably, Luo Fei, you still dare to show up in front of me. Man panicked and shielded the woman. There are patrol cops here, dare to make a move and see what happens, he warned. The police are here, you won't be able to provoke anything. At this point, Ban asked with concern, should I get someone to deal with them? Yihan smiled and declined, no need, brother, let's see what he wants to do. Luo Fei, undeterred, declared, move aside, I'm here to shop. Yihan responded mockingly, oh, do you want to block someone from shopping? Here to shop too, you should enter from the side, he said sarcastically. The man laughed, ridiculing, a poor brat like you shopping here, don't make me laugh. Qingna beside him sneered in agreement, young Master Bai is right. Looking at you, I bet you can't even buy underwear. The two brothers helplessly commented, idiot, your intelligence has dropped. Yijing stepped forward gently, saying, Little Han, I've picked my clothes. She smiled charmingly and asked, do you think I look beautiful? Seeing this, all three men blankly replied, very beautiful. Jealous, she linked arms with Bai Zhai, saying, what's so beautiful about her? I'm way prettier than her. Luo Fei scratched his head, flattering, you're beautiful. He fumed in anger, this poor devil is quite lucky, just wait, soon she'll be my toy. Yihan pulled out a black card, clearly stating, charge to my account. Ban Hanyuan responded, yes, the total comes to 254,321. Luo Fei sneered over his shoulder. This poor devil pretending, let's see how it ends. Qingna insulted, if you have no money, don't pretend, then promptly reported happily, payment successful. Both of them were stunned, exclaiming, payment went through, is that not a poor devil? Where did he get so much money? Yijing lightly linked arms, saying, Little Han, let's go. Suddenly, Yihan remembered something important, right, we haven't bought the necklace, she's so picky. Bai Zhai, I want that necklace, buy it for me. He generously agreed immediately, all right, buy it. Qingna jumped with joy, young Master Bai, you're amazing, she'll love you to death. Luo Fei preened, buying a few outfits is nothing like me giving a diamond necklace casually. Yihan complimented, that necklace looks really beautiful. And politely quoted the price, hello, the price of this necklace is 150,000, thank you for visiting. He unconsciously scoffed, only 1.5 million. After calming down, Luo Fei shouted in shock, what did you say? That necklace is 1.5 million. She coquettishly demanded, Lin, hurry and pay for it. He grumbled angrily, just one evening and you want me to spend so much. Do you think I'm a fool? Luo Fei clumsily tried to soothe her by pointing at the pair, darling, I actually think it suits you well. As he turned, he saw a toy magic wand. Little Lin angrily waved it, shouting, magic, turn her into a pig. Everyone froze, speechless. Qingna got angry, spreading her stance, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? I don't care, I want that diamond necklace. She pressed, sir, you said you really wanted to buy it. Luo Fei arrogantly scolded, someone like you demanding a 1.5 million necklace. Dream on. Yihan annoyedly kicked them aside, all of you out. He paid straightforwardly, I'm buying this necklace. he exclaimed in admiration, so handsome. Anne was shocked, not understanding. How did this kid become so rich? She jealously fumed. He's so generous, far better than that coward beside me. Yihan generously advised, put it on quickly. Yijing worriedly cautioned, little Han, you're being too extravagant. He approvingly said, sister, this necklace suits you perfectly. Luo Fei gritted his teeth, saying, damn it, I'll teach this brat a lesson. Let's see, he resolutely ordered. We're leaving. Qingna angrily kicked Luo Fei. Go away, stop pretending to be rich in front of her. Let's go eat. Immediately the egg cracked in half. She quickly placed her hand on his shoulder. Qingna seductively enticed, handsome, just give me a diamond necklace and tonight anything goes. She attacked without hesitation. Oh, the wicked woman is seducing my brother. Yijing angrily clenched her fist. Die. Yihan and Hai Ban were stunned, secretly admiring. As expected of Han Zai's sister, her fighting power is strong, she's amazing. She smiled and suggested, all right, we've bought the clothes, let's go home. The scene shifted to the sisters' home. Inside, Yuan Yan assessed. He has learned the skill from Hon Thien. It's time to start helping him heal his leg. Yihan focused on summoning the medical scroll. He studied diligently. Upper meridian acupuncture cures incurable illnesses from the Dan position upward. All can be treated. Lower meridian 3-point acupuncture cures illnesses at the lower Dan position. Continue until healed. After mastering it all, Yihan nodded with satisfaction. But having learned these 2 sets of medical techniques, Hon Thien's leg can be healed. He closed his eyes to cultivate, passing through rigorous training. Yihan sighed inwardly, I need to comprehend a bit more. At this moment, Yijing anxiously stood outside the door. Her father told her to wait for her younger brother to grow up and then marry him, becoming his wife. She recalled her father's final moments. Little Jing, you're not really Yihan's elder sister, but I hope you agree to take care of him well. At that time, Yijing sincerely promised, don't worry, father, I will. She thoughtfully watched his focused expression. Now little Han had truly become a proper man, strong and capable. It seems it's time to fulfill my promise. Next morning, Yihan woke up groggily and stretched. He was delighted to realize that after a night of reflection, he had finally understood how to use the 9 needles of the business gate and the 3 needles of the lower gate in the Devil's Valley medical scripture. Meanwhile, Deepkin, having stayed up all night, stepped out and sighed about a promise she had made. Yihan cheerfully greeted her. Deepkin was startled when she saw him and immediately slammed the door, which left Yihan surprised. He wondered, what's going on, did I scare her? Yihan was confused but still turned and walked away. Deepkin saw him and was startled. She immediately slammed the door, leaving Yihan feeling puzzled. He wondered what had just happened. He didn't understand why she was so scared of him. After that, Yihan relented and turned to leave. Maybe I should help Hon Thien treat his leg first. She looked around and said, little Han, don't blame me. The scene shifted to Hon Thien's house where the atmosphere was tense. Yihan asked seriously, are you ready? Hon Thien replied firmly, I'm ready. Yihan took out the golden needle and said, then I won't be polite. Hon Thien looked at the golden needle seriously and said, go ahead. Then he greedily looked at the roasted chicken leg and exclaimed, it smells so good. Yihan cheerfully added, a little more and it will taste even better. Dudu silently complained, not treating his leg but eating grilled chicken. She didn't say much and punched each person once. Yihan explained, this isn't my fault, it's not as bad as it seems. Hon Thien sighed, I just wanted to eat skewers. Hon Thien asked, Yi Lao Dai, you're not just here for the grilled food, right? Are you ready? Yihan confirmed, that's right, brother Triu, I've found a way to treat your leg. Hon Thien asked in surprise, Yi Lao Dai, are you serious? Dudu joyfully exclaimed, finally my brother's leg can be healed. Yihan confidently stated, I will use acupuncture, there's no problem with the theory. He observed for a few seconds and cautiously announced, but brother Triu's condition has been going on for a long time. The blood has stagnated, if we're not careful it could. Yihan anxiously emphasized, permanently crippled. Dudu worried suggested, maybe we should try something else. I heard a foreign expert came to the city yesterday, maybe he could help. Hon Thien strongly refused, no need, if there were another way I wouldn't have waited this long. He recounted, 3 years ago my enemy secretly crippled both my legs. Countless brothers who followed me died tragically. Now I can only hide here and live day by day. Dudu, heartbroken, pleaded, brother, can't we give up no more? Han sadly commented, the king of the southwest, once supported by many, is now a cripple. Hon Thien firmly stated, no fighting, I have waited 3 years and it is for this opportunity. I don't want to prove I am strong, I want to take back what I've lost. Yihan promised, okay brother Triu, don't worry, I will give my all to treat your leg. Dudu looked at Yihan and said, Yihan, I'm counting on you. Hon Thien reassured, Yi Lao Dai, don't feel too pressured. If I can't be healed, it's my fate. I won't blame anyone. Dudu joyfully cheered, brother, I believe you will stand up. Yihan took a deep breath and declared, then let's begin. I bought this acupuncture kit at the medical shop. It's not the best, but it's enough for the job. Hon Thien calmly asked, what do you need me to do? Yihan seriously instructed, brother Triu, I will use the needles to stimulate the movement in your leg. After that, I will repair the tendons for you. Hon Thien resolutely replied, Yi Lao Dai, go ahead. Yihan focused, using absolute precision in his technique. Hon Thien observed and felt the changes in his body. Yihan gently warned, it might hurt a bit, please bear with it. Hong Thien nodded. Yihan began his work. Yihan prepared the technique with the needles, proceeding carefully step by step, focusing on his wrist. Hong Thien felt the precision in every movement. Hong Thien exclaimed, "Is this Yihan's internal technique? Even though it's weak, we're in the same realm, I'm definitely no match for him." Yihan softly spoke, "It's almost done." Yihan continued his actions, causing Hong Thien to feel pain. Du brought over support materials and Yihan received them and continued. He explained, "The stagnant blood has been there for a long time, so the smell might not be pleasant." Yihan confirmed, "But once the stagnant blood is removed, Brother Trio's leg condition can improve by half." Du joyfully asked, "Really? That's great." She asked with concern, "How do you feel now?" Hong Thien announced, "It seems like my leg has some sensation. I can feel my leg now." Yihan seriously reminded, "This is just the first step. I will help Brother Trio repair the tendons in your leg." Du cheered, "Yihan, go for it." Hong Thien nodded, "I believe Yihan will definitely succeed." Yihan grabbed his ankle and focused on performing the technique. Hong Thien was surprised and commented, "Is this Yihan's internal technique? Even though it's weak, we're in the same realm, he's definitely no match for me." Yihan quickly finished and gently tapped Hong Thien's knee. "It's done, it's moving now." Du and Hong Thien were both excited. Yihan gently instructed, "Brother Trio, try standing up." Hong Thien tried to stand up and smiled, "It's fine." Du was moved to tears, "You can stand, that's great." Hong Thien proudly shouted, "Hong Thien is back." Yihan promised, "At most 3 days, Brother Trio, you'll be able to walk like a normal person." Hong Thien expressed his gratitude. "Yi Lao Dai, I don't know how to thank you enough for this great favor." Yihan warmly disagreed, "Brother Trio, don't say that. Even though we had a transaction before, I consider you a friend now. No need for formalities." Hong Thien happily agreed, "All right, I'll listen to you." He gave Yihan a gift. "This is a precious book on celestial techniques that I've written down. I hope it will be helpful to you." Yihan smiled and accepted the gift. "Thank you, Brother Trio." The scene shifted to a luxurious villa where Yihan excitedly showed, "Sister, look, this is the villa I just bought." Deepkin was surprised and praised, "Little Han, you're really good." She shyly replied, "Remember to take care of me in the future." Yihan confidently affirmed, "Don't worry, leave it to me, I'm very capable." Han said, "Later, Uncle Lao, Brother Lan and Brother Duong will come. I'll go out and greet them for a while." Deepkin nodded in confirmation. As Yihan stepped out, he accidentally bumped into Lang Qiu. The two collided, and things scattered all over the place. Yihan painfully fell to the ground with a purple bra landing on his head. Lang Qiu complained, "Oh no, that hurts. Who's the blind idiot?" Yihan asked in surprise, "What is this?" Lang Qiu blushed and muttered, "It's mine." She angrily shouted, "Pervert, freak, go to hell." Yihan rebutted, "Hey, you clearly bumped into me first." Iban was confused and wondered if this was Han Zai's new house. Bok Mak nodded, looked around and replied, "Yes, this is the exact address." He questioned, "Why is there no one here?" Narrowing his eyes, he felt that something was off. She angrily reminded him, "Let him go, someone is coming." Deep Han reluctantly agreed, asking her to let him go first. Lang Qiu stubbornly insisted, "No, you have to let him go first." The four of them whispered, not understanding what these two were doing. He reluctantly yielded, saying, "Consider yourself lucky today. With so many people coming, I'll let you off this time." Iban then realized that the person in front of him was the hot-tempered Yin family girl, someone with a very strong background. "I wouldn't dare mess with her, how could you?" Deepan wearily explained, "It's hard to explain fully, let's go inside." The scene shifted to the inside of the house where Deep Kin joyfully greeted them. "Are you friends of Zio Han?" Deep Han smiled and invited them to sit down. Min Sun cleverly teased Deep Han, I haven't seen you for long and you've already won over my granddaughter. What will you do now?" Giant Nhi blushed and interrupted, "Grandfather, you're talking nonsense again." Pen quickly explained, "Mr. Chu, you're mistaken. There's nothing between me and Miss Chu. If you don't believe me, ask Brother Lam." "Don't go." Iban awkwardly changed the subject. "Right, look at this wall, this floor, this black color. It's very classy." Bok Mak agreed and praised, "Yes, Hanzai, your house is beautifully decorated." Deep Han silently thought to himself, "These two really have no sense of dignity." Min Sun waved it off. "It's just the younger generation's matters, you figure it out yourselves. I don't have an opinion." He became serious and said, "I'm here for 2 reasons. First, to congratulate Deep Han on moving to your new house. This jade piece is my gift to you." Deep Han gladly accepted the gift, thanking Mr. Chu. "Thank you, Mr. Chu, I won't stand on ceremony." He curiously asked, "What about the second reason, Mr. Chu?" Min Sun unexpectedly made a proposal. "Deep Han, I want to take you as my disciple. Do you agree?" Everyone in the room was stunned. "What? You want to take Deep Han as your disciple?" Min Sun stroked his beard and confirmed, "Yes, he was able to open the Supreme Jade, which proves he has talent. And I am also looking for a successor. I have looked into him a bit. Plus, with your relationship with him, wouldn't it make us even closer?" Giant Nhi blushed. "Grandfather." Pan thought for a moment. Mr. Chu had experience and knowledge that he couldn't obtain elsewhere. This was not something to worry about, it would be beneficial, not harmful. Without further delay, Deep Han knelt and respectfully said, "Master, please accept me as your disciple." Min-sun stopped him, saying, "Wait, I haven't finished yet. If you want to be my disciple, you must first pass my test." Deepan asked in surprise, "What test?" Min-sun explained carefully, "On the 15th of next month there will be a stone auction. You must go with Don Nhi to start building your reputation." Sun thought for a moment and then said, "I have already prepared a path for you. Whether you rise depends on you." Deepan smiled and confidently replied, "Yes, Mr. Chu, just wait and see." At this moment, Hon Thien walked in joyfully, calling out, "Little brother, I'm here." Yu exclaimed in amazement, "Deepan, did you get rich? You've moved into such a big house." Deepan happily replied, "I'm doing well now, finally recovering." He gratefully handed over a gift. "Don't stand on ceremony, this is a small gift I brought for you." Deepan was surprised when he saw the gift and exclaimed, "Long Lin Chai." Min's son stood up abruptly. "This try can cut through iron like mud. It is said to be forged by the European master craftsman, a national treasure." Hon Thien laughed cheerfully. "Mr. Chu really is knowledgeable, I admire you." Min's son frowned, remembering, "You're the king of the southwest." Hon Thien disappeared for 3 years. Everyone in the room was stunned. "What? He's Hon Thien?" Don Nhi marveled. "My father held the king of the southwest in high regard." Hai Ban was amazed and praised. "I heard he conquered a large area with just one arm and one leg." Mak also admired him. "Everyone knows the reputation of the king of the southwest." Hon Thien humbly replied, "It's just a false reputation, not worth mentioning." She curiously asked, "But I heard you were framed and became disabled." Hon Thien sincerely replied, "I was able to stand again thanks to Deepan's help. From now on, his matters are my matters." Deepan smiled awkwardly. "It's not that serious." He invited everyone to sit down and continued, "Everyone thinks Deepan is really impressive. Even the king of the southwest respects him. This kid Deepan is so mysterious. How could he have such a bond with Hon Thien?" Mr. Chu concluded confidently, "Even without me paving the way for him, Deepan will make a name for himself." The conversation continued casually. Just then, Bok Mak received a phone call. "Hello, confirm, are they coming tomorrow?" "All right, I got it, I'll go pick them up myself." He anxiously asked, "Brother Lam, what's going on?" Bok Mak awkwardly explained, "Han Zai, I previously said I'd invite you to check my father's illness, but my family invited the disciple of the Northern Divine Physician. They'll be coming tomorrow. I'm really sorry." Pan generously comforted him. "It's fine, Brother Lam, tomorrow you can consider it a visit to my house. I'll also take the opportunity to admire the skills of the Northern Divine Physician's disciple." Hai Ban eagerly chimed in, "I want to go too, this lively place wouldn't be complete without me." Bok Mak laughed and agreed, "Of course, I'd be honored." The scene shifted to the next evening at the grand hall of the Lam family villa. Everyone was discussing excitedly, "I heard that today the talented disciple of the Northern Divine Physician, Thien Gao, will be here." Yes, the Lam family specially invited him. The head of the family is ill and his illness is very strange. No doctor could cure it, but with the talented disciple of the Northern Divine Physician, surely there's hope now. Deepan asked in confusion, "Isn't Brother Lam seeing a doctor? Why are there so many people here?" Hai Ban explained, "The richer you are, the more afraid of death. They're trying to get close to talented people so they know who to turn to when they get sick in the future." Deepan sighed, "It's just the way it is." At that moment, Deepan noticed a prominent group ahead. The leader was Lak Fai. Deepan frowned. "Lak Fai is here too." He pouted and whispered, "Isn't it thanks to his father's connections that he's here? Don't mention him, I'm already annoyed just hearing his name." Tiu Kai hurriedly ran in to announce, "The disciple of the Northern Divine Physician, Thien Gao, has arrived." Everyone rushed out, "He's here, let's go see." Thien Gao entered, head held high, followed by Bok Mak carrying his belongings. Some people rushed forward to greet him. "I'm Sun Ha, representing Long Realty, welcome to Shanghai City." "I'm Tham Quang, chairman of the board of Thien Diet Group, very honored to have you in our city." "I represent Bok Thai Corporation, greetings to you." Hai Ban gritted his teeth in anger. "I can't believe it, just a person with a little medical skill and he's acting so pretentious, making Mr. Lam carry things for him like a servant." Deepan softly advised, "Don't get angry. We need to see what tricks the Northern Divine Physician's disciple has up his sleeve." He arrogantly spoke, "Thank you for your greetings and kindness. I understand your intentions in coming here. I remind you in advance that the door is always open, but if you don't have money, don't come in." You frowned in disagreement. Charging a fee for treating and saving lives is reasonable, but openly mentioning money like this is a bit much. They hurriedly flattered and praised. Silently agreed, saying that next time we meet, we will bring a thoughtful gift. You have a special aura, and in the future, you will surpass even the divine doctors, becoming a golden hand in medicine. You are the pride of the country. They were right, and perhaps the entire traditional Chinese medicine community would agree. No one has yet matched the young talent like you. Tian Gao arrogantly replied, too much praise. Meanwhile, Lu Cheng stood behind, smirking provocatively. The useless fool, you are here too? Let's see how I can play and destroy you. Yihan turned warily to look, wondering what Lu Cheng was up to this time. The Mu Mo man pointed and said, "Of course, we trust your medical skills, but we heard that the young master of the Lin family once invited an unknown person to replace you secretly." People questioned each other. Is this true? Really? What? Lu Cheng mocked. This person only learned a little basic medicine. Everywhere they go they deceive people with fake skills. How can they compare with you? I didn't expect the young master of the Lin family to almost be deceived. People scoffed. This person is a disgrace to the medical profession, cannot be compared to you. You have character while he's just a nobody. But they just sneered and didn't bring it up again. Han was furious but reminded himself to hold back. I cannot ruin the important matter for Mr. Lin. Hai Ban could not stand it any longer and shouted, "My brothers know their medicine and you are still babbling. Do you believe I will punch you?" The crowd mocked. Isn't this the son of that ignorant man from the Jiangguo family? What bad luck, why is this guy here? They warned. Even if it's your father, you still can't talk to us like this. Demanded, you should apologize to us. He was furious. Apologize? Yihan nervously stopped him. Brother Tang, don't be rash. Hai Ban questioned. I'm being generous by not kicking all of you out. He criticized, young Master Lin, you're the host here, you should say something. I think these two shouldn't be here. Ba Mo was startled and silent. They agreed. That's right, throw them out. These two are just tarnishing the reputation of Yihan. That's right, someone without character, and that random guy doesn't deserve to meet Yihan. Lu Cheng sneered inwardly. Yihan, let's see what you do now. He stood sternly in front of them. Ba Mo reminded, if you don't want to be here, leave. The Lin family didn't invite you before. The crowd fell silent, annoyed, and left angrily. They thought, fine, leave, but I can't just swallow this insult. I'll probably come back to greet Yihan soon. The reasoning? Forget it, don't bother with these two. After all, it's the Lin family, it's best not to offend them. And thought to himself, these people are wealthy and I still need to earn from them, so I can't let them leave now. Tian Gao spoke up. Everyone, listen to me. Why argue over such a small character? The path of traditional Chinese medicine values virtue and integrity. People without virtue or skill are not worth mentioning. The crowd disdainfully agreed. Yihan said, exactly, don't bother with these people, it's just embarrassing to yourself, someone like a fly, just ignore it. The Ban angrily threw his shoe. Dare to say Yihan is without talent or virtue. He threw it in Tian Gao's face. Who do you think you are to insult my brothers? The crowd was shocked. He dared to throw a smelly shoe at Yihan. Yihan's face was stained. Someone nervously asked, Yihan, are you all right? The man shouted angrily. Damn, Hai Ban laughed loudly. A thick-skinned face deserves a thick-skinned shoe. This look suits you. Tian Gao gritted his teeth. Apologize, kneel and apologize to me now. He contemptuously challenged. I scoff who would apologize to someone like you, he angrily declared. If this is not resolved today, I'll leave. Anyone from the Lin family, just help him out. Ba Mo humbly said, Yihan, I'm sorry, I apologize on behalf of my brothers. Yihan was unhappy. He patted his shoulder. Wait a minute, Yihan confidently suggested. Mr. Lin, you don't need to apologize, I'll treat Mr. Lin's illness. The crowd mocked. This kid says he will treat Mr. Lin's illness, just knows a bit of medicine. He was still bragging. Tian Gao skeptically asked, you can treat it. The man laughed, confirming. A person who only knows a little medicine like you if you can treat Mr. Lin. Then I will quit medicine and leave the traditional Chinese medicine profession. Yihan provocatively asked, do you dare? He raised his head. What's there to fear? Yihan mocked. All right then. Just say I'm removing a troublemaker from the medicine world. They were enraged. The reckless fool, who do you think you are? Just you, do you even deserve to be compared with Yihan? Arrogant, I don't even know how Mr. Lin knows someone like you, an empty barrel making noise. No need to compete, I already know he'll lose. This brat has a small age but such a terrible attitude. Lu Cheng mocked. Yihan is a great disciple of the divine doctor from the northwest. What are you, don't you fear insulting yourself by talking big? Hai Ban coldly threatened. I haven't forgotten the debt from last time. There's more to come, I'll beat you until your parents won't recognize you. The man trembled, hiding behind his father. If you have the skills, beat Yihan then talk, don't take it out on me. Tian Gao arrogantly said, fine, I accept this bet, but if you lose, must apologize in front of everyone here. Ba Mo nervously whispered, Han Zai, are you confident? If you really lose, I'm worried. Yihan confirmed, Mr. Lin, don't worry, as long as it's a real illness, I'm 80% sure I can treat it. Ba Mo nodded in trust. All right, Han Zai, I trust you. He expressed his frustration. That bastard not only commands me like a servant but also demands 10% of the Lin family's earning. Hai Ban patted his shoulder in reassurance. Don't worry, wait for Han Zai to take care of it. Gloated, challenging, making the other man choke with rage. Hey thick-skinned, prepare to show everyone your real strength. Ba Mo respectfully invited. Everyone, please come inside just in time for everyone to be witnesses. Curious crowd gathered. Let's go see how it goes, learn from Yihan's medicine. I just want to see how that brat crawls through Yihan's legs after losing. It'll be funny. I have to record and post it online. The title will be, The Foolish Brat Meets a Real Divine Doctor. He'll only be able to crawl through to apologize. Good idea, I'll call a reporter to come. Iban gritted his teeth in frustration. Yihan reminded, don't get angry, wait and see how they make fools of themselves. They entered the private room, 2 doctors standing by, observing the frail and thin appearance. They were saddened. Oh my, how did Mr. Lin end up like this? Oh, Mr. Lin is tormented by this illness. Every night at midnight he screams like a ghost, just like a spirit. Mr. Lin was very healthy before. He thought to himself that this illness was definitely not simple, but he believed that no matter how dangerous it was, he could still control it. He focused on his reasoning, realizing that it was impossible to detect the illness by just looking from the outside, and the only way was to use the yin-yang eye technique. He said no more. Yin gently performed the spell. He was startled when he noticed something unusual. What is this? Mr. Lin's body seems fine. Noticing the strange aura, Yihan furrowed his brow. He tried to closely observe his face and saw something appear. The ominous, immense aura shocked him. His face turned pale as he stammered, "This is..." Yihan fell back, horrified. A demon. The crowd burst into laughter. They sneered and tried to hold back their laughter, wondering what kind of doctor was this who had just been scared out of his wits by a patient. Go home, Gyu, stop embarrassing yourself here. Lu Cheng mocked, sneering. You're still going to compare yourself to Yun Shen? Just admit defeat already. Tian Gao pretended to assess seriously. Young people nowadays learn a little bit and think they know everything, not realizing there are mountains higher than others. Ban worriedly supported him. Han, what's wrong? Why are you so scared? Yihan weakly calmed himself. I'm fine. Bai Mo doubted. Although my father has a sickness, it shouldn't scare you like this. Han looked around, scrutinizing, but saw nothing more. He was shocked to realize the mystery. Wait, could this be the yin-yang eye technique? Left for yin, right for yang. The yang eye pierces through all things. The yin eye sees through, yin piercing. Yihan nodded, understanding the issue, realizing he had just seen a soul in front of him. He applied the yin piercing. The man angrily waved him off. Kid, if you can't find anything, get lost. Block the way? Lu Cheng formally invited. He thought to himself, go ahead. He gritted his teeth in frustration. This bastard. Yihan gently reassured, don't rush. Mr. Lin's illness can only be treated by me. He asked eagerly, Han, do you mean you can cure my father? Don't worry, Mr. Lin, Yihan confidently assured. Let me prepare a bit and I'll treat Mr. Lin. Then he closed his eyes, concentrating, gathering the techniques of the yin-yang eye, repelling all evil. He could even control and banish the ghost. Lu Cheng impatiently looked around, pretending to be a ghost. He secretly wondered, did he figure out the cause of the illness? Tian Gao outwardly assessed but inwardly lamented. As expected, he could detect that ominous aura. What kind of bizarre illness is this? Why are there no symptoms? Yihan calmly retorted, you found it, so can you tell us the cause of Mr. Lin's illness? The man hesitated in explanation. It's simple, Mr. Lin's body is too weak, and his troubled mind over the years caused this condition. Mo did not believe it, strongly objecting, impossible, if it were that simple we would have found it long ago. Yihan dismissed him, of course it's not that simple. He angrily criticized, you're just talking nonsense. The truth was, Mr. Lin's condition was not caused by illness. The crowd, hearing this, asked in confusion, what do you mean? If it's not caused by illness, then what is it? He thought to himself. I also feel that Mr. Lin's illness is not as simple as Tian Gao said. The man arrogantly asked, then tell me, why did his body end up like this? Bai Mo anxiously turned to ask, Han, what's going on? Yihan professionally reassured, Mr. Lin, stay calm. I'll treat him first and explain everything to you afterward. Tian Gao mocked, even I couldn't find the cause and you still want to cure him? Dream on. Yihan smugly retorted, finally, you admit you couldn't find anything. The man was left speechless. Oh, Yihan arrogantly issued his command, learn something from this. He then transferred his energy into Mr. Lin's body. As the darkness unexpectedly rose, Yihan angrily chanted the spell, you were already dead, why are you still causing harm to the living? He firmly attacked, today I'll deal with you. The dark soul screamed in agony, no. With one strike it vanished into smoke. Yihan, now stroking his hair, announced, done, it's cured. Bai Mo asked in astonishment, Han, is it really over? Ban doubted, holding the camera, I haven't even started and you're done already. Tian Gao skeptically questioned, do you think we're fools? Clearly, Mr. Lin hasn't improved, yet you claim it's cured. Lu Cheng agreed with the assessment. That's right, I think this guy is just messing with us. The crowd immediately joined in. Such a lousy thing should be stomped out. Do you all agree? Yeah, do you think we're blind? Clearly, old Lin still has no change. This guy is truly despicable. Just then, Gyu Dong cleared his throat and warned, you're too noisy. They stopped whispering. I think I just heard old Lin's voice. I think I heard it too. Could it be that this kid really cured him? He asked emotionally, how's my father? The old man gently responded, he's fine. Yu Dong curiously looked around, don't see that thing anymore, did it get chased away? Bai Mo asked in confusion. What was that thing? Yihan smiled and promised, Mr. Lin, don't worry, it's been banished and won't bother you again. The old man sat up and sincerely expressed, young man, you're truly a divine doctor. You, Dong, I owe you my life. The crowd gasped, that kid really cured Mr. Lin. What so-called divine doctor of the Northwest? Useless, this is the real divine doctor. They excitedly cracked their knuckles. This bastard dared tell us to drive the divine doctor out of the mountains. If we really kicked him out, who would we turn to when we're sick? This guy's despicable, we should teach him a lesson. The crowd aggressively rushed in to punish Lu Cheng, beat this bastard with a rotten heart, break his third leg. As for this bastard, amidst the beating he desperately cried, Father, help me. The heartless one fled, son, bear with it. The old man fled first. Lu Cheng, seeing this, immediately accused, don't just beat me, my father is over there. They stopped and glared at him. The old man awkwardly smiled, suppressing his anger. Ungrateful bastard! The crowd angrily chased after him, shouting, stop, don't run, these two aren't good people either, beat them both. He groaned, clutching his wounds, wondering why he was always the one getting hurt. Yan proudly declared, if you go against me, there will definitely be no good ending. Tian Gao angrily retorted, no, I don't believe it. If I don't even know the cause of the illness, how could you cure it? Yihan mysteriously provoked, you want to know why? Then I'll show you. Tian Gao shouted in disbelief, what? He stared at the strange, ominous energy. Panicking, he screamed and ran, demon, monster, mother, help me. Bai Mo watched in shock and commented, what's wrong with Tian Gao? Did he just pee his pants? Yihan laughed mockingly. Who knows, maybe he's so shocked he's gone mad. Hai Ban looked down on him, a coward trying to act tough in front of us. Later, he curiously asked, Father, what exactly happened? What's going on between you and Yihan? Dong seriously ordered everyone else leave. The crowd nodded and left. Yes, he awkwardly explained. Bai Mo, actually, our ancestors became rich through gambling, you know that, right? Hai Ban was shocked by his confirmation, exclaiming that this was nothing less than grave robbing. Bok Mak casually explained that it was no secret, and in fact, the elders in Sun Hai City all knew. Yes, I know, so what? Oh my, Lao Lam, your ancestors are incredible. Yu Dong sadly recounted that they had stopped doing it long ago. He also told how, months ago, while arranging the items left by his ancestors, his father accidentally broke a vase and had since suffered from a terrible illness. That's true, but months ago. Let out a relieved sigh, expressing indescribable gratitude to Yihan. Yihan humbly replied that it was the right thing to do, and Lao Lam need not have said anything. If not for your intervention, father, I would be forever grateful. Hanzai, words cannot express this debt. I've already taken note of it, it's what I should do. You don't need to say that, Lao Lam. Chen Zhai hurriedly reported that outside, many people wanted to see Yi Shenyi. He wondered if they were looking for him as everyone vied for Yi Shenyi, claiming to be the CEO of De Cheng Corporation. Master, young master, there are many people outside. They say they want to see Yi Shenyi, could it be for me? Chaotic crowd invited Yi Shenyi to meals, tour of factories, and medical treatment. Do you have time? Let's have a meal together. Yi Shenyi, I have a private factory. Can I invite you to sample and evaluate it? I can't bear it anymore. Yi Shenyi, I'm troubled, can you heal me? Yihan calmly advised people not to fight, suggesting one at a time. Secretary Lam politely stepped in. I came first, let me go first, damn it, I'm still here, going nowhere, I see you want to beat it. Secretary Lam asked everyone to yield to each other. Shocking Hai Ban as he realized this was Secretary Lam of the Provincial Party Committee, causing some worry. Take turns, please. Secretary Lam, why are you here? Greeted Yi Shenyi, explaining that the party secretary wanted a medical checkup and politely invited him. Yihan immediately agreed. Hello Yi Shenyi, the secretary wants you to examine him. Do you have time? Yes, I do. The crowd was astonished to learn that even the provincial secretary invited Yihan for treatment, predicting he would soon become famous in Sun Hai. Scene shifts to a luxurious villa, TV reporting. I didn't expect even the provincial secretary to invite Yihan. It seems Yihan is about to rise to fame in Sun Hai. The TV reported on Yihan, a divine doctor in Sun Hai, whose medical skills were so extraordinary that even the provincial secretary sought him out. Luo Fei angrily threw the remote. Father, I have to kill Yihan, I have to kill that bastard. Yi trembled, expressing a desire for revenge but worried about Yihan's connections to powerful forces. He reassured and made a call. Daring to harm our family like this, that brat won't be spared. Don't worry, father has a way. He called the Golden Triangle group, ready to pay to kill someone. Scene shifts to a cozy home where the secretary expressed gratitude to Yihan. Hello, are you from the Golden Triangle? I want to kill someone, money is no object. Yi Shenyi, thanks to you treating me these past few days, my old back feels better, and my wife is no longer insisting on divorce. And humbly replied, while Wu Vai eagerly invited him to drink a nourishing soup. Yihan reflected that his strength remained good despite his age. No need to thank me, it's the right thing to do. Darling, I've made a very nutritious soup for you, come drink it. Wife, I'm coming. The vintage car stopped, Hai Ban urged, Lao Lam waiting. Yihan decided to get in while Hao hid and reported. Han Zai, get in the car. Lao Lam is waiting for us. Ban asked about Yi Han's plans and advised opening a clinic. Yi Han excitedly shared his intentions and asked Hai Ban to check possible locations. Han Zai, it's exhausting coming to treat patients at home every day. Time to open a clinic. I'm preparing for that. Can you help me look for a good location? Leave it to me. Yi Han noticed a red dot on Hai Ban's chest and suspected a laser sight, grabbing the wheel and dodging bullets as the car turned sharply. This red dot is from a laser sniper. Be careful. Ban panicked, signaling. Yi Han shouted for help as shots rang out. Who fired? Get down, cables behind. Help, someone is shooting, call the police, run, don't stay here. He calmly confirmed the attack was targeted, secretly relieved that his yin-yang sight provided early warning. This isn't random shooting, someone is aiming at me. I'll have the old man send people over. Da Gang hid on rooftops, observing the target struggling to aim. The command confirmed they would handle it. The target stopped, hiding in a blind spot so I can't aim. It's your turn. Ludo was confident the kid would die. Hai Ban anxiously asked for a plan. Yi Han reassured them. This time, you're dead for sure. Han Zai, what do we do now? Relax, this is a blind spot. The sniper can't aim. Wait for the police. The aggressive car barreled forward. La Hao prepared to shoot. Yi Han and Hai Ban panicked, but he declared he would not die easily. Found you. Not good, he's aggressive, preparing to shoot. We're doomed. If you want me dead, it won't be that easy. And summoned immortal flames to block bullets. La Hao mocked him with a knife, but the flaming blade split the bullets in half. Block them. Want to use that knife to stop my bullets? In your dreams. Yan's actions horrified La Hao. Hai Ban cheered while he returned to a calm state. What? Amazing, Han Zai, what the hell? Bystanders were stunned. La Hao angrily leapt out, firing relentlessly. He used a knife to block bullets. Am I watching a movie? Unbelievable. Think you're a superhero. Die. Han focused with his yin-yang sight, tracking bullet trajectories and intercepting them all. As long as I see the bullet's path, I can block it. And tremblingly demanded Yi Han's identity. He charged forward, ordering La Hao. How is this possible? Who are you? Shut up, die. Damn it, you think I'm easy to provoke. Han assessed La Hao's strength, confident with his trained resolve, while the Da Gang took precise aim at him. His strength isn't above mine. The Da Gang pulled the trigger. Yi Han dodged and taunted. La Hao surprised he could evade. Got you. Die, not me. Why is he dodging on his own? La Hao realized the danger too late, shot through. Han fell. Yi Han pointed triumphantly. Lu Da swore vengeance. It's over. Damn. Hit him. Bastard, I'll kill you. Hai Ban praised Yi Han, mocking the enemy. Police cars arrived quickly. Ling Kaio stepped down alertly. Han Zai, you're laughing too much, they must be furious. Issued strict orders demanding an immediate lockdown of the road, a check of the surrounding buildings, and ensuring no suspicious individuals were overlooked. Lu Cheng pondered. 2 professional assassins had already been eliminated. Deep Han certainly would not escape danger easily. He sensed the situation and decided to retreat. The police had arrived quickly. It was time to leave. He gritted his teeth, thinking, Deep Han, you won't get away. Lu Cheng signaled a warning, asking the person in the back of the car to step out and raise their hand. He calmly stepped out and explained, Captain, rest assured, I'm just an innocent civilian. Put the gun down, he said cheerfully, sighing in relief. Finally, you guys are here. Han Zai had already dealt with one of the assassins. She exclaimed in surprise, What? Hai Bin proudly pointed. Look, that one was taken care of by my team. Pan replied modestly, it was just luck. The group of police officers voiced their astonishment. This man is an A-level fugitive wanted by many countries, yet he died here. Unbelievable. Cheng stared at Deep Han, curious. What secrets are you hiding? I'm increasingly eager to know more about you. He blushed and replied, There's nothing, just luck. She noticed the wound on his arm and asked, Your arm is injured, let me bandage it. Deep Han thanked her. Thank you very much, Captain Yun. Hai Bin teased. Beautiful lady, if I got hurt, would you bandage me too? She said nothing, simply punched Hai Bin on the head. He thought silently, still as violent as ever. Colleagues murmured, Wow, the captain is helping him voluntarily. I've never seen her so gentle. One whispered, There's love in the air, definitely. Car suddenly braked sharply in front of them. Don Nhi hurried out and asked, Deep Han, I heard you were attacked by an assassin. Are you okay? She saw Deep Han and Lu Cheng standing close, appearing intimate. Before Don Nhi was a romantic scene, Lu Cheng gently asked Deep Han, Does it hurt? He replied softly, No, thank you. Seeing this, she fumed inwardly, thinking, That bastard. Deep Han noticed her anger and forced a smile. Don Nhi, why are you here? She sneered and asked, So I can't come? Am I disturbing you too? Deep Han quickly denied it, laughing. No, but inwardly thought, something's not right, something going on. Don Nhi stared at the bow tie on his shirt, gritting her teeth, thinking, again with that bow tie. In a fit of jealousy, she silently shouted, Deep Han, you're outrageous. Don Nhi immediately changed her expression, smiling sweetly and suggesting, Captain Yun's bandaging skills aren't reliable, let me do it. She stepped forward, pushed Lu Cheng aside, removed the bandage, and rewound it for Deep Han. The bow tie was replaced with a flower, surprising him at her skill. She proudly asked, Captain Yun, what do you think? He felt angered, thinking, daring to challenge me, I won't lose. Suddenly, she tossed the bandage roll into the air. Deep Han panicked, shouting, stop. Both women raised their hands. Don and Chai responded with full energy, who's afraid of whom? They both lunged at Deep Han, shouting their techniques. Watch my dragon 18 coils, 9 yin white bone staff. Finally, he was tightly wrapped like a cocoon. He silently shed tears and called for help, help. Don and Chai crossed her arms calmly. Done. Lu Cheng nonchalantly brushed his hands. Task complete. I Bin witnessed this, trembling and hiding behind a car. These two are terrifying. She arrogantly said, next time we'll continue. She angrily turned away. You're lucky this time. At the same time, in a secret department in Yan capital, everyone was reviewing Deep Han's combat footage. Suddenly, the boss paused the video and asked, this is footage from Shanghai, what do you all think? Members commented, using a blade to slice bullets, only a master at the Overseer realm could do this. But he's so young, this talent is frightening, is this footage real? Amid the chatter, the boss banged the table and clarified, this video is real. He said gravely, someone with this talent is exactly who our security bureau needs. He asked, who can go to Shanghai to recruit him? Members hesitated. One spoke, boss, my last mission isn't finished yet, taking this would be too much. Well, you can't even locate our surveillance ballistic missile and you're not going to search? Boss fumed. These idiots always underestimate tasks without difficulty. Suddenly, the main door was kicked open and a pair of long legs entered. Everyone's eyes widened. The boss sternly asked, who? Yu Fuang leaned casually against the door and asked, boss, another mission. Seeing her, he froze for a few seconds, stammering, Yu Fuang, didn't you think the permit was done? Why are you back? In his mind, he thought, when did this crazy woman come back? Yu Fuang flicked her cigarette onto the table and said nonchalantly, had to prevent an explosion at the El President's residence, so I came back early. Everyone was speechless. One side, if she takes leave, it's a disaster for others, truly the craziest woman in the security bureau. A colleague wondered, why did the boss hire her in the first place? Yu Fuang stepped forward, pointing at the screen. This guy is handsome, is he the target of this mission? The boss became even more tense, stammering, yes, but someone has already taken this mission. He thought, cannot let Yu Fuang take it, trouble is certain. He hastily pointed at those seated. Who just accepted this mission? Step forward now. Hoa asked awkwardly, didn't that person already take it? Ho Mang nodded, answering, yes, it was them. Bai Ung scratched his head. Who was that? Suddenly can't remember. Yu Fuang's gaze turned icy. She sneered, you guys, suddenly. She was ruthless, kicking the table and shouting, think I'm stupid. Seeing this, members panicked, hurriedly apologizing. Sorry, we were wrong, please forgive us. One blamed the director, the chief forced us. Yu Fuang scanned the room, her voice nearly growling. So who does this mission belong to now? Everyone gasped and replied in unison. You. She immediately turned, smiling sweetly. That's more like it. As soon as it was settled, she spun around and skipped away. She said, time to go to Shanghai, then thought, no, I'm going on a mission. Lu Ha sighed, we're doomed. Anyone targeted by Yu Fuang usually meets a tragic end. Van Tin sympathetically said, hopefully he can hold out a few more days, poor guy. At this point, the boss could only helplessly accept fate, sighing, forget him, if Yu Fuang goes, it's a miracle if he survives. A few days later, Deep Han bid farewell to Hon Thien. Thanks, Mr. Trio, I'll come by another day. He waved back, Han's eye, travel safely. Deep Han walked away. Deep Han gradually disappeared into the distance, everyone still watching him go. Slowly reflecting on the previous ambush, he realized that his current strength was insufficient and that he needed to learn more techniques from Brother Zhao. Just then, his phone rang. Yi Han looked at the screen and saw a call from Yi Jing. It's my sister. He immediately answered the call. Hey, I'm on my way home, he said. But on the other end of the line was an unfamiliar man's voice. Hello, divine healer Yi. Yi Han anxiously asked, who are you? Where is my sister? The man laughed cruelly, bringing up the previous time Yi Han had narrowly escaped an assassination. The man gave an ultimatum. Yi Han had 1 hour to reach the abandoned building on the southern outskirts, or his beautiful sister would die for sure. Yi Han, filled with both anger and worry, cursed under his breath, damn it. The atmosphere was thick with tension as Yi Han gritted his teeth and made a vow. If anything happened to his sister, he would take revenge. In an abandoned factory, Yi Jing was tied to a chair with a bomb strapped to her. Terrified, she asked, who are you? Let me go. Yi snapped his fingers and maliciously said that there was no need to rush. Her brother would be here soon and they would be reunited. Not long after, Yi Han arrived in a panic, shouting, gritting his teeth, sweat dripping. Sister, where are you? Hearing his familiar voice, Yi Jing screamed in reply, Zio Han, I'm here. Yi grinned wickedly, looked at Yi Han and said, you're right on time. Yi Han angrily pointed at his face, shouting, this has nothing to do with my sister, leave her out of this, let her go. Lu Yi remained unmoved, raising the control button, standing firm. He tightened his grip on the button, grinning maliciously and threatening, "Take another step and I'll blow your sister to pieces." Yin looked at the bomb strapped to Yi Jing, unable to believe it. "What?" Taking a deep breath, he asked. "What do I have to do for you to let her go?" Lu Yi seemed to be waiting for this question, quickly pulling out a gun. "I'll let her go, but I want to play a game with you. Your rough face fits this leather shoe perfectly, it really suits you." Tian now gritted his teeth and demanded, "Apologize, kneel and apologize to me now," he challenged with disdain. "Won't apologize to someone like you. Only a ghost would get an apology from me," he angrily declared. "If this isn't settled today, I'll leave immediately. The people of this house have the right to speak." Bok Mak humbly apologized. "Yi Han, I apologize on behalf of my brothers." At that moment Yi Han frowned, displeased. He patted his shoulder and stopped him, saying, "Wait, Mr. Lam, you don't need to apologize. At most, I'll just treat the boss's illness myself." The crowd mocked in surprise. "Did I hear that right? This kid says he'll cure Mr. Lam. Someone with only basic medical skills dares to brag like that. Where does he get the nerve? I think he just wants to use this chance to become famous. What an audacious brat." Tian now looked on with suspicion and contempt. "Cure someone? Hilarious. With your limited medical skills, if you can cure Mr. Lam, I'll leave the Eastern medicine world." Tian laughed provocatively. "Do you dare?" He lifted his head and confirmed, "Of course I dare. I accept your challenge." "Fine, consider it like I'm eliminating a harmful horse from the Eastern medicine world." They were furious at Yi Han's arrogance. This fearless kid. Who does he think he is? Does he even deserve to stand with Yi Han? Foolish and arrogant. I don't understand why Mr. Lam knows this guy. An empty-headed man said, "No need to fight. I already know he'll lose." This brat is so young, yet his tone is so fierce. Lak Fai mocked. "Yi Han is a top student of the Northwestern Divine Doctor, and you are what? Aren't you scared saying that?" Iban coldly threatened Lak Fai. "Last time's debt isn't settled yet. There's more coming. Do you believe I'll beat you so badly your parents won't recognize you?" Backed off in fear, saying, "If you're capable, defeat Yi Han first before saying anything. Don't target me." Tian now arrogantly said, "Fine, I agree to this wager. But if you lose," he cruelly demanded, "you must apologize to me in front of everyone here." Bok Mak whispered anxiously, "Han Zai, are you sure? If you really lose, I'm afraid that," Yi Han assured. "Mr. Lam, don't worry. As long as it's a real illness, I'm 80% confident I can cure it." Bok Mak nodded in trust. "But Han Zai, I trust you," he complained resentfully. "That bastard not only treated me like a servant but also wanted 10% of the Lam family's share. He's been a coward for a long time." Iban patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, wait for Han Zai to show you." He provoked him to rage. "You really have a thick skin. Go ahead and show everyone your true strength." At this moment, Bok Mak solemnly invited, "Ladies and gentlemen, please come inside. Everyone can witness this." The curious crowd eagerly followed. "Let's see learn Yi Han's skills. I just want to see that kid crawl after losing. That'll be interesting. I must record it for the internet." The title will be "Foolish Brat Meets the True Divine Doctor. Only crawling can make amends." Perfect, now I'll call the reporters. Iban clenched his teeth in anger. These people are truly unreasonable. Yi Han tried to stay calm and reminded him, "Don't get upset yet. Let's see how embarrassed they'll be later." Then they entered a private room where two doctors were waiting. Seeing the frail and emaciated appearance of Boss Lam, they couldn't hide their sympathy and exclaimed, "Oh my, how did Boss Lam become like this? His condition is terrible. Every night at midnight he screams like a ghost, truly frightening. Boss Lam used to be healthy and now he is being tormented like this. Surely this illness is not simple. I trust you, no matter how serious it is, you can handle it." You start speculating, but beyond observing externally, no one can detect the illness. You still need to use yin-yang eyes. Yi Han said little, softly chanting. Opening his eyes, he suddenly noticed something unusual. "What's going on? Boss Lam's body is fine." Yi Han sensed a strange aura, frowning thoughtfully. He focused to perceive more clearly and saw a dark aura spreading. Yi Han was stunned. "This is..." His face turned pale, stammering, "This is..." Yi Han fell backward in shock. Seeing this, everyone burst out laughing, saying this doctor was scared by the patient like this. They mocked and laughed silently, unable to believe a doctor could be so frightened by a patient. What kind of medical examination is this? Ridiculous, it's the first time seeing a doctor scared by a patient. Let's go. Luo Fei mocked, "Aren't you ashamed? Compared to Tham, it's better to just admit defeat." And now, with a serious face, looked at him critically. Young people these days learn a little and think they are skilled, unaware there are higher mountains still. Iban worriedly helped him up. "Han Zai, what's wrong? Why were you scared like that?" Yi Han weakly replied, "I'm fine, just a bit surprised. Even if my father is sick, it shouldn't scare me this much." Yihan looked around but noticed nothing unusual. He was surprised to realize something. Wait, could it be? Yin-yang eyes, left eye is yin, right eye is yang, yang eye sees through everything, yin eye pierces the darkness. Yihan nodded, now he understood. So that's it. Just now he had sensed the soul in front of him. Dark spirit shouted, if you can't diagnose, then get lost, don't block the way. Luo Fei politely invited Tham, please go ahead. Haiban clenched his teeth in anger, that bastard. Yihan gently reassured, don't rush, only I can cure Boss Lam's illness. Haiban asked in surprise, Hanzai, you mean you can cure my father? Yihan confidently replied, rest assured, Mr. Lam, I can definitely cure Boss Lam. Let me prepare a little and then start. Then he closed his eyes, focusing his spirit. Yihan prepared his techniques, yin-yang eyes, uninvaded zones, capable of controlling and eliminating dark spirits. Luo Fei anxiously looked around, Tham, have you found the cause yet? Yihan now said it aloud, but inwardly he was disappointed. Of course, how could one find this strange illness with no clear symptoms? Yihan calmly asked, then tell me, what is the cause? The man stammered, it's simple, Boss Lam's body is too weak, combined with anxiety. Over time it became illness. Mac did not believe and strongly objected. Impossible, if it were that simple, we would have found it long ago. Yihan dismissed, of course it's not that simple. He angrily criticized, you're talking nonsense, Boss Lam is not sick. Everyone around asked confusedly, then what is his illness? Not caused by sickness. The man smugly said, then explain what is wrong with his body. Mac anxiously asked, Hanzai, what is it then? Yihan confidently replied, Mr. Lam, calm down, I will cure Boss Lam first, then explain to you. Yihan now sneered, even I couldn't find the cause and you want to cure him. How delusional. Yihan smugly teased, finally you admit you couldn't find it. The man had nothing to say. Oh, Yihan arrogantly commanded. Go and learn properly. Then he channeled his energy into Boss Lam's body. A surge of darkness erupted, Yihan angrily chanted. A dead soul, why still harm the living? He resolved to defeat it. Today it must be dealt with. With a single move, the dark soul immediately vanished. Yihan smoothed his hair, announcing, done, cured. Mac asked in surprise, confused. Hanzai, are you done? Haiban skeptically holds the camera. I haven't even started yet, how could you be finished already? Yan now suspiciously questions, do you take everyone for fools? Clearly, Boss Lin hasn't improved at all, yet you say it's cured. Luo Fei chimes in, exactly, I think he's mocking us like we're idiots. Everyone immediately echoes, someone this worthless deserves to leave Sanhai, right? Right, does he think we're blind? Seeing that old Lin was unchanged, everyone grew more frustrated. Just then, Gyu Dong clears his throat warningly, you're too noisy. They immediately fall silent, whispering, I think I just heard old Lin's voice. Someone else quietly says, I heard it too, could it be that this kid really cured him? He emotionally bursts into tears, Father, how are you? He softly replies, I'm fine. Gyu Dong curiously looks around but sees nothing. He wonders, has it gone away? Bai Mo anxiously asks, what exactly was that? He smiles reassuringly, don't worry, Boss Lin, it's gone, I've chased it away. It won't bother you anymore. Old Lin sits up, expressing his gratitude sincerely. He says, young man, you truly are a miracle doctor. Gyu Dong owes you his life. Everyone else is horrified, mouths agape. That kid really cured Boss Lin. They murmur, Northwest Miracle Doctor, what's so great about him? Useless. Miracle Doctor. This is the real Miracle Doctor. They excitedly crack their knuckles. They angrily shout, that bastard even told us to chase the Miracle Doctor out of Sanhai. If we had, who would we turn to when sick? Hateful, he deserves a beating. The man panics, yelling, don't do anything rash. Crowd aggressively attacks Luo Fei. Beat this vile bastard to death. Grab his third leg. Amid the near-fatal beating, he desperately cries out, Father, save me. Jianyi heartlessly sneaks away. Son, bear with it, a little old man getting out first. Seeing this, Luo Fei urgently protests, don't just hit me, my father is over there. Hearing that, they pause, eyes widening as they glance over. Forces a smile. Jianyi angrily scolds, ungrateful wretch. The crowd, fueled with rage, chases after them demanding justice. They roar, stop, don't run. These two father and son are no good, hit them both. He sadly clutches his wounds. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? Dipan now boldly declares, facing me will surely end badly. Tian now indignantly retorts, no, I don't believe it. I don't even know the cause of my illness, how could you cure it? Dipan mysteriously provokes, wanna know why? He grabs him and cheerfully says, then I'll show you. And now horrified yells, what? Seeing the eerie dark energy, he panics, screaming as he flees. Ghost, monster, mom, save me. Baimo watches stunned, commenting, what's wrong with Tian now? Why did he soil himself? Deep Han laughs mockingly. Deep Han responds nonchalantly, who knows, probably got too excited and freaked out. Hai Ban scoffs teasingly, What a coward pretending to be brave in front of us. A while later, he curiously asks, Father, what's really going on? Are you hiding something from everyone? Deep Han, Yu Dong sternly orders everyone else leave the room. They nod and step outside. Yes, sir. He awkwardly explains, By Mo, actually our ancestors got rich through grave robbing, you know that, right? He confusedly confirms, yes, I know, so what? Hai Ban shocked exclaims, isn't that tomb robbing? Oh my god, old Lin, your ancestors were impressive. Bai Mo calmly says, this isn't really a secret. In fact, all the elders in Sanhai City know. Moreover, we haven't done it for a long time. Yu Dong sadly recounts, that's right, but a few months ago, when father was rearranging ancestral items, he accidentally broke a vase, and that's when the terrible illness took hold. He breathes a sigh of relief. Without Deep Han's intervention, it would have been, he respectfully thanks. Hanzai, I can't express my gratitude enough. Deep Han humbly replies cheerfully, I remember. It's what I should do. You don't need to thank me, Mr. Lin. Just then Zhen Zhai rushes in reporting, Boss, young master, there are a lot of people outside saying they want to see Deep, that miracle doctor. He wonders in surprise, could they be looking for me? Hearing this, everyone outside jostles to be invited in. Fine healer, I am the CEO of the Daything Group. May I ask if you have time? Let's have a meal together. D-I letter 1 EC7P-TH letter 1 EA7NY, I have a private factory. I invite you to come and taste it and give your opinion, is that all right? I can't take it anymore, divine healer. I'm suffering, can you treat me? They argue loudly. Came first, let me go first. No way, I'm still here, not going anywhere. I think you're asking for a beating. D-I letter 1 EC7P Han gently advised everyone not to fight, only one at a time. Suddenly, Secretary Lam politely intervened. Excuse me, everyone, please step aside. Everyone turned to ask, who is this? H letter 1 EA3 Iban eagerly pointed. Secretary Lam, why are you here? They were shocked and guessed, isn't this Secretary Lam of the provincial secretary? Why is he here? Could it be that the secretary also wants to see Divine Healer? He respectfully greeted. Hello, Divine Healer, the secretary would like to invite you to examine him. May I ask if you have time? I letter 1 EC7P Han immediately agreed. Of course, I do. Secretary Lam L letter 1 ECBCHTH I letter 1 EC7P invited. Please. The crowd admired and commented. I never expected that even the provincial secretary would invite D.I. letter 1 EC7P Han for treatment. Who could blame? His medical skills are exceptional. Looks like D.I. letter 1 EC7P Han is about to become famous in Shanghai. Scene shifts to a luxurious villa. The TV is announcing the news that recently in Shanghai City, there appeared a divine healer named D.I. letter 1 EC7P Han. His medical skills are exceptional, just one treatment and the illness is cured. Even the provincial secretary has sought him for treatment. L letter 1 EA1C Phi angrily threw the remote at the TV. Dad, I have to kill D.I. letter 1 EC7P Han. I must kill that bastard. K letter 1 EBF and GHI letter 1 EC7P trembled and expressed his desire for revenge. How dare he harm our father like this? I will definitely not let that brat off. He was busy expressing his concerns, but now he had good relationships with the big powers in Shanghai. What should we do? He schemed and replied, don't worry, I have a plan. Then NGHI letter 1 EC7P coldly made a call for assassination. Hello, is this the Golden Triangle? I want to kill someone, I'll pay whatever it takes. The scene changes to a cozy house. Secretary Wan gratefully expressed his heartfelt thanks. Divine Healer, I'm so glad you've treated me these past few days. Finally, my old back is better now. Also, my wife no longer wants to divorce me. You're too humble, you're just doing your job. Wu Vai confidently walked to the door. Darling, I've made a very nutritious soup for you, come and drink it. He happily turned his head, honey, I'm coming. D.I. letter 1 EC7P Han sighed, though old, still strong. Just then an old car stopped right in front of him. H letter 1 EA3 Iban smiled and urged, Han T letter 1 EED, hurry up and get in the car. Old Lamb is waiting for us. D.I. letter 1 EC7P Han decisively got in the car. At the same time, H letter 1 EA10 was hiding in the car, observing. He picked up the phone and reported, the target has left, preparing to assassinate. Now he asked concerned, Han T letter 1 EED, you go to treat people at their homes every day, it must be exhausting. It's time to open your own clinic. The I letter 1 EC7P Han eagerly shared, I'm actually preparing for it. Can you help me find a good location? H letter 1 EA3 Iban assured, leave it to me. At that moment he saw a red dot on his chest and became suspicious. This red dot is from a laser sight. DI letter 1 EC7P Han panicked and grabbed the steering wheel. Watch out. Car sharply swerved to the right, causing the bullet to miss the seat. H letter 1 EA3 Iban yelled in panic. Who shot? DI letter 1EC7P Hen urgently signal. Get out of the car, back door. Someone is shooting, call the police, quickly run, don't stay here. He calmly confirmed this isn't random shooting. Someone is targeting me. He saw this and decided to help. Let me have the old man call someone. DI letter 1EC7P Han quietly sighed in relief. Fortunately, my yin-yang vision warned me, otherwise it would have been a disaster. The scene shifts to a rooftop. L letter 1EF, D letter 1EA1 was hiding and observing, noticing that the opponent had taken cover. He irritatedly reported, the target has stopped. Hiding in the dead angle, I can't get a clear shot at you. The person on the other end of the line smirked, leave it to me. L letter 1EF, D letter 1EA1 confidently declared, kid, you're dead this time. At the same time, H letter 1EA3 Iban anxiously asked Han. And T letter 1EED, what should we do now? He calmly stated, don't worry, this is a dead zone, the sniper can't aim at us. Just wait for the police to arrive. Just then, a car aggressively sped towards them. La H letter 1EA10 slammed the brakes and aimed the gun. Found you. DI letter 1EC7P Han and he both shouted in panic. It's over, we're doomed. He viciously prepared to shoot them dead. DI letter 1EC7P Han stood his ground and declared, you want me dead, it won't be that easy. DI letter 1EC7P Han unleashed the eternal flame. He raised his hand to protect and signal, block him. La H letter 1EA10 sneered. Want to use that dagger to block my bullets? Dream on. Yet, the fiery blade still managed to slice the bullets in half as they flew toward him. He screamed in horror, what? Iban cheered excitedly. Amazing Han. Deep Han calmly returned to his usual composure. How froze, bewildered. What kind of joke is this? A nearby passerby peeked over, astonished. Oh my god, he's using a knife to block bullets. Am I watching a movie? Unbelievable. He angrily charged, do you think you're a superhero? Die. Then Lahao continuously fired without stopping. Focused, muttering a mantra. Deep Han activated his yin-yang vision, concentrating on grasping the technique, just needing to clearly see the bullet's trajectory. He calculated, knowing that if he could spin and slice off the bullet heads, he could stop them. Deep Han moved with extraordinary agility, adapting skillfully. Han trembled and questioned, how is this possible? Who are you really? Surged forward full of unstoppable energy. Enough talking. Die. Lahao hissed in fury. Brat, damn it, you think I'm easy to mess with. Deep Han immediately engaged him in combat. Lahao gritted his teeth, feeling, this brat, his strength is too much. Deep Han confidently assessed his own abilities. He thought to himself that he had trained with the chi refining method. This guy's strength wasn't beyond his. Just then, Luya from afar took precise aim at him. He exclaimed excitedly, got you. Without hesitation, Luya pulled the trigger. Deep Han sensed the ambush, furrowed his brow and glanced. Again, Luya shouted ruthlessly, die. He smirked in defiance, I'm not the one dying. Seeing him lean back, Lahao suspiciously wondered, why is he dodging on his own? Suddenly realizing the danger, this isn't good. Before he could comprehend, the bullet pierced straight through Lahao. And fell, muttering, damn it. Deep Han smiled and pointed, got it. Luya was furious, gritting his teeth in a deadly vow. Damn it, I'll kill you. He gleefully raised his middle finger. Deep Han smugly noted that Luya had hit the wrong target, now he must be furious. Iban praised him in awe. And you're smiling too much, he must be furious. Soon after, the police arrived quickly. Ling Kaio cautiously stepped out, commanding, immediately block the road, search the surrounding buildings, don't let any suspicious person escape. Ling Kaio pondered, realizing that with two professional assassins acting, Deep Han was lucky to survive. Seeing this, Luya decided to retreat. The police arrived fast, I need to go. He gritted his teeth in anger, Deep Han, right? I won't let you off. At this moment, Ling Kaio raised his gun to warn. Person behind the car, step out, hands up. He calmly stepped forward to explain, Captain Yan. I'm just a civilian, put the gun down. Iban breathed out in relief. Finally, you guys arrive. Han has already dealt with one assassin. She exclaimed in shock, what? Iban proudly pointed. Look, that guy was handled by my team. Han modestly said, just lucky. The police were stunned. This man is an A-level wanted criminal, wanted by multiple countries in the Golden Triangle, and he died here. Amazing, hard to imagine. Ling Kaio stared at him curiously. Deep Han, what secret do you have? I'm increasingly curious. He bashfully denied, nothing, just luck. At this moment, she noticed the wound on his arm. Ling Kaio showed concern. Your arm is injured, let me bandage it. Deep Han thanked her sincerely. Thank you so much, Captain Yan. Iban teasingly said, Miss, now that I'm hurt too, can you bandage me as well? Without saying more, she punched Iban on the head. He silently noted she was still as feisty as ever. Colleagues whispered in surprise, wow, the captain actually bandaged him. They'd never seen her gentle like this, which made them suspicious. Suddenly, a car rushed forward and braked sharply in front of everyone. Dun Nhi hurriedly got out and asked anxiously, Deep Han, I heard an assassin ambushed you. Are you okay? She then saw him standing closely with Ling Kaio. Before her eyes was a romantic moment as Ling Kaio gently asked Deep Han. It hurt, he softly replied. Not at all, thank you. Seeing this, she immediately cursed silently in anger, bastard. Deep Han noticed, forced a smile and asked, Wrong Nhi, why are you here? She then deliberately changed her tone, asking him back. But I can't make it. Am I bothering you too? Deep Han quickly smiled, waved his hand to dismiss it but felt tense as something seemed off. From then on, Dizan kept her eyes fixed on the bow knot, not moving an inch, even squinting, frowning, rethinking how to tie the knot. In a burst of jealousy, Dizan whispered to herself, Deep Han, you're going too far. Immediately after, she switched to a sweet smile and suggested, Captain Yen's bandaging skills aren't quite right. How about I do it? She then stepped forward, pushed Lang Kaio aside, removed the bandage, and rewrapped it for Deep Han. Instantly, the knot turned into a flower. He was extremely surprised by Dizan Nai's skill, while she felt quite pleased with herself. Captain Yen, what do you think? At this point, she was also irritated, thinking to herself, is she challenging me? I won't admit defeat. She then tossed the roll of bandage into the air. Seeing this, Deep Han panicked and yelled, Don't. Both women raised their hands in unison. Dizan Nai responded confidently, Who's afraid of who? With that, both lunged at Deep Han, continuously shouting their move names. Watch my long thap bat wrap, use yin bai gu with it. In the end, he was wrapped up like a cocoon, silently shedding tears as he cried, Help! Dizan Nai calmly crossed her arms, while Lang Kaio simply brushed off her hands. Ban witnessed everything, trembling behind the car, thinking to herself, These two are terrifying. She arrogantly said, We'll continue the fight next time, then angrily turned to leave. This time she was lucky. At the same time, in a secret department in Yanjing, everyone was watching Deep Han's battle footage when suddenly, the boss decisively hit the pause button. Then stood still and asked for opinions. This video was sent from Shanghai City. What do you all think? The members took turns commenting. Using a knife to cut bullets, this level of skill can only be done by a master of the Ren Doc stage. He's still young, such talent is frightening. This video isn't fake, is it? Amid the noisy discussions, the boss knocked on the table, interrupting and clarified, the video is real. Then he said slowly, with determination, Someone with this kind of talent is exactly what our security bureau needs. Who's going to Shanghai to recruit him into our organization? Upon hearing this, the members became uneasy. Boss, my mission from before isn't finished yet. If I take on this one, I'll be too busy. But you can't find our ballistic missile surveillance anymore. Then go look for it. The boss was furious. We can't go too far. The boss cursed under his breath. These damn idiots always underestimate simple missions. Suddenly, the large door was kicked open and a pair of long legs entered. Everyone stared in surprise. The boss sternly asked. Hu Feng casually leaned against the door and asked, Boss, is there a new mission? When he saw her, he paused and stammered. Hu Feng, didn't you think your leave was over? Why are you back so soon? He muttered to himself. When did this crazy woman return? She put her cigarette out on the table and yawned, saying, I accidentally blew up the president's mansion in Lo. They issued a nationwide manhunt, so I had to come back early. After hearing this, everyone felt helpless, thinking to themselves that when she took leave, it was a disaster for others. Truly the most insane woman in the security bureau. No one knew what the boss was thinking when he recruited her. At this point, Huo Feng stepped forward and pointed at the screen. This guy is handsome. Is he the target of this mission? The boss became even more anxious, stammering, Yes, but this mission has already been taken by someone else. He thought to himself, I can't let Huo Feng take on this mission, otherwise, something bad will definitely happen. He quickly pointed randomly at the people sitting below. You guys who just took this mission, step up, he thought to himself, hurry up and stand up. Tian Huo asked in confusion. Didn't that person already take it? The cobra nodded and Dam Chiu answered, Yes, it's that person. The falcon scratched his head, adding, Who is that person? Suddenly I can't remember. Feng's gaze turned cold and she sneered, You all, before suddenly stomping her foot on the table, showing no mercy. Clenching your fists, do you think I'm an idiot? Seeing this, the members panicked and quickly said, We'll beg for mercy. Sorry, we were wrong, please forgive us, someone even framed us, the bureau chief forced us. At this point, Huo Feng glanced sharply and asked again. So now, who does this mission belong to? Everyone immediately froze, speaking in unison, to you, to you. In an instant, she turned back with a sweet look, winking, That's more like it. After resolving the issue, Fire Phoenix turned around and left with a cheerful expression. I'm going to visit Mountain Sea, she then corrected herself. No, I'm going on a mission. Liu Ha sighed, it's over. Those targeted by Fire Phoenix usually meet a tragic end. Even if they stay awake, they can't avoid feeling sympathy. I hope she can hold on for a few more days. That poor guy, Liu Ha continued. At this point, boss has no choice but to helplessly accept fate. Well, let's not think about him anymore. He only has a chance if Fire Phoenix leaves, Liu Ha said. A few days later, Daihan said goodbye to Wang Tian. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. I'll come again another day. He waved his hand in return. Han Zai, take care on the road. Daihan walked away, lost in thought about the previous ambush, realizing his own strength was still insufficient. I need to learn more moves from Mr. Zhao, Daihan told himself. At that moment his phone rang. Seeing the call from Dai Jing, he immediately answered. It's my sister, I'm almost home, Daihan said, but on the other end was a strange male voice. Hello, Master Dai, the man's voice came through. Daihan panicked. Who are you? Where's my sister? The man smirked. Last time you escaped an assassination, but it won't be so easy this time. I'll give you 1 hour. Immediately come to the abandoned building on the southern outskirts. If not, your beautiful sister will definitely die. Daihan, furious and anxious, cursed, you bastard. If anything happens to my sister, I'll tear you apart and feed you to the dogs. The atmosphere was tense, and he gritted his teeth in determination. At that moment, in an abandoned workshop, Dai Jing was tightly bound to a chair with a bomb strapped to her. She was terrified and asked, Who are you? Let me go. He snapped his fingers maliciously. Don't worry, your little brother will be here soon. Then, the two of you will reunite. A little later, Daihan rushed to the location, shouting, Sis, where are you? Hearing his familiar voice, Dai Jing responded, Zio Han. I'm here, Dai Jing replied. Lu Yi looked at Daihan with a sinister smile. You came just in time. Daihan, furious, pointed at his face. This is between you and me, don't involve my sister. Let her go. Lu Yi remained unfazed, raising the control button and saying, Stop right there. He tightened the button and smirked. If you take one more step, I'll blow your sister to pieces. Daihan looked at the bomb strapped to Dai Jing, unable to believe it, exclaiming, What? He took a deep breath and with a trembling voice asked, What do I have to do for you to let my sister go? Lu Yi grinned maliciously. You just need to play a game with me, and I'll let her go. You furrowed your brow as your mother's unfamiliar voice asked, What for? He aimed the gun at Yihao and asked, Between the two of you, only one can survive. Who will you choose? You didn't think for long and gritted your teeth as you replied, Let my sister live, you can deal with Deep Kin. Hearing this, Deep Kin immediately closed her eyes and screamed to stop you. No, Zio Hango, don't worry about me, I just want you to live. Lu Cheng stood by, chuckling with amusement. Sisterly love, huh? But Yihao was already prepared. He gripped the knife behind his back and thought, I won't die so easily. His gaze was sharp, staring directly at him. Suddenly, a voice of amusement broke the silence. Are you all putting on a show? Lu Cheng and Yihao both looked up in unison, wondering who it was. It turned out to be Huo Feng. She sat on a high steel beam, shrugging and asking, Should I also prepare some sunflower seeds and soda? Lu Cheng immediately aimed his gun at Huo Feng, laughing and ordering, You woman, this is not your place. Leave now or I'll kill you. Huo Feng wasn't afraid, just laughing softly and muttering, You want to kill me? She immediately jumped down and declared, Then I'll kill you first. Lu Cheng was stunned, exclaiming, Is she really going to jump down? Yihao was equally shocked, wondering. Has this girl lost her mind? Without hesitation, Lu Cheng fired at Huo Feng. Whoever you are, die. Bullets flew out in rapid succession, but Huo Feng remained calm, effortlessly dodging them. Finally, she landed steadily and mocked, Your shooting skills are terrible. Lu Cheng and Yihao were both stunned, wondering, How could this be? Yihao exclaimed in surprise, This girl is amazing. Lu Cheng was also surprised. She dodged all the bullets. He quickly tossed his gun aside, tightened the control button, and threatened, Don't come any closer or I'll blow up the bomb and we'll all die together. As soon as he finished speaking, Yihao swiftly threw the knife, stabbing Lu Cheng's hand, causing him to drop the control button. He clutched his hand, screaming in pain, My hand. Huo Feng looked at Yihao, smiled, and complimented, You're pretty good with a short knife. She then continued, lightly leaping up and delivering a powerful kick to Lu Cheng's face. My turn now. The kick shattered Lu Cheng's jaw, sending him flying, his mouth spitting blood. Afterward, Huo Feng clapped her hands and said, All done. Yihao ran to Deep Kin and asked, Sister, are you okay? She gently shook her head, comforting, Zio Han, I'm fine, thankfully she's here. Yihao turned to thank Huo Feng, Thank you. Huo Feng was inspecting Lu Cheng's clothes, cursing, A broke bastard, nothing worth taking, you've made a big loss this time. Yihao watched the scene, stammering, This girl is so casual. Huo Feng searched for a while but found nothing, then stood up and said to Yihao, Hey kid, I don't have a place to stay. She pointed decisively, I'm staying at your place tonight. Yihao was surprised, asking, Why stay at my place? Huo Feng didn't answer, just patted his shoulder, It's decided then. Yihao was annoyed, shouting, Hey, why is the decision made already? I didn't agree. Deep Kin quickly patted his shoulder, advising, Zio Han, she saved me, it won't hurt for her to stay a few nights. Yu Feng walked ahead, waving her hand. Hey, where do you two live? Lead the way. Yao was even more frustrated, cursing silently. What is she shouting about? The three of them returned home and it was already dark. Yao opened the window and climbed outside, thinking about Yu Feng, silently telling himself, this woman is so mysterious, her skills are incredible. He cautiously jumped down to the balcony below, determined to find out more about it. Yao hid behind the window, breathing a sigh of relief when he saw he hadn't been discovered. Meanwhile, Yu Feng was taking a leisurely shower. Yao searched around but couldn't find anyone, wondering, where did she go? Inside, Yu Feng stood under the shower, realizing he had come, and chuckled. That was quick. Yu Feng chuckled softly, looking outside, happy. In such a hurry to play with me, huh? Yao outside anxiously speculated. There's no one, maybe she's in the shower. A pair of fair legs suddenly appeared outside, startling Yao. Yu Feng wrapped herself comfortably in a towel, stretching and sighing. A shower feels so good. Yao blushed, thinking to himself, forget it, she's showering, I should just leave. Inside the room, Yu Feng glanced at him and smiled. This mission is really simple. Yao overheard, thinking to himself, mission? What kind of plot does she have? He glanced into the room again, firmly concluding, she's hiding something. Yu Feng drew out her words, this mission is. Yao listened intently, what exactly is the mission? But when he let his guard down, Yu Feng suddenly lunged, grabbing him. Yao panicked and screamed. Yao slipped and fell straight off the balcony. Thud! He cried out in pain. Deepkin heard the noise and rushed out. Zio Han, are you okay? Yao gritted his teeth. I'm fine, I was just practicing. He rubbed his head, cursing himself. Damn it. Inside the room, Yu Feng ran her fingers through her hair, silently thinking, I must figure out her identity. Yao scrambled back up to the balcony, pointing at Yu Feng and demanding, who exactly are you? Yu Feng crossed her arms, replying nonchalantly, who am I? She smiled inwardly, thinking, this kid is so clueless, I'll just keep him confused for now. Yu Feng lunged forward, delivering a kick. Die, the one who's killing you. Yao quickly dodged, gritting his teeth. Too fast. He raised both hands, standing firm, growling, we have no grudges, why do you want to kill me? Yu Feng paused, thinking for a moment, then laughed. Because I like your beautiful sister, after killing you, I'll take her for myself. Yao was furious, pointing and cursing, you're a woman, why do you want to take my sister? Yu Feng was enraged. Stop talking nonsense, I like women, so what? Yao dodged her punch, sneering, an old tiger doesn't show its claws, do you think I'm a sick cat? He gathered his energy, his eyes gleaming, yin-yang eyes. He could easily see Yu Feng's movements. Yao mocked, you've revealed your flaw. As Yu Feng lunged, he smoothly dodged. Yu Feng was stunned, he saw through everything. Yao immediately threw a powerful punch. Yu Feng quickly raised her hand to defend, thinking to herself, he's too strong, I can't fight him head-on. Yao didn't hesitate, landing a flurry of punches. Yu Feng blocked but was confused, why has he become so strong? Yu Feng looked at him, sighed and thought, seems like I've encountered a tough opponent this time. It seemed like he was hiding some secrets. Meanwhile, Yihan raised his hand in a serious challenge and said, go ahead, I won't let you take my sister. Yu Feng sighed helplessly, thinking he was just speaking casually. Did he really believe what I said? Yi Jing stood in the courtyard, looked up and asked, Zio Han, what are you doing up there? Yihan looked down and quickly replied, sister. Yi Jing only saw him standing alone on the balcony. Lion worriedly reminded him, it's midnight, why are you up there? It's dangerous, come down quickly. Yihan hurriedly raised his hand to explain, no, I noticed that girl, but when he looked back, Yu Feng was gone. He blinked and mumbled, where did she go? Just then, Yu Feng poked her head out, pretending to be surprised and asked, why are you standing here awake so late? Yihan pointed at her and asked, when did you come here? But Yu Feng blushed, covering her face and whispered reproachfully, you weren't spying on me, were you? I just finished showering. Yihan gaped in disbelief and quickly refuted, what nonsense are you saying? I wasn't peeking at you, you act really well. But Yi Jing below completely misunderstood and scolded, Zio Han, that's too much. Yihan hurriedly explained, sister, it's not what you think, listen to me, clearly she. Before Yihan could finish, Yi Jing threw a brick straight at his face and ordered, come down here immediately. Yihan was hit, fell to the ground in pain, tears welling up, mumbling, it really isn't what you think. Yi Jing didn't listen, dragging him inside and scolding, stop arguing and go to sleep. Yihan was pulled along in fear, crying, women are terrifying. Yu Feng watched from above, amused, covering her mouth with a laugh. Interesting. So what secret does Yihan have? After a noisy night the next morning, he wearily descended the stairs. He hadn't slept because he was scolded last night, blaming that girl. As he reached the bottom, he was startled by a sight. He then saw two people sitting in the living room and asked curiously, Don and Chai Tang, why are you here? Tang Haben stepped forward, patting his shoulder. Not bad, Hanzai, not long ago you already brought a beauty home. Yihan smiled and replied, hard to say. Quietly asked Tang Haben, why are you two here, and why does Don and Chai look so angry? Yu Feng from across suddenly asked, Ling, why are you just getting up? Did I tire you out last night? Yihan froze, shouting, what's going on? Yu Feng laughed and looked at Chu Don Nhi as she approached, scolding angrily, "Bastard." Then she slapped Yihan and said, "Go south, go by yourself." Yihan stared at the ticket in his hand, wondering, "A plane ticket?" Tang Haben patted his shoulder and explained, "Don Nhi brought you a plane ticket, reminding you not to forget to go south." Yihan finally understood everything, anxious. Not good. Don Nhi misunderstood. He hurriedly ran after Don Nhi, calling, "Don Nhi, wait." Tang Haben waved from behind. "Hey, I want to go south too, let me come along." Yihan ran after Don Nhi, stopping her. "Don Nhi, wait for me." He forced a smile and explained, "Don Nhi, I have nothing with that girl. She saved my sister, so I let her stay here temporarily." "Don Nhi, you have to believe me." Don Nhi stopped and asked sulkily, "Are you telling the truth?" Yihan quickly held up 3 fingers and swore, "I swear everything I said is true, absolutely no lies. If not, I'll run headfirst into a rock and die." Don Nhi nodded with a smile. "All right, I'll believe you this time." Yihan exhaled in relief. "Great, Don Nhi, I knew you'd trust me." But at that moment a coaxing voice called out, "Yihan, baby." Yihan broke into a sweat, panicking. That sound. Yu Feng rushed from behind, her red lips pouting as she looked at him. "Baby, you said you'd give me a massage, why haven't you started?" Yihan turned pale, shaking his head, mumbling, "This is bad, really bad." He angrily pointed at her. "What nonsense are you talking about? When did I ever say I'd give you a massage?" Yu Feng rested her chin on her hand and fabricated, "Last night you begged for a long time, even clinging to my window." And shouted in anger, "When did I ever beg to massage you? Last night I clung to the window because—" He suddenly stopped, realizing something was wrong. Don Nhi behind roared, "You're crazy, clinging to a girl's window in the middle of the night." Yihan quickly turned to explain, "Don Nhi, listen to me." But Don Nhi didn't hear, punching him straight and scolding, "Explain this to yourself." He was sent flying by the blow. Don Nhi turned her back, angrily leaving while cursing, "Pervert." Yu Feng stood above, watching and laughing with delight. Yihan got up, angrily muttering, "Damn it." Then he shouted, "Why does she always target me?" Yu Feng replied playfully, "Tee-hee, I like it. If you've got guts, come hit me." Yihan stomped, threatening, "Do you think I won't hit you?" Yu Feng shrugged calmly and challenged, "Oh, then come up here, don't chicken out." Yihan clenched his fists, threatening, "Don't push me, I can hit hard, one punch could kill you." Yu Feng just pointed her thumb down, disdainful, "I'm waiting here, only afraid you won't dare to come." "Coward." They started arguing loudly, chaos ensuing. Finally, Yihan exploded, throwing his head back and shouting, "I can't hold it anymore." He stomped, preparing to attack, then quickly leaped toward Hu Feng. In an instant, Yihan closed in on Hu Feng, eyes blazing, fist raised, roaring, "Die for me." Hu Feng quickly raised her hands to block, realizing with worry, not good, Yihan's strength and speed are far greater. She tried to defend, gritting her teeth, thinking, who exactly is he? Seeing his cold expression, Hu Feng resolved, today I have to force him to reveal his true self. Finally, Yihan punched Hu Feng into the room and she lay sprawled on the floor. He grabbed her firmly, his voice cold. "Always wanted me to hit you. How about now?" Holding her collar tightly, he asked coldly, "Tell me, what are you plotting?" Feng still smiled, responding calmly, "Yihan, you've escaped my data. I like it, I was planning to play with you a few more days." Hearing this, Yihan grew even angrier. Yihan clenched his fist and cursed, telling her not to buy it anymore and reminding her that she hadn't cried before seeing the coffin. Immediately, Hu Feng threw something at his face. Yihan was confused as he took the paper down to read and asked, what is this?" Hu Feng tossed her red hair, stood up, sat down on the chair and crossed her arms, reminding Yihan to open his eyes and look clearly. He noticed the 3 words Security Bureau printed on the notebook and repeated in disbelief, "This is the Security Bureau." Hu Feng secretly smiled. Feng took a bottle of water and asked, "Well, are you scared now?" She drank, then clicked her tongue and reminded, "Now you should kneel and beg for mercy loudly, maybe I'll forgive you." Yihan sat on the ground, still stunned, repeating, "Security Bureau, Security Bureau." The next words from Yihan surprised Hu Feng. He asked, "What is the Security Bureau, a security company?" Yihan replied seriously, "Could it be a logistics company?" Hu Feng angrily pointed at his face and questioned, "Haven't you ever watched a movie? Don't you know what a 7-agent's car looks like?" Yihan pursed his lips, shaking his head, "Mostly, no matter how I look at it, I don't think you look like one." Hu Feng laughed and announced, "Kid, I'll show you a little bit more knowledge." She immediately waved her hand, shooting a beam of light, shouting loudly as the glowing arrow flew out of the room and shot straight into the sky. Yihan rushed out to see the arrow explode like fireworks, revealing Hu Feng's face. Yihan sneered, pointing at the face in the sky, "This firework of yours surely isn't a communication tool, is it? What era are we in still using this?" Immediately, a series of strange sounds made him stop. He stared in shock as a man wearing glasses gave orders through a walkie-talkie. "Hurry, hurry, hurry, get the missile systems into position. Maintain formation, position number 3, prepare for long-range missile deployment." Yihan widened his eyes as he watched helicopters and tanks charge towards him, shouting, "Is this war?" Inside the room, Huo Feng calmly asked, "Do you believe it now?" Yihan immediately knelt down. Knelt before Huo Feng, crying and begging, "I give up, please retract your divine powers." Huo Feng commanded, "Eliminate the danger, retreat." Yihan quickly looked outside and was relieved to see the vehicles retreating. I don't see them anymore. Yihan felt empty, not knowing who he was, where he came from, or where he was going. Huo Feng stood up and softly sighed, "I'm a little tired." Moments later, he rushed to her side and carefully massaged her legs and asked, "Boss, is there anything you want me to do?" Huo Feng enjoyed the massage, secretly complimenting, "Yihan, your technique is good." He blushed and modestly replied, "I just practice for fun, thank you for the compliment." Huo Feng arrogantly muttered, "We've investigated your family background, it's completely clean." Yihan smiled faintly, going along with it, "Of course. My ancestors for 8 generations have never committed any crimes, all good citizens." She gave him a satisfied look. "Very good, tomorrow come with me to the security bureau to work." Yihan quickly agreed, "All right, tomorrow I will." Before he could finish, he suddenly asked, "What's this, going to work at the security bureau?" Feng smirked, confirming, "Yes, our security bureau is looking for talents like you." Yihan was stunned, stepped back and refused, "Sorry, it's a bother, I refuse." He quickly tried to find a way to leave, but Huo Feng shouted loudly, "You stop right there." Yihan panicked and coldly asked, "What do you want? Your security bureau won't force someone to join, will you?" Huo Feng tried to smile, explaining, "Of course not. The security bureau offers 6 types of insurance, 156 types of salaries, with paid vacation every year and is managed under leadership. How good is that?" Yihan considered it, thinking that 6 types of insurance, leadership management, paid vacation, and 156 types of salaries didn't sound bad. Huo Feng trembled with anger. She cursed in her heart, "Damn it, it's always others begging me. How could I ever beg anyone? Wait till you join, I'll show you how I deal with you." Yihan firmly rejected, "Let's forget it." This triggered her anger. You little brat." Yihan jumped down and calmly explained, "I prefer a peaceful life." He landed firmly and Huo Feng froze, blushing as she assessed, "His agility isn't bad." She concluded, "His potential is very high. I must get him into the bureau. That way we won't be afraid when facing those martial artists in the future." Yihan clicked his tongue, muttering to himself, "You think I'm dumb? A dangerous job in the security bureau," saying a few words and trying to move me to risk my life. When they reached the door, the sound of a suitcase being dragged could be heard. Deep Kin and Mi, holding the suitcase handle, anxiously said, "Little Han, I heard you're going to Thailand, I helped you pack." Yihan was confused, scratching his head, "Thanks, I'll be back soon." She placed her hand on his chest and advised, "Little Han, you must be careful over there, nothing must happen." He held her hand and gently replied, "Don't worry, I'm just going to attend a stone gambling conference." Han said, "What danger could there be?" Immediately after, Huo Feng's cold laughter echoed, "Well, that's not certain." She walked down the stairs, assessing the situation. "From what I know, this year's stone gambling conference in Nan is different from previous years." Han looked down the stairs and asked coldly, "What do you mean?" Huo Feng smiled cruelly, full of schemes, "You'll find out when we get there." Immediately, she threw something and a white and red ball flew rapidly, creating a sharp sound. Yihan awkwardly caught the ball. Yihan was suspicious as he held the white and red ball. He hurriedly stepped forward and asked, "Wait, what is this?" Huo Feng was unconcerned, walking away. "A little toy that can help your dagger pass through security checks." Yihan thought to himself, "She wants me to carry a long-scaled trap. Looks like this path won't be simple." Huo Feng smugly smirked, "Kid, you better survive and come back." The next morning, the plane shot through the gates of Nan Airport. The 3 of them stood frozen. Yuan Nhi opened her arms excitedly. "Finally, we're in Nan." Ban whispered, "Han Zai, I heard the service industry here is extremely unique, how about we try it?" Han smiled knowingly, pretending to be hesitant. "It wouldn't be good, Yuan Nhi is still here." Yuan Nhi angrily turned back and cursed. In the blink of an eye, she gave each of them a sharp-heeled kick, full of fury. Yihan quickly rushed over, constantly pleading for forgiveness. "Yuan Nhi, I was wrong, please forgive me." He hurriedly chased after her, angrily questioning, "I'm saying, you two stop giving each other those looks, when is the person picking us up gonna get here?" Suddenly a voice rang out, startling everyone. It was Ning Feng, striding in with arrogance and waving. He hadn't expected to run into her here, what a coincidence. Ning Feng lowered his glasses, smiled faintly and said, "We really are destined to meet." Don Nhi snapped back angrily with sarcastic words, realizing Ning Feng was the heir of the Ning family and had joined this trip as well. Nevertheless, Ning Feng cheerfully approached, pushing an angry Yihan aside and said, of course, ignoring the contemptuous looks, he boldly took Don Nhi's hand, smiled gently and suggested, "Meeting like this by chance is fate. Why don't you come with me?" Everyone's gaze turned to the dazzling pink supercar, feeling it was quite odd. The car, plastered with the image of a bikini-clad girl, made everyone uncomfortable. Don Nhi forced a smile and refused, saying her ride was arriving soon. However, Ning Feng paid no mind, his eyes full of desire, urging her not to be polite. We can eat together, then go to my 800 square meter villa to discuss life ideals. Yihan sensed trouble, immediately grabbed Ning Feng's hand, his face stern, and questioned, "What are you doing with my hand?" Feeling Yihan's imposing aura, Ning Feng panicked, stepped back, and growled, "Who do you think you are to interfere? Let go or I'll deal with you." Without hesitation, Yihan shoved Ning Feng away, speaking with disdain. Yet lost, Ning Feng had no time to react and fell hard to the ground, his head hitting the supercar. Yihan stepped closer, pulled Don Nhi into his arms, and declared, "I am Don Nhi's boyfriend, so this concerns me." Don Nhi blushed, speechless, only wondering, "When did you become her boyfriend?" Yihan continued, then without hesitation, pressed a passionate kiss on Don Nhi. Regaining her composure, Don Nhi pushed him away and shouted, "You're outrageous." The band, standing nearby, couldn't hold back, giving a thumbs up and thinking, "I've learned the CEO's domineering kiss technique." At this moment, Ning Feng angrily pointed at them and said, "Damn it, how dare you two act in front of me as if I'm invisible." Hearing the commotion, he turned back full of mockery, taunting, "What a talented pair, yet now you oppose me." Gritting his teeth, Ning Feng couldn't hold it and roared, furious. Then he commanded his bodyguards, "Bao Ahu, get them, I want these two to kneel and call me father." The two bodyguards responded in unison, "Yes." Sensing danger, Hai Ban immediately stepped back and shouted loudly, "Yihan, cover me!" At this moment, the two bodyguards suddenly lunged, attacking Yihan with powerful punches, growling threats, "Die, kneel, and beg for mercy." And sneered, replying, "You're the ones who need to beg for mercy." After a brief struggle, the Bao team of bodyguards knelt at Yihan's feet, shouting in unison, "Father, we were wrong." Ning Feng's eyes widened in astonishment at the scene. "What's happening?" Just then, Yihan pulled out a folding knife, its sharp gleam reflecting light, and said in a deep voice, "Now it's your turn." Ning Feng panicked and stepped back, unable to speak. His voice trembled as he tried to speak. "What are you planning?" Yihan smiled lightly and replied, "Planning? Don't look at me like that." In an instant, the knife in his hand slashed, cutting through Ning Feng's clothes, and he said, "Put on a new outfit for him." He brushed his hand off and muttered, "Done." On the other side, Ning Feng stood dazed in the cold wind, wondering, why does it feel so chilling? Hai Ban was so shocked he spat water, while Don Nhi screamed, covering her eyes and calling for help. Embarrassed, Ning Feng hurriedly covered himself and shouted, "Help, there's a pervert." He panicked and ran frantically, leaving behind pitiful screams. I want to go home." The three others looked at each other and exclaimed, "People's tastes these days are strange. A man wearing women's underwear, disgusting, utterly disgusting, I'm about to vomit." They all bent over and vomited. While the three were retching, someone appeared and quietly asked, "Excuse me, are you the Chews?" Hearing this, all three turned suspiciously and asked, "Who are you? Are you here to pick us up?" Kai Min smiled professionally and introduced himself. "I'm Liu Kai Min. The elder asked me to pick you up. Please get in the car." Yihan happily held Don Nhi's hand, heading toward the car, saying, "Let's go," while Hai Ban, carrying luggage, angrily reminded, "Eat a bit more." While eating, Don Nhi suddenly turned to ask Yihan, making him pause. "Right, where's Duong Hai Ban?" Yihan forced a hesitant smile, recalling, "Brother Duong, it seems he went to try the local specialties here." Hai Ban came earlier to ask Mr. Liu if there was anything unique. Just then, a loud roar startled everyone. "This idiot, what kind of food is this? It's terrible." Don Nhi frowned and spoke, "Someone is causing trouble." Yihan looked suspiciously, then said, "Japanese." At that moment, Dang Yuan continued yelling, criticizing the food. Her attitude irritated all the diners. "You monster, do you want to die? This is China. If you can't eat, leave." In Ao Jun, standing nearby, angrily swung his sword toward them, roaring. The three panicked, dodged, stepped back, and pointed angrily. "This devil dared to swing a sword. Quickly call the police, don't think no one can handle him." Dang Yuan sneered. He continued mocking, his voice echoing throughout the room. "Another bunch of cowardly Chinese." Don Nhi immediately frowned and said, "The man in the suit is the director of Fujiwara Corporation, Japan, and the one beside him must be his bodyguard." Unexpectedly, Japan also sent someone this time. Yihan angrily stood up, clenching his fists, and shouted, "Do you want to die?" Suddenly, a figure shot past, surprising Yihan. Monk charged forward, swinging with great force, growling angrily, "Demon, I see you want to die." With a powerful punch, Dang Yuan was sent flying, losing 2 teeth in the process. Yihan was astonished, asking, "Who is this? Even faster than me." Dang Yuan screamed in fury, then shouted again, "Inao Jun, cut these pigs down." As soon as he finished speaking, Inao Jun gathered all his strength into his heel to leap into the air. He swung his sword fiercely, creating a sound like thunder. My Hasaki responded with a phantom-piercing slash. Seeing this, Kong Tang's face turned pale and he thought to himself in worry, "This isn't good. I have no weapon, I can't stop this." Far away, Deng Yuan covered his face, muttering with great frustration, "Die." In that moment of danger, Yihan rushed over and quickly stood in front of him with a speed that no one could react to. A powerful roar sounded as a fire dragon suddenly appeared, shattering Inao Jun's sword energy. Its strength sent him crashing into the wall and his sword shattered along with it. Inao Jun lay amidst the rubble, weakly speaking. The attack was too fast. The scene made all the diners present cheer excitedly. Well done, kill this bastard. Who told these demons to be so arrogant? Get out of China. Dajai stood by, obsessively hugging her face and praising, Yihan is so handsome. On the contrary, Inao Jun trembled, his voice filled with despair as he exclaimed, how can this be? Inao Jun is a great warrior, how could I be defeated so easily? Kong Tang cracked his knuckles, smirking coldly, then spoke, this demon dares to act so arrogantly in China. Are you going along with him too? Let me handle this bastard. He sensed a strong killing intent from behind. Then Yuan felt something was wrong and thought to himself. Soon after, the sound of punches and kicks rang out loudly, shaking the entire room. After the fight, the two clapped each other on the shoulder and laughed as they walked away, leaving him unconscious, no one caring. My name is Kong Tang, what's your name, little brother? Kong Tang asked. Thanks for saving me earlier. Yihan smiled and declined, no need to thank me, it was just a coincidence. I'm Yihan, just arrived here recently, he replied happily. You were really angry just now, these demons are really annoying. Yihan laughed and replied, these demons need to be beaten before they'll listen. Returning to the table, Kong Tang sat down and worriedly reminded him, you arrived at a bad time, things are getting chaotic here. She was picking food when she frowned and asked again, is it because of the Stone Gambling Guild? Upon hearing this, Kong Tang's expression immediately became serious and he answered, that's right, the reward for the mineral vein from this year's Stone Gambling Guild is too tempting. There are the four great accelerators, the Quach family of Zhangjiang, the Ning family of the north, the Liu family of the south, and even a Japanese conglomerate has joined in. He frowned, confused, so there are many forces involved. In his heart, he silently wondered, could this be the trial of the old man? Kong Tang quickly raised his glass, interrupting Yihan's thoughts. Let's not talk about that. You're really my kind of person. We're not going back today, we won't leave until we're drunk. The three of them cheerfully raised their glasses in unison. All right, drink to the fullest. The next morning, a temple bell rang unexpectedly, breaking the morning's peacefulness. The three of them slowly stood before the reclining Buddha, the sacred atmosphere enveloping them. Looked around, observing for a moment before speaking. Finally, we've arrived. This is the reclining Buddha. Duan Nhi exclaimed excitedly. It's so big. Seeing the astonished expressions of the two, he smiled and pointed to the large plaque behind them, introducing it. This is the most famous tourist spot in our area. It's said that inside there is a real Buddhist master. At that moment, Haiban ran up, panting heavily, his voice filled with reproach and exhaustion. Wait for me, you guys, I'm exhausted. Just then, the wooden door of the temple slowly opened. The creaking sound broke the silence. The master raised his hand and gestured to Cheng Cheng, softly mumbling Amitabha Buddha. He stepped forward and pushed the little girl toward Yihan. His serious voice rang out, benefactor, I've finally waited for you to arrive, take this child. The three of them looked on in surprise. Yihan was also stunned, exclaiming, huh. The next words from Ching Cheng left Yihan speechless. Is this man my father? Unable to hold back his admiration, he said, well, Hansi, when did you have a daughter? Little brother, you're young but already have a child. Do you have some secret method? Kong Tang patted his head with a sigh, helpless. Hearing this, she frowned, her voice filled with anger. Bastard. He clutched his head and yelled out with grievance, nonsense. I've been soloing for over 20 years, even in the womb. Where did a daughter come from? After saying this, Dajai grabbed Yihan's collar and loudly questioned him. Yihan, what the hell is going on? She growled in anger, threatening, if you don't explain clearly today, I'll make you the last eunuch in China. He sweated nervously, trying to explain, Dajai, this is a misunderstanding. Upon hearing this, the master couldn't help but speak up. Amitabha Buddha, the female benefactor, is mistaken. This benefactor is not Ching Cheng's father. Yihan was beaten by Dajai and cried, pleading for mercy. Dajai released her grip and said, you're going to die now. Ching Cheng stood by, hesitantly asking, isn't he Ching Cheng's father? Why does she feel so familiar with him? He teared up and cried out in grievance, did you hear? She's not his daughter. Dajai brushed her hands and turned away, muttering angrily, who told you not to explain earlier? Yihan shrank to the side, small and weak, defending himself. I clearly explained, you just didn't listen. He paused mid-sentence and with suspicion asked, Master, what exactly is going on here? The master stroked his long beard slowly and explained, benefactor, only you can make Ching Cheng live on. Hearing this, Yihan frowned slightly, thinking to himself, is this child sick? Let me use my yin-yang vision to check. And quickly activated his yin-yang vision, his eyes glowing green. Looking at Ching Cheng, who seemed downcast, Yihan was stunned, whispering in panic, this is... Seeing the giant red dragon behind the little girl, Yihan instinctively stepped back, shouting, what is that? The master's calm voice rang out, Amitabha Buddha, as expected, benefactor, you have a unique ability to see it. Only the spiritual energy you cultivate can suppress it. Once it breaks free, not only will Ching Cheng die, but Jiang will face great disaster as well. Yihan was stunned, stuttering, but Before he could finish, the master gently pushed Ching Cheng and reminded, let's go, Ching Cheng. I've exhausted all my energy these past years to suppress it. The great calamity will come soon. I hope the benefactor will agree. Ching Cheng turned around and regretfully spoke, Master, She pinched Ching Cheng's cheek, praising her with a gentle smile. Yihan, this child is very cute, you should agree. Ban stood beside him, patting his shoulder and advising, that's right, Hansi, take this girl, you won't lose. The little girl ran to hug Yihan's leg, coquettishly expressing affection which surprised Daja. Uncle, I really like the smell on you. Yihan awkwardly scratched his head, reluctantly agreeing, all right, all right. Seeing this, the master clasped his hands together and softly spoke, thank you, benefactor. I have one more gift to give you. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand forcefully, sending Yihan flying and exclaiming. The two men from High Ban saw him surrounded by golden spiritual energy and anxiously called his name. Yihao stepped forward, standing protectively in front of them with a serious expression, advising them not to worry, as it seemed the master was transferring energy to Yihao. This was only beneficial for him and would absolutely not cause any trouble. If interrupted, it might lead to demonic possession. Curious, they wondered what made Yihao so special that the senior monk from the reclining Buddha temple valued him so highly. As the master focused on transferring his energy to Yihao, 4 shadows quietly appeared behind. Sensing their presence, the monk turned around and asked warily, who's there? De Zhu, unafraid, grinned wickedly and declared, Yihao, you've cost us 2 assassins, today is your death day. Ban quickly looked over and recognized the group that had previously tried to assassinate Yihao. Yuan Nai was also anxious, wondering what they should do now since Yihao remained motionless. Without hesitation, he drew his dagger, seriously challenging, if you want to kill Yi Lao Dai, you'll have to ask if I agree. Clenching his teeth, he took a brick and firmly stated, Yihao is my brother. I absolutely won't allow you to harm him. He also stepped forward, threatening, if you want to kill Yihao, you'll have to step over my corpse first. After saying that, all 3 of them stood in defense, eyes fixed on the group. De Zhu laughed mockingly. He ordered his subordinates, if you all want to die, I'll make it happen. Go kill them, the group yelled and charged toward Yihao. Amidst the barrage of attacks, the monk leaped into battle without hesitation. Damn it, I'll fight you all. That moment, a sword rang out with a sharp sound. Yihao rushed forward to block in front of him, assessing the situation with a stern look. Yihao coldly commanded, get out of my way. Not giving them a chance to retreat, he unleashed his full power, sending them flying. The ground shattered under the immense force. Seeing this, the 3 men from High Ban cheered excitedly. Hao Zai Yihao Hao Lao Dai. On the other side, Yihao sheathed his blade coldly, golden spiritual energy enveloping him, and his words rang like thunder. Anyone who dares to harm my friend is as good as dead. The master sighed in relief at the doubtful looks from everyone, thankful that he had arrived in time. De Zhu sneered, so what if you're awake? You'll still die today. As soon as the words left his mouth, he was stunned to see his neck gushing blood the moment Yihao attacked. A golden dragon wrapped around De Zhu's men, and a fresh red cut appeared on De Zhu's neck. Yihao raised his dagger to his face, his voice cold. Die! The entire group collapsed in surprise. De Zhu, dazed, unable to dodge, collapsed to the ground and weakly said, I just came out. Hearing this, Yihao glanced at him with mocking eyes. You all are nothing but ants in my eyes now. After regaining their senses, the group eagerly praised Yihao. I knew you could do it. Well done, Yihao, you're amazing. Yi Lao Dai's skills were truly formidable. Receiving the praise, Yihao scratched his head modestly. Fortunately, the master had transferred his energy. In his heart, he made a firm resolution. I've reached the peak of chi perception and will soon break through to the body refining stage. At that moment, the tired coughing of the master broke the joyful atmosphere. Kaiyan Cheng quickly ran to his side, anxiously asking, Master, are you all right? Yihao quickly stepped forward to inquire. Master, what's wrong? I'm transferring spiritual energy to heal you. As soon as he finished speaking, Yihao immediately extended his hand, golden spiritual energy surging. But in an instant, the master stopped him. No need, my time has come. Seeing that Kaiyan Cheng had someone to rely on, the master was at peace. I'm at peace now. If one day you meet an old friend, please tell them I didn't let them down. With the sound of a final prayer, his soul slowly detached from his body before the astonished eyes of the two. One sword pierces the heavens, invincible yet undone. The master's figure gradually dissipated in space, only the soft chanting of the sutra blending with the sobbing of Kaiyan Cheng. Unable to hold back, she cried out, Master! Yihao, holding Kaiyan Cheng's shoulder, solemnly swore, Master, don't worry, I will take good care of Kaiyan Cheng. The next day, at the East People's Plaza, chatter filled the air. It was said that many large businesses were participating in this stone appraisal event. This time, there would even be mineral rocks as the final prize. Hope to pick a good stone. Yi Hao stood with his hands on his hips, observing the surroundings, exclaiming, "There are so many people." Zhu and I stood beside him, curious. "Yi Hao, have you picked a stone yet?" Ban, infatuated, followed him, grinning foolishly and suggesting, "Naughty girl, let me show you the stones." She raised her eyebrows and cursed, "Crazy." The two of them were left speechless. "Knew I shouldn't have brought this guy." Unable to resist, Yi Hao rushed forward and yanked Ban away. "Hurry up, stop embarrassing us here. Let's go quickly," he continued to shout loudly. "Next time we go to the city of Shanghai, I'll give you the best service." The yellow light illuminated the stones on the shelves with clearly marked prices. Some stones had water stains, making them intriguing. Next to the expensive stones, there were many low-priced ones so that everyone had a chance. Yi Hao stepped in and was impressed. "These are some good stones. This time I have to fill up my bag." Zhu and I, curious, asked, "Yi Hao, which stone did you pick?" Without hesitation, Yi Hao walked straight to a black stone and declared, "This one's good quality, definitely will produce jade." In his heart, he was pleased, realizing this large jadeite stone was worth at least 200 million. Hearing this, Ban doubted, "Is it real or fake?" Yi Hao wasn't angry, confirming, "Of course, you have to trust my judgment." After saying that, he cheerfully moved to finalize the deal. "Take this stone." The attendant immediately bowed and responded cheerfully, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, an arm extended horizontally, causing Yi Hao to pause. "Wait," Ningfeng with an arrogant look challenged. "What does he want?" She looked furious, clenching her fist and questioning. Ningfeng smirked, rolled up his sleeves and threatened, "Did you forget about our last encounter? I think you're asking for another beating." Yi Hao, unafraid, pointed out, "If you make a move here, you'll be dragged outside." Ningfeng shrugged arrogantly. "Besides, a fair competition doesn't break the rules." "What can you do to me?" Ban was infuriated, speechless. Yi Hao stepped up and blocked. "Fine, I welcome the competition." He excitedly raised his bid. "I want this stone, I'll pay 3 million. Without hesitation, Yi Hao increased the bid. "I'll pay 3 million and 1 copper coin." Hearing that the price only increased by 1 coin, Ninfang exploded with rage, roaring fiercely, "Yi Han, are you deliberately causing trouble? You act all mischievous but haven't provoked him properly. This is fair competition, I'll raise as much as I want." "What, dissatisfied? Bite me then." Unable to hold back, the two bidders shouted excitedly, "Yi Han is amazing, really? Go for it, Yi Han." Ninfang's face reddened in anger. "Fine, if you want to play, I'll play with you. I have nothing but money." Raised the bid to 4 million. In the intense auction, he calmly raised by 1 coin every time the other shouted, 4 million and 1, 5 million, 5 million and 1, 6 million, 6 million and 1, 7 million, 7 million and 1. Elsewhere, Ming Yuan looked puzzled. "Isn't that the Nin treasure? What are they doing?" Ryula stepped forward to whisper, "It seems they're competing for the block price." Han Zhen couldn't help but snicker. Ninfang shouted, his face red with anger, "Daring to compete with me? I'll raise to 10 million now." Duinai anxiously grabbed Yi Han's hand. "Yi Han, the price is too high now." He quickly replied, "Will buying it cause a loss?" Yi Han reassured him. "Yes, Yi Han, hold back a bit, it's not worth it." He comforted softly, "Relax, trust my judgment, this round will definitely not lose." Laughed, "Tomorrow you'll be out of money, daring to compete with me. I can see you're fed up with life, wanting to die." Yi Han calmly raised a finger. "I bid 10 million and 1 coin." Faced with that calm attitude, Ninfang snorted, ready to rush in. "I bid 10 million and 1. Tran Viet grabbed his hand to advise, "Wait for the stone." He stepped forward and quietly reminded Ninfang. Tran Viet analyzed, "This block's price has already exceeded its real value. If you hold back, that fool will bear the consequences himself. Just wait and laugh at him." He happily slapped his thigh. "Exactly." Tran Viet exhaled, finally getting through to him. Ninfang declared seriously, "I'm done buying. You foolishly bought a broken block for 10 million, go home and cry." He heard this and was puzzled. What? Onlookers buzzed, this idiot just got played by Ninfang. A 2 million block raised to 10 million, stupid, he must be furious. He sneered, "Regret it, you fool, I hope it kills you." Yan casually said one word that made Ninfang's blood boil, clenching his teeth, "Fool." He turned his head confidently to challenge, "Remember this, do you dare compete with me again? Let's see if this block is worth 10 million, if I lose I'll give you my entire fortune." Ninfang replied, "If you lose, give me 100 million. Viet laughed mockingly, "Yi Han, this block is at most worth 5 million, will definitely win." He clenched his fist in agreement. "All right, I'll bet." The onlookers buzzed even more. Ninfang arrogantly stepped forward, holding up a check in challenge. "I've prepared a 100 million check." Duinai slammed the check on the table. "Only 100 million, my boyfriend has no shortage of money." Yihan touched her face gently and praised, "Duinai, you really are a good wife." She blushed and weakly protested, "What are you saying? You still haven't passed my grandfather's test." Yihan gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, "Damn it, daring to propose in front of me, we'll see how you die later." Uncle Lee observed with a smile, "Hello, may I ask how you want to cut this block?" Yihan replied calmly, "Wait a moment." Blue flames flared around him, reflecting his supernatural power. Yan used his yin-yang sight to indicate the cutting lines, guiding precisely. 5 cm left, 10 cm right, cut straight to the bottom. He crouched beside the stone. Yihan calmly and confidently said, "Okay, please wait a moment." Nin Fong mocked, cutting the tension, pretending, "Can you really see it?" He didn't answer, only glanced at Nin Fong sarcastically, thinking, "Sorry, I really can see it." The bitters behind urged, "Well, is it blue yet?" Huinai reminded, "Why rush? The knife just descended. How could it be fast like that?" Everyone around whispered as they watched Yihan's confident back. Someone thought quietly that he had surely won. Scared already, probably knows he lost. Pity for this beautiful girl following a loser. Under the blue light, the two Huinai happily announced. Unobserved, "It's blue, great, Yihan is amazing, such unique eyes." Nin Fong mocked, "Just a tiny bit of jade like a sesame seed and you're all happy." Tran Viet reminded, "Don't forget this block is worth 10 million. Yihan smiled, wiggling his finger. "Of course I remember, but the jade in this block is worth more than 10 million. Moments later, a cry of amazement erupted. People shouted, "It's out, a huge ice jade." He pointed excitedly. "Yihan, you're rich, this should add at least another zero after 10 million. Yelled, "What?" unbelieving, thinking, could he really have revealed a top-grade jade? Green light flared, chatter echoed across the hall. People were amazed, real or fake. Judging by the veins it looked ordinary, but I don't believe it. Let's see. He wiped sweat, saying happily, "Lucky, the green jade appears and shocks everyone." People declared, "Truly top-grade ice jade, this large block is at least 100 million, such sharp eyes. This is a true expert." Nin Fong's face turned pale, stammering, How is this possible?" Nin Fong grabbed Tran Viet by the collar, gritting his teeth. "Damn it, didn't you say its max value was only 5 million? Tran Viet closed his eyes in fear and hurriedly explained, "Normally yes, but sometimes there are exceptions." Yao stepped forward, holding the check with a smug smile and said, "Young Master Ning, thank you for this generous 100 million. Ban faced him, eyes sharp with hunger yet showing no fear, and added, "A kind person always shares a bit with me." Don Nhi also spoke up in agreement. Young Master Ning truly enjoyed doing good deeds. His anger made him lose all reason, throwing Tran Viet aside and shouting, "Damn it, Yihao, are you deliberately messing with me?" Yihao laughed mockingly. "Just now you realized I was playing you." The surrounding crowd couldn't help but laugh and tease further. The crowd jeered, "So the heir of the Ning family's treasures is a fool. I've never seen anyone so dumb. From now on, don't buy from his shop to avoid catching his foolishness." Under the barrage of criticism, Ning Feng glared and growled threateningly, "Yihao, don't get cocky. Ning family controls half of Long Kingdom. With just one word from me, this jadeite block is yours to touch but not sell a single cent." As he finished, everyone's attitude shifted instantly, filled with regret and awe. The power of the Ning family treasures was immense. Offending them brought no benefit. The young man could only restrain himself. Don Enhai's anger erupted uncontrollably as she scolded, "Ning Feng, don't go too far. Isn't this place under your control?" Sounded amused, smirking with a challenge. "I'm staying here today. Let's see who dares buy this jadeite block." Immediately after, a deep, authoritative voice echoed, followed by the thud of a staff striking the wooden floor. "This jadeite block I will take." Everyone in the hall turned sharply, filled with suspicion, wondering, who is this? How dare they confront Ning Feng directly? Though Ning Feng was detestable, the Ning family treasures in Long Kingdom were formidable. Ning Feng, enraged, turned and demanded, "Who are you, not even sparing me face?" Bao Liu stepped forward slowly, challenging, "Young Master Ning, you're quite imposing, aren't you? Do you also want to control others buying of raw stones?" Ning Feng smirked upon seeing him. "I wondered who it was. So it's Chairman Liu of Bao Liu. You're in good health, still attending the jade auction." The crowd whispered, "Chairman Liu is here. I heard the two families are competing for resources. This will be interesting." Don and Hi gasped, "Liu Guangzong, he manages Bao Liu, not inferior to Ning family at all." Yihao laughed, noting, "This old man and Ning Feng seem to clash." Guangzong said nothing, brushing past Ning Feng, then approached Yihao. "Young friend, I'll buy this jadeite block. Name your price." Crowd buzzed, "Such a large block of premium ice jadeite, extremely valuable. I think the starting bid should be at least 200 million. Ning Feng stood behind, gritting his teeth in anger. "Damn it, Bao Liu is just as strong as Ning family. Consider yourself lucky today." Meanwhile, Yihao thought, suddenly realizing, "An enemy's enemy is a friend, plus this old man supports me. I can't set the price too high." At that moment, Guangzong's voice rang with anticipation. "Well, have you decided?" Yihao smiled confidently and said, "Old Liu, if you truly wish, I'll sell this jadeite block for 200 million. Don Nhi immediately interjected, "Yihao, this jadeite could fetch more." Yihao refused, "It's fine, I've earned enough today." Guangzong chuckled and praised, "Good." Guangzong joyfully clasped his hands, "Then I shall not refuse, it would be disrespectful." However, Ning Feng blocked him. "Wait." Arrogantly standing before Guangzong, he declared, "I want to buy this jadeite block too." Hao and Don Nhi were surprised, eyeing Ning Feng suspiciously. The surrounding crowd whispered, Earlier, he wouldn't let anyone sell, now he wants to buy himself. This man must be crazy. Ning Feng sneered coldly, thinking, you don't understand. Zhao Bao Liu currently lacks jadeite, they can't get this block. He became furious, questioning, Ning Feng, you've gone too far, don't think I won't get angry. Ning Feng mocked, turning back, our Ning family also lacks premium ice jadeite, so shouldn't we bid? Without waiting for a response, he pointed at Yi Hao. I bid 250 million, I want this stone, you just earned an extra 50 million. Hao did not hesitate, replying, not for sale. Ning Feng, furious, collapsed to the ground, shouting, why, I added 50 million, can't you count? Annoyed, Yi Hao looked at Ning Feng with disdain. I'd rather deal with people of honor than do business with dogs. These words made Ning Feng's face flush with anger as he turned away. The crowd burst into laughter. Ning Feng clutched his chest, face pale, stammering, Yi Hao you. Yi Hao laughed mockingly, tugging his ear and asked, what, I don't have a bone to throw you, do I? Ning Feng, enraged, eyes glaring. Even a dog knows how to scold, what do you understand? Yi Hao straightened up, saying, I don't have a bone to throw you. Huangzong laughed continuously, praising, well said Hanzi, your tongue is sharp. Yi Hao, he's comparing images too much, Hanzi, your tongue is sharp. Ning Feng, truly a dog. Maybe I'm not human, but you definitely are a dog. See, I don't have a bone to throw you. Ning Feng, what's wrong with you? Huangzong handed over a check bluntly. Here, 200 million, young Yi Hao, keep it. He happily added, this jadeite block has helped me with something important. Yi Hao politely replied, you're too generous. Helping each other, I've disliked that Ning Feng for a long time. Huangzong continued sincerely, here's my business card, young Yi Hao. If you ever wish to develop at Liu Corporation, I welcome you anytime. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao froze speechless. Suddenly, Don Nhi stepped forward decisively. Yi Hao is not going anywhere. Huangzong laughed with satisfaction. So that's it, old Chu has raised a fine granddaughter. Yan scratched his head and smiled with delight while she was still puzzled. In the end, he decided to leave, leaving a promise to Yi Yu that one day he would become a grandmaster. Suddenly, a jealous voice rang out, Grandmaster, does he deserve it? Immediately, everyone around began looking at each other, curious to know who had spoken. Huangzong felt that this voice was very familiar. Yu Wenxiao and Master Huang entered at the same time. When they appeared, people began whispering. Yu Wenxiao, the young master of the Zhangjiang Corporation, had arrived. The old man with him was surely Master Huang, a well-known figure in Southeast Asia. It was said that Master Huang had helped discover a massive mineral vein, a true expert. Facing them, Yihan was surprised and asked, who are you? I don't recall ever wronging you. The old man immediately pointed at Yihan's face, questioning, it's not that I have no grievances with you, but you harmed my junior to the point where he almost died. Yihan thought back and still couldn't recall, but Zhu Nhi hurriedly said, is he the one who learned the language? Hearing the insults, Master Huang grew enraged and smashed everything around. Shut up, you all made my junior the laughingstock for months, bedridden with illness, and now he can't even go to the bathroom on his own. She stood with her hands on her hips, accusing. Yihan responded, that's what he deserves. He had no good intentions, harbored hatred against us, and didn't allow us to fight back. Despite that, the old man stubbornly argued, no point in talking. Immediately, Master Huang made a proposal. Yihan, do you dare to fight me? If you win, I will bark like a dog 3 times in front of everyone and leave the martial world. Ban then asked, what if Hanzai loses? The old man responded, full of schemes, if he loses, he must break his own limbs and meridians, turning into a cripple like my junior. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked and Zhu Nhi immediately objected. That's unfair, Yihan, let's go. Only a fool would fight him. However, things were not that simple. Wang Xiao stepped forward and said in a serious tone, hold on, have I given you permission to leave? Ban crossed his arms and said with a stern expression, what's going on? Do you want to fight? I'm not afraid of you. Huangzong didn't want things to escalate and tried to mediate. You Wang Xiao, this is Dian Nan, not Zhangjiang. You should think about the consequences. He then smugly asked, consequences? I believe everyone in the Stone Gambling Association would love to see our Guo family save face. Won't interfere unless Master Huang agrees to serve the Guo family for free for a year. Hearing this, Master Huang was left speechless. Yihan confidently spoke up, don't worry, I'll accept the challenge, I believe I'll win. Upon hearing Yihan's words, the people around him were astonished and began discussing among themselves. Is he crazy? Master Huang is unbeatable in Southeast Asia. This is a death wish. Zhu Nhi turned and advised, Yihan, you shouldn't agree, he's clearly setting a trap for you. Ban also hurriedly refused, Hanzai, this isn't fair, we don't accept it. Huangzong also found it wrong. Yi you don't act impulsively. Yihan still confidently responded, don't worry, I might lose in other matters, but in stone gambling I'm sure I'll win. In his heart, Yihan thought, after all, I'm a man who can see through things. Master Huang smiled mockingly, good, you said it yourself. Yihan replied, I won't regret it, but I have one condition. He pointed at Wang Xiao with a challenging tone. If you lose, I want him to kneel before me and bark like a dog 3 times. Everyone who heard this was stunned and then began to talk among themselves. Where did Yihan get the courage from? Guo Wenxiao is the young master of the Guo family. He can influence both the black and white societies. One person said even Ning's or Liu's family wouldn't dare to offend him so easily. Wenxiao looked at Yihan seriously and said with irritation, "Kid, are you tired of living?" Yihan clenched his fists and smiled provocatively. "If you dare to provoke me, I won't spare anyone." Yihan's words made the air even more tense. At this moment, Master Huang whispered into Wenxiao's ear, "Young Master Guo, he's scared, which is why he made such a condition. Don't worry, he can't win." Wenxiao frowned as he looked at Master Huang and said, "It's not that I'm not afraid of the worst, but the worst can still happen." Master Huang secretly smiled. "I've made all the arrangements. He will definitely lose." Wenxiao, hearing this, arrogantly pointed at Yihan. "All right, I accept this condition. Let's see if you can win." Master Huang, seeing Wenxiao's change in attitude, frowned, showing his displeasure. HMPH, too pragmatic. Master Huang led Yihan and the others into the warehouse. Zhu Nhi stepped in and immediately covered her nose. "This smell is awful. Where is this place?" Master Huang explained. "These are the leftover scrap stones from the stone gambling sessions, almost worthless." Yihan asked in surprise, "What are you bringing us here for?" Master Huang stepped forward and said, "This is the content of the duel. Find the most valuable jade among these scrap stones. The time limit is 1 hour." People around began to talk. "This is too difficult. Thousands of scrap stones to sift through. It will probably take days." Another person said, "I don't see any intact jade among these stones." Yihan started thinking that without the yin-yang eye, it would be impossible to find jade in this pile of stone. Master Huang, however, appeared very confident, as if he already knew the outcome. "Are you all ready?" he urged. Yihan whispered into Master Huang's ear, "I've already placed the stones. It's the spot you checked earlier." Master Huang was pleased and thought, "Very good, Yihan will definitely lose today." Zhu Nhi approached and whispered, "Yihan, these stones are all scrap. There's no value in them. How can you find any intact jade?" Yihan turned to look at her and confidently replied, "You don't need to worry, there are still plenty of good things inside." Everyone around immediately spoke up. "Ridiculous. If there were good things, why would it be his turn? Others have already checked them. He's definitely losing today." Master Huang slapped a stone and shook his head. "This one's no good." Then he turned his gaze to another stone and said, "This one's no good either." Master Huang continued his act, pointing at another stone. "This one's too ordinary." Yihan sneered and raised his eyebrows. "Let's see what he's really after." Yihan immediately used the yin-yang eye, with energy swirling around his right eye, allowing him to see through everything. He saw all the hidden gems inside the stones. He thought to himself, "Let's see what tricks he's trying to pull." Master Huang had already found the hidden gem inside a stone and thought, "This is it. I've been preparing the jade for a long time." Yihan was also waiting for the right moment to make his move. Yihan didn't miss the opportunity and immediately moved forward, deciding to carefully check the remaining stones. He was confident, "This time I'll win." Master Huang secretly laughed, confident that he had arranged everything for Yihan to lose, but Yihan still trusted his abilities and waited for the right moment to act. Master Huang hid his desire behind his hunched back, telling himself that as long as he obtained the stone, victory was assured. He felt a surge of arrogance, thinking that Yi Hao was finished. Yi Hao quickly threw the stone from behind, sending it flying far away before Master Huang could reach it. It hit the wall with a loud thud, causing him to panic and shout, "My stone!" Yi Hao skillfully juggled the small stone that caused the mishap. Master Huang yelled angrily, "Sorry, I wasn't careful and slipped." Yi Hao crossed his arms and retorted, "Bastard, I didn't even pick the stone you chose, it's still over there." He took the opportunity to tease further. "If you change the location, you won't be able to pick it again." The crowd, eager to watch the drama unfold, started to apply pressure. Master Huang thought to himself, no matter where the stone was, it would surely be found. Even if he changed, he was confident he could still find it. Sweat ran down Master Huang's face. How could this be? The stone I picked and I can't find it. He wondered, could Yi Hao have seen through his arrangement? Yi Hao responded with a provocative attitude. He taunted, "Well then, why don't you go look for it? There's less than an hour left." Master Huang kneeled among the scattered stones, thinking to himself, "If I have to search, I will." Yi Hao turned and faced the opposite direction, waiting for good news from him, stopping before a large stone and gazing up, sighing. "It's the scrap." Yi Hao was surprised to discover a treasure. He reached out to touch the rough surface of the stone, feeling pleased. Master Huang found the treasure, tears of joy welling up as he exclaimed, "Finally, I've found you. My lifetime reputation almost got ruined." Yi Hao looked over, confused. "What's wrong with this man?" Seeing Master Huang overacting, Hai Ban remarked, "Didn't he just find the stone? Is it really that big of a deal?" Master Huang joyfully declared, "Yi Hao, I've picked the stone. This time you're definitely going to lose." Hao yawned in boredom. "You found the raw jadeite, so you've beaten me? Stop dreaming." Master Huang Fuck Zhuck was slightly frightened. "What? How did you know raw jadeite is the most precious?" Yao was skeptical. I don't believe you can find anything in this pile of junk that can beat me. The onlookers murmured that Master Huang was truly impressive for finding raw jadeite. Yao continued to boast. He decided to pick the large stone, confident that he would win. Laughter rang out from the crowd. Is this kid crazy? The stone is almost cracked. How can there be any jade in it? Yaonai asked doubtfully, is there really raw jade inside that stone? Haiban thought Yihao was just picking randomly. Hanzai advised, don't get excited, maybe you should pick another one. Master Huang laughed loudly, pleased with himself. Yihao gradually gathered strength, causing the stone to crack open, revealing veins of bright jade light. Haiban, hiding behind Yaonai, called out, the one who should admit defeat. That jade glow is so dazzling, it forced him to close his eyes. Yihao truly used his incredible strength to split the stone in half. Next to the complete stones, some had faint cracks, making people curious about what was inside. Apart from the expensive, hard-to-buy stones, there were also many low-priced ones, so everyone had a chance. Deep Han's eyes brightened and he admired, it's quite good, this time I have to fill up the jar. Doi Nha, standing beside him, also looked curious and asked, Deep Han, which stone are you looking at? He didn't hesitate, pointing directly at the black stone and declaring, this one's quality isn't bad, it will definitely turn out green. Feeling excited, the jade stone was extremely large, worth at least 200 million. Haiban immediately doubted, is it real or fake? Deep Han, not getting angry, confirmed, of course you should trust my eyes. After saying that, he stepped forward and happily sealed the deal. I'll take this stone. The seller immediately bowed. With cheerful voice he replied, yes, sir. Unexpectedly, a hand reached out in front, causing Deep Han to freeze. Wait. Nin Fong, with an arrogant, challenging expression, said, I want this stone too. She glared at him, clenched her fists angrily. Nin Fong, what are you trying to do? Seeing his half-smile, she couldn't hold back, rolling up her sleeves to threat. Have you forgotten the lesson from last time? Looks like you're asking for a beating again. He pointed towards the security, smiling as he reminded, if you make a move here, you'll be dragged out immediately. Nin Fong shrugged, arrogantly saying, besides, I'm competing fairly, not breaking any rules. What can you do to me? Haiban was so angry he couldn't speak. Deep Han immediately stepped forward, blocking him, saying decisively, fine, I welcome the competition. So he quickly raised the price. I want this stone, I'll pay 3 million. Without hesitation, he added, I'll pay 3 million and one. Hearing the price increase by just one, Nin Fong angrily growled, Deep Han, are you deliberately causing trouble? He made a mischievous face and replied, just competing fairly, I'll bid as much as I want. What if you're unhappy, come bite me. Unable to hold it back, Haiban cheered excitedly. Hanzai, you're doing great. Really? Go for it, Deep Han. Nin Fong's face turned red with anger. He snarled with hate. Good, you want to play, I'll play with you. I don't have much but money, I'll bid 4 million. During the tense auction, he remained calm each time his opponent shouted to raise the bid by just 1 unit. 4 million won, 5 million, 5 million won, 6 million, 6 million won, 7 million, 7 million won. On the other side, Min Veen watched this scene with some suspicion and asked, isn't that the young master of Chao Bao Nin? Ryu Lan quickly stepped forward and lowered her voice. What's going on here? It looks like they're competing to buy the stone block. Han Chan couldn't help smirking and commenting. Trying to compete with Nin Fong, scared I have too much money. Unable to hold back, Nin Fong shouted desperately, raise the bid, 10 million. At this moment, Donan Hi anxiously grabbed Deep Han's hand, asking, Deep Han, the price is so high now, would buying it mean a loss? The person next to them quickly added, that's right, Hanzai, hold back a little, it's not worth it. He frowned slightly but confidently reassured, don't worry, trust my judgment. He insisted that this round would definitely not be a loss. Hearing this, the opponent burst out laughing sarcastically. Out of money, huh? Daring to compete with me? I see you're fed up with life, ready to die. Deep Han calmly raised one finger, his tone unwavering. I bid 10 million won. Facing such calm composure, Nin Fong snorted coldly, about to rush forward to argue. I bid 1 million. Tran Viet struggled to hold his hand, advising, young master, wait for the stone. He stepped forward without hesitation, leaning to Nin Fong's ear and reminded him, the value of this stone block has already surpassed its worth. He continued, saying that if he withdrew now, that show-off would face the consequences himself. Just wait and laugh at him. Nin Fong happily slapped his thigh in agreement. Nin Fong said, exactly. Tran Viet sighed in relief, finally able to advise him. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to reason with the old master. Inwardly, he couldn't help but curse, that foolish rich kid. Immediately after, Nin Fong tossed his head back seriously and declared, I'm not buying any more. You foolishly bought a broken stone block for 10 million, go home and cry. Hearing this, he exclaimed in doubt. He shouted, what? At this moment, the onlookers couldn't help but whisper that the fool had just been played by Nin Fong. A 2 million stone block was raised to 10 million, truly stupid. He must be furious. He put on a mocking face, emphasizing sarcastically, regret it now, fool, let it make you furious. Inwardly, he silently calculated. Thought that making him lose face like this might make Showdown fall into his arms. Meanwhile, Deep Hand casually turned, saying only one word that made Nin Fong grind his teeth in anger. Deep Hand said, fool. Then, as if remembering something, he turned back confidently challenging. Do you dare bet with me once more? He continued, bet whether this stone block is worth 10 million. If I lose, I'll give you all my assets. If you lose, you give me 1 million. Tranviet immediately stepped forward, laughing mockingly and reporting, young master, this stone is worth at most 5 million, we're sure to win. Assured, Nin Fong clenched his fist, raised his head and agreed, fine, I'll bet. The crowd behind them grew excited because of this. He wanted to save face, truly crazy. If this stone were worth 10 million, I'd pee on a banana tree, I'd livestream eating dirt. Nin Fong arrogantly stepped forward, raising the check as a challenge. I've prepared a 1 million check already. Someone sneered, lucky you, otherwise you'd be catching the white wolf with empty hands. At this point, Don Nhi couldn't hold back, slammed the check on the table, declaring. Don Nhi said, just 1 million, my boyfriend is not short of money. Deep Hand, touched, called Don Nhi. He quickly reached over to gently touch her cheek and softly praised, you really are a good wife. She blushed, turned aside, weakly protesting. Don Nhi said, what are you talking about? You still haven't passed my grandfather's approval. Seeing this, Nin Fong gritted his teeth in anger, clenching his hand, cursing silently. Damn it, daring to show off affection in front of me. Let's see how you die later. Uncle Lai stood aside observing, smiling and asked, hello, may I ask how you'd like to cut this stone block? Deep Hand immediately carried the stone down, calmly replying, wait a moment. Blue flames flared around him, reflecting the power of his supernatural ability, yin-yang vision. After considering, Deep Hand both marked the cutting path and instructed skillfully. 5 cm on the left, 10 cm on the right. Cut directly to that point. Uncle Lai immediately squatted next to the stone, his voice calm but confident. Okay, please wait a moment. At this moment, Nin Fong sneered mockingly, cutting through the atmosphere, acting like you can see better than me, pretending, huh. You stayed silent, only casting a mocking glance at him, thinking, sorry, I really can see it. While Master Li focused on the stones, Hai Ban stood behind, continuously urging, so, is it green yet? Doi Nhi disagreed and reminded. It's the rush, the knife just went down, how could it be so fast? Seeing Deep Hand's confident, steady back, everyone nearby began whispering. Even the process of cutting the stone, he doesn't dare to watch, afraid, probably knows he's lost. Old Vo commented calmly. Such a pity for this beautiful girl, following a useless guy. After saying that, under the dim green light, Doi Nhi happily turned to announce, Deep Hand, look, it's green now, great, and 2 really is amazing. Such sharp eyes. Yet Nin Fong mocked, a little green jade like a sesame seed, and you all are so thrilled. Anviet standing nearby couldn't help but remind, don't forget, this stone and our young master's worth 10 million. He smiled, fearless, wiggling his finger in reply. Of course I remember, but the jade in this stone is worth more than 10 million. Moments later, a surprised shout echoed, it's out, the ice-type jade is huge. He pointed excitedly at the jade glowing bright green, continuously praising, Hand 2, you're rich now. At least it should have a few extra zeros after 10 million. Hearing this, his face darkened, yelling, what? No way he really found a top-grade jade. Green light emanated from the stone, whispers echoing throughout the hall. Is it real or fake? From the stone's grain, it looks ordinary. I don't believe it, let me see. He raised his head, wiped sweat comfortably, then happily said, luckily, no shame. The green jade appeared before everyone, leaving them stunned, mouths agape. This really is top-grade ice jade. Such a large piece must be at least 100 million, eyes so sharp. This is a true master. Compared to him, we're useless. Nin Fong grew paler by the second, stammering, how is this possible? He turned, grabbed Tranviet by the collar, grinding his teeth, questioning, damn it, didn't you just say the highest value was only 5 million? Panicked, closed his eyes, hurriedly explaining, technically yes, but sometimes things are unexpected. At this moment, Deep Hand stepped forward, holding up a check, smiling triumphantly, saying, young Master Nin, thank you for the generous 10 million. Facing Hai Ban's glare that seemed ready to devour him, he remained fearless, chiming in, a kind person always gives me a little. Giant Nhi added, young Master Nin really likes doing good deeds. Anger clouded his mind, he threw Tranviet aside, then roared, damn it, Deep Hand, you're deliberately messing with me. Deep Hand only laughed mockingly, just realizing now that I'm messing with you. The surrounding group also laughed, adding to the ridicule. Turns out the treasure house's young Master Nin is an idiot. I've never met anyone this stupid. come to his shop anymore, avoid getting infected. Under the onslaught of criticism, Nin Fong widened his eyes, roaring a threat. Deep hand, don't get cocky. The Nin treasure house controls half of Long Nation. Believe me, with just one word from me, you can only touch this jade. Can't buy it even for a coin, understand? As soon as he spoke, everyone's attitude changed. Everyone felt regretful, exclaiming, the power of Nin treasure house is huge. Offending them brings no advantage. The young man could only bitterly blame himself. Nin Fong is truly worthless. Anger surged, she couldn't help but scold. Nin Fong, don't go too far. Isn't it enough if he just speaks here? He frowned slightly, challenging. I'll stand here today, won't go anywhere. Let's see who dares to buy this jade. Immediately, a deep, authoritative voice sounded, followed by the heavy thud of a staff on the wooden floor. I'll take this jade. Hearing this, everyone in the hall turned their heads, full of suspicion. Who is this? Daring to confront Nin Fong directly, even if Nin Fong is unpleasant, the Nin treasure house is strong. The Nin treasure house in Long Nation is indeed too powerful. Nin Fong also turned around, angrily questioning, who is it? Not even giving me face. Still wanting to trade treasure in Long Nation. Huang Tong slowly stepped forward, coldly taunting. Young Master Nin, you're so arrogant, even trying to control others' jade transactions. Seeing the person arrive, he smirked slightly. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's Chairman Liu of Liu Treasure House. Your health looks fine. Truly old and still lecturing others. The fun at the jade auction continues. Seeing the two men facing each other, the crowd immediately started whispering. Isn't it the Liu family's treasure chairman here again? I heard that recently the two families have been in open competition, secretly fighting for resources. This should be interesting. They don't seem to be afraid of the Nin family's treasures. Giant Nhi gasped, her mouth agape as she exclaimed, Liu Quang Tong. He manages the Liu family's treasures and he's no less powerful than the Nin family's treasures. Didn't expect him to show up too. DI letter 1EC7P hand chuckled with amusement and remarked, it seems like this old man doesn't get along well with Nin Fong. The man didn't bother responding, walking past the dark-faced Nin Fong and heading straight towards him, suggesting, young man, how about this piece of jade? I'll buy it, name your price. When Quang Tong made his firm offer, the crowd became even more excited. Big stone like this and it's top-grade ice jade, it's definitely not cheap. I think the starting price should be at least 200 million, and that's probably still low. With resources being so scarce now, pushing it to 300 million might not be impossible. Standing behind, the young man gritted his teeth, muttering angrily, damn, the Liu family's treasures are no less than the Nin family's. Guess you're lucky today. Meanwhile, DI letter 1EC7P hand furrowed his brow, silently calculating. The enemy of my enemy can be an ally, and with this old man backing me up, I can't ask for too much. At that moment, Quang Tong's hopeful voice rang out, causing Nin Fong to turn around in panic. So, have you made up your mind? He smiled calmly, confidently, and slowly negotiating. Old Liu, if you really like it, I'll sell this jade for 200 million. Quickly tried to persuade him. DI letter 1EC7P Han, you could sell this jade for an even higher price. DI letter 1EC7P Han gently declined Giant Enhai's good intention. It's fine, I've made enough today anyway. Huang Tong laughed heartily, praising, good. Then he clasped his hands respectfully and bowed. Then I accept. If I refuse, it would be disrespectful. However, Nin Fong stepped forward and blocked his way, forcing Quang Tong to stop. He arrogantly stood in front of the increasingly gloomy Quang Tong, then declared with defiance, I also want to buy this jade. Both he and she stared wide-eyed, stunned as they looked at Nin Fong full of doubt. Seeing his smug expression, the crowd couldn't help but whisper, what is he doing? He didn't let anyone sell it just now, and now he wants to buy it himself. This guy must be crazy, a brain-dead idiot. Can't be cured, might as well cremate him. Yet Nin Fong just smiled coldly, snorting in contempt. People don't understand. The Liu family is running low on jade, and they definitely can't get their hands on such a top-quality piece. Now Quang Tong became angry, speaking up. Nin Fong, you're going too far. Do you think I don't get mad? He sneered, turning around and saying, the Nin family is also short on stones. You're telling me we can't fight for this top-quality jade? Without waiting for a response, Nin Fong turned, pointing at DI letter 1EC7P Han and arrogantly declaring, I'll offer 250 million. I want this stone. You've just earned an extra 50 million. What do you think? Instead, DI letter 1EC7P Han decisively turned away and flatly refused. I'm not selling. Nin Fong was so shocked that he collapsed to the ground, shouting, what? Then he quickly regained his composure, angrily demanding, why, I added 50 million, can't you count? Disturbed, DI letter 1EC7P Han glanced at him with disdain and replied firmly, I'd rather talk about relationships with people than do business with dogs. These words immediately made Nin Fong seethe with anger. Upon hearing this, Kwang Tong and the two others laughed uncontrollably, constantly praising, "You spoke well. Han T letter 1 EED, your words are sharp. D I letter 1 EC7 P Han." That comparison was just too perfect. At this point, the mocking remarks from the crowd also reached his ears. Nin Fong's face shifted continuously. "Indeed, I'm a dog. Maybe I'm not even human. But you're definitely a dog. People and dogs don't discuss business." Nin Fong, furious, hugged his chest, his face pale as he stammered, "D I letter 1 EC7P. D I letter 1 EC7P Han you." He sneered, flicking his ear, then challengingly asked, "So, I don't have any bones to throw for you to chew on." Just one sentence made him so furious that he spat blood, his eyes wide with resentment. Seeing Nin Fong collapse to the floor, TR letter 1 EA7N VI letter 1 EC7T panicked, calling out, "Young master, what's wrong with you?" TH letter 1 EA5C H letter 1 EA1 beside him also expressed great concern. "Young master, please don't do anything drastic. You promised to take them to romantic Turkey and then Tokyo and Paris." The three people, DI letter 1 EC7P Han, looked at the scene helplessly, while the two men felt nauseous. H letter 1 EA3 IBAN covered his eyes, not daring to look, realizing his preferences and feeling more disgusted than anyone else. "Where is VKFC?" Kwang Tong bluntly presented a check. It was a 200 million check. I letter 1 EC7 PT I letter 1 EC3 UH letter 1 EAF. You put it away and cheerfully mentioned that this piece of jade had helped him with a major issue. DI letter 1 EC7 P Han politely responded, signaling to withdraw in mutual politeness, saying he had noticed the name Nin Fong for a long time. Kwang Tong continued to express his goodwill, handing a business card to DI letter 1 EC7 PT I letter 1 EC3 UH letter 1 EFU, inviting him to develop at LI letter 1 EC5 UTH letter 1 ECB. The old man welcomed him at any time. After hearing this, DI letter 1 EC7 PT I letter 1 EC3 UH letter 1 EFU paused, unable to speak. Suddenly, Doi Nhi rushed out to make a decision on her own. I letter 1 EC7P Han stood still, but he smiled contentedly, realizing that Lao Chu had raised a good granddaughter. Understanding the implication, DI letter 1 EC7P Han scratched his head and smiled joyfully while she remained confused. Finally, he decided to leave, leaving the promise that one day, relying only on DI letter 1 EC7 PT I letter 1 EC3 UH letter 1 EAF US judgment, he would become a grandmaster. Jealous voice rang out, "A grandmaster, really?" Everyone turned to look around, wondering who dared to speak about my brothers. Kwang Tong recognized the voice, wondering if it was him. Bach Van Tieru and Hang D stroke letter 1 EA1 I Su entered together. People started whispering. Bach Van Tieru, the young master of the Huangjiang group, was here, and the old man beside him was certainly Hang D stroke letter 1 EA1 I Su, the renowned master of Southeast Asia. It was said that Hang D stroke letter 1 EA1 I Su had examined countless stones and had even helped find mineral veins. Truly a master. Facing the two, DI letter 1 EC7 P Han was astonished and inquired, "Who are you? I don't remember offending you." The old man pointed and questioned, "You didn't offend me, but you harmed my junior brother, Grandmaster Vuong." He rubbed his chin trying to recall. Grandmaster Vuong. Before he could remember, Doi Nhi exclaimed, "Is it the person who learned that language?" Upon hearing the insult, Hang D stroke letter 1 EA1 I Su angrily knocked everything over and said, "You all made my junior brother the laughingstock for months. He got so angry he fell ill and is bedridden. Now he can't even go to the bathroom by himself." He stood firm and criticized, "That's what he deserved. He didn't have good intentions playing tricks on us. Aren't we allowed to fight back?" The old man kept arguing, grinding his teeth, saying, "Enough talk." The next moment, Hang D stroke letter 1 EA1 I Su laid down the challenge. I letter 1 EC7 P Han, do you dare to compete with me? If you win, I'll bark like a dog 3 times in front of everyone and leave the martial world. H letter 1 EA3 I ban followed up. What if Han T I letter 1 EC3 U loses? The old man gritted his teeth and replied, "If he loses, he must break his own limbs and become a cripple, just like my junior brother." The game rules were announced and Doi Nhi objected, "This is unfair. DI letter 1 EC7 P Han, let's go. Only an idiot would fight him." The situation wasn't simple. TH letter 1 EE5C H letter 1 EA1 Van Tieru boldly stepped forward and asked, "Hold on, I'll give you a chance." H letter 1 EA3 I ban folded his arms and sternly said, What are you doing? You want to fight? I'm not afraid of you. Hong Tong didn't want things to escalate and tried to intervene. Watch Van Tieru, this is D-stroke I letter 1 EC1 N Nam, not Huang Jiang. You should think about the consequences before you act, he stubbornly asked in return. Consequences? I think everyone in the Stone Society will be happy. They won't disturb these two. If it weren't for Hang D-stroke letter 1 EA1 I Su agreeing to work for free for a year, I wouldn't have gotten involved. He was even more furious and couldn't say anything. DI letter 1 EC7 P Han took the initiative to raise his hand and assure, "Don't worry, old master." His tone was confident, "Sir, it's just a competition, I accept." Hearing DI letter 1 EC7 P Han's words, the spectators from afar were shocked and whispered, "What, is he crazy? Hang D-stroke letter 1 EA1 I Su has no rival in Southeast Asia. He's asking for death." Giant NHI beside him also tried to advise, DI letter 1 EC7 P Han, you shouldn't agree to him. Each letter 1 EA3 I Ban quickly refused. It's clearly unfair, we won't accept. Even Kwang Tong felt something was wrong and said, DI letter 1 EC7 PT I letter 1 EC3 UH letter 1 EFU, don't act impulsively. DI letter 1 EC7 P Han confidently replied, "Don't worry everyone. I may lose in other things, but I'm confident I'll win in stone appraisal." His heart he felt smug. After all, I am a man of talent. Hang D-stroke letter 1 EA1 I Su laughed upon hearing this. Good, you said it yourself. I hope you won't regret it. The I letter 1 EC7 P Han responded, "Of course I won't." Hearing this, the people around couldn't help but look at DI letter 1 EC7 P Han in amazement, unable to refrain from exclaiming in surprise. Did DI letter 1 EC7 P Han dare to challenge Quach Van Tieru? Quach Van Tieru is the young master of the Quach family, a family with power in both the underworld and the legitimate world. Even large families like the Nin family or the LI letter 1 EC5U family wouldn't dare to easily offend them. Think he's going to have to admit defeat this time. Van Tieru looked at DI letter 1 EC7 P Han with a serious, displeased expression, then said, "Kid, aren't you afraid of dying?" DI letter 1 EC7 P Han clenched his fist, his mouth tightly shut, his eyes full of challenge. "Whoever dares to touch me, I won't let them off." DI letter 1 EC7 P Han's words made the air around them even more tense. Master Hang approached and whispered into Quach Van Tieru's ear, "Young Master Quach, he's scared, that's why he's setting this condition. Don't worry, I've arranged everything properly." "It's impossible to win." Van Tieru frowned and looked at Master Hang. "We fear not the 1 in 10,000 but the 1 in 10,000. He paused, his face full of suspicion. Master Hang gritted his teeth. "I am willing to serve and compensate the Quach family for a year." After hearing this, Van Tieru looked smug and pointed at DI letter 1 EC7 P Han. "Fine, I agree to this condition. I'll see how you win." Van Tieru changed his attitude, and Master Hang couldn't help but frown, feeling displeased, muttering to himself, "So pragmatic." Master Hang led DI letter 1 EC7 P Han and the others into a room. As Giant NHI entered, she immediately covered her nose and whispered, "The smell is too bad, where is this place?" Master Hang looked at her and explained, "These are discarded stones from previous stone gathering sessions. They are essentially worthless." Giant NHI still didn't understand and asked again, "Why did you bring us here?" Master Hang moved forward and explained to DI letter 1 EC7 P Han, "We will compete to find the most valuable piece of jade from these discarded stones. The time limit is 1 hour." DI letter 1 EC7 P Han frowned, slightly surprised by the competition's content. The people standing outside began to whisper, "This is going to be difficult. There are thousands of discarded stones, and just inspecting each one would take days. I don't think there's any complete jade here." DI letter 1 EC7 P Han also started thinking. Without the yin-yang eyes, he wouldn't be able to find any jade in these stones. Master Hang seemed to have planned ahead. He was certain that there was something wrong with these stones. "Are you ready?" Master Hang hurriedly urged. Han Chiern whispered into his ear, "The items have been arranged as you requested." Master Hang smiled in satisfaction, thinking to himself, "Good, DI letter 1 EC7 P Han, you're going to lose today." At that moment, Giant NHI moved closer and whispered to DI letter 1 EC7 P Han, "These stones are worthless. How can we find a piece of complete jade here? Why don't we change the competition format?" DI letter 1 EC7 P Han turned his head to look at her and confidently replied, "No need, there are still plenty of good items here." The people around him laughed mockingly. "That's ridiculous. If there really were good items, why would it be his turn? Others have already checked this long ago. He's definitely going to lose today. DI letter 1 EC7 P Han has little experience after all, he's bound to be tricked." Master Hang tapped on a stone in his hand. This one won't do. Master Hang stopped and looked at another stone with a focused gaze. This one won't do either. He continued to play the game, pointing at another stone. Stone is too ordinary. The letter 1 EC7P hand slightly curled his lips, seemingly thinking, let me see what he's really trying to find. He focused on using the yin-yang eyes. The light from his right eye radiated, dividing the energy into 3 parts, swirling around, seeing through everything. The letter 1 EC7P hand saw jade pieces of different sizes hidden inside the stone. He thought to himself, what is he trying to do? Master Hang smiled sinisterly. This one must be it, Master Hang thought to himself. I had prepared the jade beforehand. He walked closer to the stone containing the jade, his gaze determined. Master Hang smiled inside, thinking that as long as he got this stone, victory was certain. He looked smug, thinking that DI letter 1 EC7P hand had lost. You're finished, DI letter 1 EC7P hand. DI letter 1 EC7P hand quickly threw a stone from behind, causing it to fly away, hitting the wall and making Master Hang panic, shouting, my stone. He casually tossed the small stone back and forth that just caused trouble. Sorry, I slipped by accident, Master Huang shouted, pointing loudly. Damn it, that was clearly on purpose. Trying to ruin my choice of stone? Yihan crossed his arms and frowned. I didn't take the stone you chose, it's over there. You added a mocking comment. Maybe you can't pick it now because it's been switched. Didn't the top master pick it up himself? Onlookers, just watching for fun, started pressuring him. That's right, if you chose it yourself, why can't you find it? If it were me, I'd find it too. Master Huang is strong, surely nothing will happen. Hearing this, Master Huang broke into a cold sweat. How is that possible? I can't find the stone I picked. He suddenly felt uneasy. Could Yihan have seen through his setup? Yihan tilted his chin provocatively. Then go find it, only less than an hour left. Master Huang knelt amid the scattered stones. Fine, I'll find it, just wait. Yihan turned and walked to the opposite side, waiting for your good news. He stopped in front of a tall rock. He slightly looked up and said, didn't expect such a treasure among this pile of junk. Yihan reached out to touch the jagged surface, a truly unexpected delight. The old man, seeing the treasure, was overjoyed to tears. Finally found you. My lifelong reputation was almost ruined. Yihan looked over, puzzled. What's with this guy? Jian I noticed Master Huang overacting. Isn't it just a stone? That extreme? Haiban commented coldly. You're celebrating a bit too early. You rejoiced like striking gold. Yihan, I've finished picking the stone. You'll surely lose this time. Yihan yawned, showing boredom. Isn't it just raw jade? And you think you've beaten me? Don't dream. Master Huang's smug expression was obvious while Fu Zhu looked pale. What? How do you know raw jade is the highest grade? I don't believe you could find anything in this pile. That could beat me. The onlookers immediately changed their tone. Master Huang can find raw jade in a whole pile of junk. Indeed impressive, now watch Yihan boast. Without skill, all talk. Yihan decided to pick the tall rock from before. This is the stone, I will definitely beat you. As he spoke, mocking laughter rose from the crowd. This kid's crazy, that stone is about to crack. There's no jade. I just see Yihan as grasping at straws, picking randomly. Jian Nai, half believing, asked Yihan, is there really raw jade inside this stone? Haiban still thought Yihan was guessing. Han Zai, don't get excited. Or should we pick another one? Master Huang laughed heartily. Yihan, I think you should admit defeat now, maybe I'll be a bit merciful. Yihan calmly applied force to the stone, causing it to crack into thin crevices, emitting a bright blue light. This person admits defeat. The dazzling jade light made the old man squint. Haiban, hiding behind Jian Nai, called out, what? Yihan actually split the stone in half with such devastating power. He took out a frog statue entirely made of jadeite. The people who had been mocking earlier suddenly gasped in amazement. Jadeite was incredibly rare and each piece was extremely valuable. They were mostly stunned by its high worth. This frog holding the jade is worth at least tens of billions. No need to compare anymore, Yihan has definitely won. This natural jadeite piece is a priceless treasure. Master Huang gaped in shock, exclaiming, what is this? How could this kid, Yihan, pull out a piece of natural jadeite from this pile of junk? Tio gritted his teeth in anger, thinking how annoying, but this guy's luck was just too good. Seeing their side win across the board, he was incredibly excited and shouted, awesome, Yihan, we won. Haiban laughed loudly. Hanzai Zhou, you're officially my idol from now on. Yihan didn't hesitate to toss the frog statue to him for safekeeping, saying, take it. Look straight at him. The match is decided, he should fulfill his promise now. Master Huang found a small excuse to refute. I don't believe it, you must be lying. Wondered how Yihan could pull out natural jadeite from this pile of scrap. The crowd no longer showed him any respect, saying, If you can't do it, how do you know others can't? You lost and still won't admit it. Pathetic and shameless to still call yourself a master. Master Huang threatened, "Hey, bark on, I've turned on the camera." Yihan laughed upon hearing this and grabbed his wrist. "Liar, I see the liar is you." Master Huang, struck in his heart, responded, "What nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand." And gently twisted his wrist and the stone in his hand fell out. Master Huang looked at the precious stone rolling on the ground. Not good. The stone rolled lightly and split into two pieces, with the natural jadeite neatly placed inside from the start. Yihan proved his dishonesty in front of everyone. The stone had been glued together, the adhesive still visible, and the jade inside had been placed there earlier. The crowd quickly noticed and realized that Master Huang had been deceptive, treating everyone like a joke. Everyone was furious because Master Huang had ruined the reputation of the Stone Appraisal Society, and they rushed to beat him up. Master Huang, sweating profusely, panic-stricken, asked, "What do you want to do?" They answered, "Of course we're going to beat you," and charged at him together. They beat Master Huang relentlessly. Yun Tio tried to sneak away to avoid the beating, yelling, "Stop, I was wrong, please spare me." Others thought this fool, though deceptive, had still lost to someone else. Yun Tio still wanted to flee but was stopped by Yihan's group. Yihan demanded, "Where do you think you're going?" Don and Hai reminded him, "Master Huang has lost the stone appraisal match, you have to apologize too." Ban added, "Master Huang has been beaten up and next it's your turn." Yun Tio tried to stiffen his trembling shoulders. The man self-proclaimed, "I'm the heir of the Xiang River Group. Even the organizer of the Stone Appraisal Society should respect me." Yihan charged forward, "Let's see if I'll make you regret messing with me today." He said, "Do you care what I am? If you offend my people, you'll get beaten up. Apologize now or today I'll turn you into a eunuch." Yun Tio was beaten senseless but obedient like a dog, barking 3 times to repay his debt. Camera zoomed in on him and the man smiled indifferently, thinking that his barking looked real. One person said, "I've recorded it, this will definitely go viral online. This guy was so arrogant and bullied people before." Yihan handled it perfectly, earning praise from Guangzong. "Impressive." Guangzong asked, "Mr. Han, may I ask if this natural jadeite is for sale?" Han happily replied, "Uncle Liu, you're here." He gently said, "The Liu family of jewelry is willing to pay 30 billion. Yihan was stunned. 30 billion? Someone in the crowd shouted loudly, "Master Yihan." Another shouted, "Our group is willing to pay 31 billion to buy this natural jadeite." Then, "The Western A Jewelry Company is willing to pay 35 billion. Please sell it to us." And, "This natural jadeite is definitely going to our Golden Triangle Jewelry Company." One person warned, "No one thinks they can snatch it. The price is up to you." Another mocked, "Do you think your shabby company can afford this gemstone? Your company is going bankrupt. Stop competing with me." They suggested, "Brother, let us have the natural jadeite. Next time we'll invite you 100 times for health care." Immediately after, they rushed into a fight. Ban sighed, watching the chaos. "Is it really that bad, fighting over a piece of jadeite like this?" Yihan explained, "You don't understand, this natural jadeite isn't just a priceless treasure, it could also bring great fame to the company." A while later, he sighed and called out, while Chu Don Nhai reached out and touched him from afar. Clung to Yihan's arm coquettishly. "Yihan, I want it too." He blushed and smiled. "All right, no problem." One arm around the beautiful woman, he raised the other and shouted, "Everyone stop fighting, I'm not selling this natural jadeite anymore." The crowd was in an uproar. Someone mocked, "What, not selling anymore?" Another angrily said, "Why not? We all bid so high already." Yihan answered with a slight smile, "Because this natural jadeite, we want to keep it for ourselves." Guangzong sighed as they left, thinking that the young man was too impulsive and didn't realize how much trouble this jadeite would cause. At the Ning Jewelry Group, the young master immediately gathered people together. They were determined to get the natural jadeite tonight, no matter if Yihan lived or died. The bodyguards nodded, ready to take action. After being beaten by Yihan, Zhao Yun plotted revenge, and the Xiang River Group would attack Yihan's villa tonight. They only needed to get the natural jadeite. A bald man said, "I can pay any amount you want." Another person promised, "Don't worry, Quat Shao, that kid's dead for sure, we'll complete the mission." He grinned maliciously, thinking, "Yihan, you dared to offend me, tonight's the hour of your death." Meanwhile, at the Dang Yuan Financial Group, the head said, "Only our empire deserves this natural jadeite, we must take it back." The crowd cheered for the empire's glory at Yihan's villa. Nearby, Liu Zhaiming, receiving information, realized that the Ning Financial Group, the Xiang River Group, the Dang Yuan Financial Group, and other large and small families would attack tonight. They were determined to get the natural jadeite. His tone was serious, eyes sharp as he looked at Yihan. Chu Don Nhai reached out and apologized. "Sorry, Yihan, it's all my fault for being so impulsive. We should sell the natural jadeite. I don't want you to get into trouble." He gently comforted her, "Don't worry, Don Nhai, I promised I would give this natural jadeite to you. I'll never go back on my word." Suddenly a voice rang out, "Yi, I'm here to help you." Chu Don Nhai asked curiously, "Who is it?" Ban hesitated, guessing it was Gong Zhang and his brothers who had arrived. The man said, "Yi, I knew you needed help, so I've brought everyone to you." Tonight we'll wipe them all out, not leaving a single one. Yihan was surprised, running to shake his hand and pat him on the back. Thanks, my brother. Zai doesn't need to say anything, we're brothers, we'll shoulder this together. Ban hugged them both and said, exactly, we're brothers, we'll shoulder this together. He smiled and together with Yihan shouted, tonight, we'll kill as many as come at us. Yihan's mansion still shone brightly in the dark night. The Ning Corporation, a group armed with heavy weapons, laughed sinisterly and chatted among themselves, thinking Ning Xiao was overestimating this brat. This mansion is full of vulnerabilities, even I could break in alone. The elder brother was right. That brat might be asleep, we could kill him immediately before he reacts. The Guo Corporation is ready to ambush outside. The mansion's defenses are too weak. We can easily storm in without difficulty. Don't worry, elder, we will definitely bring back that brat's Jade head. Strike straight and it's done, so simple. The head of the Fujiwara Corporation declared proudly, although this mission is simple, we cannot afford to be careless. The son immediately obeyed. Yes, master, we will not disappoint you. For glory, the three corporations shouted in unison, kill. The men of the Guo Corporation surged forward, swinging their swords. Confidently, I have been craving a fight. The Ning Corporation drew their guns and charged ahead. They ordered, advance, don't let anyone steal the kill first. A man from the Fujiwara Corporation ran up excitedly, shouting, the first kill is mine. Suddenly a bullet flew out. In a second, 3 men fell, causing chaos among the rest. What? They watched in disbelief. Immediately, they realized a master was inside the mansion. The gun barrel still smoked. Yihan held the gun confidently, saying, whoever dares enter this mansion, one word, die. Before Yihan, everyone panicked, sweating and whispering. His shooting was precise. The 3 best men were killed instantly. This brat is unexpectedly formidable. His marksmanship is incredible. Yihan sneered, mocking, a bunch of trash like you think you can kill me and steal the treasure? Dream on. Thinking to himself, he already knew they would come through his yin-yang eyes. Steel Sun had set the ambush, only waiting for them to arrive. Then Yihan raised his middle finger, saying, if you have the guts, come at me. It angered the opponents. One shouted, don't be afraid. He only has 1 gun, how many can he kill? There are so many of us, we can kill him. For the glory of the empire, kill. Immediately all shouted and charged forward. Everyone yelled together, brothers, handle them. Kill. The Ning Corporation men lay sprawled, screaming for mercy, begging for their lives, pleading there were other enemies after the Jade treasure. Yihan frowned, wondering. Were the 3 leaders of the other groups? Suddenly, they heard Don Enhai's terrified scream, Yihan, save me. Yihan froze, panicked, this is bad. Those 3 are going after Don Enhai. The thugs rushed forward, shouting, kill, this Jade treasure is mine. Others in the group seized the chance, trying to kill Yihan and snatch the Jade treasure. The 2 sides clashed, swords and blades clanging, guns firing, smoke filling the air, chaos erupting like a sea of flame. Yihan gritted his teeth in anger, damn it, now more enemies arrive. Steel Sun fired his gun, shouting, these small forces are nothing to fear. You go save Don and Hi, I'll handle them here. Yihan nodded, deciding resolutely. Right, he turned quickly and leaped to the 2nd floor to rescue her. Yihan shouted into the room, Jian and Hi, are you okay? At that moment, he saw Wu Wan, Yan Jai, and Ayamoto preparing to steal the Jade treasure in the glass case. They didn't flinch when discovered, while Jian and Hi lay unconscious on the floor. All 3 wore cruel expressions. Yan Jai readied for combat. This brat arrived just in time, let's kill him first, then steal the Jade treasure. Wu Wan agreed, I'm fine with that, our elder ordered us to take that brat's head. Ayamoto continued, for the empire he must die. Yihan held a dagger, walking in fury, contempt, asking, what have you done to Don and Hi? Yanjai blocked him and replied, she's only unconscious. He smirked and added, but you then lunged, attempting to punch Yihan, shouting, you must die. With sharp eyes, Yihan shouted, daring to harm Don and Hi. He charged, swinging his dagger, I'll kill you first. 2 metal clashes, neither blade yielding. Yanjai laughed approvingly, not bad, brat. Yihan worried, his strength is too great, I can't defeat him. While he was distracted, Wu Wan tried to sneak an attack from behind. Pressing a blade to Yihan's neck, he smugly said, sorry, your head is mine. Yihan flipped, using his legs as leverage to strike down with his dagger. Wu Wan panicked, blocking the blow. Emoto shouted, for the glory of the empire, whoever kills him first gets the Jade treasure. The other 2 eagerly agreed. All 3 charged simultaneously, Ayamoto leading with a technique, Yihan in a stance, daggers held forward, ready to fight. Dim it die, both sides clashed, blocking each other. The battle raged fiercely, weapons clashing. He landed, filled with frustration. I am no match for these 3, he thought. I can only use the power the Grandmaster passed to me. Suddenly, Fire Phoenix appeared behind, asking, hey, need to retreat. Yihan startled, shouting, Fire Phoenix, why are you here? She replied, here to complete my mission, I don't care, just heard about your situation so came to check. Fire Phoenix smugly asked, so want me to help deal with these 3? Just agree to one condition. Yihan bluntly refused. No need, they're just a few trash, I can handle them. Fire Phoenix warned, hey, don't speak out loud, these three are S-class wanted criminals. She continued, even if I face them alone, I'd still need some strength. Yan closed his eyes to think, just give me a few more minutes. Yan Jai stood, arms crossed, arrogant. Hey little sister, he doesn't need your help, I do. Haven't touched a woman in days. Wu Wan echoed, yes, I've been lonely lately. The last one laughed, commenting, this woman is like a jade treasure, a fine prize. Fire Phoenix angrily charged, daring, today I'll cripple you all. But Yihan stopped her, asserting, these three are mine. The three were shocked, exclaiming, this brat already broke through. Yihan lost patience, provoking, all of you attack at once, don't waste time. Wan challenged loudly, even if you broke through, you're no match for us three. Yan Jai cracked his fingers, leering, come on, don't hold back, let's see how many strikes you can block. Ayamoto said resolutely, the Empire's enemies must be eliminated at all costs. Immediately, all three charged. Yan Jai roared, descend to hell and regret it. Wu Wan unleashed his strike, die. Ayamoto shouted, kill. Faced with the attack, Yihao closed his eyes and sneered. He unleashed his power and coldly said, is that all? Then Yihao swung his blade, taking down three assassins in the blink of an eye, leaving them no time to react. He laughed scornfully and mocked, how interesting this scene. Around him, gasps of surprise echoed. Impossible, is this a joke? The shattered Jade of the Empire. Phoenix Fire couldn't believe her eyes, thinking, one strike and he took down three experts in an instant. She was trembling in fear at Yihao's power. Even martial arts geniuses like the Guild Elder of the Black Fang sect couldn't compare to him, but Yihao didn't let it bother him. It's a small matter, I didn't use my full strength, Yihao said. Suddenly, Phoenix Fire jumped up and rushed towards him. Yihao, you must join the security bureau, I've made up my mind. Yihao didn't show much interest and waved his hand. I don't want to. Phoenix Fire pressed closer to him. I want you, and he quickly pinched her cheek. Put your face away, save me, female thug, Yihao shouted. At this moment, Dunya woke up and complained, this is too much. Seeing Phoenix Fire still clinging to Yihao, she asked, what are you two doing? Yihao angrily grabbed her hair and refused. Stop it, she said, what are you two doing? A moment later, in the living room of the villa, Yihao explained to everyone, this is what happened. Phoenix Fire confidently said, I can use the force of the security bureau to help everyone leave here, but Yihao has to stay and help us. Hearing this, Dunya angrily slammed the table. I disagree, we can't abandon Yihao. She thought to herself, we also can't leave Yihao with this woman. Iban also agreed, Dunya is right, if we leave together. Besides, the enemy has been repelled, it should no longer be dangerous. Kang Zhang nodded, as long as Fei Tui is still here, the danger is not resolved. Yao suddenly spoke, stop arguing. He proposed a solution, Duan Yi and Hai Ban take Fei Tui back first, I will stay. Hearing this, Duan Yi and Hai Ban simultaneously called out, Yihao. After finishing the call, Phoenix Fire quickly passed the message to Yihao. They've arrived at the gate, have you decided? He nodded and said, tell them to come in. But as soon as he finished speaking, Dunya rushed into Yihao's arms. No. She looked up at him, worried, and asked, Yihao, I'm scared, what should I do if something happens to you? Yihao gently rubbed Dunya's head and comforted her, don't worry, I'll be fine. Just then, the group from Shanqi entered and one of them mocked, hey, are we filming a movie here? He pointed at Yihao and teased Phoenix Fire. Shan, you said you were looking for reinforcements for us. Are you talking about this boy who only knows how to hug women? Phoenix Fire crossed her arms and coldly replied, Shanqi, don't say I didn't warn you, this guy is no simpleton. But didn't listen, continuing to provoke, this kid, I could knock out 5 of him with one punch. Phoenix Fire, don't play with me. In the blink of an eye, a flash swept past Shanqi's head. He stood still. Yihao impatiently said, stop talking nonsense, I'll teach you a lesson for your boss. Shanqi asked in confusion, what lesson? Phoenix Fire pointed at his head and laughed out loud. It was then that Shanqi realized his hair had been completely shaved off. My hair. Seeing this, Feng Qiu, Hai Ma, and Yihu all stared in astonishment, constantly exclaiming, that was so fast. I didn't even see him draw the knife. A master, an ultimate master, even more formidable than Phoenix Fire herself. Shanqi lifted his hair and said, my hair. Yihao happily twirled his knife and asked, what's wrong? How do you like the haircut I gave you? Do you want a different style? Shanqi no longer dared to be arrogant, only managing a forced smile and waving his hand. It looks great, I'm really satisfied with your design. The situation is tense, no need to change the style. Phoenix Fire intervened. All right, enough talking, Shanqi, Yihu, Feng Qiu, Hai Ma, and I plus you, we've gathered all the members for this mission. Yihao spoke up, who is the target for this mission? Phoenix Fire crossed her arms and introduced the target, reminding everyone, this time we need to capture a man nicknamed the Madman Grenade Rat. He is highly skilled in explosives and bombs, extremely dangerous. Everyone must be careful. Yihao decisively agreed. All right, take these 2 ahead, then I'll feel more at ease carrying out the mission with you. Upon hearing this, Duanyi immediately objected. No, you're doing something dangerous for us, I don't agree. She immediately changed her attitude. If you go, you won't be able to resist the temptation of this evil woman. Yihao immediately denied that's not going to happen. But Phoenix Fire wouldn't give up, moving closer, placing her hand on Yihao's shoulder and holding him tightly. Despite seeing Duanye's astonished and angry expression, she blushed and said, "A man like him I just can't hold back. Keep holding him, I won't be polite." Yihao immediately shook her hand off and angrily said, "Damn it, Phoenix Fire, what are you doing?" The sense of danger heightened. Duanye angrily wrapped her arm around Yihao's, warning, "You evil woman, stay away from my Yihao." She didn't let go, instead wrapping her other arm around Yihao. "Why? You and Yihao have no relationship. What right do you have to manage me?" Phoenix Fire immediately became fierce. "I'm his girlfriend. You wouldn't back down, I'm his comrade, and you two aren't even married. Who knows, you might break up tomorrow." Then followed a never-ending verbal sparring between the two. "I once slept in the same room as Yihao. Yihao once spied on me while I was bathing. Yihao kissed me. Yihao touched my chest. Once Yihao returns to Shanghai, I'll sleep with him. Tomorrow, I'll sleep with him again." The group from Shanqi couldn't believe their eyes. Phoenix Fire is actually fighting over a man with a woman. Is this still the Phoenix Fire that scares the International Special Forces? It's amazing he won over Phoenix Fire. What a talent. Ban was envious. How Zai is being liked to this extent. Kong Zhang joked. "Stop complaining. You should make a lot of money and go to Korea for plastic surgery. Who knows, you might have some hope." Just then, a high-pitched voice rang out from outside the door. "No need to fight. No one is going anywhere tonight." Yihao immediately became alert. Looking back, Duanye stammered, "That voice." Phoenix Fire's face darkened, her eyes full of danger. Could it be him? Madman stood at the door, laughing maniacally, with 2 grenades hanging from his body. "Hello, everyone, I heard you were looking for me. I've come by myself, bringing a few small gifts with me." Seeing his appearance clearly, Phoenix Fire screamed, "Not good, grenades, get down." Yihao immediately cursed, "Damn it." He quickly grabbed Duanye's hand, pulling her close, then hugged her and turned, "Be careful." But at that moment the madman laughed gleefully. It's too late. He pressed the grenade button and immediately an explosion sounded. Yihao, holding Duanye, and Ban were thrown away by the shockwave. At that moment, the scene became chaotic. Furniture scattered everywhere and dust filled the air. Yihao quickly took cover behind a table to avoid the blast, his head bleeding from the explosion, coughing violently in the smoke. Yihao anxiously checked on the others when they fell to the floor. Duanji, are you all right?" Ban and Duanye sat up, still confused. Duanji coughed and sighed. Luckily, Haozai helped block the impact of the bomb. "We're fine." Duanye looked at Yihao's face, panicked and worried. "Are you hurt?" Yihao took Duanye's hand and reassured her. "I'm fine, we need to find cover. This is a big problem." But in his mind, he was thinking of something else. "I wonder how Phoenix Fire and the others are doing. Did they get hurt?" "People from Fire Phoenix are hiding behind the wall near you." Fire Phoenix, holding her injured arm, feels guilty and says that she is sorry for involving you this time and promises to distract Crazy Rat for a while. She urges you to have everyone leave first. Crazy Rat walks sideways, one hand holding a gun, the other holding a detonator, threatening that the entire villa has been thoroughly rigged with bombs and there is no way to escape. He says if anyone dares to take even a step outside, he will activate the bombs immediately. Gu warns that the bombs made by Crazy Rat are extremely powerful and well hidden, difficult to detect. Normally they could try to disarm them, but right now everyone is injured. Yihao grumbles, "Damn it, if only we knew where the bombs are." Fire Phoenix suggests a solution. "There's no choice. For now, we can only keep Crazy Rat occupied." Using Deep Hand's clairvoyance ability, every bomb placement near the entrance, like the stepping bomb, is verified. He lists the bomb locations on the flagstone, including the pool area and the floor. Deep Hand asks Fire Phoenix to help distract Crazy Rat while he goes to deal with the bombs. Fire Phoenix is surprised and asks, "What? Deep Hand, how do you know where the bombs are?" Yihao follows up with advice, "The young ones don't rush, take it easy." Bengu is also surprised. Bengu worries and warns, "For now, the best option is to wait for backup. Acting impulsively will only make things worse." Fire Phoenix signals for everyone to be quiet. "Stop talking, I trust Deep Hand, let him handle this." Ban anxiously says, "Hand 2, you must be careful, I'll make sure to help you this time." Don Nhi also offers encouragement. "Deep Hand, you must be safe, don't push yourself too hard." Deep Hand responds confidently, "Got it. Be careful everyone before I leave." Ban urges, "Hurry up and give me all your jewelry." The fat old man insists, "I must rush outside today no matter what." She asks suspiciously, "What are you planning to do?" Crazy Rat, holding the detonator, challenges, "You cowardly rats, aren't you trying to catch me? Come out here now." Crazy Rat suddenly slides out from behind. A leg in black high heels appears, creating a seductive pose. Ban appears as a glamorous woman with a full figure, a tight dress, and graceful legs, teasing, "Big guy, come and have some fun." Crazy Rat is shocked and vomits. Ban still maintains her seductive demeanor, blowing a kiss at. Crazy Rat continues to vomit, disgusted. The others are also in shock. Fire Phoenix exclaims, "We're doomed. This method of attracting attention is too special." Yihao is also stunned. Don and Hi can't hold back. "No way. This fat guy is worse than Ning Feng. I can't take it anymore." Ban continues to distract, causing chaos, reminiscing about how she used to call people little point. Pan urges, "Hurry up, Kaka's life is in your hands." Crazy Rat struggles angrily. "What kind of monster is that? We're dying here." Losing patience, he presses the detonator. Everyone panics, covering their mouths and eyes, hearts filled with worry. Ban closes her eyes, gritting her teeth, regretting, "We're doomed. I shouldn't have dressed as a woman and rushed out here." But nothing happens. Fire Phoenix is suspicious. "What's going on? It didn't explode." Bengu is also incredulous. Dean Chow wonders, "Did Deepan succeed?" Crazy Rat is anxious, frantically pressing the detonator. Pan appears from behind and says, "Stop wasting your time." He throws the bombs he just disarmed onto the ground and arrogantly adds, "I've disarmed all your bombs." Don and Chai is overjoyed. "Deepan, that's great, you did it." Ban, both happy and teary, says, "Oh my god, Han 2, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come, this fat guy's several hundred pounds of meat would have been ruined." Everyone is shocked, staring at Deepan. Yihao stammers, he really did it. Crazy Rat's bombs have all been disarmed. Bengu exclaims, "How did he find all the bomb locations so quickly? Unbelievable." Fire Phoenix looks satisfied, smiling wickedly. "Deepan, you didn't disappoint me. I definitely have to have you." Crazy Rat, with his mouth agape, says in disbelief, "No, this can't be. My explosives were hidden in the most secret places." "How could you find them?" Deepan steps forward with a serious expression. "Stop talking. Do you want to surrender, or should I help you with my fist?" Ban is gleeful. "You can't just let this guy off easily. He needs to feel the sensation of wearing stockings and dancing one." The group is silent. Crazy Rat, furious, shouts, "Go." He pulls the pin and threatens, "You want to catch me? Don't dream, you'll all die with me." Everyone panics. "Han 2, Deepan, it's bad." Deepan calmly pulls out a knife and throws a shining slash at Crazy Rat's hand holding the bomb. He screams in pain, clutching his injured hand, "My hand." Deepan glides behind him, asking triumphantly, "You like playing with self-detonation, huh?" Crazy Rat spins around in shock, gritting his teeth. "What?" Deepan kicks him in the groin, causing him to bleed in agony. The sudden kick makes Crazy Rat feel like he's breaking apart. Deepan growls, "Get lost," and delivers another kick, sending him flying. Crazy Rat holds his groin and cries, "Deepan, you wait, this isn't over." Deepan prepares another bomb, gleefully scheming, still one more left. He kicks the bomb towards its target. "Take your own stuff, don't drop it." Crazy Rat is panicked, his eyes wide, and then a loud explosion echoes through the air. Everyone is overjoyed, looking towards the same direction. Don Nhai marvels, "This fireworks display is really beautiful." The scene shifts to the conference hall where everyone is gathered, discussing excitedly. Tonight, a fierce battle has erupted in the city. Placeholder for Block 113, if the content continues. Placeholder for Block 114, if the content continues. Placeholder for Block 115, if the content continues. Placeholder for Block 116, if the content continues. Placeholder for Block 117, if the content continues. Placeholder for Block 118, if the content continues. Placeholder for Block 119, if the content continues. Placeholder for Block 120, if the content continues. Rumor had it that many powerful forces had joined, all eager to seize the recently discovered natural jadeite. The elders advised against it, willing to take short-term losses, while the young hoped for luck and greater gain. At the same time, the door slowly opened. Yihan and Kun Zheng walked in while chatting, drawing surprised gazes from everyone. Early in the morning, they had escorted Don Nhai and her brother home, returning just in time, as today was the last day of the stone-smashing event that determined ownership of the mineral vein. People stared, wide-eyed. That kid is still unharmed. That means everyone from the three great demon forces has failed. This young man is no ordinary figure. Even Ning Feng shot a hateful glance, silently fuming. "Damn it, Yihan, just wait." Yun Zio Gong gritted his teeth, thinking, "He harmed me, disrupted my army. We'll kill that bastard." Dang Yuan was no exception. His face fixed in a stare at Yihan, thinking the one who obstructed the Empire's grand plans must die. Meanwhile, Yihan calmly stepped closer to the display table holding the jadeite. He set a serious expression, silently reminding himself, while those behind began whispering, to pick the most valuable piece among 9 stones. For masters of peak level, this was a test of vision and courage. The winner could claim $100 million from a mineral vein, a risk worth taking. Seeing Yihan scrutinize the stone, Kun Zheng asked unconsciously, "Brother Yi, which raw stone do you think has the greatest potential?" After some thought, Yihan replied, "This one." Among these raw stones, this is good, the ice larva orchid, it's a quality piece. At that moment, Ning Feng and his gang quietly watched from behind, feeling satisfied. Han's expertise was so sharp, just observing which raw stones interested him was enough, no need to physically inspect them. I am truly clever. Yet everything was according to Yi Han's plan. He was amused, intending to use them, and clearly these fools had yet to learn their lesson. Hearing this, Kun Zeng excitedly urged, "Then what are you waiting for, brother Yi? Announce the stone you favor." Yi Han then pointed at the stone with delight, deliberately speaking loud enough for Ning Feng to hear. Eighth raw stone was black as lacquer, with faint white patterns and subtle flower veins. Its rough surface concealed a mist beneath, dry and sharp, confirming it contained a top-grade gem. Kun Zeng, intrigued, nodded, saying, "Makes sense." Han then began recording on the auction sheet. "Let's start at 80 million. But things didn't go smoothly. Ning Feng stepped forward from behind, smugly placing his bid. 100 million. This raw stone is mine. Seeing this, Yihan feigned anger, shouting, "Ning Feng, it's you again." Ning Feng arrogantly challenged him. "What, you don't accept it? Country bumpkin, listen carefully. No matter how much you throw in, I'll double it. Dare to try me." Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Yihan deliberately raised the bid to secure the stone. "Winning $100 million and a mineral vein in one go, why not? I'll bid 200 million. Without hesitation, Ning Feng arrogantly held up 4 fingers. 400 million. Tranviet quickly followed with his own bid. He exuded arrogance, looking down on Yihan. "Compared to my wealth, your 10 times wouldn't suffice." Seeing his smugness, Yihan felt rage. "Damn it, I only brought 300 million, Ning Feng. Fine, this stone's yours." Knowing he was duped, Yihan shifted his focus. "Let's go." Zhang, surprised at Yihan giving up, panicked and tried to stop him. "No, brother Yi, you don't have enough money I can lend you." Yihan, however, sternly refused. "No, this is a test from you to me. No one else can assist." At that moment, Ning Feng, proud, hands on hips, laughed loudly. "Finally, I've beaten you once." Sensing something was off, Tranviet quickly spoke. "Young master, something seems wrong." He looked at Ning Feng, who froze, worried. "What is it?" A stone table across the room, Yihan repeated his previous words, leaving Kun Zeng puzzled. "The stone's surface is black as lacquer, faint white patterns appear with subtle flower veins. Rough on top, mist beneath, dry and sharp. Inside there is certainly top-grade jade." Soon, another person fell into the trap. That person eagerly raised the bid to 400 million. "Yi Tang, compared to my wealth, your 10 times wouldn't suffice. This mineral vein is mine." Once again, Yihan pretended to give up. "Fortunately, I only brought 300 million this time, Yi Yuan. Fine, this stone is yours." Saying so, he stormed off with Kun Zeng. From afar, Ning Feng realized he had been deceived. Seemingly unstoppable, at the next table, Yihan again pointed at a stone with the same attitude, leaving Kun Zeng bewildered. The stone's surface was black as lacquer, with faint white patterns and subtle flower veins. Rough on top, mist beneath, dry and sharp. Inside, it certainly contained a top-grade gem. Yunzio Hong, delighted. "You proudly bid 400 million, Yihan. Compared to my wealth, your 10 times isn't enough. This prize is mine. Too bad I only brought 300 million. At before, Yihan pretended to give up. "Bach Yunzio, fine, this stone is yours." Witnessing this, Kun Zeng, confused, muttered, "What on earth is happening?" Deng Yuan was dazed, feeling he had heard this before. Tranviet realized Yihan's trick and hurriedly warned Ning Feng. "Young master, we've been deceived again, haven't we?" Realizing he had been tricked, he grew furious, thinking, "No need to explain, I saw it coming." Only Yunzio did not notice. The top contender smirked. "Yihan, today is your day." Yihan turned, covering his mouth in a sly smile. "These fools are too easy to deceive." Only now did Kun Zeng realize Yihan was manipulating them. The tactic was ruthless. While they laughed in triumph, a man stepped forward, interrupting, "Isn't this Kun Zeng?" It was young Master Nguyen from one of the 4 great families. He asked Kun Zeng, "Still wandering here leisurely among the stones?" Kun Zeng angrily retorted, "Nguyen Hong, you can come, why can't I?" Nguyen Hong smirked arrogantly, approaching and patting his shoulder. "You forgotten the stakes between our families. If you lose, that mineral vein belongs to the Nguyen family." Finishing, Pham Thang added in time, "Young Master Nguyen, don't worry with me. Pham Thang, the 7th extreme king of Southeast Asia, present." Their family's mineral vein awaited transfer to the Nguyen. Hearing this, Kun Zeng gritted his teeth in anger but stayed silent. Nguyen Hong and Pham Thang exchanged smug glances. Yihan whispered to Kun Zeng, "Who is that white-clad turtle? So aggressive? Let me explain. The raw stone enterprise here is controlled by the Nguyen, Deem, and the 4 great families. He is the heir of the Nguyen family." Hearing this, Kun Zeng's anger surged, remembering past conflicts. Recently, they had staked their family's mineral vein in a bet. Unexpectedly, they sabotaged from within, preventing them from inviting top-level experts. Hearing this, Yihan confidently patted his chest. "Wasn't it a bet, Kun Zeng? Don't worry, I'll help you." He thought to himself that Kun Zeng had helped him many times before. "I have to make sure he wins this bet." Hearing this, Yun Hong laughed until tears ran down his face. Who do you think you are? You even have the right to bet with us. Bam Thang laughed loudly, pointing at him. Too young, haven't tasted defeat yet, have you? Challenge and anger flashed in Yi Han's eyes as he proposed. If you're so confident, why not make it extreme? 300 million at stake, and see if I can claim the final prize? Yun Hong sneered. Extreme it is, do you think I'm afraid of you? He tossed his hair boldly. I'm not some weakling with no brains, I know extreme stones, and I will definitely win. Yun Hong's mind was full of schemes, thinking this was the perfect chance to bid secretly. Yun Hong could keep his bid secret, just focus on Yi Han. No matter what bid he made, all he had to do was outbid him. With Yi Han's capital, he could never be a real rival. Once the deal was sealed, they stared at each other fiercely. Yi Han spoke first. Fine, a deal is struck. In his heart, he smirked, thinking how he would play this white-clad fool. Crowd murmured. For ordinary extreme stones, Yi Han's chances were high. But if bidding secretly, the rules favored Yun Hong. As long as Yun Hong always bid just above Yi Han, he would win in the end. Yi Han's worth couldn't compare to the young master of the Yun family. Yun Hong pointed at Yi Han, shouting, Kid, 10 minutes left to choose the raw stone. Have you picked yet? He scratched his head awkwardly. I was about to forget if you hadn't reminded me. He turned, then excitedly pointed at a raw stone. This stone's surface is black as ink with vague white appearing faint pine pattern. The surface is rough, beneath it a mist, clearly dry. Inside, there's definitely a supreme grade. Everyone was surprised at Yi Han's quick choice. Yun Hong shouted in frustration, You've used your 3 chances in the afternoon already. Do you take me for a fool? I won't fall for your trick. Ying Feng, Deng Yuan, and Yun Zio, according to him, were fools. They all glanced at him. Yi Han crossed his arms, confident. Who he calls fools, maybe he means us. I'm like the Empire's elite. This is truly Jadeite. The crowd expressed disbelief, sticking out tongues. You think we're fools? Eyes wide, some huffed smoke. Crazy to believe you. Whoever bids isn't like those foolish Ning Feng. A middle finger was raised. Right, none of us would bid on this stone even if we died. Yi Han turned, shrugging with feigned regret. A pity no one fell for it. Kan Tizang, let's check out the other stones. He smirked inside. With this stone under his control, its jadeite was the most valuable. Yun Hong stared coldly at them, determined to compete to the end. Let's go, watch this kid die. No matter what stone he bids on, we must outbid him. Bam Thang clenched his fist. The tone of confident arrogance, Yun Shao said, This kid is doomed. Soon, in the auction room, the high-pitched voice of the announcer began the program. Guests, after trimming and judging, determined the highest-valued stone tonight. He raised his voice to stir the atmosphere. Interested? I'm definitely the top bidder. No, I'm the final winner. My bid is the highest. I'll surely win this time. Yun Hong asked, Bam Thang, have you bid ahead of Yi Han secretly? Okay, tell me. Worry, Yun Shao, Yi Han's stone, we follow. Our bids are absolutely higher than his, we can't lose. Yun Hong turned to Yi Han, smiling. So you want to compete with me? Let's see how you fall this time. Yi didn't care, sniffing and asking, White-clad fool, what are you staring at? Have you prepared the 300 million check yet? Yun Hong bared his teeth and shouted, Prepared, damn it. He confidently asserted, You're the loser this time, why should I prepare? Yi Han laughed slyly inside, curious to see Yun Hong's expression after the results, but outwardly remained calm. Oh, then just wait and see. The onlookers sneered, trying to provoke him. Yi Han still pretended to resist. They knew his 300 million was doomed. He was a kid with no backing, how could he compete with Yun's heir? Yu Bang lifted the red cloth, announcing, The most valuable raw stone this time is this Bing Chang Zai La land. Underneath, the cut raw stone revealed dazzling jadeite. The crowd gasped, Oh my, Bing Chang Zai La land. This was a supreme-grade treasure, admired by all. A piece of Bing Chang Zai La land could sell for thousands, at least hundreds. Liu Bang approached the bidding box, taking out a paper. Spoke, let's see who is the lucky top bidder. Reading the paper, he was surprised. Strange, only one bid in this box, the crowd exclaimed. Only one bid, could it be? Liu Bang raised the paper, announcing, Correct, the lucky bidder is Mr. Yi Han. The paper showed Yi Han 10,000. Yun Hong was stunned, clutching his head, swearing. Bam Thang couldn't believe it either. How is this possible? Kan Tizang laughed joyfully. It's truly Yi Han who chose it. Yi Han stepped on stage, waving thanks. Thank you everyone and the host, I was truly lucky. The crowd shouted in anger below, Yi Han, you bastard, you tricked us all. Too foolish, Yi Han, do you even have a conscience? While cursing, Yi Han collected the prize. Yun Hong dragged Pham Thang, planning to escape. Damn, let's go. At that moment, the thugs and enforcers appeared, blocking their path. Kan Tizang asked, Young Master Yun, where are you going? The enforcers flexed, warning, You still haven't paid my brother Yi Han's 300 million. Yun Hong paled but still barked, What do you want? A Yun family heir, dare to threaten me, want to die? The enforcers ignored him, growling, Who cares who you are, try to cheat us, hit him. Then they ordered their men to handle the two. The elite squad moved, the thugs raged, faking attacks on his third leg. Yun Hong begged, Stop hitting, I haven't. Bam Thang cried loudly. I'm not involved, why beat me too? In an instant, both were defeated. Kan Tizang approached Yi Han, reporting, "Ye elder brother, here's your 300 million winning check, I've helped you collect it." He accepted it straightforwardly, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, big brother Kan Tizang." Seeing this, Yun Hong's rage grew, silently vowing, "Yi Han, Kan Tizang, at tomorrow night's bet, I'll make sure you both die miserably." Scene shifts to the gambling hall, two factions silently facing each other. The Yun family head Shan Ha smirked. "Kan Xian, the player your family sent hasn't arrived yet." "It's not that he couldn't be found," Kan Xian's head replied firmly. "And he don't think that playing the game of deceit will help you achieve the ancestral goals of my family. You can never win." Shan He sneered, his eyes darkening as if he had been plotting this for a long time. "Such arrogance, all the remaining masters of the celestial techniques in Southeast Asia have already been subdued by me. Our family has basically no one left to use." He pointed to the man beside him. "We have invited Vin Pham Thang, Mr. Vin, one of the 7 great gambling saints of Southeast Asia. I want to see who among you can defeat him today." Pham Thang smiled calmly. "Rest assured, Mr. Yuan, I will definitely win this game." A powerful voice rang out from outside the door, causing everyone to turn their heads. The sound of firm footsteps entered, followed by a group of subordinates tossing flowers and playing loud music as if preparing for a victory celebration. You burst in, causing Shanhe to grit his teeth in anger. Gan Xian froze, unsure if this was the celestial technique master that Gan Tang had invited. Nguyen Hong looked on in confusion. "Isn't that Yi Han? What is he doing here?" Pham Thang gasped in surprise. Turn on the radio." Yi Han pointed firmly. "You guys are definitely losing today." Shanhe finally came to his senses and immediately flew into a rage. "Think we're fools? Changing clothes, setting up the radio, tossing flowers, do you think you're a god?" The speaker on Van Jai's shoulder suddenly blared. "High-price purchases, old refrigerators, old TVs, old washing machines, old wires. Old clothes exchanged for eggs." He stopped with a grin. "Why did the BGM change? Is it broken?" Van Jai said calmly, "Boss, there aren't enough pedals, extra fees required." He crossed his arms and mocked. "Gan Tang, is this the celestial technique master you found? He here to be a clown?" Gan Beng mocked in response. "Gan Tang, this gambling game is about the fate of the family. Stop messing around, get this guy out of here." Gan Xian's face turned dark, grinding his teeth as he asked, "Gan Tang, what is going on here?" Shanhe laughed loudly in disdain, slowly standing up and exhaling a puff of smoke. "You guys are really desperate. Trusting a guy like him, I think this game doesn't need to continue." Yi Han simply smiled and replied calmly, "Doesn't it need to continue?" As soon as the words ended, you slammed your hand on the table, sending the cards flying into the air. Yi Han's gaze turned cold as he gently waved his hand, catching each card that was flying in chaos. Finally, you held up the absolute 4 aces you had just caught. You guys had already planned to lose. The entire room fell silent. You found the 4 aces from the deck without even looking at the other cards. Even Hao Ba couldn't help but exclaim, "This young man truly has skills." Gan Tang stepped forward and clasped his hands solemnly. "Father, please trust me. Yi Han can definitely represent us and win this gambling match." Gan Xian hesitated and then agreed, clasping his hands in respect. "Little friend Yi, I entrust my family's business to you." Yi Han placed his hand on Gan Xian's as if comforting him. "Uncle, you're too polite. We're good friends, your matters are mine. I will certainly do my best to win this gambling match." Pham Thang scoffed, sneering. "Do you think knowing some card tricks makes you so impressive? When I'm about to strike from all sides at the gambling table, this kid is still standing there." You retorted, "Stop talking, true skill is on the gambling table." Pham Thang shrugged, teasing, "What do you want to bet? I'm familiar with all kinds of betting, pick whatever you like." Yi Han said little, placing the black card on the table as a challenge. "Then let's bet on the dice rolls." "But that's not exciting enough. I have 1 billion in my bank card, I'll wager it all. 1 gold to decide the winner, do you dare to follow?" Pham Thang paused, quickly calculating in his mind. Even if both of them roll 3 sixes with a total of 3 dice, the most they could do is tie so he wouldn't lose. Thinking this, Pham Thang decisively threw the card down onto the table. "Fine, I'll take the bet. If you want to give away your money, I won't refuse." Soon after, the voice of the referee rang out. Round 1, an outstanding match. One side is the legendary gambler of Southeast Asia. The other side is the deathly assassin of the nursing home. Pham Thang immediately raised his cup, ready. "Watch my 18 styles of celestial devil hand." Dice in his hand flew like a demon emerging from the depths, exciting Shanhe's group. Mr. Vin was using his ultimate move. Surely Yi Han couldn't resist. "This round, we've definitely won." Facing the powerful momentum, Yi Han only lifted his cup. You gathered your energy and spoke softly. "The 18 styles of celestial devil hands are outdated. Watch my move." After speaking, you shook the dice cup like a dance, each movement gentle but swift, like Avalokiteshvara's 1,000 hands appearing. Everyone stared at the scene, frozen. So many I can't even see clearly. What a magnificent move, oh my god. The two placed their cups before each other, their gazes meeting like sparks flying. Bamthang confidently said, Yi-Han, there are only 3 dice here, the most you can roll is 18 points, but He paused, opened the cup, and laughed triumphantly. I can roll 19 points, I've definitely won. And his group cheered. He can even break a dice. No one has this kind of power. Mr. Vin is truly the king of gambling. Amazing, the older, the wiser. Yi-Han is definitely losing now. On Gan Xian's side, they were almost in despair. It's over with only 3 dice, how can Yi-Han win against him? The Khan family's legacy is lost. I told you this kid wasn't good, why did you let him up? He lightly curled his lips, speaking straightforwardly, challenging. You dare to be arrogant with just 19 points in front of me. You flipped open the cup and a golden light flashed. Look closely, let me show you how many points I roll. Nguyen Hong immediately froze. Bam Thang stood frozen as if struck by lightning. Gan Xian exclaimed in excitement, oh my god, a miracle. Now only fragments of the dice remained scattered across the table. Han pointed, a victorious smile appearing. I have a total of 33 points, you only have 19, how can you compare to me? Bam Thang opened his mouth but couldn't say a word, and after a few seconds he slumped into the chair, trembling, whispering, I lost. Han stood there, grinning with delight as the referee's voice rang out. The winner is Yi-Han, the nursing home assassin. Your finger pulled the card towards you, purposely blowing a kiss, teasing the opponent. Thanks for the billion. Bam Thang, his mind a mess, passed out in the chair. The people over there gritted their teeth in frustration. No way Mr. Vin lost to this kid. It's over, the Nguyen family's mineral wealth is lost. This kid is fierce, we've all been tricked. Han family's people were nearly crying out of joy. Am I dreaming? We won. The heavens have favored Yi-Han, truly a blessing for the Khan family. Great, the family's legacy is saved. Nguyen Hong suddenly lunged forward like a mad beast. Yi-Han Jing was struck by a powerful slap, causing Nguyen Hong to fly backward and tumble. No, I don't believe it. You must have cheated, right? This round doesn't count as a fair fight. Nguyen family took advantage of the situation to protest. Hitting the young master means slapping the face of the Nguyen family. He must be killed. The young master is absolutely right, he must have cheated. We won't accept this round. Yi-Han remained still. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy, as if it were pressing down on everyone. Sun Ha shouted loudly, enough. He gritted his teeth, declaring that the Nguyen family would not accept defeat, but if they lost, they would hand over the mineral vein to the Khan family. Khan Xian immediately bowed and thanked Sun Ha. Afterward, Sun Ha led the group away, each step filled with fury. Nguyen Hong, clutching his swollen cheek, asked, Father, are we really just going to let it go like this? Yuan Ha coldly laughed, stating that the mineral vein was the Nguyen family's ancestral treasure. And even though the mineral vein was about to be exhausted, anyone who dared to confront them would die. In the VIP room, Quan Xian respectfully bowed to Yi-Han. Mr. Yi, thanks to your help, we have preserved our ancestral heritage. We will never forget this favor. Everyone behind him also bowed in agreement. And scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. You're too kind, it's just something I should do. He rummaged through his jacket pocket and received the old map from Quan Xian. By the way, Mr. Yi, you are the final victor in the Stone Tiger Guild. This map of the mineral vein has been kept by our 4 major families in rotation. It's time to hand it over to you. Yi-Han opened the map and saw winding paths leading into the haunted forest. Quan Xian pointed at the map and added, there's no secret, Mr. Yi. They had repeatedly sent people from the Gale clan to the mineral vein, but the haunted forest was strange, with never-before-seen wild beasts causing heavy losses. In the end, they only brought back rewards. Yi-Han was a little surprised and folded the map. It really is unusual. It only piqued his interest further. He thought to himself that he wanted to explore the mineral vein. Kan Zhang grabbed his hand. Don't worry, I'll go with you. Yi-Han also grasped his hand and the two of them shouted together. The scene shifted to a luxurious living room where Ning Feng, Yun Xiu, and Dang Yuan were sitting around a table. Yun Xiu sipped his drink, his voice steady but laden with hidden meaning. Mentioned that news had come that Yi-Han had obtained the map of the mineral vein. Ning Feng held a cigarette between his fingers, leaning back in his chair. I had already ordered a copy of that map. It's no big deal that Yi-Han got his hands on it. Dang Yuan slammed his hand on the table, his eyes crafty, suggesting that the 3 families should team up and venture into the dangerous haunted forest to exploit the mineral vein. Wanted to eliminate Yi-Han in order to seize the mineral vein. Yun Xiu took a sip of wine. I agree. Ning Feng took a drag of his cigarette. I agree as well. The 3 of them shook hands, their eyes burning with madness. In the haunted forest, Kan Zhang and his subordinates marched in a long line, armed with guns. He cleared away the obstructing branches while complaining about how difficult the path was. Yi-Han observed and encouraged them. Keep going, follow the route on the map. Once they passed this part of the forest, they would reach a canyon with the mineral vein. Kan Zhang asked quietly, "Hey, Mr. Yi, will our setup work? If not, won't all this effort be for nothing?" Yin held a knife, his tone calm but firm. "It's fine. If nothing happens, even better, but if something does," he paused, giving a confident smile, "with my yin-yang eye, nothing can escape." A strong gust of wind suddenly swept through, causing the forest to shake. Everyone panicked. "What's that?" "There's a rumor that there are ghosts in the haunted forest. Could it be true?" One person, fearful, said, "Damn it, I shouldn't have come here for a little money." Yihan, leading the group, shielded his eyes and remained calm. "There are no ghosts here." At that moment, a foot stepped forward, its voice challenging. "Of course, we're not ghosts." Ningfeng and his group appeared, guns in hand, their tone arrogant. "We're here to send you all to meet the ghosts." Han Zhang shouted, "Ningfeng, how did you end up here? How did you get the map of the mineral vein?" Ningfeng grinned smugly. "We've had the map of the mineral vein for a long time. I'm not the only one here." Yun Xiu and Dang Yuan also emerged. Yihan asked directly, "Did the three families join forces?" Yun Xiu ground his teeth and pointed at him. "Yihan, you dared to trick me at the Stone Tiger gathering. Today will be your day of reckoning." Dang Yuan raised his sword threateningly. "Yihan, if you hand over the frog Jade with the ox's mouth, I'll let you die quickly." Ningfeng sneered. "Yihan, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, maybe I'll show you some mercy." Yihan smirked. "I think it's you who should kneel and beg for mercy now." He stopped, his words sharp as a blade. "Then I can make your deaths a little easier." Yun Xiu mocked. "Looks like Yihan has been scared out of his mind and is starting to babble." Ningfeng sneered, "Clearly surrounded, yet he's telling us to beg for mercy." Dang Yuan laughed cruelly. "Soon I'll crush this fan's spirit, teach him for acting so arrogant." Ningfeng raised his gun. "Yihan, have you lost your mind? There are so many of us. Why would we kneel and beg for mercy?" Yihan leisurely snapped his fingers, his lips curling with a hidden meaning. Emphasized, "I'm counting on them. Fire Phoenix, come out now." A group of people slid down from the treetops using ropes. Finally, it was Yihan's turn. "We're here." Sun Qi and Fire Phoenix leaped down. Their eyes gleamed with battle intent as they moved through the trees, eyeing their opponents like prey. Ningfeng immediately panicked. Yun Xiu also turned pale, his people from the safety department. Dang Yuan broke out in a cold sweat. Yihan stepped forward slowly, his voice calm yet full of authority. From the moment he knew that the map of the mineral vein belonged to the Luan Pian family, he had suspected there was a copy and an ambush in the forest. Paused for a moment, then pointed at them. "You should kneel and beg for your lives." Yun Xiu, enraged, shouted, spitting, "You want me to kneel and beg for mercy? Don't dream." He pointed angrily, ordering, "Go for it. Anyone who kills Yihan will get 10 million. Dang Yuan and Ningfeng shouted in unison, "Whoever kills Yihan, I'll give 10 million too." The subordinates angrily opened fire, determined to kill Yihao. "I'll take 30 million if I finish this job. Charge ahead. Once it's done, we can retire. Yihao, die." Yihao, holding a blade, charged straight at me with the intention of killing me. "You're not worthy." Cheng chased closely, wanting to kill Yihao, but he had to go through me first. Yu Feng drew her twin swords and charged fiercely. "Yihao is a reserve member of the security bureau. He can't die here." Immediately, the two sides clashed, the scene chaotic, as if tearing the jungle apart, battling enemies in the alley. The strong would prevail. Yihao slid past and made a precise slash, knocking the people in front of him back without a sound. Yu Feng flipped gracefully, her sword slicing gently like the wind, then said, "Let me avenge you." Lu Cheng fired continuously at the enemies, shouting, "Die, all of you." The battle ended quickly as the enemies fled, unable to resist. "These people are too strong, let's run. Money is useless if we're dead." Seeing this, Ningfeng and Yun Tio angrily shouted, "Bastards, don't run, stop." Zhang Yuan stood outside, taking out a strange flute and calculating in his mind. "Damn it, it's come to this." Ningfeng continued trying to stop the fleeing soldiers. "Don't run." Zhang Yuan blew a long breath into the flute, creating a sharp sound. Yihao, while capturing one of them, had to stop. The sound made him turn around, and to his surprise, he realized something. Yihao noticed enormous, ferocious beasts behind him, their eyes glowing red. He wondered, "What are these things?" Zhang Yuan laughed loudly. "I've known for a long time that this forest is full of mutated wild beasts. These beasts were created by the master of southern venomous insects. Yihao, you can wait to die under their claws." Yun Tio was surprised. "I didn't expect you to have this." Lu Cheng saw the terrifying scene, his face pale. "This isn't good, Yihao. Most of the people sent by the 4 major families before have already died at the hands of these beasts." Yu Feng was also worried. "I don't know what's wrong with them. These mutated creatures aren't easy to deal with." Yihao remained calm, observing, muttering, "Strange, they have spiritual energy within them." Yihao gathered spiritual energy into his finger and tried to release it. The beasts immediately howled wildly, as if suffocating. "Great, it worked," Yihao exclaimed with joy. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuan still hadn't realized the problem, and he angrily commanded, "Go, bite them to death." But immediately, he panicked as the beasts didn't charge forward as expected, but instead focused directly on him. "What do you want to do?" Panic, Zhang Yuan shouted, I told you to bite Yi Hao to death, but the beasts continued charging, wrapping around him. Zhang Yuan struggled in desperation, it's not me. In an instant, Zhang Yuan was torn apart. A scream echoed, no, help! Yun Tio and Ning Feng stood frozen, watching. What? The wild beasts turned on their master. Yun Tio turned around, shouting in panic, run, save yourselves, don't eat me, I haven't bathed for 3 days. The beasts were too numerous to stop. Run, quickly! Yi Hao stood outside, watching the scene with a smug expression. You want to kill the young master? You're still far from it, Yi Hao said smugly. Suddenly Lu Cheng and Hu Feng shouted in unison, Yi Hao, behind you. Yi Hao asked, what's behind me? When he looked behind, Yi Hao was horrified. Hu Feng urged, run, we can't make it through these beasts. Yi Hao replied, don't worry, I have a plan. Lu Cheng screamed, my ass hurts so much from being bitten by a rat. Yi Hao pointed ahead, telling everyone to follow the path. The forest is almost over, according to the map, the beasts won't leave here. He shouted, jump now. Finally, they emerged from the forest, exhausted. Finally, thank goodness we've survived this ordeal, Lu Cheng assured. I'll never go back into this forest again. Yi Hao sighed, luckily the map was correct. The beasts won't leave the forest. He shouted again, Lu Cheng, be careful, you're being dragged. Yi Hao shouted, help me. Then he leaped into the air, drawing his blade, beast seeking death. At that moment, Yi Hao gently landed on the ground, facing the beasts. Mata replied, Yi Hao's right, at most we'll risk it, we're not afraid of these beasts. Suddenly, an immature white leopard appeared. Hu Feng rejoiced, so cute, but Yi Hao looked confused. Lu Cheng explained, I didn't expect this little white tiger to lead us to the mineral vein. Hu Feng added, seems like this tiger is connected to Yi Hao, right? She objected, what makes you think this little white tiger is so close to Yi Hao? Yi Hao laughed, perhaps it's fate, I'll call you Zio Bai from now on. Hu Feng said, we've found the mineral vein, let's go in and take a look. Yi Hao responded, there's a strange energy inside this cave. You guys stay outside and protect, I'll go in first. Everyone agreed, we also feel uncomfortable getting close to this cave. Yi Hao wondered, could this mineral vein also contain spiritual energy? Yi Hao replied, all right, I'll go in. If anything happens, you guys call out loudly. Hu Feng reminded, be careful, if anything goes wrong, come out immediately, protect Zio Bai for me. Yi Hao entered, feeling the dense spiritual energy. This place has very strong spiritual energy. He called out, Zio Bai, wait for me. Yi Hao realized this was a spiritual stone vein. Amazing, with this spiritual ore I'll be able to improve quickly. He saw something on a stone pedestal, a sword and a book. Lu Cheng grumbled, we were chased by those beasts the whole time, how did Zhang get this? Hu Feng replied, what good does talking about that do now? You can only rely on Yi Hao now, Hu Feng said. At that moment someone brought a chair. Nguyen's son Heng sat down and said, Yi Hao isn't here, he must have gone into the mineral vein. It's fine, we can wait for him to come out. Subordinates all drew their weapons at once, obeying orders. Yihan, deep in his cave, cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes as he sensed his energy was full. Yihan smiled in satisfaction, thinking to himself that he was approaching the replenishment stage. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy in the mineral veins had been almost completely absorbed. He had no idea how long it would take to recover. He had to go outside. The people of Yuan must be anxious by now. Moonlight shone through the cave entrance. Zio Hao sighed and said, young master, can we put our weapons down? We've been holding them for too long, I really can't endure it anymore. Nguyen's son Ha shouted angrily, Ma De, why has Yihan come out yet? Almost a full day has passed, is he dead in the cave? She replied, I don't know. Nguyen's son Ha said furiously, why don't you go in there and check yourselves? Do you think we're fools? From now on, every 10 minutes we'll kill one person. Let's see if Yihan shows up, starting with this girl. He said, as you command, beauty, pray that Yihan appears soon or your life won't be spared. Yihan shouted from inside the cave, Nguyen Hong, try making a move. You'll be the one dead, Nguyen Hong replied confidently. Yihan smirked coldly, don't make me laugh. All your subordinates have been captured. What exactly are you relying on to try and kill me? That chipped sword in your hand. He immediately flew forward and counterattacked, a single slash cutting across Nguyen Hong's neck. Pham Thang clenched his fist, his voice confident and arrogant. We must outdo him. Nguyen Thieu appeared confident. This kid is definitely going to lose. A while later in the auction room, Liuang Bang raised the microphone and started the program. He announced that after trimming and evaluation, the most valuable block tonight had been identified. He shouted to hype the crowd. Is everyone excited? The audience responded among themselves. I will definitely be number one. No, I am the final top bidder. My price is the highest. Nguyen Hong asked Pham Thang, this time I'll definitely win. So did Deep Han bid first? Pham Thang replied, he already did. Deep Han looked at them and said, relax, Nguyen Thieu, our block bids will be higher than his. Nguyen Hong turned to Deep Han, smiling confidently. So you want to compete with me? Let's see how you die this time. Someone turned and asked, white-clad turtle kid, what are you looking at? 300 million check, are you ready? Nguyen Hong immediately widened his eyes, baring his teeth. He boldly declared, "Ready for what? You're definitely losing this time, why should I prepare?" Pan smiled inwardly, curious about Nguyen Hong's expression after the results. But outwardly he remained calm. "Oh, then just wait and see." The crowd below was curious, disdainfully looking at Deep Han, teasing. They wondered when he would stop pretending to resist. Guessed his 300 million is bound to lose. He's a kid without backing, how could he compete with young Master Nguyen? Luang Bang lifted the covering cloth, announcing to everyone that the most precious block this time was the ice chrysanthemum hybrid. Beneath the red cloth was the trimmed block, inside glowing with ice chrysanthemum hybrid jade, sparkling brilliantly. The crowd below was astonished, eyes shining. "Oh my, ice chrysanthemum hybrid, this is truly a peerless treasure." They admired, "So amazing, who's the lucky one?" A piece of ice chrysanthemum hybrid could sell for tens of millions. They estimated the piece on stage is at least in the hundreds. Luang Bang approached the bid box and pulled out a slip of paper. "Let's see who is the lucky top bidder this time." After reading the paper, he was surprised. "Strange, why is there only one bid in this box?" Everyone was shocked, exclaiming, "Only one bid, what a joke." Luang Bang raised the paper. He announced, "Correct, the lucky bidder is Mr. Deep Han." The paper recorded the bidder's name. Deep Han bid 10,000. Nguyen Hong held his head in shock, cursing. Pham Thang couldn't believe it either, shouting, "How is this possible?" Con Tang laughed joyfully. Deep's younger brother had made his choice. Pan stepped onto the stage, waving in thanks. "Thank you everyone, thank you to the host, I'm truly lucky." The crowd below was furious. They shouted, throwing things onto the stage. "Deep Han, bastard, you tricked us all. Idiot, Deep Han, do you even have a conscience?" As the crowd continued to curse, Nguyen Hong pulled Pham Thang, ready to leave. "Damn it, let's go." At that moment, Con Tang and the big enforcers appeared fiercely. They asked. Con Tang asked, "Young Master Nguyen, where do you think you're going?" The enforcer flexed his muscles, reminding, "Deep Han's 300 million hasn't been paid yet." Nguyen Hong turned pale with panic but tried to appear tough. "Hey, what do you intend to do? I'm the heir of the Nguyen family. How dare you bully me? Do you want to die? You lowlifes don't even respect me. Who cares who you are? Dare to cheat, hit him." Then he ordered his men to attack and deal with the two of them. The men moved in. Con Tang was furious but pretended not to care. Nguyen Hong kept begging, "Stop hitting me, I haven't done anything." Nearby, Pham Thang wailed miserably, "This has nothing to do with me, why are you hitting me?" In an instant, both were taken down by his hands. Then Con Tang approached Deep Han and reported, "Young Master Deep, here's your 300 million check from your big win. I've collected the debt for you." He accepted it straightforwardly and expressed gratitude. "Thank you, big brother Con Tang." Seeing this, Nguyen Hong's anger grew. Inside, Deep Han silently vowed, "Con Tang Vu Ka, tomorrow night I will make you die a miserable death." Scene shifts to the casino room. The two factions faced each other in silence. Head of the Nguyen family, Xu Ha, smugly asked, "Con Heen, the person you sent to gamble hasn't arrived yet, not able to find him." Head of the Con family, Con Heen, replied firmly, "Sun Ha, don't think your tricks will work. My family's legacy never loses to yours." Sun Ha sneered, eyes darkening, "That's been planned for a long time. Big talk, but all remaining top gamblers in Southeast Asia have been bought by me. Khan family basically has no one left to use." He pointed to the man beside him. "We've invited Vin Pham Thang, Mr. Vin, one of the 7 Grand Masters of Southeast Asia. I want to see who you can find to win that day." Pham Thang smiled leisurely. "Don't worry, Mr. Nguyen, I'll win this game." Just then, a strong voice rang from outside, turning everyone's heads. "I can beat him," firm footsteps echoed. Deep Han entered under the lights, followed by his men scattering flower petals and playing grand music as if celebrating victory. Sun Ha gritted his teeth, furious. "Damn it, who does he think he is?" Con Heen was astonished. "This is a top gambler." "Con Tang just arrived." Nguyen Hong frowned in confusion. "Isn't that Deep Han? What is he doing?" Pham Thang gaped in shock. Fat. Deep Han pointed and declared confidently, "Today you are definitely losing." Xuan Ha finally came to his senses. Furious, he shouted, "Do you take us for fools? Change clothes, set up the music. Scatter petals, do you think you're a god?" At that moment, a speaker on Van Trite's shoulder suddenly spoke. "High buyback prices, old fridges, old TVs, old washing machines, old wires, old clothes exchanged for eggs." He paused. "Why change the BGM? Is it broken?" Van Track calmly replied, "Boss, the pedals aren't enough, extra fee applies." Yiting saw this, crossed his arms, mocking Con Tang. "This is the top gambler you came for. Did he come to clown around?" Con Bang also joined in mocking. "Con Tang, this gambling affects the fate of our families. Don't stall, quickly get rid of him." Con Heen's face darkened, teeth clenched. "Con Tang, what's going on here?" Sun Ha laughed scornfully, slowly stood exhaling smoke. You really have no choice coming to someone like him. I think this gamble doesn't need to continue. Pan smiled calmly and asked, why not continue? Then he slammed his hand on the table, sending cards flying. His eyes were cold. He swiped his hand to catch each flying card. Finally, holding up a perfect 4-ace set, he continued, you were planning to admit defeat already. The entire room fell silent as if struck by lightning. Observers were equally shocked. He managed to locate all 4 aces from the single deck. Tiu Lang beside him added. Moreover, he didn't even glance at the other cards. Even Hao Bak admired, this young man is truly capable. Kan Tang stepped forward, hands clasped respectfully. Father, trust me, Deep Hand can represent us to win this gambling match. Kan Heen hesitated briefly then agreed. All right, then he clasped hands and bowed. Little Deep, I entrust my family's legacy to you. Pan placed his hand on Kan Heen's, reassuring, no need for formalities. Kan Tang and I are close brothers. His matters are my matters. I'm sure I'll give it my all to win this bet. Hearing this, Pham Thang sneered and mocked, loudly and without shame. He scoffed, thinking that knowing a few card tricks was impressive. As I was about to place my bet, this kid was still sitting there. He responded with an arrogant tone. Shut up, true skill can only be shown at the betting table. Pham Thang shrugged, confidently provoking. What do you want to try? I'm used to all types of bets, choose whatever you want. DI letter 1EC7P hand didn't say anything further. He casually placed the black card on the table as a challenge. Let's go with big or small dice betting. But this bet isn't exciting enough, I have $1 billion in my bank account. I bet it all, 1 gold coin to decide the winner, are you brave enough to match it? Pham Thang hesitated for a moment, then started calculating in his head. For a total of 3 excellent dice, even if both of us roll 3 sixes, it would only be a tie at best. I can't lose, plus I have this trick. Thinking that, he decided to place his card on the table. Fine, Pham Thang grinned as if he was already sure of winning. If you want to give me money, I won't refuse. Right after the referee's voice echoed, round 1, the excellent dice match. One side is the legendary gambler of South Asia. The other is the killer from the nursing home. Ready, go. As soon as the words ended, Pham Thang immediately raised his hand, shaking the dice cup vigorously. Watch my 18 demon hand tricks. The dice in his hand flew like a demon appearing. The explosive energy made the Sun Ha crowd extremely excited. Lord Vin is using his ultimate technique. There's no way DI letter 1EC7P hand can beat this move. This bet is definitely ours to win. Facing such a powerful aura, DI letter 1EC7P hand just calmly lifted the cup. He focused for a moment and then spoke lightly, only 18 demon hands. That technique is outdated now, watch my move. After speaking, he shook the dice cup gracefully like a dance. Each movement was smooth yet fast, like Avalokiteshvara with 1,000 hands appearing. Everyone was frozen in place watching this scene. So many hands I can't see clearly anymore, is it that amazing? Oh my god, is this Avalokiteshvara in front of me? The two of them placed the cups down in front of each other. Their eyes met like sparks of electricity. Pham Thang confidently spoke up. DI letter 1EC7P hand, there are a total of 3 excellent dice here. At most you can only roll 18 points, but He intentionally paused and opened his cup, laughing triumphantly. I can roll 19 points. I won for sure. The Sun Ha crowd immediately cheered, flattering him. He can even roll a die to pieces. This power no one can match. Lord Vin truly deserves to be the king of gamblers. Amazing, the older the better. DI letter 1EC7P Han has already lost. Meanwhile, the people by the Con HI letter 1EC1N were almost in despair. It's over, with a total of 3 dice. How could DI letter 1EC7P Han possibly beat him? Ancestral blessing of the Khan family is lost. I told you this kid was no good. Why let him take the stage? But DI letter 1EC7P Han just smiled lightly. His tone was calm but full of provocation. You're boasting with just 19 points in front of me. Saying that, he slammed the lid of his cup. A beam of light shot out like gold. Open your dog eyes wide and look closely. Let me show you how many points I can roll. NGUY letter 1EC5 NH letter 1ED3 and G immediately stopped speaking. This is. Pham Thang stood frozen as if struck by lightning in broad daylight. How could this be? Con HI letter 1EC1N was extremely excited and exclaimed, "Oh my god, a miracle." The dice table was now just pieces of dice, 5 dice left on the table. DI letter 1EC7P Han pointed at them, smiling triumphantly. I have a total of 33 points, you only have 19. How can you compare to me? Pham Thang's mouth hung open, unable to speak. A few seconds later, his whole body seemed drained of strength, and he slumped back onto his chair. He trembled, muttering like someone possessed. I lost. DI letter 1 EC7P hand stood there, laughing with joy while the referee's voice rang out. The winner is DI letter 1 EC7P hand, the killer from the nursing home. DI letter 1 EC7P hand's fingers lightly pulled the card on the table toward him. He deliberately blew a kiss as if to tease the opponent. Thank you for the billion. Bam Thang's mind was a mess, unconscious in his chair. Meanwhile, the people on the other side were grinding their teeth in anger. Impossible, Lord Vin lost to this kid. It's over. The mineral vein of the NGUY letter 1 EC5 and family is lost. This kid is so formidable. We've all been tricked by him. Meanwhile, the people from the Khan family were almost in tears from happiness. No, I must be dreaming, right? We won. Vin is watching over us. The I letter 1 EC7 Pihan is truly the lucky star sent by heaven to save our Khan family. This is great. Our Khan family's ancestral blessing is preserved. Just then, NGUY letter 1 EC5 and H letter 183 and G suddenly charged in like a mad beast. No, I don't believe it. You must have cheated, right? This round doesn't count for a rematch, but you didn't even get close. He was slapped hard, and DI letter 1 EC7 Pihan Kin was hit so forcefully that NGUY letter 1 EC5 and H letter 183 and G was thrown back and fell to the ground. Seeing this, the NGUY letter 1 EC5 and family took the opportunity to blame him, believing that slapping the young master was an act of revenge for the NGUY letter 1 EC5 and family. It must be killed. The young master is right. He definitely cheated. We won't accept this round. But DI letter 1 EC7 Pihan still stood still, unmoved, and the atmosphere in the room seemed to grow heavy, as if they were going to rush at me. But for you all, I'm afraid you're not strong enough. Just when the atmosphere was so tense it was hard to breathe, San has shouted loudly enough. He gritted his teeth and declared decisively, "Our NGUY letter 1 EC5 and family is not one to refuse defeat. If we lose, we lose. We'll hand over the mineral vein to the Khan family." Hearing this, Khan HI letter 1 EC1N immediately clasped his hands and bowed, thanking Mr. NGUY letter 1 EC5N greatly. Afterwards, Sanha led his people away, but every step they took was filled with anger. They trudged out of the VIP room. NGUY letter 1 EC5 and H letter 183 and G, holding his slapped cheek, asked indignantly, "Dad, are we really going to let it go like this? Mineral vein is our family's heritage." Chuan had just chuckled coldly, his voice filled with a long-prepared calculation. That vein was nearly exhausted anyway. Giving it to the Khan family is fine, but that kid DI letter 1 EC7 Pihan dared to challenge us. He must die. Inside the room, Khan HI letter 1 EC1 and now clasped his hands respectfully. "Mr. DI letter 1 EC7 P, thanks to your help, we have been able to preserve our heritage. This favor we will not forget." DI letter 1 EC7 Pihan scratched his head and awkwardly smiled. "You're too polite. It's just something I should do." Then he put his hand in his pocket and pulled something out. "Right here." On HI letter 1 EC1N handed the old map to him. "Mr. DI letter 1 EC7P, you are the final victor of the Tiger Stone Assembly. This map, recording the mineral vein, has been kept by our four families in turn. It's time to hand it over to you." DI letter 1 EC7 Pihan unfolded the map, revealing winding paths leading to the ghostly forest. Khan HI letter 1 EC1N pointed to the map and explained further. "To be honest, Mr. DI letter 1 EC7P, we've sent people to this mineral vein many times. The ghostly forest is very unusual. There are wild beasts we've never seen before, causing us great losses, so in the end, we just decided to use it as a reward." DI letter 1 EC7 Pihan was a bit surprised and folded the map back up. "So it's really that unusual." However, this only made him more interested. "I want to go there and check it out." He thought to himself, "This is a mineral vein. If I find it, the people of Doan Nhi will surely no longer interfere with our matters." At this moment, Khan Tang gripped his hand tightly and said sincerely, "Don't worry, I'll go with you." DI letter 1 EC7 Pihan also gripped his hand. The two of them shouted together with great vigor, "All right, brothers united, we can drain the East Sea." The scene switched to a luxurious living room, where Nin Fong, Van Tieru, and Distrokletter 1 EB1NG and Guyern were sitting around the table. Van Tieru raised his glass, his voice steady but filled with hidden meaning. "I've gotten word. DI letter 1 EC7 Pihan has obtained the map to the mineral vein. Fong held a cigarette between his fingers, leaning back in his chair with an indifferent attitude. I already had someone secretly make another copy of that map. It doesn't matter that DI letter 1EC7P Han has it. D-stroke letter 1EB1NG and Heir slammed his hand on the table, his eyes gleaming with cunning. I heard the mineral vein in the forest is extremely dangerous. The 4 great families of this land were all frightened out of their wits. Why don't the 3 of us join forces and go there together? What do you think? We can also eliminate DI letter 1EC7P Han and seize the mineral vein. Van Tieru took another sip of his drink, a slight smirk on his lips. I agree. Nin Fong lazily took a drag from his cigarette. I agree too. Moments later, the 3 of them firmly shook hands. Their eyes gleamed with madness. Kill DI letter 1EC7P Han, seize the mineral vein. Scene switched to the ghostly forest. Kan Tang and his subordinates, holding guns, carefully walked in a long line. He cleared some twigs blocking their way inside. The path through this forest is too difficult. DI letter 1EC7P Han calmly surveyed the surroundings and then spoke to reassure them. Hang in there, follow the path on the map. Once we get past this forest, we'll reach the gorge with the mineral vein. Kan Tang still felt uneasy, so he leaned in and asked quietly, Hey, DI letter 1EC7P, do you think our preparations will be effective? If nothing happens, isn't that a waste of effort? DI letter 1EC7P Han raised his sharp knife, speaking lightly but firmly. It's fine if nothing happens, that's even better. But if something does? He paused for a moment, a confident smile forming at the corner of his mouth. With the eye of yin and yang, nothing will escape our notice. At that moment, a strong gust of wind suddenly swept through, shaking the forest and breaking the silence. The people behind them immediately panicked. What is that? I've heard there are ghosts in this forest. Could it be a coincidence that we're meeting them now? Oh my God, I shouldn't have come here for this little money. Deep Han stood at the front of the line, quickly raising his hand to block in front of him, his gaze turning serious. Normally, there was nothing unusual here, but as soon as he finished speaking, a foot stepped out of the darkness, followed by a defiant voice. Of course, we're not the ones. Nin Fong and his gang drew their guns, flashing an arrogant smile. He grinned with a sharp scent in the air, but we're here to send you off. Kan Tang angrily shouted, Nin Fong, why are you here? How did you get the mineral map? Nin Fong answered with pride, We've had the mineral map for a long time from another place. Besides, I'm not the only one here. Just as he finished speaking, Van Tiu and Dang Nguyen appeared. And here we are. Deep Han observed them and asked directly, Did your 3 families join forces? Van Tiu gritted his teeth, pointing at Deep Han and shouting, Deep Han, you dared to play me at the stone gambling event. Today you will pay the price. Dang Nguyen raised his sword and threatened, Deep Han, if you hand over the toad Jade with the bull, I could make your death swift. Nin Fong laughed scornfully. Deep Han, if you kneel and beg for mercy, maybe I'll show some mercy and spare you. However, in response to the threat, Deep Han remained calm and mocked. I think it's you who should kneel and beg. He paused for a moment before speaking coldly. Then I can make your deaths a little more comfortable. Van Tiu mocked. Looks like Deep Han is scared out of his mind, starting to speak nonsense. Nin Fong also scoffed, commenting, clearly surrounded, yet he says we should kneel and beg. Dang Nguyen laughed maliciously. We'll teach him a lesson later, can't let him act so cocky. Nin Fong drew his gun and pointed it at Deep Han. Deep Han, are you out of your mind? We're so many, why do you think we should kneel and beg? But Deep Han lightly snapped his fingers and a crisp sound echoed. The corner of his mouth curled up with hidden meaning. Because of them, Fire Phoenix, everyone come out. Immediately, several figures slid down from the tall trees using ropes, ready for action. Deep Han, we've arrived. Sun Ki and Fire Phoenix landed on the ground, their eyes full of battle intent, moving like hunters released. Finally, we can stretch our limbs. They eyed their opponents like prey, waiting to be hunted. Nin Fong, upon seeing the newcomers, was immediately terrified. What? Van Tiu, his face turning pale. People from the safety department. Nguyen, sweating profusely, thought to himself, damn it, our plan has failed. Deep Han slowly stepped forward, his voice calm yet powerful. Since I learned about the Luan Fiern family's mineral map, I suspected you might have printed another copy. Laid an ambush in the forest. He paused for a moment before pointing at the enemy. You should kneel and beg for mercy. Van Tiu angrily shouted, spitting as he spoke. You want me to kneel and beg? Dream on. With that, he pointed and ordered, charge. Whoever kills Deep Han, I'll reward them with 10 million. Dang Nguyen and Nin Fong shouted in unison. Whoever kills Deep Han, I'll also reward them with 10 million. The subordinates hearing this were like adding fuel to the fire, quickly firing their guns. Kill Deep Han, and I'll give you about 30 million. Charge after we finish this, we can retire. Deep Han, go die. On the opposite side, Deep Han grabbed a knife, leaping forward, charging toward them. Want to kill me? You're not worthy. Tang ran quickly with his gun, saying, if you want to kill young Deep, you'll have to step over my corpse first. Fire Phoenix drew his sword and rushed forward. Fire Phoenix unsheathed his twin swords and fiercely charged in. Deep Han is a reserve member of the Security Bureau, he can't die here. Then both sides clashed in a fierce battle. Deep Han swept through, slashing accurately, sending several of the enemies flying backward, unable to scream, dying instantly. Fire Phoenix flipped and spun, his sword swinging fiercely. Take the punishment from the beauty. Tang fired continuously, die all of you. The battle was quick, in the blink of an eye, the enemies were in chaos and began fleeing. This is bad, we can't win, these people are too terrifying, hurry and run. What's the point of money if we have no lives? Seeing this, Nin Fong and Van Tiu angrily shouted, damn it, don't run, stand still. Then Nguyen, standing on the outside, pulled out a strange flute, gritting his teeth, observing the chaotic situation, silently calculating. Damn it, it's all gone to hell, while Nin Fong is still holding on to the soldiers who are trying to escape. With no other options, Dang Nguyen sighed and gave up. He lifted the flute, muttering that it could only be used for this lunch. Immediately after, Dang Nguyen blew a long, sharp note that pierced the ears. Deep Han, who had just grabbed one guy by the collar, had to pause. Hearing that sound, he tilted his head to look behind and was instantly stunned. Deep Han saw enormous feral beasts with blood-red, fierce eyes behind him. He wondered, what are these things? Dang Nguyen laughed heartily. I've known this forest has been home to many mutated beasts for a long time. This is a beast-summoning whistle I had specially made by Master Nam Duan. Deep Han, you guys just wait to be devoured by these creatures. Van Tiu's eyes widened in delight. Dang Nguyen, I didn't expect you were hiding something so good. Tang's face turned grim as he witnessed the horrifying scene. Tang said, this isn't good, Deep. Those sent before by the 4 major clans mostly died under the claws of these beasts. Hua Fuang also cautioned, I don't know what triggered their mutations, but they're not easy to deal with. Deep Han remained calm, observing, muttering, strange, these beasts actually have spiritual energy in them. As if to confirm his guess, he concentrated his energy at his fingertips and thought, what if I release my spiritual energy to disrupt the flow of theirs? Beasts immediately roared wildly as if strangled. Seeing this, Deep Han was excited, feeling a glimmer of hope. It works, fantastic. Meanwhile, Dang Nguyen had not noticed anything wrong, issuing orders boldly. Dang Nguyen shouted, go tear them apart, but immediately he panicked as the monsters didn't charge forward as expected, they lunged straight at him. Wah, what are you doing? In his panic, Dang Nguyen's bloodshot eyes flared as he yelled, I said tear Deep Han apart, no matter how much he screamed hoarsely. The beasts surged, clamping down on their prey. Dang Nguyen struggled in despair, not me. In a blink he was torn apart. A blood-curdling scream echoed, no, save me. Van Tiu and Ningfeng could only stare in shock at the gruesome scene. What? The beasts seemed controlled, suddenly turning on their master. Quach Van Tiu spun and ran, screaming. Quach Van Tiu shouted, this isn't good, don't just stand there, run. Save me, don't eat me, I haven't showered in 3 days. There are too many beasts, we can't stop them, run. Pan, enjoying the scene with a smirk, want to kill the young master? You're far from capable. Suddenly, Tang and Hoa Fuang shouted together, Deep Han, behind you, stop showing off, look behind now. He blinked, asking, behind me. Just a second later, Deep Han's eyes widened in terror. Hoa Fuang urged, stop standing there, run. Deep Han, think fast, we can't outrun these beasts. Tang continued, Deep, I can't hold on much longer. Bitten by a rat, he screamed, my butt hurts. Deep Han pointed ahead, head straight along this path. Soon we'll reach the edge of the forest. According to the map, these beasts won't leave the jungle. He shouted, everyone follow me, jump. After a while, exhausted, they finally escaped. Tang exhaled, that's a relief, thank God. Finally survived this, those mutated beasts were terrifying. Not even money could make me enter this jungle again. Deep Han sighed softly. He thought to himself, luckily the map notes were correct. These beasts really won't leave the jungle. Deep Han shouted, Tang, careful. Tang was pulled, screaming in panic, Deep, save me. Immediately, Deep Han leapt up, slashing down with his knife. Beast, seek death. Then he landed lightly. The red-eyed monsters started growling. Deep Han said, no matter what kind of beast it is, everyone attack, risk it. Ma Duck responded, Deep Han's right. At worst, we risk it, no fear of a butt. Ma Duck shouted, master and apprentice, 18 years later still strong, kill this beast. At that moment a beast's paw stepped lightly out. It was a young white leopard. Hoa Fuang cheered, so cute. Deep Han was confused, what this? This is the top of the food chain. Tang was excited. This is the mineral vein marked on the map. Unexpectedly, it's this small white tiger leading us to the minerals. Hua Fuang objected. By what right is this small white tiger so close to Deep Han? Clearly, I'm beautiful and adorable. Maybe this is destiny. From now on, I'll call you Little White. This white tiger can manifest from the spiritual energy inside my body. Come on, I've found the ore vein. Let's go in and take a look. Fire Phoenix said, Yi Han, something in this cave gives off an aura that makes me feel uncomfortable. If not, you go in alone, we'll stay outside and guard. The others agreed, that's right. When we get close to the cave, our whole bodies feel awful. It's like we're about to run into some kind of restriction. Same here. As long as we approach, the discomfort is indescribable. Yi Han, the ore vein belongs to you, so you should still go in by yourself. That was what Yi Han was thinking. I can't Little White and I sense it. Could there be spiritual energy inside this vein too? He said, all right, I'll go in. If anything happens, shout and call me, understood. Yi Han, be extremely careful, she added. If anything happens, come out immediately and protect my adorable little white tiger. Inside, Yi Han felt dense spiritual energy. He wondered what was here. Yi Han called, Little White, wait for me. He immediately chased after Little White. Yi Han was amazed. This was a raw stone ore vein. This was clearly a spirit stone vein. Incredible. The world is short on spiritual energy right now. The cultivation has been too slow, but with this spirit ore, I can definitely break through again. What's on that stone platform? It's a sword and a scroll. Monk Kun complained, damn it. Earlier in the forest, those mutated beasts chased us and drained our strength. Fire Phoenix continued, how can we let that Ryuan guy gain the upper hand? Talking about it now is useless. We can only count on Yi Han. Just then, someone brought over a chair. Ryuan Sanheng sat down and said, Yi Han isn't here, he's probably already gone into the ore vein. No problem, we can wait for him to come out. Yuan Hong was excited and lifted his weapon. Stand guard at the cave entrance. Yi Han is very crafty, don't let him escape. The subordinates drew their weapons and shouted in unison, understood. At this moment, Yi Han was cultivating inside the cave. Then he opened his eyes when his energy was fully replenished. Yi Han was satisfied. Good, I've reached the mid-stage of the foundation realm. It's a pity I've absorbed so much spiritual energy from the vein. I don't know how long it will take to recover. Outside, Ryuan's people must be getting impatient. Moonlight spilled into the cave. Zio Hao sighed, young master, can we put our weapons down for a bit? We've been holding them almost all day. Really couldn't take it anymore. He snapped angrily, damn it, why hasn't Yi Han come out yet? The day's almost over. Did he die in the cave or what? She answered, I don't know. Ryuan Sanheng said, why don't you go in and take a look yourselves? He replied, you think we're idiots? Starting now, we'll kill one person every 10 minutes. Let's see if Yi Han shows up. We'll start with this girl. Replied, understood. Pretty lady, pray that Yi Han shows up soon, otherwise your little life won't be spared. Yi Han revealed himself and shouted, Ryuan Hong, try laying a hand on them and you'll be the one who dies. Ryuan Hong sneered confidently, Yi Han, don't make me laugh, your people have all been captured by us. What are you relying on to say you'll kill me? Yi Han lunged forward. Are you relying on that chipped sword in your hand? That's right, I'm relying on this sword. Right after that, a slash swept across his throat. Nguyen Hong fell to the ground, full of confusion, unable to believe what was happening. Yi Han calmly said, I forgot to mention to you that my sword is not the broken sword but the divine Long Xuan sword. Nguyen Sunha panicked and shouted, no, my son, kill them for me. His subordinate replied, understood. Immediately, Zio Bai began to unleash its fury. They were bewildered. What is this? Where did this tiger come from? Help! Yi Han praised. Well done, Zio Bai. Hu Feng Kun Zhang, go save the others. Hu Feng asked, what about you? He moved forward and said, I'm going to kill Nguyen Sun Ha. He commanded, someone come here, stop Yi Han. Whoever kills him, I'll reward 1 billion. His subordinates rushed forward, shouting, kill him, he's alone, he can't be our match for the billion. Stop, Yi Han mocked, this little number of throwing knives won't do anything to me. Moments later, seeing Yi Han getting closer, Nguyen Than's son panicked. What is this? You're slashing with a knife, go die. He shouted desperately, no. Nguyen Than's son was struck and gasped, I'm not willing. He fell to the ground, blood spilling out. Yi Han spoke, Nguyen Sun Ha and Nguyen Hong are dead. You should all surrender and put down your weapons. His subordinates were terrified. It's over, the master and young master are dead, the leader is gone, Yi Han is too terrifying, we were never his match. I surrender, don't kill me. Under the night sky, the light from the moon shone. Kun Zhang spoke, Yi Lao Dai, why do I feel like you've gotten even stronger? This time you single-handedly almost wiped out the entire Nguyen family. Yi Han scratched his head and replied, I had a lucky breakthrough in the mineral vein. Yu Feng called, Yi Han, back in the deep forest we helped you once and now you're helping us. We're even now, it's time for us to leave. Don't forget the door of the safety bureau is always open for you. Yan responded, all right, thank you, I'll think about it. He curiously asked, Yi Lao Dai, what are you planning to do with that mineral vein? Yihan replied, with Zio by here, the beasts in the forest won't dare come near. I'll leave the vein to you to mine. We'll split the profits 50-50, what do you think? The spiritual energy in the spirit stones has already been absorbed by me, but the remaining ones are still of excellent quality. I can't stay here too long. Cooperating with you is the best choice. His son excitedly said, thank you, the vein in my family is about to be exhausted. If my father knew this, he'd be very happy. Yihan agreed, all right, I'll leave things to you from now on. I have to go back to Shanghai City. If not, Don and Chai will probably be very worried. He was reminded, safe travels. The next day, the plane took off into the sky. Yihan sat inside, content. His trip to Tyne Nam brought a lot of gains. Not only did he complete his uncle's test, but he also made some extra money and his strength had improved. Going back, would Don Nhai be coming with me? This person, is she really not insane? That moment, the flight attendant pushed a cart by. Would you like some drinks, sir? Duongdin raised his hand, signaling this way. Yihan quietly assessed him. There was something odd about this man. Zunai approached. Yes, sir, what would you like to drink? We have Coke, mineral water, coffee. Suddenly her eyes widened in horror. He's pulling out a knife to threaten me. I want your life, is that okay? At that moment, De Luong stood up. Robbery, everyone sit still, no one move. If anyone moves, I'll kill them. Panic spread among the passengers. Help, Mom, I'm scared, don't kill me, I'll do anything you say. Duongdin grabbed Zunai by the neck, threatening, if anyone makes a sound, I'll kill them right away. Yihan remained calm, but in his heart he was furious. I can't believe I ran into a robber on the way home. What bad luck. Duongdin shoved Zunai aside. Very good. Yihan sensed the footsteps and thought, coming for me? Could it be the assassination organization that chased me before? Suddenly he spoke. Miss Nang Gong, we've put a lot of effort into finding you. Are you going to come out on your own, or do you want me to help you? Nang Gong Zai Hui removed her glasses and declined, no need, then gently took off her hat. She stood up irritably. I can walk by myself. The others whispered. She's Nang Gong Zai Hui, the dream goddess, Asia's #1 entertainment star. Why is the pure goddess Nang Gong Zai Hui the target of these kidnappers? A beautiful star has fallen into the hands of these thugs. This is a disaster. Yihan thought, so it's not because of me, but who is Nang Gong Zai Hui? Nang Gong Zai Hui angrily shouted, how much are they paying you to kidnap me? I'll give you double, Duongdin retorted. Although your offer is tempting, the most important thing in our business is credibility, so we'll have to take you with us. Luong stepped forward and said, big brother, since this girl's already in our hands, how about letting the brothers have some fun with her? As long as she doesn't die, it'll be fine, right? Yihan glared at them in anger. You bastards, damn it. He shouted, get the hell out of here. If you can't hold back, pick one and solve it. Anyone who touches this woman, I'll kill you. He quickly replied, yes, big brother. Then De Luong grabbed Zunai by the shoulder. Little sister, it's your turn. She cried, begging, please no. He squeezed her neck and threatened, come to the bathroom with me. Zunai was terrified. No, please. Let me go, I'll pay anything. At that moment she shouted, stop, you're after me, so why harm someone else? Duongdin mocked, what Miss Nang Gong, do you want to take her place? Nang Gong Zai Hui angrily pointed at him. You bastard, the crowd whispered. That poor flight attendant. Let's hope it's not her turn. If they're going to kidnap anyone, let it be her. She's just unlucky. Why does she have to dress so beautifully? Of course, she's going to catch their attention. At that moment, Zunai screamed, crying, help. Yihan stood up, raising his voice. Hey, it's not right to bully a girl in front of everyone like this. He threatened, what are you? Who do you think you are to interfere? Little brat trying to be the hero and save the beauty. Do you want me to send you to meet the king of hell? The others were concerned. Does this guy want to be a hero and save the beauty? He crazy? Why is he suddenly standing up? I guess he wants to show off in front of Nang Gong Zai Hui. If he wants to die, that's his business, just don't drag us into it. Jia Luong shouted, big brother, why waste time with him? Just kill him. Yihan's eyes turned red as he said, I'm very sure you will regret this. The thugs rushed forward. What? He's asking for death. Yihan immediately drew his knife. Who's going to die, we'll see. One by one, they were each struck by his knife. They exclaimed, dead the knife. How is this possible? That's too fast. Is he even human? Nang Gong Zai Hui covered her mouth in awe. Amazing, so powerful. Duongdin, holding a knife to Zai Hui's throat, was about to strike when Yihan stepped forward. Not bad, you guys. I didn't expect you could bring weapons on a plane. Upon hearing this, Han dropped his knife and fell to his knees. Duongdin looked up at Yihan in fear, pleading, big brother, please don't kill me. The thug shouted orders, go up, punch that trash. Even though he was begging for mercy, they still punched Yihan, leaving him speechless. Brothers, I surrender, don't beat me anymore. Dare to hijack this plane, you have to subdue him, kill that guy. Dare to bully the goddess Nang Gong Zai Hui, want to die? Yihan turned his back and walked away. Earlier, when you all sat still, now you're going to move because I've subdued them. Yihan stepped out, coldly saying, now you all see that I can handle these guys. and sat down with a sigh while Zihan awkwardly stepped forward to start a conversation. Hi, thank you for earlier. He turned his face and replied, it was nothing. She was surprised, thinking that most men couldn't take their eyes off her. Yihan felt this man was extraordinary and couldn't help but have a nosebleed. No, I already promised Don and I can't talk to another woman. Suddenly, footsteps approached them and he looked at them with confusion. Others approached timidly. Miss Nam Kung, the bandit has been subdued by me. Don't be afraid, Miss Nam Kung, I'll protect you, don't worry. Watching this, Yihan thought to himself, damn, these shameless people, the bandits were clearly defeated by me. Zaihu ran over and gestured for everyone to step back. I need a moment of quiet. They became even more excited, but a voice rang out, everyone, return to your seats. This made the group turn around. It was Tyat Nhi. Glared at her and cursed. That waitress, who does she think she is, trying to interfere with us? Mind your own business. Exactly, if we hadn't subdued those bandits, she would have been in trouble. She shouted angrily, making them tremble. Shut your mouths, I've worked as a waitress for years and I've never met such shameless people. The bandits were clearly subdued by Yihan. Who are you to take credit? She pointed firmly as she continued. She emphasized, when the bandits hijacked the plane, why weren't you there? As soon as they were defeated, you ran out pretending to be heroes. You're no better than those thugs. Then the two sides argued endlessly. Yihan thought this girl was interesting. Scene shifted to the airport. Zaihu ran to catch up. I still don't know your name. He walked while thinking, about to meet Don Nhi. He couldn't let another woman notice. Tyat Nhi smiled in gratitude. Thank you, Yihan, go on ahead. Yihan saw Don Nhi waiting and called out, Don Nhi. She smiled and replied, Yihan. Then Don Nhi ran over and hugged him. Yihan smiled, Don Nhi, I missed you so much. She blushed and said, I missed you too. He suddenly kissed her. Yihan wrapped his arms around her waist, kissing passionately, their emotions burning. Doi Nhi spoke up, tonight my grandfather won't be home. Before he could react, she ran off shyly. Yihan understood her meaning and smirked mischievously. So, Doi Nhi, you want me to come over tonight? The car had stopped in front of a house, and seeing she didn't get out, he asked curiously. Doi Nhi, you're not coming in. Doi Nhi removed her glasses, blushing. Why you, don't forget tonight. She quickly drove away. Yihan's face showed cunning as he thought he would preserve his strength for tonight. He opened the door, greeting cheerfully, I'm home, but only silence answered. He wondered why it was so quiet. Fuang approached. Your sister has been advised to go to the riverside to train. Yihan asked in shock. Huan Than is teaching my sister martial arts. Hearing his tone, she pointed at him to warn, don't underestimate the girl you adopted. She may not know cultivation. But under her guidance, your sister has reached the ancient Qi refinement stage. This surprised Yihan even more. What? Fuang turned to leave, waving, don't just stand there, go inside. Yihan was annoyed at her behavior and sat waiting inside. Time passed slowly. It was only 3 p.m., a long wait until evening. After a while, an announcement sounded. Ding dong, it's now 6 p.m. His heart leapt with excitement. Evening was near. Finally, he could go find Don and Nhi. Without hesitation, Yihan rushed out. Fuang brought out food, calling, Yihan, but he passed by her. Seeing this, she wondered, where is he rushing off to? Didn't he say he'd wait in the room for his sister? Shortly after, the car sped down the street, sharply turning at Doi Enhai's gate. Yihan smashed the car door and jumped out. He arrived, landing dramatically. Yihan stood at Doi Enhai's door, exhaling, telling himself to stay calm. She opened the door to welcome him. Seeing her, Yihan couldn't help but nosebleed. Doi Nhi, why were you standing out there? Come inside. She awkwardly ran in. Yihan's nose bled everywhere, his face flushed. Come inside, I'm coming in now. His arm banged near Don Enhai's hair and she softly called, Yihan, reminding him, you have to treat me well. Yihan lifted her up, Don Nhi. Kissed and promised each other, I will always treat you well. After a while, the room grew quiet. The door opened with a noise. Yihan sat up, curious, what's that sound? Doi Nhi sleepy guessed, it seems like Dad is home. He softly repeated, Dad's home, then confirmed, yes. Yihan frantically searched the room for clothes. Where are my underwear? Where did my underwear go? Socks, where are they? His belt was still outside. Doi Nhi gently reassured, don't worry, Dad rarely goes upstairs, just take your time. While Yihan scrambled for clothes, a figure appeared behind him. The person called his name, startling him. Min Sun had been standing there all along. He panicked, thinking, is Grandpa usually not upstairs? He scratched his head, trying to explain, I accidentally soiled my clothes earlier. I was going to take them off to shower. But Min Sun pointed and shouted, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Look at your state. Yihan's face darkened, thinking he was doomed. Min Sun scolded, the clothes were washed but not dry and you wore them anyway. Yihan froze, confused, what's going on? Min Sun stepped up, placing a hand on his shoulder, reminding him, you little brat, you have no sense. You came home and didn't even call me. You came early, wearing damp clothes without telling me to surprise me. Yihan stammered, Master, haven't I already startled you enough? Doi Nhi blushed shyly, thinking, judging by Grandpa's expression, he definitely noticed but doesn't want Yihan embarrassed. The room door opened, then closed seconds later. Outside, Min Sun placed a hand on his shoulder. Yi-han, this time you performed well. I officially accept you as my disciple. Yi-han was surprised being accepted as a disciple. His eyes lit up, knowing he was learning from the country's best jade and antique appraiser. Although I have the ability to see through things, I am still inexperienced in judgment. If Master truly accepted me as a disciple, wouldn't I? Before I could finish my thought, Don Nhi nudged my shoulder, urging me on. Yi-han, why are you still standing there? Startled, Yi-han quickly knelt and saluted. Disciple Yi-han pays respects to Master. Ming Shan waved his hand, saying it wasn't urgent. I've decided we'll hold a proper disciple acceptance ceremony in a few days. I will officially announce to everyone that you will be my successor. Yi-han's face flushed with embarrassment. That Chu Ra Ra. Seeing his hesitation, Ming Shan said directly, just say what's on your mind. Yi-han hesitated before answering. All right, he said, then took out a blue stone. Grandma has agreed with me. As long as I perform well in Yunnan, she will not oppose Don Nhi and me marrying. He held up the gem and declared loudly, this jade is a gift to formally ask for her approval. I hope Grandma Chu will accept it. Don Nhi covered her mouth, unable to believe it. Yi-han, are you really formally proposing to your grandfather? Ming Shan stroked his beard, saying, if Yi-han wants to engage with Don Nhi, he cannot casually offer a single jade stone. His eyes suddenly lit up as if discovering a treasure. Ming Shan took the stone, astonished. This original stone seems even more valuable than the one you told Don Nhi to bring a few days ago, and the quality is better too. Yi-han confirmed, yes, it's genuine and excellent. I only kept it for Don Nhi, it's not for anyone else. Don Nhi, touched, called out, Yi-han. Shyly she praised, you're so good. Yi-han felt happy but suddenly had a nosebleed. It's just a small matter. Ming Shan turned and left. All right, Yi-han, I won't trouble you young people any longer. Go ahead and prepare for the disciple acceptance ceremony in a few days. But Yi-han hurriedly stopped him. Wait, Chu Ra Ra, I have a suggestion. You calculate and see if we can use the original stone that Don Nhi brought a few days ago. The highest quality jade stone should be kept as a representative item for the Chu family. Before selling it externally, it will enhance the Chu family's reputation in the gem industry and could also generate a significant profit. Ming Shan praised, not a bad idea. His eyes sparkled. Yi-han, you must know, these two original stones, even if of the same grade, are worth at least over 10 billion in the industry. I want everyone to know that this valuable item is with the Chu family. He was smug. Keep in mind, the Chu family isn't the strongest group in the industry. Yi-han waved his hand, denying it. Grandma Chu spoke incorrectly. He raised two fingers to clarify. First, I do not intend to keep these two original stones for the Chu family. They are a gift to them. Second, although the Chu family isn't the strongest with me here, I believe they will become the most powerful force in the gem industry. Hearing this, Ming Shan burst out laughing. You're a sharp kid, very charismatic. Don Nhi watched the two chatting happily, unable to believe her eyes. She closed her eyes, silently thankful. Yi-han, it's so good to have you by my side. It was late at night, the moon bright and the house was illuminated. Don Nhi waved happily. Remember to come here tomorrow. After she saw him off, Yi-han gloomily excused himself. I need a few more days of rest. He left the house, walking forward, thinking about Grandma Chu's words to prepare invitations, wondering why it would take a whole day. Don Nhi had been overly proactive. The sky was full of stars as Yi-han walked along the path. A mechanical voice in the car announced, sharp curve ahead, please reduce speed. Kaio startled, turning to look at Yi-han. Hung shouted, watch out. Yi-han slammed the brakes, tires screeching against the road before stopping. Fortunately, he didn't hit Ling Kaio. She panicked, closing her eyes. Yi-han exhaled in relief. That was close, almost an accident. Fortunately, his recent cultivation had improved and his reaction speed was faster. Ling Kaio slumped in her seat, groaning, it hurts. Feeling responsible, Yi-han stepped out, asking, are you all right? Do you need help? As soon as he got out, they recognized each other. It's you. Yi-han reached out to help her up. Policewoman, why are you out so late? It's dangerous. Ling Kaio stepped back, refusing. I don't need your concern. A strange aura radiated from her, puzzling Yi-han. Are you feeling unwell? Ling Kaio, unwilling to linger, gritted her teeth. It's none of your business. I have work. I'm leaving. Yi-han watched, full of worry. Why does Ling Kaio's body feel so heavy with yin energy? He thought, using the yin-yang method to observe, and saw two malevolent spirits emanating from her, startling him. What? Yi-han was terrified and fell to the ground. Ling Kaio hurriedly asked, are you all right? You're a man. Why are you screaming? Afraid to go home? He pointed to analyze. Does it hurt in your waist like during your period, and is it several times worse? Ling Kaio couldn't believe it. How did you know? Yi-han asked seriously. Did you go anywhere with heavy yin energy today, like a cemetery or such places? Ling Kaio confirmed. I was on patrol, close call. It's normal. Why is there a problem? Yi-han pondered. I can't let her know there's a ghost following. Otherwise, she'll develop a psychological shadow. Seeing his silence, Ling Kaio grew anxious, asking, "Hey, Yihan, what are you saying? Am I attached by something unclean?" Han waved his hand, denying, "Nothing. Heavy aura isn't unusual. Your body is cold, so your abdomen hurts. Let me help you a bit." Ling Kaio, though skeptical, obeyed and stepped closer. Yihan smiled. "You're surprised I understand women's ailments." "A little," he replied, quickly guiding her to the car. "Standing outside is dangerous. Get in, I'll relieve the pain and take you home." Inside the car, Yihan loosened Ling Kaio's waist clothing and took out an acupuncture needle. Ling Kaio warned anxiously, "Yihan, be careful, you might pierce me." He reassured, "Don't worry, a good doctor treats all patients equally. Male or female, everyone is a patient." He skillfully inserted another needle into her waist. The two malevolent spirits sensed the disturbance. Yihan sweatily focused, and when the final needle was in, a surge of energy immediately dissipated. Ling Kaio, unaccustomed, exclaimed, "It's so hot." Han explained, "I used yang energy to disperse the yin energy in your waist. The heat is normal, you can remove some clothing to feel cooler." Yet Ling Kaio slapped him. "Yihan, I knew you were after my body." Yihan held his face, crying with frustration. "I just wanted to help her calm down, I really meant no harm." Scene transition at Yun Lengqiao's villa. Yihan had taken her home and advised, "Drinking warm water with a bit of honey will help." Lengqiao couldn't help but feel grateful. "Thank you for today," she said. Yihan sternly reminded her, "If you keep going to places like that, it won't just be a cold you catch, you need to be careful." Lengqiao left happily, secretly thinking, "I understand." Yihan wondered if he was being warned about someone wanting to harm him, or if she was just concerned for him. The next morning at Yihan's house, he yawned sleepily. Looking at his phone, he was shocked. It was already 7 o'clock and he still hadn't visited Zhao Wengshan after coming back. He had to go immediately. With that thought, he quickly changed his clothes. His mind was heavy with thoughts, unsure of how his brother was recovering. Scene transition, Yihan arrived at Wangshan's house and knocked on the door, calling, "Zhao brother, Dudu, I'm back." His expression darkened when he saw the scene inside. Inside the house, things were thrown around, tables and chairs were in disarray. There was still dried blood on the edge of the table. Yihan noticed, "This blood, what exactly happened?" He quickly used his yin-yang eye technique to observe the situation. He recalled the scene from yesterday when Wangshan was beat. He was slammed into the table, blood spilling from his mouth. Yihan silently speculated, "It looks like Zhao brother and Du are in trouble." He immediately called Huo Feng. On the other end, the fruit plate on the table clattered with mocking laughter. "Who is it?" Huo Feng lay on the couch teasing, "A busy person like you, not with your girlfriend, still have time to call me." Yihan's voice was serious. "I need your help to investigate someone." Huo Feng teased, "If you want my help, it's simple, just join the security bureau." An hour later, Huo Feng replied, "I will investigate Zhao Wangshan's whereabouts. Once I find out, I'll join the security bureau. If the father doesn't show up, it proves your bureau is useless. Don't bother me again." Hearing this, Huo Feng reiterated, "You want to find Zhao Wangshan. Yihan, the grudges of Zhao Wangshan with your current strength, it's not something you can meddle with, I advise you." Yihan ignored him and hung up. Not wanting to be advised, Huo Feng sighed helplessly. Yihan hoped he wouldn't regret it later. A moment later, Huo Feng came out holding a stack of documents, reporting, "Zhao Wengshan's whereabouts are still unclear, but I have information on Zhao Dudu." Yihan took it and complimented, "Fast speed, thank you." She bent over and worriedly reminded, "Han, I still need to remind you, the person Zhao Wengshan offended, even the security bureau would find it difficult to intervene. Your strength is still too weak." But once again, Yihan did not listen. She knew she couldn't persuade him, his way of living was. He would never just stand by and watch a friend in trouble without helping. She resigned, "I know I can't persuade you." After that, Yihan sped off, reminding, "Watch the house carefully." Scene transition to Linxia village, Suzhou province. While driving, he worried, "Du, you mustn't get into trouble." Suddenly, a group of people appeared around the car, gossiping, "This car is so big, so beautiful. What's going on today? A small village like this has 2 luxury cars coming." Yihan quickly gathered information. She confirmed, "Someone came here yesterday, 4 people in a car like this went to Lao Sun's house at the village entrance." Didn't say much, grabbing the sword from the seat. Yihan left, not forgetting to thank her. "Okay, thank you." She was startled. The sword. At Dudu's side, Cao Song sneered loudly, "Sun Beauty, if you don't want to be implicated by Zhao Wengshan, obediently hand over Zhao Dudu to us." Beauty stood in the way, reminding, "Zhao Wengshan saved my life back then. His business is mine." Song, even though he was ranked 29th on the leaderboard, still needed to rely on the Tianzan Association. He laughed mockingly, pointing at the two and sneering. "A man of insight is a true hero. Hu Tianzan has dominated the southwest, and the matter of eliminating Zhao Wengshan is only a matter of time. Sun Beauty, if you want to live a few more years, it's best not to interfere." Beauty gripped his weapon, warning, "If you want to take them, solve it with your strength." Cao Song performed martial arts, mocking, "Back then you withdrew from the martial world and you were ranked 29. He unleashed his power, challenging, "I want to see if you've regressed in these years." Cao Song's strength surpassed Beauty's and he struggled to hold his ground. His underlings attacked all at once. Flash sent rocks flying. Beauty coughed up blood. Du rushed over to support him. "Are you all right?" As the smoke cleared, Cao Song advanced. He raised his sword, threatening, "You don't know your limits, go die." Beauty was worried. Zuzu jumped up to shield him. "No, Zuzu, run." As the sword descended, another strike flew through. Song was startled, turning around. "Who?" Yihan arrived and answered lightly, "I want your life." Cao Song rushed into battle. He sneered, "You dare to use this little cultivation?" Yihan was knocked back. Cao Song looked at Du and Beauty, ordering, "You handle this one, grab the long selection sword, I'll go kill the old man." Beauty fought back, "If it weren't for your numbers, I wouldn't be hurt. Cao Song wants to kill me, you're not qualified." He charged forward recklessly, "Try me and see." Yihan watched the two battle, blaming himself. "My strength is still too weak, I can't even block one of his strikes." He was distracted when the others jumped at him. "Kid, now is not the time to daze off, go die." Yihan's eyes brightened, using his yin-yang eye to silently assess the dangerous situation. The yin-yang eye enhanced his ability to perceive his opponent's speed. He quickly took down the three attackers with ease. In his eyes, their speed was like crawling turtles. The next moment, all three were knocked out. They wondered, how is this possible? How did he strike so fast? His swordplay is even faster than Cao Song. Yihan confidently walked past the group. He worried, how's it going over there? Beauty was still fighting Cao Song. He was exhilarated by the battle. He reminded Yihan, "Kid, quickly take Du and leave, I'll stay to hold him off." Cao Song jumped up, mocking, "Old man, take care of yourself first." Beauty prepared to counter. Yihan charged in to block. "Senior, don't worry, I have a way to deal with him." He leapt at you and struck at the immortal, even showing a scornful attitude, completely unreasonable. "I revel in fighting him, I'll destroy you first and deal with the rest later." The immortal, despite being in danger, still tried to warn Yihan, "Run, you can't dodge his sword." At that moment, Tizao Sung's power surged violently. He was extremely pleased as he lunged toward Yihan. Yihan's eyes blazed. He commanded, "Yin-Yang Law Eyes." Immediately, a crimson power enveloped Yihan's body. He struck with lightning speed, thrusting his sword into Tizao Sung's heart, causing him to spit blood. "You actually managed to dodge my sword." Seeing this, the immortal regained his spirit. He praised, "Well done, young man, let's finish him together." Tizao Sung tried to resist, attempting to kill him, but it wouldn't be easy. In the next moment, Yihan was struck back by him. Tizao Sung leapt from one building to another. He boldly warned, "Dare offend the celestial sect and you'll soon die." As the enemy departed, the immortal exhaled in relief. "Little brother, thank you. What is your name and why are you here?" Yihan softly introduced himself. "My name is Yihan." Du cheerfully called, "Brother Yi." The immortal was surprised. They knew each other. Before a word could be exchanged, she clung to Yihan, crying, "Brother Yi, I was so scared." Yi Zhenin reassured her, "Don't worry, it's all right now." After a while, the house fell silent. Clouds drifted lightly above and tall buildings stood close together. Du was tending the immortal's wounds. He smiled warmly, "So you're a friend of Zhao Hongshan." He spoke, "Brother Yi, my older brother has gone missing. What should we do next?" Yihan held her hand to comfort her. "Not having news is still good. If we can't find Hongshan, the celestial sect won't find him either. He must be safe for now." The immortal confirmed, "Exactly, this place has been exposed, we must leave quickly. Otherwise, if the celestial sect arrives, we can't escape." He pinched her cheek, instructing, Du, pack your things and then follow me to Songhai City. I have some connections there, it will be safer." Blushing, she shyly agreed, "All right." Now Yihan asked the immortal, "Senior, would you like to come along?" He confidently replied, "I promised Zhao Hongshan to protect Du, I won't go back on my word." Yihan nodded in understanding, "Then let's set off." After a while, the three began moving. Yihan thought, Senior Yun Beauty is the second strongest on the ranking, powerful and a great ally. Du asked, "Brother Yihan, when we reach Songhai City, where will we stay?" He calmly said, "At my house, of course. It's very dangerous outside now, we must stay together." The immortal laughed, asking Yihan, "Do you have wine at your place?" He jokingly replied, "The old man's rigid ways aside, I've decided to return to the martial world. After 30 years without drinking a drop, it's time for a change." Yihan turned back with a smile, "Of course, fine wine awaits you, Senior." Hearing this, the immortal blushed, deciding to return to the martial world instead of secluded cultivation. His mind couldn't restrain you, his spirit remained too weak. Finally, they cheerfully left, going to Yihan's house for temporary lodging. Soon, Yihan's car arrived at the gate. He led them inside, saying, "We're at my home now." At that moment, Huo Feng stood at the door teasing. The flirt just came back with a beautiful lady. Du hurriedly greeted, "Hello, I'm Zhao Du." The immortal remained vigilant, sensing this girl was not simple. Yu Feng said little, inviting them in. "All right, come inside." She placed a hand on the handle, warning, "Don't say I didn't tell you, Don Nhai is inside." Yihan was startled, "Don Nhai has arrived." Then he left, reminding Hu Feng to prepare a room for Senior Yun and Du. Witnessing this, Huofeng warned, see, men aren't reliable. Dudu, you must be careful in the future, understand? She softly replied, yes. The immortal coughed twice beside her. Huofeng corrected herself, I'm not saying uncle, that's why he nodded in satisfaction. Scene changed. Elsewhere, Don Nhi stood with her hands on her hips, scolding, Yihan, you just openly flirt with other girls while I pine for you day and night. Huofeng said you're looking for another girl. Explain everything to me quickly. Yihan shrank back, cursing Huofeng silently. I'll find a chance to explain. Then he gently held her hand, saying, Don Nhi, we'll talk about that slowly. First, don't get agitated, listen to my explanation. Don Nhi turned away in anger, I won't listen. Yihan tried to soothe her gently, I have my own trouble. I just rescued a friend's sister and got injured, my chest still hurts. And pretended to clutch his chest in pain, I need to change out of my bloodied clothes. Don Nhi worriedly asked, you're hurt? She supported him, concerned, where are you injured, let me see. Yihan warned, don't touch, we'll deal with it in the room. Witnessing this, Yi Jing wondered, is little Han hurt? Huofeng smirked, look at his robust form, how could he be hurt? She still felt slightly worried but approached Zhenan. Younger brother is the healthiest, along with little Miss Don Nhi. No need to worry. Yi Jing exhaled, is that so? Then she asked Huofeng. What is called abundant energy? Little Bai seems approachable despite appearances. Huofeng froze for a few seconds, explaining, he's still young, he doesn't understand. Upstairs, the outside space became quiet. Han and Don Nhi lay on the bed talking. She asked, is it really like you said? He confirmed, of course. Now brother Hongshan's fate is uncertain, I must take good care of Dudu. Don Nhi was very understanding. Han, you can tell me anything anytime. Her face flushed, I can too. Suddenly, she was startled. Why did you suddenly take off your clothes? Yihan signaled her to continue, holding her wrist and pinning her to the bed. Yihan reminded, keep it quiet, others are outside. She resisted, Yihan, don't be reckless, it's daytime. He ignored her, smiling foolishly, it's fine. A few hours later, they went downstairs. Don Nhi said, Yihan, I came today to tell you something. The ceremony for taking you as a disciple will be held tomorrow. You must prepare well. He was puzzled. Prepare what? Isn't the Jade peace auction tomorrow? She earnestly instructed, but you have to host the ceremony. That's when you officially become your grandfather's successor. Tomorrow's event, you are the main figure. Yihan agreed, don't worry, just watch your husband shine. Feng looked at them, sighing, young people, it's only been a few hours. Yihan frankly said, I'm seriously injured. Don Nhi blushed shyly, that there's still things to do in the house. She quickly left, leaving Yihan standing there hesitating. The next morning, fireworks bloomed in the sky. Yihan had arrived by then. He praised the event, saying the announcement ceremony was truly magnificent. At that moment, someone approached and happily asked, Mr. Yihan, right? He nodded in confirmation. That's me. She introduced herself. My name is Ma Shu. I'm the secretary of Senior Associate Zhou Yuengxi. She's currently busy, so she sent me to pick you up. Yihan continued walking. Ma Shu silently assessed him, feeling like this person didn't seem to care much. She wondered why Yuengxi had chosen him. Meanwhile, inside the hall, the lights were shining brightly as Yuengxi directed the staff. Wango, test the mic, adjust the lighting. Just the stage lights, it's a bit dim. Right, Nu, go check the stairs behind, make sure nothing goes wrong. Yihan saw her waving, Yuengxi. She saw him and hurriedly scolded. Why are you dressed like this? Ma Shu, quickly bring Mr. Yihan a suit. Hurry up, she urgently commanded. Yes, ma'am. Yuengxi walked over, grabbed Yihan's hand and instructed. When you go on stage later, make sure you perform well, don't embarrass me. He smiled lightly, don't worry, you know my abilities well enough, don't you? Yuengxi shyly reminded, don't touch me like that, there are so many people around. In no time, Ma Shu returned, Yuengxi, I've brought the clothes. She immediately handed them to Yihan, hurry up and change, you'll be on stage soon. As the lights began to shine, everyone had gathered. Yihan stood up grandly and began his speech. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking time to attend the auction held by the De Guizhou Corporation. He hadn't even finished before being interrupted. Stop rambling, we're here to buy the Jade Frog, show us the Jade Frog now. That's right, why are you still standing here? Go on, don't talk anymore. Yuengxi stood inside, worried, not sure if Yihan could handle this situation. Yihan didn't get angry but responded calmly. All right, since everyone is so eager, I don't want to waste your time any longer. Before we start, let's first look at a small item, a regular jade piece. The others were displeased. Stop talking, we only want to see the Jade Frog. Exactly, how could your company have such a precious jade? Yihan patiently continued. Even if it's just ordinary jade, its starting price is 15 million. If anyone doesn't want to see it, they can leave. Words made the crowd fall silent. No one said anything more. Ma Shu was also surprised by how Yihan handled the situation. Yihan's control of the situation was impressive. Although his words had a hint of sarcasm, he still maintained decorum and made it clear that no one should cause trouble. Yuengxi's eyes lit up with admiration, as she had never fully understood Yihan's charm before. Ma Shu thought that girls in love were really easily blinded. She wondered how the male employees at Joe Corporation would feel seeing Yuengxi now. At this moment, the first item was brought out for introduction. Its pair of bracelets was found in the ancient Fire Mountains and has the ability to enhance Yang energy. Some people curiously ask, "What is Yang energy? Can you explain it more clearly?" Yihan happily answered, "The so-called Yang energy refers to this pair of bracelets. If a man wears them, women can't resist, and if a woman wears them, men can't resist." The crowd burst into laughter. What if both a man and a woman wear them? Yihan mischievously winked. Then both of them won't be able to resist. The whole hall erupted in laughter. A girl shouted loudly, "Such good stuff, we should find a few more at the ancient Fire Mountains." Yihan laughed. If there are too many, even the Fire Mountain won't be able to handle it. The crowd began to get interested and someone spoke up. "I'll buy these bracelets, I bid 16 million. Another person said, "I bid 17 million, 17,500,000. At that moment the auction board was raised and declared, "I bid 100 million. He scratched his head awkwardly. "These jades are mine now, I'll have my wife try them on when I get home." Yihan knocked the gavel to confirm, "All right, it's a deal." Ma Shu stood inside, surprised. "This pair of jade bracelets, if I'm not mistaken. Surely these are the same pair that old Tai bought at a stall 10 years ago. Back then they were only about 50,000. Yihan had managed to sell them for 100 million. Yuengxi kept praising. "Next, you'll see just how amazing Yihan really is." Ma Shu agreed, he really is impressive. However, she also noticed that Yihan's speech style was a bit strained. After the first auction, Yihan had stabilized the situation. "To applaud, next is the jade frog, please take a look." Two beautiful girls quickly brought it out. Yihan lifted the red cloth with his hand, revealing a jade frog holding a green jade before everyone's eyes. Everyone's eyes lit up. "It's so beautiful," Yihan silently evaluated. "The craftsmanship is perfect. The level of the old master is truly extraordinary." He cleared his throat, preparing to introduce it. "Ladies and gentlemen, the jade frog is now in front of you. The starting price, I'm sure everyone has already considered. Therefore, there will be no starting price for this item." Yihan's words caused a stir in the crowd. "What? No starting price?" Someone spoke up. "For this item, it's truly a priceless treasure. We can't set a starting price." "Fine, I'll bid 1,000 yuan to start." The others laughed loudly. "What are you doing, kid? Get lost, how dare you bid 1,000 yuan?" That moment old Tai raised the auction board. "Everyone, stop arguing, I bid 2 billion, who can bid higher than me?" The crowd was shocked. "What, 2 billion? But he was also criticized. "I only brought 200 million, how can I bid 2 billion? What a joke." Some people felt angry. "Where's that kid who bid 1,000, I trust him more." Upstairs, Ningfeng was biting his nails in frustration. "Damn Yihan, if it weren't for falling into your trap, this jade piece would have been mine." Tai Shu stood behind, comforting. "Young master, don't worry, that item will eventually belong to us." Ningfeng smirked. "We'll bid 5 billion, as long as we can buy this jade, we'll have a great achievement." He lightly reassured, "Don't worry, if we can't get it, it's not the end of the world." In another room, the wine glass in someone's hand swayed gently. Mitchell sat back in his chair with a satisfied expression. Miss Alice, the beautiful woman beside him, insisted that this piece of jadeite must be acquired by the Denia group. "Rest assured, we have plenty of cash ready. This jadeite will be ours." Yihan looked down at Ningfeng from the upper floor, smiling slyly. Yihan tapped the gavel, announcing, "The Chu Bao Ning group bids 5 billion. Does anyone want to bid higher?" He continued, 5 billion first call. He struck the gavel, 5 billion second call. He raised it again, 5 billion third call. Yihan signaled and struck the gavel again, announcing, 5 billion first call, 5 billion second call, 5 billion third call. That moment a curtain in Alice's room was pulled aside and someone bid 100 billion. The Denia group bids 100 billion. Everyone below was stunned. 100 billion? Has Denia gone mad? Buying this item will cost them half their assets. Don't you understand? This is brand showmanship. They want to demonstrate their brand value. Buying this piece will save the Denia group a fortune in advertising, at least a few 100 billion. Yihan stood calmly on the podium. Anyone want to bid higher? Repeated the calls, 100 billion first call, 100 billion second call, 100 billion third call. In the end, no one bid higher and the gavel came down as Yihan declared, "Sold." Yihan smiled. "Congratulations to the Denia group. This jadeite has been purchased for 100 billion. Everyone was amazed. 100 billion, this may be the most expensive jadeite in the gem world, possibly a historic event. There might never be a second chance. The crowd buzzed. After today's auction, the Chu group of the Chu clan made a huge splash. The auctioneer clearly understood buyer's psychology in the hall. What could his background be? Alice smiled. This jadeite is certainly a treasure, but I heard there is another artifact, a market-shaking treasure. Can it be shown to us? Yihan signaled with a clap, of course. He looked toward two girls in the corner. Bring it out. They obeyed, carefully placing a large tray covered with a red cloth on the table. Yihan announced loudly, everyone take a look. This is our market-shaking treasure. With that, he swept the red cloth away, revealing a blazing red phoenix. Everyone admired it, so beautiful, the phoenix is stunning. Indeed, this was no ordinary treasure. Compared to the previous jadeite, it was far more exquisite, flawless. If this item were auctioned, its price would only rise, but since it was a market-shaking treasure, it would not be auctioned. Ningfeng upstairs exclaimed, "Such a fine item." He sneered, "I must have both pieces of jadeite. Tai Shu, you know what to do." The man nodded, "Rest assured, young master, I will handle it." Ningfeng spoke coldly, "Yi Han, this time I will reclaim everything lost in Tiannan, everything." Doi Nhi excitedly ran to hug him. "Yi Han, you're amazing. Thanks to you, today's auction was a complete success." Yi Han said gently, "So what are you planning for me?" She blushed, "Whatever you want, I'll follow." She coughed shyly. "Chief colleague Mr. Mi Sen from the Denia group has arrived. He requests a public transaction." Doi Nhi waved frantically in panic. "When did you all get here?" Alice smiled. "Miss, don't be tense. In the West, this is normal. Intense romance is openly expressed." Yi Han calmly said, "You too, I will have Jade bring the jadeite to you. Once you have checked it and there are no issues, we can proceed with the transaction." Mitchell awkwardly held Yi Han's hand. "Mr. Yi, wait. I have a personal matter I need your help with." Yi Han froze. "Don't tell me this white man has some unusual preference." He stepped back 2 paces. "Sorry, Mr. Mitchell, I mean no offense, but I'm straight and traditional." Mitchell pouted. "Mr. Yi, where are you going with this?" He leaned in, whispering, "I mean well." Yi Han understood, delighted. "Ah, it's that matter." He patted his chest confidently. "Leave it to me tomorrow." Then he grabbed Mi Sen. "Wait for me 3 minutes." Mi Sen panicked. "Mr. Yi, isn't that too fast? I'm not prepared." As soon as they entered the room, Yi Han shut the main door and pulled the curtains. He reassured, "What's there to prepare for? Relax, I'll be quick, just the time it takes to smoke a cigarette." Mi Sen stammered. "Then please be gentle, I'm afraid of pain." Everyone outside, confused, turned red. "Relax, I've been doing acupuncture for years. He just told me to relax." Mi Sen whimpered, "And yet it still hurts." A second later, someone quickly opened the door. Yi Han emerged calmly. "I haven't finished explaining. I said I've done acupuncture for years. Why wouldn't it work?" Everyone immediately showed disdain. "Is it over already?" "Too fast, my pants are off. Are you going to show me this?" Yi Han waved and signaled, "Mr. Mi Sen, come here." Everyone silently watched at the door. A strong hand gripped the door frame. Another form of Mi Sen appeared. "Hello everyone, I'm back and stronger than before." Alice excitedly circled him. "Mitchell, you feel like a different person." Mitchell hugged Yi Han. "All thanks to Brother Yi. I've regained my confidence as a man. Now I feel I could take on 10 men. Yi Han forced a smile. "So if there are no more issues, let's start the transaction." He said cheerfully, "No problem, my bro. To repay your kindness, I'll decide to cooperate more deeply with your Chu Clan Gemstone Company." Yi Han smiled professionally. "We are honored. Later, we will discuss the cooperation details." Doi Nhi proudly ran over. "Yi Han, you're incredible." Shu rushed to inform urgently. "Not good, chief colleague." Yi Han and Doi Nhi both turned to look at her anxiously. Shu quickly explained, "The phoenix and the jade-holding frog have been tampered with." She yelled, "What?" Mi Sen and Alice were equally shocked. "Explain clearly what happened. Didn't you secure the items in the safe?" Shu stammered. "The guards assigned to the safe were drugged. The surveillance cameras were destroyed. Truly sorry, chief colleague." Mitchell said, "Brother Yi, I'm very sorry. If this is the case, we cannot continue this transaction." Alice added, "Moreover, our company's cooperation cannot proceed. After all, you couldn't even safeguard such a precious jadeite. Then there's no point in discussing anything else." Doi Nhi panicked. "Yi Han, what should we do now?" Yi Han took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. He said, "Mr. Mi Sen, please give me 1 hour. After 1 hour, the jade-holding frog you successfully bid on will surely be recovered. Then we can complete the transaction." He looked serious. "So let it be for the sake of our friendship. Just 1 hour. After 1 hour we will leave." Yi Han turned coldly. "Thank you. No matter who is sabotaging me behind the scenes, I will drag them out." The police were still investigating the scene, and everything around them was in ruin. As Lang Qiu was inspecting, she suddenly spotted Yi Han running over. She quickly shouted, "Yi Han, stop right there. Don't ruin the evidence." He replied nonchalantly, "I can tell right away who the culprit is. Just give me a pen and a piece of paper. Don't disturb me." The police were surprised. "What are you saying? We've searched for a long time and only found a few footprints. Fingerprints and hair are still being tested. How could you possibly know? We understand you're worried, but catching the suspect is not simple." Jian Nai handed him the paper and pen, and he coldly said, "Captain, tell everyone to leave. Don't disturb us." Lang Qiu thought for a moment, and after checking on herself, she felt that Yi Han seemed to be hiding something. She decided to test him, so she waved her hand and ordered, "All right, disperse." Everyone was surprised. "Captain, this isn't right." He shouted, "Stop talking, just disperse." The group hurriedly replied, "Yes, Captain." Yi Han focused, spinning the pen in his hand. He muttered under his breath, "Yin-yang magic, reverse time." Yin-yang magic could recreate scenes from the past. Using this method, I will definitely find the culprit. A flash of an image appeared, a man with a smug smile. Got it, he quickly scribbled down and sketched the man's face. A moment later, Yihan raised the paper and asked Lang Qiu, "Who is this?" She took it and was shocked. "This is an internationally wanted criminal, Tier A, Iron Hand. No way hasn't he escaped to Xinjiang." At that moment, someone hurriedly ran in. "Captain, the test results are in and the suspect is Iron Hand." Police were in a panic. "Really? Just as this kid predicted. How could he do that? He's amazing. Does he have superpowers?" Yihan nodded after hearing this and looked at Lang Qiu. "Thank you," he said, but she quickly asked, "Yihan, the city of Shanghai is so vast. How did you find Iron Hand?" "Let us handle it," he coldly refused. "Thank you for your concern, but I have my own sources and my time is running out." Lang Qiu quietly observed Yihan. She felt there were many secrets hidden within him and she began to lose her understanding of him. As soon as they left the headquarters, Yihan immediately made a call. "Phoenix, in 3 minutes tell me the location of Iron Hand. The request is at your discretion." The person on the other end took a deep breath. 3 minutes, you're underestimating me. 1 minute will be enough." Yihan smiled. "Very good, Iron Hand. Enjoy the last moments of your life." At the same time on the highway, Iron Hand was gleefully driving. "Mr. Ning, I think that Kid Yihan is like a headless fly just running around aimlessly." Iron Hand drove at high speed, thanking Mr. Ning. Suddenly, another car unexpectedly swerved into their lane and collided with their vehicle. Iron Hand frowned. "Not good." Ning Feng panicked. "What's going on?" He quickly swerved the steering wheel to avoid it. "You're doing well this time," he nodded. Ning Feng was satisfied. "This time, not only will it disappoint Yihan, but it will also damage the reputation of the Zhou Bao Company. If we get back to Ning Corporation, you'll get whatever you want." But the joy was short-lived as the car lunged forward, not giving them a chance to escape like before. A loud crash echoed as the car slammed into a rock face, unable to escape. On the road, tire marks were clearly visible and both cars had broken through the guardrail. Ning Feng crawled out painfully, cursing, "Damn it, who dares to hit my car?" Iron Hand gritted his teeth. "I don't care who you are, you're dying today." The car door slowly opened and a figure stepped out. Yihan appeared arrogantly. "I'll return this to you." Iron Hand panicked. "Yihan, how did you get here?" Yihan coldly pulled out a small knife. "If you don't want others to know, then don't do it. Ning Feng, you can't run anymore." Shouted Iron Hand, "Stop him." Ning Feng was furious. "How did Yihan get here so fast? How could he find me so quickly?" Iron Hand arrogantly replied, "Don't worry, Mr. Ning. This kid, I just need one punch and he'll be sent flying." Before he could react, Yihan slashed through Iron Hand. The man opened his eyes wide, watching the blood pour from his wound, unable to believe his eyes. The sword technique was too fast. His body lost balance and he knelt down. Yihan was filled with killing intent. Cold voice announced, "Iron Hand dead." Ning Feng panicked and fled. "Damn it, one strike and Iron Hand is dead already." Yihan was still a human. "This can't be, I have to run." Suddenly, he felt something closing in. Before he could react, Yihan appeared right in front of him. "Ning Feng, I told you, you can't escape." He startled and screamed, "I can." In a fit of rage, he kicked Yihan in the crotch. "Get lost." Ning Feng jumped up in pain. Yihan sneered, "Goodbye, Miss Ning," and thought to himself, Ning Feng is the young master of the ninja clan. Now's not the time to kill him. Back at the headquarters, Don Nai looked at Maizen and Alice in silence. She spoke up, "Mr. Michael, in 1 minute it will be an hour. I don't think Yihan can bring back the 2 missing Jade pieces. We should leave." He stood up. "Chairman Chu, sorry, I also think we no longer have any reason to wait. In 1 hour, bringing back 2 missing Jade pieces is impossible. The mission cannot be completed." Don Nai sincerely said, "Please wait just a little longer. Yihan will definitely make it." Everyone decided to trust him one more time. Ma Shu helped her up. "Chairman, let's go. We truly have no way out." Don Nai shook her head. "No, Yihan will definitely make it." Maizen stepped toward the door and Alice lowered her head, apologizing. Suddenly, the door opened and a pair of long legs stepped inside. Maizen and Alice were surprised at the new arrival. Don Nai was overjoyed. "Yihan." He quickly placed the suitcase down. "Everyone, open it." Phoenix flapped its wings, holding the Jade in the corner. "I didn't disappoint your trust, I've brought the items." She happily ran over. "Yihan, that's amazing." Michelle was excited. "My brother, you're truly the James Bond of China." And spoke, "Can we make the deal now?" Alice smiled. "Of course, Mr. Yi, our cooperation can continue. Your abilities really give others peace of mind." After a while, the signing ceremony went smoothly, and Yihan followed Don Nai to see them off to their car. He stretched, finally finished handling the cooperation. "It's 100 times more tiring than fighting with enemies." She reminded him, "By the way, tomorrow is your master's ceremony. The hotel is already booked, don't forget." Yihan lovingly pinched her cheek. "Don't worry, something as important as this I won't forget." She blushed and hesitated. "It's getting late, how about we?" Jian Nai shyly avoided. "There's a small room to rest in my office." Without a word, he picked her up. "Time is tight, we must go now." The next day at the Chengyueda Hotel, Yi Han's eyes were as dark as a panda's. Holding Jian Nai's hand, he walked in. I'm so tired, wasn't it because you kept me up last night? She irritatedly interrupted. Yi Han, hurry up. The ceremony is about to start. Behave yourself, no talking. In the banquet hall, everyone was chatting merrily. Bai Mo walked over. Yi Han, why are you only here now? Hurry over here, the ceremony is starting soon. I Ban teased. I told you, Hanzi, you need to control yourself a bit. From ancient times until now, men and women's love affairs never stop. Min Sun slowly approached Yi Han and Yuan Nai. The girl apologized for being late while he shyly greeted his grandfather and master. It's just exhausting the strength of that man. Yuan Nai, hearing that, must have been furious. That damned fat man, what nonsense is he talking about? Are you itching for a fight? Host motioned for everyone to come closer and mentioned that daughters grow up fast and are difficult to keep. Lam Kwok and his senior associate from Lam Corporation in Shanghai City came to present a 100-year-old ginseng root. He signaled, all right, come over here. Duong Keen Kwok from Duong Corporation also arrived, gifting a calligraphy scroll written by hand. Meanwhile, Mr. Mi Sen from International Finance Group gave a pair of top-quality jade stones. Everyone congratulated Min Sun for having received such an excellent disciple. He happily responded, thank you, thank you. Man walked in slowly, approaching. He taunted, brother Min Sun, you're being too ostentatious. Upon seeing who it was, Min Sun's expression softened. People around started whispering about Ning Hao Tian. The crowd realized that Ning Hao Tian was the overlord of the north and wondered why he was here. Someone remarked, I heard that Ning Hao Tian and Chu Min Sun have always been at odds. There have been too many conflicts between them. It seems he's here today to ruin the old man's celebration. One was the king of northern gemstones, the other the king of southern gemstones, facing off. The atmosphere became tense and Min Sun coldly faced the man. Hao Tian excitedly watched him and sneered, looks like we've got a good show ahead. Man smiled, brother Min Sun, with such an important matter as accepting a disciple, how could you not inform your senior brother? Fortunately, I keep up with the news or I might have missed congratulating you. In his heart, Hao Tian sneered, thinking, that old bastard. He continued to provoke, am I here today just to cause trouble? Do you dare to throw me out? Min Sun maintained his polite demeanor. This is not the case, brother Ning. You're older and it must be difficult to walk. If something were to happen while rushing here, it would be hard to take responsibility, he thought, his heart filled with indignation. The atmosphere thickened with false politeness. Brother Min Sun knows how to joke. Hao Tian's expression grew sinister, his eyes narrowing on the new disciple Yi Han. Is this the talented disciple you just accepted, Yi Han? Yuan Nai looked puzzled. Why is this old man staring at you like that, as if you've killed his father? Yuan Nai burst out laughing. He's the father of Ning Feng. What do you think? Yi Han sighed, realizing why the man was angry with him. It turned out he had crippled his son. Min Sun stepped forward to intervene. What's the matter? Does brother Ning have something to teach? Hao Tian responded. I've just accepted a disciple myself. How about letting them compete in carving techniques and see who excels more? The crowd murmured about the carving contest, anticipating a great competition between the two disciples. They had heard that Yi Han had just started learning. Chu Min Sun hadn't taught him any other techniques yet. If there were a contest, Yi Han would have little chance of winning. It seemed that Ning Hao Tian had come to use his disciple's victory to humiliate Chu Min Sun. Min Sun looked helpless. Yi Han stepped forward and respectfully said, Master, if the other side is so eager, let's accept their challenge. Both disciples wished to see how the king of northern gemstones carving techniques compare. Min Sun worriedly said, don't make a scene, kid. You haven't learned carving techniques yet. How can you compete? Yi Han persuaded, Master, they came to us looking for trouble. We can't ignore it. Please trust my abilities. Even if I lose, it's all right. Yi Han begged, Master, don't you still want to take me as your disciple? Min Sun sighed, all right, let's do it. Even if we lose, we won't be afraid. He waved his hand, bring the tools and jade stones here. The competition tools were prepared. Hao Tian coldly commanded, Leng Fan, show your skills to everyone. The disciple nodded, thank you. Leng Fan stepped forward, remember my name. Leng Fan introduced himself. I'm Leng Fan. Starting today, I'll be your nightmare. No matter what, your carving skills will never surpass mine. Hai Ban became angry and Bai Mo frowned. I've heard of Leng Fan. Leng Fan's jade creations attracted much admiration. Yuan Nai worried for Yi Han. Do your best. Yi Han calmly observed Leng Fan's technique. Shen smiled. So what if he doesn't know carving? He has the yin-yang eye. Yi Han used his eye technique to observe every move of Leng Fan. Leng Fan paused and said, please, everyone, take a look. The crowd marveled at his carving technique on the jade piece. Jade had imperfections, but Leng Fan used his knife techniques to conceal them. Indeed, this is the skill of a master. Hao Tian was smug, casually showing off to get others to criticize. Everyone looked at Leng Fan with reverence. Mr. Ning humbly remarked, yes, to have a disciple like Leng Fan, Ning must truly be the king of northern gemstones. Yuan Nai realized that Yi Han would face a challenge. Yuan Nai nervously asked, Yi-han, what will we do? He reassured her, don't worry, I will win. Lang Fan arrogantly said, Yi-han, it's your turn. Yuan Nai hesitated, you have no carving experience, what if? Yi-han calmly replied, are you eager to lose? He touched the jade and thought, what should I carve now? I'll carve a beautiful woman. Yuan Nai was surprised, a beautiful woman? Why are you being so casual? Carving a human form is the hardest. Even Ning Hao Tian and Mr. Yuan Nai's grandfather had only succeeded 60% of the time. Yi-han calmly sat down, don't worry, I know exactly what to do. He took a small knife, focusing on the jade block. The blade swept down and chips of jade flew everywhere. The crowd sneered, this kid is really carving a person? Ridiculous. A human form is hard to capture, even if you know carving, it's difficult to express the posture. Yi-han currently lacked the foundation. Min Sun closely observed Lang Fan's technique and realized, this is the power of the technique that Lang Fan used earlier. This technique is a secret that Ning Hao Tian has never shared. Min Sun was startled, how did Yi-han? He reminded him, use 10 parts strength but only 3 parts force and 7 parts light strokes. He advised, be delicate but don't break it, use your heart to feel the knife in your hand. Yi-han pondered, 10 parts strength, 3 parts force. He suddenly understood. Everyone was amazed. Everyone was stunned. How did this kid suddenly become so skilled? Just now he was still awkward. What did Grandpa mean by his words earlier? It seems like Yi-han has comprehended it. Grandpa truly deserves to be the king of Northern Gemstone, Hao Tian quietly observed. Endurance was a secret only he had taught, and in the world only Yi-han had learned it. Lang Fan could certainly grasp it by observing his sculpting talent, but he could not be allowed to stay. Lang Fan clenched his teeth in fury. Yi-han's technique is absolutely superior, yet he wants to sculpt a person. He thought it wouldn't be easy. As long as the human form had a flaw, he would win. Only one final step remained. Everyone wondered why Yi-han had stopped. It was time to sculpt the statue's expression. This was the most difficult part, to see how he would handle it. Yi-han suddenly turned, smiling at her. She softly called, Yi-han, and he slipped his hands behind him, smirking, I know. The small chisel moved swiftly, revealing every delicate detail. Yi-han took a deep breath, blowing the dust off the stone. A sculpture of a little fairy with a radiant smile appeared, shining brilliantly. Thanks to his skillful hands and intricate technique, the jade fairy sculpture was complete. Everyone gasped in awe. This was the work of a grandmaster. Indeed, Mr. Yi was young, yet he could carve a person so exquisitely. Calling him a grandmaster was not an exaggeration. The old master truly had taught a remarkable disciple. Bin leaned closer to study it. This figure looks familiar. He stepped forward. Jian this is specially for you. Everyone was excited. Indeed, the jade statue was modeled after Miss Jian truly admirable. Look at that expression, it's exactly like Miss Dun Dun-er's eyes sparkled with joy. Yi-han, thank you. She ran to hug him tightly. Why are you so kind to me? I'm so touched. Min Shan looked pleased, boasting, well, how do you see my disciple? Hao Tian blurted, a genius. Lang Fan was embarrassed. Master, the old man scowled. Stop talking, you lost, accept it. Afterwards, Hao Tian clasped his hands and took his leave. This disciple of mine is extraordinary, others will come to learn another day. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making Hao Tian furious. Next time, even if your disciple studies for 10 more years, he won't match the current disciple of the old master. The old master looked curiously as the man slowly entered the hall. DI letter 1EC7P Han responded. If there were too many of these, even Fire Mountain wouldn't be able to handle it. The crowd got even more excited and someone joined in. You're making it so intense, even the bed can't handle it. I want to buy these bracelets, I bid 16 million. I also want to buy them, 17 million. 17,500,000. At this moment, C letter 1EA3NH TR letter 1EA1M raised his bidding board and declared, I bid 100 million. Scratched his head embarrassed and said, these jade bracelets are mine now. I have to let my wife try them on when I get home. DI letter 1EC7P Han immediately struck the hammer to confirm it's a deal. Matthew, standing beside him, was still surprised. These jade bracelets, if she remembered correctly. They were likely something old Tai bought from a roadside stall 10 years ago, and back then, they cost only about 50,000. Yet, DI letter 1EC7P Han was able to sell them for 100 million. Don Nhi couldn't stop praising. Next, you'll see how amazing DI letter 1EC7P Han truly is. This time Matthew had to admit, he was indeed impressive, though his speech on stage was a bit after the first auction. DI letter 1EC7P Han started setting the rhythm of the event. Alright, the warming up part is over. The item everyone has been waiting for is here now. He clapped his hands to signal. Next is the toad holding the jade. Please take a look. Two beautiful girls quickly brought the item out. The I letter 1EC7P hand raised his hand to lift the red cloth, revealing a green jade toad holding a piece of jade. Everyone's eyes brightened in awe. It's so beautiful. The I letter 1EC7P hand took a careful look and silently assessed. This item was exquisitely crafted. The old master's skills were indeed extraordinary. Even he felt a little reluctant to sell it. After a moment, he cleared his throat twice and happily introduced. Everyone, the toad holding the jade is now in front of you. How much is it really worth? I think each of you already has your own estimate. Therefore, this item has no starting bid. The crowd buzzed with excitement. What? No starting bid? I've never heard of an auction like this. But this item is truly priceless. We can't set a starting price for it. Someone raised a board and made a bid. If there's no starting bid, I'll start with 1,000. The others burst into laughter and then shouted angrily, "What's this kid doing here? Get out. This is ridiculous. How dare he bid 1,000? Just then, an old man raised his board to make a bid. Everyone stop arguing. I'll start the bid at 2 billion. Can anyone offer a higher bid? The crowd was shocked, their eyes wide open. At 2 billion, but he was immediately bombarded. Old man, I only brought about 200 million this time. You're blocking others from buying with your 2 billion. What are you playing at, you scoundrel? The opening bid is already so high. Where's that kid who bid 1,000? I think that kid was more reliable than this. The upper floor, two people are observing the situation. Ning Feng, frustrated, bites his nails, while Dai Han feels angered. Ning Feng thinks that if it weren't for being set up, the jadeite would have been his by now. The bodyguard behind reassures the young master, saying there's no need to rush. The item will be theirs sooner or later. Ming Feng orders cunningly to raise the price at will, with the starting bid at 500 million. He quickly follows the order, knowing that the leader of the Blood Hand sect needs the jadeite. If he can buy it, he would have made a great achievement. Ning Feng reassures that if they can't buy it, there are other ways. In another room, a glass of wine gently sways in someone's hand. Aizen, sitting comfortably, admires the beautiful Miss Alice, thinking that this jadeite must belong to the Denia Corporation. Alice, sitting beside him, confirms that they have enough cash prepared, and the jadeite will definitely be theirs. Daihan watches Ning Feng from below, grinning deviously. He strikes the gavel and announces, earlier, the Zhou Bao Ning Corporation bid 500 million. Let's see if anyone bids higher. He announces the 500 million bid once, then strikes the gavel a second time before raising the gavel high. At that moment, the curtain in Alice's room is pulled back. Alice shouts, 10 billion the Denia Corporation bids. The people below are shocked, wondering if the Denia Corporation has lost its mind with a 10 billion bid, a sum equal to half their fortune. Daihan explains that this is a brand display, aimed at showcasing brand value, and purchasing it saves on massive advertising costs. Daihan stands at the podium, calmly asking, is there anyone else who bids higher? He announces the bid again, 10 billion once, 10 billion twice, 10 billion 3 times. In the end, no one raises their bid. Gavel strikes as Daihan announces the deal. He cheerfully declares, congratulations to the Denia Corporation, who have acquired the jadeite for 10 billion. Everyone is amazed. 10 billion, this may be the most expensive jadeite in the gemstone world, an unprecedented deal. Today's event will not be repeated. Everyone is talking, and the Zhou Bao Chu Corporation has made a global impact. The auctioneer is very good at reading the buyer's psychology, but his origins remain unclear. Alice smiles and approaches, noting that the jadeite held by the toad is definitely a precious gem, though she has also heard of another treasure that's said to be a store's centerpiece. Daihan puts on a professional demeanor and claps to draw attention. Of course. He looks at the two girls in the corner and orders them to bring the large tray covered with a red cloth to the table. Daihan calls out to attract attention. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look. This is the store's centerpiece. He pulls the red cloth off sharply. Finely crafted, fiery red phoenix image appears. Everyone gasps in awe. Beautiful, this is definitely no ordinary treasure, even more stunning than the previous precious gem. If this item were auctioned, the price would only go up, not down. It is said this is a store's centerpiece, so it surely won't be auctioned. Ning Feng on the upper floor exclaims in surprise, a good item. He smirks, I must have both pieces of jadeite. The bodyguard nods, you know what to do. Ning Feng messages Daihan, saying he intends to recover all that was lost in Dian Nan. Zhu Nai excitedly rushes to hug him. Zhu Nai says, Daihan, you're amazing. Thanks to you, the auction was a success. Daihan gently replies, so what will you do for me? She shyly responds, whatever you want, I'll listen to you. She smiles with slight embarrassment. Senior colleague announces, Mr. Misen from the Denia Corporation has arrived and requests a public transaction. Zhu Unai panics. When did everyone arrive? Alice smiles and reassures her. Miss, no need to be nervous. In the West, this is normal. Passionate love is often expressed outwardly. Daihan calmly says, Ladies, I will have Ngok bring the Jade. Once the two of you confirm that there are no issues, we can proceed with the transaction. Zhu Unai, flustered, rushes forward to hug him. Zhu Unai says, I have a small favor to ask. Daihan laughs. Isn't Mr. Michael here for some special interest? Daihan steps back 2 steps and says, Apologies, Mr. Michael. I don't mean to be discriminatory, but I am a straight man and quite traditional. Mikeson pouted, Mr. Deep, where are you going? He stepped forward, leaned in and whispered, It's not exactly a great idea. Deephan seemed to understand and happily replied, Ah, so it's this matter. Boldly patted his chest, Don't worry, I've got this covered tomorrow. With that, he grabbed Misen. He panicked, Wait for me for 3 minutes. Mr. Deep, isn't this a bit too fast? I haven't even mentally prepared. As soon as they entered the room, Deephan immediately shut the door and drew the curtains. Mr. Zhen asked, What's there to prepare for? Don't worry, I'll be quick, just the time it takes to smoke a cigarette, Misen stammered. Then, please be gentle, I'm afraid it'll hurt. Outside, no one understood what was happening, their faces red. Don't worry, I've been doing acupuncture for years. Just told me not to worry, Michelle whimpered, and it still hurts this much. A second later, the door was flung open and Deephan casually walked out. I haven't finished yet. I said I've been doing acupuncture for years. What's going on? Everyone immediately showed signs of disgust. Is it over already? That was too fast. My pants are off already, you want me to show you this? Deephan turned and waved, Mr. Misen, come here. Everyone fell silent, staring at the door. A muscular hand tightly gripped the door frame. Different version of Michelle stepped out. Hello everyone, I'm back and stronger than before. Alice excitedly circled him. Her eyes sparkled. Michelle, it's only been a short time, but you seem like a completely different person. Michelle hugged Deephan. This is all thanks to Brother Deep. I've regained my confidence as a man. Now I feel like I could fight off 10 people at once. He forced a smile. If there's nothing else, let's get down to business. He was happy. No problem, bro. To repay this favor, I've decided to deepen our cooperation with your Chu Gemstone Company. Deephan smiled professionally. We are honored. Let's discuss the details of the partnership later. Don Nai proudly ran over. Deephan, you're amazing, Mr. Shu hurriedly reported. Not good, Chief. Deephan and Don Nai turned in unison, anxiously looking at her. Shu quickly explained, the Phoenix and the Jade Toad were stolen, she suddenly shouted. What? Shell and Alice were equally stunned. She quickly asked, what exactly happened? Didn't you store the items in the safe? Shu hesitantly said, the guard watching the safe was drugged, the surveillance cameras were destroyed. I'm really sorry, Chief. Shell spoke up, Brother Deep, I'm really sorry. If something like this has happened, we can't continue with the deal. He continued, moreover, the cooperation between our two companies can't proceed. If we can't even protect something as valuable as Jade, how can we talk about anything else? Donai panicked. Deephan, what do we do now? Deephan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He spoke. Mr. Bizin, please give me 1 hour. After 1 hour, the Jade Toad from your side will have been successfully auctioned and recovered, and we will proceed with the transaction. He solemnly said, all right, out of respect for our friendship, I'll give you 1 hour. After 1 hour, we will leave here. Deephan coldly turned away. Thank you. No matter who is trying to mess with me behind my back, I will find them. Police were still examining the crime scene, with debris scattered everywhere. Lang Kaio was inspecting when she saw Deephan run in. She angrily yelled, Deephan, stop right there, don't ruin the evidence. He replied calmly, I can immediately tell who the thief is. Give me a pen and a piece of paper and don't disturb me. Officers murmured, what is he talking about? We've searched for so long and only found a few footprints. The hair and fingerprints are still being tested. How do you know who did it? We know you're anxious, but catching a suspect isn't easy. Don Nai brought paper and pen over. He coldly said, Captain Yan, tell them to leave, don't interfere with our work. Lang Kaio thought for a moment. Since Deephan had examined her before, she felt that he seemed to be hiding some secret. It might be worth letting him try. So she waved and ordered, all right, dismiss them. Everyone was surprised. Captain, you're not joking, are you? She snapped, no more talking, get out of here. The group hurriedly responded. Yes. Deephan immediately focused, twirling the pen in his hand, pondering the yin-yang method, how time could reverse, allowing a scene to replay in a short period. Based on this, I'm sure I can identify the culprit. A fleeting image appears, a man with a smug expression. As he notices it, you immediately memorize it. The pen in hand quickly sketches the man's face. Moments later, Deep Han holds up the paper and asks Lang Qiu confidently, "Who is he?" She is surprised to receive the sheet. "This is an international wanted criminal, Class A, Thiet Thur." "Impossible, hasn't he already fled to Huangjiang?" That moment, Thur Hoiha rushes in, saying, "Captain, the test results are in. The suspect is confirmed as a Class A wanted criminal." Thiet Thur, the whole police team is stunned. "What, really this kid, how does he know? Amazing, could he have some superpower?" Deep Han nods, looking at Lang Qiu. She hurriedly asks, "Wait, Deep Han, Sun Hai is huge, how did you find Thiet Thur?" He coldly refuses. "Thanks for your concern, I have my own sources and time is limited." Lang Qiu quietly observes, sensing Deep Han growing increasingly mysterious. "I can no longer understand him." Leaving headquarters, Deep Han immediately calls, "Hoa Fuang, give me Thiet Thur's location within 3 minutes." "Ah, Thiet Thur, any conditions you want." The person on the other end takes a deep breath. 3 minutes, you underestimate me, 1 minute is enough." Deep Han smiles with satisfaction. "Good, Thiet Thur, enjoy your last moments." Meanwhile, on the highway, the excited man says, "Cao Nin, I think Deep Han is like a headless fly running amok." Thiet Thur drives at lightning speed. "Thanks, Cao Nin." Suddenly, a car shoots out from nowhere and crashes into theirs. Thiet Thur frowns, sensing danger. "This is bad." Nin Fong panics. "What?" He quickly swerves to avoid a collision. Thiet Thur nods, "Well done this time." Thiet Thur, enjoy your last moments. Meanwhile, on the highway, the excited man, "Cao Nin, I think Deep Han is like a headless fly running amok." Thiet Thur drives at lightning speed. "Thanks, Cao Nin." Suddenly, a car shoots out and crashes into theirs. Thiet Thur frowns. "This is bad." Nin Fong panics. "What?" He swerves just in time. Thiet Thur nods, very pleased. This time, not only will Deep Han suffer, but it will also hit Chao Bao Chao Corporation. As for Chao Bao Nin Corporation, if everything goes as planned, he could achieve his goals. But joy doesn't last long. The car comes charging again, giving them no chance to escape as before. The powerful car closes in, a loud crash echoes, then it crashes straight into Nin Fong's vehicle, sending it into the cliff, unable to escape. Tire marks are visible on the road. The two cars break the guardrail. Nin Fong slides out, cursing, "Damn it, who dares to crash into me?" Looking for trouble? Thiet Thur grits his teeth. "I don't care who you are, today you die." The car door slowly opens. A figure steps out, Deep Han, full of presence. "I'll leave this line for you guys." He panics. "Deep Han, why are you here?" Deep Han coldly pulls out a small knife. "If you don't want others to know, don't do it." "Nin Fong, you have nowhere to run." He shouts commands, then turns to leave. Thiet Thur, stop him. Nin Fong angrily orders. "Why is Deep Han like a demon? He knew so quickly it was me." Thiet Thur smugly, "Don't worry this kid, one punch and I'll send him flying to the ground looking for teeth." Before he can react, Deep Han swings the knife at Thiet Thur, who is stunned at the bleeding wound. Too fast. His body loses control, he collapses. Deep Han coldly commands, "Thiet Thur, die." His words are sharp as a blade and he can do nothing. Nin Fong rushes to escape. "Damn, one move killed Thiet Thur. Is Deep Han even human? No, I have to run." He senses something approaching. In a blink, Deep Han appears in front of Nin Fong. "I told you, you can't escape." He panics. "No way." Deep Han kicks him straight in the groin. "Go." Nin Fong screams in pain, jumps. "Need to increase my population." Deep Han sneers. "Miss Nin, bye-bye." Thinking, Nin Fong is the heir of the Nin family, I still can't kill him. Back at headquarters, Chu Don Nhi bows, looking at Michelle and Alice, all silent. She suddenly speaks. "Mr. Michael, 1 more minute makes a full hour. I don't think Deep Han can bring back 2 jade blocks. We should leave, there's still much to resolve." Seeing this, he also stands up. "President Chu, sorry, I also feel there's no reason to wait. In just 1 hour, recovering 2 missing jade blocks. Fundamentally, the mission cannot be completed." Doi Nhi looks sincere, asking everyone to be patient for a little longer. What Deep Han promised, he will definitely deliver. Everyone should trust him once. Thur supported her. "Chairwoman, it's okay, this time we really are at a dead end." Doi Nhi shook her head. "No, Deep Han will definitely make it happen." Michelle walked straight to the door. "Let's go." Alice lowered her head. "I'm sorry." Suddenly, the outer door was kicked open. Michelle and Alice were startled and looked in amazement at the person who just entered. Doi Nhi joyfully shouted, "Deep Han." He quickly walked over and placed the suitcase down. "Everyone open it, the phoenix has flapped its wings, the jade is back, I haven't let you down. I've brought the things back." She ran over joyfully. "Deep Han, this is great," Misen excitedly said. "Amazing, bro, you're really China's James Bond." Deep Han said, "Can we do the transaction now?" Alice smiled. "Of course, Mr. Deep, our collaboration can continue. Your strength really reassures others." Not long after, the signing ceremony went smoothly. Deep Han accompanied Doi Nhi to send them off as they left. He stretched, finally finished handling this collaboration. It's 100 times more exhausting than fighting with enemies. she reminded him. By the way, tomorrow is your master apprenticeship ceremony. The hotel is also booked, you must not forget. Deep Han affectionately pinched her cheek. Don't worry. A big event like this I won't forget. He blushed and said, I think it's getting late. How about we? Doi Nhi shyly avoided. In my office there's a small room to rest. Hearing this, he immediately picked her up. Time's pressing, let's go. The next day at the Changyue Hotel, Deep Han, with panda eyes, held Doi Nhi's hand and appeared looking exhausted. Isn't it because you kept me last night? She irritably cut him off. Deep Han, hurry up, the ceremony is about to start, be quiet, no more talking. The banquet hall was already crowded, everyone chatting animatedly. Upon seeing them, Bok Mak stepped forward. Pan, why are you only arriving now? Hurry up, the ceremony is about to start. I Ban teased. I tell you Han Zai, you need to hold back a bit. From ancient times till now, love affairs only drain a man's energy. Doi Nhi angrily retorted. That damn fatty, what nonsense are you saying, looking for a fight? Suddenly Min Sun calmly approached. Deep Han, Doi Nhi, you're both here, she spoke. Grandfather, he awkwardly said. Master, sorry, the disciple is late. He gestured, all right, come over here. As he spoke, he sighed. His daughter had grown up, hard to keep. The host's voice echoed throughout the hall. Lam Kwok Dong, CEO of Lam Group from Shanghai City, has arrived, bringing a 100-year-old ginseng. Duong Keen Kwok from Duong Group in Shanghai City also arrives, bringing a piece of calligraphy written by himself. Mr. Mi Sen from International Financial Group brings a pair of exquisite jade stones. Everyone surrounded Min Sun. The elders congratulated him for accepting an outstanding disciple. He joyfully laughed. Thank you. Thank you. Suddenly someone entered, leisurely walking over. The old man spoke provocatively. Min Sun, you're showing off a bit too much. Seeing who had spoken, Min Sun stopped smiling and became serious. It was Ning Hao Tian. People around immediately whispered, isn't this the overlord of Shen Ding from the north? Why is he here? Some whispered, I heard Ning Hao Tian and Chu Min Sun have had a long-standing feud. Too many conflicts have accumulated between them. Looks like he's here today to ruin Chu's joy. One is the king of northern gemstones, the other the king of southern gemstones. Their rivalry is clear. The drama is about to begin and the atmosphere seemed frozen. Min Sun coldly faced him. Hao Tian caught his gaze, smirking sarcastically, then clasped his hands and laughed falsely. Min Sun, accepting a disciple is such a big deal. How could you not inform your elder brother? Luckily, I keep up with the news, otherwise I would have almost missed congratulating you on this happy occasion. Hao Tian's tone was full of contempt. You old bastard, I'm here to mess with your ceremony today. What are you going to do about it? Do you dare to kick me out? Min Sun smiled faintly on the outside. Old brother Ning, you are of advanced age and not mobile. If something happens on your way here in such a rush, how can I bear that responsibility? Inside, he was boiling with anger. Damn bastard. The atmosphere was filled with false politeness. Hao Tian smiled. You're really good at jokes, old brother. He glanced to the side, bloodlust rising, gritting his teeth, he asked. Is this the talented disciple that you just took in, Deep Han? Deep Han, confused, leaned close to Doi Nhi. Why is this old man staring at me like that? It's as if I killed his father or something. Doi Nai burst out laughing when he realized the man was Ning Feng's father, while Yihan felt helpless in this situation. It turned out he had crippled his son. No wonder he was so furious. Min Sun stepped forward and blocked the way, asking, well, Senior Ning, what wisdom do you wish to share? I remember you, how could I keep up with the young generation now? Hao Tian suggested, I recently took on a disciple too. How about letting them demonstrate some sculpting skills? Everyone again had the chance to discuss and evaluate sculpting art, but Hao Tian and Chu Min Sun were both outstanding in this field. The competition between the two disciples would surely be spectacular, but I heard Yihan has only just begun learning. Chu Min Sun hasn't taught him any other techniques yet. If they compete, Yihan would certainly lose. It turned out Hao Tian's goal today was to use his disciple's victory to embarrass Chu Min Sun. Min Sun appeared reluctant, hesitating over this. Yihan stepped forward and pleaded, Master, if they are seeking this, we should accept their challenge. Both disciples also wanted to broaden their horizons, to see how powerful the Northern Gem King's sculpting skills were. He was anxious. Don't do it, boy, you haven't learned sculpting yet. What will you use to compete with them? He tried hard to persuade him. Master, they deliberately came to stir trouble. We cannot ignore it. Please trust your disciple's ability. Besides, so what if we lose? Would Master stop taking me as a disciple? Min Sun sighed at this. Fine, we'll compete, but even in defeat, do not fear. With that, he waved his hand to command, someone, bring the props and Jade here. The items for the duel were ready. Hao Tian said coldly, Leng Fan, show everyone your skill. He nodded and took a long step forward. Remember my name, I'm Leng Fan. From today, I will be your nightmare. Your sculpting skills will never surpass mine. Ban was angry. He hasn't even competed yet, why is he so smug? Bok Mak frowned. I've heard of Leng Fan, he can carve anything from jade and many people seek him. Dai Nai worried for Yi Han, who calmly observed Leng Fan creating his work, secretly smiling coldly. Not knowing sculpting, that's fine, I have the yin-yang eye here. Quickly activated his eye technique, memorizing every movement of Leng Fan. Leng Fan paused leisurely. Everyone take a look. The crowd was astonished. Jade by Hoam, I realized this sword technique had reached top-tier level. The Jade had flaws, but Leng Fan used his sword skill to conceal them, demonstrating the mastery of a grandmaster. Hao Tian was pleased watching Leng Fan perform, and everyone else looked at him with admiration. Old Ning humbly acknowledged it. Indeed, one could produce a disciple like Leng Fan. Old Ning truly lived up to the title Northern Stone King. Young Yi Han, this will be tough. Dai Nai felt even more determined. Han held Zhen An's hand to reassure her. Don't worry, I'll win. Leng Fan arrogantly said, Yi Han, it's your turn. Doi Nai was flustered, but Yi Han calmly stepped forward. I have no experience in sculpting, what if? Was he anxious about losing like this? Yi Han touched the jade block, thinking, what should I sculpt? I'll sculpt a beauty. She was stunned, a beauty? Doi Nai worried. Yi Han, why aren't you serious? Sculpting people is the hardest. Even with Hao Tian and his grandfather, he could only be 60% sure. Yi Han calmly sat down. Don't worry, I know what to do. He picked up a small knife, looking seriously at the stone. The blade swept down sharply, fragments flying everywhere. People underestimated him. This kid truly dared to attempt full sculpting. The human form is inherently difficult. Even understanding human anatomy, capturing the posture accurately is tough. Yi Han had no foundation yet dared to challenge sculpting the human form. Min's losing was certain. Min's son watched closely from behind, realizing this technique was precisely the tolerant skill Leng Fan had used, a secret method never shared by Hao Tian. Min's son was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. Could Deep Han have just learned sculpting techniques from Master Lan? He stepped closer to remind Deep Han. Deep Han, use full force but only 3 parts strength and 7 parts finesse. Glide the knife skillfully without breaking. Feel the blade with your heart. He pondered, full force, 3 parts strength. Deep Han froze for a moment, then suddenly enlightened. He understood. Everyone around was astonished, unable to believe his transformation. No one understood how this boy became so skilled so suddenly. Indeed, he had been clumsy with this before. What did the master mean? It seemed Deep Han had grasped something. Truly deserving the title Southern Stone King, with just a word he propelled his disciple forward. Hao Thien observed thoughtfully. The secret of resilience was something he only taught Master Lan privately. Deep Han had clearly learned this from Master Lan. With such talent, he could not be allowed to live long in this world. Master Lan thought angrily that Deep Han's skill might even surpass his own. Yet, if he pursued a different path, it would not be easy. One small flaw in the human figure and he would win. Just one step remained to finish, but no one understood why Deep Han paused. Perhaps he was perfecting the statue's aura. Deep Han had certainly learned from Master Lan. Such ability could not be left unchecked. Master Lan gritted his teeth, thinking Deep Han's skill exceeded his own, but the boy wanted a different path, which was not simple. One slight flaw in the human figure and he would prevail. Deep Han paused, leaving everyone wondering why. Surely he was completing the final touch to perfect the aura. Everyone exchanged looks, waiting to see what he would do next. Deep Han turned and smiled at Don and Achai. Deep Han quickly attended to every detail, blowing gently to remove dust from the stone block. A small fairy statue, smiling joyfully, emerged, gleaming. Thanks to Deep Han's skillful hands and refined technique, the jade statue was complete. Everyone couldn't help but marvel. This was the work of a master. Despite his young age, Mr. Deep could sculpt so exquisitely. His talent deserved to be honored as a master. Truly, the old man was remarkable to have trained such an outstanding disciple as Deep Han. Iban looked closely. This figure seemed very familiar. He stepped forward and said, Giant Nhai, this is especially for you. Everyone around was excited. Yes, this statue was modeled after Miss Giant Nhai, truly admirable. Everyone praised. Giant Nhai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Deep Han, thank you. She ran up and hugged him tightly. Deep Han, why are you so kind to me? I'm touched, Min Sun asked proudly. Well, how's my disciple? Hao Thien replied irritably, a genius. Master Lan awkwardly said, Master, Stop talking, you've lost, accept it. Hao Thien clasped his hands and bowed to leave. My disciple has learned unbelievably. Another day I will come to study more. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making Hao Thien furious. Another day I see your disciple, even after 10 more years of training, could not match my old master's current disciple. Lao Hiu Kai looked at the man slowly entering the hall. Lan Fan charged forward in anger, unable to believe he was being called a scoundrel. In his panic he drew his sword and swung it. In an instant the sharp blade of Wu Fei was pressed against Lan Fan's neck, causing him to tremble and stammer, I. Ming Shan hurried forward to stop Wu Fei. Wu Fei, sir. Hearing this, he sheathed his sword. Old Master Ning, out of respect, said, I will spare this boy's life today, but if there's a next time. Wu Fei coldly turned and gritted out one word, kill. The entire hall shook and people murmured, what is going on? This man was truly so powerful that my legs went weak, almost unable to stand. Hao Tian quickly explained that the fault lay with the old tutor's lack of discipline, and he hoped Wu Fei would not hold it against the juniors, apologizing on their behalf. Then the two of them quietly left, while mocking voices sounded behind them. Ning Hao Tian was truly embarrassed this time. Indeed, his disciple not only lost to the disciple of the old master, but also almost got killed by the man in black. People wondered who the man in black was and how he could make the king of northern carving bow his head. He calmly said, Old Master Zhu, Wu Fei is late, I apologize. Ming Shan smiled. Wu Fei's arrival here is already a sign of respect to my old self. Events that just transpired made him laugh. Wu Fei looked at old Master Zhu politely. His disciple is no ordinary person. Though young, he is already so formidable he will surely become famous. Yihan stepped forward and bowed. Wu Fei, sir, you flatter me. Yihan asked, May I ask, sir, are you the 11th ranked master on the Lan Wu Fei list? He nodded. It seems you've already come into contact with this world, but you're not yet capable of navigating it. Talents always have their fate. I hope you are not one of them. He bowed his head in thanks. Thank you for the advice, Wu Fei, sir. Ming Shan chuckled. All right, everything is in place. Let's begin the apprenticeship ceremony. Wu Fei responded, agreed. Suddenly, Yihan spoke up, stopping them and looked at him curiously, showing hesitation. Yihan asked, Wu Fei, sir, please excuse my boldness, but there seems to be an issue with your body. Wu Fei responded, what? Zhu and I was startled. Yihan, how did you know? Yihan suggested. May we step outside for a moment to talk? Ming Shan quickly said, Wu Fei, sir, Yihan. He gestured. I have something to discuss with Yihan, old Master Zhu, please wait a moment. Zhu and I anxiously watched them leave. What did Yihan say to Wu Fei just now? It seemed that Wu Fei was angry. He smiled smugly. In the future, Yihan will surely have more assistants. A moment later, the door to the room opened. Wu Fei remained silent and the young man wondered, how did you figure it out? He carefully drew his sword. If others knew about my injuries, the enemies would surely come knocking. It would be bad if that happens. Maybe I should kill him. Yihan smiled. You don't need to worry, senior. If I were going to reveal that you were injured, I would have shouted it out in the hall. He asked coldly, how did you know I was injured? Yihan analyzed. When you passed by me, I noticed the way you held your sword was a bit odd. Wu Fei sneered. You guessed I was injured from my sword stance. Do you think I'm a fool? He thought to himself, could someone have found out about my injury? Yihan shrugged. It wasn't easy to figure out. He calmly explained. But thanks to my mastery of swordsmanship, I noticed your attack on Lan Fan earlier. He continued, in addition, I have some knowledge of medicine. I saw that your sword grip was wrong, so I dared to make the deduction. Wu Fei was shocked. You know medicine? Yihan slowly replied. My main profession is diagnosing illnesses. Yihan said, perhaps I have about 10 years of experience. Wu Fei smiled. I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have such keen insight at such a young age. He hinted, if you've already noticed I'm injured. Yihan hinted, actually the solution is simple. As long as you stop practicing the 100 steps one sword, your right arm will recover. He quickly added, no, that's not right. Asking you to give up your lifelong devotion would be even harder to accept than losing an arm, wouldn't it? Wu Fei confessed, I truly dare not hide it. This ailment is a consequence of my sword training. He looked at Yihan. Young friend, please advise me. Yihan waved his hand. There's a cure. You're being too modest, senior. Yihan said, I will do my best to treat your injuries. Hearing this, Wu Fei clasped his hands. Talent knows no age. No one in the martial world can compare to you. Yihan already understood. He could tell the condition just by a glance, speaking to him on equal terms. It was the right thing to do. He felt lighthearted. Sir, Wu Fei invited him to sit. Wu Fei's expression turned serious. Remember to remind me, speak as equals. Yihan awkwardly said, okay, please sit down. I'll help regulate your meridian. He took a deep breath and quickly sat in the chair, placing his arm on the table. Yihan held the needle, activated his magic eyes, focusing on the yin-yang eye technique, and examined Wu Fei's meridians. Yihan summoned his energy, the spiritual power swirling around his hand, moving through the meridians to regulate them. Wu Fei was amazed. Acupuncture is so powerful, so brilliant. With just a needle you can move internal energy and unblock the blockages. Looking at the veins almost connected, Yihan breathed heavily, sweat pouring down like rain, slowly saying, "The meridians are unblocked and in a short time it should help you level up your strength." Wu Fei was in awe. Impressive. He was excited. My right arm had been numb for so long, but now the numbness is gone. Yihan cautiously replied, "Unfortunately, my spiritual energy is still not enough to clear all the blocked meridians in one go." He said, "Don't worry, senior. If you come to me once a year, the blockages will be fully cleared sooner or later." Wu Fei smiled. "All right, Yihan, you've got a lot of trouble ahead. If you ever encounter something you can't solve, come to the city and find me." They went outside where the others had been waiting for a while. Yihan and Wu Fei tidied themselves up and quickly walked out. Zhu and I was anxious. "Grandfather, will Wu Fei bully Yihan? Will Yihan be in danger? Why haven't they come out yet?" Just then, the door to the room opened and Wu Fei and Yihan walked out, laughing and talking. He smiled in satisfaction. "Old Chu, I've made an agreement with Yihan. From now on, I'll treat him as an equal." Both of them were shocked. "What?" Everyone else was stunned. Just earlier, Wu Fei had been glaring at Yihan as though he wanted to devour him. People wondered why, after meeting with Yihan in private, Wu Fei treated him so well, even causing Ning Hao Tian to show respect. It seemed like he was even afraid of him. Yihan was now on equal footing with Wu Fei, and this young man promised to dominate the city of Shanhan in the future. Ming Shan was surrounded by people congratulating him. "Old Chu has taken in an excellent disciple. We hope Old Chu will continue to care for him." Yihan was truly a young hero, and Old Chu had found a treasure. Zhu Nai whispered a question. Zhu Nai asked, "Yihan, what exactly is going on? Why is Wu Fei?" Yihan flashed a mysterious smile, looked at her, and then acted smug. "He was naturally won over by my husband's charm and knowledge." Donan Chai swung her hand to strike him, but he was serious with her. She quietly realized that there were some things Deepan couldn't say. The party was nearly over, and Deepan politely escorted each guest to their car. He sighed with relief. Finally, after seeing everyone off, feeling exhausted, Min Sun spoke to remind Deepan about those people from earlier. "Need to keep in touch regularly. Right now, you have too many enemies, so you must expand your relationships. If anyone wants to attack you, they will have to consider the consequences." He lowered his head and took note. The disciple understood the master's concern. He nodded. The time was also late. Min Sun turned to look at his granddaughter. "I drank today. You can't go with Deepan. You have to take me home." Doi looked at him, confused. He burst out laughing, telling her to go. She was flustered and said she would go ahead. Deepan looked on with regret. Doyan Chai, he realized that things couldn't be changed and he was completely powerless. Then he ruffled his hair and walked away, having initially hoped to make the most of the big day. He had hoped for a brilliant night, but it seemed that the old man had figured out his intentions. Deepan felt down. Time was also getting late and he had to return. He felt someone was secretly watching him, so he immediately used his yin-yang eye to observe. He frowned. There was no one, or perhaps it was just an illusion. A figure quickly passed by him. Deepan, angry, gathered his strength and threw a punch. "Who is it?" Both of them rushed at each other and their force collided fiercely. The other's strength seemed a little stronger and Deepan was pushed back a step. He silently assessed. Just one punch had pushed him back. This person was definitely strong, but their aura seemed unstable. Deepan became more cautious and shouted, "Who are you?" The other person stepped forward. "It's been months. You've improved quite a lot." Hearing the familiar voice and seeing the figure in front of him, Deepan became excited. "Brother Zhu, how are you? Why are you so badly injured?" He smiled. "I'm fine. Let's get in your car and talk." Pan was worried. "Brother Zhu, your injuries are severe. I must treat you immediately or it will affect your cultivation." A few hours later at Tun Bat Diet's mansion, he was practicing martial arts in the yard. Tun Bat Diet sensed someone approaching and became alert. Moments later, the gate opened and Deepan brought Hon Thien, covered in wounds. He was startled, wondering who had done this to him. He spoke gently, "Old master, don't worry, he's not dead yet." Deepan was anxious. "Master Tun, Brother Zhu is seriously injured. I need to treat him immediately. Please step outside for a moment." Tun Bat Diet nodded. "Go inside, I'll be fine out here." After sending him outside, Deepan quickly led Hon Thien into the room. Tun Bat Diet thought to himself, with Triu Hon Thien suddenly returning, he wondered if he had cleaned up the followers. If the enemies showed up now, things would definitely go south. Pan focused his energy into each acupuncture needle, precisely targeting the spots on Hon Thien's back. He said, "Brother Zhu, acupuncture alone can prevent the wounds from worsening. To heal completely, we need to use spiritual energy. It will take a little longer." Hon Thien gritted his teeth in pain. "Deepan, in an emergency, we don't need to be polite. I'm relying on you." Deepan frowned and focused his energy on the last needle. Bat Diet stood guard outside, sensing the dangerous aura nearby. He gripped his staff tightly, prepared for battle at any moment. A woman approached, the sound of her high heels echoing, then she coldly laughed. "I thought Zhu Hon Thien had some strong reinforcements." She mocked, turns out it's just you, Tun Bat Diet. He frowned, seriously replying, 7th on the tiger ranking, right? She slowly drew her weapon, saying, Tun Bat Diet, you were once a renowned expert. Missing for over a decade, Engim Phi sneered, I wonder if you still have the same strength as before. Tun Bat Diet recalled, today he wanted to see if he could defeat the 7th ranked expert on the tiger ranking. Without further words, Engim Phi charged, Die. He gripped his staff and the two exchanged powerful punches that exploded with force. Deep Hand sensed the movement outside. Hon Thien reminded, don't get distracted. He nodded. He calculated since the opponent knew Zhu's whereabouts, they definitely didn't just send one person. He had to make sure Zhu recovered in time. The last needles were quickly applied by Deep Hand. Outside, the sharp spearhead lunged and the light flashed, cutting through the air. Bai tightened her weapon and Din Ba struck fiercely. The two were evenly matched, locking their attacks together. Engim Phi jumped up, spinning her leg to kick Tun Bat Diet. He sneered, Engim Phi only has the name. As for strength, that 7th rank is nothing, far from the rumors. She gritted her teeth. You've improved in these years, but… Engim Phi grinned maliciously, come out now, and immediately 3 companions leaped in. They landed with a loud thud, their tall figures standing firm, their cold eyes scanning the surroundings. Tun Bat Diet's face turned pale, realizing the auras of these 3 were strong, but he had never encountered them before. He smirked, thinking to himself, the old man has been away from the martial world for too long. The outside world has changed. The celestial master no longer cares about the tiger rank. She commanded, quickly hand over Triu Hon Thien and I'll let you die in peace. Tun Bat Diet gritted his teeth. I will never betray my brother. If Hon Thien wants to live, he has to get through me first. He immediately issued a loud order. He shot forward, swinging his staff fiercely. The 3 companions charged, Die, old man. Tun Bat Diet didn't resist. Triu Hon Thien had to go first and hope to avenge him. Suddenly, a force attacked them. In an instant, all 4 were lying on the ground. Hon Thien relaxed his fist. Thanks for the help, brother. Coldly looked at them. You're not finished yet, are you? Deep Hand panted behind. I made it just in time. Tun Bat Diet stood up. Are you all right? Hon Thien sneered. Old master, leave the rest to me. He was struggling to breathe, his face pale. Okay. Deep Hand was worried. Old master, are you okay? Tun Bat Diet shook his head. You've already completely healed Triu Hon Thien in such a short time. He scratched his head and smiled. It's just luck. Observed, noticing the kid was hiding many secrets, then silently patted Deep Hand on the shoulder. You have a bright future, young one. Deep Hand was somewhat excited. This was the first time seeing Zhu in action. Let's just watch the show from the side. Tun Bat Diet agreed. Yeah, let's watch him fight. You can learn a lot from it. Engim Phi stood in disbelief. Triu Hon Thien, has your wound healed already? Hon Thien arrogantly smiled. Try and find out for yourself. Engim Phi tightened his Din Ba, the silver light flashing, confident. You are severely injured, I know that, Yun Shen said. Nian Fei signaled for everyone to move forward, standing there in a threatening posture, but it couldn't intimidate me. Hong Tian laughed loudly. He then said in a deep voice, I never intended to let you go today. Nian Fei quickly charged forward. Die! Hong Tian swung his hand to block, secretly mocking, relying only on bare hands. At his peak, he might have been able to stop my attack. But now, his powerful spiritual energy made it impossible for Nian Fei's spear to advance. He clenched his fist, his spiritual power erupting fiercely. The spear's tail broke apart. What? I panicked as I saw the weapon flying back, forcefully stabbing into my chest. His subordinates were gravely injured. Hong Tian calmly looked at them in shock. He gently landed beside the pile of unconscious bodies. Nian Fei struggled to say, You have recovered your peak strength. How is this possible? I screamed in shock. Hong Tian glanced at me. Because I have a good brother. Yan gently pulled the spear out of her chest. As for you, Hong Tian said coldly, be a good person in your next life, don't be a lackey. Blood gushed out and the pain made her screech in agony. Hong Tian lightly tossed the spear next to her corpse. Immortal asked, Yi Hao, do you understand what was so powerful about Hong Tian's move just now? Hao thought for a moment. The power was immense. One punch could knock 4 people away. Immortal shook his hand. Wrong. The punch earlier unleashed a 4-fold strike. Immortal explained that the first strike used immense strength to neutralize Nian Fei's attack. The second strike used pure personal strength to break the spear in Nian Fei's hand. Master Tu Sun added that the third strike used the power of the punch combined with 4 broken spearheads to attack the remaining 4. The fourth strike used the power of the punch to send them flying. Yi Hao was astonished. This move is really powerful. Immortal sighed lightly. Only the first strike didn't require extreme control, the other 3 required immense domination of strength. Even the smallest mistake would have ruined the result. He sighed, it's a pity I still haven't mastered the dual strike combat technique. Hong Tian slowly approached and called out worriedly. Old son, he smiled and patted his shoulder. You were injured in your meridians earlier, go rest. Immortal chuckled lightly. You two brothers must have a lot to talk about. I'll go inside first. He turned around regretfully. It's over. I guess I'll never catch up with Hong Tian in this life. Hong Tian spoke. Hanzai, I can't stay long. Yihao was surprised. What, big brother, do you have any plans for the future? Hong Tian frowned. This time I came back for 2 reasons. 1, to have you treat me, and 2, to visit Ru. The members of the Heavenly Lord's Society are hunting me down. If Nian Fei has arrived at Mountain Sea, there will be others. I can't stay and cause trouble for everyone. Hao clenched his fists angrily. Big brother, why do you say that? We are brothers, he shouted. If I was afraid of being dragged down by you, I wouldn't have risked saving Dudu. Hong Tian raised his hand to interrupt. Hanzai, you don't know everything. Hong Tian explained. This time the person who heavily injured me was not Hok Tian Lord but his top subordinate Tian Wang, someone whose strength is above mine. If I stayed here, everyone would die. You have great talent, you train hard, and you will surely become a leader, an undefeated powerhouse. Yihao was astonished. Big brother, you're wrong, he gritted his teeth in protest. A powerful person must go through tough battles and dangers. Besides, my circumstances aren't any better than yours. To find you, I killed members of the Heavenly Lord's Society, and they will find me sooner or later. A few days ago, I wiped out the Blood Hand Hall's people. Hong Tian was momentarily stunned. Yihao steadied himself. Big brother, stay here. No matter the reason, we shouldn't run away. If things get tough, we'll find a way to solve it. Whether it's the Heavenly Lord's Society or the Blood Hand Hall, we'll face them together and defeat them. Hong Tian burst into delighted laughter. All right, I'll listen to you. We'll face them together. Yihao cheered up and threw his arm around his shoulder. Let's go drink to celebrate the reunion of brothers. The two quickly reached a tavern and drank the first cup. The table was full of food. They silently looked at each other and clinked their glasses. Hong Tian spoke. Hanzai, if we want to join forces against the Heavenly Lord's Society, we must prepare quickly. It's best to train a group of elite fighters. Otherwise, just the two of us won't be enough to oppose the Blood Hand Hall or the Heavenly Lord's Society. He continued, when I lost my title as the King of the Southwest, I fell to the bottom of society because I fought alone. Yao thought about it. He had no experience. Hong Tian mysteriously spread his hands. It's simple, he smirked mischievously. All you need is money. Yao's eyes widened in shock. Brother Zhao, you've come to the right person. Right now, I'm lacking everything except money. Hong Tian thought for a moment. We can establish a security company. A bodyguard business, protect business people or celebrities and train skills at the same time. Yao nodded. Right, it's not easy to quickly train elite fighters. He handed over a stack of papers. Take a look at this. Yao flipped through it in a panic. This is a method for refining pills. Hong Tian nodded. Exactly. I was expelled from the Xingyi sect because they wanted to steal the pill refining method. For years, they've been hunting me. Yihao, you're skilled in medicine. Do you think this method is useful? Yihao's eyes lit up. He smiled. I see now, this is really great. With it, we can quickly train fighters in the primordial realm. Plus, with my acupuncture skills, we can speed up the process. In a year, we'll definitely have a group of elite fighters. By then, we won't need to fear anyone. He stood up, thinking of something. Right, Yihao continued. If Nian Fei tracks us here and our whereabouts are exposed, we need to find a safe place to hide. Hong Tian calmly replied, no need for that for now. Nian Fei wants to kill me to earn merit. With her personality, she won't reveal my whereabouts. Then we're safe for now. Let's begin the plan. The first light of the day shone on the magnificent castle. Yun Lao stood in the main hall of the Blood Hand Hall, speaking sternly. Tai Shu is dead at Mountain Sea. Who will investigate? Yang Zai Su replied coldly. This person was usually arrogant. Apart from the road master, he didn't care for anyone. Meeting a powerful opponent, dying was to be expected. Han Din spoke up, saying that the murderer in our Blood Hand sect could not be easily forgiven. He suggested, Advisor, I can make a trip to Sun High City. The subordinates reacted with excitement and chatter. I'm free recently too, nothing to do. Might as well take a trip to Sun High City, someone said. I'll go too. I just successfully mastered a new cultivation technique and want someone to practice with, Zhang Tio Feng interrupted unexpectedly. Stop competing, Yun Shen said. Everyone turned in surprise. The sect heir's expression briefly showed malice. Anyone who dared oppose the Blood Hand sect must die. A peaceful week passed at Yi Han's residence, where he focused on studying the materials left by Hon Thien. He thought that this pill refinement method required rare herbs and would likely need help from Uncle Lao or the Lin Bok Mak clan. A call interrupted his thoughts. Duong Haiban called, asking why he didn't come in person instead of calling. Without hesitation, he picked up the phone. Hello, fatty, what's wrong? Haiban's urgent voice came through. Help Hanzai, I'm being attacked. Hurry to the cafe we usually go to. Yihan immediately stood up. Don't worry, endure a little longer. I'm coming right away. Frowned. Why was Haiban attacked suddenly? Could it be the Blood Hand sect acting in secret? An hour later, Yihan arrived at the city center. In the cafe, Thien and Gao aggressively kicked Haiban. You damn fatty, have the guts to throw a shoe at me again. Today I will definitely kill you, he He ground his teeth. Damn Thien and Gao Yihan is almost here. When he arrives, crying won't help. He turned to mock. Even if Yihan comes, I'll cripple him too. Thien and Gao pointed. See this? This is young master Mo Dung of the southern Mo Dung clan, Mo Dung Jiu. In his eyes, Yihan is just an ant, easily crushed underfoot. Yihan spoke coldly. Tham Thien and Gao. Out of respect for your master, the Northwestern Medicine King, I'm helping you this time. But that Yihan, your enemy, hasn't shown up yet. I'm not pleased, you know that. He replied anxiously. Yes, young master, I understand. Thien and Gao glared angrily at Hai Ban. Damn it, fatty, blame Yihan for arriving too late and upsetting the young master. He panicked. What do you want? He shouted. The door burst open and a familiar figure appeared. Stop. Hai Ban cheered, thrilled. Han Zai. Thien and Gao froze and turned to look. Yihan. Without waiting for Thien and Gao to react, he lunged forward. You dare attack my brother? You're tired of living. Han clenched his fist and struck Thien and Gao's face. The force sent him flying several meters, slamming heavily into the wall and cracking it. He quickly supported Hai Ban. Brother Duong, are you okay? Hai Ban looked pale. I'm fine, I'm fine. Hai Ban warned. Han Zai, this man is the young master of the southern Mo Dung clan. His influence is huge, and it seems he's here to avenge Tham Thien and Gao. Be careful. Yihan glanced at the man calmly drinking tea and smiled coldly. Don't worry. Loudly challenged, Sun Hai City is my territory. Whether dragon or tiger, you must bow before me. Na Thien, pale and crying, said, Young master, you must avenge me. Mo Dung Jiu replied calmly. Yihan, even when punishing a dog, respect the master. He almost shouted, you dare strike Tham Thien and Gao right in front of me, showing no respect. Yihan glanced. Who are you that I should respect you? Mo Dung Jiu's anger boiled over. Subordinates were equally furious. Wei San exclaimed, this brat is insane, daring to provoke our young master. Wei Yi nodded. Such an ungrateful kid thinking he can dominate. Wei wondered, doesn't he know the Mo Dung clan's influence? That's the martial leader of the South surviving for generations. Yihan slammed the table in anger. Lao Zhan, kill this brat for me. Lao Zhan bowed. Yes, young master. Zhan Dao stepped forward, sneering. Today I'll show you there are people you cannot offend. Yihan realized, this blade he asked. Could you be the 17th ranked assassin of the old Hubang chart, Zhan Dao? The man laughed proudly. Correct, it's me. Lao Zhan said, now that you know my identity, stop struggling. Let you die comfortably. 3 subordinates cheered. With Lao Zhan attacking, this brat is surely dead. Lao Zhan is a top expert. This kid cannot withstand a single strike. Those who underestimate the Mo Dung clan must die. Yihan twirled his blade. He's no longer the notorious assassin of old, just a servant flattering others. You've lost your martial spirit. I need only one strike to break your blade. Zhan Dao lunged with his blade. You're asking for death. His attack was fierce, like a hunting leopard. Yihan gritted his teeth, slashing down. Golden dragon energy surged. The two forces collided, creating whistling winds. In an instant, the space shook and fire erupted violently. The subordinates panicked. This brat is too strong, able to match Lao Zhan. The blade in Lao Zhan's hand shattered. Overwhelmed by Yihan's presence, he opened his eyes, blood spilling from his mouth. How is this possible? Yihan said coldly. The Yangtze flows, waves follow waves. The talented are surpassed by the more talented. The Jianghu is no longer a place for empty show of force. The subordinates stepped back in fear. Am I dreaming? Lao Zhan was knocked down by this brat. If even Lao Zhan can't match him, we're nothing. Since when did Sun Hai City have such a powerful person? Mo Dung Jiu was furious. Lao Zhan, a Hubang master, lost to an unknown kid. Gao Thien panicked. This is over. Mo Dung Jiu can't handle Yihan. I'd better pass out again. But no one spared him. A fat leg kicked him hard. Hai Ban laughed. Tham and Gao Thien, Mo Dung Jiu. You said you were powerful, right? Why do you all turn into idiots when Han Zai arrives? He turned pale, screaming, Ah! Yihan glanced. You're the one who wanted to kill me, aren't you? Mo Dung Jiu stammered. You, what do you want? I'm the young master of the Mo Dung clan. Panicked, you dare attack me, there will be no good outcome. He immediately lunged, slapping Mo Dung Jiu. Young master of the Mo Dung clan, right? Then a kick to the stomach, still showing off in front of me. Finally, he used spiritual energy to send Mo Dung Jiu flying into the wall. This is for your arrogance. Yihan scratched his head. All done, let's go. He walked over and patted Hai Ban's shoulder. Brother Duong, let's go. Hai Ban smiled. Han Zai, thanks this time. I happen to have some concert tickets. Tomorrow you bring Duan Nai and we'll go together. The two calmly turned and left. Nam Kung Concert. The name sounded somewhat familiar. They continued walking as the surrounding atmosphere gradually returned to calm, though traces of the bloody battle remained, a testament to the power that had once been displayed. Hai Ban explained that she was currently the most famous star. He was not unaware. Dungku sat on the floor, trembling with anger. Yihan frowned, gritted his teeth, and vowed not to spare anyone. A few days later, a dazzling music stage appeared before his eyes. The crowd cheered loudly, and Yihan was jostled until dizzy, yet he was still surprised by the sheer number of people. Yun Nai beside him laughed. commenting that Namgung Zai-zun was currently the most outstanding star and that her concert tickets sold out immediately. Someone else expressed admiration for her exceptional beauty. He thought silently if he said he had once saved her, would people admire him? His phone vibrated incessantly in his pocket. Yihan took it out, slightly surprised to see the caller was Huo Feng. "What's the matter?" he asked. Huo Feng hurriedly said that she was at Namgung Zai-zun's concert and had an urgent matter. "I won't waste words with you either," she explained. Huo Feng continued, saying that Sanhai City lacked manpower and asked Yihan to ensure Namgung Zai-zun's safety. Yihan pondered, specifically, "What do you need me to do?" Thinking that Huo Feng had helped him many times, he resolved to help her this time. She nodded, "Our people are on their way." Before arriving, Huo Feng emphasized that Yihan must protect her without leaving her side even half a step. He replied, "Rest assured," determined, promising her absolute safety. Observing the crowded hall, he wondered how he could approach Namgung Zai-zun. On stage, Namgung Zai-zun spoke. "For the next song, I'll sing and interact with everyone in the audience." She playfully warmed up the atmosphere, asking everyone, "Is that okay?" The audience roared in unison, thrilled at the chance to be close to Namgung Zai-zun. "Choose me, I've liked you since birth. I know all of Namgung Zai-zun's songs, pick me." Hearing this, Yihan came up with an idea. Yun Nai urged, "Yihan, what are you doing? Hurry and raise your hand, maybe you'll be chosen." He calmly shrugged, "No need for such trouble, she will definitely choose me." The band laughed, remarking that Yihan exaggerated 100 times more than before despite knowing her for such a short time. Yihan raised his hand, saying, "Don't believe me, just watch, Namgung Zai-zun, I'm here." Stage lights shone on Yihan. Zai-zun winked and invited the lucky audience member to duet with her on stage. Ban was astonished, unable to believe Yihan was truly chosen. Yun Nai beside him gaped, wondering if Yihan knew Namgung Zai-zun. He smiled smugly, "See, I wasn't wrong," and leisurely stepped onto the stage, completing his initial approach to Zai-zun. Audience below began to jeer, opposing Namgung Zai-zun's choice of Yihan. They thought he was lowering himself and couldn't sing. Yihan waved to reassure them. Yihan introduced himself. "Long time no see, Miss Namgung, my name is Yihan." She blushed. "Mr. Yi, getting your real name isn't easy." He took the microphone. "Sorry, I really have an urgent matter today." Zai-zun smiled. "It's okay, I specially picked a song suitable for you. You must sing with me enthusiastically." Yihan doubted, "Specially for me?" She spoke loudly. "Dear audience, the next song I dedicate to everyone is." Zai-zun teased, "What kind of man are you?" The audience fell silent. Yihan was surprised. What kind of man am I?" Everyone burst into laughter. "What kind of man are you?" Wondered if she was talking about him, pondering whether they had met before. Ban laughed heartily, noting how hard it was for Yihan to be chosen, yet Zai-zun picked him for the song. He fell silent, and Yun Nai noticed something unusual. Yun Nai suspected foul play, convinced Yihan was hiding something. On stage, Zai-zun began singing, "What kind of man are you? What kind of man are you?" Yihan watched her walk away without asking. Her sweet voice delighted fans who cheered, "Amazing! Namgung Zai-zun is the best. Namgung Zai-zun, I love you, I want to marry you." His eyes gleamed, memorizing her voice and lyrics. Yihan smirked coldly, realizing the truth. Zai-zun waved, "Yihan, your turn, don't tell me you can't sing." She looked at him in surprise without moving. The audience yelled angrily, "Do you even know how to sing? If you can't, get off, don't waste our time. We want to hear Namgung Zai-zun, what are you pretending for?" Zai-zun softened her tone. "Everyone calm down, give Mr. Yi time to get familiar." He asked playfully, "You really can't sing, so shall we change the song?" Yihan calmly replied, "No need." He stared straight, having not known before, but now he had learned. Zai-zun's eyes widened in confusion. He slowly began, "What kind of man are you? How can you call yourself a man?" loving her yet not daring to tell her to wait. His warm voice echoed across the hall, astonishing and thrilling the audience. Ban rubbed his eyes repeatedly, unable to believe Yihan's voice was pleasant and on par with Namgung Zai-zun. Yun Nai was astonished, surprised by Yihan's singing, but noting it was his first duet with another girl. Zai-zun stared at him in amazement. Wei Yihan breathed and modulated, his voice mirrored Zai-zun to an astonishing degree. Yihan smiled, holding out his hand. "Let's sing together." She blushed and awkwardly responded. "Okay, okay." They gently held hands, creating a harmonious scene. A light kiss on her hand, resting his head on hers, letting her lean on his chest. The audience cheered, calling it the best duet ever. Then the audience shouted together, "Love each other, love each other." Yun Nai angrily broke a lamp, gritting her teeth. "Yihan, after this duet I'll make you know what cruelty is." Ban silently exclaimed, "Yihan, you'd better pray for yourself. Can't help you this time." The final performances have ended. Behind the stands, Tsu Hyun asked Mr. Yi if he could wait a little longer, as the performance wouldn't end for another half hour. She seemed embarrassed, saying she hadn't thanked him last time. He smiled and agreed, saying he would wait for her, thinking to himself that this was also an opportunity to check for any potential dangers nearby. Suddenly, a figure approached. Sister Mai reminded her that it was almost her turn on stage and told her to quickly change. She turned to leave but not without saying, "All right, I'll be right there. Sister Mai, this is my friend Yi-han. Please keep an eye on him for me." Sister Mai pushed up her glasses, coldly glanced at Yi-han and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of him." He smiled awkwardly, extended his hand and introduced himself. "Hello, I'm Yi-han." Sister Mai raised her head and walked past, saying, "I'm the manager of Nangong Tsu-hyuan. Follow me." Han noticed that Sister Mai seemed to be intentionally showing disdain for him. The two of them walked down the hallway to an office. A janitor watched them, sneering to himself, thinking it was a great opportunity. Sister Mai opened the door and said, "Mr. Yi, I'll be blunt with you." He said coldly, "Nangong Tsu-hyuan is not the type of person you can reach. I advise you to stay away from her, don't daydream." Yi-han frowned and replied, "You misunderstand. I have no intention toward Nangong Tsu-hyuan." Sister Mai smirked, "Aren't you just after money?" She pulled out a stack of money from her bag and threw it in Yi-han's face, saying, "Take this money and leave immediately." Yi-han forced himself to suppress his anger and said, "You're mistaken. I'm here to protect her because someone wants to harm her." Sister Mai angrily shouted, "Do you take me for a fool?" Sister Mai quickly headed for the door, her high heels echoing. She opened the door and angrily said, "Don't tell me that you're actually a special agent, are you?" At that moment, Deep 2 appeared, pressing a knife to Sister Mai's neck and ordered, "If you don't want to die, shut up immediately." Sister Mai trembled, not daring to say a word. Yi-han immediately recognized that this was an assassin. Deep 2 scoffed and warned Yi-han not to act rashly. Yi-han frowned, realizing that if he acted now, Sister Mai might be hurt. He decided to stay calm and observe the situation. Deep 2 kicked Sister Mai down and said, "Go inside," then closed the door and locked it securely. Deep 2 commanded, "I know you're Nangong Tsu-hyuan's manager. After she finishes her performance, you'll call her here alone." Sister Mai shouted, "What do you want? I won't let her get hurt." Sister Mai blamed herself for not trusting Yi-han earlier. She thought to herself, "Why didn't I trust him from the start?" Sister Mai raised her chin and said, "Then she can die." Suddenly, a powerful force knocked the knife out of Deep 2's hand. Yi-han wasn't surprised to find it was his own blade. Deep 2 clutched his bleeding hand in pain while Sister Mai wondered, "What is going on here?" Yi-han spoke sternly, "You want to kill someone in front of me? Not that easy." Sister Mai stared at Yi-han, exclaiming, "Yi-han!" She felt embarrassed as he had just saved her. Deep 2 angrily grabbed the knife and growled, "Damn it, you ruined my plan." Deep 2 swung his arm, attacking Yi-han, shouting, "You're looking for death." Yi-han calmly responded, "The one who is dying is you." A strong kick to Deep 2's chin made him scream in pain, tears pouring down his face. Deep 2 was thrown to the ground, groaning. Yi-han, angry, stomped a few more times on Deep 2, saying, "Who are you calling a stinky foot? I wash my feet carefully every day." Sister Mai was stunned and said, "That was amazing." She asked, "Mr. Yi, what should we do now?" Yi-han glanced at her and replied, "What should we do, now you believe me?" Sister Mai lowered her head in apology. "Mr. Yi, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Yi-han calmly said, "Let's go. There are his accomplices in the hall. You call the police. After the performance, I'll take Nangong Tsu-hyuan out through the back door. You take the others out the front." Sister Mai nodded. "Yes, Mr. Yi," she urgently said. "Please protect Tsu-hyuan's safety." Yi-han reassured her, "Don't worry, I'll protect her. I swear on my honor." A few hours later, when the performance ended, most people had already left. At the parking lot, Yi-han and a few bodyguards were escorting Tsu-hyuan as she left. She hurriedly asked, "Yi-han, why are we leaving through the back door?" "Is something wrong?" He patted her head and said, "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you'll be fine." Suddenly, Tsu-hyuan noticed a spear flying toward them. She panicked and shouted, "Yi-han, watch out." Yi-han, with a suspicious look, swung his blade to block the spear. He shouted, "Bodyguards were under attack, not one but two spears." He quickly turned around and warned, "Be careful." But it was too late, two bodyguards had already fallen. From a distance, Mayan Lao approached, saying, "I didn't expect you to stop my flying daggers." Mayan Lao sneered and said, "Unfortunately, even with some strength, someone who can take care of themselves can't take care of others." Balasat happily laughed and said, "Where do you think you're going?" Balasat laughed maliciously, "This kid is mine, you can't interfere." Yi-han was immediately surrounded on three sides. Tsu-hyuan in fear asked, "Yi-han, what do we do now?" Yi-han calmly replied, "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you'll be fine." In his mind, he thought, "Three people, the longer this goes on, the worse it will be. I need to deal with them quickly." Balasat sneered, "That big guy, didn't you want to fight him alone? Go ahead, deal with them quickly, I want to sleep after this." Hak Tian immediately rushed forward and said, "Kid, come and fight me." Yi-han smiled, "What a great opportunity." The two of them charged at each other, their power erupting. Balasat gloated, "Someone big but with a brain the size of a bean doesn't take much effort." Mayan Lao nodded, "This kid is definitely dead. Remaining bodyguards are no threat, this mission is easy." Hak Tian was suddenly knocked into a steel pole, spitting out blood. The two who had been boasting were now stunned, their mouths wide open. Yi-han raised his hand and declared, "Next, it's your turn." I frowned, sensing the situation was tough, and decided we should charge together to take down this brat. In an instant, Lasat's rope met your blade and was cut into pieces. How dare such weak power show itself before me? Recoiled in shock and shouted, "This is bad." Lasat ground her teeth. "Damn old man, what are you doing? Why haven't you acted yet?" Turning back, she saw him fleeing headfirst. Lasat said, "Hold him down, I'll go fetch reinforcements." Old Mean turned pale. A single elder could neutralize that brute. This brat was at least a mid-stage master of cultivation. Even if the three of us joined forces, we might not match him. My face drained of color. "Damn old man, you." Yehan's cold voice cut in. "It's your turn now." Command surged through the air. Lasat slowly turned her head, but before she could react, your fist struck her face, hurling her several meters away and knocking her unconscious. Elder's face went pale. Lasat was dead. "Run, you must escape or you'll die," Yehan warned. "You won't get away." Another elder erupted with fierce power, charging forward. Old Mean's eyes widened in shock, spitting out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible?" You watched silently as he collapsed at your feet, then moved on. Yehan relaxed when he saw no further danger. Zai Zun ran over in terror and hugged you. Yehan sobbed, "You scared me to death. Thank goodness you're okay." Yehan smiled, ruffling Zai Zun's hair. "It's all right, stop crying, everyone's fine now." The subordinates struggled to stand. The three top masters had been defeated right before their eyes by Yehan. Incredible, with him here we weren't even needed. I had no idea where Miss Namgung had found such a master. You took her hand. "Let's go, they're probably waiting for you outside." Aizun nodded, wiping her tears, returning to her cheerful self. Behind them, Black Tian fumbled in his remaining strength to pull the pin from a bomb, shouting triumphantly, "Die together!" Yehan grabbed her and ran. Zai Zun carefully followed. 30 minutes earlier, the police had fully set up an ambush. Sister Mai worriedly said, "Officers, you finally arrived. Our young lady is in the parking lot. Hurry and rescue her." Lang Kai-O-Li reassured, "Don't worry, we've already sent officers inside to rescue her." They believed help would arrive quickly. Inside the parking lot, a loud explosion erupted, flames blazing. Everyone had to retreat for safety. Ling Kai-O was shocked, asking, "Where did that explosion come from?" Sister Mai cried out, Zai Zun," a subordinate reported to the captain. "A large explosion occurred in the parking area. Cause unknown, no traces found yet." She waved her hand, "Understood, fall back." Lang Kai-O supported Sister Mai. "We tried our best. Miss Nam might still," she stood and refuted. "No, he promised to get Zai Zun out safely." Moments later, Sister Mai's face twisted. "I trust you," Lang Kai-O comforted her. "Secretary Mai, I understand how you feel, but with such a massive explosion, survival is unlikely." She spoke gently. "Please try not to grieve." A shocked officer interjected. "Wait, am I seeing things? Someone's coming out from inside." Startled, he said, "Are you kidding? After such a huge explosion, could anyone survive? Is he even human? Doctor, come quickly, someone's hurt." Seeing him, Sister Mai ran over joyfully. Yehan looked at her. "I kept my promise. I brought Namgung Zai Zun out safely." Lang Kai-O admired. Yehan, I didn't expect it was him." Sister Mai nodded, wiping her tears. "That's wonderful, I knew you could do it." Scene shifted to Yehan's luxurious villa. He stood at the door, sighed heavily, finally ensuring Zai Zun was safely with the police. As Yehan prepared to open the door, it swung open from inside. She stood silently, head down, and he broke the silence. "It's late, Don Nhi, but you're still here waiting for me." Yehan pretended to cry, ignoring her sullen expression. He was truly moved. She lightly pushed him. "What now? Don Nhi is almost asleep." Yehan. She pinched and scolded. "Tomorrow is your clinic opening. I'm busy helping you handle everything." He stayed with Zai Zun until late before returning. His body trembled, instinctively stepping back. "Wait, Don Nhi, listen to me." She grabbed his collar tightly. "Someone tried to kill Zai Zun. I was just doing my duty to protect her." Suddenly, Don Nhi roared, "I don't trust you at all." She swung a stick at him a few times. "Take a few hits from this young lady," he said. "It's all true." The next day, the clinic's opening was celebrated with fireworks as guests arrived one by one. Mingjia greeted guests with a smile, calling everyone by name. The head assistant from the Lamb Corporation came to congratulate. The city chairman's secretary came to congratulate Dr. Yi on his clinic. The Northern Trade Alliance wished the clinic success. Behind them, a group discussed, "What kind of person runs this clinic? Why are so many prominent figures here to congratulate?" With this, even the top companies in the city couldn't compete. "We must establish connections with this clinic owner." I needed to return to prepare gifts. The sky outside was clear and blue. Sunlight shone on the clinic building. Inside, Dan Nhi laughed until her face ached. "Thanks, it's fine now. Why bring a cable along?" "Chaotic, I'll have to drop by again." Ban smiled mischievously. "Hanzai, what's going on? Family dispute, need me to speak a few words for you." Bok Mak placed a hand on Yehan's shoulder. "The hardest part is accepting favors from the ungrateful. Hanzai, time is long, take it slow." He led with a challenging gesture. The two scoundrels poured fuel on the fire. "Sooner or later, you'll face what I did." From outside, Tin Nha looked in. Superstar Zai Zun congratulated Dr. Yi's clinic, entering confidently. She walked in, waving her hand warmly. Yihan, using our connections, you opened a clinic without even telling me. Luckily, Sister Mai got the news. Seeing her, your eyes widened. Zai Zun, what are you doing here? Han quickly covered his face, peeking with one eye. This is bad. Don Nhi will definitely misunderstand. She looked at him sharply. Using your connections, Yihan, what exactly is your relationship with Zai Zun? You hurriedly released your hands, shaking your head. Nothing at all, we just met last night. Don Nhi remained angry, head boiling. I'll settle this with you later. Turning back, her expression changed to a cheerful 180 degrees. Is Zai Zun right? Don Nhi warmly extended her hand. I really like you. I'm Yihan's girlfriend. My name is Don Nhi. Thank you for looking after my Yihan yesterday. Hearing the implication, Zai Zun's expression stiffened. Aunt, is this your way of claiming him for yourself? Seeing Zai Yun's expression, she twitched her lips in a smile. That's right, Yihan belongs to this young lady. You'd better clarify your relationship with him. She withdrew her gaze and smiled. Don Nhi really knows how to joke. Last night I didn't take care of Yihan at all. Always him caring for me. Zai Yun squeezed her hand. Doi Nhi gritted her teeth upon hearing her words. Yihan truly is a man to be trusted. Doi Nhi is really lucky. She shook her head, not wanting to talk about it anymore. Zai Yun, your skin seems a bit dry. I know a really good skincare method. How about I introduce it to you? And so they both erupted into a fiery argument. No need, a wrinkle appeared at the corner of Don Nhi's eyes. You should rest more and avoid staying up late. Don't worry, I sleep early every day. Celebrities running around like you must be exhausted too. Your thighs are about to be bigger than mine. Don Nhi should also take care of herself. Look at your darkened complexion, one might think you've been laboring all night. Bin whispered as he watched the two nearly fight. And Zai. He placed his hand on Yihan's shoulder and patted it. Now I suddenly understand your situation. Pray for yourself. He knelt down, arms outstretched, head tilted back as he shouted, I'm suffering so much. While everyone was talking, an announcement came. Tian Ao, disciple of the Northwest God Doctor, has arrived to deliver a gift. They all stopped in surprise. Seeing him, Yihan's expression darkened. Northwest God Doctor, so he really has come. He gritted his teeth, forcing his emotions down. Tian Ao, this name dares to show up here. With that arrogant look, it's clear he has no good intention. The visitor was none other than the Northwest God Doctor, Jiu Zhen, and his arrival stirred the atmosphere. Tian Ao had previously competed in medical skills against Yihan and lost. Jiu Zhen came to avenge his disciple, it seems. The Northwest God Doctor is famous throughout Hua country. No one doesn't know him. Today, Yihan might be in trouble. Watching the two groups stand still, someone said, I don't think so. I've personally witnessed Yihan's medical skill. Who wins or loses isn't certain yet. He frowned slightly, displeased. Your Highness, may I ask what brings you here today? He chuckled, stroking his beard calmly. I dare not teach. Jiu Zhen hesitated, then said, I heard my disciple lost to you and wish to see just how skilled your medical techniques are. Behind him, the man laughed loudly. Yihan, with my master here, you're like a fish caught in a net. You're not far from being on the chopping block. In anger, Bin tried to snatch his shoe to hit Tian Ao. I see you're itching for a fight, right? Wait until I finish putting my shoe on. And see if it kills you. He frowned, face darkening. Yihan, is this how you welcome guests? He blocked him and sneered. How I receive guests is none of your concern. If you were a friend, I'd host a feast. If you're a wolf, I won't hesitate to use a hunting gun. Yihan's patience was wearing thin. Jiu Zhen, show your moves if you have any. I'm not holding back. He hid his expression and nodded. Very well. Jiu Zhen turned to the crowd. Chu Lai, come forward. He stepped out emitting a foul odor. Everyone had to cover their noses. What is this smell? I almost vomit from last night's dinner. Watching Chu Lai's back, people said, this person seems sick. Why did Jiu Zhen call him here? Emitting a foul stench from exhaustion. He smiled lightly and introduced, this person has soul fragment powder in his body, one of the rare poisons in the world. Without treatment within 7 days, it's life-threatening. Can you save him? Yihan's expression darkened as he stared at him. The three others turned pale and covered their mouths. Soul fragment powder. The crowd began to fear. The smell indicated he truly had been poisoned. Without treatment within 7 days, death is inevitable. This poison seems to have no antidote. Those poisoned basically have no hope. Could Jiu Zhen really expect Yihan to cure him? It's impossible. Bin regained his composure and scolded. Old man, it's clear you're trying to make things difficult for Yihan. Soul fragment powder has no antidote. If you have the ability, cure it yourself. He raised 3 fingers forward. Of course I can cure this, it only takes 3 days. But Jiu Zhen smugly continued. Though his cultivation can't be maintained after detox, he'll survive. Chu Lai was terrified. Oh, he fell to the ground, pleading desperately. Grandmaster Wang, please help me retain my cultivation, or when my enemies come for me, I will surely die. Then Hao pointed contemptuously at Chu Lai. You should be glad you can still live. Only my master can cure this poison. Only now did Yihan smile slightly, coldly. Then it's not certain. Yan confidently raised 3 fingers. Ju Zhen, you can't preserve his cultivation, but I can. You need 3 days to cure him, I only need 3 minutes. He couldn't believe it, spinning around. What? This, the crowd buzzed with excitement. Yihan said he could cure this person, and the effect would be far better than needle techniques. How? That's soul fragment powder. It's not just a simple cold. Even though Yihan's medical skill is great, this sounded exaggerated. Hearing this, a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Truly the funniest thing I've ever heard. If you can do it, I'll kowtow to you 3 times right here in your clinic. How about that? Yihan crossed his arms, eyes full of challenge. Fine, Ju Zhen, you said it yourself. Don't regret it later. He smiled slyly, eyes sinister. But if you fail to cure Chu Lai, Ju Zhen's voice grew harsher. I will personally destroy your clinic sign so you can never rise again. Yihan nodded, showing no fear. A promise was set with a frail body. He struggled to stand. Mr. Yi, can you really cure me and preserve my cultivation? Yihan confidently said. Mr. Chu, rest assured, I'm saving you not for my fame. Chu Lai sank down, cupped hands. All right, Dr. Yi, if I recover, even if you want me to jump into boiling oil, I won't refuse. Behind him, Tian Hao looked on with disdain. I see you're truly foolish, trusting a young punk. Don Nhi and Zai Yun cheered in unison. Go, we believe in you. Yihan, I also believe you can do it. Finished speaking, their eyes met. Filled with resolve, they huffed together and looked away. He stepped forward, speaking to no one. Mr. Chu, take off your shirt first, I'll begin acupuncture. He nodded, all right, Dr. Yi. As soon as Chu Lai removed his shirt, countless purple bruises appeared. Seeing this, everyone widened their eyes. What is this? Terrifying, it has already spread into his blood vessel. Soul fragment powder is truly deadly. He was gaunt, looking like a skeleton. At this rate, curing him in 3 minutes seems impossible. Ju Zhen silently smiled. He hadn't expected the poison to be this severe. Yihan, you're surely defeated this time. Holding the silver needle, he studied carefully, just as he anticipated. Hao focused his blood circulation at a single point, and his body was immediately surrounded by flames. His hands quickly moved to perform the 13-needle transmutation technique with precision. First, 3 needles in the front, then 2 into the upper arm and 2 more into the wrists. Hao sighed and said, it's done. A mouthful of blood spat from Chu Lai's mouth. On the ground, blood mist rose with a greenish smoke. He propped himself up and asked, how do you feel? The poison should be completely cleared, there shouldn't be any issues. He replied, I feel much better now. Chu Lai's skin turned rosy again and his cheeks no longer sagged. The cultivation that had been suppressed by the poison was now restored. Tian Yao and the man stared in disbelief. This can't be. Is he joking? Yao's medical skills were even greater than his master's. He smiled, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I'm healed, I'm cured. He quickly darted over to Ju Chen, sticking out his tongue in a teasing manner. You couldn't hold onto my cultivation, but Dr. Yi can. Needed 3 days to treat me, but Dr. Yi only needed 3 minutes. Ju Chen, what kind of so-called medical king of the Northwest are you? Dr. Yi is the true medical king. His anger caused him to spit out another mouthful of blood, his killing intent filling the air. The man hastily stepped forward to support him. Master, what's happening? You can't die. If you die, who will be the support for your disciples? The crowd watching shouted. Yihao really can cure the soul-dissolving poison in 3 minutes. Incredible. Ju Chen is spitting blood from rage. He was never in the same league as Yihao. Yihao was like Hua Chuo in the flesh. Tian Yao helped Ju Chen to his feet, his face filled with anger. Yihao, this matter between us is not over yet. Yihao shoved his hands in his pockets, with Bai Mo and Hai Ban standing by, their killing intent palpable. Wait, Yihao pointed at the man, coldly saying, if I've cured Chu Lai, shouldn't you keep your promise? Kneel and kowtow to me 3 times right here in this clinic. Isn't that so? Tian Yao shivered, cold sweat dripping down, but my master has fainted. No kowtowing? Yihao's face darkened, not giving an inch. He fainted, but you're still standing, aren't you? Aren't you his disciple? Then you should take his place and kneel. As he spoke, everyone joined in. If you admit defeat, kneel. Why haven't you kneeled yet? Not daring to admit defeat. No kowtowing? Then beat him to death. Who told you to come here and start trouble? Serves you right. The man was terrified, immediately kneeling, begging for mercy. Tian Yao sincerely said, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Hao showed mercy and spared you this time. Your medical skills are superior. We are fully convinced and accept defeat. Yihao turned and waved his hand. All right, now go away. The man hurriedly helped Ju Chen and fled. Thank you. Tian Yao ran straight out of the place. Ju Chen slowly opened his eyes, glancing around before slapping the man. You have no ambition. You've ruined my dignity. Sitting on the ground, Tian Yao looked confused. Master, weren't you unconscious? Scolded without holding back. You fool. If I didn't pretend to be unconscious, I would have to kowtow to that brat, wouldn't I? How could I have such a foolish disciple like you? The man cried out, Master, you're playing with me. Tian Yao stood upright, anxiously asking, Master, after such a humiliating defeat today, are we really going to let him go? Ju Chen's face twisted into a malicious grin. He replied, Of course not, I've already made preparations. He changed his expression and commanded, You must immediately inform the Blood Hand Hall, tell them that Tai Shu died at the hands of Yihao. The man pointed a finger. Use pain to kill. Brilliant plan. With Bloodhand's help, Yi Hao is as good as dead this time. Du Chen snorted coldly, clenching his hand. Yi Hao, no matter how high your medical skills go, so what? After you die, I will still be the renowned medical king of the Northwest. Turning back to the clinic building, the sunlight shone on the roof. Yi Hao walked on, stretching his tired body after a busy day. Let's go home, sister, and Yuan and I must be waiting for dinner. From behind, a man with a sword charged forward, slashing fiercely. Kid, prepare to die. Yi Hao glanced over, his face instantly darkening. This is bad. Yi Hao quickly dodged, stepping back. He spoke coldly, his eyes turning frosty. Where are you from? The man stroked his beard, his voice stern. Guanfei, Bloodhand Hall. Yi Hao stood tall, dusting off his clothes. Looks like you know that Tai Shu was killed by me. Yi Hao glanced behind him and saw Xiao Feng and Zheng Wu approaching, nodding. That's right. The group surrounded him from all sides, daring to strike at Bloodhand Hall. Today is your day of reckoning. Man sneered, a blood debt must be paid in blood. Yi Hao smirked, drawing his blade. Want to kill me? You three alone aren't enough. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth, enraged, arrogant. Quickly threw a punch. A shrimp like you I alone can handle. Yi Hao's eyes turned white and he swung his sword, charging. Then come at me and try. The two collided, blades and fists clashing, their immense power erupted. Guanfei furrowed his brows. The young master truly is a rare genius. He's trained the white jade hand to perfection over the years. Even using weapons at full force is hard to injure the young master. Zheng Wu laughed. Looks like we won't even need to step in. The man would soon meet his end under the young master's iron fist. Before he could finish, Xiao Feng was blasted into a wall, spitting blood. The two men's eyes bulged, mouths agape. Young master, what? He hurried over, concerned. Young master, are you all right? What happened to you? Xiao Feng stammered. My hand. Blood poured from his hand. The two were horrified. The white jade hand of the young master has been broken. Impossible. The kid is unexpectedly strong. Hao charged forward, a cold smile appearing on his face. You think that little skill will be enough to kill me? Yi Hao's voice grew sharp as he spoke. You think I'm trash, don't you? I'll make sure you regret that. Yi Hao shook his head, advancing. No, you misunderstood me. I didn't call you trash. Yi Hao smirked, raising his hand. I said all three of you are trash. Furious, Guanfei and Zheng Wu ground their teeth. You bastard, you're asking for death. He took out 3 pills from his pocket. Yi Hao, you brought this upon yourself. Xiao Feng handed each person a pill. Zhu Gua, Zhu Zheng, take the explosive pill, then work together to kill him. Don't let him survive. The two received the pills, nodded slightly, and put them in their mouths. Got it. Seeing this, Yi Hao couldn't help but furrow his brows. Explosive pill, what is that? They felt their strength increasing, fists clenching tightly, and he grinned. Hao slightly furrowed his brows, his gaze calculating, his aura increasing by leaps and bounds. If I don't fight for my life today, it will be hard to leave here alive. Xiao Feng grinned, his eyes sharp. Yi Hao, I'm forcing you to use the explosive pill. You should feel honor. He pulled out 3 needles from his body. Don't think only you know how to explode, I can do it too. Yi Hao quickly prepared his own move, the Kai Mai Feng Shen needle. His eyes turned red as he launched himself forward, charging even in the face of certain death. 2 others quickly assisted, taking down the enemy. Behind Yi Hao, a green dragon slowly appeared, preparing for battle. A loud explosion rang out, shaking everything around. From within the explosion, he sprang up and retreated to Xiao Feng, saying, Today I will teach you a lesson. Yi Hao grinned mischievously and said, Little lord, I'm leaving now, no need to see me off. Wait for it, there's a gift for you all coming soon. Without hesitation, he jumped into the river. The spear in the hands of the Imperial Guard broke in 2. The old man's eyes turned white, his body cleaved in half. Zheng Wu turned around quickly and reported, Young master, the Imperial Guard is dead. Standing on the bridge, he stared intently at the water below. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth and seethed with anger. Yi Hao must have been seriously injured. Send people to search immediately, alive or dead, we must find. Back at Yi Hao's villa, the atmosphere grew heavy. Don and Hei paced back and forth in the room, her eyes full of worry. We finally gathered together with great difficulty to prepare a surprise for Yi Hao to celebrate his clinic opening. And now he still hasn't come back. She sighed. The food is about to get cold, but my heart is burning with anxiety. I can't calm down. Deepkin chuckled bitterly and helplessly spoke up. All right, Don and Hei, Yi Hao is probably still busy handling something. That's why he's late. I'll go warm the food up. Ban walked over to Ba Mo, joking. Do you think Yi Hao went to find Zai Hun? Ba Mo immediately covered his mouth, stopping him from speaking. Do you want to die? Can't you see Hei is angry? Her fury flared up, stomping her foot, steaming with rage. I can't wait any longer. I must go find Yi Hao. If I find him with some woman, he's done for. As soon as she finished speaking, the door suddenly flew open, a gust of wind rushing in. Lang Kaio slowly entered, her eyes mysterious. Who is Yi Hao's family? Her expression showed clear concern. I'm Yi Hao's sister. What's happened to him? Lang Kaio looked down, avoiding others' gazes. According to my investigation, Yi Hao was ambushed by a group of people in front of the Deep Family Clinic tonight, and his whereabouts are currently unknown. Everyone's faces went pale, unable to believe this. What? The other three also looked equally serious. Yakin lost her balance and stumbled in a daze. She raised her hand to cover her face in despair. How could something like this happen? After delivering the news, she turned and left. Send all our manpower to search. Results should come soon. The whole room fell silent. The atmosphere was heavy. Ban and Ba Mo regained their composure and rushed off. I'll find my father, ask him to use all his connections to search for Yi Hao. I'll also find my father, tell him to send all the people from the Lin group to look for Yi Hao. She began crying, tears flowing uncontrollably. I'll find my grandfather, Don Nhai muttered as she walked. Yi Hao, please don't be in danger. Hong Tian clenched his fist, grinding his teeth with tension. Yi Hao, if anything happens to you, even if it costs me my life, I'll avenge you. An Than gently stepped forward to comfort her. Don't worry, brother, Yi Hao will be fine. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Deep Kin nodded softly. Little Hao will definitely come back safely. Little Hao, if anything happens to you, I won't want to live anymore. On the other side, he lay on the bed with his wounds bandaged. Yi Hao furrowed his brows, a pained expression on his face. He heard someone calling in his mind, Yi Hao, wake up. It turned out that the two little beauties were Don Nhai and Zai Hunt. Yi Hao, you've finally woken up. Breakfast is ready. Do you want to eat breakfast or eat us? I was stunned by his strength. She hurriedly asked, Mr. Deep, what should we do now? Deep Han glanced at her. What should we do? Now you believe me. I lowered her head. I'm sorry, Mr. Deep. Earlier I was wrong. Please forgive me. Deep Han calmly told her to leave. There might still be his accomplices in the hall, so he told her to call the police first, then added, after the show finishes, immediately take Nam Kung Tu Hun out through the back door. You take the others out the front. Mai nodded. Yes, Mr. Deep. She was sincere. Please make sure to keep Tu Hun safe. Deep Han reassured her. Don't worry, I swear on my honor, nothing will happen to Nam Kung Tu Hun. A few hours later, the show ended, and most of the audience had left. In the underground parking lot, Deep Han and several bodyguards were escorting Tu Hun away. He hurriedly asked, Deep Han, wait, why are we going out the back door? Did something happen? He turned around and patted her head. Don't worry, with me here you'll be fine. Suddenly, Tu Hun noticed a spear flying towards them from behind. He turned pale, panicked, and screamed, Deep Han, be careful. His eyes slightly flickered and he turned around in doubt. Deep Han swung his sword to block the spear coming at him and simultaneously shouted. Bodyguards were being attacked, but this time there wasn't just one but two spears coming from different directions. He immediately turned around and shouted to warn, be careful. But in the end it was too late and two of his subordinates fell at once. One of them yelled, no, help me. Min Lao slowly walked forward, smugly saying, I didn't expect you could block old man Gu Hu's flying daggers. He sneered, you've got some strength, but too bad you're only able to care for yourself and not others. Suddenly, a rope shot through the air, wrapping tightly around the bodyguard's neck. He was pulled back, screaming in panic. Help me. Deep Han gritted his teeth. Are there others? Are they his accomplices? Bala sat mocked. Where do you think you're running to? He coldly said, this kid is mine. No one is allowed to interfere. In the blink of an eye, Deep Han's situation was surrounded from three sides. Tu Hun was terrified and stuttered, Deep Han, what should we do? Deep Han remained calm. Don't worry, with me here you'll be fine. He thought to himself, three of them. The longer this drags on, the worse it will be. We must fight quickly and decisively. Balasat seemed frustrated. That muscle-bound monster, weren't you planning to defeat him yourself? Hurry up, after we finish them off, I'll go back to sleep early to rest. Hearing this, Ha Tian immediately rushed forward, swinging his hand. Kid, let's fight. Deep Han's eyes flashed, a smug smile forming. What a good opportunity. Two of them charged at each other, the force of the collision spreading in all directions. Bala sat gleefully said, with a big guy whose brain is the size of a grape here, I won't have to exert too much effort. Old Mean nodded, thinking to himself that the kid was definitely dead, and the remaining guards weren't a worry. Overall, this mission was too easy. Just as he finished speaking, Ha Tian was suddenly knocked back, his body crashing into a steel column. He winced in pain and spat out a mouthful of blood. The two who had been boasting earlier now stood with their mouths open in shock. What? Deep Han clenched his fists, coldly declaring, next, it's your turn. I frowned, feeling a bit awkward. Let's all go at once, take this kid down, in the blink of an eye. Balasat's rope was severed into pieces as soon as it touched the blade of his sword. He sneered, you dare to show me such petty tricks. Quickly jerked back, startled, exclaiming, this is bad. Balasat gritted her teeth. That damn old man, what are you doing? Why haven't you made your move yet? Turning around, I saw him rushing off. Old Mean shouted, Balasat, hold him back, I'm going to find reinforcements. Old Mean's face turned pale, thinking, now I can take down that big guy. This kid is at least a mid-level boy Yuan expert. Even if the three of us work together, we might not be able to beat him. I looked pale, grinding my teeth. That damn old man. Deep Hand's voice was cold. It's your turn now. A cold aura spread and Balasat slowly turned her head. Wait, no, before she could react, his fist slammed into her face, sending her flying several meters away, unconscious. Old Mean's face drained of color. Balasat is dead too. Run, I have to run or I'm done for. Deep Hand flew over, coldly reminding, you can't escape. Another burst of energy erupted, rushing toward him violently. Old Mean widened his eyes in horror, spitting out a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Deep Hand silently watched as he slowly collapsed, breathing his last. He scanned the area and when he saw there was no more danger, he let out a soft sigh of relief. Su Hyun ran over in panic and embraced him. She cried, you scared me to death, thank goodness you're okay. Deep Hand smiled and patted Su Hyun's head. All right, stop crying, everything's fine now. The subordinates helped each other, struggling to stand up. The three top experts were taken down by Deep Hand in the blink of an eye. Incredible, with him here we didn't even need to be here. Who knows where Miss Nam Gong found such an expert? He held her hand. Let's go, Sister Mai and the others must be waiting outside now. Su Hyun nodded, wiped her tears and happily responded. Behind them, Ha Tian used his remaining strength to rummage through his bag, then pulled the pin of a bomb. He held the bomb, shouting triumphantly, let's all die together. Deep Hand held her tightly and pulled her to run. Su Hyun, be careful. 30 minutes earlier, outside the parking lot, the police had set up an ambush. Sister Mai was restless. Comrade Police, you've finally arrived. She was panicked. Our young lady is in the parking lot. You need to go in and rescue her. Lang Qiu glanced over and reassured. Don't worry, we've already sent officers in to help. I believe they'll be able to. Suddenly, a loud explosion sounded from inside the parking lot. Red flames erupted violently, following one after another. Everyone had to retreat to avoid the shockwave. Lang Qiu was stunned. Where did the explosion come from? Sister Mai next to her cried helplessly. Su Hyun, a subordinate ran over. Report, Captain. A large explosion just occurred in the parking lot, cause unknown. No traces have been found yet. She waved her hand. Got it, stand down. Lang Qiu supported Sister Mai. I'm sorry, we did everything we could. Miss Nam Gong is likely. She suddenly stood up, shaking her head. No. He promised he would get Su Hyun out safely. Immediately, Sister Mai burst into tears. I believe him. Lang Qiu comforted. Secretary Mai, I understand how you feel, but after such a large explosion, it's very hard for anyone to survive. She softened her tone. Please don't be too upset. A police officer suddenly interrupted in amazement. Wait, am I seeing things? It seemed like someone was stepping out from inside. He avoided eye contact, wondering what was going on. Was anyone left alive after that big explosion? Could he still retain his humanity? Someone responded quickly, but where was the doctor? Come over here, there's someone injured. As soon as she saw her family, Mai joyfully ran towards them. D.I. letter 1EC7P Han looked at her. I've safely taken the young master T letter 1ED Hyun outside. I didn't fail my duty. Lang K I letter 1EC1U fondly said to D.I. letter 1EC7P. D.I. letter 1EC7P Han, I didn't expect it was him. Mai nodded and wiped her tears. That's great, I knew you could do it. The scene shifted to D.I. letter 1EC7P Han's luxurious villa. He stood at the door, sighing as if a heavy burden was pressing down on his heart. After getting T letter 1ED Hyun safely to the police, perhaps she would be safe as well. When D.I. letter 1EC7P Han was about to open the door suddenly swung open. She stood still, her head lowered, not saying a word. He broke the silence. It's late, Don and H.I., you're still here waiting for me. D.I. letter 1EC7P Han ignored her grim face and pretended to cry. I'm really touched. She lightly pushed him away. What's going on? Why are you still with her at this hour? Scolded him sharply without holding back. Tomorrow's the day you open the clinic. I've been busy helping you with things inside and outside, and you've been with T letter 1ED Hyun until now. His whole body trembled. His legs instinctively took a step back. Wait, Don Nhi, let me explain. The I letter 1EC7P Han's collar was tightened in her hand. Someone wants to kill T letter 1ED Hyun. I'm just doing my duty to protect her. Suddenly, Don Nhi transformed into a furious demon. I wouldn't believe you. You deserve a beating. Take one from my stick. I'm telling the truth. The next day, fireworks sounded outside the clinic for the grand opening. People came one after another to congratulate the clinic. Letter 189NG greeted everyone with a bright smile, calling each person by name. The head of the Lamb Corporation came to congratulate. The secretary of the city mayor congratulated Dr. D.I. letter 1EC7P on opening the clinic. The Northern Business Alliance congratulated Dr. D.I. letter 1EC7P's clinic on its prosperity. In the back, a group of people were discussing who was the owner of this clinic. Why were so many big figures here to congratulate? This situation, even the top companies in the city can't compare. They must form a relationship with the clinic owner. I need to go back and prepare a gift. The sky was clear and blue outside, and the light shone on the clinic building. Inside the clinic, Doan Nhi smiled so much her face was sore. Thank you, you've done enough, what else do you have? It's a bit formal, try coming here more often. H letter 1EA3 Iban grinned mischievously. Han T letter 1EED, what's going on? Family problems, should I help speak for you? Watch M letter 1EA1C walked up, placing a hand on DI letter 1EC7P Han's shoulder. The hardest part is receiving favors from beautiful women, Han T letter 1EED. There's a long way ahead, take your time. He angrily raised his middle finger in defiance. You two are just adding fuel to the fire, you'll get what's coming to you just like me. Tin Nha shouted loudly from outside. The movie star T letter 1ED Huen congratulated the DI letter 1EC7P clinic on its success, entering with a friendly wave. DI letter 1EC7P Han, with our relationship, you open a clinic without telling me. Thankfully, I got the news. Saw the person coming and was shocked. Why is T letter 1ED Huen here? DI letter 1EC7P Han quickly covered his face, only peeking through one eye. This is bad, Doan Nhi will definitely misunderstand. She looked at him with a murderous gaze, relying on their relationship. DI letter 1EC7P Han, what's your relationship with T letter 1ED Huen? He quickly pulled his hand away, shaking his head frantically. Nothing. We're not close, we just met last night. Doan Nhi still wasn't calming down, her head steaming. I'll deal with you later. She turned to look at her face immediately changing to a 180-degree shift, now smiling. T letter 1ED Huen, right? Doan Nhi stepped forward and shook her hand warmly. I really like you, I'm DI letter 1EC7P Han's girlfriend, Doan Nhi. Thanks for taking care of DI letter 1EC7P Han yesterday. She caught the implied meaning in the sentence, her face hardened. What, are you staking a claim on him? Seeing T letter 1ED Huen's expression, she sneered. That's right, DI letter 1EC7P Han belongs to me. You'd better clear up the relationship for me. She lowered her gaze and smiled. Sister Doan Nhi, you really know how to joke. I didn't take care of DI letter 1EC7P Han last night. He's always the one taking care of me. Suhan held her hand tightly, gritting his teeth from tension as he listened. Deep Han truly was a reliable man. Doan Nhi was very lucky, she shook her head, deciding not to continue this topic. I know a very good skincare method, my skin is a bit dry. Then let me introduce it to you. They began to argue, the words growing sharper. No need, the wrinkles at the corner of Doan Nhi's eyes began to show. You need to rest more, don't stay up late, don't worry. I sleep early every day. Actresses must be very tired from running around. Your thighs are about to be bigger than mine. Doan Nhi, you should take care of yourself too. Look at you, your skin is dark and dull. I would have thought you work all night lifting things. Iban, noticing the tense situation, whispered, patting Deep Han's shoulder. Now I understand your situation. Take care of yourself. Deep Han knelt, spread his arms, looked up and shouted, I'm suffering so much. While everyone was talking, a voice announced that Thien Now, the disciple of the Northwest Healer King, had come to deliver a gift. Everyone stopped, eyes full of surprise. Seeing him, Deep Han's expression changed tense. The Northwest Healer, he really came. He gritted his teeth, trying to control his emotions. Thien Now, the nerve to show up here, judging by his face, he has no good intention. That person was the Northwest Healer, Jiu Tram. As soon as he appeared, the atmosphere grew restless. Thien Now had once competed in medicine with Deep Han, and Thien Now lost. Jiu Tram was surely here to avenge his disciple. The Northwest Healer was famous across Hua country, known by everyone. Today, Deep Han seemed to be in trouble. Someone in the group spoke, I don't think so. Deep Han's medical skills are extraordinary, I've seen it myself. Who wins or loses isn't certain yet. He frowned, displeased. Master Wang, why have you come today? He laughed, stroking his beard calmly. Here to instruct, I wouldn't dare. Jiu Tram hesitated a bit before speaking. I heard my disciple lost to you. I want to see how skilled your medicine really is. Behind him, someone laughed loudly. Deep Han, with my master here today, you're the bait. It's almost your turn on the chopping block. Iban, furious, grabbed his shoe and said, Thien Now, do you want to get beaten? Wait until I take off my shoe, see if I can hit you properly. He frowned, face darkening. Deep Han, is this how you welcome guests? He blocked him and sneered. How I welcome guests is none of your business. If it's a friend, I'll treat them warmly. If it's a wolf, I won't hesitate to use a hunting gun. Deep Han's patience was running thin. Jiu Tram, if you have any tricks, show them. I'm not afraid. Jiu Tram retracted his expression and nodded. Very well, Jiu Tram turned and looked at the crowd. Chu Liat, come out. He slowly stepped forward, emanating a foul smell. The smell made everyone cover their noses. What is that smell? Terrible, I almost vomited from last night's dinner. Following Chu Liat's back, everyone commented, this person is definitely sick. Chu Tram, why did you call him here? He looked exhausted, whole body drooping, giving off a terrible odor. Chu Tram smiled lightly and began to explain. There's Duan Hun Tan in his body, one of the most peculiar poisons in the world. If not treated within 7 days, his life is in danger. You save him? Deep Han's expression turned heavy, staring at the other. The 3 others turned pale and covered their mouths. Duan Hun Tan. The crowd began whispering about the smell on him. It seemed he was poisoned by Duan Hun Tan. If not treated in 7 days, he will die. This poison seems to have no antidote. The victim only has the path of death. Ju Tram definitely wants Deep Han to cure him. This is impossible. Iban regained his composure, then scolded sharply, rotten old man, clearly you want to make things hard for Deep Han. Duan Hun Tan has no antidote. If you're capable, why not cure it yourself? He raised 3 fingers. I can cure it in 3 days, but after detoxifying, his cultivation won't remain. He will survive, Ju Tram said, increasingly smug. Chu Liat, terrified, no. He fell to the ground in despair, pleading. Master Wang, please help me retain my cultivation. Otherwise, my enemies will come for me. I have no path left but death. Chu Tram looked at him for a moment, then sighed. Very well, I will help you. Hao sneered and pointed directly at Chu Liat. It's a miracle you're still alive. This poison, only my master can cure it. At this point, he smiled coldly, not necessarily. Deep Han confidently raised 3 fingers. Jia Cheng, you can't preserve his cultivation. But I can. It will take you 3 days to heal him, but I only need 3 minutes. He was stunned and quickly turned around. What? As soon as he finished speaking, the onlookers immediately began whispering. Deep Han actually said he could cure this person. Not only that, but he claimed his method would be more effective than Jia Cheng's. Are you kidding? This is Duan Hun San. It's not just a simple cold. Even though Deep Han had great medical skills, these words were still too boastful. After hearing that, the man sneered clearly. That's the funniest thing I've ever heard, if you can do it. Then I'll immediately bow 3 times at your clinic. How does that sound? Deep Han crossed his arms, his gaze full of challenge. Fine, Jia Cheng, you said it. Don't regret it when the time comes. He smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with malice. If you fail to cure Chu Liat, Jia Cheng's voice became more urgent. I will personally smash your sign, and you will never be able to lift your head again in this life. Deep Han nodded, showing no fear. A deal is a deal. Despite his weakened body, he struggled to stand. Mr. Deep, can you really cure me and help me preserve my cultivation? Deep Han answered firmly. Mr. Chu, don't worry, I'm not saving you for my reputation. Hearing this, Chu Liat immediately kneeled down, cupping his hands. Okay, Dr. Deep, if I recover and you ask me to jump into boiling oil, I Chu will never refuse. Behind him, Tian Hao sneered. I think you're an idiot believing in a young quack. Next to them, Zoi Na Chai and Zai Hun cheered in unison. Deep Han, go for it, I believe in you. I also believe you'll definitely succeed. After saying that, their eyes met, sparking with a flash. They both snorted and turned away. He stepped forward, bowing. Mr. Chu, take off your shirt first, let me do acupuncture for you. He nodded, okay, Dr. Deep. After taking off his shirt, Chu Liat's body revealed numerous bruises. The crowd saw this, they gasped. What is this? It's terrifying. In such a short time, it's already spread to his bloodstream. Duan Hun San is so horrifying. He was emaciated, his body like a skeleton. In this condition, claiming to detoxify in 3 minutes seemed impossible. In his heart, Jia Cheng was pleased. He didn't expect the poison to be this severe. Deep Han would surely lose this time. Holding the silver needle in his hand, Deep Han observed carefully. Just as he expected, if he focused on gathering the blood flow, he could. Deep Han's body seemed enveloped in flames, his brow furrowed, and his hands quickly and accurately performed the Hon Duong Thap Tam Cham, first inserting 3 needles at the front, then 2 into the upper arm and 2 more into the wrist. Deep Han let out a deep breath, saying, "Un." A mouthful of blood spurted from Chu Liat's mouth, hitting the ground with a hiss, followed by a wisp of green smoke. He placed his hand on his waist and asked, "How do you feel? The poison has been expelled, you should be fine now." Chu Liat replied, "I feel much better." At this point, Chu Liat's complexion had returned to a healthy glow, no longer gaunt. Moreover, the cultivation that was suppressed by the poison has now recovered. Gao and Jia Cheng stared in shock. Impossible, what is this? Deep Han's medical skills are even higher than his master's. He smiled brightly, his eyes shining with excitement. I'm cured, I'm no longer sick. After saying that, he rushed over to Jia Cheng, sticking out his tongue and mocking him. You couldn't preserve my cultivation, but Dr. Deep did. It would take you 3 days to heal me, but Dr. Deep only needed 3 minutes. Jia Cheng, what kind of Western king of medicine are you? Dr. Deep is the true king of medicine. Fit of rage, Jia Cheng spat out a mouthful of blood, his killing intent rising. The other man hurriedly rushed over to catch him. Master, master, what's happening? Master, you can't die. If you die, who will support us disciples? The crowd watching the commotion continued to shout loudly. Deep Hand really could cure Duan Hun San for Chu Liat in just 3 minutes. Too powerful, Jia Cheng is so angry he's spitting blood. He wasn't even worthy to be compared with Deep Hand. Deep Hand is truly the reincarnation of Hua Chuo. From now on, if I get sick, I'll go straight to Deep Hand's clinic. Tian Gao helped Jia Cheng up, his face full of fury. Deep Hand, this isn't over between us. With his hands in his pockets, Deep Hand stood next to Bai Mo and Hai Ban, his presence heavy. Wait, Deep Hand pointed at him, coldly saying, if I've already only cure Chu Lai, didn't you promise to do that? Kneel and bow to me 3 times right here in this clinic. Tian Yao broke out in cold sweat, trembling and stammering, but the master had fainted and couldn't bow. His face darkened, refusing to compromise, still alert. Aren't you his disciple? Then bow on Jiu's behalf. As soon as he spoke, the whole crowd joined in. If you admit defeat, you must bow. Why haven't you bowed yet? Afraid to admit defeat. If you don't bow, we'll beat you to death. Asked you to come here and cause trouble. Serves you right. Terrified, he immediately dropped to his knees and begged fervently. Tian Yao spoke sincerely. Sorry, I was wrong. Yi Han, please be merciful and forgive me this time. Medical skills are formidable. We are truly defeated. You turned and waved before leaving. That's enough. Get out of here. He hurriedly helped him escape, thanking him. Tian Yao ran straight away. Zhu Tram slowly opened her eyes and looked around. Then she slapped him hard. You have no ambition. You've ruined my reputation. Sitting on the ground, Tian Yao looked confused. Didn't the master faint? He shouted. Fool, if I hadn't pretended to faint. Aren't you supposed to bow first to that brat? Why do I have such a foolish disciple like you? He cried. The master was teasing the whole street's disciple. Tian Yao straightened up, worriedly asking, Master, after such a humiliating defeat today, can we really just let him go? Zhu Tram's face turned sinister. Of course not, I was prepared. He changed his expression and ordered, immediately inform the Blood Hand sect and tell them Tai Shu was killed by Yi Han. He gave a thumbs up, feigning injury to kill, a cunning plan. Once the Blood Hand sect strikes, Yi Han will surely die. Zhu Tram snorted, fists clenched. Yi Han, even if your medical skills are exceptional, even if you die, I am still the legendary Northwest Medicine King. Back at the clinic building, the afternoon sunlight hit the roof. Yi Han stretched while walking, looking tired. After a busy day, it's finally over. Better go home. His sister and Doan Nhi are probably still waiting for dinner. From behind, a man with a sword charged, shouting, Kid, prepare to die, he glanced, quickly dodging to the side. Then he retreated. Yi Han's cold eyes asked, Where did you come from? The man's tone was stern. Wan Fai Blood Hand sect. He stood upright, brushing off dust. Looks like you already know Tai Shu was killed by me. And glanced back, noticing Xiao Feng and Trung Vu approaching, and nodded. Correct, the whole group surrounded him from all sides. Dare to harm someone from the Blood Hand sect, Yi Han, today is your day. He snorted coldly, blood for blood. Yi Han smiled, drawing his sword. You want to kill me? Unfazed, Yi Han challenged. 3 of you won't be enough. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth in anger and launched a punch. Steel like you, 1 of me is enough to deal with you. Eyes white with intensity, Yi Han swung his sword. Then come at me. They collided, sword and fists met, releasing a fierce force. Wan Fai frowned, saying, The young master is truly a rare genius. Over the years, he has mastered the white jade fist. Even using full force, it's hard to injure the young master. Trung Vu laughed, seems we don't need to intervene. That guy will soon die under the young master's iron fists. Before he could finish, Xiao Feng was thrown against the wall, blood gushed from his mouth, eyes wide in shock. Young master, what? They rushed forward, worried. Are you all right, young master? What happened? Xiao Feng stammered. My hand. Seeing blood pouring from his hand, they panicked. The young master's white jade fist is broken. Impossible, that kid is so powerful. He lunged forward, a cold smile on his lips. Just a bit of skill and you think you can kill me. Yi Han's sharp words rang out. Xiao Feng lifted his head, shouting, You dare call me weak, I will kill you. You suddenly shook your head and stepped forward, saying you didn't mean to call that person trash, but rather that the 3 of them were trash. Yi Han smirked and gestured surrender. He said, All 3 of you are trash. Anger surged. Wan Fei and Zhang Wu gritted their teeth in anger, cursing, admitting their deaths were their own fault. He pulled 3 pills from his coat. Han, this is your own doing. Xiao Feng handed each of them a pill, instructing them to take the violent chi pill and then combine their strength to kill him. No chance for survival. The 2 accepted the pills, nodded, and put them in their mouths. You watched the situation and furrowed your brows, curious about the violent chi pill. They felt their power rising, muscles tightening. He smirked. Yi Han frowned, observing carefully the aura surge. Perhaps today, if he didn't fight them decisively, escaping would be difficult. Xiao Feng sneered, saying Yihan forced him to use the violent chi pill, and he should feel honored. Drew 3 acupuncture needles. Don't think only you know how to unleash power, you have your own move. Yihan quickly launched his attack, eyes blazing red, charging into battle immediately. Even near death he struggled. The two immediately assisted, killing Yihan. A blue dragon gradually formed. Fighting together, a huge explosion erupted, shaking everything around. You quickly stepped back. Xiao Feng, today I will teach you a lesson. Yihan sneered, baring his teeth, adding, Little one, I'm leaving, no need to see me off. Just wait, there's a gift for you. Without hesitation, you jumped into the river. The wooden staff in Guan Fei's hand broke in two. His eyes went white, his body slashed. Zhang Wu turned back to report, Young master, Guan Fei is dead. He stood on the bridge, staring down at the water. Xiao Feng gritted his teeth, furious, ordering an immediate search. If Yihan was alive, he must be found. If dead, there must be a body. Back at Yihan's mansion, the atmosphere was heavy. Yuan Nai paced anxiously. It was so hard to gather everyone, prepare a surprise for Yihan, celebrate his clinic opening, and now he's still not back. The food is getting cold. She couldn't calm down, anger flaring. This is infuriating. Yi Jing laughed helplessly before speaking. All right, Yuan Nai, Yihan is probably busy, that's why he's late. I'll reheat the food. I've been moved toward Bai Mo, joking. You think Yihan didn't go to find Zai Zun? Bai Mo hurriedly covered Hai Bin's mouth, stopping him from speaking further. You want to die? Don't you see Yuan Nai is furious? Her anger flared, stomping and hissing. No, I can't wait any longer. I have to go find Yihan. If I see him with any woman, he's dead. As she spoke, the door suddenly burst open, strong wind rushing in. Ling Kaio entered, eyes mysterious, asking, Who is Yihan's family? Ling Kaio, looking worried, said, I'm Yihan's sister, how is he? Avoiding everyone's gaze, she continued, According to my investigation, Yihan was attacked tonight outside Yi's clinic, his whereabouts unknown. Everyone was shocked, unable to believe it. The remaining three also looked serious, not understanding what was happening. Yi Jing lost balance, fell, and sadly covered his face. How could this happen? After reporting, Ling Kaio turned to leave. We've deployed all personnel to search, hoping for quick results. Room fell silent, tense. Hai Bin and Bai Mo regained composure and ran off. I'll go find my father for help. I'll also go find my father, ask him to mobilize connections. She burst into tears, crying out, I'll go find grandfather. Yuan Nai mumbled while walking, Yihan, please stay safe. Hong Thien clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, tense. Yihan, if anything happens, I'll avenge you. Hein Than gently comforted her. Don't worry, Yihan will be fine. Tears streamed down Yi Jing's face, nodding slightly. Little Han will definitely return safely. Yuan Nai mumbled while walking, Yihan, please stay safe. Hong Thien clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, tense. Yihan, if anything happens, I'll avenge you. Hein Than stepped closer, gently comforting. Don't worry, Yihan will be fine. Tears streamed down Yi Jing's face, nodding slightly. Little Han will definitely return safely. Tears streamed down Yi Jing's face, nodding slightly. Little Han will definitely return safely. If something unexpected happens, she won't want to live anymore. On the other side, you are lying in the forest, your wounds bandaged. Deep Han frowned slightly, his face showing clear pain. He heard someone calling loudly in his head, Deep Han, wake up. It turns out the two lovely girls were Yuan Nai and Zai Huan. Deep Han, you finally woke up. I've finished making breakfast. Do you want to eat breakfast or do you want to eat us? His face was full of desire, reaching out instinctively, obviously wanting to devour. Reality hit, Yihan's face slammed into the wall, he rubbed his head and slowly sat up. It was just a dream. He looked confused, ruffling Yihan's hair. Why are you hugging me? Uncle Hai walked in with a cane. He's awake. He looked back, eyes bright with joy. Uncle Hai had just woken up. He raised his head, stared at him, and nodded. Yihan was still deep in sleep, unaware. The Emperor manifests yet survives disaster. In the future, he will surely be fortunate. It seemed that the person Jun Bo was seeking had been found. Yihan drowsily opened his eyes, scratching his head. Excuse me, where am I? Did you save me? Uncle Hai stroked his beard and laughed heartily. I did not save you. Destiny brought you before me. Everything is preordained by fate. Yihan was puzzled. What? Why is this old man so mysterious? Have I ended up in some strange place? He didn't answer, just said, open your mouth. Yihan looked bewildered, unsure what to do. What did you say? Uncle Hai immediately struck his stomach when he hesitated. He offered a red pill. Take this. Without waiting for Yihan to agree, he flicked the pill into his mouth. Yihan clutched his stomach, bent over coughing violently. Heat surged through his body. He clutched his neck in pain. Old man, what did you just make me take? Uncle Hai stroked his beard proudly. Back when I roamed the martial world, this treasure cured all ailments, from 80-year-old women with irregular cycles to 3-year-old children with minor colds. Jun Bo stood beside him, adding, one pill clears the mind. 2 make the eyes bright and posture tall. 3 grant immortality, diamond-like strength, unyielding, and the taste isn't bad either. Hen clutched his neck with one hand, pointing at the two of them with the other. Why do you both look like quack medicine sellers? He ignored the remark, smiling. How could we sell fake medicine? This is a true elixir, guaranteed to cure every ailment. He held up a banner promising the medicine's efficacy. Blood dribbled from Yihan's mouth, trembling with fear. An insect potion? Yihan was astonished, pain vanished. He raised his hands, feeling the strength within him. What is happening? It seemed his body had gained power. Yihan's expression made Uncle Hai laugh. Looks like the medicine is taking effect. You stay here and heal, fool, we'll go. Junbo nodded and left. Yihan now showed genuine respect. Thank you for the elixir, senior. I was rude earlier. He leaned on his cane, nodded, and waved goodbye. No thanks needed, you've earned this. The door swung open and slowly closed. Power surged from Yihan, enveloping the surrounding. He could feel his wounds healing, and he even broke through a minor realm. Fortune indeed comes from misfortune. He quickly dressed, thinking it was time to return. Being missing so long must have worried Duan Nhi and his sister. Yihan stepped slowly out of the room. Outside, Uncle Hai basked in the sun when someone approached. Sitting cross-legged, he fanned himself. Uncle Lee held Yihan's photo, approached and held it up. You ever seen this person? His name is Yihan. Uncle Hai squinted, teasing not yet. What's the name? Yihan. Han what? Yihan. Yi what? Uncle Lee, frustrated, put the photo away and left. Never mind, just sit and enjoy yourself, he muttered as he walked off. Honestly, I followed the river here. Yi Shen should have been around. Stepping out, he saw, Uncle Lee, why are you here? Hearing the familiar voice, he turned. Yi Shen, great, I knew you'd be safe. Seeing Yihan's face, Chu Li got angry. You've been missing so long, Miss Chu has been frantic, searching the world for you. Yihan replied, no time to delay, let's return now. About to leave, Uncle Hai called out, pointing to Junbo. Yihan, wait, let Ngok go with you. Its combat isn't bad, not weaker than you, and can assist you. Yihan did not refuse, bowing in agreement. All right, senior has been kind, I'll take good care of Ngok. He gestured with his eyes. Wait, did you pretend to be hard of hearing earlier? Uncle Hai smiled warmly. My eyesight and hearing are fine. I only pretended because I didn't know if you were friend or foe, so I tricked you a little. Uncle Lee cursed in frustration. Damn it. Scene shifts to another building. 2 guards stand at the door. Yu Fang and his subordinates stood there. Yihan caused our blood hand sect to lose 2 great generals. We must kill him to avenge our grudge. Scene shifts to Yihan's mansion. Yi Jing worriedly held her hand. Officer Yan, any news of Zio Han? Ling Kaio lowered her gaze, shaking her head. Sorry, we've done our best. Yi Jing spoke, tears streaming. Officer Yan, please find Zio Han. Her eyes glistening with determination. I will never give up. I must find Yihan no matter what happens to him. Dudu patted her shoulder gently. Duan Nhi, don't worry. My brother sent people from the underground world to search. News will come soon. Tiu Fang's laughter echoed from behind. He leaned on his hip, laughing loudly. I didn't expect Yihan has so many women worrying for him. I admire that. She looked horrified, asking, did you kill Yihan? Tiu Fang's smile was icy. That's right, seeing you pine for him day and night will escort you to the underworld to reunite with him sooner. As he finished, he ordered his subordinates to attack. Kill them, all of them, fierce like wolves. Hon Thien and Bat Dean charged forward. We've waited long for you, come find death. In a few moves, they ended the fight. Tiu Fang's subordinates rushed out. No, he angrily pointed at them. Hon Thien, you're being hunted by Thien Tun like a stray dog, yet you dare offend our Black Hand sect. He immediately defended and countered. I'm not afraid of Thien Tun, why fear the Black Hand sect? If you've come, don't expect to leave. From behind, another spoke. Today we will kill you to avenge Yihan. From the rear, Thien Vuong approached. Not afraid of Thien Tun's sect, he smiled coldly. Hon Thien, brave, aren't you? His eyes were sharp, teeth clenched. Thien Vuong Dia Enhat, top master under Lei Thien Tun of Thien Tun sect. Didn't expect you here too, he sneered, arms crossed. Hon Thien, last time you escaped, today luck won't favor you. Provoked, Tiu Fang could not hold back. Hon Thien is yours, the rest are ours, understand? Thien Vuong nodded. No problem. They both shouted, kill. Their subordinates surged with bloodlust and energy. He'll kill, eradicate them completely. He attacked furiously. Do run, I'll hold them off. Bat Diet struck down 3 men with his spear. As long as I'm alive, you won't touch them. Duonai immediately grabbed her wrist and urged her to run quickly. After a few steps, Zio Feng appeared and blocked their way. She fearfully stood in front of Du and Yi Jing, asking him what he wanted. He lunged forward with his claws, clearly intending to kill them. Run quickly. What do you want to do? He used his claws to rush at us, of course, to kill you. Huang Tian was beaten and bruised, and when he saw them in danger, he shouted out. But he was also blocked and couldn't move. Beast, stop. Zhu Nai shed tears and closed her eyes to pray. Yihan, I'm here to find you. At that moment, you struck Zio Feng from behind. You want to die? Everyone was stunned, mouths agape. Yihan and Immortal saw the person arrive and their eyes lit up. You cracked your knuckles and smiled. I'm back. Get ready to die. Xiao Feng was struck and fell to the ground but got up again. Yihan wasn't dead. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. No problem, today I'll throw a net and catch you all. Xiao Feng stood up and ordered his subordinates and Zhang Wu. Everyone, charge now, kill Yihan immediately. He led the charge, it's clear. A tree nearby was uprooted, startling everyone. Jun Ban swung a tree trunk, sweeping the whole group away. Why don't you all play with me a little? The group was astonished. Where did this tree come from? Zhang Wu stared wide-eyed, grinding his teeth. Who are you? You didn't let go of the tree trunk and laugh. I thought I had knocked you all out earlier, turns out some of you are still here. He was furious, raising his hand and charging forward arrogantly. Die. Jun smirked, I won't die but I want to fight you. Without hesitation, the two of them charged at each other, fighting fiercely. Xiao Feng cursed each word, wondering how such a powerful ally had appeared beside Yihan. He rushed towards him. Xiao Feng, instead of worrying about others, you should worry about yourself. The fists of both collided, unleashing an intense burst of power. He was furious, his lips twitching. Julai, you're just a cripple and you dare to call Ban Shaojia's name directly. He swung his leg and kicked towards Xiao Feng. Stop talking, take this. Xiao Feng clenched his fist, his whole body tense. Die. Two continued to exchange kicks and punches, fighting fiercely. Cao Sung appeared, holding a sword, charging towards Yihan. Last time you helped Immortal escape and caused me to get injured. Today you must die. Remember the icy look, you must die. With that he charged forward, swinging his blade directly at Yihan. After just a few strokes, Yihan struck Cao Sung. Blood splattered and Cao Sung lay on the ground unwilling to accept defeat. No, how can he be this strong? He lay curled up in a pool of blood, his body weak. Last time you were just a match for me. Cao Sung stopped breathing. Yihan raised his dagger and shouted, is anyone else left? He looked at the other two and shouted loudly, come here. Tian Wang pushed Huang Tian back. Yihan had killed Cao Sung. He smiled provocatively. That's right, it's your grandfather. If you want revenge, come here. He angrily rushed towards him. He blocked the attack from his subordinates while reminding him, Yihan, you're not a match for Dai Yi Tian Wang, get out of the way. On the other side, Immortal was fighting and spoke. Yihan, don't get too excited. Dai Yi Tian Wang is a top expert in the Tianzun rank. Not his match? Julai was holding Yihan back and said, don't fight Dai Yi Tian Wang alone. Wait a moment, we'll surround him together. A smug look appeared in his eyes, stupid, daring to challenge the top Tian Wang alone. Looks like I don't even need to act, you're going to die anyway. The three girls standing beside him were panicking. Yihan, don't do anything reckless. Yihan, you must be careful. Yihan, the opponent is very powerful, don't provoke him. Yihan looked at everyone, don't worry, he can't do anything to me. Dai Yi Tian Wang threw a powerful punch, Yihan easily dodged. Yihan avoided it and Dai Yi Tian Wang roared in anger, you bastard, you've pissed me off. If you want to die so badly, let me help you fulfill that wish. Two sources of fire and water energy collided. Terrifying power erupted. Go die. Dai Yi Tian Wang continued throwing vicious punches but couldn't land a hit on Yihan. A glint flashed in Yihan's eyes, spotting an opening. Dai Yi Tian Wang stared wide-eyed, unable to dodge. It's too late. Yihan turned and struck precisely. Die. Huang Tian, Zhu Lai, and the others watched with wide eyes. What? Dai Yi Tian Wang, the number one Tian Wang, was injured by Yihan. Is this really Yihan's true strength? Has Yihan's power become this terrifying? The other side, Zhu Na, Yi Jing, and Du Du's eyes lit up. Yihan, you're amazing. Yihan, I knew you could do it. Yihan, you truly are a man of your word. Yihan slightly bent his knees to land, his face downcast. And Z tightly clutched his wound, unable to bear it. How could this happen? This kid can see my weak point. Yihan moved forward, raising his dagger and pointing it directly at Dai Yi Tian Wang. Today, next year will be the day of your funeral. Xiao Feng gaped, unable to believe the scene. This can't be. Dai Yi Tian Wang, the number one Tian Wang, has been defeated. In just a few days, Yihan's strength has increased so much. Seeing him in a daze, Zhu Lai immediately rushed over. Good opportunity, he lifted his leg and kicked straight at Xiao Feng's leg. His leg immediately hurt and the bone cracked. Xiao Feng fell to the ground, clutching his leg and screaming non-stop. My leg is broken. Zhang Wu and his subordinates were shocked, their eyes wide. Young Master Jun Ban and Immortal stood in their way, not allowing them to proceed. If you want to save him, it won't be that easy. You have to get past me first. At this moment, Dai Yi Tian Wang quickly retreated. Huang Tian saw the group running away and spoke up. Yihan, Dai Yi Tian Wang has escaped. Yihan shook his head, unconcerned. It's fine, we'll spare his life for now. Yihan's gaze suddenly turned cold as he looked behind, toward the members of the Blood Hand sect. He didn't say more but began to clean up. They all have to die. Immortal, you and Zhu Lai pointed at a few remaining survivors. Since you've come here, don't think about leaving. Kill them all, they must die. With that, the three of them quickly finished off the remaining group. He lay on the ground, dragging his broken leg, still unable to believe it. How did things end up like this? Yihan walked up, holding the dagger in front of Xiao Feng. Now it's your turn. Xiao Feng trembled and collapsed to the ground, his mouth still trembling non-stop. No, you can't kill me, I'm the young master of the Blood Hand sect. If you kill me, the Blood Hand sect will send people to hunt you down for revenge. Your family, your friends will all be involved. Wang Tian spoke at this moment, his voice hesitant. Yihan, now is not the time to kill Xiao Feng. Yihan heard this and sheathed his weapon. He coldly spat out a curse. Forget it, we'll spare his dog life for now. Hearing this, he turned his face, breathing lightly. I've spared your life. He laughed inwardly. Yihan thought, no matter how powerful you are, so what? You still dare not touch me. Suddenly, Yihan turned and declared, causing Xiao Feng to jump in shock. However, a death sentence can be spared, but a life sentence is hard to escape. Nervously raised his hand to shield himself when he saw Yihan lifting his leg. Wait, what are you going to do? Xiao Feng was kicked hard on the thigh, falling flat on the ground, groaning in pain. He screamed non-stop, my leg. Yihan calmly ordered, find a place to lock him up. Returning to the main hall, Yihan saw Yihan immediately raise his hand and rush over. She joyfully embraced him, saying she knew he would be fine. Yi Jing stood nearby, tears in her eyes, saying she had been very worried, and he smiled lightly, replying that it was all right, he had returned safely. Yi pointed to Jun Bo and said, this is Jun Bo. Thanks to him, I was able to return safely and even enhance my strength. Jun Bo scratched his head shyly and smiled. Hello everyone, I am Jun Bo, he introduced himself. He cheerfully said, you saved Yihan, from now on we are brothers. Wu Yi also praised Jun Bo continuously, admiring his strength openly. Han told everyone, this time we eliminated the people of the Celestial Sect and avenged the Blood Hand Hall, imprisoning Xiao Feng. They may return for revenge. Therefore, I have decided to upgrade everyone's strength in a short time. Her words surprised both him and Chu Lai. Immortal said seriously, Yihan is right. Currently, our strength is insufficient. Without your timely return, we could have been in danger. We all know the situation is urgent, but increasing strength is not something that can be done instantly, he advised, worried. That's right, Yihan, don't ruin things by rushing. Even so, Yihan remained calm but resolute. Senior brothers, you are not wrong, but if I use acupuncture combined with spiritual energy, I can help you directly ascend to the Governor realm. This process will be slightly painful, but the results are very fast. Immortal asked in surprise, really? Chu Lai looked at him, mouth agape, unable to believe it. If it can truly help us reach the Governor realm, it would save 10 years of hard training. Yihan said firmly, don't worry, with me here, nothing is impossible. Both he and Chu Lai happily followed her immediately. Yihan began acupuncture on Immortal. Senior, feel the flow of internal energy along each needle. Each acupoint will spread throughout your body. Immortal tried to endure, sweat soaking him, yet he maintained his focus. Rest assured, Xiao Han, follow your method. Feeling the energy from the needles, Immortal felt pain but resolved to persevere. Han announced, now I will begin transferring the internal energy within your body to the Governor channel. The process would be painful, but only then could the senior reach the Governor realm. Immortal replied, all right, go ahead. All of Yihan's internal energy flowed into Immortal's body, forming a circle around him. Immortal absorbed the energy. Yihan rejoiced, senior, congratulations, you have now become a Governor realm powerhouse. Immortal looked at his body, grateful. Thank you, Yi brother, this is all thanks to you. Yihan turned to Chu Lai, brother Chu, are you ready? Chu Lai replied, I am ready. He sat with Yihan, preparing to cultivate. A strange noise outside drew everyone's curiosity. Is Yihan really helping them break through? Why does it feel like some weird thing is happening? Yi Jing said worriedly. Xiao Han wouldn't do that. Thien sighed, amazed. Fortunately, I have long since broken through to the Governor realm. Jun Bo, still confused, asked, what are you all talking about? Huiyan Cheng reminded, that's adult business, kids shouldn't interfere. Suddenly, a strange energy burst appeared, startling everyone. Jun Bo exclaimed, I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Has Senior Yun already broken through to the Governor realm? The spreading energy surprised everyone. Jun Bo asked in astonishment, Yihan, are you really this strong? Hon Thien assessed. Yihan is indeed powerful, creating 2 Governor realm powerhouses in such a short time. And became increasingly unpredictable. Bu Yi and Chu Lai emerged with muscular bodies, declaring, we have finally become Governor realm powerhouses. Jun Bo praised, Yihan is incredible. Yihan declared, if the Blood Hand Hall and Celestial Sect dare to come here, they will surely be terrified. Fire Phoenix angrily scolded, Yihan, come out now, are you still asleep? The pale-faced strategist of the Black Hand Party has led many experts to Sun High City. Fire Phoenix continued, the notice says they want to meet you at Jiang Dian Park. The Northwest Medical King is also rallying experts to kill you. Yihan replied, what is there to fear? Xiao Feng is still in my hands. I don't believe they dare come here to kill me. As for the 9th one, I am not afraid of him. Fire Phoenix interrupted, enough talking, I have already requested security reinforcements for you. Han calmly replied, I never thought about running away, I have planned everything. Fire Phoenix sighed and followed him. Fire Phoenix asked, don't you only have Hon Thien as a Governor realm powerhouse? You want to face the Black Hand Party too? Yi Han clapped his hands and said, "Everyone come out." Bo, Immortal, Hone Thien, and Chu Lai all appeared, each radiating immense energy. Fire Phoenix, astonished, stammered, 4 Governor Realm experts. Yan recounted, "Last night with my help, Senior Yun and Brother Chu became Governor Realm powerhouses." Fire Phoenix, shocked, asked, "How is this possible? How could you enable them to reach that realm?" Yan confidently replied, "Nothing is impossible. As long as I want, I can do it." Fire Phoenix was both surprised and worried about Yi Han. Go Tin and his gang waited at Jiangdian Park. A voice rang out, "I have arrived." When Go Tin saw Yi Han and sneered, "I didn't expect Yi Han to have such courage." "Not finish this game of chess with the old man." Yi Hao agreed immediately, "Fine." Han stared straight ahead and added a judgment. "You are a rare talent. Yuatong is our Black Hand gang's territory. If you agree to release the young sect master, I can help you become the second most powerful figure in the Black Hand on par with me. What do you say?" As the opponent moved, he made his first play. "Do you really think this could happen?" Wu Xing held his chess piece, his face darkening, going straight to the point. "Then that's unfortunate. If that's the case, you just need to release the young sect master and the Blood Hand gang will agree not to bother you again. If not, do you know what consequences you'll face?" Yao was equally firm, replying concisely, "Release Xiao Feng and you think I have an escape route. Are your Blood Hand gang people known for keeping promises?" His brows furrowed, then he replied coldly, "If that's the case, then checkmate." Yi Hao's face was full of excitement, almost like a statue. At the same time, a violent rockstorm erupted. He was facing Shanhai directly. "For the first battle, you are the top master of the Black Hand, right? I heard you are the Ningdu Jing master. How about a match today?" Showed no mercy. "I, the Northwest King, have long wanted to witness your skill. Strike." The two continued their duel elsewhere. Wu Xing assessed the situation and teased, "Is the Northwest King Hone Thien's chess piece the trump card you mentioned? Too bad, still not enough." In the second match, a giant appeared, wielding a long saber aimed at him. "Watch my twin cannon, checkmate." A metal fence quickly blocked the blade, freezing her in place. Yi Hao calmly commanded, "Move forward." Leapt with lightning-fast weapon movements, terrifying the giant. "This must be the second war general. I, the Immortal, humbly seek your guidance." He and Yi Hao glanced at each other, locked in fierce combat. Suddenly, Wu Xing realized something. The second one is Ningdu Jing. Hao ignored him, making his next move. "Looks like the strategist is stuck. Then I'll move, checkmate." Another unfamiliar figure appeared. He stepped forward humbly. "I am Chu Lai, pleased to meet you." He panicked, shouting, "The third master? How can you have 3 Ningdu Jing masters at once?" Yi Hao stood up, eagerly placing a strong chess piece. "Don't rush, I still have more." Jun Ben immediately appeared behind him, carrying a large tree. "I'm here too." A horrific explosion scattered many. Wu Xing's men charged in unison to kill. "For the honor of the Black Hand, eliminate them." On the other side, the Immortals also reached peak intensity, killing, showing no mercy. "Today, all of you will die here." Both sides paired up to fight decisively. Wu Xing's face darkened, mocking, "Yi Hao, is this your attitude? Do you really want to confront our Blood Hand gang?" Held his sword, challenging, "So what? What can you do to me?" Wu Xing's feral instincts surged. "Then I will send you straight to hell." His hand quickly reached Yi Hao's face. Yi Hao reflexively dodged to the side. Yi Hao then lifted his flaming sword. The target was doomed. Both were ready to unleash immense power. The collision triggered another massive explosion. Blast threw him outward. Yi Hao crouched slightly, looking at his opponent. "You're truly strong." Wu Xing kept the aura in his palm, arrogantly asserting, "Yi Hao, you are no match for me." Yi Hao chuckled softly. He casually wiped a wound at his mouth. "I may not be your match, but today you won't kill me either." Wu Xing immediately launched a devastating move. "Is that so? I want to see." Suddenly, a counterforce restrained Wu Xing. "Stop." Hurriedly dodged a pillar in panic. "What?" The old man crossed his arms at Wu Xing. Yi Hao was supported by the Fire Phoenix. "This is my final move, General." Wu Xing had to yield, grudgingly asking, "Who are you and why oppose our Blood Hand gang?" She responded swiftly, "You don't need to know him, but today I came to protect Yi Hao." Hearing this, Wu Xing turned furious, radiating killing intent. "And if I refuse?" Frowned, resigned. "Though I am old, if friends of the Black Hand arrive and even my small request is denied, I have no choice but to use full force." With that, the old man focused and summoned his power, covering the entire area in moments. His body stiffened like a statue, thinking, "Only the sect master can match this strength." Yi Hao regained his power and stepped forward. "Scholar Bai Mayan, if you dare enter Shanhai City again, not only Xiao Feng but all of you will struggle to survive." Wu Xing grew paler, despairing, "Damn it, must we retreat empty-handed today? Once the sect master seals himself, I'll settle scores with you slowly." Suddenly, more people appeared behind him. Yu Zhan stepped forward indifferently. "Scholar Bai Mayan, I gave you all the news I had, yet you failed 5 or 6 times to kill Yi Hao. Truly disappointing." Wu Xing sneered. "Northwest Medical King, you seem satisfied." "Yu Zhan, you finally show yourself." Deng Jiu pointed at him, shouting, "Yi Hao, last time you struck me, today we bring many masters. You are dead. Heaven's arrogance rejoices. Yi Hao, await your end." My master is the renowned Northwest Medical King. He spoke calmly, expression unchanged. You seem very confident you can kill me today. Wu Xing grew more excited. Indeed, Yi Hao has 4 Ningdujing masters with him. Truly surprising. But now they are busy, so this perfect opportunity is to kill you. Wu Xing asked before acting. Zhu Zhan, do you intend to kill Yi Hao? She answered without hesitation. Yes, scholar by Mayan, we will deal with Yi Hao for you. As long as you hold that old man back, I assume you have no problem with it, right? Hearing this, he grinned. If it's just holding back, then certainly no problem. Wu Xing was thrilled, eager for them to attack Yi Hao. If they can kill Yi Hao, great. If not, we'll run immediately, no loss. Fire Phoenix grabbed his sleeve, advising, Yi Hao, with the old man here, we need not risk ourselves. And let's run. Yi Hao smiled confidently. Judging by their stance, they won't let us go easily. He raised his sword, emanating spiritual power. Besides, they're just minnows, not a real threat to me. Seizing the moment, Zhu Zhan waved to give orders. Everyone, attack! Instantly, his surrounding men vanished, charging one by one to kill Yi Hao. Impudent brat, today I will kill you. Hao remained fearless. After the bastard, you are next. He bent down, producing countless spirit swords. With a flick, they shot forward, flying straight at the enemy. They charged into the spirit swords like moths to flame. Some were pierced and fell. Yi Hao stood coldly, watching them, ready to move forward. Immediately after, a series of explosions rang out. The 3 men observing stood by, unable to hide their excitement, feeling immense joy. They thought that Yi Hao was surely going to die today. Yi Hao could never defeat all 6 of them. He stood by, watching, silently mocking. Die, Yi Hao, you can't defeat all 6 of them. 1 against 6, Yi Hao, you probably don't have the ability for that. Yu Feng began to worry as she saw the explosions growing larger. Yi Hao, please, don't let anything happen to you. Lao Kong lightly closed his eyes, sensing the situation. I want to see just how capable this kid really is. Sure enough, the 6 who charged forward were severely injured by his strikes. They screamed in pain, This can't be, you're clearly just a practitioner in the mortal realm. After shouting for a while, they couldn't hold on and lost their lives. I refuse to accept this. Seeing that Yi Hao was still safe, she joyfully rushed over. Yi Hao, you're amazing. The man watching from the side nodded as well. Yi Hao truly has ability. Meanwhile, Wu Ting's face turned pale as he saw a group of useless trash, 6 men who couldn't even kill a single Yi Hao. The group of 9 needles couldn't help but exclaim, how is this possible? How could Yi Hao be this strong, 1 against 6? I don't believe it. 6 people were defeated by just Yi Hao. Even 6 pigs couldn't die this quickly. Yi Hao turned around to settle accounts with them, and next it was their turn. Tian Yao immediately became afraid and turned to ask, Master, what should we do now? But Lao Kong had already run away. 9 Needles abandoned his dignity and fled. Disciple, hold him off for me, I'll go call for reinforcements. Seeing this, Tian Yao stomped his foot in anger. Damn it, that bastard Wang Ba Dan dared to play me. Dongju also started to get scared and stepped back. Stop talking, run quickly. But before they could escape, Yi Hao gently approached and patted his shoulder. Where do you think you're going? Dongju was immediately terrified and stammered in fear. What do you want? I am from the Mo Dong clan, you can't touch me, Yi Hao bluntly replied. I don't care. Yu Feng suddenly stepped forward to stop him. Wait, Yi Hao, Dongju is after all from the Mo Dong clan. If you kill him, I can't guarantee your safety, Yi Hao firmly stated. Dongju will cause trouble for me if I don't kill him. Dongju, trembling, knelt down and begged for his life. Yi Hao, rest assured, as long as you don't kill me, I will never dare to step foot in Shanghai City again. After a brief hesitation, Yi Hao brushed him off as if he understood. Dongju's attitude made Yi Hao feel disgusted. Immediately, Yi Hao kicked him away. Get lost. After dealing with Dongju, Yi Hao turned to Tian Yao. It's only you left. He stood in front of Tian Yao, calling out, Tian Yao. Tian Yao was startled, throwing away all dignity and kneeling. Young Master Yi, all of this was caused by my master. No, it was that bastard 9 Needles who set everything up. It has nothing to do with me. Please spare me. Yi Hao smirked, straightforwardly demanding, Spare you? Help me kill 9 Needles and I may consider sparing you. His words made Tian Yao's face turn ashen. Kill 9 Needles, but he is my master. Yi Hao sneered, his brows furrowing. So you refuse? If that's the case, die in his place. As soon as he said that, Yi Hao bent down and prepared to use his spiritual power. Just before he struck, Tian Yao quickly agreed, Wait, I'll help you kill 9 Needles. On hearing this, Yi Hao's hand stopped just a few inches from Tian Yao's face. He smiled in satisfaction, praising, Very good, I knew you were a sensible person. After what had happened, Tian Yao was so frightened that his hands were trembling. Thank you, young Master Yi, for sparing my life. He was even so scared that he wet himself. Tian Yao suddenly collapsed to the ground, clutching his stomach. Yi Hao quickly spoke up. This is called the Needle of Death, and it will trigger every half victory. As soon as Tian Yao spat out a mouthful of blood, Yi Hao explained, As long as you use the needle to activate the pressure point, the pain will stop temporarily. Yi Hao sternly commanded, As for the treatment after you kill 9 Needles, I will personally tell you. Now get lost. Tian Yao immediately obediently complied. Yes, young Master Yi, rest assured I will definitely kill 9 Needles soon. As he left, he gritted his teeth, trembling with fear. At that moment, I asked myself why I had offended Yi Hao. Now, even life and death were in his hands. Yi Hao calmly watched Tian Yao run away. In his heart, Yi Hao already had his own plans, waiting for the day to kill 9 needles. That day would be the day you follow him to hell. You want to kill me, then you must die. Hong Tian came forward to report. Yi Hao, the members of the Blood Hand sect have finally all been driven away by us. Buxi, seeing the great victory, laughed loudly. Never expected that the Blood Hand sect, which had made a name for itself throughout half of Hua country, would also one day be beaten like dogs. Yu Chu Li and Jun Ban also quickly arrived. This battle was over. Yi Hao took the opportunity to suggest, everyone, now is not the time to rejoice. The people of the Blood Hand sect will never let today's events slide. Now is the time for us to build our own strength. Only then can we resist the Blood Hand sect. Yi Hao's words left everyone in disbelief. Build our own force? How can we do that? That's not simple, right, little Hang? Yi Hao remained confident. I've already sent Chu Lao Ra Zai to gather information. I heard that someone in Hang City is preparing to build a security company with strong power. They have elite people inside. As long as I can buy this company and combine it with my healing techniques, I'll quickly cultivate many masters. Hong Tian immediately agreed. This is a great idea with Han Zai's healing techniques. In the security company, there's even a chance that we could have experts in the realm of bureaucratic command. The others all agreed. Yi Hao, you're truly resourceful. Didn't I think of this? Turns out Yi Hao had already made plans. Then let's get to work. We'll guard and protect the house. Yi Hao blushed a little from the praise. The idea of the security company was originally suggested by his older brother, Hong Tian. The scene quickly shifted to Hang City. The street was crowded with people. Yi Hao asked, Jun Ban, this city has so many beautiful girls. Have you thought about finding a wife? He shyly scratched his head and answered, I'm afraid they might not like me. Yi Hao confidently assured him, don't worry, with your looks, the girls will love you. That Yi Hao patted Jun Ban's shoulder. Once we've gathered enough talent, I'll introduce someone to you. Suddenly, the sound of an engine roared, catching the attention of both men. A sports car sped toward them like a bullet. The car was driving recklessly, causing those around to curse. My God, driving so fast in the city. Are you rushing to meet your ancestors, you disgraceful pedestrian killer? This bastard dares to run a red light. What a lunatic. Little girl was standing in the lane the car was about to pass. She immediately screamed in fear, Mom! Yi Hao was startled, panicked. Not good, the child. He immediately rushed forward and held the girl in his arms. With quick reflexes, Yi Hao jumped to the side of the road, saving the girl from death. The car, after driving recklessly, crashed into the wall. Yi Hao gently comforted the crying girl. Don't cry, it's okay, everything's fine now. The onlookers cheered with joy. Thank goodness for this young man. Without him, we really don't know what would have happened to the girl. The little girl quickly thanked him. Thank you, sir, and kissed his cheek. Suddenly, a curse rang out from behind. That damn Zhang Hu stepped out with an angry face. You suddenly rushed into the road. Are you tired of living? Yi Hao calmly responded while letting the girl go. You're not just drunk, but you're also driving in a crowded area and running a red light, nearly causing a deadly accident. He laughed loudly, arrogantly asking, Killed someone? Who? Who saw me nearly kill someone? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Hu was scolded by the people around him, who emphasized that he had almost killed the little girl. He realized that if it hadn't been for the young man who saved her, the girl would have died, as Zhang Hu was drunk and still driving. Angrily shouted, Call the police to arrest him. Shut up right now, Zhang Hu argued. I am the young master of the Zhang Corporation. Calling the police won't do any good. He continued to threaten, The police have to listen to me. Anyone who dares to interfere, my bodyguards will teach you a lesson. The people around him immediately backed off, not wanting to get involved, as the Zhang Corporation was not to be messed with. He muttered to himself, grateful that the little girl was not injured. Then he turned to Yi Han with a challenging look. Yun, if you don't give me a proper answer to this. Continued to threaten, Today I'll end your life. Don't doubt me. There's nothing that Zhang Hu can't do in Hang City. He scowled and yelled, Are you not afraid of having your head smashed in for saying such things? Noticing Yi Han's tough attitude, he backed up to gain momentum. You haven't seen the coffin, so you won't shed tears, huh? Immediately, a loud sound echoed. Yi Han easily blocked Zhang Hu's strike. You dare hit me. Narrator commented that it was more like the one who hasn't seen the coffin yet doesn't shed tears. Yi Han tightened his grip, causing Zhang Hu to scream in pain. It hurts, my hand is about to break. Let go of my hand, let go. He glared menacingly. You know pain now, but if you had killed the girl, do you know how much pain she would have suffered? How heartbroken her family would be? Zhang Hu cried out. I know, I understand. You let go now. Yi Han kicked Zhang Hu towards the red car. Get out of here. Zhang Hu gritted his teeth and shouted, You little brat, you dare hit me in Hangzhou. Just wait, I'll call my people. Zhang Hu was about to make the call, a figure appeared, freezing him in place. Zhang Hu asked, "Who did you say you wanted to kill?" Looking over, Zhang Hu saw Jun Ben smiling. Zhang Hu immediately trembled in fear upon seeing Jun Ben's muscular build and imposing presence. "Wait, what do you want to do?" "I'm the young master of the Zhang Corporation." Jun Ben stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and spoke. Jun Ben wanted to play the airplane game, lifting Zhang Hu with one hand. Zhang Hu cried, "Help, I've killed someone, quickly call the police." Yihan pointed at Zhang Hu, "You're a hopeless case." Jun Ben used Zhang Hu to smash the car, lifting him effortlessly. Zhang Hu yelled, "Don't!" Without hesitation, Jun Ben threw him directly, causing Zhang Hu to land face first on the car's hood, his teeth scattering. Yihan casually put his hands in his pockets. "Jun Ben, let's go to the Black Dragon Security Company." People behind them murmured, "This young man is ruthless. We don't know where he came from, but he dared to hit the young master of the Zhang Corporation." The scene shifted to the massive building of the Black Dragon Security Company, where Yun Diane stood waiting, greeting, "Mr. Yi, inside are all the employees of Black Dragon Security. From now on, they are your employees." After a while, both sides shook hands and reached an agreement. "Thank you, I look forward to our cooperation." As he spoke, he put his hands in his pockets and turned to leave. "Mr. Yi, don't say I didn't warn you. My company's bodyguards are not easy to deal with." Yun Diane stopped, his gaze cold. "If you don't have the ability to make them respect you, they will look down on you." Yihan smiled lightly, confidently replying, "You don't need to worry about this. It will be as easy as flipping my hand to win them over." He led Jun Ben to open the door, and inside the gym were muscular men diligently training their bodies. The group observed Yihan's entrance and noticed their potential, realizing that many talents could be trained this time. But first, they had to win them over. Cao Hu's group whispered, "Is this the new leader? Just a kid who hasn't matured. I could punch him out in no time." Qin Bing sneered, "If he can't show his strength, I'll be the first to punch him." He stood in the center of the gym, his voice booming, "Listen up, from now on, you are my employees. I'll provide you with a life of abundance, money, women, power." He continued to emphasize, "But first I need to see loyalty. You must absolutely obey all my commands." The group fell silent, looking at Yihan with a cold expression. One person yelled, "Who the hell are you? You just got here and expect us to listen." One of the group opposed, "I can already tell you're just some rich brat. What right do you have to order us around? Full of talk, huh? Just got here and already talking big." Yihan's voice turned stern, "Get out of here. What, do you have any objections to what I said?" Old Wang stepped forward, calmly saying, "Who do you think you are, shouting at us to obey?" Yihan stepped down from the platform. "Seems like you have some strength. How about a fight?" Old Wang thought to himself, "This pampered rich kid thinks he can order us around. Today I'll knock him down." The people around them whispered. They thought to themselves, "This young master is looking for trouble." Old Wang was the best fighter in the group. Jun Ben stood at a distance, chuckling with excitement. "This little fool dares to challenge Yihan." Old Wang crossed his arms arrogantly. "Kid, don't say I'm bullying you. I'll only use 3 moves." Yihan shook his head as if hearing a joke. The narrator commented that they should act quickly as the opportunity would soon be gone. He roared, swinging his fist arrogantly, "Let me show you how strong I am." Yihan raised his finger and mumbled. With just one finger, Yihan blocked Old Wang's strike. Old Wang was stunned. "What?" Yihan flicked his finger and a burst of light shot toward him. "Get lost." Old Wang was knocked back, spitting blood, and fell hard to the ground. Got up, astonished, and stared at Yihan. "How is this possible? How can he be so strong?" The people around them murmured. "No way, this young master defeated his opponent with just one move. One strike clearly showed that it was just a finger. Have we truly misjudged this person?" Yihao turned around and looked at them with sharp eyes. "Someone so weak daring to overestimate themselves. He truly doesn't deserve to remain here. Give the order and immediately leave." With a plan already in mind to recruit them, but those who specialize in causing trouble must be eliminated first. Old Wang stood up and angrily said, "Anyone who wants to stay can stay. I don't need it." Old Wang turned back to ask his subordinates, "Who wants to go with me? A person like him doesn't deserve to be our leader. I advise you all to follow me. It will definitely be better than staying with him." Hands were raised one by one. "I'll go with you, I'll go too, me too." Seeing those who raised their hands, Yihao pointed at Pham and said, "If anyone wants to leave, now is the time. I won't stop you." Old Wang sneered, "Brothers, let's go." As he walked out, he didn't forget to mock those who stayed. Following a kid who isn't even old enough surely has no future. Yihao calmly watched the group leave. Yihao turned to those who stayed and said, "I'm glad you chose to stay. But earlier you chose me and now I will choose you." The others looked confused, not understanding what he meant. He explained slowly, "I do not accept the weak." Now we all rush forward and only those who are still standing at the end will become employees of my company. Hearing this, the group began to panic. What does he mean by that? You don't want to live anymore, do you? You think you can fight hundreds of us alone? I see you're just talking nonsense. Yihao smirked provocatively and charged in. Let's see if I'm wrong, try me and you'll know. He leaped forward straight towards them. The others weren't backing down either and rushed to face him. So we've come here, do you think you're Yi Wen going to fight this chatterbox? The sounds of combat rang out in the room. More than half of them were forced back by Yi Hao. Without hesitation, he used his technique to easily take them down. After the fight, the floor was covered with the fallen. Hao noticed a shadow trembling behind him. Looking at the three injured yet still standing, he couldn't help but praise, you three are quite good. In his heart, Yi Hao also held them in high regard. They had the potential to become leaders. As the others tried to get up, he made an offer when the enemy pushes themselves into a dead end. Anyone who stands up within 30 seconds will receive a salary of 1 million. Anyone who stands up within a minute will receive 500,000. Those who cannot stand will have to leave. On hearing the offer, everyone was stunned. What? Such good treatment? I must get up quickly. I can't stop here, I need that 1 million. Gradually, more people began to struggle to stand up. Yao waved his hand warmly and said, congratulations, you've been hired by my company. Everything I said is in effect, but now I require loyalty and obedience from you. Do you all agree? Everyone answered in unison, loyalty, obedience. Yao nodded solemnly, very good, everyone get ready to go to Shanghai City. There, someone will meet you and arrange training. Yao pointed to the three people in front of him and said, you three step out of the line and state your names. The three stepped forward in unison, clearly stating their names. I'm Cao Hu, Qin Bing, Du Lang. He explained, you three performed very well, I will send you for special training. At the same time, your treatment will be better. Yao warned in a serious tone, but I remind you, once you join this training, you will enter a different world. There will be no turning back. Does anyone want to withdraw? Answered resolutely, we will not withdraw. Yao crossed his arms and praised, very good, you will take the first-class flight to Shanghai City. I will give each of you 5 million as consolation for having to live away from home. Upon hearing the money, the three immediately got excited and promised to follow every order. The scene shifted to Hangcheng City, where Yihao took Junbo to a roadside restaurant. He cheerfully said, Junbo, this dish is really good, eat up, have some more. Yihao also picked up a lobster and ate it. The bodyguards had already left for Shanghai. We have some private time. He happily responded, that's right, boss. Suddenly, a convoy of luxury cars stopped nearby. Seeing the people getting out of the cars, others started whispering. Which young master is out shopping today? Wherever these people show up, there's no good news. It's best to stay away. Don't get involved with these troublemakers. Looked over and said, boss, the person coming here is the one we used to clean the car the other day. Yihao calmly put a lobster in his mouth, ignoring them. Let's continue eating. We'll talk after we're full. The others angrily walked over to the nearby tables, shouting, move, go away, what are you looking at? If you don't leave, I'll teach you a lesson later. Zai Sheng walked over, accompanied by De Jun and Zhang Su. You're the one who hit Zhang Su, right? Yihao didn't respond, only sighed. Zai Sheng angrily asked, are you dumb? Didn't you hear what I said? Zai Sheng smirked, his face full of mockery, you're so arrogant, not answering me. Yihao glanced at him, his gaze cold, who are you and why should I talk to you? Zhang Su gritted his teeth, brat with me here, you dare be arrogant. Wait a minute, I'll beat you so you can't get up and make you crawl through my legs. Yihao slightly crouched, laughing mockingly. You think you can rely on this group of trash you're leading? He waved his hand dismissively. I only need one hand to knock them all down. Zai Sheng narrowed his eyes, his gaze full of coldness. I've met many arrogant people, but someone like you is the first. I hope later you can still act so arrogantly. With that, Zai Sheng straightened his back and signaled his subordinates, brothers, today we have to teach him a lesson he'll never forget. I will bear all the consequences. The subordinates were excited. Everyone was eager. Today you're dead for sure. Before they could even touch Yihao, he made his move swiftly, go die. The others gaped, how is this person so strong? No wonder he can face hundreds of people alone without changing his expression. His real strength is astonishing. The others couldn't believe their eyes, standing frozen. A sense of helplessness spread, but at the same time they couldn't deny Yihao's incredible strength. He had won easily, and no one dared to approach or touch him anymore. He shrank back, his face showing clear fear. Too powerful. Tun Ban sat in a corner, munching on snacks. These people are so weak, how could they possibly be a match for brother Yihao? Zai Qing wasn't afraid at all, instead clapping in applause. He stepped forward with a smile and said, bad, you really have some skill. It's a pity you've offended the wrong person. Your end today will surely be miserable. Zai Qing waved his hand, ordering him to step forward. De Jun, it's your turn now. A confident smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, young Master Zai. De Jun cracked his knuckles and moved closer. Although he didn't want to fight, this was young Master Zai's order, and today he had no choice but to act. Zhang Hu stood aside, his face full of delight, thinking to himself, Jun, you must teach this guy a lesson he'll never forget. Subordinates who had just taken a beating couldn't hold back their cheers. With Brother Jun making his move, that guy is dead for sure. Brother Jun will definitely teach him a lesson. Brother Jun, kill him. He stood at the back, full of confidence. The Jun was very powerful, a top challenger known throughout the city. Defeating this kid was as easy as flipping a switch. He cast a disdainful glance at the group, thinking to himself, a bunch of useless people. Why are there always some who don't know their limits and challenge Brother Yihao? He roared and threw a powerful punch. Die. Yihao took a defensive stance, ready to counter. He frowned, his face full of contempt. You're too weak. With just one hand, Yihao blocked De Jun's punch. He stared in disbelief, unable to believe what had just happened. The subordinates were panicked, their faces pale, realizing the strength of this young man. No way, Brother Jun couldn't even defeat him. Is Brother Jun purposely letting that kid win? Angrily yelled, De Jun, what are you doing? Why aren't you killing him already? Zai Qing still hadn't realized that he was about to fail. De Jun, today you don't need to hold back, use your ultimate technique. Teach him a lesson. Losing patience, Yihao punched him straight in the stomach, causing blood to spurt out. Get lost, as a martial artist, you're actually helping the enemy. Do you know what it means to attack an ordinary person today? De Jun collapsed to the ground, blood spilling everywhere. The subordinates stared in disbelief. This can't be real, how could this happen? Brother Jun really lost. Zhang Hu and the others were shocked, standing there cursing. De Jun, you're a useless fool and you couldn't handle him. Bent down and struggled to stand up, clutching his wounds. Looking at Yihao, he spoke. Young Master Zai, I will answer your question later. May I ask who you are that I would lose so completely? This person was incredibly strong. With one move, he had broken my bones. Yihao answered coldly, my name is Yihao. Today I will teach you a lesson you will never forget. De Jun's eyes widened when he heard the name. What? Yihao, could it be that you are the person from Shanghai City? Yihao smirked and nodded. Looks like you know quite a bit. He quickly cupped his fists, his gaze full of respect. Today, De Jun failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended young Master Yi. I beg young Master Yi to punish me. Yihao turned coldly and reminded him, if you know you've made a mistake, I won't make things difficult for you. You may leave, but remember, never attack ordinary people again. If not, even if I let you go today, someone else will deal with you in the future. De Jun quickly nodded. Thank you, young Master Yi, for your guidance. He then knelt and bowed. Young Master Yi, if you don't mind, I would like to follow you. Yihao gave a slight smile, looking amused. Follow me. Since you know me, you must have heard of my enemies. Are you afraid of death? He raised his head, his voice full of determination. I'm not afraid. Young Master Yi, my entire family was killed by the Blood Vengeance sect. I know you also have a vendetta against them. I want to take revenge. In Yihao's eyes, a glimmer of joy flashed. He thought to himself, once you follow me, there's no turning back. I'll give you some time to think about it. De Jun confidently slapped his chest and declared clearly, no need to think, either I die or the Blood Vengeance sect does. Young Master Yi, I have decided to follow you. Zai Qing, standing nearby, immediately roared in anger. What did you say about young Master Yi? Found it repulsive. De Jun, I called you here to help me deal with him. Why are you now leaning towards that damn brat? De Jun furrowed his brows, his expression cold. Young Master Zai, I understand what you're saying, but young Master Yi is not someone we can offend. Please mind your words and action. His bloodshot eyes glared intensely. Mind your words, De Jun, you better make it clear. Zai Qing, who do you think I am? What nonsense are you talking about with young Master Yi? Zai Qing, today I will teach you a lesson. He stepped forward, his fists ready to strike. If that's the case, young Master Yi. Zai Qing, frightened, stepped back. De Jun, do you dare to hit me? Before he could finish his sentence, De Jun punched him square in the face, causing Zai Qing's teeth to fly out. The blow sent him flying backwards, his mouth full of blood. De Jun's anger exploded fiercely. Zai Qing, considering our past relationship, I'll spare you this time. If there is a next time, you won't get another chance like today. He groaned in pain, some of his teeth falling out. His face bruised, Zai Qing turned and screamed at his subordinates. Are you all blind? Get up and teach De Jun a lesson. Subordinates regained their senses and quickly stood up. Yes, Brother Jun, sorry. Brother Jun, have you forgotten the influence of Zai Qing in this city? He seemed to ignite a fire, reminding everyone that no matter how strong you were, offending young Master Yi was unforgivable. He's the only one who can help me take revenge. After saying this, De Jun immediately charged in, clearing out the whole group. He moved towards Zai Qing, who was trembling in fear, stammering, De Jun, you can't do this. I was the one who paid to bring people here. De Jun casually threw a punch, not caring. Young Master Zai, the mistake you made was picking a fight with young Master Yi. Zai Qing was sent flying far away, just as a car came rushing toward them. Zhang Hu was trembling, muttering non-stop. How could this be? Even De Jun is siding with him. Who exactly is this kid? After handling the situation, De Jun walked over and bowed his head to Yihao. Young Master Yi, I have taken care of this matter. Yihao nodded. De Jun, you did well. His words stunned De Jun, who thought to himself, I like smart people, but I don't like being used by others. You understand what I mean? De Jun quickly confirmed, I understand. From now on, De Jun is willing to obey all of young Master Yi's orders. I'll go up a mountain of knives or into a sea of fire without hesitation. Yi Hao stepped forward, placing his hand on his shoulder. Remember what you said today. Suddenly, the sound of a ringtone echoed. De Jun stared in shock, thinking young Master Yi is such an impressive person, but his ringtone is so out of place. As soon as the phone was picked up, the voice on the other end was frantic. Yi Hao, you need to come back right now. Something's happened. Lang Kaio is injured. Hearing this, Yi Hao's face turned pale. What? Don't worry, I will come back immediately. Yi Hao shouted loudly on the phone, Tun Ban, De Jun, get ready, we're heading back to Shanghai City now. The group quickly rushed to Shanghai City People's Hospital. Yi Hao stood outside the hospital room asking, Huo Feng, what exactly happened? She winked and nodded towards Zai Huan. He asked her, it was my fault. That person originally wanted to kill me. Miss Yan rushed forward and shielded me. I never expected to be stabbed. It's my fault. Huo Feng, seeing her distressed, gently patted her shoulder in comfort. Miss Nang Guo, don't blame yourself. It's all the work of those damn bastards from the Lone Blade sect. With Dr. Yi by her side, Ling Kaio would surely be safe. He frowned, recalling the name Luan Dao sect. She nodded and began to recount. Yes, Luan Dao sect, they have assassins ranked in the top 3 for hunting Miss Nang Kung. When Ling Kaio was protecting Miss Nang Kung and got seriously injured, Yihan asked suspiciously, do you know why they sent an assassin? Huo Feng shook her head. Luan Dao sect always operates in secret. No one has ever uncovered anything. After hearing this, he angrily punched the wall. Damn it, even if I'm late, one day I'll destroy them all. She hurriedly comforted him. Yihan, don't lose heart. If she endures the pain, Officer Yen might survive today. His eyes showed unmistakable determination. He reassured her, don't worry, if I've returned, I'll definitely save Ling Kaio. Leading him there, someone opened the door from outside. Dr. Lin barked coldly, who dares to spout nonsense here? We can't even guarantee a full recovery for the patient. Yen ground his teeth in opposition. Just because you can't treat her doesn't mean no one else can. He pushed past the team of doctors. Useless lot, out of the way, he shouted angrily. You're just a reckless brat causing chaos in the hospital. Dr. Lin looked at her, Captain Huo Feng. Why can't you manage your people properly? We won't be responsible for any risk to the patient inside. She replied coldly. No need for responsibility now, we've already invited the Divine Doctor. He clenched his teeth, his voice stern. Divine Doctor, Captain Huo Feng, I warn you. The patient inside has only a 10% chance of survival. We are preparing surgery. If you cause chaos and the patient dies, we will not be responsible. Ignoring Dr. Lin's warning, Yihan opened the room door and stepped in. His feet stopped, eyes scanning as he barked. Fools, get inside. Yihan pointed 2 fingers directly at Ling Kaio. Hun Guya stood frozen, watching every move, the brat oblivious to danger. Standing there, thinking he was Hua Chuo. Holding acupuncture needles, does he really think he is Hua Chuo? Idiot. He wiped sweat from his forehead. Zai Zun quickly cleaned and asked, Yihan, will Miss Yan be all right? He nodded, don't worry, with me here, Ling Kaio will be fine. Dr. Lin continued shouting, this brat doesn't know heaven from earth. Waving his hands over the patient, how can she survive? Do you think we're fools? He glanced at him, eyes full of contempt. So sorry, I'm too lazy to argue with fools. You're the real idiot. He snapped. What did you say, brat? Repeat that if you dare. The patient was the victim, yet he was so bold. Ling Kaio looked around and asked, what are you all doing here? Her complexion returned to a healthy pink. The group hurried to check on her continuously. Ling Kaio was awake. Miss Yan, it's good that you're all right. Dr. Lin was shocked, hair standing on end. He stepped closer and placed a hand on her shoulder. Ling Kaio, are you all right? She smiled. I'm fine, thank you, Yihan. He patted his chest confidently. Your wound has just healed, you should rest. Leave Luan Dao sect to me. Ling Kaio silently watched him leave. Yihan unfortunately already has a girlfriend. Dr. Lin smiled warmly. Young man, may I ask who your master is? Where did you learn acupuncture, if possible? He calculated inwardly. Yihan's skill was impressive. If he could learn it, his status and reputation in the medical world would rise. He frowned and shouted, no, get lost. Yihan yelled loudly. Quack doctors like you, even if you knew you couldn't learn it, move aside. Doctors behind whispered, never expected this young man's medical skills to be so high level. Had we treated him well earlier, we would have had a chance to learn advanced techniques. He looked at the computer screen and asked, Huo Feng, where are the ones who injured Ling Kaio? Have you tracked them down? Hearing Yihan ask, she panicked. Don't act rashly, they are all elite assassins. Wait for me to call the entire security bureau to the triage, then intercept and eliminate them. He gritted his teeth. I never delay in reporting. No matter how strong they are, today they die. That evening, at an abandoned construction site on the outskirts, flames surrounded Yihan as he stepped forward with his sword. Luan Dao sect, come out and die for me. The leader of Luan Dao sect, their top assassin, appeared. Tell me to die? Yihan's face darkened, too confident, daring to harm someone. Today you die? He signaled his subordinates, uncertain who would fall first. Charge, eliminate him. The subordinates formed up, massive swords thrust forward. The assassin laughed cruelly, full of confidence. Their attack technique was unique to Luan Dao-sek. Even skilled fighters would struggle to dodge. If this brat survived, he would be seriously injured. He raised his sword, a golden dragon appearing. Minor tricks and you dare swing axes at me? Witness the might of the celestial dragon. It opened its mouth, shattering the attack and pushing back the subordinates. They lay scattered on the ground, unable to believe their eyes. How is this possible? Our combined ultimate attack was broken. Fear showed clearly on his face. What? That brat killed 2 top subordinates with 1 strike. Is he really that strong? Yihan passed over their bodies, advancing without hesitation. Next was the assassin. He drew 2 swords and attacked. If you want to kill me, you'll pay dearly. As he spoke, the sharp blade sliced across his neck. The assassin clutched his neck, blood gushing, stammering, "No, how can this be? I am Luan Dao-sek's #1 assassin." He stepped forward, not looking back. "You're not worthy of making me pay." He walked leisurely in the night wind, making a call. "Doi Nhi, what's going on? I'm handling something outside." She panicked, pleading for help. "Doi Nhi, members of Blood Hand Hall have arrived. You need to get back." He worried but lost signal. "Doi Nhi, how's it there?" Yihan muttered, immediately leaving. "Damn it, if anything happens to my girlfriend or family." He gritted his teeth tense. "I'll kill all of you, not sparing a single one." Scene shifted to the main gate of Sun High Mansion, led by a shouting, murderous mob. Yihan had gone after Luan Dao-sek. They had to seize the chance to trap him. Luan Dao-sek couldn't hold out long. Timing was critical. "This time next year will be your downfall." Hon Thin's group blocked them, stopping them, determined to wait for Yihan's return, risking their lives. A sinister smile spread across his face. This plan of the brilliant strategist excluded Yihan, leaving only the trash. "If you know what's wise, hand over the young master. If not, today you all die here." The immortal clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with disdain as he stared at Ta Xiao Feng, determined not to hand him over even in death. Yun Hai coldly waved his hand, ordering everyone present to be killed. Subordinates cheered at the command, while Tuan's group stood firm, defiantly stating they would not submit even if it meant death. The 3 girls nearby cried and screamed for help. Xiao Han called for Yihan, worried that his presence was urgently needed. Yihan observed calmly, coldly noting the situation was growing tense and preparing to act. Immediately, Yun Hai charged forward with a shout, wielding his sword. Hon Thin saw this and grew anxious, realizing the danger. She screamed as she saw him about to be attacked. Suddenly, an angry voice rang out from behind. Hon Thin immediately acted, swinging her weapon to knock Yun Hai back. Yihan was surprised to see him still alive, turning to comment that the others could only stall for a short while. He stood behind, worriedly saying that everyone was about to be overwhelmed. Don Enhai's group rejoiced at Yihan's return, once again placing their hopes on him. Yihan pounded his chest and promised to resolve the problem. Yu Fuang spoke words of encouragement, and Yihan confidently felt that it was not too late to act. Yihan pointed his sword at Yun Hai, declaring that he could not take advantage of his absence to attack his loved ones. He proclaimed that Yun Hai would die today. Yun Hai sneered, confident that Yihan could not win, recalling that last time he had help from a master. This time, however, he brought 5 war generals, certain he could kill Yihan. All 5 war generals attacked Yihan simultaneously, unleashing powerful techniques like Blazing Fire, Divine Eagle, and Black Tiger Heart Piercer. Yihan countered with his own formidable sword skills. Yihan created a protective circle, sending out small flying swords that pierced the opponents before they could react, leaving them in shock at his overwhelming power. The generals and their subordinates were stunned, unable to believe Yihan could defeat all 5 alone. Yun Hai's rage intensified, and Hon Thin's group prepared to fight. Hon Thin ordered everyone to attack, shouting warnings that the enemy was counterattacking. Yihan remained calm, directing his team with determination to win. Finally, all of Yun Hai's opponents and subordinates were defeated. Hon Thin happily congratulated Yihan, realizing that the Blood Hand sect forces had been completely vanquished. Yihan cheerfully said that it was not over yet. If they wanted Xiao Feng, he would respond with full force. Hon Thin, puzzled, asked about Yihan's intentions, and he proposed a bold plan: to cut off a part of Xiao Feng's body and return it to the enemy to show that he would not be easily subdued. Hon Thin was intrigued by the plan and agreed. The scene then shifted to the next day, with everyone preparing to enjoy a sunny outdoor outing. Yihan smiled, recalling the recent days filled with battles. He decided to take Don Nhi and the girls out for leisure. A call from a nearby elderly Taoist made them pause. Yihan declined, unwilling to have his fortune told, asserting that he controlled his own destiny. Don Nhi, however, was curious and eager to try. Elderly Taoist enthusiastically read Don Nhi's fortune, saying she would have a fulfilling life. Yet upon seeing something unusual, he exclaimed that her destiny was extraordinary. Don Nhi was delighted by the Taoist's prediction. eagerly giving him money, finding his words pleasing to hear. Deepan slowly stepped down from the platform. If that's how you feel, I see you are quite strong, then let's have a fight. Old Wang thought to himself, a filthy brat dares to make us obey him, today I'll put him on the ground. Deepan looked at Old Wang, eyes full of challenge, and whispered, then let's test ourselves. Group murmured among themselves, this young master is asking for death. Old Wang is the strongest among us. Good, we'll see if he really has the power. This young master must be trash, if so, let's stop training. Tuan Bon stood at a distance and laughed loudly. Stupid kid daring to challenge big brother Deepan. Old Wang crossed his arms, arrogantly staring at Deepan. Kid, don't say I'm bullying you. I'll give you 3 dimensions. Deepan shook his head, answering calmly, no need, you better act fast, too late and you won't get a chance. Old Wang roared, fists clenched in rage. Then I'll show you my power. Deepan raised a finger and said coldly, too weak, just 1 finger is enough. Deepan easily blocked Old Wang's punch. Old Wang was shocked. What? Deepan snapped his fingers coldly. A beam of light was shot towards him. Old Wang was immediately knocked backward, spitting out a large mouthful of blood, unable to defend himself, and fell hard to the floor. Old Wang struggled to get up, his face full of disbelief, staring at Yi Han in shock. How is this possible? Is he really this strong? Meanwhile, the people around him began whispering. Unbelievable, just 1 move and the young master knocked his opponent away. There must be something wrong, it was just a single finger. Could it be that we have misjudged this person? Yi Han turned to look at them, his voice cold. A weakling like him, overestimating himself. People like him don't deserve to stay here. You should leave immediately. I already had a plan to recruit them, but people like him must be eliminated immediately. Old Wang stood up, angrily saying, I'll go then, do you want me to stay? I don't need to stay here. He turned to his subordinates and shouted, wants to come with me? A person like him doesn't deserve to be our leader. I suggest you brothers come with me, it will definitely be better than staying with him. One by one, hands were raised. I'll go with you, I'll go too, me too. Those who wanted to leave, Yi Han pointed and told them they could leave immediately. Won't stop you, Old Wang smirked. Brothers, let's go. As he stepped outside, he didn't forget to mock those staying behind. Following a kid like him who's not even grown up, there's no future in that. Yi Han calmly watched the group leave, then turned to those still present. I'm glad everyone chose to stay. Earlier you chose me and now I'll choose you. Everyone looked at each other, not understanding the meaning of his words. He explained, I don't accept useless people. Now, everyone, charge forward. The last one standing will become an employee of my company. The group was immediately confused. What do you mean by that? You don't want to live anymore. You think you can fight against hundreds of us by yourself. Just bluffing, Yi Han laughed provocatively. Let's see if I'm bluffing or not. He charged forward, unleashing his strength, rushing straight towards them. The others also charged forward, unwilling to back down. You think you're Yi Wen? You think you can defeat us big talkers? A series of collisions echoed in the room. After a fight, more than half of the people had been pushed back by Yi Han. Without stopping, he used his secret techniques to defeat them quickly. The floor was now littered with fallen people, and Yi Han noticed 3 who remained standing behind. Seeing the 3 people battered but still managing to stay upright, he couldn't help but praise them. You 3 are not bad. Yi Han secretly admired them. These 3 have strong abilities and can become leaders here. While the others were struggling to get up, Yi Han made a suggestion. The enemy is the path to death. Now, those who get up within 30 seconds will earn 1 million a month. If you get up within 30 seconds, you'll earn 500,000. And if you get up within 1 minute, your salary will be 10,000. Anyone who can't get up in 1 minute, please leave. Upon hearing this offer, everyone was stunned. But such good treatment, I must get up quickly, I can't miss this opportunity. More and more people tried to get up. Yi Han waved his hand, smiling. Congratulations, everyone, you've been selected for my company. Everything I've said is now in effect. Now I require loyalty and obedience from all of you. Do you agree? Everyone replied in unison. Loyalty, obedience. Yi Han became serious again. Very good. Next, everyone prepare to head to Shanghai City. Someone will pick you up there and organize training for you. The group stood still, replying in unison. Understood. Yi Han pointed at the 3 people. You 3 step outside. The 3 of them stepped forward, shouting loudly. Yes, then they each announced their names. I'm Cao Hu, Qin Bing, Du Lang. Yi Han walked up to them and explained. You 3 performed very well. Next, I will take you to advanced training. This means you will become stronger. Of course, the treatment for you 3 will also be better. Yi Han changed his tone, warning, let me remind you first. Once they agreed to join the training, they stepped into a different world with no way out. Among the 3 who wants to back out, they firmly said, we won't back out. He crossed his arms and nodded in approval. Very good, tomorrow you will board a first-class flight to Sunhai City. I'll give each of you 5 million. Money is considered as compensation for living away from home. When they heard about the money, the three immediately became eager, swearing to obey without hesitation. The scene transitions to Hangcheng City, where Yihan takes Tuan Buan to a vendor restaurant. He cheerfully says, Tuan Buan, this dish is very delicious. Eat it, eat a lot. Yihan also takes a lobster and starts eating it. The bodyguards have already left for Sunhai, and now they have a little private time. He smiled and replied, Big brother Yihan is absolutely right. At that moment, a luxury convoy stopped right next to him and Tuan Buan. People got out of the cars, the crowd murmured, which young master is it today coming to shop? People quickly assumed that wherever this group of troublemakers appeared, nothing good would happen, so they hurriedly left. Warned, it's no good getting involved with this bunch of scoundrels. He looked over and said, Big brother Yi, someone's coming, it's the guy we used to clean the car last time. Yihan calmly continued eating the lobster. Ignore them, eat, drink, and we'll talk after we're full and tipsy. Group stormed towards the nearby tables and shouted, move the goods, get lost, what are you looking at? Leave now or I'll teach you a lesson. Tu Than stepped forward with Dai Quan and Triwang Hu. You're the one who beat Triwang Huck, right? He didn't answer, only sighed. The man angrily asked, what are you, deaf or blind? Tu Than stood in front, pretending not to see, with a mocking expression. You're very arrogant, you won't even answer me. Yihan stared at Tu Than with sharp eyes. Triwang Huck glared and gritted his teeth. Who do you think you are? Why should I talk to you? With your bodyguards here, you're still so arrogant. Wait until I beat you to the ground. And slightly leaned back and sneered. You think your trashy group can stand up to me? I could defeat them all with one hand. Tu Than's eyes were sharp, looking at him with arrogance. I've met many arrogant people, but you're the first one like this. I hope you remain this arrogant after I'm done with you. After saying this, he signaled to his subordinates. Boys, today we'll teach him a lesson he'll never forget. I'll bear the consequences alone. Subordinates cheered. You're dead today. You can pick a fight with anyone, but why provoke Tu Than? Before they could even touch Yihan, he swiftly struck. Go die. The others stood there stunned, unable to believe how powerful he was. Despite that, Yihan's expression didn't change. His strength was overwhelming. The man shrank back, clearly scared. So strong, too strong. Tuan Buan sat in a corner munching on snacks. These people are so weak. How could they be a match for big brother Yihan? Tu Than was unfazed, clapping his hands in admiration as he stepped forward. Not bad, you do have some skill. Too bad you've picked the wrong person to mess with. Your end today will be very tragic. Tu Than raised his hand and ordered his man to step forward. Dai Quan, now it's your turn to fight. A confident smile appeared on his face. Don't worry, Tu Than. Dai Quan cracked his knuckles, closing in. Although I don't want to fight you, this is Tu Than's order. Today I must be rude. Quan, you must teach him a lesson he will never forget. The subordinates couldn't contain their excitement, cheering. With Brother Quan, this guy is done for. Brother Quan beat him to death. He stood behind, confident that Dai Quan was strong enough to easily defeat this kid. Han looked at them with disdain. A bunch of useless people. Why do some people never know their limits when challenging Big Brother Yi? Han looked at them with a sneer, frustrated with those who didn't know their own limits when facing Big Brother. He growled and threw a powerful punch, but Deep Han immediately took a defensive stance, ready to counter. Go die. Frowned, showing clear contempt. You're too weak now. With just one hand, Deep Han blocked the army's strike. He gaped in disbelief. How could this be? The subordinates panicked, their faces pale. The strength of this kid is so great. How could the general not defeat him? Is he deliberately letting this kid win? He angrily growled, General, what are you doing? Hurry up and kill him. Tu Than didn't realize that he was about to lose. General, you don't need to hold back today. Use all your tricks and teach him a lesson. Punched the man straight in the stomach, causing blood to spill out. Get lost. How can a martial artist like you join forces with the enemy? If you had targeted an ordinary citizen today, do you know what would happen? The general fell to the ground. Blood spread across the ground. The subordinates stared in shock, unable to believe it. This can't be real, can it? The general was really defeated. Zhang Hu and the others were terrified, standing there shouting, General, you're useless. General couldn't handle him. He bent over and struggled to stand. Tu Ziu, I'll answer your question later. The general, injured, looked at Deep Han and asked, May I ask who you are that made me lose so decisively? This person is very strong. He broke my bones with just one move. Deep Han coldly replied, My name is Deep Han. Today I'll teach you a lesson that you will never forget. The general's eyes widened when he heard his name. What? Deep Han, could it be you are the one from Shanghai City? Deep Han smiled slightly, nodding. Seems like you know a lot. He quickly cupped his hands, his gaze full of respect. Today, General failed to recognize the greatness of Tai Shan. I offended young Master Deep. Please forgive me. Deep Han coldly turned away and reminded him. If you know you were wrong, I won't make things difficult for you. You may leave, but remember, never strike an ordinary person again. Otherwise, even if I forgive you today, someone will come to deal with you another day. The general quickly nodded. Thank you for pointing that out, young Master Deep, then kneeled and bowed. Young Master Deep, if you don't mind. General wanted to follow him. Deep Han slightly raised his lip, looking pleased. Follow me if you know me. Perhaps you've heard of my enemies. Aren't you afraid of dying? He looked up, his voice full of resolve. Not afraid, young Master Deep. My whole family was killed by the Blood Revenge Party. I know you also have a grudge against them. I also want revenge. A gleam of joy flashed in Deep Han's eyes. Once you follow me, there will be no turning back. I'll give you time to think it over. The general confidently patted his chest and declared, no need to think, either I die or the Blood Revenge Party does. Young Master Deep, I've decided to follow you. Tu Than immediately roared in anger. What's all this about young Master Deep? It's disgusting. General, I called you here to help me handle him. Why are you now relying on that useless person? Frowned, his expression cold. Tu Ziu, I understand what you're saying, but young Master Deep is not someone we can offend. Please be careful with your words and actions. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared. Watch your words. General, you need to make it clear. Tu Than, who the hell am I? What young Master Deep nonsense? Today I'm going to teach him a lesson. He stepped forward, fists ready to strike. If that's the case, Tu Ziu, I won't hold back anymore. The man stepped back in fear. General, where do you dare to hit me? Before he could finish, a punch struck his face, knocking Tu Than's teeth out. The punch sent him flying backward, his mouth full of blood. The general's rage erupted fiercely. Tu Than, considering our past relationship, I'll let you go this time. If there's a next time, you won't have another chance like today. He groaned in pain, his teeth falling out. His face bruised. Tu Than turned and screamed at his subordinates. You all blind? Why don't you rush up and teach this general a lesson? The subordinates regained their senses and rushed forward. General, I'm sorry. General, have you forgotten the influence of Tu Ziu in this city? He burst into flames, reminding everyone, no matter how strong you are, once you offend young Master Deep, it's over. He is the only one who can help me take revenge. After finishing his words, Daejun quickly charged in, clearing the crowd. He approached the man, who stammered, unable to speak. Daejun, you can't do this. I paid you to come here. He calmly launched his attack without a care. Tu, you were wrong to provoke Yi Shao. The man was thrown back, and at that moment a car rushed forward. Feng trembled all over, mumbling non-stop. How could this happen? Even Daejun sided with him. What kind of person is this kid? After finishing, he stepped forward and bowed. Yi Shao, I've handled it. Yi Han nodded and said, Daejun, you did well. His words stunned him. I like smart people, but I don't like being used. You understand me, right? He flinched and confirmed, I understand. From now on, Daejun will obey every order of Yi Shao, climb mountains or dive into fire, never refuse. Han stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. Remember everything you said today. Suddenly, a phone ringtone sounded. The tone made Daejun's eyes widen in surprise. Yi Shao is so formidable, but this ringtone doesn't match his style at all. As soon as he answered, she hurriedly said, Yi Han, come back quickly, something happened, Ling Kaio is hurt. Hearing this, his face went pale. What? Don't worry, I'll return immediately. Yi Han shouted, Junban, Daejun, get ready to move. We'll return to Songhai City. They rushed to Songhai City People's Hospital. Yi Han stood outside the ward and asked about her condition. Yuo Feng, what exactly happened? She blinked and gestured toward Zai Zun. Ask him. Zai Zun burst into tears, tears streaming like rain. It's my fault. That person originally tried to assassinate me. Miss Yan rushed forward to protect me. Unexpectedly, she was stabbed. It's my fault. Seeing her agitated, Yuo Feng gently patted her shoulder. Miss Nam Kung, don't blame yourself too much. It's all the work of those bastards from the Luan Dao sect. Don't worry, with Dr. Yi here, Ling Kaio will be fine. Yi Han frowned, repeating Luan Dao sect. She nodded and began explaining. Yes, the Luan Dao sect sent one of their top 3 assassins to hunt Miss Nam Kung. Ling Kaio was seriously injured while protecting her. Yi Han asked skeptically, do you know why they sent an assassin? Yuo Feng shook her head. The Luan Dao sect keeps everything secret. Nothing has been uncovered until now. Hearing this, he slammed his fist against the wall in anger. Damn it, one day I'll wipe them all out. She hurriedly comforted him. Yihan, don't be discouraged. She's lying in bed. If you can't endure, the police might not save her today. His eyes showed determination. Don't worry, if I've returned, I will save Ling Kaio. Let's go, take me there. From outside, someone opened the door and stepped in. Who dares make trouble here? Dr. Lin, followed by other doctors, shouted coldly. Experts like us can't guarantee full recovery, and you claim you can do it. Yihan gritted his teeth, objecting. If you can't do it, don't think others can't. He dashed past the doctors. Useless fools move, he was furious. You're just a kid daring to cause chaos in a hospital. Dr. Lin glared at her. Captain Huo Feng, why don't you manage your people properly? What if the patient inside dies? We won't take responsibility. He replied coldly, you don't need to take responsibility now. We've invited the divine doctor ourselves. He gritted his teeth, warning sternly, Divine Doctor, Captain Huo Feng, I warn you, the patient inside only has a 10% chance of survival. We're still figuring out the surgery method. But if you insist on causing trouble and the patient dies, we won't be responsible. Ignoring Dr. Lin's warning, Yihan opened the door and entered. Stopped, looked inside, and shouted, Idiot! Inside, Yihan pointed at Ling Kaio. His heart raced. He constantly monitored everything. This brat thinks he's Hua Chuo. Holding the golden needle, does he really think he's Hua Chuo? What a fool. He withdrew his hand, lightly brushing the sweat off his forehead. All right. Zai Hun immediately stepped forward to ask Han and Yihan, Miss Yan, is she really going to be okay? He nodded. Don't worry, I'm here. Ling Kaio will definitely be fine, Dr. Lin stubbornly shouted, oblivious to everything. Waving your arms at a patient's bedside, do you think that can save them? Do you take us for fools? Han cast a glance, his eyes full of contempt. Sorry, I'm too lazy to argue with fools. You really are an idiot. Those words made him furious. You, what did you just say? Kid, say that again if you dare. Clearly you harmed the patient, yet you still dare to speak boldly here. Ling Kaio glanced around and asked, what are you all doing here? Her complexion had returned to a healthy pink. The group rushed over anxiously, bombarding her with questions. Ling Kaio is awake. Ling Kaio is finally awake. Miss Yan, it's good that you're all right. Dr. Lin's eyes widened in astonishment, hair standing on end. Awake, he stepped closer, gently placing his hands on her shoulders. Ling Kaio, are you okay? She smiled. I'm fine, thank you, Yihan. He confidently patted his chest. Your wound has just healed, you should rest more. I'll handle the matters of the lone blade sect. Ling Kaio sat dazedly, watching him leave. Yihan, it's a pity you already have a girlfriend, if only. Dr. Lin smiled, his expression friendly. Young man, may I ask who your master is? He continued to probe about the origin of his acupuncture techniques, silently calculating. This kid's acupuncture skills were indeed impressive. If he could learn them, his status and position in the medical world would rise significantly. Yihan frowned, shouting angrily. No, impossible, get lost. Yihan shouted, words raining down on him. A quack like you, even if you knew. You still wouldn't learn it. Get out of my way, the doctors behind murmured. I didn't expect this young man's medical skills to be so extraordinary. If we had known, we would have treated him better. What a missed chance to learn such advanced acupuncture techniques. Looking at the computer screen on the desk, he asked, Fire Phoenix, where are the ones who injured Ling Kaio? Have they been located? Hearing Yihan's question, she panicked. At the abandoned construction site on the outskirts. Yihan, don't act rashly, they are all elite assassins. Wait for me to call the security bureau for backup, then we sweep in and eliminate them. He gritted his teeth, each word sharp and cold. I've never delayed my revenge. No matter how strong they are, they will die today. At night, at the abandoned construction site on the outskirts. Flames erupted around Yihan as he charged forward with his sword. Lone Blade Sect, come out and die at my hands. Lead the Lone Blade Sect, number 1 assassin shows up and you tell me to die. Don't you think you're overconfident? Yihan's face darkened, his voice low, causing chaos in Sun High City and daring to harm my people. Today you will die. He gestured for his subordinates to act. Who dies is not yet known. Charge, eliminate him. The subordinates formed a line, giant spears thrusting forward. Die, send him to the western heavens. The assassins smiled maliciously, radiating terrifying confidence. Their combined attack was a unique technique in the Lone Blade Sect. Even with my superior skills, I might not dodge in time. This kid, if not killed, will at least be seriously injured. He raised his sword, immediately summoning a golden dragon. Daring to swing axes in front of me with such petty tricks, witness the power of my heavenly dragon. It opened its mouth, shattering their attack and knocking back the subordinates. They lay on the ground, unable to believe their eyes. How is this possible? Combined ultimate technique has been broken. Fear was etched on his face. What? That brat killed my top 2 subordinates with a single strike. Is he really that strong? Yihan glided past their bodies, advancing without hesitation. Next, it's your turn. The assassin inhaled deeply, regaining composure, and lunged with his twin swords. Wanna kill me? I'll make you pay dearly. As he finished speaking, a sharp blade slashed across his neck. The assassin clutched his throat, blood gushing from his mouth, stammering, "No, this can't be. I consider myself the top assassin of the blade set. You move forward without looking back. Catching me will cost you dearly, and you're not capable." Deepan walked leisurely through the night wind and called Ronnie. "What's wrong? I'm just handling something outside." She panicked, urgently seeking Deepan's help. "The people from Bloodhand Hall have arrived. You need to come back quickly." He was worried but lost the signal. "Ronnie, how are you holding up?" Deepan muttered. Deepan cursed under his breath and immediately left. Damn Bloodhand Hall. If his girlfriend and family were in danger, he would grit his teeth, tense, and vow to kill them all, not sparing a single soul. The scene shifted to the main gate of the mansion, Sun Hai leading the shouting crowd. Deepan went searching for the Blade Sect. "We must seize this opportunity to capture him. The Blade Sect won't hold out long. We must act quickly. 1 year from now will be your downfall." The Hong Thien group blocked the front to hold them off, determined to wait for Deepan's return. "We'll risk our lives against you." Smile exuded malice. This advisor's plan was brilliant. With Deepan absent, only a group of weaklings remained. "You better act wisely and hand over our young master now. Otherwise, you'll die here today." That Diet gritted his teeth, eyes full of contempt. "Release Tiu Fong, dream on. Even if I die today, I won't hand him over." Sun Hai smiled coldly and waved his hand. "You refuse the new wine and want punishment. Kill everyone here, not a single one left alive." The subordinates cheered after hearing him. "Tuan's group, everyone hold your ground. If you're brave, come on, we aren't afraid of you. Even if we die, we won't surrender." The 3 girls here cried and screamed. "Little Han, come back quickly. Deepan, where are you now? We need you." He stood aside, watching the battle, snorting coldly. Commotion made Deepan realize he had to act. Soon after, Sun Hai smirked, wielded his blade, and charged. "Die!" Hong Thien glanced back, gritting his teeth. "This isn't good." Seeing him about to be attacked, she shouted, "Wait!" Suddenly, an angry voice rang out from behind. "The one who must die is him." Behind, Hong Thien swung and flung him away. Sun Hai was struck in the face by a sword. Deepan couldn't believe he had survived and returned. Seeing him safe and unharmed, he gritted his teeth. The Blade Sect weaklings could only hold out so long. He stood behind, worried, saying, "Han Zai, you finally returned. We almost couldn't hold out." Don Enhai's group spoke in unison. "Little Han, you finally came back. Deep Han, it's good you're back." He patted his chest, looking at them. "Sorry for returning late. Leave the rest to me." "You Fuang, go ahead. If you can return, it's not too late," she replied. "It's fine, just having you back is enough." Deepan turned, pointing his sword at Sun Hai. "The first battle, you dared to ambush my family and friends while I was gone. Today, you will die." Rose as if nothing had happened, brushing dust off himself. "I'm supposed to die here. Deepan, are you overreacting? Last time a master protected you so we couldn't kill you. Today I bring 5 war generals. Your death is certain," he coldly challenged. "Then try me." Everyone moved in unison, each charging forward. They attacked together. Lai Hu Shenung Triuang Black Tiger Dao Tam Thoi Tam Triuang Ma Hun Trao Hu Deep Dao. On this side, Deepan also began using his powers. He gripped his sword tightly, radiating fierce energy. In Yang Infinite Sword, a circle enveloped him. Deepan pointed forward, thousands of small swords flying out, striking them before they could react. "What kind of sword technique is this? No, save me. How is this possible? He's too strong." The bystanders were stunned. Number 1 War General, the boss. "Oh my god." Deepan defeated 5 famous war generals alone. Seeing this, Sun Hai's anger erupted violently. Hong Thien's group advanced, ready to fight fiercely, threatening them. "You better watch out for yourselves first. Kill them. Everyone, the moment to strike back has come." His face showed no emotion, decisively stating, "Today, everyone charges forward with full determination. Bloodhand Hall's people, not a single one spared." Soon after, the ground was littered with the bodies of the San H letter 1EA3I group and his subordinates. Hong Thien stood stunned, but also joyfully congratulated them. "Little Han, the people sent by the Bloodhand Hall this time have all been wiped out. I bet the face of that white-faced scholar will be beautiful now." DI letter 1EC7P Han happily replied, "But this isn't enough. Since they wanted to steal Tieru Fong, we should give them what they want." "Give them part of it?" Hong Thien asked in confusion. What do you mean? He excitedly made a suggestion to Chu Li letter 1 EC7T. Big brother, please chop off a part of Tieru Fang and bring it here to give to them, so that white-faced scholar will know. I letter 1 EC7P Han was not someone to be easily bullied. He was very excited by the idea and replied, understood, you can't come empty-handed. The next day, the early morning sunlight gently blended with the fresh air. Everyone gathered to go out for a walk. I letter 1 EC7P Han smiled, thoughtfully recalling the bloody days past that had worried Doan Nhi. Today, he would take them out for a break. Suddenly, a voice called out from ahead, "Come get your fortune told. I know the stars above and the way of the world below." The old Taoist priest nearby suddenly called out to them, "Hey, young man, pick a fortune. If it's not accurate, you don't have to pay." His voice was grim, with cold, sharp eyes suddenly appearing behind him as a warning. "No need, my fate is in my own hands. I don't need anyone to read my fortune." His attitude was completely different from DI letter 1 EC7P Han's. Doan Nhi seemed very intrigued. "I find this interesting. DI letter 1 EC7P Han, if you don't want to, then let me try." This statement left him completely stunned. The old Taoist priest joyfully approached her. "Let me see. You have a fortunate fate. You'll never go hungry or cold. Though you were sick as a child, you will live happily." At this point, he suddenly froze, exclaiming, "This isn't right." His voice became stammering. This, how can it be?" He continued, saying that the rest of her life would be like that of a phoenix, wealthy and prosperous, and she would live a life of abundance. These words left Doan Nhi in shock. Nhi held the money in her hand, smiling happily as she said, "The old Taoist speaks so pleasantly. Here, this is your money." He was very surprised when he looked at the money, unable to believe his eyes as he witnessed such an unusual event. It was truly a change of fate beyond imagination. The other two people were equally excited, approaching and starting to ask questions, leaving Yi Hao, who stood behind, in silence. "Master Taoist, could you tell me what my fate will be?" the two asked curiously. "I want to know about my fate too." He began to predict the fortunes of the two. "You were once a person of high status, but you will face betrayal and be shunned by others. Your life will fall into poverty, but you will eventually become a noble. Your fate was once that of a wandering life, dying young, but now it has changed to one of peace and enjoyment." "What? How could this be?" Humthine chuckled and thought, "This Taoist is truly accurate." Chulik also seemed amused, laughing lightly. "Indeed, it's interesting. If it weren't for Yi Hao, I might have already been buried." He quickly added, "All right, the fortune-telling is done, let's go. It's getting late, let's head back." At this moment, the Taoist looked towards Yi Hao and suddenly his expression changed. He was astounded, unable to believe his eyes. "This is impossible. A person who can change the fate of others, such a person is hard to find in 1,000 years. Could it be that all three of them have extraordinary fates?" Wanted to confirm his thoughts and began chanting a spell. A small flame appeared in his hand. His eyes gleamed as he formed rays of light with his hands. Beneath his feet, a magic array slowly began to glow. Heaven's eye! A burst of power erupted violently, causing his silhouette to fade as if he were a king. "What?" The Taoist was panicked, kneeling in fear. "A sage, a royal fate. My God, I've encountered such a person." The event caused a loud noise, turning everyone's heads. Yi Hao was stunned, not understanding what was happening. What happened to the Taoist? Why did he suddenly kneel? The Taoist tried to steady his trembling, forcing a smile and replying, "My legs are a bit weak. Can you help me up?" Inside, he thought to himself, "This is a sage of astrology, a rare person in 1,000 years. If I stay near him, my fate could change. I must find a way to stay close to him." He asked, "Is the Taoist all right? Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" The Taoist hurriedly approached Yi Hao, his eyes filled with excitement. "No need for a hospital. I've only just arrived in Shanghai City and haven't found a place to stay yet. I'm homeless." Before the Taoist could finish, Yi Hao quickly interrupted. "No, that can't be." Doi Nhi, standing beside them, couldn't take it anymore and pointed at the Taoist angrily. "Didn't you just accept payment for the fortune-telling? Why are you asking for more now?" The Taoist proudly said, "I can go to the living room, to the kitchen, write a letter, beat up thugs, and defeat a whole gang with one punch. My body is strong. Surely I am a suitable assistant. Taking me home won't be a loss." Yi Hao observed the Taoist, his eyes gleaming. The Taoist smiled excitedly and suggested, "So, young man, do you want to reconsider?" Yi Hao didn't answer immediately, instead thinking carefully. This Taoist wasn't an ordinary person and didn't seem malicious. If used well, he could become a strong ally. After thinking for a while, Yi Hao decided, "It's just one more pair of chopsticks in the house. Besides, we do have a spare room. Taoist, stay as long as you like." The Taoist was overjoyed. Wonderful, thank you so much, benefactor. She anxiously asked, aren't you worried he's a bad person? Hao smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Donan I won't misjudge him. The Taoist felt joy inside as his plan had succeeded at least for now. In the Blood Hand Hall's main hall, Ngok Duong angrily shouted, Go Tin, you're really quite the strategist. He kneeled on the ground, trembling as he listened to the scolding. You made me see my son's severed arm right after I left seclusion. Inside the box was a neatly placed arm. Ngok Duong's fury only grew. I think you've lived long enough, you can't even deal with a weakling. If it weren't for your years of service, I would have killed you already. Ngo Tin quickly apologized. I am at fault. I will go to Shanghai City, and I will definitely bring Yi Hao's head back this time. Ngok Duong turned and angrily asked, You still want to bring me his head? Haven't you seen how many of our Blood Hand Hall experts have died? Ngo Tin quickly admitted his fault. I dare not. Nin Veen, standing behind, respectfully asked, All Master, do you need me to arrange people to surround and eliminate Yi Hao? Ngok Duong coldly replied, No need. It's been many years since I've taken action, perhaps everyone has forgotten who we are. As he thought about his upcoming actions, his expression turned cold. I left seclusion to kill Yi Hao to strike fear into others. We'll make all of East Hua dare not oppose us again. In a garden, 4 people, Yi Hao, Chu Liat, Hon Thien, and Bat Diet, were drinking tea. He was the first to speak. Yi Hao, have you heard the news? Chu Liat anxiously explained, Ngok Duong, the Hall Master of Blood Hand Hall, has left seclusion. We chopped off one of his son's arms. He will definitely come to seek revenge. Hon Thien added, Ngok Duong is very strong, we can't underestimate him. Moreover, he is born ruthless. Back then, he relied on his strength to wipe out all of East Hua. Even if the 4 of us teamed up, we might not be his match. Yi Hao frowned slightly and asked, Ngok Duong is in the shadows, should we temporarily avoid him? Hao placed his teacup down and slowly replied, Since we dealt with Tiu Fang, we can no longer avoid him. He smiled confidently. Ngok Duong is strong, but we are not weak either. We can definitely handle him. Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out, You really talk big. Turning around, it was Ngo Tin and Nin Veen walking toward them. Looks like we can't avoid a fierce battle now. Ngok Duong angrily said, You killed my general, cut off my son's arm, Yi Hao, today is the day you perish. The other 3 didn't dare to act rashly. Only Yi Hao calmly replied, Many have tried to kill me, yet here I am, still alive and well. Hao stared directly into Ngok Duong's fiery gaze and continued, Their graves must have grown thick with grass by now. Ngok Duong, filled with rage, his face full of killing intent, snarled, Enough talking, you bastard. Release my son now, and I will let you die in one piece. Yi Hao smiled and provocatively said, No problem. Since Hall Master Jiang has come all the way here, after I treat your son to a nice meal, I'll send him back to you in pieces. How about that? Ngok Duong shouted, Yi Hao, today you've brought this upon yourself. I'll tear you into 100 pieces. Yi Hao drew his sword with a confident expression. Want to kill me? Try and see who will die. Chu Liat, Hon Thien, and Bat Diet quickly advised, Ngok Duong is no ordinary person, you must be careful. And 2, don't force it. This isn't something we can handle. We should retreat first. Hao confidently replied, It's fine. I've long wanted to take the title of East Hua's strongest from Ngok Duong. Ngok Duong angrily ordered, Quickly face my blood sea slash. Yihan, this move of mine gathers countless souls I have killed, and you are about to become one of them. You're not afraid, instead, a Bagua formation appears beneath Yihan. Sorry, but it looks like I might disappoint you. 2 large dragons immediately flew out from the Bagua formation, filled with yin-yang energy. They quickly defeated the bone soldiers summoned by Yun Chang. He widened his eyes in astonishment. What, you can easily dispel my blood sea sky-splitting palm? Wu Xing was just a surprise. The trump card of the sect leader was easily neutralized, leaving everyone stunned. The 3 others complimented Yihan. Good job, Yihan, I knew you could do it. Yihan's strength grew even further. He slowly stepped forward and stood before Yun Cheng. Your strength is just this much. Truly a name without substance, your son won't be going back with you today. Seeing him approach, Yun Cheng anxiously took a step back. Panicking, Yun Cheng thought, damn, Yihan's power exceeds expectations. If this continues, victory is uncertain today. Suddenly, another voice rang out, forcing him to stop. Sect leader Jiang, you are a renowned powerhouse. Yun Cheng saw someone appear and recognized it as the Earth Supreme from the Heavenly Sovereign Society. He sneered, I thought it was someone important. Turns out it's the Earth Supreme. Even the Thunder Sovereign wouldn't dare speak to me like this. Earth Supreme said, You dare provoke me, I wouldn't hesitate to kill both you and Yihan. He calmly replied, Sect leader Jiang, no need to get angry. My purpose today is also to kill Yihan. Yun Cheng pondered, thinking, Yi Han's strength is no small matter. If someone from the Heavenly Sovereign helps, this would certainly be beneficial. He sneered and explained, if we join forces, no matter how strong this brat is, he will die under our hand. Wu Xing immediately led his subordinates forward. He said, very well, although we were enemies before, if you want to kill Yi Han, from now on we are allies. The three men, Chu Lai, stepped forward. They stood before Yi Han. Yi Han, you go ahead, we've got this covered. Yi Han, take Yuan Nai and do and leave. Today, unless I die, they won't take another step forward. Brother Yi. One of them spoke, if it weren't for you saving me, I'd be dead by now. I've lived long enough, today I must go down with them. Yi Han gently reassured, you three don't need to worry, even if the Heavenly Sovereign Society joins forces with Blood Hand Hall, they won't kill us today. The Heavenly Sovereign mocked. Heavenly Sovereign said, Yi Han, do you still hope someone will come to save you? Let me tell you, no matter who comes today, it will be useless, you are certainly going to die. Yi Han suddenly called out, old Taoist, how long are you going to just stand there and watch the show? As a bodyguard, you'd better help. A shadow rushed out from behind. He shouted, don't rush, hasn't the old Taoist come yet? Seeing the familiar figure, the three regained their confidence. Isn't this the old Taoist under Yi Han's command? His aura is quite strong. Yi Han thought, normally he doesn't like to interact with anyone, why did he take in this old Taoist? He had already sensed the old Taoist's strength, preparing in advance. Our strength has increased, the Heavenly Sovereign is gathering energy, preparing to attack. A small Taoist wants to change the situation, don't dream for the next 3 days. He launched an attack towards him. Iron Kite Claw die. The old Taoist merely chuckled derisively, thinking that with just a little skill he could take on the destroyer of Trial Master. He raised his hand, easily catching the Heavenly Sovereign, then began to counterattack. From here, he was still stunned. Before the Heavenly Sovereign could react, he was punched in the chest and sent flying. The others watched him retreat in disbelief. How is this possible? The Heavenly King was knocked away with just one strike. How can someone like Yi Han, a nameless little brat, change the situation? Yun Cheng stepped aside, watching the Heavenly Sovereign in a miserable state, silently calculating. The old Taoist is too strong, continuing like this, it's hard to keep my life. No, I have to think of a way to escape. He clasped his hands, smiling benignly. Heavenly Sovereign, boundless. The old Taoist had not made a move in a long time, and now he truly didn't want to. He turned away, waving at them. Yi Han, the bloodlust on these people is intense, their crimes innumerable. Let's take them to meet the Tao Sovereign. The four of them were speechless, each thinking, where's the mercy in this? He angrily stood up. Yun Cheng, if you don't take action, we will die here. Only by cooperating can we hope to win. Quickly responded, the first Heavenly King, I have a deadly move that needs time to prepare. You help buy me time, once I succeed in gathering energy, we can definitely kill that old man. Inside, though, even though his own life was at risk, he still thought of betraying. Sorry, first Heavenly King. The Heavenly Sovereign gathered his energy, his clothes torn. Fine, that damn old Taoist. The strength of the Heavenly Sovereign Society was not useless, but he was hit with another punch in the face. The Heavenly Sovereign spat blood in pain, flying far away. Yun Cheng's face turned pale. What a waste. Even an old man can't be stopped. How can he call himself the first Heavenly King? What a joke. He decisively ordered, Blood Hand Hall, retreat. The group immediately complied. Yi Han below didn't let up, firing a golden beam at them. Yun Cheng, where do you think you're running to? The golden dragon sword chi. His face turned pale. Damn it, I absolutely cannot die. Yun Cheng quickly pulled Wu Xing aside to protect him. Scholar Bai Yan, it's time for you to show your loyalty. He was still stunned. A thick smoke engulfed them and they quickly fled. Yi Han sneered, you just wait. We'll definitely return and the next time we meet will be your burial day. He stood below and sneered, there won't be a next time. The old Taoist had moved in front of Yun Cheng. Little thief, you offend Yi Han and still hope to escape safely. He was astonished. What? The old Taoist then struck Yun Cheng in the chest. Yi Han raised his sword, coldly placing the blade against his throat. Yun Cheng, do you have anything else to say? His voice shattered, stammering. Yi Han, don't kill me. Blood Hand Hall is yours. Huadong is also yours. Yun Cheng responded, I don't want anything, just spare me this time. Everything I have is yours. Without another word, Yi Han immediately swung his sword down. Yun Cheng, perhaps in others' eyes, Blood Hand Hall and Huadong are very valuable. But today, I must tell you, in Yi Han's eyes, those things are nothing, just a pile of dog dung. His eyes reddened, veins clearly visible, filled with fury. Yi Han, before he could finish his words, the cold sword swept across Yun Cheng's neck. It splattered in streaks. Yi Han lightly flicked his sword, his cold gaze fixed on the corpse. Even in death, he couldn't escape punishment. The old Taoist grinned, his mouth curling into an amused smile, taking decisive action without the slightest hesitation. Yun Cheng, after being slashed, blood flowing, could clearly feel Yi Han's power and decisiveness. Everything before him became chaotic and he realized any resistance at this point was useless. Chaotic scene, blood splattered everywhere, Yi Han's cold gaze fixed on the corpse. The old Taoist grinned, a look of amusement, proceeding with everything decisively, without the slightest hesitation. Yun Shen is dead and the Blood Hand sect no longer poses a threat to us. The Supreme Heavenly Lord has also been killed, and finally we can take a short break. Lu Cheng crossed his arms and responded, the Blood Hand sect has been wiped out, but the Heavenly Lord Association is still around. Many strong martial artists will come here in the future, but we can't stay here forever in this villa. Han Zai, how is the progress with the people from Hangzhou? Yi Han replied that they are on their way here. Their strength is still weak, they can't immediately master combat techniques. Moreover, the alchemy method I gave last time still hasn't found the right way to train for martial artists. Hearing this, the old man immediately rushed over, full of excitement. No alchemy, the old Taoist has more than 10 years of experience. As long as there is a method, I can refine any pill. Those around him sneered slightly. Don't joke, not every method can refine a pill. You should stay here and drink wine. You're old, be careful not to ruin the alchemy furnace. The old Taoist snorted coldly. You dare look down on me? Today I will try. Give me the paper, let me try. This is the alchemy method. Taking it, the old Taoist rushed off like the wind. Yi Gongzi observed closely. If using it seems right, then use it. If not, don't use it. Lu Cheng looked on, his expression showing displeasure. Zai, do you think this old madman can do it? It's too dangerous. The other two agreed. Han Zai, this alchemy method is precious. It can't be given to just anyone. Can we trust this person? Yi Han gently rubbed his chin, his eyes holding a mysterious glint, waiting to see if anything unexpected would happen. Not long after, his group surrounded the old Taoist, constantly praising him. Surprisingly, the old Taoist actually had the skill and refined the pill immediately. Yi Han quickly spoke up, this pill isn't right. He didn't care and put it in his mouth. What's wrong with it? The spiritual energy in this pill is so abundant, there's definitely no problem. If you don't believe me, I'll eat it for you and you'll see. Yi Han tried to stop him, but it was too late. The old Taoist chewed while praising, no wonder I made it, the taste is excellent. He suddenly raised his hand to cover his face. Wait a minute, something seems wrong. The three people were shocked. What's going on, have you noticed? He yelled, quickly drop your weapons and run. A loud fart echoed through the room. People quickly covered their noses and fled, some even vomited on the spot. I'm done for, make way for me, I'm about to faint. The old Taoist shouted, his eyes burning with rage. Lu Cheng stopped. Your alchemy method has side effects, why didn't you say anything? Luckily, I was cautious or I would have ruined you. He stepped forward and grabbed his collar. This is the alchemy method. I bet my life on it, how could it be wrong? I think you don't know how to refine pills at all. The old Taoist quickly scolded. My alchemy skill ranks in the top 3 in Hua Zia. Clearly, your method has a problem. Yi Han responded, don't argue, just shut up. It's not the method that's the problem, nor is it the old Taoist's fault. The pill itself had impurities, that's the cause of the side effects. Both turned around, their eyes full of confusion. What is this real? Yi Han held the pill and the group around him murmured, it really has impurities. Han Zai is amazing. Does the old Taoist have a way to fix it? The old Taoist adjusted his collar, trying to remain calm. It's a poison pill, nothing can be done. The person who wrote the prescription couldn't fix it, how could I figure it out? Lu Cheng sighed, his eyes filled with frustration. There's nothing we can do. This is the only option. Dai thought for a moment, the side effects are minor. Chu Lai spoke up. When we feed them the pills, let's keep our distance. Yi Han took out another prescription. No need, I'll add another herb to solve this problem, he thought inwardly. As the Gui Gui Jing says, everything has a counteracting nature, so it's easy to find a solution based on that. He took it, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Is this real? Let me see what herb it is. After reading, the old Taoist was shocked. Horse manure, Yi Han nodded. Exactly, this is called treating poison with poison. He immediately grabbed the horse manure, making it cry out. I feel so dirty. The old Taoist refined another pill. Finally, I've refined it. I'll test its effectiveness. Yi Han's group immediately plugged their noses and shook their heads. I won't eat that. Let's not tell the newcomers what's inside. I agree. Just then, Yi Han's phone rang. Hu Ofeng asked, what do you need from me? And picked up the phone and asked, hello, do you need something? Is the Safety Bureau assigning another mission? She relayed the news. The Heavenly Lord Association's people have arrived in East Hua, attacking underground forces. If they succeed, the entire East Hua will fall into chaos. This isn't something we can address openly. You must stop them. He frowned, his expression tense. All right, send me the address. I'm heading there now. Sitting upright in his chair, his legs crossed, he looked at the group of elderly people, their faces covered in bruises. He couldn't fight back and refused to surrender, as if they wanted to die together. Uncle Shen and the subordinates behind him all laughed mockingly. That's right, these old fools really want to die comfortably. Then don't waste our time. If you don't hand over the goods, the Heavenly Lord Association will make East Hua spill blood. How can your aging bones compare to us? Kneeling on the ground, he shouted desperately. The Heavenly Lord Association is acting recklessly in East Hua. Aren't you afraid that the Blood Hand sect will take revenge? Ah, get up. Lu Cheng's gaze was full of disdain. You're threatening me. The Heavenly Lord's dagger in his hand flashed and stabbed straight into the leg of Chang Shu. Ah, he laughed seductively, his eyes sparkling. Let me tell you, Yun Shen of the Blood Hand sect is fighting with Yi Han. No victor yet. From now on, the Blood Hand sect is gone, and the Heavenly Lord Association will rule East Hua. Upon hearing this, the group couldn't believe it. What? The Blood Hand sect was destroyed. Thanks to the Blood Hand sect, we managed to hold off the other forces. Yun Shen is dead, so who can oppose the Heavenly Lord Association in East Hua? Do we have to submit? Heavenly Lord stepped forward with authority. Chang Shu, I'm giving you one last chance. Surrender and live, resist and die. He ground his teeth, his voice trembling. I choose to surrender. Just as he finished speaking, a loud noise from outside the door made everyone turn to look. Yihan entered holding a bag and opened the door. I won't allow this. Everyone was shocked. Yihan frowned and yelled, this is wrong. How are you here? Where is the first Heavenly King? He threw the bag in front of them. I killed him. They looked at the severed heads of the first Heavenly King and Yun Shen. Did Yihan kill both of them? He's this strong. What is going on? The group of elderly people was overjoyed. This is great. The first Heavenly King is dead, and the Heavenly Lord Association is about to fall. I've been waiting for this day for so long. Thank goodness for Yi Han. The Heavenly Lord took a few steps back, losing his balance. This can't be true. You're still one realm below the first Heavenly King. Narration, it's impossible to kill him. This must be a lie. You can draw your sword and test it yourself to know whether it's true or not. The fake commander immediately drew 2 daggers, saying, you're just a late-stage disciple. What can you do to me? I'll kill you to expose your lie. Dialogue. Ah, fake commander, you're nothing but a late-stage disciple. What can you do to me? Once I kill you, of course I'll expose your lie. Narration. The sword of Yihan shone with dazzling golden light. The yin-yang dual-meaning sword appeared. The Supreme One calmly threw his dagger and charged forward at the same time. A mere little sword dares to face me. Dialogue. Die. Frosty Gale double strike. Yihan raised his sword in front. Narration. More swords appeared at once. Who said I only have one broken sword? By changing extreme force into dual meanings give birth to the 4 symbols give birth to the 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams represent all things. Dialogue. Go. She was shocked. What? The sword tips simultaneously pierced through the Supreme One's body. Narration. He collapsed, covered in wounds. Too powerful. The people in the room were frightened. The master of the Jai channel was killed in a single move. Looking at him, he couldn't be more than 20 years old. A hero like this in the East Hua, and we didn't know about him. Narration. All the subordinates of the Supreme One immediately fled in panic. Dialogue. Run quickly. The third Heavenly King has already died at his hands. This man is too terrifying. We are no match for him. If we don't run, we'll only face death. Yihan's cold eyes glinted like knives. If you want to run, it won't be that easy. Narration. Yihan's sword swept towards them. The fake commander stood frozen as they fell before him. Dialogue. He kneeled to the ground, begging, don't kill me. I have an old mother, a child to care for. I just joined the Heavenly Monarch sect yesterday. I've done no wrong. Narration. Yihan pressed the sword close to the fake commander's throat with a cold gaze. Dialogue. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I want you to go back to the Heavenly Monarch sect and tell them that Yihan is here. The Heavenly Monarch sect should not dare to disturb Hua Dong. Dialogue. Okay, I understand. I'll go back to Hangzhou and definitely deliver young Master Yi's message to the Heavenly Monarch sect. Narration. Yihan kicked the fake commander outside the door. Chang Shu stepped forward and cupped his hands in gratitude. Dialogue. Thank you, young Master Yi, for coming to our aid. We are willing to offer all our contributions to the Blood Hand Hall to young Master Yi. Narration. Yihan's expression remained as cold as ice as he replied. Dialogue. I saved you not because of your goodwill. I just want to ask you one thing. Do you want to continue being controlled by others, or do you want to join forces with me to drive those beasts out of the East Hua? Narration. He knelt on one knee, showing respect. Narration. Yihan could even eliminate the first Heavenly King of the Heavenly Monarch sect. Dialogue. I am willing to follow young Master Yi. I am willing to help young Master Yi drive the Heavenly Monarch sect out. Narration. Yihan stepped forward to begin treating Chang Shu's injury. Dialogue. You made a very wise choice. I see you are injured. Let me help treat your wound. Narration. Yihan considered in his mind. As long as the injury was not too severe, the spiritual energy in his body could heal it. A stream of green energy spread from his hand. The people around could not hide their astonishment. Dialogue. Oh my God, is this a deity? To heal the wounds right before our eyes. Incredible. Following someone like him, we won't have to suffer humiliation. Narration. After finishing the treatment, Yihan casually shoved his hands into his pockets. Uncle Lin expressed his gratitude, but what about the others? Dialogue. I agree to follow young Master Yi, but we haven't yet driven out the Heavenly Monarch sect. Narration. They immediately knelt and cupped their hands in unison. Narration. Yihan turned around and smiled faintly. Very good. 10 days from now, we will go to Hangzhou and strike the Heavenly Monarch sect. Narration: the scene shifted to the heavenly monarch's sect. The man stammered as he reported, "My lord, the situation is as follows." Narration: he maintained a dignified posture, his eyes as cold as ice. Yihan had killed the third heavenly king with a single move. Narration: moreover, he said he would arrive in Hangzhou in 10 days to settle the score with the heavenly monarch's sect. Dialogue: he really is powerful. Many of my brothers were killed by him, and I'm the only one who managed to return. Narration: Nufo stood in front, raising his hand in authority. Dialogue: if those accompanying you are all dead, then why don't you go die with them? Narration: the fake commander was thrown, blood splattering everywhere. Narration: now Black Widow finally spoke in a cold tone. Dialogue: Nufo, stay calm. The urgent matter now is to take control of the remaining territories of the Blood Hand Hall. Don't focus too much on that Yihan, it'll ruin the big plan of the Heavenly Monarch's sect. Narration: Nufo gritted his teeth, his face full of fury. Dialogue: so we must just watch as Yihan grows more arrogant. Narration: since when has the Heavenly Monarch sect had to endure and submit so recklessly? Dialogue: I smiled faintly, my smile full of cunning and scheming. Of course not. If Yihan comes by himself in 10 days, we should take this opportunity to prepare a grand formation to capture them all. Narration: Nufo stepped forward. Dialogue: has the strategist come up with a plan? Narration: Black Widow leaned in and whispered in his ear. Dialogue: like this, and the tomb trembles. Narration: hearing this, he burst out laughing. Dialogue: then Yihan and the 5 leaders must all die. Dialogue: I covered my mouth with a smile that barely appeared. Get ready for the celebration feast. Narration: Yuadong will soon become the territory of the Heavenly Monarch's sect. Dialogue: why don't we celebrate in advance? Narration: Nufo raised his hand to lift Black Widow up. Narration: 3 days later, Yihan took NHI out for a walk. Dialogue: Yihan, there are still many things to deal with at home. Why do you want to go to Hangzhou? What's so urgent there? Narration: Yihan smiled as he looked at her pouting. Dialogue: alright, don't be mad. They were our former partners, let's at least give them some respect. Narration: Mitchell stepped forward with an imposing gait. Dialogue: Yihan, you finally made it. Narration: he approached, smiling warmly and offering a handshake. Dialogue: you didn't come, so I thought I'd have to go to Shanghai City to pick you up myself. Dialogue: please come in. Narration: Yihan smiled and nodded. Dialogue: you called me here in such a hurry, is there something important? Narration: Maizen walked ahead, explaining everything. Dialogue: it's like this, my friend called someone who controls the currency market, and a few days ago he suddenly fell ill. Dialogue: his identity is very special, so this cannot be made public. He's my boss, and I have no choice but to ask for your help. Narration: Yihan and she followed behind. Dialogue: you're my friend, and if he's your boss, I'll go check it out. Narration: inside the room, the man lay on the bed, weak. Dialogue: has the doctor found a way to treat him yet? Narration: I can't move at all right now. The more I speak, the more strength I lose. Dialogue: doctor, stop smiling and reassuring me. Dialogue: don't worry, we have a solution. We'll cure you soon. Narration: but he was still worried. Dialogue: the disease hasn't been diagnosed yet, let alone a treatment plan. Narration: he could only reassure him first, then slowly think of a solution. Narration: Maizen rushed into the room from outside. Dialogue: you called, I've invited Yihan over. He's the best traditional Chinese medicine doctor I've ever met in China. Narration: upon hearing this, Dr. Tang shook his hand, refusing. Dialogue: no, traditional Chinese medicine is all a scam, just fortune tellers. He can't cure your illness. Dialogue: no, Yihan isn't a fraud. He healed me with just a few needles, you must try him. Narration: he firmly and plainly rejected. Dialogue: the illness of Mr. Kyo is very complex. It can't be cured just with acupuncture. I'm a well-known Western doctor. I've written many research papers. No one understands Mr. Kyo's condition better than I do. Narration: Yihan entered and hearing this held Enhai's waist as they left. Narration: it seemed the people here didn't welcome. Dialogue: if that's the case, I'll take my leave. Narration: Maizen immediately reacted, trying to stop them. Dialogue: wait. Narration: he turned to the doctor, his voice serious. Dialogue: you called, the situation is urgent if he doesn't recover in time. Narration: Europe will face a huge crisis. No matter what, we have to try. Dialogue: the doctor weakly nodded. Dialogue: all right, for Jia's sake, I'll allow him to try. Narration: Dr. Tang prepared to shake his head in refusal, but was slapped hard across the face. Get out of here, can't you hear that Lord Kyo has agreed? Yihan stepped forward carefully, opening the panel. At this moment, he realized the situation. His eyes narrowed, hand stroking his chin thoughtfully. Yin energy had invaded the body, blocking the meridians. This is a jiangxi condition, already severe. If it lasts another day or two, it could be life-threatening. The doctor, don't apply an ice pack to the cheek, his tone full of mockery. Are you writing a deceptive novel? I've read countless medical reports but never heard of such a jiangxi case. Yihan turned and gave a faint smile. Besides proving your ignorance, what else can this statement prove? He was furious, pointing directly at Yihan. You're talented, let's see how you cure this. Yihan paid no attention and directly withdrew the needles. 3 yang returns to the origin gold. 3 needles stabbed straight into Kyo's body. Pain made him scream across the room. I feel awful. Why does my body feel like it's burning? Maizen stepped forward, worry on his face. Yihan, what exactly is going on? Doctor, don't mock behind my back. Do I need to ask? Surely this kid's acupuncture method has a problem. I told you all the land masters are frauds. Yihan replied, don't worry, he's about to recover. With that, Kyo sat up, his complexion already rosy again. Wait, I think I can move now. This sensation is so familiar, so wonderful. He stepped forward to carefully help him up. That's right, Kyo, you can move now. Amazing, you've recovered. It's all thanks to Yihan. He folded his arms in gratitude, Lord Yihan. Acupuncture truly is a marvel of Eastern medicine. Traditional Chinese medicine is unmatched. Yihan smiled at him. Didn't your private doctor just say that traditional Chinese medicine is all quackery? Don't refuse to believe your own eyes, kneel and hold your head. This can't be. My medical team checked for a long time but still couldn't find the illness or a cure. How could he cure it so easily? I don't believe it. Kyo was angry, slapping his cheek. Damn it, you said you found the disease but were actually deceiving me. Dr. Tang, from today you are dismissed. He turned back, smiling at Yihan. Yihan, I can't express my gratitude enough for saving my life. If anything comes up, just come find me and I will definitely help. Yihan laughed, holding Kyo's hand. I sincerely hope we can support each other in the future, not just because I saved you today. He smiled in return, the Huaxia people speaking with loyalty and generosity. Let's make a pact to help and support each other from now on. Maizen stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Kyo, the banquet for you has lasted 2 days. Today is the final day. If you don't appear, Ella will face unpleasant rumors. You've recovered, why not go there now? He nodded and instructed Yihan. All right, take Yihan there first. I'll take a shower and change clothes, then come later. Then he turned to the two, cheerful. Tonight, I want to introduce this very important guest to the southern merchants. The scene shifted to the evening at the banquet hall. A group of young ladies surrounded one, praising her. Miss Wu is truly beautiful, captivating, and intelligent. Today in this hall, only vulgar and ordinary people are here. No one deserves comparison with Miss Wu. No wonder young master Mo Rong Tian cherishes Miss Wu like a gem. Even a woman like me is moved by Miss Wu. Jia Yi shook her head slightly, raising her face. No, you're exaggerating. I hurried here today, didn't have time to do makeup. My appearance is only about 30% of what it could be. Noble young men nearby all turned to look, watching Jia Yi's demeanor. Seems this banquet was organized for her. No choice, who told Lord Kyo to arrive late. The true host of the banquet isn't present. Force people would see themselves as the main character. I heard Lord Kyo fell ill, so the event was prolonged. He didn't appear for so long. Today is the last day, probably won't come. From outside, Chang'an pushed the door in excitedly. Lord Kyo has arrived. The crowd in the hall all looked out in surprise. What, Lord Kyo is here? Excellent, finally we can see his presence. Lord Kyo is here, let's go welcome him. As he spoke, a white luxury car parked at the entrance. Misen Jayak opened the door and stepped out. The moment he stepped down, he caused the surrounding crowd to stir. Oh my God, I can really see Lord Kyo in person. Europe's #1 wealthy man, truly overwhelming. Originally thought Lord Kyo wouldn't come, but he appeared on the final day of the banquet. If we can take this opportunity to build a relationship with Lord Kyo, our business in Europe will surely reach a new height. Misen Jayak opened the side car door and spoke. Sorry to keep everyone waiting, Lord Kyo will arrive shortly. These two are Lord Kyo's honored guests, Mr. Yihan and Miss Don Nhai. Seeing them step out of the car, the crowd was stunned. What is this? Why are there 2 Chinese people in Lord Kyo's car? Where did they come from? And they're Lord Kyo's honored guests. Every gaze followed them, scrutinizing their every move. They arrived in Lord Kyo's car and his assistant personally opened the door. Their status is definitely extraordinary. Why overthink? Damn it, we don't care about Lord Kyo or his friends. What we want is to establish a connection. A group immediately stepped forward, introducing themselves one by one. Lord Yi, Miss Chu, here's my business card. Hope to invite you to my shop in the future. Lord Yi, I run a suit business. Feel free to visit and try. I'm a Feng Shui consultant. You can consult me anytime. Yihan smiled awkwardly, reluctantly raising his hand. All right, thank you all. Don Nhai thought. Surrounded by thousands of people trying to network, this is the first time for me. Anger, Jia Yi gripped her glass tightly. Damn it, how dare she steal my spotlight. Pushing through the crowd, she shouted. Everyone, step aside, I want to speak to Miss Chu here. The crowd glanced and gestured toward her. What game is Fanny playing? Judging by her attitude, she seemed very dissatisfied with Lord Kyo's friend. Damn, Fanny is deliberately targeting the girl, picking a fight. I see Lord Kyo's friend stole her spotlight, that's why she's upset. Jia Yi raised her glass toward her. Girl, you got here in Lord Kyo's car, are you his new toy? But I must remind you, men with money are never short of women. Be careful, a few days later you might get thrown out. During these insults, Don Nhai frowned in anger. What nonsense are you saying? Can't you see my boyfriend is standing right beside me? She laughed, eyes full of sharp mockery. Boyfriend? He's probably just a pathetic stooge. Before Jia Yi could finish, she received a painful slap. The one who struck was none other than Yihan. She clutched her face, bones aching, pointing at him, cursing, "How dare you slap me?" Yihan stood there, eyes cold and emotionless. Foolish. Ignoring Jia Yi sitting there, the two moved into the center amid the buzzing crowd. "Who is that guy?" Deng Tian's woman dared to hit him. Deng Tian isn't ordinary. If Kyo wants to do business in China, he must visit Deng Kun. Things are getting more interesting. Lord Kyo's honored guests are in conflict with his top partners. Which side will Kyo choose? She gritted her teeth, bracing herself to stand. "Yihan, how dare you hit me in front of everyone? No one has ever humiliated me like this." Seeing the two surrounded, Jia Yi felt enraged and was determined to make him pay. Misen nervously reminded Yihan that he had lost his temper earlier. That woman was Mo Dong Tian's precious darling. The Mo Dong family was the leading family in the Southern Trade Association, and Dong Tian was both powerful and influential. Striking his woman was as good as humiliating him, and it would be hard to resolve this. He scoffed, indifferent, "I don't care who that damned Dong Tian is. Anyone who dares insult my girlfriend won't get away with it." As he entered, he laughed loudly, his voice cold. "Let's see who dares to look down on me." Dong Tian walked in holding a cigarette with a crowd of onlookers murmuring in the background. Dong Tian cared deeply about his reputation. His girlfriend had been slapped in front of many people. Even though he was a guest of Kyo, he couldn't let this slide. It was said that Mr. Kyo had just struck a big business deal with Mo Dong, so who knew if this would affect it. "Are you joking? When it comes to benefits, no guest is worth more than money." She pointed at Yihan and said, "It's him, Ding Tian." Jia Yi angrily spoke up. "I only said a few words and he dared to slap me. You need to teach him a lesson or everyone will think you're nothing." I started to move forward, but he stopped her. "A woman like you should have some shame. You insulted us first and only then did Yihan act. Everyone is a witness." He took a drag from his cigarette and smiled as he pinched her cheek, saying, "I don't care about the reason. I only know you slapped Dong Tian's woman. You should know even Dong Tian's dog is untouchable. And now, you've laid hands on his girlfriend." She was furious, gritting her teeth, ready to rush at him. "What do you want?" He stopped her. "Do Nai, calm down." Without letting them speak further, he sneered, "Cut off one arm and bow your head to apologize to me, and we'll pretend this never happened." Yihan wasn't afraid, smiling as he countered, "What if I do?" Dong Tian crushed his cigarette, his face cold. "If I make a move, you won't just lose one arm." The two stared at each other with tension. "The jade path of the blood hand sect once threatened me like this. Now grass grows on his grave, looks like you want to take his place." As soon as the words left his mouth, the crowd was stunned. The jade path had actually been defeated by this kid. He really had some skill. Only a bit of skill, no power, and that's useless. Behind Dong Tian is the Mo family, the #1 family in the south. The blood hand path of the jade path isn't even a match for a corner of the Mo family. Their strength and status are on a different level. One is the young master of the #1 family in the south, Dong Tian. The other defeated the jade path and is a guest of Mr. Kyo. "Yihan, looks like we'll see a good show soon." He smirked, hands in his pockets, laughing derisively. "Yihan, I think you should understand the situation. Scum like the Jade Path doesn't deserve to stand before Mo Dong's people. As for Mr. Kell, someone like him, a businessman, if caught between you and me, I'm sure the choice will be obvious." Just as he mentioned the name, Mr. Kyo entered, greeting everyone with a hand on his chest in a formal manner. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for my absence these past 2 days. Today he looked around, feigning confusion. "Yihan, Mo Dong, what's going on here?" He turned to Yihan, his voice full of meaning. "Mr. Kyo, you came at just the right time. I'm willing to offer 1% of the profits from our business dealings in exchange for you not protecting Yihan." "What do you think?" The onlookers were stunned. 1% of the profits, that's tens of millions. Is Dong Tian so rich he's out of his mind? Why would he give up tens of millions just for someone like Yihan? A wealthy person would say anything, no matter the cost. Jia Yi stood still, biting her lip. Normally, in Dong Tian's eyes, she wasn't even worth as much as his dog. Clearly, he was just putting on a show for the outsiders. But her face showed a wicked, pleased smile as Dong Tian had agreed to help her vent her anger today. She'd directly given 1% of the profit to the partner, and now she wasn't afraid of not being able to enter the upper echelons of Hangzhou. Seeing that he hadn't replied, she continued, "Mr. Kyo, what do you think about my offer?" He calmly looked at her, smiled, and shook his head. "Dong Tian, I think you misunderstood. I've never protected Yihan." Upon hearing this, Yihan laughed heartily. "Then this is easy to resolve." As he spoke, Kyo interrupted. "Dong Tian, listen to me first. Although I never protected Yihan, I have already received a favor from him." He gave. "What?" The crowd was puzzled. "What kind of game is this?" He stared at him, whispering, "Did I hear that right? Mr. Kyo just said that Yihan is the one who protected him. Who exactly is Yihan, and have we misunderstood?" Dong Tian pointed, stammering, "Mr. Kyo, did you misspeak?" He became cold, firmly shaking his head. "There is no mistake, I've made myself clear. Also, I think the next collaboration between our companies might not be necessary. He was flustered, changing his tone. What, Mr. Kyo, are you going to give up the opportunity to enter the flower market for Yihan? But Kyo smiled wryly. Modong doesn't represent the entire flower market of the South. Your words are a bit arrogant. Jiang spread his arms, loudly declaring, I now announce, as long as it's a business involving my company's investment, I will not allow any cooperation with Modong in any form. If not, I will withdraw my capital. The crowd gasped. My goodness, Mr. Kyo dares to oppose the Mo Dong family just because Dong Tian offended Yihan. Who is Yihan, after all? My company can only operate thanks to Mr. Kyo's investment. It looks like I have no choice but to end my dealings with the Mo Dong family. He smiled, cupping his hands and slightly bowing. Mr. Kyo, thank you for your generous help. In his mind, he calculated, though Dong Tian was just a useless frog if Kyo had already stepped in to help. I should still show him some respect and thank him a little. He passed by him and patted Yihan on the shoulder. We're brothers, no need to be so polite. Your business is my business. After all, not long ago, we agreed to help each other. Kyo's eyes were fixed on him, thinking to himself, this kid Yihan may be hiding his strength, but his methods of healing are definitely far superior to other doctors. If I can build a close relationship with him through this opportunity, the business in the South will surely thrive in the future. Jia was still unclear about the situation and clung to Dong Tian. Ding Tian, what should we do now? Are they really going to cut ties with the Mo Dong family? He angrily slapped her. Yet lost, looking at Jia Yi on the ground, Dong Tian stomped his foot, shouting, if it weren't for you, would everything have turned out this way? Yihan, with Kyo backing you, I really can't do anything, but what about the martial world? I know you're also a martial artist. Yihan followed the gaze and stepped back while he laughed and taunted. Who do you think you are to challenge me? Today we must drink freely, Maizen laughed loudly. Don't let a few stray dogs ruin the mood. Dialogue, do you dare face me in a life-or-death battle to measure strength? Yihan, don't let a few stray dogs ruin your amusement. Narration, he was regarded as a joke by everyone. It was the first time Dong Tian had been humiliated like this. Today he would also learn a lesson for bullying others. No one paid attention to him, not giving him an ounce of dignity. Dialogue, he's like a clown mocked by everyone. This is the first time I've seen Dong Tian humiliated like this. Narration, earlier Dong Tian had looked down on Yihan, but today even Mr. Kel had to respect Yihan. Dong Tian could not contain his anger and struck out. Dialogue, Yihan, I will kill you. Narration, she turned back, covering her mouth to shout a warning. He only lifted his leg and easily sent Dong Tian tumbling, rolling away like a small dog. Dialogue, what? Yihan, be careful, get out of my way. Next time you won't survive. Narration, Dong Tian trembled, mouth full of blood. The scene shifted to evening in a riverside courtyard when an explosion suddenly erupted as the two conversed. Dialogue, you dare ruin my altar peak, damn it. Narration, Wu Jing solemnly reported that the head of the family had now become disabled. He clenched his fist, nodded, and stepped back. Tian spoke, saying if it has come to this, there's no need to hide. Dialogue, that's exactly how it is. The family head is now a cripple. Understood, step back. Narration, two figures flashed quickly, disappearing and reappearing behind them. Hak Guafu smiled seductively, proving he was indeed the strongest in the Mu Dung family. The young master felt light and composed, his gaze cold as he swept across the area. Dialogue, none. Narration, Hak Guafu presented the box openly, revealing to the young master that the heavenly sect had set a trap for Yihan. Dialogue, say it, don't waste my time any longer. Then I'll be direct. I truly cannot hide it. Narration, inside the box were the 10-fold 10 flower night and blood pill, and the 7-fold 7 flower night deadly poisons prepared to assist the young master. Dialogue, our heavenly sect set a trap for Yihan. Mu Rung's people also have a plan against him. We are willing to provide support. Inside the box are the 10-fold 10 flower night and separately the blood pills and the 7-fold 7 flower night deadly poison. Narration, Tian Quang snorted coldly without looking back. Against a trash like Yihan, were these items even necessary? Dialogue, against a trash like Yihan, do you think I need these things? Narration, the young master Mu Dung was capable of defeating Yihan. They merely provided support. Both immediately departed. Dialogue, the young master Mu Dung is naturally capable of beating Yihan. We only provide some assistance. Until next time. Narration, night fell, the scene shifted to a dark branch of the heavenly sect. Hak Guafu lay on the bed in a tight red dress. Nu Ufo leapt down, sweat wetting his brow. Dialogue, Yihan, I must kill him. No, dawn is coming, not a single drop left. Narration, he spoke irritably, questioning her about killing Yihan. Hak Guafu prepared the dressing table and replied. Dialogue, I remember you're unsatisfied, useless. Tell me, can Tian Quang really kill Yihan? It would be best if he could. Narration, it didn't matter if he didn't die, the goal was to tie Yihan down. She revealed a deadly glint, preparing her schemes. Dialogue, even if he doesn't die, it's fine as long as he is held back. Narration, Nu Fo snapped his fingers in praise, eager to see Yihan miserable. Hak Guafu stepped forward, raising her gaze with a predatory intensity. Dialogue, this move is truly clever. I can't wait to see Yi-Han in such misery. Narration, she noticed his recovery. Should they continue? The object fled without daring to look back. New foe snorted useless. Dialogue, you see he's regained strength. Shall we continue? No, the matter within the sect is more important. Narration, scene shifted to the Kyo mansion, everyone chatting merrily. Dialogue, Yi-Han, today you taught that Dung Tian a real lesson. Don't mention that jerk again. Now drink, tonight we won't leave sober. Narration, Dahan knelt, delivering a letter. Mu Rung's people wanted a life-or-death duel with Yi-Han. Dialogue, Master Yi, just now Mu Rung's people sent this letter. They want a life-or-death battle tomorrow afternoon in front of everyone. Narration, Yi-Han smiled, writing a letter to accept the challenge. Dialogue, what? A life-or-death battle? Put the cup down, I will handle them. Right back, I accept his challenge. Narration, Doi Nhi was worried. Yi-Han assessed Tian Kuang's strength and Mu Rung was a formidable force not to be underestimated. Dialogue, Yi-Han, I heard Tian Kuang is very strong, the strongest in southern martial arts. You cannot take it lightly. Narration, even if victorious, Yi-Han had to be cautious. Dialogue, even if you win, be careful of them surrounding and attacking you. Narration, Hon Tian and Chang Shu were approaching. Scene shifted to the peaceful Donghu, people gathered, excitedly chatting. Dialogue, Hon Tian and Chang Shu will be arriving soon. Narration, Tian Kuang wanted to challenge Yi-Han, who had destroyed the Blood Hand sect. Tian Kuang's power was higher, reaching the pinnacle, while Yi-Han had only restored his base. Dialogue, the best in southern martial arts, Tian Kuang wants to challenge Yi-Han. I heard he's reached the peak of his rank, while Yi-Han has just restored his base. Narration, fans waved banners praising young Master Mu Rung, fully prepared. Dialogue, young Master Mu Rung is here. So handsome, Mom, I want to marry him. He waved and turned to Su Yan, is everything ready? Narration, Tian Kuang was satisfied, determined to show that anyone offending Mu Rung would die. Dialogue, good. Today I will make everyone know, anyone who offends Mu Rung has only one path, death. Narration, he turned back, shouting at Yi-Han, Tian Kuang flying to stand on the lotus leaf in the lake, drawing attention. Dialogue, Yi-Han, I won't waste words with a scoundrel like you. Strike directly. Narration, Tian Kuang stood firm on the thin leaf, his control over aura extreme, with a unique technique unmatched in the city. Dialogue, quick, capture it, this will be tomorrow's headline. Narration, Yi-Han dashed like lightning, calling Tian Kuang a grasshopper tiger, surprising everyone. Dialogue, Tian Kuang, today I'll show you, you're nothing but a grasshopper tiger. Narration, the battle was evenly matched. Scene shifted to Hak Guafu's office, he sat eagerly, observing the impending duel. Dialogue, the duel between Yi-Han and Tian Kuang is about to begin. We can also start acting now. Narration, New Fo was tasked with Chang Shu, leading subordinates outside, ready to bring the heads of those encountered. Dialogue, New Fo, Chang Shu's men are under you, don't mess this up. Don't worry those useless old fools. Watching his back fade away, she walked to the window and looked outside. Yi-Han, now I hope you win. Once you do, the news of the longevity sect being captured will surely reach them, and I can imagine their faces won't be happy. Back to the fight, you said. Tian Kuang, the scenery here isn't bad either. Perfect place to bury you. He snorted coldly and signaled to attack. His hands swung, splashing water everywhere. Yi-Han, I need to see if your martial skill is as strong as your mouth claims. Tian Kuang unleashed the tiger laugh dragon roar fist. The force was tremendous, the water behind him forming the shape of a beast. The crowd roared. Tian Kuang had immediately used his ultimate skill. Yi-Han thought it was over. Tiger Laugh Dragon Roar Fist was the strongest move Tian Kuang proudly wielded. It was said one punch carried the weight of 10,000 pounds. Yi-Han could never withstand it. If he hadn't smashed the camera earlier today, I would have laughed. He sneered and mocked. Tiger Laugh Dragon Roar, what nonsense. Today I'll show you what really counts as dragon and tiger fists. Yi-Han unleashed a move similar to the Intent Fist, combining dragon and tiger forms to create a powerful dual beast. Their strikes collided in a violent explosion, and he clasped his hands behind him and brought them down. Is that all? He collapsed, blood flowing from his mouth. Damn it, the onlookers sweated nervously. Is Tian Kuang weaker than expected? Could we have misjudged Yi-Han? Where's the guy who promised to smash the camera? Go ahead and smash it, Zio Huang said, holding the camera. Smash it if you must. Yi-Han just got lucky this time. Tian Kuang's sword techniques are the strongest. The next move he'll surely win. He stood and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yi-Han, I didn't expect you have some real skill. I admit I underestimated you. Tian Kuang took a red pill from his robe and swallowed it. Damn it, I underestimated Yi-Han and had to use the sex elixir. But next, you will definitely die. Power in his body erupted violently, a loud explosion resonating. The crowd murmured. Tian Kuang's aura is surging. He must have ingested something to temporarily boost his strength. Unbelievable, Yi-Han could push Tian Kuang to this point. This time Tian Kuang will surely win. If he loses again, I'll eat my share. He frowned. This must be the Deem Ray Dan, a secret elixir only the celestial sect possesses. I can't believe you colluded with them. He raised his hand, the air trembling. As long as I can kill you, that's enough. Where's the sword? From a corner, Su Yan tossed the sword over. Young master, here's the sword. Tian Quang raised it toward Yi Han, eyes wild. Originally, the celestial sect had prepared poison for me, but now I've reached the triple flower apex, enough to kill you without poison. He laughed loudly, challenging. Triple flower apex is so formidable. I have an even deadlier move. He was furious, eyes bloodshot. Yi Han, stop boasting. Triple flower apex is a state of condensed spirit. No matter your move, you cannot win. Yi Han spread his legs, closed his eyes, and began executing his technique. Ghost Valley Secret Scripture 9 Origins Supreme. A gigantic tree shot straight into the sky. What? How is this possible? Mo Bai stepped forward and patted Mo Chen, who was stunned. Everyone looked. Above Yi Han, a green flower appeared, relentlessly attacking Tian Quang. Thought 9 Origins Supreme was just a legendary technique. I didn't expect to see Yi Han use it today. Xiao Huang's eyes brimmed with blood, teeth clenched. Tian Quang, keep going, you can't lose or I'll take my share. Yi Han stood, mind racing. My spiritual energy cultivation isn't like ordinary martial artists. Only now can I unleash this extremely consuming technique from the Ghost Valley Secret Scripture. Even if it lasts only a minute, it's enough to deal with Tian Quang. Ignored everything and charged to attack. No, I don't believe it. I trained my body at 3, martial arts at 4, led killings at 6. How can you be stronger than me? Yi Han, don't think these toys can confuse me. The one who dies today is you. Yi Han closed his eyes, exhaling coldly. You've really overstepped. Even now, you stubbornly refuse to face reality. He raised 2 fingers, gathering spiritual energy, then thrust his hand toward the sky. Then I'll shatter your delusions. 2 opposing energies prepared to collide. Die, ultimate 1 heavenly sword. Yin-yang righteousness, 10,000 sword convergence. Yi Han's sword pierced through his move, charging forward. Tian Quang tumbled onto the water, lying flat, eyes wide. I refuse to accept. Yi Han raised an eyebrow, expression disdainful. Tian Quang, you're dead. Immediately, the arena erupted. Tian Quang, cunning and ruthless, yet finally dead at Yi Han's hands. After this battle, Yi Han would be the strongest in the southern martial world. I never imagined witnessing such a legendary miracle. Incredible luck. Tian Quang prepared a grand battle, yet lost his life himself. Indeed, Xiao Huang wept, kneeling before the mess. I was wrong, I can't handle it. But those around him wouldn't let him off. Eat it quickly, finish it all today. After finishing this, move to the next, you perverse little fiend. Today you'll taste it all. Xiao Huang trembled, miserable and retching. Doyen Chai ran up, asking Han, Yi Han, are you okay? He waved a hand, reassuring. I'm fine, just a bit of energy spent. I'm fine, only a bit of energy spent. Yo Philip approached, face grave. Yi Han, you've killed Tian Quang. Mo Rung Ra will never forgive this. Yi Han confirmed confidently. Don't worry, I'm prepared. Suddenly someone approached, making everyone turn. Yi Han, I didn't expect you to truly kill Tian Quang. You are a heroic young man. He frowned, not welcoming. Someone from the celestial sect. Yi Han stepped forward to shield her. You finally reveal yourselves. Ah, she smirked, licking her lips. Yi Han, you first destroyed the Blood Hand Hall. As for killing Tian Quang, I can't deny your strength. The widow stepped forward, unabashedly offering. And I like strong people, especially handsome ones like you. Join my celestial sect and all past grudges are forgiven. I'll personally serve you as well. Her actions infuriated Doi Nhai. Yi Han doesn't like women like her, yet her words didn't anger her. She found it amusing. The widow spoke proudly, taking out her phone. Don't jump to conclusions. Read this message. I believe you'll change your mind. It showed the longevity sect had been dealt with. Yi Han ignored it, pulling out his own phone. I have a message here too. Read it carefully. On Yi Han's phone was a line. Captured, all members of the longevity sect are safe. The widow's face darkened. What? This can't be. Yi Han smiled at her reaction. Didn't you capture the longevity sect to seize power over East Hua? This is impossible. She was angry yet powerless. Yi Han looked at her, lips curling into a mocking smile. Don't think I didn't plan for this. When you refused to accept the truth and tried to call for Nuo Fo before you could finish your sentence, the Thunder Warriors had already brought him here in a miserable state. No need to call anymore, he's here. He trembled and apologized to the widow. They'd prepared for this. When you brought people there, they were ambushed. They were too many and too strong, you were no match for them. A change of expression appeared on his face, unable to believe it. Yi Han stepped forward and said, the demoness Tian Kong has already been killed by me. Nuo Fo has been captured by me. You no longer have any cards to save yourself. He pointed at the widow with a smug look. You lost. After dealing with the widow's people, Zhen Nai ran up and grabbed Yi Han's arm. If that's the case, everything in Hangcheng is settled. It's time to return to Shanghai. Although she was tied up, she still spoke defiantly. No, I will never lose. As long as I can kill you, I still have a chance. The widow tried to break free and attacked Yi Han. Die! She gritted her teeth, but the attack had no effect on Yi Han. He tightened his fist, struggling when death is near. Yi Han landed a series of powerful blows that shattered Ada's defenses. Violent fist, 18 rapid strikes. The widow looked on in shock, unable to believe her eyes. What? Ada was pushed back. Yihan looked at the widow lying on the ground and mocked. Aren't you the one who loves to fight? Does this style of boxing suit you? He sneered. What's wrong? Is it too much for you to handle with just a little force? Ada was so angry she almost went mad, but she could only tremble and curse. Damn it, Yihan, you! He pointed his sword at the widow and threatened. Order your people to retreat from Huadong immediately. If not, I will take your life. Her teeth ground in rage at his words. Nu Fo finally spoke. A gentleman takes his revenge after 10 years, but first keep your life. Though unwilling, the widow had to give in. Fine, I give the order. The widow turned away and shouted, tell our people to retreat from Huadong. The others immediately took out their phones to make the call. Oh, tell our people to retreat from Huadong immediately. No need to ask why. This is the order from the leader, executed immediately. He calmly turned back. Mr. Zhao, lock up Nu Fo and the widow in the dungeon first. After the people from the Tianzun Association have withdrawn from Huadong, we will proceed. Hong Tian replied, understood. He pointed at the widow and ordered, quickly tie her up and throw her into the dungeon. Someone else responded, got it. Jing Tio suddenly appeared from nowhere and shouted, well done. In a short time you killed Tiangu and now you forced the Tianzun Association to withdraw from Huadong. Next is the governing of the nation. Isn't that too Taiping already? Previously, both Zai Tian and Tian were called Bei Na Lan Nan Mu Rong. Now it's changed to Bei Na Lan Nan Yi Han. Sun Xian turned around to respond, leaving him speechless. I see the day when Na Lan comes to challenge Yi Han is not far off. Zai Zhu Shu Tang even drove the Tianzun Association away. How many can do something as big as that? The scene shifted to a villa. As he walked, he asked, Mr. Zhao, how are the people I brought back from Hangcheng doing with their training? Hong Tian happily pointed and said, they've already consumed the pills from the old Taoist. Now Jun Ben is taking them to the back of the mountain for training. Yihan smirked and tightened his grip. That's good, their strength will be reinforced. We can start building our own organization now. Suddenly, a scream rang out, let me go. He was startled. In front of them was Lang Kaio surrounded. I will never go back to Yanjing with you. Yan called out, Lang Kaio. Yan Fei coldly demanded, Miss, this is the decision of the family. No matter what, I must take you back to the Yan clan today. She immediately protested, no, I will never go back to be married off to that freak Zai Tian. You're dreaming, he showed no mercy, stating firmly, Miss, there are some things you can't decide. Then Yan Fei rushed towards Lang Kaio, old servant, I'm sorry. She immediately covered her face in fear. No, at that moment, Yihan stepped forward to block him. Stop. Yan Fei froze. This kid, his power is terrifying. When Lang Kaio saw him, she was overjoyed. Yihan, he coldly stood before her and shoved the old man aside. Who are you? Yan Fei gritted his teeth in anger. You dare. I advise you not to meddle, or you'll regret it later. Lang Kaio explained the situation to him. Yihan, they want me to go back because they want to use me as a tool for the family. I don't want to marry someone I don't love. Can you help me? Gently placed his hand on hers to reassure her. Don't worry, after all, we are friends. If you don't want to go, no one can force you. Seeing that his words had no effect, Yan Fei took action. You're asking for trouble. If you insist on sticking your nose into this, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yun Tio and Yun Kao stood by eagerly. Old Master Yan hasn't fought in years and now he has to make a move. Kid, you're done for. All the boxing techniques we know were founded by Old Master Yan. They say he succeeded in his training 10 years ago. By now, he must have reached the realm of true transformation. Go old Yan, teach this kid a lesson he'll never forget. Yan wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he looked down on them. Stop beating the drums over there, what good will it do? To the watchful eyes of everyone, he quickly moved forward. Get out of my way, and delivered a crushing blow. What? The speed was so fast that Yan Fei was immediately sent flying into the car behind. The two Yun Tio were now terrified, covering their mouths. Old Yan was knocked away by a single punch. This can't be, this kid is unexpectedly strong. Though injured, he still struggled to get up. Damn it, you dare stop me from taking the young miss back home? You're finished, offending the Yan clan, you'll never live in peace. Han was not afraid at all, challenging him. How strong is the Yan clan? I'm truly eager to find out. Yan Fei quickly got up, muttering to himself, my Yan clan has more than 200 experts at the Rendu peak level. Over 10 are the strongest at the Bui Yuan realm. Even in the capital, they hold considerable power. Kid, I suggest you kneel down and apologize to me, otherwise. Before he could finish, Yihan's men arrived. Otherwise what? Watch your words, you should know that disasters come from the mouth. Want to fight? Jun Ben can't wait any longer. Yan Fei immediately turned pale with fear. 4 Rendu level experts, what kind of joke is this? Yihan waved his hand. Not just that, there are also Bui Yuan level experts come out. Immediately a group of people rushed out. Boss, what's going on? Who's looking for trouble? I'm itching to take action, let me go first. He immediately froze in place, all of them at the Bui Yuan realm. It's impossible. Yihan smirked and threatened him. Don't you want to leave? Do you want me to personally see you off? As soon as he said this, Yan Fei immediately turned around and ran. No need, I'll leave immediately. Others with him hurriedly fled. Get in the car, hurry up. Got it, old Yan, wait for us. I can't believe the young miss found such a powerful group of helpers. Before Yan Fei could leave, Lang Kaio ran up to question him. Wait, you just said the family conference decided I should return, so did my father say nothing? Did he agree? She felt confused. Dad is the one who loves me the most. He would never agree to this. Lang Kaio felt puzzled hearing this. Dad is the one who loves me the most. He would never agree to this. He just got into the car and frankly admitted that the head of the family had been seriously ill for a long time and had not yet regained consciousness. From now on, all matters in the house would be handled by the second manager. Miss, that's enough. Your return to Yanjing does not depend on you. Lin Kaio could only stare blankly as the car drove away. She couldn't believe it and remained full of doubt. Her father had always been healthy, so how could he suddenly be gravely ill, and she had never heard any news about this. Yihan quickly reassured her. Ling Kaio, calm down first. I'll ask some friends to monitor your father's condition. After speaking, he pulled out his phone and called. Hello, Hu Feng. Yes, Ling Kaio's father asked you to keep an eye on him. I understand. Kaio immediately worried. Yihan, what's happening to my father? He said seriously. It's a bit complicated. Your father's illness has hidden complications. It seems I need to go with you to Yanjing. Surprised, Ling Kaio threw herself into his arms. Yihan, thank you. I don't know what I would do without you. He gently reassured her. No need to be so formal. We are friends, aren't we? That's what friends do. The scene shifted to Yanjing Airport and she followed him in a daze. Yihan, where are we going next? We're not heading straight to Yan, right? He replied calmly. No rush to go to Yan. I'm still a bit unfamiliar with Yanjing. He continued, we need to find some assistants to scout the situation first and prepare everything well. She widened her eyes in curiosity. Assistants? At that moment, she didn't know where a sports car came from. He smiled. Yihan, Ling Kaio, the assistants are here. Get in quickly. Suspicious. The assistant is Huo Feng. What exactly is going on? Could Huo Feng have another identity? They quickly arrived at the entrance of a courier company, and she angrily asked while walking. Ling Kaio, I've arranged a hotel for you to rest first. She continued, the next matters are not for you to know. This is the headquarters of the Safety Bureau. Come on, I'll give you a tour. Hearing this, Yihan looked full of surprise. Aunt, you say this is the Safety Bureau headquarters, but what kind of racing is this? It looks so shabby. Feng calmly pressed the door. What's the hurry? The real headquarters is inside. Immediately, the door opened, startling him. Inside, it was completely different from the shabby exterior, looking very luxurious. Yihan couldn't help but admire it. She led him in and enthusiastically introduced everything. She said, these are all clerical staff of the Bureau, responsible for handling information, gathering intelligence, and analyzing data. Deeper inside, this is our training room and all our associates are in there. She pointed at Yihan cheerfully. Continued, they've been waiting eagerly, wanting to meet you immediately and greet you properly. She led him into the training room, and as they entered, Huo Feng clapped to signal. Everyone, settle down. This is our new colleague. Yihan quickly regained his composure and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm Yihan. Nice to meet you all for the first time. Ladies and gentlemen, please forgive my absence the past 2 days. Today looking at the situation around him, he seemed confused. DI letter 1 EC7 Han Mo these two. He turned to the side, his tone full of meaning, making an offer to Mr. Kell. You've come at just the right time. I'm willing to give 1% of our business profits. In return, you are not to protect DI letter 1 EC7 Han. The gossipers were stunned. 1% of profits worth tens of millions. Is Deng Tian so rich? Why would he give up such huge profits just for someone like DI letter 1 EC7 Han with an unclear background? People don't mind saying such things. Jia Engia stood frozen, biting her lip. Usually, in Deng Tian's eyes, she wasn't even as good as his dog. Clearly, this was just a show for the outsiders, but in her eyes, there was a gleam of malicious delight. Today, Deng Tian agreed to help her vent her frustration, directly giving 1% of the profits to the partner. In the future, she would progress further into Hangzhou's upper society. She didn't answer, and he continued. Mr. Kell, what do you think of my offer? He calmly looked at him, smiled, and shook his head. Deng Tian, I think you misunderstand. I've never protected DI letter 1 EC7 Han. Hearing this, he laughed joyfully. Then this will be easy. DI letter 1 EC7 Han. Today I must let you know if you offend certain people. While he was speaking, Kell interrupted. Deng Tian, let me speak. I've never protected DI letter 1 EC7 Han, but I have already received a favor from him. He was speechless, his eyes wide. What? The gossipers were stunned. How did this turn out? They stared and whispered, did I hear that right? Mr. Kell really said the truth. DI letter 1 EC7 Han is the one protecting him. Who is DI letter 1 EC7 Han? Could we have misjudged him? Deng Tian pointed at him, stammering, Mr. Kell, did you misspeak? He coldly and decisively shook his head. I did not misspeak, I've made myself very clear. Moreover, I think the upcoming cooperation between the two companies may no longer need to proceed. His words left him stunned. But, Mr. Kell, are you going to give up the opportunity to enter the Huazia market just because of DI letter 1EC7P hand? But hearing this, he smiled smugly. Mo doesn't represent the entire Huazia market. You're being a bit too arrogant. Kell opened his arms wide, loudly declaring, I declare, as long as it's a company with shares in my business, I will not allow any cooperation with Mo under any circumstances. Otherwise, I will withdraw my investment. Everyone exclaimed. Oh my God, Mr. Kell dares to oppose the Mo family right here. Is this all happening because Deng Tian offended DI letter 1EC7P Han? Who exactly is DI letter 1EC7P Han? My company is still running thanks to Mr. Kell's investment. That's why we're still operating. It looks like the only choice left is to end the business dealings with the M letter 1ED9 Deng family. He smiled, cupped his hands, and bowed slightly. Mr. Kell, thank you for your generous help. He couldn't help but calculate in his heart. Although Deng Tian is just a small fry, if Kell has stood up to help me, I should still show him some respect and thank him a little. He passed by and patted DI letter 1EC7P Han on the shoulder. We're all brothers, no need for formalities. Your business is my business. After all, not long ago we agreed to help each other out. Kell's eyes were fixed on him, secretly thinking, this kid DI letter 1EC7P Han may hide his true power, but based on his methods of treatment, he's far beyond the doctors out there. If I can form a close relationship with him now, my future business in Huazia will surely prosper. Jia Engia was still unaware of the situation, still clinging to him. Tian, what should we do now? They actually want to end the partnership with the M letter 1ED9 Deng family. Tian, what should we do now? They actually want to end the partnership with the M letter 1ED9 Deng family. Shut up, he couldn't contain his anger and slapped her. Get out! Seeing Jia Engia lying on the ground, Deng Tian stamped his feet and cursed. If it weren't for you, would things have turned out this way? DI letter 1EC7P Han, with Kell backing you, I really can't do anything to you. But what about the martial world? I know you're also a martial artist. Dare to fight me? A life-or-death battle. DI letter 1EC7P Han held Don and Chai, his gaze looking backward. Who do you think you are to challenge me? He laughed and said, that's right, today we must drink to our heart's content. Maizen Jiok laughed loudly. DI letter 1EC7P Han, don't let a few stray dogs ruin the mood. He acted like a clown, mocked by everyone. This was the first time people saw Deng Tian so humiliated. Usually boasting and bullying others, today he finally got a lesson. People had always ignored him and didn't give him any face. He had just looked down on DI letter 1EC7P Han, but unexpectedly, even Mr. Kell had to show respect to DI letter 1EC7P Han. Deng Tian was really having a bad day. Able to swallow his anger, he charged at him. DI letter 1EC7P Han, I'll kill you. She turned around and yelled, covering her mouth. What? DI letter 1EC7P Han, be careful. He just raised his foot and easily kicked Deng Tian down. Get out of here. He watched him roll away like a dog. There will be a next time, you're dead for sure. Deng Tian trembled, his mouth full of blood. You dare to destroy my dancing. The scene switched to the evening. In the riverside courtyard, two people were talking. In the blink of an eye, an explosion erupted. Damn it. Wu Tin Kong reported seriously. This is what happened. Young Master Thierry Do is now a cripple. He clenched his fist and nodded. Understand, you can leave now. As he left, Thierry CU letter 1ED3NG suddenly spoke. If you're already here, why hide and sneak away? As soon as he finished speaking, two figures quickly flashed and appeared behind him. Hawk QU letter 1EA3 PH letter 1EE5 smiled charmingly. No wonder he's the strongest in the M letter 1ED9 Deng family. The young master of the M letter 1ED9 Deng family really has keen senses. He glanced coldly and interrupted. What are you talking about? Don't waste my time. Seeing his disrespectful attitude, N letter 1ED9 PH letter 1EADT was about to rush over. Dan Khan quickly raised his hand to stop him. Hawk QU letter 1EA3 PH letter 1EE5 said, Young Master M letter 1ED9 Deng really speaks straightforwardly. And let me speak frankly. Hawk QU letter 1EA3 PH letter 1EE5 placed the box on the table. I must admit, our Tierton H letter 1ED9I has a grudge with DI letter 1EC7P Han. Your letter 1ED9 Deng family also has a grudge with DI letter 1EC7P Han. Our Tierton H letter 1ED9I is willing to support. What's in this box is TH letter 1EADP Trung TH letter 1EADP Hoa D letter 1EA1. and also Ki letter 1 EBF and HUY letter 1 EBFT Dan. TH letter 1 EADP Trung TH letter 1 EADP Hoa D letter 1 EA1 is extremely poisonous. Ki letter 1 EBF and HUY letter 1 EBFT Dan is useful for increasing battle strength in a short period. TH letter 1 EADP Trung TH letter 1 EADP Hoa D letter 1 EA1 is highly toxic. Ki letter 1 EBF and HUY letter 1 EBFT Dan enhances combat power rapidly. The Heir and CU letter 1 ED3 and G snorted coldly, still not turning his head. To deal with trash like DI letter 1 EC7 P Han, do you think I need those things? She smiled. Of course, young master M letter 1 ED9 Dung can defeat DI letter 1 EC7 P Han. We're just offering a bit of help to the young master. After speaking, the two quickly left. Then I'll see you later, young master M letter 1 ED9 Dung. He placed his hand on the box, gritting his teeth. I letter 1 EC7 P Han, I will definitely kill you. Night fell, and the scene shifted to the gloomy branch of the Tiern Ton H letter 1 ED9 I. QU letter 1 EA3 PH letter 1 EE5 lay on the bed, her red dress hugging her body, extending to her thighs. This still won't do, keep going. And letter 1 ED9 PH letter 1 EADT quickly kneeled down, sweat beading on his forehead. No, it's almost dawn, you really have nothing left. I remember you weren't even happy when you got out of bed. Completely useless. Did you say that Tian Quang really could kill Deep Han? The widow walked to the vanity and leisurely brushed her hair. If Tian Quang can kill Deep Han, that's the best. If not, it doesn't matter. As long as he holds Deep Han back. After all, our only goal is to take full control of Hua Dong. At that, she turned around, her eyes flashing with malice. Hang Shu will soon arrive in Hangzhou, and as long as we establish a relationship with them, no matter how strong Deep Han is, he won't have any chance left. Nu Fo gave a thumbs up in approval. This move is really brilliant. I can't wait to see Deep Han's miserable end. The widow stepped forward, gently lifting his chin, her eyes full of teasing. I think you've recovered your strength. How about we continue? Nu Fo hurriedly ran off, not daring to look back. No, there's more important business at the meeting. I'll send someone to pick up the Changshu delegation. She snorted coldly. Useless. The scene shifted to Kyo's villa where they were chatting merrily. Pan, the lesson you gave to Dung Tian Kai today was just too awesome. Don't mention that bastard's name again. Come on, drink. We're not leaving until we're drunk. Han held the letter, hurriedly running in. He walked over and knelt, respectfully offering it with both hands. Master Deep, just now someone from Mo Dung sent a letter. Tian Quang says he wants to have a life-or-death duel with you tomorrow afternoon, in front of everyone. As soon as he finished, the group was taken aback. What, a life-or-death duel? Deepan put down his glass of wine, smiling. Are all the people from Mo Dung just like dogs? They're so quick to pick a fight as soon as they catch a scent. Fine, this time I'll completely subdue them. Deepan stood up, his face full of interest. The Han, write a reply to Tian Quang. Tell him I accept his challenge. The Han accepted the order and immediately left. Doi Nhi looked at him worriedly. Deep Han, I've heard that Tian Quang is really strong. He's the strongest among the younger generation of martial artists from the south. You can't take him lightly. Kyo, standing beside them, nodded as well. That's right, Deep Han. Moreover, Mo Dung is a very powerful force in Hangcheng. Even if you win this battle, you must be cautious. They might surround and attack you like cornered dogs. Deep Han remained calm, not a hint of panic. Some things can't be avoided, might as well face them head-on. He was silently calculating. Hong Tian and Chang Shu should be arriving soon. Dawn broke and the scene shifted to the peaceful Dong Hu. A group of people had gathered, whispers filling the air. Would have thought that Tian Quang, the strongest among the young martial artists of the south, would challenge Deep Han, the one who destroyed Blood Hand Hall. In terms of strength, Tian Quang is slightly superior. I heard he's reached the peak of the Ren Du realm while Deep Han is still at the Boy Yuan stage. Tian Quang is undefeated among the younger martial artists of the south, so to put it bluntly, Deep Han is walking straight into his grave. The fans waved banners, shouting loudly, "Young Master Mo Dung is here. Young Master Mo Dung is so handsome. Mom, I want to marry him. Young Master Mo Dung, I love you." He ignored them all, turning to ask Xu Wengan, "Is everything ready?" Xu Wengan bowed and reported, "Young Master, all the major powers in Hangcheng have been invited here." Tian Quang clenched his fist, his face showing clear satisfaction. "Very good, today I'm going to show everyone that anyone who dares to offend Mo Dung can only walk one path, the path to death." Deep Han slung his arm around Doi Nhi as they walked with Kyo and Mi Sen Jaya. Tian Quang brought so many people here. Is he trying to hold his own little event? Tian Quang turned around, snarling, "Deep Han, I don't want to waste words with scoundrels like you. Let's get to it." With that, Tian Kuang flew up, standing on a lotus leaf amidst the whispers. He stood firmly on the water, relying only on a thin lotus leaf. Tian Kuang can control his breath. It's really terrifying. This technique could be considered unique in Hangcheng. Quick, take a picture. This will be the headline for tomorrow's issue. With just one hand, young Master Mo Deng is enough to crush Deep Han. Deep Han laughed coldly and charged like lightning. Tian Kuang, today I'll show you that you're nothing but a paper tiger. Seeing him charge forward, all the mocking words suddenly stopped, replaced by astonished gasps. What? Deep Han can walk on the water without relying on anything. My goodness, his control is much stronger than Tian Kuang's. I'm starting to think this fight may not have a clear winner. The scene shifted to the widow's residence. Sitting in the chair, she couldn't hide her excitement. The battle between Yi Han and Tian Kuang was about to begin, and this was the moment we could act. As he stepped out, the Black Widow spoke. New foe, handle those guys for me, don't mess this up. Nodded, don't worry, those useless old men. New foe led his subordinates outside. If I run into them, I'll bring their heads to you. Watching his back disappear, she moved to the window, gazing outside. Yi Han, I hope you win. Wait until you win and hear the elders were captured, you won't be happy. Turning back to the fight, he began to speak. Tian Kuang, the scenery here isn't bad, perfect for burying people. He snorted and immediately struck. His hands swung, water splashing everywhere. I need to see if the skill in your hands is as strong as your mouth. Tian Kuang launched the Tiger Roar Dragon Chant fist. Primal force exploded, forming a beast behind the water. Fans cheered. Tian Kuang used his ultimate move the moment he struck. Yi Han, it's over. Tiger Roar Dragon Chant fist at full power is Tian Kuang's proudest technique. One punch can weigh over 10,000 pounds, Yi Han can't withstand it. Laughed coldly, Tiger Roar Dragon Chant fist. Today I'll show you what Dragon Fist and Tiger Fist really are. Yi Han performed a move similar to form Intent Fist, Dragon Tiger dual shape, creating a parallel Dragon Tiger image full of power. Their clash caused a massive explosion. That's all you've got. He collapsed, blood dripping from his mouth. Damn it! Spectators wiped sweat from their brows. Is Tian Kuang losing? We misjudge Yi Han. Xiao Huang held the camera. Smash him, but Yi Han's just lucky this time. Tian Kuang's sword technique is the strongest. His next move will definitely win. He stood up, wiping blood from his mouth. Han, didn't expect you to have some real skill. I admit I underestimated you earlier. Tian Kuang took a red pill from his robe and swallowed it. Damn, underestimated Yi Han. Looks like I have to use the elixir given by the celestial sect. He continued, but next, you're definitely dead. His body surged with intense power. The audience buzzed. Tian Kuang's energy is increasing too fast. What's happening? He seems to have taken some pill that boosts strength temporarily. Unexpectedly, Yi Han can pressure Tian Kuang this far. This time Tian Kuang must win. He frowned. Flame Heat Pill, a secret elixir only the celestial sect has. Didn't expect you to collude with them. He raised his hand, the air trembling. Just need to kill you. Where's the sword? Yi Han quickly threw the sword. Burn him, sword. Tian Kuang raised his sword toward Yi Han, eyes wild. Celestial sect initially set traps for me, but now I've reached the triple bloom peak. Enough to crush you, no poison needed, I can still kill you. Yi Han laughed. Triple bloom peak is so tough, I have a stronger move. His eyes blazed with murderous intent. Yi Han, don't boast. Triple bloom peak requires mental focus to achieve. No matter your technique, it won't work. He spread his legs, closed his eyes, and began his move. Demon Valley Secret Arts 9 Prime Supreme. A giant tree rose high. Mobai stepped forward, tapping Mo Chen, who was stunned. Look quickly. Green flower suddenly appeared above Yi Han's head, seemingly attacking Tian Kuang. I thought 9 Prime Supreme was just a legendary move. Never expected to see Yi Han use it today. Xiao Huang's eyes were bloodshot. Tian Kuang, fight. You cannot lose or I'll take the consequences. Stood there, mind racing. My spiritual energy isn't like a normal fighter's. Using this opportunity, I can use the move to drain enormous power from Demon Valley Secret Arts. Though it only lasts a minute, it's enough to deal with Tian Kuang. He ignored everything and charged. No, I don't believe it. I trained my body at 3, martial arts at 4, led others to fight at 6. How can you be stronger than me? Yi Han, don't think these toys can confuse me. The one who dies today will be you. He closed his eyes and exhaled coldly. It's truly unfortunate. Even now you remain stubborn, unwilling to wake up, unwilling to face the reality. Yi Han raised 2 fingers and pointed forward. A surge of spiritual power began to gather. Then he raised his hand, directing it straight up into the sky. Then let me knock that delusional thought of yours away. 2 opposing energies were about to collide. Dai, Supreme Wine Sky Sword, Yin-Yang Patriotic Staff, 10,000 swords returned to set. Yi Han's sword pierced through his move and charged straight through. What? Tian Kuang immediately collapsed onto the water. Tian Kuang lay flat in the water, his eyes wide open. I won't accept it. Yihan raised an eyebrow in disdain. Tian Kuang. Dead. Immediately, a loud cry rang out throughout the arena. Tian Kuang, with his crafty tricks, was ultimately killed by Yihan. After this battle, Yihan would be the strongest among the younger generation in the southern martial arts world. I never expected to witness such a legendary miracle. How lucky I am. Tian Kuang set up such a grand formation. But in the end, he pushed himself into death. Indeed, Xiao Huang over here was crying, nailing in front of the pile of waste. Was wrong, I really can't eat anymore, but they still wouldn't let him off. Eat it, you must finish it today. Once you finish this pile, eat the next. You like Xu and Huang, today I'll make sure you get enough. Xiao Huang was only shaking at this point. He'd just gone to the bathroom and was forced to eat. Yuan Nai hurried over to ask, Yihan, are you okay? He helplessly waved his hand to reassure her. I'm fine, just expended a bit of energy. The other person also approached with a heavy expression. Yihan, you've killed Tian Kuang, the Mo Dong family will definitely not let this go. He coldly asserted, don't worry, I am prepared. Suddenly, someone walked up, causing everyone to turn and look. Yihan, I didn't expect you could actually kill Tian Kuang. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. He frowned, showing little welcome, someone from the celestial sect. Yihan stepped in front of her, shielding her. So you finally decided to show yourselves. She licked her lips. Yihan, you first wiped out the blood hand hall, then killed Tian Kuang. I have to admit, you're very strong. The widow stepped forward confidently. What I like most is strong people, especially handsome men like you. If you join my celestial sect, all past grudges will be erased. I'll even personally serve you. Her actions made Yuan Nai furious, and even Yihan had to be cautious. But what? Yihan directly pushed her away. There's nothing to talk about. He looked at her with disdain. Look at yourself, at your age, you still want to seduce young men, it's really disgusting. Yuan Nai quickly stepped up to scold. Yihan doesn't like women like you. But Yuan Nai's words didn't anger her, on the contrary, she seemed pleased. Widow proudly took out her phone while speaking. Don't be so quick to judge, read this message and see. I believe you'll change your mind. It showed that the people from Changshu had been dealt with. Yihan wasn't courteous either and pulled out his own phone. I have a message too. I also hope you read it carefully. On Yihan's phone was the message, Nuo Fo has been captured. The Changshu people are all safe. Seeing this, her face immediately darkened. What? This can't be. Yihan smiled in satisfaction. You all wanted to capture Changshu, didn't you? To seize the entire eastern Huadong power. I think I didn't consider this. She couldn't accept the truth and immediately called, Nuo Fo, what's going on? Answer my phone. Just then, Nuo Fo was dragged over by the people from Hang Tian, looking disheveled. No need to call anymore, he's here. He trembled and apologized. Widow, they had already prepared in advance. As soon as you arrived, you were ambushed. They were too many and very strong. You're no match for them. Her face immediately darkened. How could this be? Yihan slowly walked over, which Tian Kuang is dead, Nuo Fo is captured by me. You have no more cards to play. Pointed at the widow, his face full of arrogance. You lost. After the widow's group was dealt with, Yuan Nai ran to hug Yihan's arm. If that's the case, everything in Hangcheng has been settled and it's time to return to Shanghai. Though bound tightly, she still refused to yield. No, I will never lose. As long as I kill you, I can still wait for my chance. Pan continuously unleashed a flurry of punches, completely breaking Ada's defense, displaying violence combined with 18 strikes. The widow was stunned, unable to believe her eyes, pushed back a long distance. He looked at her on the ground and mocked, didn't you like fighting so much? Pan sneered teasingly, what's the matter? This is just a little force and you can't handle it. Ida was so furious that she nearly lost her mind but could only tremble and curse. Damn it, Deep Han, you just pointed your sword at the widow and threatened. Immediately give the order for your men to withdraw from Huadong, or I will take your life. Fat, already bound, finally spoke. The widow's revenge can wait 10 years. First, we must survive. Although reluctant, she had to yield. All right, I give the order. The widow turned and shouted for everyone to withdraw from Huadong. Those who heard the order immediately complied, each making calls. Hello, immediately tell our people to withdraw from Huadong. No questions, this is the leader's order. Executed immediately. He calmly turned his head back. He ordered, Brother Triu, first take No Fat and this widow to the prison. Wait until the Thien Tun Society's people withdraw from Huadong, then proceed. Hon Thien replied, understood. He pointed at her and commanded, someone quickly take this widow to the prison. Other quickly responded, got it. Han Tiu appeared from somewhere and shouted, excellent. In such a short time, Thiern Ko is dead. This also forced the Thien Tun Society to retreat from Huadong. Then comes governance, isn't it peaceful? Previously, Diet Thien and Thien Kung were called Back Nap Lan Nam Mung. now renamed Back Nap Land Nam Deep Han. And Heen turned to respond, leaving him stunned. I think the day Nap Land challenges Deep Han isn't far off. Diet Hyatt Third Duong even drove back the Thien Tun Society. Who else could manage something that big? The scene shifted to a mansion. He walked and asked, Brother Triu, how is the training of those I brought from Hang Than going? Hon Thien happily pointed and explained. They have taken the elixirs from the old Taoists. Now Tuan Buon is leading them to the back of the mountain for training. Pan heard this and tightened his handcuffs. Good, the strength will be reinforced, and we can immediately start building our own organization. A shout rang out, let me go. He was startled to see Lang Qiu surrounded. I absolutely will not return to Yenjing with you, Deepan called. Lang Qiu. Yen Fai coldly demanded, Miss, this is the family's decision. No matter what today, I must take you back to Yen. She immediately wanted to resist. He said, no, I absolutely will not go marrying that pervert Diet Thien. Dream on, he firmly insisted without hesitation. Yen Fai said, Miss, some matters are beyond your decision. Then she rushed to Lang Qiu. Lang Qiu fearfully covered her face. He quickly stepped forward to stop her. Stop. Yen Fai observed, this kid, his power is terrifying. Lang Qiu saw him and was overjoyed. Deepan stood coldly in front of her and shook him off. Who are you? Yen Fai, embarrassed and angry, gritted her teeth. Kid, I advise you not to meddle. Lang Qiu explained the situation. Deepan, they are forcing me back to be used as a tool by the family. She said, I don't want to marry someone I don't love, can you help me? He gently placed his hand over hers to reassure her. Don't worry, we're still friends. If you don't want to go, no one can force you. Seeing his words had no effect, Yen Fai moved to force. You won't drink the offered wine, yet want the penalty wine if you insist on meddling. She said, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Van Tiu and Van Tao stood by, excited many years without action, now forced to intervene. He said, kid, you're done for. All the techniques we know were founded by old Yen. We heard he mastered them 10 years ago, now surely at true transformation level. Old Yen prepared to strike. Pan, unafraid, even sneered. What's the use of drumming before a battle? Before everyone, he quickly approached, get lost, and slapped him painfully. Yen Fai shouted, what such speed, and was immediately thrown into the car behind. The two Van Tiu covered their mouths in shock. Old Yen was blasted away, unable to believe it. This kid's strength exceeded expectation. Even seriously injured, he struggled to stand up, muttering angrily, damn it, how dare you stop me from taking the young lady home? You won't get away with this because you offended Yan Ra. Deepan showed no worry, challenging, no matter how strong Yan Ra is, I am not afraid. I really want to see Yan Fai. He even murmured, Yan Ra has over 200 masters in the jurisdiction of Inspector Ding Feng. More than 10 of them are the strongest in the Boy Nuyen realm. Even in the capital, they hold certain positions. Kid, if you know what's good for you, kneel and apologize to me, or else. As soon as he finished speaking, Deep Han's men arrived, or else what? Watch your words, trouble comes from the mouth. On a fight, Tuan Bon could wait no longer. Yan Fai is panicking immediately, 4 inspectors at this level, and you're joking around. Deep Han signaled again. There's also the Boy Nuyen realm. Come out, immediately a group rushed out. Boss, what's happening? Who's causing trouble? Let me go first. Froze, could it be all of them are Boy Nuyen realm? Impossible. He clenched his fists, eyes threatening, get lost now. Do you want me to personally see you off? Yan Fai turned and ran desperately. No need, I'll leave immediately. Her companions fled as well. Hurry, get in the car. Yes, old Yan is waiting for us. No one expected the young lady to have such capable backup. Before they could leave, Lang Qiu ran up. Wait, did you just say the family council decided to send me back? Then my father didn't say anything. Did he agree? She wondered. Father is the one who loves me most. He wouldn't agree. Could be. He got into the car, admitting frankly, the head of the family is seriously ill and still unconscious. From now on, everything in the family is managed by the second son, young lady. As for returning to Yan City, that's none of your concern. Lang Qiu stared at the receding car. Impossible. She watched the car suspiciously. Father has always been healthy. How could he suddenly fall ill? Moreover, I haven't heard any news. Deep Han quickly reassured her. Lang Qiu, stay calm. I'll ask a few friends to check on your father's condition. After speaking, he pulled out his phone and called, hello, Hu Fuang, yes, Lang Qiu's father. Please check on his current situation. She looked at Deep Han worriedly. How is my father? He replied seriously. It's a bit complicated. His illness seems to have hidden causes. Looks like I have to go to Yan City with you. Lang Qiu suddenly threw herself into his arms. Deep Han, thank you. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do. Gently comforted her, no need to thank me. Aren't we friends? It's what I should do. The scene shifted to Yan City Airport. She followed him bewildered. Deep Han, where to next? Shouldn't we head straight to Yanra? He calmly replied, no need to rush to Yanra. I'm not very familiar with Yan City. I need to find some helpers to scout the situation first and prepare everything properly. She frowned. Helpers? Suddenly, a sports car appeared in front of them. Deep Han, Lang Qiu, get in, the helpers are here, hurry. He asked in surprise. The helper is Huo Fuang. What's going on? Could Huo Fuang have another identity? They quickly arrived at a courier company's entrance. She instructed while walking, Lang Qiu, I've arranged a hotel for you to rest first. The next things shouldn't concern you. This is the headquarters of the Safety Bureau. Let's go, I'll show you around. Pan's expression darkened. What? You said this is the Safety Bureau headquarters. What kind of joke is this? It looks so shabby. Huo Fuang remained calm, pressing the button to open the door. What's the rush? The real headquarters is inside. The door opened suddenly, startling him. Contrary to the shabby exterior, inside was grand and magnificent. Deep Han couldn't help but exclaim, so many people here. She led him inside and enthusiastically introduced him, explaining that these were the clerical staff of the Bureau, responsible for handling information, gathering intelligence, and analyzing data. This is our training room where our associates are present. Phoenix cheerfully pointed toward Yi Han and said they couldn't wait any longer, eager to meet him and greet him properly. He led him into a training room, and as soon as they entered, Phoenix clapped her hands to signal everyone to maintain order. She then turned to him. This is our new colleague. Yi Han quickly regained his composure and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm Yi Han. Nice to meet you for the first time. Everyone in the room immediately gathered around him, chatting excitedly, making him sweat. This kid was Yi Han, personally invited by the bureau chief. He looked so small and frail with tiny arms and legs, a single punch barely defendable. He whispered softly, Huo Feng, did I offend them? Why does everyone want to fight me? She quickly reassured him, relax, it's nothing. This is just a small test. The entire security bureau welcomes newcomers. Yi Han felt helpless. Huo Feng watched him walk, quietly calculating that the people of the security bureau were all arrogant. Only by defeating them could one earn their respect and quickly gain trust. He stood in front of the Dai Long members and said, whatever competition you want, I agree. Everyone erupted in chatter. This kid was way too confident to speak like that. They debated whether he would cry and beg for his mother and who would teach him a lesson first. Finally, Dai Long decided to go first. Me, I'm Dai Long. Then he pointed at the machine. Kid, come over and see who's stronger. The atmosphere instantly heated, relying solely on strength. Dai Long was considered the strongest here. This round, victory was certain. The average score was 500 points, while this kid had a maximum of only 200. Dai Long went first. Dai Long struck and the score shot to 950. He turned with pride. Kid, I don't want to make it hard for you. If you can hit 900 points, I'll accept you as a member of the security bureau. Yi Han asked cheerfully, what if I win? Those around him laughed out loud. They thought this kid wanted to beat Dai Long, but in the security bureau, only 3 could score over 900 points. Everyone thought he didn't know his limits. Dai Long crossed his arms and said firmly, Kid, if you beat me, I'll treat you as my younger brother. I'll do whatever you want, but if you lose, you'll have to leave the security bureau. We don't need weaklings here. Yi Han nodded. Fine, today I accept being your younger brother. He struck the machine and the score jumped to 951. Everyone's jaws dropped. Yi Han said cheerfully, looks like I've already won. They still couldn't believe it, wondering how he scored just 1 point higher than Dai Long or if the machine was broken. Dai Long noticed Yi Han's true ability. Yi Han, I know you won't stop at 951. You're probably keeping face, not using full power, just controlling your strength precisely. Yi Han forced a smile and waved him off. Don't worry about that, Dai Long. He quickly bowed. No, you're not my senior. From today, you're my brother and I'm your younger brother. Everyone protested in chaos. What kind of competition is this? Dai Long just admits defeat. They realized Yi Han wasn't simple. That punch was exactly 1 point higher than Dai Long's, showing he could control his strength. Yi Han immediately got straight to the point. Who else wants to compete with me? A high-heeled shoe stepped forward. They realized his true strength. Wang Hua was the next to challenge him, but could his speed match hers? Wang Hua assessed, strength without speed is just a punching bag to me. Yi Han didn't hesitate. Want to see how fast I am? Go ahead and try. Everyone cheered her on. They noticed the kid provoking Wang Hua. Her family-trained agility was evident in her legs. In the bureau, no one matched her speed except Huo Feng. Wang Hua warned him, I like confident men, but overconfidence becomes arrogance. Yi Han provocatively urged, you'll only know if you can defend until we try. Tell me, how do you want to compete? She pointed at the dumbbells. We don't like beating around the bush. She explained, see those dumbbells, both start at the same time, whoever lifts theirs first wins. Yihan asked, and if you lose? She replied, this is my room key, if I lose it's yours. She added, if you lose you'll wash my socks for a month. She smiled, confident she would win. Everyone panicked as Yihan hadn't even spoken yet but already had the advantage. Either way, it benefits. Sister Hua, I can wash your socks for a year. Let me compete with you. Everyone was astonished. Yihan refused, no need for the room key. I'm a married man, if you lose just treat me to a meal. He spun to start. I'll give you a 1-minute head start because you're a girl. Wang Hua was confident. Whether you give me a head start or not, I'll win. She reminded him, you'll wash my socks for sure. Dai Long watched thoughtfully, realizing Yihan wasn't just talk. He could actually beat Wang Hua. Dai Feng signaled and the match began. Wang Hua surged forward, electricity flashing past. She felt proud as the kid hadn't started yet but gave her a minute. Wang Hua saw the dumbbells ahead and arrogantly thought, clueless kid, I'll definitely win. A strong gust of wind startled her. She turned and the dumbbells had vanished, confused. Yan smiled coldly, no need to look, the dumbbells are with me. He thought, looks like I've won this match. She was shocked, what, how is that possible? Everyone else was confused too. Everyone saw both dumbbells in Yihan's hands. He stepped back but moved forward 10,000 steps, snatching the dumbbells right in front of Wang Hua. His speed was almost impossible to track. Dai Long asked how long it took him to finish. Dai Feng checked his watch. Yihan's speed was incredible. I can't see clearly. He roughly calculated it took just over a minute, including giving the opponent a 1-minute head start. Everyone was astonished, realizing he completed it in under a minute. This speed was terrifying. Wang Hua frowned. How is he so fast? What kind of training is this? Yihan scoffed. Fast, it's just okay. If they knew I was only using half my normal speed before. Yihan surprised them even more when she suddenly closed the distance. I completely lost this match, but you were fast both coming and going, but can you maintain that speed? My promise still stands. You awkwardly waved your hand to push her away. The group suddenly got excited. Come on, if you don't, you're not a man. Yihan is impressive, just arrived not long ago and already cherished by Wang Ba. Really jealous of him? Fire Phoenix interrupted. That's right, stop talking about it. The welcoming ceremony for Yihan here is over. Next, we'll find somewhere else for him to change the mood and have a casual meal, like being free. Turned around, preparing to leave. All right, it's decided then. I'll go pick up Yan Lang Kaio first, send me the address when you're ready. Wang Hua was furious. Yihan, are you even a man? A moment later, Yihan arrived at the Hua Huangjin Bai Hotel. He wondered, are all the girls at the safety department this strong? Exactly like Fire Phoenix. As expected, the leader's team mirrors the leader. I remember Yan Lang Kaio's room is 506. Reaching the door, Yihan furrowed his brow. Something's wrong. Before leaving, Yan Lang Kaio said she was tired and wanted to take a nap. Why is the door open? His eyes quickly blinked, using yin-yang eye to see through. Inside the room, Lang Kaio was furious. Are you all crazy? This is Yan Jing. How dare you abduct me in broad daylight? Tio Tian laughed. We're just using Yan's name to welcome you. Even if someone finds out, it doesn't matter. Wu Fu took a step forward. Miss Yan, you'd better come with us peacefully. What's wrong with becoming our young master's woman? The Nalan family is one of the largest families in Yanjing. The elder waved his hand to command, stop talking, capture her now. They received the command and excitedly rushed in. Lang Kaio screamed in panic, stop, stop, if you come one step closer I'll scream. He laughed, go ahead and scream as loud as you can. Wu Fu chuckled more. Even if you scream until your throat is hoarse, no one will come to save you. After saying that, a powerful force broke the door down. Yihan charged in, facing the two. He forcefully waved his hand, energy surged violently. Yihan threw a punch, sending Wu Fu flying several meters away. Tio Tian was shocked, his eyes full of doubt and caution. Lang Kaio anxiously shouted, Yihan, you pointed at the elder. You're a subordinate of Nalan Tian. How dare you openly abduct someone in the city center? Who gave you that courage? Tio Tian smugly replied, of course, it's from the #1 big family here, the Nalan family. Don't talk about abducting a woman. We could kill someone right here. As long as we handle it, no one will know. Even if someone saw, they would just turn a blind eye. Yihan coldly laughed, so what? Are you going to kill me? Nalan family sure has big words, huh? The elder mocked, I'm really curious to see how strong the one who dares to challenge the young master of our family, the so-called Northern Nalan and Southern Yihan actually is. Lang Kaio worriedly said, Yihan, be careful, if I'm not mistaken. This person is one of the 3 famous generals under Nalan. Tio Tian is a famous assassin who broke through to the Ren Mai realm 3 years ago. He reassured her, Lang Kaio, don't worry, even top masters in the Ryu Du realm, Mo Rong Kun, Huang Tian, died by my hands, so a small hand Tio Tian isn't worthy to be my opponent. Tio Tian angrily swept out a gust of energy. You arrogant brat, today I'll show you that there are taller mountains and more talented people out there. Yihan remained calm and sent his spiritual energy forward. You're not worthy. The elder angrily shouted, Thun Jing Ba Lion Huan, Sui Zin Lai Fei. Yan calmly activated his spiritual energy, Zhai Bao Tong Tian. The The powerful energy that Tio Tian unleashed was stopped in midair. Tio Tian was stunned, his eyes wide. What? No way. Yihan continued, delivering a decisive punch to Tio Tian. Ling Kaio watched in shock as Tio Tian was sent flying and slammed hard into the ground. She gasped, one move defeated the opponent. I didn't expect Yihan to be this strong. Tio Tian struggled to sit up. Your punch is really powerful. Who did you learn it from? Yihan proudly patted his chest. My brother, Zhao Huangtian. Tio Tian sprang up. Zhao Huangtian, the king of the Northwest, he's your brother. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful ally. Yihan calmly replied, admit defeat, you've run out of chances. Tio Tian's face darkened, his aura grew eerie, gritting his teeth, admit defeat. Then he suddenly lunged at her. Lang Kaio, people from the Nalan family don't know what defeat is, come here. Lang Kaio panicked, no. Yihan turned his face, lowered his hand, energy surged powerfully. Just when Tio Tian was one step away from Lang Kaio, a strong gust of energy swept from behind. Tio Tian lost his balance and was thrown forward, spitting blood. Young master, this old fool is useless. Lang Kaio quickly ran over. Yihan, did you kill Tio Tian? What should we do now? Are you okay? Yihan comforted her, it's fine. And Tio Tian tried to abduct you, I discovered it. He resisted, so it's reasonable for me to kill him. Call someone to take care of his body. Yihan then made a call. Fire Phoenix, people from Nalan Tian wanted to abduct Yan Lang Kaio, I've killed him. The other end was silent for a moment, then shouted, how long have you been in Yanjing and already dare to kill someone? Why the hell should I handle this for you? Yihan smiled awkwardly, I'll owe you one. We still need to attend a party, so it's decided. Lang Kaio quietly assessed, this is Yanjing, but Yihan can leave the matter of killing Tio Tian to Fire Phoenix to handle, as if it's just a minor issue. Do they have some special identity? At the same time, at the Nalan family residence, a girl asked Jian Li, how was the matter with Yan Lang Kaio resolved? Jiakat Banya reminded, the young master of Nalan has just broken through. He needs Yan Lang Kaio as a catalyst for the breakthrough. Don't make a big deal out of it, or no one will bear the consequences. Tio Jian solemnly reported, Yan Lang Kaio has returned to Yanjing. I just received news and sent Tio Tian to pick her up. I believe we'll meet Yan Lang Kaio soon. Jiakat nodded and instructed, Tio Tian is a student of ours and also in the Zhen Hua realm. Yan Lang Kaio is just a weak girl, it should be easy to bring her back. After she arrives, you must have someone guard Yan Ra's school. Even though Yan Ra has surrendered, we must eradicate the root. Yan Donglai, the elder of Yan Ra, also has some strength. Give him some face. Tio Jian bowed, I'll take care of it well. Gyu hurriedly ran over to report. Military advisor, something's wrong. Jiakat scolded loudly, what's with your flustered appearance? Have you forgotten what I taught you? No matter what happens, stay calm. Little Gyu explained, I know I was wrong, but just now someone sent a message saying Tio Tian was killed by Yihan. Jian Li was shocked. Yihan, you mean the Yihan who killed Tio Tian and Mo Rong Tian? Little Gyu stammered, yes, that's right, and Tio Tian has just died recently. The safety department people are already here to collect his body. Little Gyu continued, they used Tio Tian's name to attack someone. Yihan was just acting in self-defense. So Jian Li angrily slammed the table, damn it, how dare the safety department do that? Jiakat sternly said, Jian Li, calm down. Jian Li's face darkened. Military advisor, please forgive me, Jian Li was too angry. Jiakat nodded, I'll take care of this. Jian Li said, I won't back down even if I have to go up the mountain or into the sea of fire. Jiakat raised his voice, everything must prioritize the young master of Nalan. Even if the covert operation is exposed, I'll attack directly. Right now, the young master and Yan Ling Kaio have an engagement. They used that as a pretext for Jian Li to directly send someone to Yan and force a handover with authority. I cannot believe Yan Ling Kaio would ignore Yan's safety, while Yihan is just an outsider. Jian Li nodded, all right, I'll handle it immediately. But the Security Bureau will not easily let this slide. Anyone who disrupts the young master's grand plan must pay. No one is exempt from consequences. The Martial Association and the Security Bureau have old grievances that remain unresolved. It seems the time has come to turn the table. At the main gate of the Yan residence, Ling Kaio inquired about the situation. Yihan, do you really want to go in with me? This is a family matter, I've troubled you enough. He stepped forward to pat her head, aren't we friends? I'm here to help you handle this. Ling Kaio blushed, embarrassed. All right, thank you, Yihan. If you're willing, then let's go quickly, I haven't been home for a long time. She laughed softly. Yes, my father loves me very much. Unsure of her father's current health, Yun Jia suddenly ran over in a panic. It's bad, the master's heartbeat has stopped. Everyone call a doctor immediately. The shocking news left the two at the gate stunned. But Ling Kaio immediately grabbed Yun Jia. What did you say? My father's heart has stopped. What on earth is happening? He hesitated. Miss, I don't know the full details either. The master is still unconscious, but his body is stable. He had just taken medicine but suddenly didn't wake up. Yihan stepped forward. Calm down, Ling Kaio. First, let the doctor through and I'll go in with you to see your father. He clutched his arm. Yes, Yihan, your medical skills are excellent. You will definitely know how to save my father. Nothing must happen to him. Inside the room, everyone wept in despair. Master, how could you leave like this? Master, you absolutely cannot go. If you leave, what will I do? Yan Mingha whispered, careful not to reveal any traces to others. Yan Zai stuffed his mouth. Father, don't worry, it's just a recurrence of your heart condition. No one will harm you. He praised his father, then pretended to comfort everyone not to be too distraught. Now that the eldest brother has passed, the funeral will be arranged tomorrow. Mingha instructed, Zai Tong, contact the people at the temple and arrange a proper funeral for our eldest uncle. Also notify Ling Kaio, telling her to return home quickly. As a daughter, she shouldn't wander outside and miss family matters. Once Ling Kaio returns, she will be taken to the Na Lan family. Wait until I'm safely at the big Na Lan tree. Why fear heavy rain or wind? He replied. Don't worry, father. I will promptly inform Sister Ling Kaio of our eldest uncle's passing. The sliding door opened and Ling Kaio anxiously said, Father, what's wrong? She hugged his cold body. Father, please wake up. Mingha consoled her. Ling Kaio, you're too late. Your eldest brother has passed. He waved him away. No, I don't believe it. My father has always been healthy. How could he suddenly fall ill? This must be your trick. You still want to see the position of master. Minghang angrily waved his hand to silence her. I am the second uncle. Who allowed you to speak to me like that? Yihan's expression hardened as he held his hand. Ling Kaio's father suddenly fell ill. She's a bit agitated and has troubled you. Mingha shouted, Who do you think you are? This is none of your business. Yihan raised his head. I am Ling Kaio's friend here to help examine her father. He pointed to the door and shouted, Then leave this place. My eldest brother passed peacefully. No treatment is necessary. He frowned and activated his medical insight. Yihan sneered coldly, Not necessarily. I see a chance to save him. The man's jaw dropped. What? Ling Kaio tensed. Yihan, are you serious? My father still has a chance. He comforted her. Of course, Ling Kaio, don't you trust my medical skills? Mingha stepped forward. Absurd, his heart has stopped. How can he be saved? Zai Tong mocked Ling Kaio. Where did you drag in this madman, daring to say he can save the dead? Does he think he's a god? Yan Mai added. This kid actually claims he can revive the dead. Is he insane? Yan Lang widened his eyes. According to him, the master isn't dead yet. The master still be alive? Yan firmly stated. Impossible, I just checked. The master's heart has stopped. Even Hua Chu couldn't save the dead. Ling Kaio held Yihan's hand. Yihan, I trust your medical skill. In memory of him, I must save my father. He took acupuncture needles. Don't worry, leave everything to me. Yihan checked the pulse. Though Yan Mingshan's heartbeat had stopped, the heart still quivered faintly, showing a chance for survival. Mingha clenched his teeth in worry, looking at the young man, a traditional doctor, unsure if he could save Yan Mingshan. Zai Tong objected. Impossible, Yan Mingshan is dead. How can he be saved? He truly thought the boy was a god capable of reviving the dead. Yihan adjusted his pulse, chanted hand seals, and recited the 3 yuan life recovery chant. The golden needle shot out, enveloping Yan Mingshan in spiritual energy. Ling Kaio stepped forward, asking, Yihan, my father. Zai Tong sneered, Why ask? This kid's medicine is useless. I know he's talking nonsense. The dead cannot be revived. Mingha echoed, Ling Kaio, consider the greater good. Let your father depart in peace. Angrily said, No need to let this Lang Bam doctor torment father any longer. Yan Mai scolded, Sure enough, this guy is crazy, just a trickster. Yan De despised, I don't understand why Miss Yan associates with this type. What a disgrace to the Yan family. I had a little hope, now I just laugh. How can the dead be saved? He sneered, Ling Kaio, this kid has tried. You accepted giving up, facing the truth. Now you should handle your father's funeral. Your engagement to Na Lan Diet Thien is also near. Yihan laughed, Yan Mingha. Your brother is still in bed and you're eager to marry off Yan Ling Kaio? You truly are a good uncle, he said calmly. The eldest brother has died. Now Yan is under my control. The Na Lan family is a prominent clan in Luo City. Yan lightly waved his hand. Whether he was comforted or not did not depend on his words, while Mingha excitedly thought that if this was done, the eldest brother's soul in heaven would be somewhat consoled. A stream of spiritual power flowed into Mingshan. Yihan thought it best to let him speak for himself. Clearing his throat, he slowly opened his tightly shut eyes. Father and son stared in shock, unable to believe it. He was truly alive. Ling Kaio hugged Mingshan joyfully, exclaiming that father had returned. How wonderful. Everyone else was also excited. They were amazed by the patriarch's revival and marveled at the little immortal's divine power. even more so than Hua does. Mingha trembled, stammering without words. Mingshan looked at him and said he truly was a good younger brother. Ling Kaio carefully helped him lie down, asking how father's health was. He smiled reassuringly, saying he was still very healthy. Mingshan looked around, thinking that as long as he lived, he remained the master of Yan clan and would never allow anyone to bully his daughter. Mingha sighed, confused. How could this happen? He thought Mingshan was dead. That man reassured him, saying it was fine, father, even if Mingshan returned to life, it would not be a problem. Yihan quietly asked himself if he guessed correctly. This was the Hua Zai Yang, right? Yihan explained that the pollen of this flower was harmless, but combined with the sedative Mingshan had taken, it could trigger heart symptoms, potentially leading to sudden death. He emphasized that finding out who brought the flower would reveal the one who tried to harm Father Ling Kaio. Ling Kaio was alarmed, thinking this investigation wouldn't be difficult, reminding that the flower had been brought by Ming Ha and wondering if it really needed to go this far. Everyone else became flustered and chaotic. Han observed that the patriarch was Ming Ha's elder brother, and that father and son of the Yan family were too cunning. Just now they had leaped with joy, hoping to seize control of the Yan clan. Fortunately, the little divine healer saw through their scheme. She shouted, Ming Ha Yan Zai Tong, now that it has come to this, what do you still have to say? He stammered. I. That man stopped him, telling father not to worry, there was still one final move. Ming Ha blinked. What, another move? Ling Kaio stared seriously at the two. Ling Kaio ordered, you two don't deserve to stand here, get out now. Zai Tong sneered. The ones who should leave the Yan household today are actually you two. Yan Fei urged them forward, and a man kicked the door open as the group aggressively advanced. Second young master, everyone at Yan is ready to obey your orders. Ling Kaio could not believe it, stammering. What, the steward? Mingshan furiously said. Yan Fei, years ago you were abandoned on the streets. I brought you into the Yan family, gave you food, clothing, and martial training, and now you betray me. He laughed coldly. Mingshan, you must understand in the moment. When you see wealth and prestige, you move forward, you understand this principle. Frowning, he coughed angrily. She hurriedly supported him. Father, how are you feeling? Zaitong burst out laughing, saying everyone should choose sides, follow him and his father to enjoy wealth and glory or be expelled from the Yan clan. Everyone reluctantly realized Yan Zaitong was forcing them to his side. They worried, unsure of what to do. Everyone realized that leaving Yan meant they had nothing. They wondered about the old mistress. Why didn't she stop Ming Ha and his father? Zai Tong loudly announced that if no one opposed, he would declare a new master of the Yan clan. Yan stepped forward shouting, I oppose. That man angrily ground his teeth. You are not wrong, it's me, Yan Fei. Didn't the lesson I taught you last time scare you? Yan Fei provocatively raised his voice. I never expected you would still dare to show off in front of me, Yihan replied. This is the Yan clan, not your mountain and sea territory, and you are not allowed to speak recklessly. Zai Tong puffed out his chest. You have medical talent. If you cooperate with the Yan clan, I might spare your life. Zai Tong continued. If you stubbornly refuse, today or next year will be your downfall. Ming Ha bit his lip, and Yihan reminded him that those who know the right time are the true heroes. And stepped forward, don't worry about my life, you should focus on staying alive yourselves. That man turned respectfully. Very well, Yihan, this is your choice, don't regret it, master, Yan Fei the incompetent. Zhu Changha laughed, surprised. I didn't expect outside of Yan Dong, Yan has another supreme master. Hopefully you won't disappoint this old man. Yan Fei smugly said, Yihan, although I am not your match, Master Zhu Changha, today you will definitely die. Everyone was stunned. They wondered if Zhu Changha was truly the peak swordsman known as Sword Sovereign Changha. Changha's sword embryo was rare, a master of ancient martial arts. No one expected Ming Ha and his father to have invited him. Zai Tong laughed, thinking they had intended to call a sword sovereign to deal with the old master, but now he had to appear personally. Ming Kaio worriedly told Yihan to go first, not to take risks. Ming Shan nodded. Brother, thank you for your kindness, but today is dangerous. You should leave first, don't die unjustly. Yihan resolutely waved his hand. Yihan reassured Ling Kaio, don't worry, a sword sovereign or not, I alone can't defeat him yet. Changha tilted his head, initially planning to punish Yihan's disciples, but now changed his mind, readying his sword. Changha angrily said, a swordsman cannot be humiliated. Youngster, you will pay for your reckless words. Yihan summoned spiritual power. Today I will show you what it means to have a sword without relying on a sword. Changha swept his force along his blade, unleashing the sword array of Changha. Both gathered their strength, clashing, light flashing, the air trembling. Changha's face turned pale, eyes wide in shock. A terrifying punch pierced through him, sending him sprawling, dust rising. Everyone wondered what move Yihan had used. It was incredible. Yan Fei anxiously called, Master, are you all right? Did you win? Is that Yihan brat dead? As the dust cleared, Yihan stepped out calmly. Sorry to disappoint you. I am still alive, Master. You are dead. He kept his eyes wide, body stiff. Everyone marveled. In just one move, Yi Han had defeated Zhu Changha. They were amazed at his medical skill and formidable power, wondering what kind of divine being he truly was. With Yi Han here, Ling Kaio and Ming Shan felt victory was within reach. Ming Shan smiled knowingly, thinking that the relationship between Yi Han and them was more than just friendship. He blushed with embarrassment. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? Deepan already has a girlfriend. Our relationship is not what you think. He laughed out loud. He has a girlfriend, but they aren't married yet. With your beauty and talent, my daughter, do you fear not being able to win him over? I will support you. Ling Qiu watched Deepan's figure and thought it would be nice if that could really happen. He coldly walked up. Yen Fai, it's your turn now. The man panicked and begged, no, please don't kill me, Deep G, Deep Grandfather, Deep Ancestor, please spare me, I can be your servant. Deepan used his spiritual power, striking with a punch that sent the man flying far away as he wasn't worthy of being his servant. Minha was startled and thought, with Chu Truongha and Yen Fai both dead, this rising star was truly terrifying. I will do whatever you want. Tu Thong grabbed him anxious, Dad, let's hurry and go, we must go to the Nap Land family. Only they can save us now. Suddenly, he appeared in front of them, trying to run away. Deepan exclaimed, what did you just say about going to the Nap Land family? Truly, you are great descendants of the Yen family. He shielded Minha. Deepan, we lost today, but this was all arranged by me alone. The man awkwardly said, Deepan, we are still relatives of Yen Lang Qiu. Could you spare us this time? He sighed and nodded. Don't worry, I won't harm your father. Yen Qiu maintained a solemn expression. I will not kill you, Deepan slowly spoke, but I will break your limbs so you will spend the rest of your life in bed. Suddenly, a figure quickly ran into the room. Tu Thong was overjoyed. Stop, grandfather is here, this is great, we're saved. Minha immediately complained, Dad, someone wants to cripple my son and grandson, hurry and save us. Yen Donglai stepped forward to explain, young man, Minha and Tu Thong are at fault, but they are still members of the Yen family. This is a private family matter, can we handle it ourselves? Reminded him, grandfather of Yen Lang Qiu. Deepan ordered, I don't want to interfere in your family matters. But I am a friend of Lang Qiu. Anyone who tries to harm my friend must die. Sparing their lives is already a great mercy. He sighed, realizing, I never expected the descendants of the Yen family to let an outsider seek justice for them. He said, but the hand's palm and back are both flesh, I have no choice. Min Sun rose up and Lang Qiu softly called, Dad, everything I do is for the Yen family. Only with the Nap Land family can we revive. Tu Thong was also pale, worried. Grandfather said, if Lang Qiu doesn't marry Nap Land Diet Thien, once the Nap Land family is angry, the Yen family will not have a single person left alive. Dong Lai nodded. Exactly, the family's interests come first. If Lang Qiu is a member of the Yen family, she must marry Nap Land Diet Thien for the family's sake. She collapsed, tears streaming down her face, realizing she was just a pawn, ready to be sacrificed for the family's benefit. People whispered, I thought Deepan had the strength to untangle this mess. But turned out to be just a show of excitement. Old Yen wasn't someone with low cultivation like Chu Truongha. Deepan might not be able to withstand it. Everyone felt pity for Yen Lang Qiu, wondering who would pity them in the future. Lang Qiu cried silently, Deepan, you better leave now. She embraced him, this is my fate, you can't help me. Deepan held her hand, giving her hope. Fate is decided by oneself. Not heaven's will, everything in life is decided by oneself. She blushed, Deepan, Iu, Zhen and leave this to me. Deepan took a step forward, Mr. Yen, I don't care about your family's matters, but Yen Lang Qiu is my friend. She doesn't want to marry someone she doesn't love. He suggested, if I defeat Nap Land Diet Thien, does that mean Lang Qiu no longer has to marry him? Donglan was shocked. What, you can defeat Nap Land Diet Thien? Minha sneered, Deepan, you still want to defeat Nap Land Diet Thien? Don't dream, you two are not on the same level. Tu Thong also mocked that Nap Land Diet Thien is known as the #1 young man in the north. Even some old masters have been defeated by him. You want to beat him? That's just daydreaming. Deepan swiftly moved. His arm shifted to the side, swinging down. The blow was as loud as a hammer, echoing throughout the room. Minha and his son were knocked backward, stunned and unable to react. He panicked. My father is still here, how dare you? He screamed. Grandfather, hurry and save me, Deepan wants to kill me. Looked down arrogantly, that useless fool better not say another word. If I want to kill you, no one will stop me. Dong Lai panicked. Quick, his speed is too fast. Even if we were fully prepared, we couldn't stop him. He cleared his throat, realizing, Deepan is truly a deep and unpredictable person. I hope, deep friend, considering that I am Lang Qiu's grandfather, you will show mercy. Everyone stared in shock. What does he mean by that? Could it be that even he is no match for Deepan? My God, how strong is Deepan? Suddenly mocking laughter rang out from outside. Defeat young Master Nap Land? Let me see who dares to speak so arrogantly. A group of people strode in and everyone gasped. It was Tiu Kim Lai, a close associate of Nap Land Diet Thien. Everyone was shocked. Oh my, why is he here? Tiu Kim Lai was the #1 expert under Nap Land Diet Thien, and it was rumored that no one survived after he struck. Dong Lai stepped forward. Tiu Kim Lai, why have you come to the Yen family today? He smiled wickedly. Mr. Yen is here too. Perfect, today I'll clear things up. Kim Lai ordered. 1 day from now, bring Yen Lang Qiu to the Nap Lan family if she's not here by the deadline. He issued a stern command to everyone in the Yen family. Min Sun and Lang Qiu froze. What? He angrily shouted. Tiu Kim Lai, do you think you can move the entire Yen family? Try it, I'm still alive. The man laughed coldly. Before coming here, the great strategist told me to show him respect, but now his vitality is no longer what it was. Kim Lai's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If that's the case, today I'll shatter the last hope of the Yen family. He smirked, and a red-hot aura shot out like lightning, the blood-colored sword shadow. Dong Lai raised both hands, pushing out his techniques quickly. Tian Buddha palm, his face turned pale as he realized his techniques were being crushed. Dong Lai's eyes widened in horror. Kim Lai sneered, die. At that moment, a sharp explosion rang out, shaking the surrounding. Min Sun stood frozen. No, Dad. Lang Qiu was stunned. Grandfather, you. Just as the smoke began to clear, a figure stood straight, powerful. Deepan waved his hand. In my friend's house, you don't get to show off. Kim Lai gaped, stepping back, unable to believe it. Lang Qiu sighed in relief, looking at him with gratitude. Lang Qiu said, Deepan, thank you for saving my grandfather. Dong Lai quickly expressed regret. Mr. Deep, the old fool here was wrong towards you before. He stepped forward, cupping his hands and bowing his head slightly. But you didn't hold a grudge and still saved me, making this old fool feel ashamed. Yihao simply furrowed his brows and replied, Mr. Yan doesn't need to do this. I only helped you because you are Lang Kaio's grandfather. After saying this, he turned to leave, catching Dong Lai off guard and continued, the rest is a matter for the Yan family. I won't get involved. Unexpectedly, Jian Li suddenly rushed out and shouted, You are Yihao. At the same time, he pointed at Yihao and asked Xiao Tian, Did you kill Old Han? Yihao calmly responded, That's right, I am Yihao, and it was indeed me who killed Xiao Tian. Yihao then challenged him. He led people to kidnap Lang Kaio and he deserved to die. This statement made Jian Li furious. He raised his head and spoke with determination. I am an orphan wandering on the streets. It was Old Han who adopted me, taught me, and gave me a chance. If I don't kill you today, I'll be no better than a wild beast. He shifted into a fighting stance. Yihao did not dodge but responded, If you want to avenge Xiao Tian, try it, but the price you will pay is your life. Jian Li smirked with self-satisfaction. Since I was 18, I reached the Ren and Du level. No one has dared to speak to me like this. He continued confidently, Today, if I don't kill you, I, Jian Li, will write my name backward. Manhwa stood beside them, silently laughing. I didn't expect Yihao to provoke Jian Li. He's as good as dead. Zai Tong murmured, Father, after Yihao dies, we'll offer Lang Kaio to the Nap Lan family. With Jian Li, this matter will be settled. Seeing the situation was going awry, she hurried over to plead with Dong Lai. Grandfather, can you help Yihao? Jian Li is a level higher than him. He cannot fight him. Dong Lai furrowed his brows and replied, Not necessarily. Grandfather, even though your vitality isn't what it used to be, you're still very sharp when it comes to judging people. Jian Li may have a higher realm, but I still can't see Yihao's true strength. Maybe he will surprise us. Yihao calmly pointed and demanded, This is my friend's house. If you want revenge, pick another place. Jian Li refused to listen and mocked. Today, if you dare leave, the entire Yan family except for Lang Kaio will die. Jian Li gritted his teeth and ordered his subordinates, Block the door, don't let anyone pass. His subordinates immediately rushed to block the door. Yihao gently reassured, Don't worry, I'm here. After saying this, he strode directly toward Jian Li. Jian Li, if you're tired of living, I'll help you fulfill that wish. Yihao quickly swung his hand, launching an attack. Jian Li also responded with an attack, creating a massive explosion. Yihao didn't say much, just swung his fist. He unleashed the Shadow Intent Fist, with both the tiger and dragon forms aimed at Jian Li. Jian Li reacted in time and unleashed the blood shadow crossing the sky. The two strikes collided, resulting in a violent explosion. Jian Li was stunned, his mouth agape in horror. What? Impossible! Before he could react, Yihao lunged forward and punched him in the stomach, causing Jian Li to cough up blood. Jian Li was struck by the fatal blow and fell backward. Lang Kaio, watching from the side, finally sighed in relief. Good, Yihao won. Dong Lai, satisfied, said, This boy truly didn't disappoint me. Perhaps it's not a bad idea for Lang Kaio to follow him. Jian Li's subordinates panicked. General Xiao is dead. We are no match for Yihao. Run away. Another shouted, Yihao's strength is even greater than we thought. We must report to the strategist. Yihao decisively commanded, Don't let any of them escape. These guys only know how to rely on numbers, so they'll all die together. After saying this, he charged forward, knocking down each one. Every punch sent them crashing to the ground, groaning. "Oh, spare us," Yi Hao coldly responded. "A bunch of trash only relying on their master." Dong Lai, worried, approached. "Young Master Yi, you've killed Xiao Tian and Jian Li. The Naplan family won't let this go easily. You and Lang Kaio need to prepare." Yi Hao calmly reassured him. "Mr. Yan, don't worry, I will take Lang Kaio to the safe bureau. No matter how strong the Naplan family is, they won't dare to break into the safe bureau to kidnap someone." Dong Lai was stunned, mouth agape. "Safe bureau, young Master Yi, I didn't expect you to be acquainted with someone from the safe bureau." Yi Hao shrugged. "What's so surprising? I am a member of the safe bureau." Dong Lai was even more surprised. "You're an employee of the safe bureau." Dong Lai quickly calculated in his mind, thinking about how Jian Li had died in his house. The Naplan family would surely cause trouble. With Yi Hao protected by the safe bureau, it seemed his only option was to hold on to him. He rubbed his hands and said, "Young Master Yi, for this matter, please take Lang Kaio to the safe bureau. I truly appreciate it." Hao interrupted him. "It's not urgent. Lang Kaio is my friend. My friend was wronged by you, so I need a proper explanation." Dong Lai hesitated. "Young Master Yi, please don't be angry. I'll go handle it right away." He turned to Zai Tong and Ming Ha. "Second brother, Zai Tong, hand over the entire Yan family's assets to the eldest. From now on, don't cause any more trouble. Stay in the villa for the rest of your lives." They were so frightened by this sentence that their faces turned pale. "What? Stay here for the rest of our lives? Isn't this imprisonment? If it weren't for Yi Hao, how would I end up in this situation?" At the Naplan family, the atmosphere was silent, then a loud clap echoed. Baya shouted angrily, "What did you say? Jian Li was killed by Yi Hao." Hai Wei immediately froze, trying to explain. "General Zio brought people to the Yan family and no one returned. After that, we saw the safe bureau's people come to escort Lang Kaio. Not long after, the news of Jian Li's death came." Baya gritted his teeth in anger. "That Yi Hao." Baya quickly calculated. Jian Li is dead and Lang Kaio wasn't captured. If the young master finds out about this, the consequences will be unthinkable. She looked at her phone, then quickly dialed a number. "Duong, if you want to avenge your brother, then make a deal with me." The scene shifted to the safe bureau, where Yi Hao stood before her, asking, "Yu Feng, is it really no problem leaving Lang Kaio here?" She lazily leaned against the chair and replied, "No problem at all." Then she suggested, "If something really happens to her, I'll give my life to make it up to you. How about that?" This made Yi Hao shiver and he coughed. "That won't be necessary." Suddenly, Chen Li rushed in from the door, hastily reporting, "Captain, I just heard that the Martial Arts Association is fighting with the Earth Dragon people at the Longtang Martial Arts Hall." Yu Feng immediately stood up, shouting, "These guys love to cause trouble." She hurried outside, telling Yi Hao, "We're going to the Martial Arts Hall right now. Let's see who dares to be so bold." Yi Hao was surprised. Martial Arts Association, why now? The three quickly arrived at the Tang Long dojo, where Hai Dong was casually tossing Dai Long aside. His subordinates cheered enthusiastically. "Get out of here." He was thrown back by the impact. "Nice move, Su. Truly the strongest young man in our association, daring to challenge our dojo. Today, I'll show you who the real strong one is and make these weaklings scatter." Meanwhile, the Safety Bureau was lamenting, "Why is the Martial Arts Association picking a fight with us? 5 or 6 years ago, one of our Safety Bureau members killed a genius from the Martial Arts Association. That's how the feud started. To put it plainly, we were in the right. That's why the higher-ups just let it slide." Dong looked coldly at Dai Long lying on the ground, disdainful. He sneered, boldly challenging, "Safety Bureau members really have gotten worse with each generation." Though severely injured, Dai Long still managed to respond, "Hai Dong, don't get cocky. When Yihan arrives, he'll beat you until you beg for mercy." At this, Hai Dong eagerly raised one foot. "Beg for mercy after defeating me? Let me disable you first." Before he could act, Yihan's voice startled him. "Stop!" Yihan rushed forward and shoved Hai Dong. Immediately, he unleashed a powerful shockwave. Hai Dong managed to dodge but still couldn't help but comment, "The strength of this brat is incredible. I never expected him to stop my kick." Yihan quickly helped Dai Long up. "Han, Dai Long, are you okay?" His face was bruised, but he responded, "I can still hold on. Lucky you stopped that kick. Otherwise, I'd probably be bedridden for months." Yu Feng cleared her throat, pointing at Hai Dong. "Hai Dong, it was just a normal sparring match. Why did you have to be so brutal? Do you really think there's no one in the Safety Bureau who can stop you?" Without holding back, Hai Dong crossed his arms and replied, "I'm ruthless, but it's your Safety Bureau that's lost all humanity." Dong gritted his teeth in anger. "I still remember how Huang Shuo from your Safety Bureau killed my brother in the ring." She immediately intervened. "Huang Shuo, that's been investigated. It was an unfortunate accident. Besides, Huang Shuo has already been punished. Why can't you let this matter rest?" He firmly declared. "Let it go. No way. Only Huang Shuo's death can appease my brother's spirit." She frowned and questioned, "Hai Dong, this happened so long ago. What are you trying to say by bringing it up now?" He quickly made his demand simple and clear. "Either you stop protecting Lang Kaio or I'll challenge your Safety Bureau every day." Don't have eyes, and a little mishap in martial arts is nothing unusual. Yihan understood Hai Dong's meaning. You were sent by the Nalan family to have the Safety Bureau stop protecting Lang Kaio. Hai Dong arrogantly confirmed. The Nalan family has no right to give me orders, they only agreed to one thing. I know where Huang Shu is. Yihan didn't want to beat around the bush and stepped forward with a challenge. You want to spar, right? Fine, I'll fight you. His firm attitude shocked Hu Feng. Yihan, don't be rash. Hai Dong is not only a peak expert in the mortal realm, but he was born with divine strength. His combat ability is at the pinnacle of the mortal realm. Even Dai Long had to speak up to persuade him. Yihan, don't mind him, Hai Dong is crazy, our safety bureau doesn't fear his threats. But Yihan remained firm, this is my problem if I don't resolve it. I won't be able to face myself in the safety bureau again. Plus, I never thought much of this guy. Hai Dong's subordinates laughed as they overheard Yihan's words. This kid dares to think he can defeat the boss. Who gave him such confidence? He looks like a spoiled rich kid. Our boss can probably knock him out with a single punch. Kid, I suggest you know your place and don't challenge death in the ring. Hai Dong quickly regained his momentum. You think just because you stopped one of my moves you can beat me. Confidently, he pointed at Yihan. Let me show you. I haven't even used my full strength yet. One punch is enough to finish you off. Yihan didn't hesitate to use his spiritual power. Sorry, but I'm 50 times stronger than I was earlier. Before Hai Dong could react, Yihan rushed forward like a gust of wind. What? He threw a punch at Hai Dong. Die! Hai Dong quickly snapped back to his senses and raised his hand. Ridiculous. I don't believe you're that strong. Try to stop me. Two's fists collided with an immense force. In the end, Hai Dong couldn't withstand it. His arm shattered and he was thrown into the wall behind him. His subordinates gaped in shock. Am I seeing things? Did the boss just get punched away? Am I seeing a superhero? This is too over the top. The Safety Bureau members cheered, feeling energized. I knew Yihan would win. He's the face of our Safety Bureau. One punch and Hai Dong is down. Yihan, you're really amazing. Hai Dong was a genius from the Martial Arts Association, and now he's nothing but trash. Hai Dong's subordinates, seeing his pale face, hurried over. Boss So, are you all right? Get the doctor here, Boss So, wake up. Eiji sneered quietly. As expected, Hai Dong was no match for Yihan. Once my poison kicks in, Hai Dong will die just like his brother, an unfortunate accident. Once Hai Dong is dead, Yihan won't be able to escape responsibility. Now we'll see what the strategist decides to do. The scene shifted to Banya, who was calmly waiting for news. The battle at the Martial Arts Association was about to begin, and they also needed to bring Lang Kaio back. Suddenly, Chen Ji respectfully approached and asked, has the strategist found out where Lang Kaio is staying? There are Safety Bureau agents patrolling nearby. Should we attack directly? Banya confidently replied, no need for such trouble. She's just a girl. I can handle it alone. Don't think Lang Kaio is tough just because she refuses to marry the young master. She'll come to me once I strike at her weakness. He immediately added, she'll submit and come meet me. He asked, strategist, is her weakness her family? She happily picked up the phone and replied, no, Lang Kaio's real weakness is Yihan. Banya texted a long message to her. Lang Kaio, Yihan has offended the Nalan family and won't have a good ending. Yihan is being dragged down because of you. If you don't want him to suffer, you should distance yourself from him. There is a kind of love called letting go. Lang Kaio began to waver. Am I a burden to Yihan? Yes, if it weren't for her, Yihan wouldn't have offended the Nalan family. He wouldn't need to protect her. With this thought, Lang Kaio decided to get up and leave. Kat's words were right. Perhaps letting go is the best choice for me. Her phone, lying on the table, displayed a message from Yihan. Sorry. Meanwhile, Yihan was startled when his phone buzzed. Who sent me a message? Suddenly, a loud scream rang out. Not good, Brother So's heartbeat has stopped. His subordinates immediately panicked. If this continues, Brother So will definitely die. This is Yihan's fault. He intentionally killed Brother So. We can't let him go. The Safety Bureau was equally shocked. Tang is in danger. Years ago, Huang Shu killed Hai Tang's older brother. Will history repeat itself? This time, the Security Bureau will inevitably be held responsible, and Yihan is taking a huge risk. He immediately rushed over, realizing that the punch he had thrown only partially landed, not enough to kill Hai Tang. Was someone trying to frame him? Yihan sat down and said, step aside, I'm a doctor. Let me see what's wrong with Hai Tang. Maybe he can still be saved. Others glared at him with hatred. If Yihan really died, the Martial Association would never forgive him. Unable to let Yihan act in secret, he unleashed a blind kick to send them all flying and ordered everyone to move aside. Yihan shouted in anger, if I wanted to kill him, would I do it from behind? Do you worthless fools think you can stop me? Feeling Hai Tang's pulse, Yihan paused, frowning, realizing they had been poisoned, which meant the Security Bureau had been sabotaged back then. Nearby, Wei Ka was secretly smiling. This poison is the hereditary toxin of the Nalan family, colorless, odorless, and hard to detect. Yu Feng rushed over and asked, Yihan, have you discovered anything? He quickly concluded, this kid has been poisoned. The crowd immediately stirred. Yihan said, Brother Su has been poisoned. Someone asked, is this true? Another urged, If you say Brother Su is poisoned, then show us the proof. Knew if he was avoiding responsibility on purpose. He shot out 3 needles to prove it. Wait, open your eyes and look closely. 3 needles pierced 3 points on Hai Tang's chest. She watched and exclaimed, Yi Han's technique is getting more and more formidable. Hai Tang coughed up black blood, gritting his teeth as he saw the results, wondering what was happening. Poison is the hereditary toxin of the Nalan family. How did Yi Han detect it so easily? His subordinates were shocked, realizing that Brother Yi had truly been poisoned. Hai Tang was infected right after his match with Yi Han. Was someone deliberately provoking a rift between the Security Bureau and the Martial Association? Huo Feng urged, Yi Han, if you've discovered Brother Su has been poisoned, save him. If you don't, no one will believe it. Han slowly stood up and replied, earlier you said I staged a poisoning. Now you tell me to save him. Do you think I'm that lenient? Besides, Hai Tang is my opponent, why should I save him? His words stunned them. They had to figure out how to persuade Yi Han to save him, and he quickly raised his hand in offer. Feng reminded, I've proven Hai Tang is poisoned. The rest is not my concern. Whether he lives or dies, the old Martial Association must take responsibility. Don't let emotion override reason, Yi Han. If Hai Tang dies, the Security Bureau will be in trouble. Moreover, Hai Tang was poisoned right after his match. There must be a hidden plot. He quietly thought, don't rush. If we act first, no one will appreciate it. She grew even more suspicious upon hearing this. The subordinates knelt and begged Yi Shao, we can't distinguish right from wrong. Sorry, please save Brother Su, it's all our fault. They continued, if you save Brother Su, we'll do anything you want. Our Martial Association will forever be grateful. Huo Feng was stunned by the scene. Han had predicted they would plead. He put his hands in his pockets and replied slowly, since you recognize your mistakes, consider this a favor. Wei Ka was furious, realizing that even with the poison detected, there was no specialized antidote from the Nalan family. Before saving him, Yi Han warned, Hai Tang, I will help neutralize the poison. It might hurt a bit, endure it without crying. He already had a plan in mind. The poison was complex, but with yin-yang eyes, detoxification was not difficult. The perpetrator needed to be exposed. He turned pale with pain, trembling all over, but still pleaded, I'm a man, a little pain is nothing. Tang said, Yi Han, go ahead, I'll never forget this favor. Yi Han replied, all right, disperse the energy. After the previous move, Hai Tang coughed up so much blood that Yi Han was speechless. He rolled around, screaming, it hurts, it's killing me. Yi Han watched, unsure whether to laugh or not. Everyone around was shocked by the rapid reaction. Wei Ka, witnessing Yi Han healing Hai Tang, was so shocked her mouth dropped open. Yi Han could really save him, it was unbelievable. Suddenly, Hai Tang coughed up blood and collapsed. The subordinates panicked. Brother Su, how are you? He's not okay, his face has stopped moving. Yi Han, what's happening? He sighed, I've done my best. Poison was too strong. In an instant, he blocked Hai Tang's heart pulse, putting him into a temporary death-like state for a few minutes to lure the perpetrator out. The crowd murmured, Yi Han failed to save him, what now? It was Yi Han who poisoned him. Hai Tang's death might be bad luck. Someone worried, what if Yi Han's treatment kills Hai Tang? Hai Long suggested to Huo Feng, Captain, this will be hard to cover up. Should we inform our superiors? She stopped him. Not yet, let's see the situation first. Huo Feng pursed her lips, watching Yi Han's incredible medical skill. Until now, Yi Han never acted without a sure victory. How could he fail this time? Wei Ka fell into the trap, still thinking Yi Han was formidable, but not only did he save Hai Tang, they had to see the next move. That man pointed at him, adding fuel to the fire. This fire prince isn't good, he's from the Security Bureau and saved our Martial Association's genius. Maybe Hai Tang could still be saved, but instead he died. He wasn't afraid of questioning, who are you? How do you know I intended to kill Hai Tang? He thought silently, so fast, adding spice to the story. Wei Ka still didn't know, boldly replied, I am Hai Tang's nutrition master. He knew a bit of medicine. The method you just used I've never seen. I guess the poison in Hai Tang came from the needles you used. Yi Han scoffed, clapping continuously. Such a logical deduction. And guessed that Vika was not only Hai Duong's nutritionist but also his elder brother's, which took him by surprise. Vika wondered how Yi Han knew, and Yi Han immediately grabbed his wrist. Yi Han believed that if it weren't so, there was no way both Hai Duong brothers could be poisoned. Vika's subordinates quickly defended him, claiming that the poison in Hai Duong was caused by Brother Wei. One of them explained that Brother Wei had been the nutritionist at the Su family for many years and could not be the culprit. Han countered that Brother Wei was the only one with the opportunity to act. Vika struggled to free himself from Yi Han's grip and insisted that he had served the Su family for 20 years and could not have poisoned the Hai Duong brothers. He even suspected Yi Han of harming Hai Duong and trying to frame him. Bing Tan reminded them that Hai Duong was not dead and could soon wake up. Vika realized he had spoken too freely and tried to explain. Vika suddenly sat up, wondering what was happening to him, but then felt better, no longer chest pain, and as if he had regained his health. Panic struck him. He could not believe it, since only a special remedy from the Now Lan family could save Hai Duong. Vika realized he had slipped, and Yihan mocked him. Yihan immediately pointed and shouted at Vika, saying he believed Vika had poisoned him and Hai Duong's brother. Terrified, Vika knelt and confessed that it was the Now Lan family's scheme, forcing him to obey their orders to avoid death. Vika begged Hai Duong for forgiveness, claiming he had helped him for many years. However, Hai Duong did not relent and struck him, saying Vika deserved to die. Vika fell to the ground dead instantly. Everyone around them was shocked. They never expected that Brother Wei, who had served the Su family for so many years, was the one who poisoned them. People wondered if the Martial Association had ever wrongly accused the Safety Bureau. Yihan helped them uncover the truth, and all misunderstandings were resolved. One member of the Safety Bureau bowed to thank Yihan and promised to carry out any task he assigned, even if it meant going to the ends of the earth or facing death by fire. Yihan politely declined, saying he only helped out of respect for Huo Feng. Then he asked Hai Duong to apologize to the entire Safety Bureau for the previous hardships. Hai Duong immediately clasped his hands and apologized to the entire Safety Bureau, and the others followed his example. No one held any resentment anymore, as it had all been the Now Lan family's plot. The Safety Bureau no longer blamed them and declared that all misunderstandings were clear. Everyone was considered brothers, training martial arts together. Yihan praised Hai Duong for his powerful punch. Huo Feng happily linked arms with Yihan, thanking him for resolving the long-standing feud between the Martial Association and the Safety Bureau. Huo Feng said that inviting Yihan to join the Safety Bureau was the best decision of her life, and she would always be grateful to him for it. Yihan replied that if Ling Kaio encountered a similar situation, he would help her as well. They were friends, so there was no need to worry. Huo Feng was delighted to hear this, and said she would help Yihan handle matters concerning Ling Kaio. Suddenly, Tran Lu rushed in to report that Ling Kaio had disappeared. Yihan and Huo Feng were both stunned. Yihan asked anxiously, but Tran Lu explained that Ling Kaio had left of her own accord, with no signs of being kidnapped. Huo Feng hurried to reassure Yihan that she would send people to find Ling Kaio, and Hai Duong would also assist. Yihan already knew where Ling Kaio had gone and scolded her for being foolish. The scene shifted to Ling Kaio meeting Banya. Ling Kaio asked if the Now Lan family would spare Yihan if she obeyed them. Banya confirmed and promised not to touch Yihan if Ling Kaio complied. Ling Kaio turned her back and left, hoping Banya would keep his word, otherwise she would not marry Diethian. Banya ordered preparations for the wedding and instructed Tran Lu to send gifts to the Safety Bureau. Huo Feng suspected that Ling Kaio was under threat and that Yihan did not want to check her phone, but he confirmed that Ling Kaio went to the Now Lan family voluntarily to avoid involving him. Huo Feng reminded Yihan that Ling Kaio might act out of worry. She continued discussing Diethian's power. Huo Feng explained that Diethian was considered the strongest in the Enham Duck realm, but had restrained his power for the past 5 years. Han interrupted and requested that a training room be prepared for him so he could break through in 3 days. Huo Feng was excited to work with Yihan on this and prepared to continue assisting him. "Hello, is this Hong Tian? Yihan from Jingcheng has encountered some trouble and might need you to come here." The scene shifts to the Nalan residence and Diet Tian hurriedly walks out. He appears satisfied, confidently striding forward, nearing the completion of his plan with the golden aura surrounding him almost perfect. As soon as Diet Tian steps out, he sees several clan leaders waiting. "Congratulations, young master, on your breakthrough in divine power." He doesn't speak much, directly asking, "Has Lang Kaio returned?" The 3 men bow respectfully and reply, "Young master, Lang Kaio is already inside the mansion. Furthermore, the wedding is scheduled for 3 days from now." For now, several major forces from the north have been invited to the banquet, they add. Diet Tian is finally pleased. "Good. In 3 days, under the pretext of the wedding, I will restore order to the martial world of the north. I will bring the Nalan family back to its rightful place in the garden once again." Ah smiles flatteringly. "Young master, you are truly magnificent." Before leaving, he doesn't forget to threat. "The assassins have informed me about Yihan. I will deal with him myself. Tio Tian and Jian Li died because of their mistakes. Go accept your punishment, and next time you can throw yourself into the Han Quan abyss." The 3 men are immediately intimidated by Diet Tian's imposing presence, trembling in fear. "Thank you, young master, for your mercy." Hanya eagerly asks, "If Diet Han can defeat Tian Quang, he must have some skill. I wonder if he can withstand a few moves from me." Time quickly passes, and 3 days later at the wedding, the sound of congratulations fills the air. Wang Beiyan of the Northwest arrives. President of the Northern Swordsmanship Association, Ba Yuan, arrives, followed by the president of the Northern Martial Arts Association, Ha. Hai Tang anxiously whispers to her, "Captain Huo Feng, when will Yi Deji arrive today?" She leans against a pillar and responds, I informed him before leaving, but he is still in seclusion. I don't know if he will arrive in time. Dai Long grins widely. The entire Jingcheng knows about the affair between Yihan and Lang Kaio, and they say Yihan made Yitian grow a forest. Yu Feng tilts her head and reminds, all right, stop talking nonsense. This time, the Nalan family invited major forces from the north, and they definitely have an agenda. Make sure our people stay alert. Soon after, the MC announces loudly, the bride and groom are invited to enter. Dong Lai appeared wary, reminding that the N-letter 1EA1P Lan family would surely not let this go easily, and that he and Lang Ki-letter 1EC1U needed to prepare to deal with it soon. The I-letter 1EC7P Han calmly reassured him, don't worry, next I'll take Lang Ki-letter 1EC1U to the Safety Bureau. No matter how strong the N-letter 1EA1P Lan family is, they wouldn't dare to storm the Safety Bureau to snatch someone. Dong Lai was shocked and gaped. The Safety Bureau, DI-letter 1EC7P Han, I never expected you to know people in the Safety Bureau. Raised an eyebrow and said, what's so strange about that? I'm with the Safety Bureau. This left him even more stunned. What, you're actually with the Safety Bureau? Dong Lai mentally calculated. Jian Li was dead in his house. The N-letter 1EA1P Lan family would certainly take their anger out on the Yarn family. With DI-letter 1EC7P Han having the Safety Bureau's backing, it seemed his only choice was to stick close to him. Thinking this, he rubbed his hands and suggested, DI-letter 1EC7P Han, could you please take Lang Ki-letter 1EC1U to the Safety Bureau? I truly appreciate it. The I-letter 1EC7P Han interrupted calmly. It's no rush. Lang Ki-letter 1EC1U is my friend. My friend was bullied right in your place. He said this needed an appropriate explanation. Dong Lai became more awkward upon hearing it. DI-letter 1EC7P Han, please don't be angry. I'll handle this immediately. He then turned to T-letter 1EED Thong and Min Ha. Second brother, T-letter 1EED Thong, you both are to hand over all the assets of the Yarn family you manage to the boss. Dong Lai angrily ordered that they not cause any more trouble and be confined to the villa for the rest of their lives. Hearing this decision, both of them turned pale with fear. What, for the rest of our lives here, isn't this imprisonment? They resented it, thinking that if it weren't for DI-letter 1EC7P Han, they wouldn't have ended up like this. At the same time, at the N-letter 1EA1P Lan family's home, the atmosphere was oddly quiet. Suddenly, a loud smack sounded as a hand slammed down on the table. Ba and Ha hissed. What did you say? Jian Li was killed by DI-letter 1EC7P Han. H-letter 1EA3 Ivai immediately shrank back, trying to explain. Master Tiaru brought people to the Yarn family. No one made it back. Then my subordinate saw the Safety Bureau's people come to take Lang Ki-letter 1EC1U away. Soon after, we received news that Master Yarn was killed. After hearing this, she gritted her teeth in hatred. That DI-letter 1EC7P Han, Ba and Ha frantically thought. Jian Li was dead, and they hadn't caught Lang Ki-letter 1EC1U. If the young master found out about this, the consequences would be unimaginable. No, she had to think of a way to snatch Lang Ki-letter 1EC1U from the Safety Bureau. Thinking this, she glanced at the phone. Ba and Ha quickly picked up the phone and dialed. H-letter 1EA3 ID stroke letter 1B0 letter 1EDDNG. If you still want to avenge your brother, make a deal with me. The scene shifted to the Safety Bureau area. DI-letter 1EC7P Han stood before her, asking, H-letter 1ECF a PH-letter 1B0 letter 1E3NG, is it really alright to leave Lang Ki-letter 1EC1U here? She leaned back in her chair, casually responding, it's fine. At this point, H-letter 1ECF a PH-letter 1B0 letter 1E3NG even suggested, if anything happens to her, I'll offer myself as compensation for you. How does that sound? The words made him shiver and he coughed awkwardly. That's unnecessary. Just then, TR letter 1EA7N L letter 1E80P burst in from outside. Captain, we just got news. People from the Martial Arts Association are fighting with the Earth Dragon Gang at the D-stroke letter 1EB1NG Long Dojo. On hearing this, H letter 1ECF a PH letter 1B0 letter 1E3 NG immediately shouted, these guys really like causing trouble. She quickly stood up to go outside and check. Deepan decided to go straight to the martial arts school to find out about the person who dared to cause trouble. He felt confused and suspicious, not understanding why it had to be at this moment. The three quickly arrived at the Dang Long Martial Arts School. Inside, Hai Duong was forcefully pushing Dai Long aside, ordering him to leave. Duong shouted, get out, and pushed him back. His subordinates quickly cheered enthusiastically. Nice fight, Aso. You truly live up to your reputation as the strongest of our youth, daring to challenge our martial arts school. We'll show you who the real strong one is. Beat these guys up. Meanwhile, at the Safety Bureau, everyone was worried inside. Why did the Traditional Martial Arts Association pick a fight with us for no reason? A few years ago, someone from the Safety Bureau killed one of their geniuses, and that's how the grudge started. We haven't done anything wrong, but the superiors just remained silent and let it go. Hai Duong looked at Dai Long lying on the ground, smiling disdainfully. People from the Safety Bureau are truly not like the ones before. Even though he was severely injured, he still tried to fight back. Pan, don't be so smug. When you arrive, you'll definitely have to kneel and beg for mercy. Hearing this, he became excited and challenged. Then let me cripple you first. Just as he was about to act, Deep Hand suddenly spoke, startling Hai Duong. Stop! Deep Hand rushed in and pushed Hai Duong. Strong shockwave erupted. Hai Duong dodged just in time but could not help but admire. This kid is too strong. I didn't expect him to be able to stop my kick. Deep Hand hurriedly helped Dai Long up and asked, Dai Long, are you okay? Despite his bruised face, he still replied, I can still hold on. Luckily, you stopped that kick. Otherwise, I would have had to stay in the hospital for months. Hoa Fuong cleared his throat and pointed at Hai Duong. Beating Hai Duong is just a normal match. You don't need to act so violently. Do you really think we in the Safety Bureau can't stop you? He didn't care, replying, you are the ones who are inhuman. Hai Duong, do you still remember the longevity of our Safety Bureau? How did you kill my brother on the arena? Hoa Fuong immediately stopped and asked, longevity. Hoa Fuong sighed, that matter is clear, it was just an accident. Longevity has received the punishment he deserved, so why don't you just let it go? He insisted, it cannot be forgiven. Only when longevity is dead will my brother's soul be comforted. Hoa Fuong frowned and asked, this happened a long time ago, why are you bringing it up now? What do you really want? He quickly made a demand. You either stop protecting Lang Qiu, or I will come to the Safety Bureau every day to fight. Pan suddenly realized Hai Duong wanted the Safety Bureau to stop protecting Lang Qiu. Are you the one sent by the N-letter-1EA-1P Lan family? Hai Duong arrogantly confirmed, the N-letter-1EA-1P Lan family does not have the authority to command me. They just promised to help me with something, and I found out where longevity is staying. Pan didn't want to beat around the bush anymore and directly demanded, you want to fight, right? Then I'll fight you. Hoa Fuong was worried. Deep Hand, don't be impulsive. Hai Duong is not only a master in the realm of commanders but also has divine power. His real combat ability is top-notch. Dai Long quickly added, Deep Hand, don't mind him. Hai Duong is a madman. Our Safety Bureau is not afraid of him, but if you are determined, I will take responsibility. If this matter can't be resolved, I won't have the face to stay in the Safety Bureau. Moreover, I've never taken him seriously. Hai Duong's subordinates laughed. This kid dares to say he can beat the boss. Definitely doesn't have that confidence. The boss only needs one punch to take him down. Kid, if you know what's good for you, don't get up on the arena and look for death. Haydeng reacted very quickly but still couldn't stop my previous move. Did he really think he could beat me? Confidently pointed at me and said, actually, I haven't even unleashed my true power. One punch is all it takes to deal with you. Deep Hand didn't hesitate to use his spiritual energy to counter. He said, sorry, my real strength is 50 times what it was just now. Pan surged forward like the wind, leaving Haydeng no chance to react. He swung his fist at him. Haydeng quickly regained his composure and raised his hand. I laughed. I didn't expect you to be so strong, able to stop me. 5 punches collided with tremendous force, but in the end, he couldn't withstand it. His entire arm bones shattered. Haydeng was thrown violently backward. His subordinates were stunned, mouths agape. Am I seeing things? They saw their boss knocked away by a single punch. Am I watching a superhero? This can't be real, it's too terrifying. People from the Safety Bureau cheered enthusiastically. I knew Deep Hand could win if he stepped in. It was the symbol of the Safety Bureau. One punch took Haydeng down. They commented, Deep Hand is amazing. Haydeng really is a genius of the Martial Stars Association, while the other guy is just a loser. The subordinate saw Haydeng's pale face and hurried forward. Boss Su, are you okay? Call a doctor. Boss Su, wake up. Ai Ka, standing behind, thought silently. As expected, Haydeng isn't a match for Deep Hand. When the poison takes effect, Haydeng will end up like his brother. If Haydeng dies, Deep Hand will be hard to absolve. Next, we'll see how the strategist plans to handle it. The scene shifted to Ban Nha, who remained calm, awaiting news. The battle at the Ancient Martial Association was about to begin. We need to bring Ling Kaio back. Tran Ka respectfully asked the strategist if he had investigated Ling Kaio's room. Safety Bureau personnel were patrolling nearby. Ban Nha confirmed, no need for a direct attack. She's just a girl, I can handle her alone. Don't think Ling Kaio will refuse to marry the young master. If we hit her weak point, she will submit. Tran Ka asked, should we approach her proactively? The Strategist replied cheerfully. Ling Kaio's true weakness is deep hand. Ban Nha messaged her. Ling Kaio, if deep hand provokes the Lan family, it won't end well. Deep hand would be implicated. Ban Nha wrote, if you don't want deep hand to get into trouble, stay away from him. There's a kind of love called letting go. She began showing her feelings to deep hand, saying, am I a burden? Yes, without me. Deep hand doesn't need her protection. Ling Kaio decided to get up and leave. Kat was right, letting go is the best choice. Her phone lit up with a message from him. He wrote, Deep hand, I'm sorry. He was startled when his phone vibrated. Who sent the message? A scream rang out. This is bad. Boss Su's heart rate is chaotic. The subordinates panicked. If this continues, Boss Su will die. Hurry, think of something. They asserted Deep hand intentionally tried to kill Boss Su. We can't let him go. The Safety Bureau was also shocked. They exclaimed, what? Haideng is about to die. Years ago, Hong Tho also killed Haideng's brother. History repeating itself. They concluded, Haideng is about to die. The Safety Bureau can't avoid responsibility. Deep Han is too reckless. Seeing this, he rushed over. No, I only used part of my strength just now. There's no way I could have killed Haideng, could it be? Someone is deliberately framing me. Deep Han sat down and said, step back, I'm a doctor. Let me see what's wrong with Haideng, he might still be saved. The others looked at Yi Han with eyes full of hatred, because if he truly died, the Martial Association would not forgive the one responsible. Yi Han couldn't act stealthily, he didn't say much and with a single kick sent everything flying, shouting loudly, everyone, step aside. His anger surged further. If I wanted to kill him, would I need to wash my hands afterward? Han challenged, you useless lot, can you stop me? As he sensed Hai Duong's pulse, he paused, furrowing his brows to assess the situation. It turned out that year the security unit had been sabotaged. Wei Ka, standing nearby, secretly felt pleased with his discovery. Its poison was a family secret of the Nalan house, colorless and odorless. No one believed Yi Han could detect it. Yua Fuang rushed over and asked, Yi Han, have you discovered anything new? He replied coldly, this kid has been poisoned. The crowd immediately stirred. Yi Han added, Big Brother so has been poisoned. Is this true? Yi Han, don't talk nonsense. If you say Big Brother so has been poisoned, show proof. Yes, show proof. He shot out 3 needles to prove it. Don't rush, open your eyes and see clearly. 3 needles quickly pierced 3 points on his chest. She watched in awe. Yi Han's technique was becoming increasingly formidable. Hai Duong coughed up black blood after a moment, gritting his teeth in shock. What on earth is going on? This poison was a Lan family secret, not something Yi Han could easily detect. His subordinates were stunned. Hai Duong had just finished fighting Yi Han when he was poisoned. Someone might be deliberately provoking, trying to split the security unit and the Martial Association. Someone hurriedly urged, Yi Han, if you know Big Brother so has been poisoned, save him quickly. If you don't, no one will believe your words. Yi Han slowly stood up. Earlier you told me to create trouble with them, now you tell me to save him. He crossed his arms and said confidently, do you really think I am easygoing? Moreover, Hai Duong is my opponent now, why should I save him? These words left everyone silent, shocked. How can you say that, Yi Han? Big Brother so is in danger. He raised his hand and pointed. I have proven Hai Duong was poisoned. What happens next is not my concern. Whether he lives or dies, the ancient Martial Association will handle it themselves. Yua Fuang stepped forward to warn, Yi Han, don't let emotion override reason. If he really dies here, our security unit certainly won't be safe. Besides, Hai Duong was poisoned right after his fight. There is a plot here. If he dies, the one behind it will achieve their goal. Yi Han cautioned softly, don't rush. If we act hastily, others won't respect it. She listened, growing even more suspicious. Several subordinates knelt and pleaded, Master Yi, we couldn't see right from wrong earlier, we're sorry. Please save Big Brother so, it's all our fault. As long as you save him, we'll do anything you ask. Master Yi, if you save Big Brother so, our Martial Association will be forever grateful. Hua Fuang was stunned by this scene, realizing Yi Han had anticipated their plea for help. He put his hands in his pockets and slowly replied, since you admitted your mistakes, consider it a favor. I'll help you this time. Wei Ka stood nearby, angry that he could detect the poison but was powerless. Without the Lan antidote, no one can save Yi Han. Let's see how you escape later. Before treating him, he instructed, Hai Duong, I'll help counter the poison. It may hurt a little, you must endure it and not make a sound. Yi Han had calculated. The poison was complex, but with yin-yang vision, detoxification was not difficult. He just needed to force the one behind it to reveal themselves. Even though he was pale and trembling, he still begged, I'm a man, a little pain is nothing I can't endure. Han replied, you go ahead, I will never forget this great favor. Deep Han immediately agreed when he heard that. After Hai Duong coughed up a large amount of blood, he was left speechless. Clutched his head in pain, rolling back and forth, shouting, "It hurts so much, I'm dying." Deephan watched, unsure whether to laugh or act. "You call yourself a man?" The people around were equally astonished. That flip was too fast. Is this the person who claimed to be exceptionally skilled? At least he was cured. Vaika, standing nearby, was so surprised to see Deephan heal him that his eyes widened. Deephan really heal Hai Duong? This seemed impossible. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood again. Hai Duong suddenly collapsed. His subordinates panicked. What's wrong with him? His face has stopped moving. Deephan, what's going on? Deephan sighed helplessly. I did my best, but this poison is too strong. In his mind, he had already calculated carefully. Just moments ago, Deephan had sealed Hai Duong's heart meridian, putting him temporarily in a death-like state. Waiting a few minutes would force whoever was behind this to reveal themselves. The crowd immediately buzzed. Deephan failed to save him. What should we do now? In the end, Hai Duong's death wasn't Deephan's fault. Maybe it was just bad luck. What if Deephan's treatment had killed Hai Duong? Hai Long quickly approached to discuss with Huo Fuang. Captain, this can't be kept secret any longer. Huo Fuang stopped him without hesitation. No rush, let's see how things unfold. She pressed her lips together, watching Deephan's retreating figure. Deephan's medical skills were extraordinary, and he never acted without being confident of success. How could he possibly fail this time? He have another plan? Vaika nearby was clearly trapped. I thought Deephan was incredible, but he still couldn't cure Hai Duong. Next, how should I act now? Thinking this, he pointed at Deephan, adding fuel to the fire. I know this guy has no good intentions. He's from the security team. How could he genuinely save a martial genius of our association? Maybe Hai Duong could still recover. He deliberately tried to kill Hai Duong. Deephan confronted him. Who are you? How do you know I tried to kill Hai Duong? He silently thought, they've already exaggerated the story. I can't wait, I have to act. Vaika, unaware, arrogantly replied, I am Hai Duong's nutritionist and I know some medicine. I've never seen your method. I suspect the poison in Hai Duong came from you using a needle on him. Deephan scoffed, clapping his hands. Logical guess. Let me guess as well, you're not just Hai Duong's nutritionist. You're also Hai Duong's older brother's nutritionist, right? The man was shocked, stunned. How did you know that? Stepped closer, gripping Vaika's wrist. If not, why would both Hai Duong and his brother suffer from the same poison? Vaika's subordinates immediately defended him. Deephan says the poison came from Vaika. Nonsense. Vaika has been the So family's nutritionist for decades. Deephan, how can you claim that? Vaika is the nutritionist. He had no reason to poison them. Vaika took the chance to pull his arm free. Deephan, you're talking nonsense. How could I poison the So brothers? I've served the So family for over 20 years, not for glory but for duty. I see you, after harming Hai Duong, fearing revenge, framing me. Deephan calmly reminded him, sorry, Hai Duong isn't dead yet, he's probably waking up. As he spoke, he sat up, looking dazed. What happened to me? Hai Duong quickly realized. Wait, I feel much better, no more chest pain, looks like I'm recovered. Vaika panicked. What, this can't be. Without Nalan's special medicine, how could anyone save him? Realizing his slip, he muttered, damn. Deephan smirked, shaking his head mockingly. Everyone heard that, he didn't admit it himself. Vaika rushed forward, pointing and shouting, Brother Bai, I trusted you yet you poisoned me and my brother. The man was so terrified he dropped to his knees and confessed everything. He said it was the Nalan family's plot and that he was only being forced. The Nalan family feared that cooperation between the Martial Arts Association and the Security Bureau would threaten their power, so they deliberately stirred up trouble, trying to drive a wedge between the two sides. They used poison to coerce him into doing it. If I refused, Haydang would die. I beg you, think of all these years I've always helped you. Please spare me this time. But the other man showed no mercy and struck him with a single blow. Spare you? Go to hell. After that hit, he collapsed to the ground and died on the spot. At that moment, everyone's attitude around them changed. Wei had worked for the Chu family for so many years. No one expected the one who poisoned them would be him. Truly, you can't judge trust by appearances. Haydang's older brother also died from poison administered by Brother Wei. So had the Martial Arts Association been misunderstanding the people of the Security Bureau all this time? Good thing Yi Han was here, otherwise we'd still be deceived. The Nalan family is truly hateful. Knew what to do, stepped forward and clasped his hands politely. Big brother Yi, this time you not only saved my life, you also helped me find the one who truly caused my brother's death back then. I will repay you. From now on, whatever you tell me to do, I and the entire Martial Arts Association will do it. Even if I have to climb a mountain of blades or dive into a sea of fire, I won't refuse. Yihan glanced at him calmly and replied, there's no need for that. I only saved you out of respect for Fire Phoenix. With that, Yihan pointed toward the security bureau group and suggested, if you truly want to thank me, you should apologize to them. All these years they've been wronged, you must apologize to everyone in the security bureau. Heideng didn't hesitate, clasped his hands and said, Big brother Yi is absolutely right. Brothers of the security bureau, all these years I've kept making things difficult for you. I'm sorry. Heideng was wrong. I offer my apology to all of you right here. The others quickly followed suit, and everyone apologized together. People of the security bureau didn't make things hard for them anymore. Don't blame yourselves, it's those Nalan bastards who did this. Now that the misunderstanding is cleared up, that's what matters. From now on, we're brothers for life. If there's time, let's train together. Han patted Heideng on the shoulder and praised him. Heideng, that punch you threw at me was really something. Fire Phoenix hurried over, linked arms with Yihan, and said happily, I didn't expect you to settle the grudge between us and the Martial Arts Association. Pulling you back to the security bureau back then was the best decision I've ever made. Don't worry, I will repay you, thank you so much. Yihan waved it off, no need to say that. But I'm still worried about Ling Kaio. Is the security bureau protecting her? Fire Phoenix shot him a look, pouting. You're way too good to her, even I'm getting jealous. Han explained gently, if it were you going through something like Ling Kaio, I'd help you too. After all, we're all friends. Hearing that, Fire Phoenix beamed. Then I'm relieved. About Ling Kaio, I'll help you. Suddenly, Chen Lu rushed in and burst through the door, reporting, Captain Fire Phoenix, Yihan, something's wrong. Ling Kaio has disappeared. News stunned both Yihan and Fire Phoenix. What? Yihan asked anxiously. Wasn't she still in the security bureau? How could she disappear? She wasn't taken, was she? Fire Phoenix asked worriedly. Chen Lu replied, no, we already brought her back to her room. There are no signs in Ling Kaio's room of a kidnapping. It looks like she left on her own. Yihan froze, deep in thought. Left on her own? Yihan suddenly remembered something, quickly took out his phone and checked Ling Kaio's messages. As he read, he blurted out, don't tell me it's. As soon as the thought hit him, he hurriedly looked again and saw a message from Ling Kaio. Yihan, I'm sorry. Fire Phoenix hurried to comfort him. Yihan, don't worry. I'll immediately send everyone out to search for Ling Kaio. Heideng also wanted to help. Brother Yi, our martial arts association will support you too. Calm down and put your phone away. Yihan said, no need to search. I know where Ling Kaio went. In his heart, Yihan couldn't help scolding Ling Kaio. How could you be so foolish? The scene cut to a traditional courtyard at Zhuge Banya's place, and a flirtatious voice rang out the moment he saw her. Ling Kaio, you really did choose to come here after all. She slammed her hand on the table and shouted, if I've arrived, will you spare Dai Han? Banya crossed her arms and answered confidently. Of course, she looked at Lang Kaio with a satisfied look and said, if you obediently follow my instructions, I promise I won't touch a single hair of Dai Han. Hearing this, she felt reassured and turned to leave. Banya squinted her eyes and muttered, fine, I hope you can do what you say, otherwise I won't marry Dai Tian. She asked about the wedding. Is the wedding prepared? If it's ready, remember to send a gift to the safety bureau. The more people at the wedding, the merrier. Shinji immediately obeyed. Yes, I'll get it done right away. The scene shifted to the safety bureau in Huo Feng's office, where she slammed the phone onto the table. The invitation was for the wedding ceremony between Dai Tian and Lang Kaio. The event was scheduled in 3 days. Huo Feng crossed her arms and asked, is this phone Lang Kaio's? According to the content of the message saved in the phone. He added, Lang Kaio was threatened by the forces. Do you want to take a look? Daihan quickly waved his hand and declined, no need. Lang Kaio went to Nalan's house by herself to avoid involving me. He sighed, am I right? The more he thought about it, the more headache he got. This foolish girl, she had to be reminded. Daihan wasn't surprised by Lang Kaio's thoughts. Huo Feng's expression turned serious. Dai Tian is too powerful. I heard he is already at the peak of Rendu. Because he practiced a rare martial art, he suppressed himself for 5 years without making a breakthrough. 3 years ago, he fought a master at the San Hua 2 level for over 100 moves, but still couldn't decide the winner. That's why he is known as the #1 in the Rendu realm. Daihan slowly interrupted. All right, I get it. Daihan turned and said, prepare a meditation room for me. I need to retreat to break through. Call me in 3 days. She was excited to see this. Daihan, I know you won't leave Lang Kaio behind. She thought to herself, forget it, who told you to be from the safety bureau? I'll risk it all with you. Huo Feng felt excited inside. It'd been a long time since she had done anything thrilling, and now this made her life feel less boring. Thinking this, she grabbed the phone and dialed. Hello, is this Hong Tian? Daihan encountered some trouble in Jing City. You might need to come here. The scene shifted again to Nalan's house. Dai Tian hurriedly walked out from inside, satisfied, walking with full confidence. It's almost time, the golden aura around him is almost full. Dai Tian immediately met a few family heads waiting, congratulating him on his breakthrough in martial arts. He asked directly, "Has Lang Kaio returned by noon?" Banya bowed respectfully and replied, "Master, Lang Kaio is already in the residence. Also, the wedding is set for 3 days later, and the major forces in the north have been invited to the banquet." Only then did Dai Tian feel satisfied. Banya thought for a moment. 3 days later, using the wedding as an excuse, I will once again dominate the martial arts world in the north, placing the Nalan family back on top. He heard this and smiled flatteringly. "Master, your power is impressive." Before leaving, he also threatened. "Also, the secret guards informed me about Dai Han. I'll deal with him myself." Xiao Tian and Jian Li died because of that mistake. He gave the order, "Go face the punishment at the law court. If there's another time, you can jump into the Han Quan abyss yourself." Banya was immediately intimidated by Dai Tian's aura. Banya replied, "Thank you, Master, for your mercy." He mentioned eagerly, "Dai Han might be able to kill Tian Quang, showing some skill, but I wonder how many of my moves he can withstand." Time passed quickly and 3 days later arrived. During the wedding, congratulatory voices filled the air. Wang Bai Yan Thur from the northwest arrived. The president of the Northern Swordsmanship Association, Bei Yuan, arrived. The president of the Martial Arts Association, Heideng, arrived and asked her quietly, "Wu Feng, when will Dai Han arrive today?" She leaned against the column and replied, "I notified him before I left, but he is still in seclusion. I don't know if he'll make it in time." Dai Long smiled, unable to close his mouth. Now, everyone in Jing City knew about Dai Han and Lang Kaio's affair, and there were rumors that Dai Han had made Dai Tian lose his temper. Wu Feng leaned in and reminded, "All right, stop talking nonsense." This time, Nalan's family invited the major forces in the north. Surely they have an agenda. She emphasized, "Tell our people to stay alert." Soon, the MC read aloud, "Bride and groom, please enter." The guests at the wedding chatted cheerfully. Nap Lan expressed his gratitude to everyone for attending. "It is an honor to be part of the wedding of young Master Nap Lan. Wishing young Master Nap Lan and Miss Lang Kaio a lifetime of happiness. Handsome son, a beautiful bride, young Master Nap Lan is truly fortunate." She bit her lip, looking around with anticipation, wondering why Yihan hadn't arrived yet. But even if he didn't show up, it wouldn't matter. Wasn't this what she wanted? Banya, with a wound on his face, silently thought that Yihan wouldn't come, and the young brat had luckily escaped a great disaster. An Vai took the microphone and began the ceremony. The moment to hold the wedding had arrived. Suddenly, a voice rang out, stunning everyone. Everyone turned toward the main door. That person had arrived with several companions to take someone. "Young Master Nap Lan, I've done a fortune reading for you, and Miss you two are incompatible. Your fates are in conflict. I'm here today to do a good deed." The guests murmured at his appearance. Where did this person come from? "You dare to cause trouble at young Master Nap Lan's wedding? You probably don't know that brat is Yihan, rumored to have a shady relationship with Deep Thien's fiancé. Deep Thien will be furious. This will be quite a spectacle." Lang Kaio saw him and panicked, calling out, "Yihan, you." He stood in front of her. "So you're Yihan, right on time. You've saved me the trouble of finding you." Deep Thien waved his hand, signaling his subordinates. "Assassins, seal off the hall." The doors slammed shut immediately. A group of assassins quickly surrounded them with knives. These were elite soldiers trained by the Nap Lan family for many years. They had all reached the peak of their ability. They had trained in many martial arts techniques. Yihan had no idea how powerful Deep Thien's assassins were. For a woman, he had rushed into certain death. Hong Thien quietly muttered, "Yihan, leave these assassins to us, you just focus on your task." Yihan reminded, "Hold your ground, don't rush. With a battlefield this large, Deep Thien surely had more plans than just dealing with us." Yan Thur was the first to step forward and asked young Master Nap Lan, "This matter with Yihan doesn't concern us. Could you have some of your assassins clear a path for us to leave? Do whatever you want." He finally showed his true face. Dealing with Yihan was merely a side task, but today he truly wanted to deal with all of them. Upon hearing this, the people in the hall were shocked. What does young Master Nap Lan mean by this?" Deep Thien didn't speak much and immediately entered combat mode. "Today, I will unify the martial arts world of Northern Huazia. Anyone who refuses will meet their death." Around them, people cursed relentlessly. "I knew it. Why did Deep Thien invite so many people to his wedding?" It turns out he had other plans. "Don't worry, Yan Thur and Bei Yuan are veterans. Deep Thien won't succeed. Deep Thien is too arrogant." He remained calm and requested Yan Thur, Bei Yuan, and Chang He to step forward. "This is your only chance to strike." He immediately grabbed a spear and charged forward. "You arrogant little descendants, take the brunt of my attack." Over here, the fight also began with the 13-sword technique of the Miao Wind. Chang He advanced and used his extreme fist. Han Jiang used the golden body talisman to block all three. The three men coughed up blood in succession. The situation became increasingly chaotic. The golden body talisman, Deep Thien had mastered it to the point of an indestructible golden body. The president of the three major associations of the United Alliance was no match for him. Could it be that today, they would have to submit to deep theme? Won't accept it, he pointed threateningly. From now on, the martial arts world of Northern Huazia is under my control. Who agrees and who opposes? The atmosphere around them became eerily silent due to the previous events. That truck stepped out from the crowd. I oppose. Deep Thien was annoyed. Yi Han, I had planned to deal with you last, but now you dare step out. You really are asking for death. Lang Kaio saw the situation was critical and begged. Deep Thien, I've agreed to marry you, please spare Yi Han. He laughed mockingly. Lang Kaio, you overestimate yourself. To me, you're just a tool for cultivation. Besides that, you have no value. She angrily charged. Deep Thien, you're a bastard. I'll fight you. He raised his hand to strike. Get out. But before he could strike, Deep Thien's hand was stopped by Yi Han. You're the one who should lead, he sighed, raising an eyebrow in challenge. I didn't expect you to have some skill, but do you think you can play the hero and save the beauty with just this skill? Too confident in yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Deep Thien was punched in the face by Yi Han. Stop talking nonsense. The light punch made him stumble backward. Yi Han calmly wiped his lips and twisted his wrist. People who always lose talk too much. Didn't you know this principle? Lang Kaio's eyes welled up. Yi Han. The hall immediately buzzed with disbelief. No one could believe that Yi Han had punched Deep Thien away. Though Yi Han's strike was a surprise attack, knocking Deep Thien down proved that he was capable of facing him head-on. Yi Han, keep it up, we won't bow to Deep Thien. Banya unexpectedly pointed at them and ordered. Yi Han dared to ambush the young master. Assassins, what are you waiting for? Kill Yi Han immediately. Don't hold back, I will take responsibility for the consequences. He had already calculated. As long as Yi Han was dead, young master's plan today would succeed. Receiving Banya's order, several assassins immediately rushed forward with their knives. Yi Han's brothers were not weak and blocked them. Yi Han, let us handle these fools. He focused on dealing with Deep Thien. Go, Yi Han, the failure of February lies with you, don't worry about us. Both sides charged into battle and the assassins were quickly repelled. No, it can't be. Looking at the fallen enemies, they regretted. How could the people on Yi Han's side be this strong? He slowly walked towards Banya. Was it you all along? Not only have you tried to plot against me repeatedly, but you've also used sweet words to deceive Lang Kaio. Today, I can't let you leave alive. Everyone was horrified, screaming in despair. Oh, young master, save me. But Banya didn't have the chance to finish his plea as Yi Han grabbed his throat. No one can save you. Though he was struggling to breathe, he still begged. Young master, help, Yi Han coldly replied. You're useless, even more so now. Dare to command assassins without my permission. This crime alone is enough for you to lose your life. Deep Thien kicked a shard of a blade that pierced straight into Banya's head, causing him to fall to the cold ground. No, I won't accept this, Yi Han sneered. Deep Thien, you are truly ruthless, even killing your own subordinates so easily. Deep Thien wiped the corner of his mouth. Yi Han, don't get too cocky, it won't last long. You are the next one to die. After speaking, he used all his strength to activate his spiritual energy and initiate the golden body talisman. The crowd immediately began whispering, recalling how Yi Tianzheng had used this moment to defeat 3 grandmasters earlier. Yi Han withstand this moment? It's hard to say. I think Yi Han can only find a way to stall for time, waiting for him to weaken before having a chance to defeat him. You unexpectedly took out a needle. He doesn't even have a fully mastered golden body talisman, and he dares to use it in front of me. Destroyer of heaven, do you believe that with just a single needle I can shatter your golden body talisman? In his heart, Yi Han silently calculated, using the yin-yang divine eye to see through the gaps in the golden body talisman. Breaking it is a simple task. The crowd was stunned. Can a needle really break Yi Tian's golden body talisman? Is Yi Han telling the truth or bluffing? I think Yi Han is just trying to act tough, stalling for time. You want to exhaust Yi Tian's stamina, right? Yes, Yi Tian has cultivated the golden body talisman for 10 years. How could it be pierced by a needle? He laughed out loud at your words. Yi Han, are you joking with me? Say a needle, even if it's 10,000 needles, you won't be able to hurt me even a little. Yi Tian angrily clenched his fists and rushed forward like a lightning bolt. Yi Han, don't even think about stalling, Dai. You stood your ground, raising your hand, coldly scoffing. You really are asking for death. The two charged at each other, their strength clashing violently. The onlookers covered their mouths in the dust, unable to help but exclaim, "What's going on?" Yi Han didn't dodge. Didn't he just get killed by that punch? Yi Han, you must hold on. Dust cleared and Yi Tian's arm stopped right in front of Yi Han, trembling. Before he could react, he clutched his chest and spat blood. The people around were wide-eyed, mouths agape. What on earth is going on? Why did Yi Tian suddenly spit blood? Could it be that Yi Han's needle really works? A needle can break the golden body talisman. That's too powerful. I wonder if Yi Han is taking disciples. Following him would definitely be more promising than following Yi Tian. Couldn't believe it, shouting in anger, "This is impossible. My golden body talisman is the strongest, nothing can pierce it, how could it be destroyed by your needle?" You pulled your hand back, flashing a brief smile. There is no such thing as the strongest martial art in the world. A strong person can be invincible even with the weakest technique. A weak person using a high-level technique will still fail. Upon hearing this, his face darkened and he gritted his teeth. Destroyer of heaven, you are too obsessed with what you call supreme techniques. Contrary, you have lost the basic mindset of a true powerhouse. Your defeat was already destined. The crowd listened in silence, then began discussing. Yihan makes a lot of sense. I understand now. It turns out that was the demeanor of a true powerhouse. After hearing Yihan's words, it was worth it for me to train so hard for 10 years. She suppressed the pain, forcing herself to stand on trembling legs. Yihan, you won't be able to shake the truth of my cultivation. I have been practicing the golden body talisman for over 10 years. It is the strongest. Once I master the golden body talisman to perfection, no one will be able to defeat me. Laughing maliciously, Yi Tian placed his hand on her neck from behind. Originally, he intended to cultivate the golden body talisman to its highest level, and use her as a vessel for spiritual energy absorption to break through. Unfortunately, it's too late now, blame Yihan for this. You opened your mouth and sucked Lang Kaio's blood using the blood essence spiritual technique, and she cried out in pain, Yihan. You furious, your power swirling around your hand as you charged forward. Yi Tian, you're asking for death. Yihan's punch landed directly on his abdomen. His other hand held tightly onto Lang Kaio. Yi Tian's body slammed into the wall behind. You looked at her in concern. Lang Kaio, are you okay? Her eyes filled with tears. Yihan, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gone to the Naplan family alone. I should have trusted you. The old Taoist approached, his face solemn. Her vital essence has run out. This woman may not live much longer. Yu Feng clapped his hands to comfort you. Yihan, this is beyond your control. It's not your fault. Yihan was unwilling, gritting his teeth as he pulled out 3 needles. No, as long as I don't want Lang Kaio to die, not even King Yama can take her. Your hands swiftly inserted needles into Lang Kaio's body, activating the 9 Origins life force needle. Her face tightened as the air around her released a green aura. Widened his eyes in astonishment. Her aura suddenly stabilized. Is she being forced into a coma? She was surprised. Yihan's medical skills are even more extraordinary. After finishing the treatment, you handed her over to Huo Feng. Lang Kaio was temporarily safe. Huo Feng, take her to rest. As you spoke, your gaze shifted to Yi Tian. Once I deal with Yi Tian, I'll find a way to treat her. He sneered. Kill me? Yihan, do you think I'm still as weak as before? After absorbing Lang Kaio's blood essence, Yi Tian's golden body talisman had not yet reached perfection but was at its peak. Yi Tian's strength grew stronger by the moment and he pointed at you. Yihan, now I absolutely won't let a single needle of yours pierce me again. You weren't afraid, drawing out your dagger with a cold sneer. Of course, I no longer intend to use just a needle to break your defense, because now I intend to kill you. Behind Yi Tian, a Buddha appeared with his hands pressed together, attacking toward Yihan. Arrogant, die! You crouched and leapt forward. Fierce dragon roared behind him. You must die, it's you. The 2 forces collided violently. He clutched his chest, unable to believe it, spitting blood. What? This can't be happening. Before Yi Tian could react, Yihan took the opportunity to strike. Die! Your dagger sliced across his throat. Yi Tian clutched his neck and fell to the ground, gasping. No, no, I can't die, I still have many things to do. You kicked him with disdain. What you need to do now is only one thing, die. The crowd was stunned by this sight. Yi Tian was really killed by Yihan, a rising phenomenon who died before even reaching his peak. Saying in the south there's Mu Rong, in the north there's Nap Lan, once famous throughout China, but who would have thought both would fall under Yihan's hands? Could Yihan be the rising star? The group of injured people from Chang he helped each other, each one saying, Yi Zio Ziu, we were lucky you took action today. Otherwise, the martial world of eastern China would have been wiped out in one day. In the future, if Yi Bengziu needs anything, just tell me, I'll do my best to cooperate. That's right, the 3 of us may not be as strong as you, but we do have spiritual veins. We're also quite intuitive with news. Hearing this, Yihan didn't beat around the bush, cupping his hand. 3 seniors, since you've said this, I just happen to have a request. Have you 3 ever heard of blood essence spirit mushrooms? In his heart, Yihan thought, now that Lang Kaio's blood essence is depleted, according to the Gui Gu medicine manual, only the blood essence spirit mushroom can save her. Shu lowered his head, glancing at the other 2. I think I've read about the blood essence spirit mushroom in a medicinal book. I've heard this herb often grows in the highest mountains in the southwest, and it needs spiritual energy. Bo Yuan continued. Southwest, towering high with strong spiritual energy. Old Bai, are you sure that is Mount Amei? He nodded. Yes, I remember now. Mount Amei has a legend about the blood essence Lingjia used to save people. Han thanked the elders for the information, unable to hide his gratitude. Then he turned to Hong Tian Ying Zhao. This trip to the southwest will be with Jun and me. Everyone go back first, the forces at home are too thin right now, we need everyone to stay behind and protect. He quickly said, okay, everyone be careful, call us if you need anything. Yihan approached her and continued to advise. Fire Phoenix, thank you for your help during the trip to Yanjing. And for the Nalan family, I hope you can arrange things. She nodded, rest assured Yihan, I will handle everything well. You just focus on your work. The Safety Bureau is still your most solid backer. He lifted her up and walked with Jun, who nodded. Okay, Yihan thought to himself. Lang Kaio, rest assured, I will definitely obtain the blood essence Lingjai to treat you. After many days, they finally reached Mount Amei. He placed her down at a resting spot. Lang Kaio's condition was worsening. Her blood essence was depleted and her body was shrinking. Han gritted his teeth, waved his hand to send more energy into her. He must reach Mount Amei quickly to obtain the blood essence Lingjai. An angry voice came from afar. Wu Fei, you dare to come to my Mount Amei, you really court death. He patted his chest, his eyes staring with deep emotion. I just want to meet Wu Yu once. Yihan noticed the group of people behind the rock. Wu Fei, I once helped him treat a wound during the grand opening of the clinic. Why is he here and it seems like he's being chased by people from Mount Amei? Yihan turned to Jun, be careful with Lang Kaio, I will go over there and check it out. Jun nodded, okay. Wu Tian, impatient, furrowed her brow coldly. Wu Fei, junior sister Wu Yu was once the greatest talent of Mount Amei. Because of a romance with you, she became crippled. Now you still have the face to see my junior sister. She tightened her fist, shouted, leave Mount Amei immediately, or don't blame me for being impolite. He raised his hand to protest. What happened back then was my fault, I accept my mistake, but now I must go up the mountain to find a healing herb. Perhaps it can save Wu Yu. Wu Tian became even angrier, grinding his teeth and coldly snorting. The medicinal herbs you gave me back then have all been tried, but none were effective. Wu Deng could not hold back and shouted, junior sister, no need to say more to him, just kick him out. Seeing this, Yihan shouted loudly, stop. Dust rose, blocking everything. Tian was knocked back, let out a grunt. Wu Deng rushed to catch her, worriedly asking, junior sister, are you okay? She shook her head, I'm fine, but the move just now from this kid is not simple. Senior sister must be careful. Wu Deng tightened her whip and frowned. Wu Fang, this is the territory of Mount Amei. No matter how strong they are, they cannot leave. Wu Fei saw Yihan and happily said, ye little friend, why are you here? Yihan replied, a friend of mine was injured and needs the blood essence Lingjai from Mount Amei to treat, so I came here. He frowned, curious, but why are you here and why are you fighting people from Mount Amei? He looked serious, his eyes full of pain. The person I love is seriously ill, currently on Mount Amei. I came here to find medicinal herbs in hopes of curing her. He angrily looked at the two people, but they didn't understand and tried to stop me. She crossed her arms, snorted coldly. Do you think Mount Amei is a tourist spot that anyone can just come up? Wu Deng pointed and shouted, you are not allowed to go up the mountain, or don't blame me for being rude. Han ignored her, walked forward and challenged, senior elders, what you just said is rather unreasonable. As I know, Mount Amei has no owner. Anyone can climb the mountain. To be precise, this mountain belongs to the state, and Mount Amei sect is merely using it to establish a sect. She seemed to have heard a joke, sneered, my Mount Amei was once one of the 10 major sects. This place has hundreds of thousand-year-old lineages, with disciples and markings scattered everywhere. Mount Amei has long been regarded as my territory in the martial world of China. How could someone like you speak up and judge me? He rested his hand on his waist, grinning. Does staying here long enough make you the owner? So by your logic, I've been in Yanjing for so long, does that mean all of Yanjing belongs to me? You people are too thick-skinned. Hearing this, Wu Deng couldn't hold back and cursed, insolent, dare to insult my Mount Amei. Kid, you really want to die. And didn't care, brushed past her. Today I will definitely go up Mount Amei. I want to see who can stop me. Wu Deng spun around, threads like sharp needles stabbed forward. This arrogant brat has no manners. He turned, raising his dagger, coldly snorting, counterattack. This little trick is not even worth using in front of me, break it for me. Yihan's move struck directly at the threads. She was knocked back, spitting blood, disbelieving. Wu Tian saw this and rushed up to help. Senior sister, I am here to assist you, but was blocked by him with a raised sword. Your opponent is me. She angrily raised her whip to attack Wu Fei, get out of the way. Coldly snorted, stepping forward, you alone are not my match. Wu Fei's sword pierced through the threads, 100 steps, 1 kill. Wu Tian was heavily injured, falling to the ground, spitting blood. Wu Deng quickly rushed over and caught her. Junior sister, are you all right? Wu Tian frowned in pain and replied, I'm fine, senior sister. What should we do now? We are no match for them. Both knew they couldn't win, so they quickly fled. Let's return to the sect and invite the elders to take action. Seeing them leave, Wu Fei walked up with a gloomy expression. Sorry, Yihan, because of me, you have offended Mount Amei. Your trip to get the herbs is going to be more difficult now. Yan smiled and shook his head. It's fine, even without you, this trip of mine would still be just as difficult. Hearing this, he frowned, confused, and asked, what do you mean, ye little friend? Seeing Wu Fei's expression, Yihan firmly said, I must obtain the blood essence Lingjia. Whoever dares to stop me must die, no matter who it is. He hurriedly spoke, ye little friend, wait, I have one request, I hope you will agree to help. Yihan quickly went to help Wu Fei up, not letting him kneel. Brother Lang, whatever it is, just say it, we don't need to be too formal between us. He frowned, his face pleading, I really can't hide it from you, the person I love, her meridians have all been severed. I came up the mountain just to meet her, to treat her, and I would pay any price. Han nodded slightly upon hearing this, his gaze firm. We will do whatever it takes to save her. Meeting you here only strengthens my trust in your medical skills. Yihan stroked his chin thoughtfully, knowing that Wu Fei had severed meridians, making it very difficult to treat. I can only try my best once, but I can't guarantee your friend will be cured. He saw you turn and leave, he cupped his hands and said, your words are enough. Whether you succeed in the treatment or not, I will remember this for the rest of my life. The scene shifted to the mountaintop of Mount Emei, where Wu Yu sat in a wheelchair, gazing out the window. Wu Fei, it has been 20 years since we parted. Wu Yi walked in from outside. She stopped and looked at her, reminding her, disciple, after all these years, you still haven't let go. Don't forget how Wu Fei made you fall into the miserable situation you are in now. You lowered her gaze and sighed. The events from that time weren't entirely Wu Fei's fault. When she saw Xian'ai enter, she was slightly surprised and tilted her head, asking, Senior sister, is this man really that good? After more than 20 years, you still haven't forgotten him. Master always said that men are the source of all evil, but looking at you now, it seems that men aren't as bad as he said. Hearing this, Wu Yu lowered her head further, her small nose wrinkled in confusion. Seeing this, Wu Yi walked over and knocked her on the head, saying, Xian'ai, weren't you in the scripture hall reading the sutras? Why are you here? I warn you, if you dare to seek out a man on your own, I will break your legs. She cried out loudly, clutching her head as she ran off. Master, I was wrong. Wu Dong and Wu Qing arrived, reporting, Master. Wu Fei suddenly rushed up the mountain. She was supported by Wu Dong, who explained that he had brought a powerful helper with him and the disciples couldn't stop him. She was shocked. What? Wu Yi gritted her teeth and ordered, he really has a lot of nerve, daring to rush up my Mount Emei. Wu Qing, Wu Dong immediately gather the disciples and activate the Jade Maiden Sword formation. The two of them bowed respectfully and accepted the order. As she was about to leave, someone called from behind, Master, Wu Yu is in a wheelchair, her gaze full of worry. Can you spare Wu Fei's life? My disciple begs you. He stopped, turned her head and said, my foolish disciple, don't worry. She didn't say anything else, just watching his retreating figure. Xian'ai stood beside her, smiling. Senior sister, is that Wu Fei the man you haven't seen for more than 20 years? Would you like to meet him? Wu Yu awkwardly looked down at her feet. I can't walk well now and Master won't allow it. Before she could finish speaking, Xian'ai quickly pushed her into the wheelchair, saying, don't worry, I'll help you meet him. You shouted, Xian'ai, slow down. Inside, Xian'ai was excited. It had been so long since the sect had been this lively. She couldn't miss the opportunity. The scene shifted to the grand plaza of Mount Emei's main hall, where the disciples held their swords high. Wu Fei led Yihan inside, and upon seeing this, he exclaimed, so it's the Jade Maiden Sword formation to block me. Indeed, Mount Emei didn't expect to set up this formation. He folded his arms and asked, Brother Leng, is the Jade Maiden Sword formation that powerful? He explained gravely, the Jade Maiden Sword formation is Mount Emei's sect defending formation. Once activated, the strength of 49 people combines. Unless one strike can defeat them all, otherwise, you will be crushed in the formation. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yi's group emerged. Wu Fei, do you want to see Wu Yu? If you can break through the Jade Maiden Sword formation, I will allow you to meet my disciple. He exuded a powerful aura, his hand gripping the sword hilt. Fine, thank you, Senior, for giving me this opportunity. Even if I die in the sword formation, I, Wu Fei, will not regret it. From a distant tree, Xian'ai pushed Wu Yu to observe. Senior sister, is that old man Wu Fei? He still looks like a young and handsome man. Wu clenched her fists, her gaze fixed on him. 20 years had passed and Wu Fei had aged. Wu Fei raised his fan and ordered the disciples to attack. The disciples followed the command, setting up the formation and charging forward with their swords. He wasn't afraid, swinging his large sword. Wu Yi frowned and waved her hand to change tactics. The disciples obeyed and activated the Longhu strike. Two disciples condensed spiritual energy and shouted loudly as countless swords shot toward Wu Fei. He leaped and swung his sword, deflecting them. Wu Fei's Wind Chaser sword sliced through the air, each strike causing the swords to shatter and fall to the ground. After finishing, he lowered his body and shouted loudly, Wu Yu, wait for me, I'm coming. She stood behind the disciples, warning them sternly, just now I spared you for Wu Yu's sake, but if you don't know when to stop, blame me for being merciless. With that, Wu Yi ordered the attack. The disciples used all their strength to unleash the 10,000 sword strike, 10,000 swords returning to the origin. Countless swords formed a line and flew toward Wu Fei. He did not retreat, holding his sword straight. But seemed that alone he couldn't resist. His body toppled backward. Seeing this, she panicked and shouted, "Wu Fei!" Xian standing behind, blew the blood whistle. "It's over." She thought to herself, is it already over? She walked up to see Wu Fei kneeling on the ground. Wu Fei coldly said, "You've lost. Out of respect for Wu Yu, I'll spare your life. Go back. You cannot defeat the Jade Maiden Sword formation in the first place." He was unwilling and shook his head. "No, today there will only be a battle with Wu Fei." Without Wu Fei retreating, "Senior, please continue." Hearing this, she frowned in displeasure. "Are you really tired of living?" He stood up, slapping his chest, determined. "For Wu Yu, what is death? I've waited more than 20 years and I no longer want to wait. Even if I die, at least my soul will be with her. Today, unless I die, I will never give up." Wu Yi ordered. A useless fool, Wu Qing, Wu Dong chase him down the mountain. The two of them heard the command, their swords enveloped in green energy, shouting, "Yes!" He gave up resisting, closed his eyes and surrendered. Wu Yu shouted, "In this life I have no regrets." Seeing this, she was terrified. "No, Wu Fei, get away." Suddenly, Yihan appeared and struck down the enemies, shouting, "Get out of my way." Two of them landed on the ground and Wu Dong spoke up, "It's that kid again." Wu Fei sighed, looking ahead with difficulty. "Yihan, you." Before he could finish, Lion interrupted. "Sorry, Brother Leng, I can't just stand by and watch you get killed." Then he stepped forward. "You go rest, I'll break the sword formation for you." He thought to himself, using the yin-yang method of eyes, he had already figured out the formation's transformation principle. Breaking it was simple. Wu Yi pointed ahead. "Who are you? Dare to meddle with Mount Amaze affairs. We have a grand formation to protect the mountain. Do you think you can break it? You are young and arrogant and you'll certainly pay a heavy price." At his feet, energy surrounded the young Yihan. He stood opposite, raising his hand, determined to break the Jade Maiden Sword formation for Brother Leng, still hoping for guidance from the senior. She warned, "Yihan, you have just entered the Earth Realm. Brother Leng is at the pinnacle of the Earth Realm, even he cannot do it. You really think you can? I advise you to give up. After all, swords and blades have no eyes." The young man holding a dagger replied, "Senior, don't worry about my safety. I just want to know if I break the formation for Brother Leng, will it count?" Fei stepped forward to persuade Yihan. "I know you mean well, but this is my fight. If something happens to you because of me, I will regret it for the rest of my life." The young man confidently replied, "Brother Leng, don't worry. I can break the Jade Maiden Sword formation with one move." Boenga erupted in anger and shouted loudly, "If you wish to end your life, I will help you fulfill your wish." The disciples responded to the command, forming the formation. Immediately, those around raised their swords and shouted in unison, the wind blowing fiercely. From afar, Xian voice was heard. "Sister, don't worry, someone has already replaced Lion Wu Fei to break the sword formation." Wu Yu thought to herself, who is this person? Wu Fei was proud and cold all his life. How could he befriend such a young person? She then said, "I just hope this young man will be safe." Xian sighed. This older brother, despite being at the early stage of Rendu, wanted to challenge the UNV sword formation. Clearly, he is seeking death. It's a pity, though, he is quite handsome. I still want to see just how terrifying men can be. On one side, Wu Dong commented, "This brat saw Lion Wu Fei get beaten but still dared to challenge the UNV sword formation, truly asking for death." Wu Qing also said, "There are some people in this world who see themselves as the center of the universe, thinking they can turn danger into safety, nothing to worry about. When they are beaten, that's when they regret." Daihan released his energy. "Senior, please make your move. Finish it quickly, I have something important to discuss." Wu Nga raised his fan and said, "When someone breaks the sword formation, the disciples will listen to the command. 10,000 sword technique, weapons fly into the sky. 10,000 sword return to origin." You rushed forward, thinking to yourself, "This is the moment I find the formation's core." Wu Nga quickly shouted, "Not good, stop him quickly." The disciples rushed forward to block the formation core. "It's impossible, stop him, don't let him succeed." Daihan suddenly stopped and said, "Sorry, you can't stop me." Then he jumped, "My real goal is this." A loud explosion sounded and countless weapons fell from the sky. Disciples were shocked. "What's happening? The sword formation has been broken." Xian, Wu Nga, and Wu Dong shouted in unison. "What?" Wu Fei smiled and said, "Daihan actually succeeded." He jumped back and clasped his hands in front of the senior. "Please accept this greeting from the junior." Wu Qing was furious. "You really know how to plan, distracting the disciples while attacking the formation halfway." Wu Dong also said, "If the 10,000 sword technique had successfully condensed, you'd absolutely not be our opponent." Daihan turned around. "I just don't want to harm the innocent. If we really fight, someone will lose their life and this will turn into an enmity." The other party still mocked him. "The formation has already been broken anyway. Say whatever you want." His face darkened. "Why haven't you submitted yet?" Wu Nga stopped him. "Enough, Wu Qing, Wu Du, stop talking. The sword formation has been broken, we admit defeat." Hearing this, Wu Fei happily said, "Senior, Wu Yu." Wu Nga turned around and said, "Wu Yu, go meet it at the back road, then leave." He looked disappointed. "Is it only one meeting?" Wu Qing shouted loudly. "I've already allowed you to meet once, that's enough. This battle was not broken by you. Wudong also warned, remember not to act recklessly or you will immediately be kicked off the mountain. Daihen clasped his hands and bowed, Senior, please wait, I still have a friend seriously injured. Needs the blood essence spirit fruit for treatment. I can exchange something of equivalent value. Would that be possible? Wu Nga refused. Eliminate the benefactor. I'm not feeling well today. If you have something to say, say it. He thought to himself, this kid only happened to break the UNV sword formation with the ancestral elder's back. I didn't expect him to shamelessly ask for the blood essence spirit fruit of our sect. I won't give it to you. Let's see what you can do about it. Dai Yihan continued, Senior, life is urgent. Please take a little time today. Sneered, this is the Amei sect, not some street corner. You think the blood essence spirit fruit can just be traded so easily? Dai Yihan was enraged. This concerns lives. The Amei sect is famous for its orthodoxy. Don't you even listen. Wu Nga said, Wu Qing, Wu Du, send our guest off for me. He thought, I must make him kneel and bow to me. At the command, the two said, the blood essence spirit fruit is a treasure of the Amei sect. Do you think it can be exchanged just like that? Master doesn't want to entertain guests. Dai Yihan, please leave the mountain quickly. From afar, Xiannai murmured, this guy actually wants the blood essence spirit fruit like he's dreaming in broad daylight. That's something the master keeps carefully, even I haven't seen it. Then she said, Sister, let's return and wait for Lion Wu Fei. The guy is about to be kicked off the mountain. The show is over. Wu Yu exclaimed, wait, I feel like something's wrong. Xiannai, look over there, Dai Yihan is emitting energy. I didn't want to cause trouble, I just wanted the blood essence spirit fruit and I would agree to any price, but you forced me. He raised 2 fingers, then I have no choice but to use another method to exchange for the blood essence spirit fruit. Countless weapons surrounded by energy flew off the ground. The group of people exclaimed, swords, swords rising, it's Dai Yihan, quickly stop him. What's happening? Sensing the movement behind, Wu Nga turned around in disbelief. Dai Yihan soared into the air and said, I have the first sword, capable of leaving the mountain, filling the sea, breaking cities, and opening the land. He struck, sending countless weapons forward. The swords flew, and Wu Nga was furious. How dare this brat? How could a young, inexperienced brat act so arrogantly? Today, even if I feed the blood essence spirit fruit to a dog, I won't let you make a move to destroy him. The giant green arm and countless swords collided violently. Cracks quickly appeared. The disciples said, we must stop Dai Yihan, how is he so strong? No, I can't hold on much longer. But in the end it was useless and the people were sent flying, spitting blood. Wu Nga stared, gritting her teeth in anger. Dai Yihan, you? A sword stopped before the opponent and he spoke. I've spoken with you respectfully, but you keep forcing me to act. Dai Yihan continued, where is the blood essence spirit fruit? She trembled, sweat dripping, stammering, it's young man. Can spare him. Dai Yihan was stunned. Huh? Wu Nga quickly shouted, ancestral elder. The disciples around cheered, this is great, the ancestral elder has finally emerged. This time Dai Yihan is dead for sure, with the ancestral elder here we're safe. Dai Yihan said, Amei ancestral elder, do you want to stop me too? But Ju Xin smiled, young people are so quick to anger, this old woman is not here to fight. Wu Nga called, ancestral elder, this brat wants to steal the blood essence spirit fruit. The ancestral elder cannot let him succeed, Wu Qing accused. Ancestral elder, Dai Yihan hurt our disciples, please step forward and punish him. Wu Dong also said, ancestral elder, the Amei sect has 1,000 years of history. We've never endured such humiliation, we can't swallow this anger. Ju Xin laughed when she heard this, you can't endure, you still want to fight him. Why bother making this old woman act? The group of people was in chaos. We disciples will handle it ourselves, we've already fought, he's not someone we can win against. HH, don't talk, the ancestral elder seems to be angry now, she said. Now, the ancestral elder is barely hanging on, I can only help once or twice. If I'm no longer here, who will step forward to help you? The group fell silent, murmuring among themselves. They were disciples of the Ngami sect. Hayat Zin slammed her staff on the ground and shouted, how dare they commit such unacceptable acts, even preventing others from ascending the mountain? It had to be said, our Ngami sect was not yet the strongest. Was committing such foolish acts an attempt to undermine the glorious history of the Ngami sect. Vo Nga, Vo Tin, and Vo Dung knelt and said, disciples admit their mistake, please forgive us, elder. Xian watched this scene and asked, what is really going on here? Why would the elder side with that young man? Vo Yao replied, the elder must have her reasons. Inwardly, he wondered if Yihan was so strong that even the elder had to respect him. At that moment he thought, there is a familiar aura from this old lady. Perhaps I should use the yin-yang vision to check. His eyes glimmered as he used the yin-yang vision. He then discovered a stream of spiritual energy within the other person. Suddenly, Tayat Zin spoke. He carries both yin and yang energies. Not everyone can achieve this. Yihan said, Senior, I don't understand what you mean by dual yin-yang energy. Inwardly, he wondered if this old lady could see his yin-yang vision. Who exactly was she? Hearing this, the other smiled and said, young man, you needn't be so guarded against me. After all, we are practitioners of the same path. In this world, we can call each other friends. At this, he sighed in relief and said, indeed. He clasped his hands and bowed. Yihan pays his respects, senior. He thought, unexpectedly, this old lady is also a chi refiner like me. It was no wonder that the great sex could endure for 1,000 years. Taiet Zin said calmly, there's no need for such formality. I'm only a few years older than you. From now on, we can address each other as friends. In her mind, she thought, this child is truly talented, already possessing the cultivation of an ancient chi refiner. This boy clearly does not come from an ordinary background. He's a genius. I must maintain a good relationship with him. The surrounding disciples were in an uproar, unable to believe what they had just heard. The elder truly wanted to make friends with Yihan. What background could Yihan have to earn such respect from the elder? Could it be that this time we've really offended a major figure? She began moving and said, Yi Taoist, please wait a moment. I will handle matters within the inner sect first. She spoke, Vo Tin, Vo Dung, Hunsu, you are punished with 3 years of house arrest. Vo and Ga will temporarily step down as sect leader, and all sect affairs will be managed by Vo Yao. I will assist. They respectfully replied, understood, elder. Taiet Zin turned and said, Yi Taoist, does this arrangement satisfy you? He clasped his hands in front of him and said, you are fair and just, I truly admire you. But what about the blood origin spirit essence? She reassured him, Yi Taoist, don't worry. The blood origin spirit essence is precious, but if you desire it, our Ngami sect will not hold back. She said calmly, I will send someone to retrieve it now. He thought inwardly, the blood origin spirit essence could really earn a chi refiner's favor. What a beneficial exchange. He joyfully said, thank you, senior. Vo Fai thought, the elder of Ngami truly values Yihan. If the blood origin spirit essence can be obtained, then perhaps the matter between Vo Yao and me can also be resolved. He stepped closer and whispered, Brother Yi, could you help me speak to the Ngami elder about the matter between Vo Yao and me? After all, meeting her once was not easy. Hearing this, Yihan spoke, Brother, I will handle the matter with you and Vo Yao. Taiet Zin said, I've also heard about Vo Yao. If past issues can be forgiven, then let them go. For Yi Taoist's sake, as long as Vo Yao agrees, you may ascend Ngami Mountain to visit her anytime. Vo Fai's face lit up, thinking, one word from Yihan solved the problem between Vo Yao and me. I will surely repay him in the future. At that moment, a figure in a wheelchair was pushed forward, crying out, Vo Fai. He was startled, quickly ran over and said, Vo Yao. Then he touched her cheek, eyes brimming with tears. She interrupted, don't say that, Vo Fai. Her eyes full of tears, she spoke gently, I have never blamed you. He resolutely said, Vo Yao, rest assured, no matter the cost, I will cure you. Then Vo Fai clasped his hands, bowed and said, Brother Yi, please save Vo Yao. No matter what happens, I will surely repay you later. He then stepped forward to help her up, saying, you don't need to do this. He continued, I will devote myself to curing my sister-in-law. After a while, a crowd of disciples gathered outside the room, while inside Yihan was taking the pulse of Vo Yao lying on the bed. Feeling the energy flow into her body, her face twitched slightly and she cried out in pain. Outside, the disciples whispered, Vo Yao's meridians have been blocked for 20 years. Could Yihan really cure her? He was only in his early 20s, yet his cultivation was extraordinary and his medical skills formidable. Isn't he a prodigy? In recent years, other masters tried inviting countless skilled physicians to treat Vo Yao, but without success. I don't think Yihan would be any different. Vo Fai stepped forward and asked, Brother Yi, how is Vo Yao? Can she be cured? Replied, her meridians are severed. To cure her, there is only one way. He continued, they must be severed once more. Without breaking them, we cannot reconstruct them. Only by reconstructing them early can I continue treating my sister-in-law. Vo and Ga was horrified. What, sever the meridians again? She cried out, are you joking? Vo Yao's meridians were already broken once. If broken again, it could endanger her life. At that moment, the disciples outside were also discussing. To reconstruct the meridians, they must be broken one more time. I've never heard of such a treatment. Isn't he speaking nonsense? He calmly said, I've explained the method. Whether to proceed is up to you. He affirmed, I trust Yihan's medical ability, but looked toward the bed. It's just Vo Yao, I trust your decision, she said firmly. Then continued, even if there is only a sliver of hope, I agree to try. I don't want to lie in bed my whole life. I want you to explore the world outside. Vo Fai heard this and his determined expression deepened. He said, very well. He turned and said, Brother Yi, please help Vo Yao. We will bear any risks ourselves. Beside him, Vo and Ga shouted, Elder, won't you stop them? They are clearly acting recklessly. During this, Taiet Zin gently intervened. I don't understand medical arts, but I do understand his approach. If he wasn't confident of success, he would never say this. He would never act without certainty. If he claims he can cure Vo Yao, then let us calmly observe. Meanwhile, the young man took out acupuncture needles and said, Senior Vo Yao, I'm about to begin treatment. Reconnecting the meridians will be very painful. You must endure. Vo Yao gritted her teeth and said, as long as I can stand again, I can endure more pain. Yihan, begin. Behind him, the elderly woman with white hair, using the 12 celestial needles, began to break the meridians. She screamed in agony, energy surging around her. The onlookers were incredulous. The power of the 3 moves was terrifying. Such strength had only been seen in the elder herself. Could Yihan truly cure Vo Yao? Wipe the sweat from his face. Senior Waiu, I will begin now to help you restore your meridians. My fingers were enveloped in green energy as I applied the 12 heavenly needles technique. While connecting the meridians, she suddenly sat up, clutching her chest and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Wu Fei immediately stepped forward and supported her. Waiu, are you all right? Wu Ya angrily said. Yihan, what are you doing? Why is Waiu coughing up blood? Damn it, I told you Yihan cannot be trusted. Just as I suspected, something went wrong. Yihan, if anything happens to Waiu, we will not forgive you. The disciples outside whispered among themselves. Yihan has truly failed. Though he says it's fine, the reality is that Yihan is still too inexperienced. Waiu, after this, your injuries have worsened. Suddenly, a staff slammed onto the ground, the sound echoing. Silence, Tuyet Tam spoke up. Waiu is not dead, why are you all panicking? Wu Ya nervously pointed behind, but just then she spoke, Master, I'm fine. She raised her hand. I can feel the energy in my body. Then Waiu quickly stood up and stepped off the bed. She exclaimed in surprise, I can stand up now, my meridians are healed. Wu Fei walked over, tears of joy in her eyes. That's wonderful, Waiu is truly amazing. Finally, you are better. The people standing there were stunned. Wu Ya spoke, what, Waiu is better? Wu Ting murmured, so we just misunderstood Yihan. Wu Rong sighed, how embarrassing. He folded his arms and explained. Earlier, Senior Waiu coughing up blood was due to expelling the accumulated blood in her body over the years. As long as the vital energy is sufficient, Waiu will have no more issues. He bowed. Yihan, this favor I, Lion Wu Fei, will never forget. If anything happens in the future, just call and I will be there. Waiu spoke. Yihan, my master was just a bit hasty, I apologize on their behalf. He replied, no need for that, brother Lion, as long as everyone trusts me, that's enough. I don't care about anyone else. Voice rang out, look at what the 3 of you have caused. Someone tried to help treat Waiu and you blame him instead of showing gratitude. Tuyet Tam shouted, apologize to Yi Zio you now. The 3 of them hurriedly bowed, sorry Yihan, we were wrong earlier. We shouldn't have blamed you. In terms of both martial arts and medical skills, you are formidable. We were wrong, this time you saved Waiu and you are a benefactor to the Amei sect. We will remember this for life. The disciples outside cheered. Yihan has finally made the masters admit defeat. Am I seeing things? This is the first time I've seen the elders bowing in apology to someone. Yihan is not only handsome but also really powerful. I've been mesmerized by him. Xiannai thought, is this the charm of a man that Master Waiu talked about? Yihan sighed, all right, let's not mention that anymore. How about we go now and get the blood essence spirit herb? Tuyet Tam spoke. Yi Zio you, please follow me this way, I will personally take you to get it. She thought, I didn't expect Yihan could easily make the people of Wu Ting admit their defeat. Will benefit my plans for the future. After a while in the Amei sect's herb garden, the other person introduced, Yi Zio you, this is the herb garden built when our Amei sect was founded. She pointed ahead, the blood essence spirit herb is inside. Yin sat down inspecting. 7-star herb, 6 yang fruit, 100-year lingjai, not bad, these are all precious herbs. Xiannai rushed forward, the spiritual energy here is so abundant. I didn't expect our Amei sect to have such a place, why didn't the Grandmaster mention it earlier? Tuyet Tam explained, our Amei sect has spent thousands of years to cultivate this herb garden. If we had told you juniors, it would have been destroyed long ago. Then she continued, Xiannai, you should focus on your cultivation. Why do you want to use our sect's herbs? He smiled brightly, Master, it's really rare for you to leave the mountain. I just wanted to be by your side a bit more so I could conveniently talk to Yihan. The other person spoke, what is so special about staying by my side? You just want to be by someone else's side. The young girl blushed in embarrassment, Master, you are talking nonsense, Then Tuyet Tam said, all right, I'll go along with what you want today. Let's go inside. She thought, if I can help bring Yihan and Xiannai together, it would strengthen our relationship with the Amei sect. It's not a bad thing. After walking a bit, the 3 of them reached the front of a waterfall. She spoke, Yi Zio you, this is the blood essence spirit herb. When you pick it, remember to leave the root so it can regrow in a few years. Sat down and asked, Senior, how old is this blood essence spirit herb? Tuyet Tam explained, earlier I picked it to help stabilize Waiu's energy. After it regrew, it's probably been over 20 years now. She asked, what's wrong, Yi Dai, do you want an older lingjai? Yihan replied, it's still a few years short. The medicinal power is still insufficient. He thought, to completely heal Ling Kaio, at least a 50-year-old blood essence spirit herb is needed. Xiannai hurriedly spoke, what should we do now? Yihan is in a hurry to use the lingjai to save someone. Master, please think of a way to help Yihan. Upon hearing this, Tuyet Tam said, "The blood essence spirit herb is a natural creation, there's nothing I can do." Yihan pointed to the water. "Senior, if I'm not mistaken, there's a small spiritual vein under this lake. This is a great place to grow rare herbs and also the source of the spiritual energy here." She replied, "That's correct, you have a good eye," she thought. "He can tell there's a spiritual vein. This young man has yin-yang vision." He spoke, "If there's a spiritual vein, that's easy. I can guide the spiritual vein to stimulate the growth of the blood essence spirit herb. But if I do this, the spiritual energy in this herb garden may decrease significantly in a few years." Hearing this, Tuyet Tam said, "If it's just a few years, it shouldn't be a problem. However, I've never heard of using spiritual energy to stimulate the growth of herbs." "You sure about this?" she calculated in her mind. "As long as Yihan sides with May, even if I give him this entire herb garden, it will be worth it." Hearing this, he confidently picked up a knife. "Senior, then watch this." Yihan swung his weapon, slicing the ground and creating a long trench. The water flowed smoothly, quickly reaching the spiritual pool. He focused and raised his hand to control the energy. "Freeze!" He absorbed the spiritual energy, which emanated a dazzling glow, and his body began to rapidly change. Tuyet Tam exclaimed, "The blood essence spirit herb is growing so fast. What kind of miraculous technique is this?" she thought to herself. "No matter what, I must make Yihan an May disciple." Xian Nai's eyes sparkled, her face full of admiration. "Yihan is truly amazing." He wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Just a little more, then the blood essence spirit herb will be 50 years old." At this moment, a sound came from the bushes. Yihan held the knife, his face serious, and shouted, "What is that?" A group of fierce beasts with blood-red eyes rushed toward the three of them. Tuyet Tam spoke, "This is bad. The sudden surge of spiritual energy from the blood essence spirit herb has attracted many beasts here." Xian Nai cried out in fear, "I'm most afraid of snakes and insects." "Yihan, master, what should we do now?" she decided. "There's no choice, these beasts came for the blood essence spirit herb. We have to face them head on." At this moment, Yihan raised his hand to stop them. "Senior, wait, there are too many beasts here. If we fight, the blood essence spirit herb will be damaged. How about I try to talk to these beasts first, see if I can persuade them?" Absolute Heart exclaimed, "Do you really intend to persuade these demonic beasts to retreat? That's impossible. The blood essence Lingjai has existed for over 50 years. It's a divine elixir to these beasts. They won't be easily convinced." Xian Nai added, "That's right, Yihan, these beasts don't understand human speech. You'd better not take risks. It's safer to stay here and signal for our masters to come assist us," she warned. Yihan explained, "Don't worry. These beasts have absorbed the essence of heaven and earth for years of cultivation. They already have some Lingjai in them." Then sat down, intending to quietly draw some heavenly and earthly spiritual energy from the Lingjai to cultivate. "If I have something better, I can convince them to retreat." Absolute Heart cautioned, "Yihan, this is extremely dangerous." Xian Nai worried, "Just make sure nothing happens to you," as he held out a yellow pill. "Here, do you want to try this? Its spiritual energy isn't as strong as blood essence Lingjai, but it's highly effective for your cultivation." He tossed it toward Zhu Li. Unable to resist, it stepped forward, licked, and ate the pill. Yihan smiled. "You want more? I can give you another if you want," he said. "But you must lead the beasts behind you to retreat immediately." Zhu Li thumped its chest with its forepaw and let out a roar. Then it turned, first standing on end, intimidating the other beasts. In the end, they were scared off, retreating deep into the forest. Absolute Heart exclaimed, "The beasts have all fled." Thinking to herself, "What kind of pill did Yihan use to make the moon wolf obey like that?" Xian Nai clapped, face flushed, eyes shining. "Yihan is amazing," he laughed, turning to Zhu Li. "You did very well. This batch of pills is yours." Zhu Li happily clutched the gifted item with its front paws. Yihan looked around and assessed. 2 more remain. He threw the item toward the giant serpent, Zhu Li's reaction already witnessed. "These pills are highly effective for your cultivation." Then he addressed the venomous spider. "If you retreat, you will receive a similar pill." But the giant serpent struck the pill away with its tail. Nearby, the massive venomous spider advanced toward Absolute Heart and the others. Xian Nai panicked, "Master, why aren't these 2 beasts eating the pill?" Absolute Heart spoke slowly. "These beasts are unlike Zhu Li. They smell strongly of blood, likely feeding on humans or other beasts. Moreover, their goal isn't to steal blood essence Lingjai." And us, no sooner had she spoken than they screamed and lunged at the 3. Yihan's eyes burned with anger. "If negotiation fails, don't blame me for being ruthless." Absolute Heart said, "Yihan, though I'm old, I'm not useless. I can handle this. As for the serpent, leave it to my old self." Xian Nai worried, "Master, you must be careful." Just then, Yihan intervened, "Wait, Senior. These beasts likely came down from Mount May." She was shocked. "That's true. The spiritual energy on Mount May is strong. Beasts living there absorb heaven and earth's essence, resulting in mutation." Yihan muttered, "Even if we drive them off today, once the medicinal garden's herbs mature, they'll return. At this rate, the medicinal herbs will eventually be eaten." Absolute Heart sighed. There's no avoiding it. Mount Amei is rich in spiritual energy. When the herbs mature, many beasts will come and we can't move the garden elsewhere. Yihan said, I just thought of a few ideas. Senior, if we bring these beasts here, including Zhu Li, they can protect our medicinal garden. With proper care, these spiritual herbs could be safeguarded forever, right? He gasped, what, that's possible? Xiannai added, exactly, Yihan. If Zhu Li can be tamed with the pill, what about the serpent and spider? How can they be tamed? Could you have a way to tame beasts? He drew his dagger and stepped forward. Correct, I truly have a method to tame them. That is. Are you going to lecture them slowly? Absolute Heart asked. Lecture them? How can you communicate with them? Yihan addressed the beasts. You too, how would you like to serve under me from now on? The serpent glared, fangs gleaming, ferocious. The giant spider brandished spiked legs, producing a sharp sound. Yihan laughed, silent. It seems reason alone must be used to tame them. Then he charged into battle. Don't want to submit. I'll give you one last chance, refuse, and today I'll rip your heart for brew. Your venom isn't bad either, it can be used as medicine. Seeing this, Absolute Heart gaped. This is taming. Xiannai was dumbfounded. This method is extraordinary. The beasts trembled in fear. Lucky I was quick thinking, Yihan croaked. The reason I say tame with logic is to use force to subdue them. He then pointed down, do you submit now? The beasts were heavily injured, trembling uncontrollably. Yihan declared, good. From now on, you will work with Zhu Li to guard the medicinal garden and drive off other beasts. Each Amei sect member will supply you cultivation pills. Understood. Yihan turned and smiled at the two behind him. Senior, it's resolved. Xiannai's face flushed, thinking, this is the ideal man. Absolute Heart smiled faintly, thinking, no matter what, Yihan has helped Amei avert a major disaster. He truly is our blessing. Countless streams of spiritual energy surged, exploding into a dazzling crimson light. Yihan, excited, exclaimed, the blood essence Lingjai has matured. He sat and picked it by hand. Exactly 50 years old, this time Ling Kaio is saved. Absolute Heart smiled. It seems Yihan's efforts have been fully rewarded. Then she produced an object from her hands. This is a special box made from jade ice. Yihan, you can store the blood essence Lingjai here. It preserves its spiritual power at maximum. Yihan took it. Thank you, Senior. One more favor. A friend is at the foot of the mountain caring for Ling Kaio. Please help escort them up. Xiannai called out, Master, let me help Yihan bring his friend up. She thought, I need to see who this girl is to have Yihan so concerned. He said, all right, escorting Yihan's friend to Amei will be Xiannai's task. She cheerfully departed. Soon after, Tu and Bon arrived. Yihan, you got the blood essence Lingjai. Yihan stood by the bed. Yes, next we can treat Yan Ling Kaio. Tu and Bon smiled. I knew that if you acted, anything could be resolved. Xiannai felt jealous, so this is the girl Yihan cares about. Annoying, yet I'm no less capable. Absolute Heart asked, Yihan, the blood essence Lingjai is very potent. It cannot be consumed directly. Do you intend to use it for pill making? Yihan took an item from the box. No need for complications. Just grind it into powder. Absolute Heart asked, puzzled, Yihan, so you mean? Yihan handed the box to Tu and Bon for safekeeping. He held the spiritual medicine and activated the Ghost Valley Mind technique, Soul Transformation Reversal. A blue light appeared, radiating brilliance that made everyone shield their eyes. Hao opened his hand and said, Senior, you truly have sharp eyes. I have used a secret technique to remove the impurities from the blood essence of the spirit ginseng. It is now transformed into this form. She replied, I have never heard of such a technique. You Yi are indeed a master who does not show his skill. Yanai happily said, Brother Yi is amazing. Yihao placed the unconscious person on the bed and said, everything is ready. Now we just need to let Ying Lang drink the essence of the blood ginseng and it will be done. As he finished speaking, he suddenly fell silent, not moving anymore. Then he turned around and said with difficulty, Senior, how can I make the unconscious person drink the medicine? Lang Kaio, she doesn't seem to want to open her mouth. When Bun spoke up, I know, I've seen this situation in movies many times. Usually, the male protagonist uses his mouth to feed the female protagonist. Then, the female protagonist wakes up, and they embrace each other in bed. At that point, moreover, Yihao quickly covered Tuan's mouth. Enough, stop, don't say any more. Upon hearing this, Tiannai blushed, covered her mouth, hugged the bed tightly, and raised her hands in front of her chest to protest. No, I absolutely forbid this. Tuan Bun looked confused. Why are you against this? It has nothing to do with you. Tiannai shyly turned red. Yue Xin whispered, youth is so impulsive. She then looked at Yi Zio Yu and said, why don't you let her handle it, Yihao said. Please, Senior. Yihao moved closer to feed the medicinal essence to Lang Kaio. Senior, you really are amazing. Lang Kaio will soon recover. Fortunately, he didn't have to use his mouth to feed her. Lang Kaio's face turned red as healing energy radiated around her. After a while, she weakly opened her eyes and said, what happened to me? Yihao smiled. Lang Kaio, you finally woke up. She rushed to hug Yihao. What happened to me? It's nothing, it's all over now. The young man gently patted her back. You are safe now. Tianai angrily muttered. I could explode in frustration. Yue Xin sighed, thinking to herself, no matter the outcome, Tianai's feelings for Yi Hao must be more decisive. She then spoke up. Yi Zhao, can you come with me for a moment? I have a few things I want to discuss privately. Hao agreed, okay. He then turned back to the person in his arms. Lang Kaio, you rest here. I'll be out for a little while. She responded. I'll wait for you to come back. On the other side, Tianai angrily kicked things away. That evil woman, how dare she hug Brother Yi so carelessly? I haven't even been hugged by him. Suddenly, she looked into the distance. Master and Brother Yi, where are they going? She sneaked behind the wall, exposing only half of her body, and thought, let's follow and see. Yi Hao spoke first. Did you call me out here for something? She looked at Yi Zhao and asked, what do you think of our Tianai? Yi Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead. Tianai, she's very good, a kind person with no ill intention. He thought to himself, Yue Xin must have already noticed Tianai hiding behind the tree, but she still asked me about this. The old senior isn't planning to. She spoke, I want to help you and Tianai. After the two of you marry, I'll pass on the position of the sect leader of the Amei sect to you. What do you think? Yi Hao was shocked. What, marry Tianai, become the sect leader? He thought for a moment. This offer from senior seems too costly. Could it be that I'm also supposed to be a prince consort? Hearing this, she blushed and thought, Master wants to help me marry Brother Yi. Yue Xin continued. That's right, Tianai is the most talented disciple of the Amei sect, and her beauty is not inferior to anyone. Surely if the two of you marry, the Amei sect will rule the martial world. Yi Hao quickly interrupted. Wait, senior, I already have a girlfriend. The position of sect leader is a prestigious one, and it's not appropriate for someone like me to take it. Yue Xin laughed. A girlfriend is not the same as a wife. Besides, once you marry Tianai, you will no longer be an outsider. The whole Amei sect will support you. With your talent, becoming the dominant force in the martial arts world of Hua country is not impossible. Hearing this, she thought, Master unexpectedly wants me to marry Brother Yi. Brother Yi might agree. But at that moment, Yi Hao spoke up. I'm afraid I will disappoint you, senior. My relationship with my girlfriend is very good. I don't want to become the sect leader of the Amei sect. Thank you for your kind offer. Things I want, I will earn through my own efforts and never with anyone's help, she thought. Brother Yi unexpectedly turned it down. Does he dislike me? Yue Xin sighed and thought to herself, if Yi Hao doesn't want it, I won't force him. Tianai, frustrated, asked, Brother Yi, is there something wrong with me? Why don't you accept Master's proposal? Yue Xin seemed surprised. Why is Tianai? Yi Hao helplessly explained. Tianai, it's not that you're not good, it's just that my girlfriend. She wiped her tears and asked, isn't your girlfriend Lang Kaio? What's wrong with me compared to her? Yi Hao scratched his head in confusion. Lang Kaio is not my girlfriend, she's just a friend. In his heart, he couldn't help but think, saying it this way makes me sound like a bad boy. Tianai angrily pointed at Yi Hao. What, she's not your girlfriend? Then why have you done so many things for her? You even hugged her. He had to explain, I treat all my opposite gender friends like that. If you really want to be with me, you'll have to accept this. Yi Hao thought to himself, saying this will definitely make Tianai stop having hopes for me. After hearing this, she angrily turned away. Brother Yi, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Master was right, all men are the same, wicked. Tianai left. Yue Xin spoke up. Yi Zhao, you must be laughing at me. Tianai is a bit childish, I hope you won't mind. Yi Hao didn't care. It's okay, Tianai is still young, she doesn't fully understand love yet. She will figure it out when she grows up. Yue Xin became slightly serious. Now that Tianai has gone, Yi Zhao, we can talk about something important. It concerns your eyes. Yi Hao was puzzled. My eyes. Yi Hao was somewhat suspicious about the yin-yang eye and the cultivation techniques he was practicing. All of these were things he understood after gaining the power from the strange jade pendant. Yue Xin continued, that's right, these eyes might be the yin-yang eye. I've lived for so long and understand many secrets of the martial world. For its origins, I do have some understanding. Yi Hao, hearing this, clasped his hands and said, I'm extremely grateful. I still hope Senior can enlighten me. He thought for a moment. When my parents suddenly disappeared, they only left me this jade pendant. If I understand the yin-yang eye, perhaps I can learn something about my parents. Yue Xin sighed. This is the tomb of Jia Cat Wu Hu from the Republic era. This is where the story begins. It is said that Jia Cat Wu Hu had a yin-yang jade pendant. The Wang Sheng Jing and the tomb script are precious treasures. Many forces in the country covet them. Because of these treasures, a war broke out, including my master. Yi Hao was immediately shocked. Jia Cat Wu Hu, Senior, are you talking about Jia Cat Liang? He thought to himself. The yin-yang jade pendant might be related to the yin-yang eye I have. She confirmed, yes, it's Jia Cat Liang of Shu country. It is said that he used these three treasures to dominate the region. However, I don't know much about the Wang Sheng Jing or the tomb script. I've only heard my master mention the yin-yang jade pendant a few times before he passed away. Yi Hao asked, what exactly is the yin-yang jade pendant's origin? Who did it fall into the hands of back then? Yue Xin leaned on her staff, her tone heavy. At that time there were too many forces, the situation was chaotic, and in the end I'm not sure who it fell into. He gazed at the reflection in the water with a contemplative look, noting that the yin-yang jade pendant she passed down was a protective talisman of a prominent yin-yang family from the spring and autumn warring states period, engraved with the emperor's decree and the inheritance of the yin-yang eye technique. He reached out and touched it, pondering the Ghost Valley Master's son. He wondered why everything seemed so surreal, speculating whether it was connected to his own Ghost Valley scriptures. Yue Xin stepped forward toward Yihan, feeling it almost unbelievable. He too had once doubted it. But upon meeting him, he finally believed the legend was real. He quickly cupped his hands in salute. "Thank you, Senior, for telling me this." Yihan, moved, said, "If you ever face difficulties in the future, just tell me." He thought to himself that this trip to the Amei sect not only cured Ling Kaio's illness, but also revealed the origin of the Jade pendant and some information about his parents. She smiled. "I see no need to wait until tomorrow. If you wish to repay, you can do it now." Yihan quickly refused. "Senior, if it's about taking the immortal child, I really cannot comply. Everything else is possible, but this one is not." Yue Xin interrupted. "Not that matter. I want you to become the Grand Elder of the Amei sect with authority equivalent to the sect leader." She explained that normally he wouldn't need to worry about sect affairs, but issues concerning the survival and prosperity of the Ming sect must be handled by him. She silently assessed Yihan's abilities to see if the Amei sect could thrive for 100 years. He looked troubled, thinking that becoming Grand Elder seemed inappropriate, as he was an outsider and a man in an all-female sect. Yihan muttered, "If I agree with Yue Xin, won't I be bearing the survival of an entire sect on my shoulders? This responsibility is too great." Yue Xin smiled and waved. "Don't worry, I have a plan." Yihan, come closer. Yihan didn't understand but stepped forward. Before he could speak, she gathered her energy and formed the 9-heart lotus seal. Immediately, Yue Xin struck directly at Yihan's chest. He fell back hard, stunned, while she bent slightly, her voice faint. "Consider it done." Yihan asked urgently, "Senior, why did you strike me?" Yue Xin quickly reminded him, "Stop talking. Immediately sense the spiritual energy within your body." Pan replied, "Dao Hu, your matter with the noble Vo Yu," Tiat Tam said. "I've heard of Vo Yu's situation a few times. The past can be forgiven. Out of respect for deep Dao Hu, as long as Vo Yu agrees, you may visit her at Ngami Mountain anytime." Vo Fai was overjoyed, thanking his senior. Thinking to himself, one word from Deep Han resolved the matter between Vo Yu and me. I will definitely repay him in the future. At that moment, a figure in a wheelchair was pushed forward, crying out Vo Fai's name. He was startled, turned quickly, ran over and said, "Vo Yu." He touched her cheek. 20 years have passed. Are you well? That year's events were my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be like this. She interrupted, "Don't say that, Vo Fai." Her eyes brimming with tears, she spoke gently, "I have never blamed you. Resolved, Vo Yu, rest assured, no matter the cost, I will cure you." Then Vo Fai clasped his hands, bowed, and said, "Deep younger brother, please save Vo Yu. Whatever happens, I will repay you later." Deep Han stepped forward, lifting Vo Yu. He said calmly, "No need." Then he added, "I will do my utmost to heal my sister-in-law." While later, a group of disciples gathered outside the room. Inside, Deep Han was taking Vo Yu's pulse while she lay on the bed. Feeling the energy entering, Vo Yu's face twitched, letting out a pained cry. Outside, the disciples whispered among themselves, "The meridians of Master Vo Yu have been broken for 20 years. Can Deep Han really cure her? He looks only about 20, yet his cultivation is extraordinary and his medical skills are exceptional. Isn't Ha a genius?" Over the years, other masters have invited many great physicians to treat Vo Yu, but none succeeded. I think Deep Han isn't much different. Vo Fai stepped forward and asked, "Deep younger brother, how is Vo Yu? Can you cure her?" Deep Han answered, "Her meridians are broken. There is only one way to heal her." Continued, "It must be broken once more. Without breaking, restoration cannot begin. Break now, establish early. Only then can I continue to treat my sister-in-law." Vo Nga was horrified. "What? Break the meridians once more?" He shouted, "Are you joking? Vo Yu's meridians are already broken once. If broken again, her life will be in danger." At this time, the disciples outside were also discussing, is it really necessary to break the meridians once more to cure her? I've never heard of this method before. He isn't just talking nonsense, is he? Deep Han spoke calmly. I've explained the method. Whether to treat her or not is up to you. He affirmed, "I trust in Deep Han's healing ability." But then he looked towards the bed. "It's just that Vo Yeru, dear," she said firmly. "Vo Fai, I trust your decision." She continued, "Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, I still want to try. I don't want to spend my life lying in bed. I still want you to take me to explore the world out there." Upon hearing that, Vo Fai replied in a low, determined voice, "All right." He turned and said, "Di letter 1EC7P Han, please help Vo Yeru." He made it clear that any future risks would be his and Vo Yeru's responsibility. Meanwhile, Vo and Ga exclaimed, "Ancestor, are you not going to say anything to stop these crazy people? Clearly taking risks." Hearing this, TUY letter 1 EC7T Tam calmly intervened and said, "I don't understand medicine, but the way he's handling it. He understood part of it. If he didn't have a chance of success, he wouldn't dare speak this way. He would never do anything uncertain. If he said he could cure Vo Yero, then just calmly stand aside and watch." On the other side, the young man took out the needle. Senior Vo Yero, "I'm about to begin the treatment. Reconnecting the meridians will hurt a bit, you must endure it." Vo Yero gritted her teeth and said, "As long as I can stand up, I can endure even more pain." DI letter 1 EC7P Han, go ahead. Behind her, an elderly man with gray hair appeared. Tian Yuan 12 acupuncture breaking the meridians. She screamed painfully as energy surrounded her body. Everyone couldn't believe it. The power's vibration was terrifying. "This power, I've only seen it on our ancestor. Could DI letter 1 EC7P Han really cure Vo Yero?" Sweat beaded on his forehead, he said, "Senior Vo Yero, I'll start reconnecting your meridians now." His fingers were surrounded by green energy. Tian Yuan 12 acupuncture, reconnect the meridians. She jumped up, covering her chest, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Vo Fi immediately stepped forward to support her. "Vo Yero, how are you?" Vo and Ga and everyone were angry. DI letter 1 EC7P Han, what are you doing? Why is Vo Yero coughing up blood? Damn it. I told you DI letter 1 EC7P Han is completely untrustworthy. Now something has happened. DI letter 1 EC7P Han, if anything happens to Vo Yero, we won't let you go. Outside, the disciples were gossiping. As expected, DI letter 1 EC7P Han failed. He talks like it's fine, but he's still too inexperienced. After this, Senior Vo Yero might be even more seriously injured. Just then, a staff slammed onto the ground and a voice shouted, "Silence!" TUY letter 1 EC7T Tam said, "Vo Yero isn't dead yet, why are you panicking?" Vo and Ga was worried, pointing behind him. "But Vo Yero," just then the other person spoke, "Master, I'm fine." She raised both hands in front of her. "Moreover, I can feel the internal energy in my body." Then, Vo Yero couldn't wait anymore and got off the bed. He gasped, "I can stand, my meridians are healed." Vo Fi stepped forward, both of them shedding tears of joy. "This is great. Vo Yero, it's so good, you've finally recovered." Seeing this, everyone was stunned. Vo and Ga exclaimed, "What? Vo Yero has recovered," Vo Tin said. "So, we misunderstood DI letter 1 EC7P Han earlier." Vo Dung sighed in embarrassment. He folded his arms and explained, "Earlier, when Senior Vo Yero coughed up blood, it was just expelling the accumulated blood in her body. After that, with proper recovery, Senior Vo Yero's body will be fine." He bowed. DI letter 1 EC7P Han, I Lan Vo Fi will never forget this favor. If anything happens in the future, just call, I'll be there. Vo Yero said, DI letter 1 EC7P Han earlier, my master was just a bit hasty. I apologize on their behalf. Seeing this, he replied, "There's no need for that, brother Lan. As long as everyone trusts me, that's enough. I don't care about the others." A voice shouted, "Look at the trouble you three have caused." He came with good intentions to cure Vo Yero. And instead of being grateful, you blamed him. TUY letter 1 EC7T Tam yelled. Apologize to DI letter 1 EC7PT I letter 1 EC3 UH letter 1 EFU now. The three hurriedly bowed. We're sorry, DI letter 1 EC7P Han. We're wrong earlier, we shouldn't have blamed you. Whether it's martial skills or medical expertise, you're amazing. We are truly impressed. The time you saved Vo Yero, you are a benefactor to the Amay sect. We will remember this for life. Outside, the disciples applauded. DI letter 1 EC7P Han has finally made the master's bow in respect. I can't believe it. This is the first time I've seen the elders apologize to someone. DI letter 1 EC7P Han isn't just handsome. Yan Nai felt a strong allure from him, her eyes lighting up as she silently thought about the charm of men that Master had once mentioned. Yihan sighed, deciding not to speak of this anymore, and said, "Now let's go get the blood origin Lingjia." Ju Xin spoke up. "Zio, you invited him over. This elder will personally take you there." Calculating deeply, she didn't expect Yihan to easily make this indifferent group obey. This only benefits my later plans even more. A while later, at the Amay Herbal Garden, the other person introduced. Yizio Yu, this herbal garden has been here since our Amay sect was founded. He pointed ahead and said, "The blood origin Lingjia is in there." Yihan sat down to inspect various herbs like 7-star grass, 6-yang fruit, and Lingjia. Not bad, these are all precious herbs. Xian Nai rushed over, sensing the spiritual energy filling the place. She hadn't expected the Amay sect to have such a wonderful place. Why didn't Master mention this earlier? Ju Xin explained. Our Amei sect took thousands of years to cultivate this garden. If we revealed it to juniors, it would have surely been ruined. She continued, Xian Nai, you just keep cultivating. Otherwise, what do you want to do with our sect's garden? She smiled brightly. Master, I don't get many chances to go out, I just want to stay with you a bit longer. Conveniently, she could chat more with Yi Han. The other person said, this elder, if you really wanted to be near someone else, you could. Zio Nu blushed in embarrassment. Master is talking nonsense again, disciple. Then Ju Xin said, all right, today I will follow your wish. Let's go inside, she thought. If Yi Han and Xian Nai could be matched, it might strengthen Yi Han's ties to the Amei sect. This is not a bad thing. After walking a bit, the three reached a waterfall. She said, Yi Zio Yu, this is the blood origin Lingjai. When you harvest it, leave the roots. In a few years, it can grow back. Yi Han sat down and asked, Senior, how old is this blood origin Lingjai? Ju Xin explained, I harvested it once to help Wu Yu stabilize his energy. After regrowing, it has now been more than 20 years. He asked, so Yi Han, do you want older Lingjai? Yi Han replied, a few more years are needed, the medicinal power isn't enough. He thought to cure Ling Kaio's illness, he would need Lingjai at least 50 years old. Xian Nai hurriedly asked, then what should we do? Yi Han urgently needs Lingjai to save someone. Master, please think of a way to help Yi Han. Hearing this, Ju Xin said, blood origin Lingjai is naturally grown, I have no solution. Yi Han pointed to the water. Senior, if I'm not mistaken, there's a small spiritual vein beneath this pond. This is an excellent place to grow rare herbs and the source of spiritual energy here. He replied, correct, indeed you have a keen eye. Seems you possess the yin-yang vision. He said, with the spiritual vein, it's easy. I can guide the vein to stimulate the growth of the blood origin Lingjai. However, if we do this, the spiritual energy in the garden may decrease significantly in a few years. Hearing this, Ju Xin said, if it's just a few years, I don't think it's a problem, but I've never heard of using spiritual energy to stimulate herb growth. Are you sure about this? She calculated inwardly. As long as she could draw Yi Han toward the Amei sect, she wouldn't mind even giving him the herbal garden. Hearing this, Yi Han confidently picked up a knife. Senior, then watch this. He swung his weapon, carving a long trench in the ground. Water rushed quickly toward the spiritual soil. He carefully controlled the energy, shouting, stop, absorb the spiritual energy. It emitted a dazzling glow, and his body changed rapidly. Ju Xin exclaimed, the blood origin Lingjai is growing so fast. What kind of miraculous technique is this? Determined, she thought, no matter what, Yi Han must become part of the Amei sect. Xian Nai's eyes lit up, her face full of admiration. Yi Han is incredible. Yi Han wiped the sweat from his forehead. A bit more, then the blood Lingjai will reach 50 years. That moment, a sound came from the bushes. Yi Han held his knife, his face serious, shouting, what is that? A group of strange beasts with red eyes rushed toward the three. Ju Xin spoke. This is bad. The sudden increase in the blood origin Lingjai's spiritual energy has attracted many demons. Xian Nai screamed in fear. Master, please help us. I'm really afraid of snakes and insects. Yi Han, Master, what should we do now? She's already made her decision. We're out of options. These beasts appeared because of the blood essence Lingjai. Our only choice is to face them and fight. Right now, Yi Han raised his hand to stop them. Wait, there are too many beasts here if we fight. Blood essence Lingjai might be destroyed. Maybe I should try talking to them first, try to persuade them to retreat. Ju Xin is surprised. You want to advise these beasts to retreat. How is that possible? The blood essence Lingjai has existed for over 50 years. For these beasts, it's a divine elixir. They won't retreat easily. Heir also spoke up. That's right, Yi Han, these beasts don't understand human language. You'd better not take the risk. Let's just wait here for the masters to come help us. Yi Han explained, don't worry, these beasts have cultivated for many years and absorbed the essence of heaven and earth. They have some intelligence now. They just want a bit of spiritual energy from the blood essence Lingjai to cultivate. If I have something better, I might persuade them to retreat. Ju Xin warned, Yi Han, that's very dangerous. Heir worried, you'd better be careful. Yi Han took out a yellow pill. Do you want to try this? It's not as strong as the blood essence Lingjai, but for you, it will be very effective for cultivation. Then he tossed the item toward Zhu Li. She couldn't resist and approached, licking the pill. Yi Han smiled, do you want more? He offered more pills, but insisted that the others lead the beasts behind them to leave immediately. Zhu Li thumped her chest with her front paws and let out a warning cry, then turned, fur standing on end, intimidating the beasts. In the end, they were all scared away, retreating into the deep forest. Ju Xin was amazed. The beasts all ran away. What kind of pill did Yi Han use to control the moon wolf like that? Heir clapped, face flushed, eyes shining. Yi Han is amazing. He smiled, turning to Zhu Li. You did very well. These pills are yours. Zhu Li hugged the gift happily. Yi Han looked around and assessed. 2 more remained. He threw an item toward the giant serpent. You've seen Zhu Li's reaction. This pill is very useful for your cultivation. Then if you retreat, you can receive a similar pill. But when Yihan tossed the pill, the serpent knocked it away with its tail. Nearby, the giant poisonous spider moved toward Juzhen and Xioner. Xioner panicked, "Master, why don't these two creatures eat the pill?" Juzhen frowned. "These two are unlike Zhu Li. They smell strongly of blood. They probably often eat humans or other beasts. Their target isn't the blood essence Lingjai, it's us." As soon as he finished speaking, they let out a roar and attacked. Yihan became furious. "If they won't negotiate, don't blame me for being ruthless." Juzhen said, "Yihan, even though I'm old, I can handle them. Let old Lady Wu deal with the serpent." Xioner worried, "Master, be careful." At that moment, Yihan stopped her. "Wait, senior. These beasts probably came down from Mount Amei." She was surprised. "Really? Mount Amei has abundant spiritual energy. These beasts have been there for a long time, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, producing mutations." Yihan muttered, "Even if we repel them today, when the medicinal herbs mature, they'll return. Eventually, all the herbs will be eaten." Juzhen sighed, "This is inevitable. Mount Amei has abundant spiritual energy. When the herbs mature, beasts will come. We can't move the medicinal garden elsewhere." Yihan spoke, "I just thought of a way, senior, if we bring these beasts here. Zhu Li as well, we can protect our medicinal garden. If preserved properly, the herbs will be safe forever." She was surprised. "What? Is that possible?" Xioner also said, "That's right, Yihan, if Zhu Li can use pills to subdue it. The serpent and the poisonous spider aren't easy to subdue. How can we control them?" Yihan held his dagger and stepped forward. "That's right, I do have a method to subdue beasts. It is." Yihan smiled confidently. "The way to subdue beasts is to use flexibility. It's not just strength, it requires subtlety and skill. So do we just calmly lecture them on principles, ask sincerely, and try to persuade them? How are we supposed to talk to them?" Yihan turned toward the monsters and said, "You two will serve under me from now on, understood?" Serpent monster glared with cold eyes, fangs gleaming fiercely. Beside it, the giant venomous spider swung its spiked legs, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Yihan just smiled without replying, leaving Senza to rely on reason persuasion alone. Then they immediately rushed into battle. "Want to serve under me? I'll give you one last chance. If you still refuse, today I'll tear out your guts to make wine. And you too, your poison isn't bad, it could be used as medicine." Watching this, Jiu Zin gaped. This is persuasion through reason. Xioner was stunned. This method of subduing was truly unusual. Wen Dan Yu beside her was frightened, thinking she had almost been scared to death, but luckily she acted quickly. Yihan cleared his throat. "The kind of subduing I mean is using force to tame monsters." Then he pointed down. "Are you submissive now?" Both were covered in wounds, trembling constantly. He spoke, "All right, from now on you will help Zhu Li protect the medicinal garden and drive away other monsters. Every month the Amei sect will provide cultivation pills for you, understood?" Yihan turned and smiled at the two behind him. "Senior, it's settled." Xioner blushed and said, "Yihan is amazing." She thought to herself, "This is truly the ideal man for me." Jiu Zin smiled and sighed in relief. In any case, Yihan had helped the Amei sect solve a major problem. He really was their lucky star. Countless spiritual energies converged, exploding brilliantly, and a blazing red light spread intensely. Yihan excitedly said, "The blood origin spirit herb is fully grown." He sat down and picked it, exactly 50 years old. This time, Ling Kaio would be saved. Zin stood beside him, smiling. "It seems all your hard work has paid off, Yi." Then, a certain object appeared in her hand. "This is a box specially made from jade ice. Yihan can store the blood origin spirit herb here to preserve it. It will maintain maximum spiritual power." Yihan reached out to take it. "Thank you, senior. I have one more favor to ask. A friend of mine is down the mountain taking care of Ling Kaio. I hope the senior can send someone to bring them up here." After picking the blood origin spirit herb, they immediately went to rescue Yan Ling Kaio. Xioner shouted, "Master, let me go help Yi pick up his friend." Thought to herself she had to see what kind of girl Yihan risked so much for. The senior said, "All right, then the task of bringing Yihan's friend to Amei will be handled by Xioner." She happily replied, "Understood." A while later, everyone returned to the room. Tuan Bon stepped forward. "Yi, did you get the blood origin spirit herb?" Yihan stood by the bed and said, "Got it. Next, we can treat Yan Ling Kaio." Tuan Bon smiled, "I knew it. As long as you act, anything can be solved." Xioner felt jealous, thinking this was the girl Yihan had always noticed. It made her annoyed, but she was not inferior to her. Zhu Zin asked, "Yi, the blood origin spirit herb has immense power. It can't be consumed directly. Do you plan to use it for pill refining or?" Yihan took the herb from the box. "No need for complicated procedures, just crush it into powder." Hearing this, Zhu Zin asked in confusion, "Yi, you mean?" Yan handed the box to Tuan Bon, who still had a puzzled expression, for safekeeping. He held the spiritual herb and activated his ability, Ghost Valley Mind Technique, Spirit Transformation and Origin Restoration. Dazzling blue light appeared, forcing everyone nearby to shield their eyes. After a moment, the herb suddenly vanished from Yi Han's hand. Seeing this, Xioner shouted, What is happening? Where did the blood origin spirit herb go? Ju Xin quickly explained. No, the blood origin spirit herb hasn't disappeared. It has been transformed into another form. Yi, that's correct, right? Han opened his hand. You truly have sharp eyes. I used a secret method to remove impurities from the blood origin spirit herb. Now it has taken this form, she said. I've never heard of this method before. Yi, you are truly a master who conceals his skill. Xioner smiled. Yi is amazing. Yan lifted the unconscious person on the bed. All right, everything is ready. Now we just need Yan Ling Kaio to consume the essence of the blood origin spirit herb. At this, he suddenly went silent, his body stiff, motionless. He turned and said with difficulty, Senior, how do we get an unconscious person to take medicine? Ling Kaio seems unwilling to open her mouth. Tuan Bon shouted, I know. I've seen this many times in movies. The male lead usually feeds the medicine to the female lead with his mouth. He kept making sounds, then the female lead woke up. After that, they embraced on the bed. At that moment, Deep Hand hurriedly covered her mouth. That's enough, Zoa Tuan stopped talking. Hearing this, Tyne Nhi blushed, covered her mouth and raised both hands in protest. No, I absolutely won't allow it. Tuan Bon was flustered, not understanding why she opposed it. This had nothing to do with her. Tyne Nhi's face turned red with embarrassment. Tiat Tam spoke up. Youth is truly reckless. Then looking toward the person in front of the bed, Deep Tiu, who said, Let this old lady do it. Deep Hand said, Then I'll trouble you, Senior. He stepped forward to administer the elixir, and the Senior was indeed impressive. Lang Qiu will recover quickly. Luckily, no one had to feed her the medicine by mouth. Lang Qiu's face turned red, radiating healing energy. After a while, she weakly opened her eyes and said, I'm here. He smiled. Lang Qiu, you're finally awake. She lunged forward to embrace him. Deep Hand, what's wrong with me? It's okay, everything's over. The young man patted her back. You're safe now. Seeing this, Tyne Nhi got angry, feeling like her world had been turned upside down. Tiat Tam sighed, thinking that no matter the outcome, Tyne Nhi's feelings for Deep Hand needed to be addressed decisively. There's also something he wanted help with. He needed a chance to express it. Then he said, Deep Tiuhu, can you come with me for a moment? I have something to discuss with you privately. Deep Hand agreed. All right. Then he turned to the one in his arms. Lang Qiu, you rest first. I'll step out for a moment. She said, I'll wait for you to return. On the other side, Tyne Nhi pouted, throwing a stone. You evil woman. She didn't expect that she was casually hugging Deep. She had never hugged him before. Suddenly looking into the distance, the master and Deep were deep in thought, wondering where they wanted to go. She hid behind the wall, half out, thinking, I'll follow and see. Deep Hand spoke. Why did you call me out here? She glanced behind. Tiuhu, what do you think of Tyne Nhi? Deep Hand sweated. Tyne Nhi is very good, kind, and has no ill intentions. Tiat Tam noticed Tyne Nhi hiding behind the tree, thinking, but asking this, isn't the Senior trying to test me? He said, I want to unite you and Tyne Nhi. After you two marry, I will pass the leadership of the Ngami sect to you. What do you think? Deep Hand was shocked. What, marry Tyne Nhi become sect leader? Thinking it over, what the Senior offered was too much. Do I have to become the CH letter 1EA1M king too? Hearing this, she blushed, thinking silently. Master wants to unite me with Deep. Tiat Tam said, Right, Tyne Nhi is the most talented disciple of the Ngami sect, and her appearance is unmatched. If the two marry, it would surely strengthen the Ngami sect. Deep Hand quickly stopped him. Wait, Senior, I already have a girlfriend. The sect leader is an important position. Giving it to an outsider like me isn't appropriate. Tiat Tam smiled. A girlfriend isn't a wife. Once you marry Tyne Nhi, you won't be an outsider anymore. At that time, the entire Ngami sect will become your support. With your talent, dominating the martial world of Hua country wouldn't be impossible. Hearing this, she guessed, the master wants me to marry Big Brother Deep, and he might agree. But at that moment, he spoke up. I don't want to disappoint you, Senior. My girlfriend and I are happy, and I don't want to become the leader of the Ngami sect. Thank you for your kindness. What I want, I'll achieve by myself. I absolutely won't rely on anyone's help. She thought. Deep unexpectedly refused. You hate me? Tiat Tam sighed, thinking if Deep doesn't want it, she won't force it. Tyne Nhi, the master can only help so much. She angrily asked, Deep, is there something wrong with Tyne Nhi that you didn't agree to the master's proposal? Tiat Tam seemed surprised. Tyne Nhi, what's left? Deephan helplessly explained. Tine Nhi, it's not that she's not good. She's just my girlfriend. She wiped her tears and asked, isn't your girlfriend Lang Qiu? What am I lacking compared to her? He scratched his head in confusion. Lang Qiu isn't my girlfriend, she's just a friend. He thought silently, saying this gave a bit of a bad boy vibe. Tine Nhi angrily pointed at Deephan. What? She's not your girlfriend, so why do you do so much for her, even embrace her? You have to make it crystal clear to me, just as you would to anyone else. If you truly want to be with me, then you must accept this. You must accept this, no matter what. Deep down, Yihan thought that saying this should be enough to make Xioner give up any hope of being with him. After hearing that, she spun around in anger. Brother Yi, I never thought you were that kind of man. Master was right after all, men are all the same, rotten to the core. After Xioner left, Juxin finally spoke up. Young friend Yi, you must be laughing at us. Xioner is a bit childish, please don't take it to heart. Yin didn't argue with her. It's fine. Xioner is still young and doesn't fully understand love. Once she's older, she'll understand on her own. Her tone turned stern, her expression serious. Now that Xioner has gone, young Master Yi, let's talk about more important matters. This concerns your eyes. Han was startled when she mentioned them. My eyes, doubt rose in his heart. The yin-yang dharma eyes and the techniques he cultivated were things he had comprehended only after drawing power from that strange jade pendant. He wondered how Juxin knew he possessed the yin-yang dharma eyes. She continued, that's right. These eyes of yours are likely the yin-yang dharma eyes, aren't they? I've lived a long time and I know quite a few secrets of the martial world. He even understood a bit about their origin. Hearing this, Yihan clasped his hands. I hope you will enlighten me, senior. I would be endlessly grateful. Yihan quietly calculated. Back then, his parents had vanished without warning, leaving only this piece of jade behind. If he learned the origin of the yin-yang dharma eyes, he might be able to find news of his parents. Xin sighed and began. It started back in the chaotic times of Marquis Wu of Zhuge. This is where the story begins. She said it was rumored that Marquis Wu of Zhuge possessed the yin-yang jade pendant, the rebirth scripture, and the tomb inscription, each an extraordinarily precious treasure. Countless forces within the realm coveted them. Wars broke out over those treasures, and my own master was among those involved. Yihan was instantly shocked and guessed aloud. Marquis Wu of Zhuge Sr., do you mean Zhuge Liang? He thought to himself, yin-yang jade pendant sounded connected to the yin-yang dharma eyes he had, could it be? She confirmed, that's right, Zhuge Liang of the former Shu. It said that with those 3 treasures he was able to dominate his region. She added, I don't know much about the rebirth scripture or the tomb inscription, but as for the yin-yang jade pendant, I heard my master mention it a few times before he passed. Han asked, puzzled, what exactly is the origin of the yin-yang jade pendant? And back then, who did it ultimately fall into? Juxin tapped her staff against the floor. Her voice grew heavy as she said there were simply too many factions then, and the situation was utterly chaotic. She said, I'm not sure who it ended up with. I only know that the yin-yang jade pendant is said to have been a protective talisman of a great yin-yang clan, connected to Giguzi of the spring and autumn and warring states eras. She stared at her reflection in the water, lost in thought. It bears the inscription, Sovereign's Decree, and the inheritance of the yin-yang dharma eyes. Yihan rubbed his chin, thinking, Giguzi, that sounds almost unbelievable. Yet another suspicion rose in his heart. Could it be connected to his own Gig medical classic? Juxin stepped up in front of Yihan and said, it does sound hard to believe. In the past, I doubted it just like you do. After meeting you, I finally believed this legend is true. Yihan hurriedly clasped his hands. Thank you, senior, for telling me this. Yihan was deeply grateful and said that if she ever had any difficulties in the future, she could come to him. He sighed inwardly. This trip to a Mei sect had not only cured Ling Kaio's illness, but also revealed the jade pendant's origin and a little news about his parents. She smiled, no need to speak of gratitude, and there's no need to wait for the future, either. If you want to repay me, you can do it right now. Han refused at once. Senior, if you're talking about marrying Xioner, I truly can't agree. Anything else is fine, but not that. Juxin cut him off immediately and rebutted, not that. I want you to become the Supreme Grand Elder of a Mei sect, with authority equal to the sect master. Normally, you won't need to worry about sect affairs. But when it concerns the sect's survival and prosperity, you must step forward to handle it. She calculated silently. Whether a Mei sect could flourish for the next 100 years would depend on how capable Yihan truly was. Yihan's expression clearly showed his dilemma. Yihan said, you want me to be the Supreme Grand Elder? I'm afraid that isn't appropriate. I'm an outsider after all, and a Mei sect is entirely women. And I'm a man. Yihan sighed inwardly. If he agreed to Juxin's request, wouldn't he be taking on the fate of an entire sect? This responsibility is heavy. Alright, smile and wave your hand, don't worry, I have a way. Mr. Deep, come closer to me. Deep didn't understand what was going on but still approached as his senior asked. Before he could finish speaking, she performed the 9-heart lotus seal. Immediately, a deadly force struck straight to the center of Deep Hand's chest. He was knocked back hard. In shock, Deep Hand saw her bend down, her voice weak as she said, "It's done now." He asked again, "Senior, why did you attack me?" Tyat Tam quickly reminded him, "Don't speak. Immediately feel the spiritual energy in your body." Lion turned around and felt a flow of green energy surrounding her. She noticed a mark had appeared on Yi Han's abdomen without her noticing. Seeing this, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief, confirming that it had worked. He said, "Yi, don't worry. This is my inheritance seal. It will help you advance your cultivation without causing harm." Yi Han hurriedly stood up and asked, "Senior, why must it be like this? This is your lifelong cultivation. It should be passed on to a true disciple of the Amei sect." Fukitin sighed and said, "Do you think I don't want to? Unfortunately, only someone with a similar spiritual energy can accept my inheritance, and that type of energy is truly rare. I have waited nearly 100 years on Mount Amei, and finally I met you." Yan recalled some old acquaintances, who, although not from the Amei sect, had close relations with Wu Yu and Wu Pai. He thought of something and quickly asked, "Senior, what will happen to your body after you transfer your spiritual energy to me?" Tukitin sighed and replied, "This old body has been drained by the Amei sect and has been in seclusion for so long. If it weren't for meeting you, I would not have been able to hold on any longer." The old woman took out a yellow token and said earnestly, "Han, I don't ask you to care too much about the Amei sect, but I plead with you, if one day the Amei sect faces danger, please help us out of respect for me." Yan had no choice but to agree, thinking to himself, since Senior has said this, there must be a hardship she is facing. Yin held the token and solemnly swore, "I, Yi Han, swear that if the Amei sect is in trouble, I will do my best to help." In his heart, he sighed, "The feelings of Senior are so great, I can only accept it." The old woman quickly turned away when she saw everything was settled. "With your oath, Yi, I can rest assured," the old woman said. "Now that it's done, I won't bother you and your friends anymore. Finally, I can rest." Yihan cupped his hands and bowed, "Senior, take care." He silently thanked her. And thought about Senior Tuigatin's life, a person who had always worried about the Amei sect. Even though she lived in exhaustion, people like her made him feel great admiration. At the Shanghai airport, Lang Kaio called from behind, finally back home. "Yihan, thank you for helping me so much," she shyly asked. "I'd like to invite you over for a meal. Are you free?" He happily agreed. "Of course, I'll bring Yuan Nai and the others along." Lang Kaio awkwardly said, "All right, gathering is a good thing." However, in her heart, she felt a bit sad. "Yihan, I really just want to be alone with you." Suddenly, a red car sped toward them. Yuan Nai got out of the car and happily called, "Yihan." He ran over and hugged her. "Yuan Nai, how did you know I was coming back today? I missed you so much." She happily replied, "I missed you too." However, right after, Yuan Nai pinched his hand and scolded, "Bastard, you finally came back. Were you having too much fun outside, not even answering one of my calls? Today, I'm not letting you off." Yihan protested, "I was on Mount Amei, the signal was very weak. I didn't mean to ignore your call." "It hurts, it hurts." She looked at the scene before her and sighed. "She's the official girlfriend, Lang Kaio. What are you still dreaming about?" He realized something and said, "Right, Lang Kaio is still here, don't make a scene." Yuan Nai immediately stopped, remembering there was someone else with Yihan. He breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. She raised an eyebrow, sulking, "Tonight I'll deal with you." Yihan laughed and replied, "Then I'll wait for you." In his heart, he silently calculated, "Now that my cultivation has greatly increased tonight, I must make her call me expensive." He quickly ran outside. "Yuan Nai, the sun is about to rise, I really have to go." She walked to the door and shouted, "Yihan, you can't run away, I'll come to your house tomorrow." He quickly replied, "We'll talk about tomorrow's matters tomorrow." On the way, Yihan couldn't help but sigh, "I thought this cultivation boost would give me the upper hand, but who knew? I just got exhausted and there's no fun at all. As the old saying goes, there is no right without wrong." Looking at his phone, Yihan wondered, "Why is Fire Phoenix calling me at this hour?" Finally, Yihan answered, "Fire Phoenix, what's the matter?" She relaxed in the bathtub and asked, "If there's nothing, can I call you? What's the matter? Did I disturb your happy time with your little girlfriend?" Yihan quickly changed the subject. "If there's something, just say it. Don't bring up irrelevant matters." Fire Phoenix casually said, "All right, there is something. The Security Bureau has a new mission for you. You've been quite idle lately. The materials have been sent to you. The location is Fudan University. You just need to protect the target for a month." And angrily asked, "Fudan University? Wait, you're not asking me to take the entrance exam, right? I haven't even graduated high school and now you want me to take the university entrance exam." Fire Phoenix casually responded, "Don't worry, I've handled your identity, just look for Principal Zhang." She ended the call, "Well, I need to soak now, bye-bye." Yihan protested, "What's this? I haven't agreed yet." "Hey, hello." Han could only sigh and reluctantly accept. "I'll have to take this mission. Consider it repaying the favor Fire Phoenix did for me in Yanjing." The The scene shifted to a few days later at Fudan University, where he was looking at the information on his phone. The target to protect this time was named Hen Nyan, an exchange student from Zhejiang University. There was nothing special about the other information. He thought to himself, this girl must have an unusual background. Suddenly, Li Han stopped Yi Han. Stop, what are you doing? You a student at our school? If you are, quickly show me your student ID for inspection. Yi Han smiled awkwardly and replied, not yet but soon. Li Han sneered, don't talk nonsense, you came here to admire the campus beauty, didn't you? Li Han continued, none of the students here look as messy as you. If you don't want trouble, get lost. Yi Han was about to retort when Wang Xiao opened the car door and asked, what's going on? Li Han smiled obsequiously. Miss Wang, you're here, nothing's going on. Just a kid who doesn't know his place chasing after one of our female students. Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow, her voice cold. A frog wanting to eat a swan's flesh. A person like him should never be allowed into our school. Li Han stood up straight. Understood, Miss Wang, I'll make sure to complete the task. Yi Han sneered, took out his phone and called, hello, is Principal Zhang there? I'm Yi Han and I'm being stopped by your security guards. Li Han mocked, you want to tell me you know the principal here? Stop acting. Just because you can make a call doesn't mean you can have the principal come. The students around them also mocked. This kid wants to get into the school by calling the principal for help. The principal hasn't been seen all year. See how embarrassed he'll be, one person said. Time passed and Wang Xiao appeared in a very formal manner, her voice cold. The dignity of Fudan University must be protected, and this brat who doesn't know his place cannot be allowed to soil it. I must insist to the principal that the security team be reinforced. At the same time, Principal Zhang rushed out of his office, calling me over and asking me to wait a moment before going immediately. She looked at him running past, confused, not understanding where he was in such a hurry. He quickly explained, Teacher Wang, you came just in time. A very special student has been transferred to your class. Come with me to greet him. Wang Xiao frowned, skeptical. What? We have to go meet a student. Wang Xiao wondered if Principal Zhang was mistaken. What kind of student could be important enough to make them go all the way to meet him? He grabbed her hand and said, he is a very special student. I can't explain everything. Anyway, it's best if you just follow me. Wang Xiao still didn't understand. Was this student a research prodigy or an award-winning talent at home and abroad? Surely not enough to make the principal rush like this. Meanwhile, at the Fudan school gate, students were teasing Yi Han. What are those guys doing? Who is this kid? If you don't believe me, I'll tell you. He's standing here waiting for Principal Zhang to come greet him. Does he think he's some kind of national hero? His stuff isn't worth 30 billion, definitely not from a rich family, he's just acting. Li Han said confidently, Dan, stop arguing here. You've called, but the principal hasn't arrived yet. Suggest you leave. If you keep bothering, I'll have you thrown out. Yi Han looked at his watch, calmly saying, some time has passed, he should be here soon. At that moment, Principal Zhang and Wang Xiao approached and he shouted, what are you standing here for? Go to class immediately. Li Han was surprised, not understanding why Principal Zhang came with Teacher Wang. He thought, could they really be here because of this kid? She noticed Li Han still standing there and hurriedly said, Dan, why are you still here? Security, why haven't you thrown him out? Do it now. Li Han quickly replied, yes, I will have him removed immediately. He looked at Yi Han thinking, Teacher Wang and Principal Zhang are both here. It must be because of his call. Looks like I was just scaring myself. Seeing this, these people will only look down on me more now that Principal Zhang is here. I was startled, thinking they really came for him. But Principal Zhang is the head of Fudan University. How could he know a lowly person like this? Surely Principal Zhang just happened to appear here. Li Han rubbed his hands, threatening Yi Han, Dan, aren't you leaving yet? Otherwise, I'll use force to make you go. He hesitated, quickly trying to stop it. Wait. Li Han didn't understand and anxiously said, Principal, no need to worry. I'll handle this security guard immediately. Principal Zhang suddenly slapped Li Han and shouted, handle your own head. Everyone around was stunned. Principal is usually gentle, yet today he hits someone and a security guard at that. What is happening? Could this kid really summon the principal? Li Han fell hard to the ground, holding his cheek, his face full of disbelief. I've been hit, but why? Yi Han sighed, standing beside him. I called the principal right in front of you and you weren't afraid. Now it's your own fault. Wang Xiao was shocked. Could the person principal wants me to meet really be this kid? Principal Zhang smiled at Yi Han. About that, you must be Yi Han, right? Miss Hu Feng already gave me a heads up. I am the principal of Fudan University. If you encounter any difficulties at school, don't hesitate to come to me. I will definitely help you. Yi Han seized the moment to reply, no need for formalities. I'm here to fulfill my duty and cannot reveal my identity. If too many students notice, it could be troublesome. Principal Zhang immediately laughed heartily. Understood, understood. He turned to the crowd of students surrounding them and said, all right, stop loitering and get to work. Anyone still standing here will not get high marks this semester. The students quickly dispersed. Still, better to leave. I wonder which rich kid he is. Unexpectedly, even Principal Zhang had to personally greet him. Stop talking. Although he dresses plainly, he's quite handsome, I kind of like him. Clearly, you like his wealth more than him. I have a feeling that the days ahead at Showdown University won't be peaceful. Li Han was terrified seeing how close Yi Han was to the principal. It's over. Even Principal Zhang respects him. I just wanted to hit him, now I'm doomed. Turn to Yi Han. Yi Han, the students are gone. As for that security guard, I can't believe he dared speak disrespectfully to you. I'll fire him immediately. Yi Han waved him off. Principal Zhang, no need. I really have nothing to prove that I'm a student here. The security guard was just doing his duty. No punishment is needed. He didn't argue further and quickly agreed. All right, Yi Han, if you say so, I'll let him off this time. Li Han stood up, incredulous. Let him off. Then his expression turned serious. Yi Han, rest assured I will serve you diligently, maintain order at Showdown University, and ensure everything runs smoothly. Principal Zhang pushed Wang Xiao toward Yi Han. Yi Han, this is our history teacher, Wang Xiao. You'll be in her class from now on. He whispered to her, Teacher Wang, this is Yi Han who will transfer into your class. Be sure to care for him, attend to any of his requests promptly. Wang Xiao bowed apologetically. Sorry, Yi Han, I wasn't paying attention earlier. Please accept my apologies. Yi Han smiled. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Teacher Wang, if you have time, please guide me to class. No special treatment is needed. Treat me like an ordinary student. Hearing this, she felt relieved. All right, Yi Han, please follow me. Wang Xiao quietly exhaled, thinking, fortunately, Yi Han is friendly and forgiving. But even Principal Zhang treats him with such respect. Who exactly is he and why is he coming to our school? In the history department office, Yi Han observed Wang Xiao, thinking, this is the person I need to protect this time. Yi Han rubbed his feelings, realizing aside from fair skin, handsome looks, and tall stature, he had nothing extraordinary. Liu Mang sat behind him, teasing, brother, don't stare at our school beauty too long, you'll give yourself away. Liu Mang cheerfully chatted with Yi Han. Are you a new transfer student? Let's get acquainted, I'm Liu Mang. Yi Han laughed, replying, Liu Mang, nice name, I'm Yi Han. How did you know I'm a new student? Liu Mang looked knowing and said, only new students stare at Han Nyan like that. She's been at our school a few days, not very famous yet, but already one of the top beauties. Her pursuers line up all the way to the gate. You definitely have no chance of getting her attention. Yi Han responded, that impressive. By the way, Liu Mang, can you explain more? In his mind, Yi Han thought, this is a good chance to learn more about her. He leaned closer and Liu Mang whispered. Originally, Showdown University had 4 top beauties. After Han Nyan arrived, there are 5, each unique with countless pursuers. Among them, the strongest is Tianhu, handsome, wealthy, and the eldest son of the Wu Corporation. Wang Xiao suddenly grew angry and slammed his hand on the desk. Liu Mang didn't obediently listen, babbling something that made him startle and hastily explain. Wang, Teacher Wang, I was listening, but the more he spoke, the angrier she became. Is that so? Then tell me, what did I just say? He commanded that if he made even a single mistake, Liu Mang would have to copy this book 100 times as punishment. Other students whispered excitedly. The brat Liu Mang dared to speak in front of Teacher Wang. This time it's over for him. Don't be fooled by her beauty. She's a strict teacher. His nickname was given by the students. Liu Mang, fearful, realized he had to copy the book 100 times. His face turned pale as he stammered. I remember Teacher Wang just now saying something about the authoritarian war. At that moment, seeing Wang Xiao so angry, I knew immediately he hadn't heard clearly. She commanded, copy this 100 times, do you understand? One mistake and you'll do another 100. If you don't finish, don't expect any grades next semester. Liu Mang's face went pale as he trembled, pleading, Teacher Wang, 100 times is too much, can it be less? I promise I'll pay attention next time. He flipped the book open and shouted, stop stalling with me. Any more nonsense and I'll make you copy another 100 times. Liu Mang sat down, still terrified, thinking to himself, I'm doomed. 100 times, my arm feels like it's going to break. Yi Han frowned thoughtfully, recalling that Liu Mang was punished because of him, or maybe to help him. He immediately said, Teacher Wang, I think you're punishing Liu Mang too harshly. Just transferred recently and I'm still unfamiliar with things. He was explaining today's lesson to me, so I didn't hear you clearly. Wang Xiao looked up coldly at his words. Students under the desks whispered, this new kid is really asking for trouble. Who would have thought he'd dare provoke a strict teacher in front of everyone? A student who once argued with Teacher Wang had to transfer that very night, not even returning to get his things. This untested kid will probably cry and beg for mercy in a moment. He worriedly advised, Yi Han, don't provoke her, you can't handle the consequences. Yi Han turned back with a reassuring smile. It's fine, just watch from the side, I'll be okay. She suddenly stepped closer to Yi Han and Liu Mang. Seeing Wang Xiao approach, he feared for his life, thinking, I'm doomed, Yi Han's surely finished. Teacher Wang will punish him. But she gently placed a hand on his shoulder. Yi Han, you speak quite reasonably. The punishment I gave Liu Mang was indeed too harsh. He sat behind, dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears. Teacher Wang didn't punish Yi Han but agreed with him. Other students were also surprised. What kind of joke is this? Teacher Wang isn't angry and even praises him. Although Yihan was handsome, not even that could change her strict nature. Could he be from a wealthy family that even Teacher Wang dared not touch? Yihan seized the opportunity to ask Teacher Wang about Liu Mang's punishment. Wang Xiao, half-conscious, found an excuse. I'm not unreasonable. If the cause is clear, the punishment doesn't need to be carried out. She reminded there will be no next time, Liu Mang, remember that. He bowed and replied clearly, I remember, Teacher Wang, I'll pay attention next time. Yihan admired quietly, surprised that just a single comment had changed her mind. I must stick close to him. Watching Wang Xiao leave, students whispered, I've been in Teacher Wang's class for 2 years and got punished immediately. What kind of person is Yihan? Befriending him might help avoid punishment. Voice rang out, Teacher Wang. Ran protested. I believe a serious attitude in studying is necessary. Punishing Liu Mang is not wrong. Even if he has personal reasons, the fact remains he was wrong during class. Wang Xiao replied, slightly embarrassed. Han Ran, your attitude toward studying is commendable. She waved her hand, looking for a convenient excuse. Everything needs context. Liu Mang didn't pay attention because he wanted to help the new student. There's a justifiable reason so it can be overlooked. She looked back sharply. Is that so? Liu Mang, I want to ask if you were really explaining the lesson to the new student. Not gossiping, right? She thought, Liu Mang is so annoying, hinting about me. This is my chance to deal with him. Yihan folded his arms, calm and elegant on the outside, but quick and shrewd inside. He bowed, stammering, this, Wang Xiao quickly interrupted. Han Ran will continue this after class. She spoke irritably. Teacher Wang, as the student council representative, I think this should be resolved immediately. To prevent others from using the same excuse as Liu Mang and disrupting class, she asked, is that not right? She sighed, you have a point. Wang Xiao recalled the earlier instruction. Han Ran enrolled, Principal Zhang reminded her to pay more attention to him. Yihan also needs attention. Caring for everyone leaves no time for many. Being a teacher is not easy. Students whispered, did Han Ran deliberately target Liu Mang? Usually Liu Mang gossips about him, which she dislikes. Now Han Ran used a justifiable reason and Teacher Wang can't object. Liu Mang feared he couldn't escape punishment. Han Ran's background wasn't ordinary and Teacher Wang had to respect him. She turned to Liu Mang with a triumphant smile. Liu Mang, you didn't answer my question. You weren't teaching the new student, were you? Then please continue reciting today's lesson on the American authoritarian war. If you don't finish, Han Ran asked her, Teacher Wang, should we do it differently? Wang Xiao had no choice but to agree. Liu Mang stood up, stammering, the American imperialist war. He mentally scolded himself, should have kept quiet behind Han Ran's back, truly inviting trouble. Just then Yihan stood up, Teacher Wang, no matter what Liu Mang's punishment is because of me, so he didn't listen. I recite it for him instead, he calculated, helping someone fully while also taking the chance to get acquainted with Han Ran. Wang Xiao agreed and advised, you recite instead of Liu Mang. Yihan, the lesson on the American authoritarian war is long and you're new here. Yihan confidently replied, no problem, I think reciting is very useful. If I make a mistake, I'll copy it another 100 times. He felt smug, the yin-yang vision could see through everything. Studying was simple for him. Other students doubted, thinking reciting was no different than classwork. American authoritarian war was over 10,000 words long. Yihan had never seen the book, how could he recite it? 100 times, I don't think he can do it. He asked her, Han Ran, if you have no objections, may I begin? She smiled, all right, let's see what you can do. I hope you really know the content and copy it all. Han Ran internally mocked, this Yihan is like Liu Mang, needs to be taught a lesson. He placed the book on the desk, his eyes shining dangerously. War of Dictatorship began and she showed her admiration after a moment, praising it as not bad. Everything said before was true. 5 minutes later, her expression became serious. It was surprising how accurate every word was. It seemed like this guy had memorized the content of the book, but the hardest part was still ahead. I had even skimmed through this part before, not believing he could do it. 10 minutes later, Yihan gently announced the end of the war. Finally finished reading and I didn't make a single mistake, right? Angrily threw the book onto the table, confirming it was correct, then looked at him with suspicion. This was too absurd. Han Enheen could only grit her teeth and accept it while those around her were stunned. They couldn't believe this guy read every single word accurately. Truly impressive. Initially, they thought he was just a rich kid who didn't know anything, but it turned out he was a study genius. Han Enheen had met her match this time. Even Wang Xiao was surprised, not expecting him to do it. Liu Mang happily praised, Yihan is amazing, bro. Thanks, I don't need to do any punishment writing this time. It's nothing, after all, it's my responsibility. She clapped her hands in admiration. Han Enheen, Yihan has memorized the entire lesson now. You have no objections now, right? If not, we'll continue today's lesson. She ground her teeth in anger, accepting that he was impressive. Then Han En-heen reluctantly sat down. Teacher Wang, I have no objections. The students around them murmured in awe. Her attitude, it was clear Han En-heen harbored a grudge against Yi-han, making the school beauty angry and leaving a deep impression. This time was successful, and next time I'll also try to make Han En-heen mad. Bro, we need to observe carefully. If you mess with Han En-heen, you might get beaten. Yi-han silently assessed the progress of the mission. The first step was successful. The bell rang and Wang Xiao announced the end of class. The student stood up. Lu Mang quickly went to him. Bro. Han, thanks for helping me earlier. I'll treat you to a meal at the university cafeteria. Looking at the dishes, Yi-han opened his mouth in surprise. You call this a good meal? You just bit into a chicken drumstick. 2 drumsticks and a basket of eggs. How is that not good? Bro, how's your family? Han awkwardly replied, well, 2 drumsticks aren't bad. He sighed with relief, almost forgetting he was a student. It was only natural for students to eat at the cafeteria. As he sat down, someone suddenly asked, hey student, has anyone sat next to you yet? Yi-han turned around and politely replied, no one. The person approaching was Han Yan, and an idea formed in his mind. The beautiful girl smiled and asked, can I sit here? In just 1 second, Lu Mang wiped the seat clean. No problem. Student Jia, please make yourself comfortable. I've wiped the seat clean. Yi-han looked at him with contempt. Lu Mang, you little brat, changing your attitude as soon as you see a beauty. Han Yan placed her tray down and sat next to him. Thanks. A few male students from afar were envious. That kid is so lucky sitting with the school beauty. Han Yan said, I should have given up my seat to the beauty earlier, it could have made a good impression. Now it's this kid's turn. Another person scolded, are you stupid? Stop staring, you're drooling all over the table. He leaned over and whispered to Yi-han, you're so lucky, just entering Feuden and already eating with the school beauty, Han Yan. You should know she doesn't easily come to the cafeteria. Yi-han thought for a moment and looked at her food tray. The school beauty ate lightly. Han Yan's situation wasn't great. No wonder she was called the commoner beauty. Without hesitation, he picked up a drumstick and offered it to Han Yan. Eat up, have more. Yi-han smiled at her. To study well, you need a healthy body. I haven't touched this drumstick. Han Yan awkwardly declined. No need, I'm fine with what I have. You should eat the drumsticks you bought. Yi-han interrupted. Don't refuse, this meal was treated by someone else. Consider it a blessing, the drumstick is already on your tray. You can't refuse. Han Yan blushed and turned away, embarrassed. All right then. The male students around them grew more envious. The commoner beauty actually let that kid serve her food. Why don't I get the chance? Dying of envy, if it were me, I wouldn't stand a chance. The school beauty isn't someone you can reach. Holding the empty tray, she happily thanked him. I'm done eating, thank you for the drumsticks. After seeing Han Yan leave, Lu Mang immediately asked, Yi-han, you like the commoner beauty now, don't you? He warned, let me tell you, compared to Han En-heen, Han Yan is like the girl next door, easier to get close to, so there are many people chasing her at school. Han denied and explained, you're overthinking. I just admire a beautiful girl like her. Even though Han Yan's situation is difficult based on her looks, she'll probably have a better life. It isn't hard. Looking at her appearance, I admire her a little, but she hasn't chosen that path. She stuck to her own principles. In a society driven by wealth and power, girls like her are really rare. I hope she can maintain her ideals and not be corrupted by the darker side of society. Lu Mang nodded, you're right. No matter how many rich boys pursue Han Yan, she rejects them all. She turns into a lovesick fool. Besides, Han Yan wins a scholarship every year, works as a liaison, and sends money back to her family. She only spends around 2,000 yuan a month on living expenses, making others pity her. Holding his empty tray, Yi-han said, all right, meal's over, let's go. Looking at the figures in the crowd, he thought that if he had the chance, he would help Han Yan have a better life in the future. Lu Mang also grabbed his tray and followed. There's no class in the afternoon and you've just arrived at Feuden. I'll take you around the campus. Yi-han put his tray in the designated spot and refused. No rush, we'll have plenty of time later. Do you know where Han En-heen goes when she doesn't have class? And thought of his mission. His task at Feuden was to protect Han En-heen so he couldn't forget. He smiled mischievously. Looks like you've got some plans, still remembering the school beauty. The two of them walked side by side. Lu Mang continued, saying that when Han En-heen didn't have class, she liked to go to the library. You can try going there and see what luck we have. Elsewhere, Han Yan was surrounded by a group of boys clearing a path for her. I have to go to work, I'll lose money if I'm late. Lu Ji scoffed, what money? Aren't you just going to the clubs to entertain people? Why not come with us? I have a few thousand yuan, enough to keep you for a whole month. At the Grand Beauty's place, we sincerely invite you. The boss is waiting for you. The boys who wanted to help but didn't dare could only curse. Damn it, those scumbags from the Power Club are bothering Han Yan again. The nasty man Hung, who couldn't win Han Yan's heart, sent his underlings to harass her. They really weren't up to anything good. Unable to fight back, as soon as they called for a teacher, they ran off. Those villains, Yihan didn't say much and immediately charged forward. Come on, let's go see. Lu Meng hurriedly ran after him to stop him, saying, Brother Yihan, don't get carried away. Yihan's expression turned worried. People from the martial society shouldn't offend Zheng Sheng. He's one of the 3 top experts in feud. We should go call the teachers. Yihan forcefully shook off Lu Meng's hand. By the time the teachers arrive, these villains will be gone. If you're scared, stay aside and let me handle it. Lu Meng retorted with determination. Scared? Fight then, I've hated these guys for a long time. Was frightened, step back, I'm about to be late. Lu Ka slapped her cheek, taunting, this isn't your home. If I want to stand here today, what are you going to do? If you have the guts, hit me. Yihan immediately slapped him hard across the face. Since you've asked for it, I'll help you achieve your wish. The lackeys stared in shock as Lu Ka was slammed into the wall. Ka stood before them, looking down in contempt. Did you hear that just now? Volunteered to be hit, I just helped him fulfill his wish. The male students behind murmured, who is this guy daring to hit someone from the martial society? They're the dominant force at school, this guy won't end well. But that was a good hit, I want to teach them a lesson too, though I'm a bit cowardly. The lackeys quickly helped Lu Ka up. Lu Ka, are you okay? Lu Ka clutched his head and yelled in anger, you dare hit me, go finish that brat. The lackeys charged in on command. Daring to hit someone from the martial society, you must be looking for death. The group charged, finish him, spare him not. Yihan shouted angrily, a bunch of trash. He unleashed a palm strike, sending 3 male students flying. Get out of here. They were flung away, unable to resist. This guy is too formidable. We're no match for him. Lu Ka gritted his teeth, thinking, so many people and they can't even handle a kid. He pointed at Yihan. Who exactly are you? I've been in feuding for so long and never heard of someone like you. He crossed his arms, introducing clearly, my name is Yihan, friend of Han Yan. From now on, if anyone dares bully her, don't blame me for being impolite. Lu Ka broke into a sweat and ran off, but still threatened. Just wait, if you have the guts, don't run. I'll call people over. Daring to offend the martial society, you'll be dead this time. The lackeys quickly followed, talking as they went, just wait. We'll call the chief, you'll regret this. He turned to Yihan, sincerely thanking him. Classmate Yihan, thank you for saving me just now. But people from the martial society are trouble you shouldn't get involved with. Can you stay out of sight for a while? Yihan waved it off. Don't worry, just a bunch of useless thugs. He stepped closer to Han Yan, making a suggestion. Classmate Han, I feel we're very compatible. How about we become sworn siblings? Lu Meng interjected. Classmate Han, why are you still dazed? Yihan will definitely protect you. You just saw his skills. He's amazing. She hesitated, lowering her head, but we've just met. Besides, I don't want to cause you trouble. If you get into trouble because of me, I'll feel guilty. Han Yan stared at Yihan, thinking, Yihan is different from anyone I've met. His eyes have a purity, no desire at all, really like my brother. Han tried to persuade her further. You don't need to worry, I'll handle everything myself. I just want to take you as my younger sister. Just listen to your heart and answer me. She blushed shyly. All right then, Yihan. Han Yan thought happily. So this is what it feels like to have someone protect you. It feels wonderful. Lu Meng quickly interjected to show off. Classmate Han, I also protected you just now. Why not have another brother? Yihan angrily hit Lu Meng on the head, shouting, do you think this is a bargain sale? Do you want to tag along too? Giggled teasingly, having you Yihan is enough. Both of you are so kind to me, I will never forget what you did today. I still have work to do. Goodbye Yihan, classmate Lu Meng. The male students outside watched in awe. Han Yan hadn't expected to accept Yihan as her sworn brother. If I knew, I would have charged at those martial society guys too. Lu Meng said, don't even dream. If you charge, you'll just be a punching bag and you still want to be Han Yan's sworn brother. The martial society won't let this go. Yihan will definitely face big trouble. He watched her back, sighing sadly. What a pity, if I could be Han Yan's brother, wouldn't it be a point of pride? He didn't care too much and pulled Lu Meng along. All right, stop mumbling, let's head to the library to find Han Ran. Lu Meng suddenly jumped up angrily. Just accepted Han Yan as a sworn sister, now you want to find Han Ran. Yihan, are you a bad boy? He casually put his hands in his pockets, protesting, stop making a fuss, I have no interest in either of them. The scene shifted to the quiet Fudan University library. Lu Meng stood there, speaking up. There's Han Ran, no wonder she's the school beauty, even sitting quietly reading looks amazing. Yihan held a book, asking Lu Meng, does Han Ran usually stay alone at school? Lu Meng replied, usually yes. Han Ran is new and has no close friends yet. At this moment, Tian Hu stepped forward with flowers. Han Ran and nearby female students couldn't stop exclaiming, it's the handsome Tian Hu. He's dressed so elegantly today and even has roses. Could he be confessing? Looks like Tian Hu wants to confess to Han Ran. My chances are gone. Lu Meng continued. What's so special about Han Ran? She's just a bit fairer, thinner, prettier than me. Guys only care about appearances. He pouted. What exactly does Tian Hu want? Today isn't even Valentine's Day. Han Ran ignored Tian Hu. He looked back. Is this one of the suitors you mentioned? What kind of person is Tian Hu? and thought if it's just a normal pursuit I don't need to interfere, but if he clings like Han Yan I have to step in. Liu Meng explained, don't be fooled by Tian Hu's elegance. He's gotten multiple girls pregnant and even forced abortions. Only because of his family's power it was covered up. He's truly a terrible man. He asked again, really? Let me investigate him with my yin-yang eye. Tian Hu smiled and held out the bouquet. And ran, I picked these roses myself from the garden, hope you like them. She was angry, Tian Hu, I already said I don't like you. Can you stop following me and leave me to read? Tian Hu persisted, Han Ran, please give me a chance. I have a big surprise prepared at a 5-star hotel just this once. If you agree, I won't bother you again. Ran hesitated, stood up, and coldly looked at Tian Hu kneeling. Fine, I'll agree this once, but don't bother me again. Tian Hu happily stood up, clutching the bouquet. Yan Shen will definitely accept his love, making him watch her back and smirk coldly inside. That bastard pretending to be noble with me, but after she finishes the cup of my sedative, I will definitely take my revenge. Don't worry, Yan Shen, this time you will accept his love. Yan sat nearby, observing carefully, and noticed sedative in Tian Hu's pocket, proving he had ill intentions toward Yan Shen. He stood up and followed the two, leaving Liu Mang sitting there with suspicion. Yihan, where are you going? He smiled dangerously, saying he had to teach that bastard a lesson. Tian Hu forced a smile and asked what Yan Shen wanted to eat so he could order the chef. She replied coldly, whatever you want, I'm not picky. Yihan stepped between them, apologized, and moved aside, accidentally touching the pocket. Seeing the liquid spill, Tian Hu panicked. My medicine, I barely obtained this type. Cursed Yihan, pointing at him and shouting, you rotten brat, are your eyes just for decoration? My pants cost over 10,000. Yihan took a deep breath and calmly replied, Senior Tian Hu, maybe it's not the pants. Yihan touched the liquid and suspected something else. Yan Shen stood behind, pinching her nose in disgust, pointed at Tian Hu, and asked what he was hiding in his pocket. His face turned pale and he awkwardly tried to explain. Tian Hu claimed it was medicine he carried because he was well and might faint, so he needed to drink it. Yihan asked back, really? Senior Tian Hu, could you tell me what illness you have? What kind of medicine is it? Tian Hu angrily brushed him aside and turned away, saying, what does it have to do with you? This is my private matter, move aside. He went to Yan Shen, cheerfully saying, don't pay attention to him, let's go. Yan Shen ignored him, waving him off, saying she felt uncomfortable and invited him to leave. Tian Hu obviously had ill intentions and the bottle surely had issues. When his plan was about to succeed but slipped away, he shouted. Yihan walked beside her, glancing with a smile. Senior Wu, Yan Shen's friend already made it clear, if you're not going, why are you just standing there? His expression darkened, threatening, fine, you just wait. Tian Hu huffed, turning and leaving. Rage surged inside him as he muttered, Yihan, right? Dare to ruin my plan, I will never forgive you. And Yan Shen, one day you will kneel and beg me. Onlookers were in an uproar. Why did Tian Hu suddenly leave? Surely the bottle in his pocket was suspicious. This evil man had ill intentions toward the school beauty. Yihan was also daring, exposing Tian Hu's true face in front of everyone. Tian Hu would never let it go. After walking a bit, Yihan said, Yan Shen's friend, Tian Hu is not a good person. He advised her to keep her distance. Yan Shen stopped, turning to Yihan. I also realized he has ill intentions, but what is that purple liquid? He whispered, it's an extremely potent aphrodisiac. She clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. That bastard didn't expect to be caught so early. Han shrugged and reminded her, some people appear proper but are actually beasts in disguise. Yan Shen, you should still be careful. As he prepared to leave, she called, wait, why are you helping me? After all, I just attacked you in class. Yihan waved decisively, I just can't stand the evil Tian Hu. Yan Shen was curious, really. Yan hid many secrets. The class was lively, boys buzzing as he entered, and he even helped Yan Shen avoid troublemakers in the cafeteria that afternoon. When he sat down, Liu Mang whispered to his friends, a new student already befriended 2 top beauties, he's not simple. The other shook his head, not simple, sooner or later he'll bring trouble. Liu Mang looked at Yihan and smiled, praising him for quickly resolving the tension with Yan Shen. He replied, read your book. Yihan explained also, I'm not interested in Yan Shen, just helping her casually. Liu Mang patted his head, winking, asking, not interested in Yan Shen, then what about Yue Meng? He replied earlier when exposing Tian Hu, she couldn't take her eyes off me. Yue Meng turned to look at Yihan, hiding her face with a book, and asked, who is that? Liu Meng whispered, Yue Meng is also a school beauty, lively and outgoing, mysterious background, he's not simple. Just arriving at Fudan, he caught the attention of 3 top beauties. She suspected he was a rich kid who flirts with hot girls. Yihan reminded her, don't talk nonsense, I already have a girlfriend. He still stared at his desk, just accepted Han Yan as a junior sister, and had a shady connection with Li Yun Shen. She said, Yihan, I like you more and more. Outside, countless footsteps appeared. Leading was Han Yue, arms crossed, shouting, who is Yihan? Come out now. He stood up, I am Yihan, what do you want from me? Spoke, what are you planning? This is a library, fighting will be punished. Han Yue coldly said, attack members of the Tai Dao sect and you won't live in peace. You either fight me as the sect leader or kneel and apologize here. The henchman behind shouted, kneeling might not even save you. All 6 were weak, but the new kid fought mercilessly. I advise you to behave or you'll be crippled. Nearby students protested, saying, the Taekwon sect is shameless, daring to cause trouble in the library. As long as it's not too much, the school will forgive them. Their leader is Zhang Hong, a master who once broke a student's leg. Yihan, I think you're doomed this time. Yue Ming smiled, observing. Which way will Yihan choose? He closed his eyes, snorted coldly, a bunch of nobodies. Yihan put his hands in his pockets, face cold, walking up. At school all he knows is fighting. Today I will personally cripple Zhang Hong so everyone knows my power. Liu Meng hurried after, right, our boss is unbeatable. Han Yue clenched his fists, all right, Yihan, you're impressive. I'm curious to see if you'll still look so confident when the president beats you to death. Then he shouted and led his followers. Let's go! The students, eager for some excitement, followed behind, surprised that Yihan dared to challenge the president of the Zhang Hong Martial Arts Club. This was truly the hottest news of the day. Why stay here reading books? Let's go, we need to watch the spectacle. Zhang Hong is one of the top martial artists in the school. I just had dinner and I'm sure Yihan will get beaten up badly. She muttered as she stood up. It would be interesting if Yihan actually accepted Zhang Hong's challenge. There must be some backing behind him. Lu Meng's eyes gleamed with interest, wanting to see how strong Yihan really was. The scene switched to the martial arts arena, where a crowd gathered outside, excitedly discussing the event. I can't believe a new student is daring to challenge our president. We have to watch this. Even though Zhang Hong was a good person, his strength was not weak, and he was one of the 3 top martial artists in the school. But I still hope this new student can teach Zhang Hong a lesson, although I know that's unlikely. As they spoke, they looked toward the person sitting at the front. Behind, Lu Cheng approached and whispered, President, this kid Yihan actually took the initiative to challenge you. He must have some skills, you should be careful. Zhang Hong sneered, his eyes full of disdain, his fist tightening. What skills? Just some weak moves. We the martial arts club are the strongest. Everyone else is trash. Later, you'll see how I deal with this kid. As he finished speaking, Lu Meng and Yihan walked in. The moment they entered, Yihan looked around with a mocking tone. The uniforms of the martial arts club are quite impressive. Han followed behind, hands on his hips, with an arrogant look. Of course, our martial arts club is one of the biggest clubs at Feudon, over 300 members with influence across the whole school. Yihan smirked and waved his hand dismissively. Like you said, this place is not bad. How about this? After today, we'll change the name from Martial Arts Club to Gyu Shun Quan, Traditional Chinese Martial Arts. Upon hearing this, the students outside gaped in disbelief. They couldn't believe Yihan was proposing to change the name of the martial arts club. It was like pulling the roots out of the grass, such a bold statement. Who gave him the guts? This new student must have some solid skills, otherwise he wouldn't dare say such a thing. Zhu Meng among the crowd covered her mouth in surprise. Change the name of the martial arts club. Did Yihan really say that? On this side, Zhang Hong's face darkened and he yelled, you brat. He created an imposing aura and his followers followed suit. You think you can change the name of our martial arts club? Dream on, President. Today, you will definitely teach this brat a lesson. At least break one of his legs. He worried, hiding behind Yihan, shouting loudly. What's going on? Are you guys planning to gang up on him? I said it's a one-on-one challenge, you can't break the rules. Yihan thought for a moment, then gave a thumbs up. Lu Meng, watch out, this one of yours isn't bad. After speaking, he pointed directly at them. Here's the deal, all of you come at me, I'll fight all of you today. He opened his mouth, reminding Yihan, I'm worried they'll gang up on you. Why are you making things harder for yourself? Lu Meng whispered. They're all tough guys, don't act all high and mighty now. Yihan smiled, patted his shoulder reassuringly. Don't worry. He turned to face them, raised a finger. So it's just me, are you guys scared? Seeing their pride hurt, they all rushed forward. This arrogant brat. Seeing this, Yihan's eyes glowed red. A bunch of useless fools. Without hesitation, his feet bounced off the ground and his fists flew. Yihan rushed forward like lightning. He struck fast, leaving them injured, lying on the ground, eyes wide, mumbling. Yihan only smiled mockingly, his eyes full of confidence, but he still felt it wasn't enough to excite him. Speed was too fast to see clearly. The president could only rely on his men. The students watched in shock, unable to believe their eyes, thinking it must be an illusion. They couldn't believe Yihan could take on the entire martial arts club by himself. Yihan truly wasn't lying, he could take on the whole martial arts club. But don't be in a hurry, Zhang Hong was the real trump card of the martial arts club. The strategies of the others couldn't compare to him. Zhu Meng and the crowd kept her eyes on him. Yihan, can you really do this? Liu Mang stood beside her, shouting, Yi Han is amazing. As long as he knocks down Zheng Hong, we can change the name of the martial arts club today. Zheng Hong was furious, stomping hard on the ground, causing it to crack. Don't compare me to them. I'm the president of the Martial Arts Club, a black belt recognized by the Global Martial Arts Association. And wasn't afraid, surrounded by a red aura. Sounds impressive, doesn't it? Let's see how many of my punches you can block. He gritted his teeth and charged, kicking. Zheng Hong's followers were excited to see his signature technique. This was the president's ultimate move, Sky Saber Clan Wind Strike, each kick packed with terrifying power. If it hit, Yi Han would be crippled. This was the price he had to pay for daring to disrespect the martial arts club. He clenched his fist, only smiling faintly as he prepared to strike. His move was slow, looking fierce, but in reality it was powerless, just a few scratches. A single punch from Yi Han carried the strength of a tiger, constantly smashing through with explosive force. Zheng Hong shrank back, his eyes filled with shock, unable to believe it. Yi Han's punch pierced through the ultimate move, striking straight at Zheng Hong, slamming him into the wall, blood spattering from his mouth. The crowd was wide-eyed in disbelief. The president was defeated with just one punch. They couldn't believe how terrifying Yi Han was. Zheng Hong struggled to get up, gritting his teeth. I can't lose. Yi Han moved forward and spoke. Zheng Hong, Han is my sister. If you keep bothering her, this punch will go straight into the wall behind, just like this one. He sweated profusely, his nose running, shaking. Got it? Yi Han casually put his hands in his pockets and walked away. Remember to take down the Martial Arts Club sign and change the name to Gyu Shun Club. Unexpectedly, someone took off their uniform and knelt down, respectfully shouting, Master Yi, I want to learn traditional martial arts. Please take me as your disciple. Seeing Ming Duan do this, they all took off their uniforms, knelt down, and shouted in unison, Master Yi, I also want to learn martial arts. I want to quit the club right now. Better take care of yourself. I want to become Yi Han's disciple and learn Tai Dao martial arts. As expected, the 1,000-year-old tradition of Chinese martial arts was more powerful. Bei Hong from behind was confused. You all of you. He was so angry he collapsed. The students watching were also amazed. Yi Han never expected that a crippled president like Zheng Hong would be so strong, causing the entire group to quit the Thai Martial Arts Club. Since the establishment of Fudan University, nothing like this had ever happened. Today, the Thai Quan Dao Society, one of the 3 most powerful factions on campus, drew even more attention from Yi Meng in the crowd. This man had completely captured my attention. Thinking that, she carefully slipped through the crowd toward Yi Meng, smiling gently and waving. Hello, Yi Han, I am. Before she could introduce herself, he brushed past her. What? I'm not taking any disciples. Leave me alone. They didn't give up, but Yi Meng quickly chased after him. Master. Wait for me, don't let Master get away. She froze, frowning, rooted to the spot. He didn't even glance at her. Yi Meng clenched his teeth in anger, stomping his foot. Yi Han, just wait. The two of them ran out recklessly, panting hard. These people were way too enthusiastic. Liu Mang, sweating heavily, looked up and said, Yi Han, your skills are incredible. How are you so strong? Could you show me 2 moves? I want to get stronger too. Yi Han wiped the sweat from his brow and replied, you want to become stronger too. Simple, do 100 push-ups a day, 100 sit-ups, and run 10,000 meters and you'll naturally get stronger. He stood up, patted him on the shoulder, and forced a smile. Forget it, with this body, not even 10 push-ups are easy, let alone 100. While they were enjoying themselves, Zhaixing stepped forward. You must be Yi Han, right? He cheerfully introduced himself, then pointed to the 2 beside him. I'm Zhaixing, and these are 2 Gang and Ma Wen. We're in the same year and also your roommates. After speaking, he walked ahead, patting his shoulder with admiration. Yi Han, we heard everything you did today. You're amazing, taking on the entire Tai Quan Dao Society alone. He winked at him and said, our dorm has a master now. Today calls for a big feast to celebrate. Old Chen said, right. Zhaixing gave a thumbs up, definitely. Then the 4 of them left arm in arm. Today it's my treat, everyone eat and drink freely. Behind, Liu Mang called out, take me with you. The scene shifted to a bar where the girls, Daisy, danced in short dresses to the music. Outside, a remix played and everyone cheered along. Finally, she had become someone else's lover and he knew it wasn't out of love. Inside, Zhaixing's group raised their glasses. Drink, come on, let's go. He raised his glass to Yi Han. Your skills are impressive, but your tolerance can't beat mine. I grew up drinking. He clinked glasses, nodding in agreement. That's right, old Chen's tolerance is incredible. Yi Han carefully, he got tricked by him. Don't be afraid, drink until he's scared. He happily lifted his glass, shouting to the music outside, bottoms up. Then they all downed their drinks. Yi Han finished his beer in one gulp. Zhaixing wouldn't lose, drinking his beer in one go too. Hour later, the glasses were empty and slammed onto the table. He frowned, smiling as he asked, can you still drink more? Despite being drunk, he raised his hand. Drink. Today we'll drink until sunrise. Tu Gang and Ma Wen hurriedly shook their heads. We can't drink anymore. Yihan, you drink like water. It's amazing. I salute you. You're the boss of our room now. Yihan didn't force them, standing up. We're all brothers. No need for formalities. All right, let's go. I'll take care of old Chen. Tu nodded. Okay. Then the two left with Liu Mang. These long-legged girls weren't bad. He felt tempted, but Yihan had a girlfriend he couldn't indulge. Standing inside, he took out his phone. Leaving without saying goodbye would definitely make Doan and Hi angry. Better call her now. Yihan's eyes scanned below and saw Doan Hi. Why is she here? Who is the man beside her? She was holding a rose too. Seeing that, he called her. Doan Hi, what are you doing? I've got a new assignment and might be away for a while. Yihan watched below and heard her reply. It's okay, do your work. I'm studying and work has been busy lately. I might have to work overtime. If you're tired, rest. I'll call you tomorrow. He frowned, replied briefly, and hung up. All right, sleep well. Doan Hi stared at her phone, looking sad. Feng Bin, seeing her dazed, spoke. Doan Hi, let's go. She regained her composure and nodded. Yihan fixed his gaze on the car until it left. His expression darkened, hands clenched, murmuring, Doan Hi, what really happened? Why did you lie to me? And sat on a chair, inhaling sharply, recalling her getting into the car. Doan Hi wouldn't lie without reason, but who was that man? He furrowed his brows, thinking, why was Doan Hi in his car and so late? Yihan sighed, picked up a beer and walked off, not wanting to think too much. If something had happened, Doan Hi would tell him. He drank to clear his mind, telling himself it might be better to stay sober for now. Just then Zihan approached. Hello, may I ask if this seat is taken? Yihan looked up at her. Oh, Zihan smiled, pointing across. The other seats are full, only this one is free. Hearing that he couldn't refuse, scooted over and sat. As long as you drink with me, my treat. She sat down and replied, if invited, of course I'll enjoy it. Zihan crossed her legs, tilting her head. But handsome, are you troubled about something? Han lazily replied, continuing to drink. Zihan lifted her glass, swirling it before sipping. It's for enjoying, not self-congratulating. Then she looked at him, guessing, handsome, do you want to get drunk because of a broken heart? Han was silent for a long moment, raised his glass and admitted, heartbroken. He stared into his glass and said, do you know what that feels like? Zihan shook her head. No, I've never been heartbroken. She looked down at her glass, eyes deep. The man meant for me hasn't been born yet. Hearing this, Yihan could only laugh. Then I wish you find your other half soon. Zihan nodded. Thank you for the wish. With that, they were silent together. An hour later, both cars wobbled and collided. Where's the alcohol? Why is it gone? There's no more alcohol here. He leaned over, gently draping his arm around her. Let's go find some alcohol outside. Both fell back, laughing, then slowly left. No car tonight, no going home. The three outside each uttered a word of admiration. Yihan is incredible, arriving and already taking a girl away. Could we just watch Yihan leave? Wonder what happened to him? Could something have happened? He drank so much earlier without getting drunk, now suddenly drunk. What does that prove? Better not ruin his fun. The scene shifted to the next day in a hotel. Inside, Yihan lay there wearing only shorts, slowly opening his eyes, half dazed. Where am I? Sitting up, he rubbed his head, eyes scanning the hotel room. Why am I here? Where did the girl from last night go? Lifting the blanket, he noticed a streak of blood on the sheet. This is... Yihan began digging into his memory, slapping his forehead hard. Damn, how did I act so recklessly? And it was with an innocent, good girl, the root of all trouble. Scanning the room, Yihan found a piece of paper. But where did that girl go? Was this a note she left? On the paper was just a single sentence. Treat everything between us as a dream. After reading this, you should remain silent, leaving no trace behind. Is this how she wants to sever ties with me? Should I consider it a one-night fling? The scene shifts to the Sunhai airport. Yihan pulled his suitcase, gazing up at the sky, telling himself that after 5 years it was time to return. As for the matter with that person, it was just a dream. Returning to the hotel lobby, Yihan whispered to her, hello, miss. May I ask the name of the girl in room 503? Zio Mayan did not look up, continuing to flip through the documents. Sorry, we cannot disclose any customer's personal information. Yihan cleared his throat awkwardly. Actually, I'm not a stranger to her. About last night we were together. On hearing this, Zio Mayan's face showed disdain. You slept with her and still don't know her name, she muttered while continuing her work. He looked handsome but too much of a player. Yihan, slightly annoyed, took out a stack of money. I'll ask one more time, what is her name? In an instant, the money in his hand seemed to disappear. She grabbed it, her eyes brightening as she replied, Dear customer, the guest in room 503 last night was Zihan, 28 years old. I hope this information helps you. Having received the necessary information, Yihan left. Thanks, knowing the name doesn't really help. It seemed impossible to find her. Moreover, if this were to reach Yuan Nai's ears, suddenly he stopped, thinking of Yuan Nai. Yihan couldn't forget about last night. What is it that you're hiding from me? After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head, dismissing the thought and moved on, heading back to school to continue his mission. He believed that if anything were to happen between him and Hen Nai, she would speak up soon enough. The scene shifts to the campus of Fudan University. As soon as he entered the classroom, a group of students gathered around. Yihan is here. I heard he single-handedly took on the Tai Dao Quan Club last night. Truly amazing. Didn't notice yesterday, but today I see Yihan is quite handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. The female students stared at him, their hearts practically glued to him. You're dreaming. Yihan isn't just close with Li Hen Nian. I heard that Yue Meng has been asking around about him too. No chance for you, a cow. Ignoring their gossip, he walked straight to her. Hello, student Hen Nian. She smiled, stepping aside for Yihan to sit down. You helped me last night. I haven't had the chance to thank you. You can just call me Hen Nian from now on. The girl smiled awkwardly and nodded, thinking to herself, all right, Hen Nian, this girl might like me. If the mission goal isn't clear enough, Hu Feng will definitely not let me off. Never mind, she said, still curious, resting her chin on her hand. I heard you were at the Dao Club of the Great Law God's Might yesterday, and you're close to the campus queen, Bing Ren Han Yue. Yihan answered, what's the big deal? They're just a bunch of insignificant people. He paused for a moment, then asked, as for Han Yue, I think she's had a hard life. Without someone protecting her, anyone could bully her. Isn't that pitiful? After hearing this, Hen Nian stood up. I didn't expect you to be such a kind person. She walked a few steps, then stopped, turning to say, let's go out for a walk and have dinner tonight. I've just arrived and have no friends here, it's so boring. Hen Nian left and Yihan hurriedly called, you're just leaving like this, aren't you going to class? Waved with a smile, this is self-study time, the teachers won't come. Let's meet at the school gate tonight. Hearing this, he didn't stop her and nodded. All right, I'm not going to actively flirt with her since she invited me first. Everything I do is for the mission. The male students watched this scene, feeling heartbroken. Did I hear wrong? Hen Nian actually invited Yihan to go shopping at night. If Tianhu heard this, he would be furious. He had been chasing Hen Nian for almost a month and never got an invitation to hang out. Now Hen Nian actively invites Yihan. My goddess, how could you agree to go out with him? This guy clearly isn't a good one. While he was in a daze, she poked her head through the door. Yihan, Yi Ho Han Yan. Yihan stepped forward, making her blush. What are you doing here? Did you need something? He smiled. Nothing in particular. Han Yan handed Yihan a small gift box. This is for you. Seeing him, she was a little startled, wanting to refuse. A gift, but after a moment's thought, Yihan took it, curious. Today isn't a holiday, why do you want to give me a gift? She blushed, clasping her hands together, and replied, I heard about what happened at the Dao Club. Thank you for helping me. This gift is something I made myself. I hope you like it. Yihan opened the box to find a scarf. He touched it a few times and said, the weather is turning towards autumn. This gift is just what I need, thank you. Seeing that he seemed to like it, Han Yan quickly left. I'm glad you like it. Well, I have to go to my part-time job now, I'll leave first. Watching her quickly leave, Yihan thought she's a Fudan student and still has to work at a restaurant. Looks like it's time to help Han Yan find a new job. The scene shifts to the busy streets at night. Just as planned, Yihan and Hen Nian were out strolling. Walking around with me will be tiring, you won't quit halfway, right? Yihan laughed. How could I? Just look at my muscles. Even if we walk through the whole city of Sunhai, I won't break a sweat. She waved him off with a laugh. That's a bit too confident. Come on, just be careful with yourself and your face. After over an hour, Yihan was carrying a pile of bags, breathing heavily. I'm done, let's find a place to drink some water. Hen Nian saw this and turned to cover her mouth, laughing. This is what happens when you say you can walk through all of Sunhai. Just now you were so confident. He sat down on the ground, sticking out his tongue, panting like a dog. Who knew you could walk for so long? It was more tiring than facing 10 experts from Ren Du Jing. She crossed her arms, looking down at him with a smug expression. All right, I'll let you off this time. She then casually pointed to a nearby sidewalk cafe. Let's rest here and maybe grab something to eat. He glanced over and nodded. All right. Seeing her quickly enter, Yihan followed behind. As he entered, her expression changed when she saw, looks like this is her part-time job, but she seemed to be in trouble. Up ahead, the boss was slightly drunk, holding Han Yan's hand. Beautiful girl, you're so lovely, come have a drink with us. Friends behind him joined in with laughter. You're so pretty, it's a shame you have to work as a waitress. How about coming with us and having fun? I'll introduce you to a better job. A job that'll pay you 3 times as much as this one, they added. She forced a smile, trying to decline. Sorry, I don't drink and I don't want to change jobs. Without waiting for the boss to speak, she jerked her hand away. I have work to do, please enjoy your meal. The boss slammed his hand on the table angrily. You ruined my clothes, you're not showing any respect. He pointed directly at Han Yan, yelling, what's wrong with your staff? She ruined my clothes. Just one word from me and your shop will be closed down. Boss Wang rushed out from inside to mediate. I'm so sorry, so sorry. She put on a fake smile. Sir, this girl is new and doesn't understand. I apologize on her behalf. Today's meal is on me. His face twisted with hatred as he pointed at her. You can invite them, but I want this young lady to drink with us. If not, with just one phone call, I can shut down your Han Yan store. He pointed at himself. Boss Wang stepped forward, patted her on the shoulder and said, Little Tio, go have a drink with them. Today, I'll double your salary. These are regular customers. That man is the director of a big company with extensive social connections. We shouldn't offend them. As soon as Boss Wang finished speaking, Han Yan swatted her hand away, eyes filled with tears. I'm sorry, boss, I'm just a server taking orders, not someone who serves drinks. I can't agree. The middle-aged boss ignored her tears and reached out. Hey, whether you agree or not, you will, or I'll make sure you have nowhere to work. Suddenly, a chopstick stabbed into his arm, blood gushing out. The middle-aged boss clutched his arm, tears mingling with blood, screaming, my arm, my arm. He turned around, furious, shouting, damn it, who did this? Han stood there, his face cold, fist clenched. It was me. Seeing Yi-Han, Han Yan couldn't hold back, tears pouring down like rain. Brother Yi-Han, you've come, I'll leave the rest to you. He gritted his teeth, holding his injured hand. Damn it, you dared to lay a hand on me, brothers, charge in, beat that guy. The middle-aged boss's friends grabbed bottles and rushed forward, shouting, little brat, you dare cause trouble with me, you're dead today. Just him alone, he's no match for us, beat him to death. Yi-Han just stood there, coldly snorting, a bunch of drunkards. He only needed to kick their faces a few times, and they all immediately collapsed on the ground, blood spraying from their noses and mouths. Just a few seconds they were on the ground, screaming, it hurts so much my bones feel like they're all broken. He was horrified. What, this kid is this strong? Yi-Han turned around, staring at the middle-aged boss and said, daring to force my sister to serve drinks looks like you've lived too long. Han Nairn saw through Tian Hu's intentions and grew even more alert. This Tian Hu clearly has bad intentions, that bottle must be dangerous. Seeing his plan about to fail, he couldn't help shouting, Han Nairn. Diego Han stepped next to her, glancing with a faint smile. Senior Ngo, Han Nairn already made it clear, why are you still standing there? His face darkened, gritting his teeth threateningly. Fine, you, just wait. Tian Hu snorted and decisively turned to leave. His anger simmering, he muttered as he walked. Diego Han, daring to ruin my good plan. He ground his teeth, vowing, I will never forgive you. And Han Nairn too, one day I'll make her kneel and beg me. The onlookers couldn't help whispering among themselves. Why did Tian Hu suddenly leave? What happened? It's obvious. The medicine in his pocket must be suspicious. That villain clearly targeted our beauty queen. Diego Han was bold enough to expose Tian Hu in front of everyone. Tian Hu would never forgive this. After a while, Diego Han spoke up. Han Nairn, Tian Hu isn't a good person. You should keep your distance. Han Nairn stopped, turning to look at Diego Han. I can tell he means no good, but what is that purple liquid? Diego Han leaned closer, whispering into Han Nairn's hand, it's a powerful aphrodisiac. Hearing this, she clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. That bastard, using such vile tactics. Diego Han put his hand in his pocket, shrugging in warning. Some people may look neat on the outside, but hide a beastly nature. Diego Han whispered, Han Nairn, you should stay careful. Seeing him about to leave, she called out. Wait, why are you helping me? Even though I attacked you just now. Diego Han didn't stop, just waved decisively. I simply can't stand that villain Tian Hu. Watching his back, Han Nairn was full of curiosity. Is it really just that? Diego Han, you seem to be hiding many secrets. The classroom buzzed as Diego Han entered, boys whispering. This guy scared Tian Hu into running off already. And he's close to Han Nairn too. He apparently helped the common beauty escape bad guys earlier at the cafeteria entrance. Seeing Diego Han sit down, a punk lied to his friends and whispered, a new student who's already close to two beauties. He's not ordinary, another shook his head. Not ordinary, my foot. He's clearly aiming for the beauty, trouble is coming. Yu Mang looked at Diego Han, smirking. Diego Han, you're amazing. So fast you've resolved the tension with Han Nairn. Look at the two of them. When will you teach me some of those tricks? No sooner said than he got hit on the head with a book. Read your own book. After a pause, Diego Han explained clearly. Also, I'm not interested in Han Nairn. I just helped her out of convenience. Yu Mang rubbed his head, winking at the next table. Not interested in Han Nairn, then how about Nhak Mong? When you exposed Tian Hu, she didn't take her eyes off you. Hearing this, Diego Han followed that gaze. Nhak Mong noticed, quickly covering her face with a book and asked, who's that? Liu Mang covered his mouth, whispering an explanation. Nhak Mong is also one of the beauties here. She's lively, outgoing, but her background is mysterious. You're not simple. Just setting foot in Fukden already caught the attention of the school's top beauty. Now I wonder if he comes from a wealthy family. Specializing in hugging hot girls, Deep Han grimaced and reminded, don't talk nonsense, I already have a girlfriend. He still stared intently at his table. Just now she had accepted Han Deem as her junior, and also had a shady connection with Lai Han Enhin, Deep Han. I'm liking you more and more. At that moment loud footsteps echoed outside. Leading the way was Han Du, arms crossed, shouting. Who is Deep Han? Han Du stood firm, exuding an intimidating aura. Get out here now. The tall guy stood up, facing him. I'm Deep Han, what do you want with me? Someone from behind couldn't hold back. What are you planning? This is a library. Fighting will be punished. Handu snorted coldly, hitting someone from the Thai martial arts club. Ours means you won't leave unharmed. He lifted his face, full of arrogance. Either come with me to the club and fight the leader, or kneel in front of everyone and apologize to us right here. Handu's followers yelled in unison. Kneeling won't guarantee your survival, he continued threateningly. All 6 of them are trash and got beaten badly by this newcomer. I advise you to be smart or you'll end up crippled. Nearby students, annoyed, spoke up, accusing the Thai martial arts club of shamelessness for causing trouble in the library. And because some members were rich kids, the school often turned a blind eye. They added that as long as things didn't go too far, the school would overlook it. Their leader, Chin Hung, was a top expert in school. Hearing that he once broke a student's leg, everyone thought Deep Han would have a hard time. Nhak Mong smiled while observing, looking very interested. Deep Han, what will you choose? He closed his eyes, frowned slightly, then snorted coldly. A worthless bunch. Deep Han put his hands in his pockets, stepping forward with a cold expression, mocking. Come to school without caring about studying, just fighting all day. He walked through Handu's group, saying, move aside. Deep Han's eyes flashed a killing intent warning. Today I'll personally cripple Chin Hung. You'll see my power. Liu Meng hurriedly followed behind, echoing, yes, our boss is unbeatable. Handu, hearing the arrogant words, clenched his fists. Very well, Deep Han, you're skilled. He gritted his teeth. I'll wait to see if you can still brag after my leader crushes you. Then he shouted to his followers, let's go. Students eager for excitement rushed along. They didn't expect Deep Han to dare challenge the martial arts club leader, Chin Hung. They chatted loudly, treating it as the hottest news today, even skipping studying to watch. Chin Hung was mentioned as one of the school's top experts. Even bet a dinner that Deep Han would be beaten so badly he'd soil his pants. Only then did she stand up, muttering. Interesting, if Deep Han dared to challenge Chin Hung, he must have backing. Nhak Mong glanced, intrigued, watching closely. I want to see how formidable Deep Han really is. The scene shifted to the martial arts hall. A crowd gathered outside, buzzing with excitement. Newcomer daring to challenge our school leader, we have to see a good show. They added that although Chin Hung's character was poor, his skill was not weak, being one of the 3 top experts. Yet they hoped the new student would teach Chin Hung a lesson, though they knew it was unlikely. While speaking, they looked at the one sitting in front him. Behind, Luke leaned forward whispering, leader, this kid Deep Han unexpectedly initiated a challenge against you. He must have skill, you should be careful. Chin Hung smirked, eyes full of contempt. He clenched his fist, confidently saying, skill, just a few tricks, our martial arts hall is the strongest. Everyone else is trash. Watch me crush that kid. With that, Liu Meng and Deep Han stepped in. As he entered, Deep Han glanced around, voice slightly sarcastic. The martial arts hall uniforms are pretty cool. Handu followed, hands on hips, smirking, of course. Bragged, our martial arts club is one of the largest in Fuckton, with over 300 members, influential across the school. Deep Han smirked, waved, and extended his tone. It's really as you said, this place isn't bad. So then, after today, the Thang Kwak Yuan Quan Martial Arts Club will change its name, and it will belong to Chinese martial arts. This statement left the students outside stunned. Pan did not expect that they wanted to change the name of the martial arts club. It felt like pulling the root out completely, truly a powerful statement. Who dared to propose this? This new student must have strong abilities, otherwise he wouldn't dare to say such thing. The atmosphere today was very lively. Nhak Mong, hiding in the crowd, covered her mouth in shock when hearing about the name change of the martial arts club. Pan really said that. Zheng Hung's face darkened and he shouted loudly, releasing an intimidating aura. Behind him, the followers also joined in, creating a fierce atmosphere. They want to change the name of our martial arts club based on their reputation. Senior, today you must teach this kid a lesson. At least break one of his legs. He worriedly hid behind Deep Han, shouting loudly. What are you going to do? Do you want to gang up on me? I said I would challenge one-on-one. You can't break the rules, he said, confused. Thinking for a moment, Deep Han gave a thumbs up to Liu Meng. That's not a bad suggestion. Then Deep Han faced them directly. All right, you all go ahead. Today I'll fight all of you by myself. He widened his eyes, mouth agape, and reminded Deep Han. I'm afraid they'll gang up on you. Why are you creating trouble for yourself like this? Liu Meng leaned in and whispered, they're all gang members. Don't try to act tough now. Deep Han smiled, patted his shoulder to reassure him. Don't worry. He turned to them and raised one finger. So what? It's just me. Are you all afraid? They felt insulted and charged at him in unison. Brothers, let's go beat him up. If you want to cause trouble, don't blame us. To teach this arrogant guy a lesson, Deep Hand's eyes flashed with red light. A bunch of useless people, without hesitation, rushed towards him. Deep Hand, moving like the wind, clenched his fists and charged, taking care of them in an instant. His arm ached, his aura spreading around, his eyes filled with mockery. That was it, still not enough to get him warmed up. They lay sprawled on the ground, eyes wide, stuttering. His speed is too fast. First, they couldn't see his legs clearly. The students could only rely on him. They were shocked, not believing their eyes. Am I hallucinating? Deep Hand didn't expect to be able to take on the entire martial arts club by himself. Really could take on the entire martial arts club by himself. Don't forget, there's still Zhang Heng, the real trump card of the martial arts club. The tactics of others could not compare to his. Enhak Mong in the crowd was watching him closely. Deep Hand, can you really do it? Liu Mang stood next to him, cheering. Deep Hand is amazing. If we can take down Zhang Heng, today we can really change the name of the martial arts club. He stomped hard on the ground, causing cracks to appear. Don't compare them to me. Zhang Heng erupted with a green aura around him, shouting loudly. I am the president of the martial arts club, a black belt expert recognized by the World Martial Arts Association. Deep Hand showed no fear, surrounded by red aura. Sounds impressive, but I wonder if you can take a few of my hits. He gritted his teeth and charged, kicking. Die! Zhang Heng's subordinates cheered when they saw this special move. It's here, this is the president's ultimate move. Heavenly Blade Clan's Windbreak, each kick is extremely powerful. As soon as they made a move, Deep Hand would be crippled. Dare to look down on the martial arts club, this is the price to pay. He clenched his fist tightly, smirking slightly, preparing to strike. The move was slow, looking fierce but actually powerless. Just a few feeble moves. One punch from Deep Hand carried the strength of a tiger, the tiger's smile. Two powers collided, exploding violently. Zhang Heng looked back, his eyes full of disbelief. Impossible. Deep Hand's punch broke through the ultimate move, heading straight for Zhang Heng. The collision sent him crashing into the wall, spitting blood, while his subordinates stared in disbelief. The president was defeated with just one punch. Unbelievable, Deep Hand is too scary. He lowered his hand to the ground, coughing violently. Zhang Heng furrowed his brow, struggling to get up. I absolutely cannot lose to Deep Hand. He walked forward, speaking up. Zhang Heng, his face gradually changing, clenched his fists, shouting, Han is my sister, if you dare lay a finger on her. Deep Hand's punch slammed into the wall behind him like this wall. He sweated coldly, his nose running, shaking. I get it. After that, Deep Hand casually put his hands in his pockets and walked away, reminding him, remember to take down the sign of the martial arts club. After renaming it the National Martial Arts Society, suddenly someone took off their uniform, knelt down, and called out loudly, Master Yi, I want to learn national martial arts. Please accept me as your disciple. Seeing this, Ming Tang and the others all followed suit. One by one, they removed their uniforms and knelt down together. Master Yi, I also want to learn your martial arts. Chief of the society, I want to quit immediately. From now on, take care of yourself. I want to become a disciple of Yi Han. Taekwondo is indeed China's 1,000-year-old martial art, truly powerful. Baixing stood behind, not understanding what was happening. He was so angry he vomited blood, collapsed, and cried uncontrollably. Students witnessing this scene couldn't help but exclaim, Yi Han, I didn't expect a former chief to be so formidable. Everyone requested to leave the Taekwondo Society. This had never happened since Fudan University was founded. After today, the Taekwondo Society, one of the 3 strongest forces in the school, could be permanently eliminated. Wei Meng in the crowd watched the scene, her eyes growing even more intrigued. This man has already caught my attention. She gently made her way through the crowd. Wei Meng smiled happily and waved. Hello Yi Han, I am. Before she could introduce herself, he passed by. What? I'm not taking disciples. Please leave me alone. Even so, they didn't give up and quickly chased after him. Master, wait for me. Wei Meng was furious, standing frozen. And he didn't even look at me. She gritted her teeth and hurried after him. Yi Han, just you wait. The two ran frantically outside, panting. These people were really enthusiastic. Liu Mang panted heavily, looked up and said, Yi Han, your kung fu is amazing. How did you become so strong? At time, can you teach me 2 moves? I want to be stronger too. Yi Han wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, you want to be stronger as well. Simple, do 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and run 10,000 meters every day. You'll naturally become stronger. Liu Mang straightened up, clapped, and forced a smile. With my body, don't talk about 100 push-ups, even 10 would leave me gasping. The two were chatting happily when Zhai Heng stepped out. You must be Yi Han, right? He introduced himself cheerfully, pointing to the two beside him. I'm Zhai Heng. They are two gang and Ma Wen. We're in the same class and your roommates. We heard about what happened today. He patted Yi Han on the shoulder, eyes full of admiration. You're amazing, defeating the entire Tai Dao Quan by yourself. You're so strong, alone you can defeat all of Tai Dao Quan. Jai Hung looked at Yi Han and winked. Our dorm has a legend now, we have to celebrate today. Master Chen was right, wasn't he? Jai Hung gave a thumbs up. Absolutely, the four laughed and walked together. It's my treat today. Everyone enjoy the food and drinks. Liu Mang called from behind. Take me along too. The scene shifted to a bar with the Daisy girls. The girls in short dresses danced to the music. Outside, a remix played and everyone cheered along. Finally, I became someone else's lover. No, it's not for love. In a private room, Jai Hung's group raised their glasses. Come on, let's go. He brought his glass up to challenge Yi Han. Yi Han, your kung fu is incredible, but your alcohol tolerance won't match mine. I've been drinking since I was a kid. Jai Hung and the others raised their glasses, nodding in agreement. That's true, Master Chen's tolerance is strong. Yi Han, be careful not to get beaten, don't be afraid. Drink until he's scared. Yi Han cheerfully raised his glass and shouted, bottoms up. Everyone drank together. Yi Han tilted his head and downed the beer. Jai Hung didn't back down either, finishing his beer in one gulp. An hour later, the empty glasses were slammed onto the table. Yi Han smiled and asked, can you still drink more? Even drunk, he raised his hand. Drink, keep going. Today we drink until sunrise. Tu Gang and Ma Wen quickly shook their heads. We can't drink anymore. Yi Han, you drink like it's water, it's incredible. I admire you, from now on you're the boss of our dorm. Yi Han didn't force them to drink, standing up. We're all brothers here, no need for formalities. All right. The two nodded and agreed, then they walked out together. The girls around were quite attractive. He felt frustrated because Han already had a girlfriend and couldn't enjoy this moment. Standing there, he took out his phone to check it. He left without saying goodbye. Yuna would surely be very angry. Now he wanted to call to appease her. Han's eyes glanced downward and saw. Yuna, why is she here and who is the man next to her? She was even holding a rose. Han immediately grabbed his phone and called her. Yuna, what are you doing? I have a new assignment, might not be back for a while. Han continued to listen below. It's fine, if you're busy, just go ahead. I'm studying, lately my work has been heavy, might have to work late. If you're tired, rest, I'll call you tomorrow. Frowned, replied briefly, then hung up. Alright, that's fine, sleep well. Yuna looked at her phone, her eyes slightly sad. Bung Bin saw her standing absent-mindedly and spoke. Yuna, let's go. She regained her composure and nodded. He kept his eyes on the car until it disappeared. His face grew heavy, fists clenched, he muttered. Yuna, what exactly happened? Why did you have to lie to me? Han sat down, exhaling, recalling Yuna getting into the car. Yuna couldn't have deceived me for no reason. Who was that man? He frowned, thinking, why would Yuna get into his car? Moreover, she looked like that. Han sighed, grabbed a beer and walked away, not wanting to think further. If something's wrong, Yuna will tell me. He drank to push away his thoughts. Maybe drinking now is better than overthinking. Just then, Han approached and spoke. Excuse me, is this seat taken? Han looked at her. You, Han smiled and pointed across, explaining. The other side is full, only this spot is free. Han couldn't refuse, so he slid aside. As long as you can drink with me, that's fine. Han came over, sat down, responding. Of course, it's fun if someone invites me. Han crossed her legs, tilted her head, asking, what's going on? Are you troubled? Han lazily responded, continuing to drink. Drink. Han took her glass, sipped, adding, not to congratulate yourself. After speaking, she looked at Han, guessing. Handsome, do you want to get drunk? Are you heartbroken? Han was silent for a moment, then lifted his glass, looking into it, and said, heartbroken? What does that feel like? Do you know? Han shook her head. No, I've never been heartbroken. She looked down into her glass, eyes deep. My man hasn't even been born yet. Hearing this, Han laughed and said, then I wish you meet your other half soon. Han nodded in thanks and both remained silent, drinking together. Both leaned on each other, falling together. Lean, on what? Han slid toward her, gently putting his arm around her. Let's go outside for some drinks. They went outside. All right, not going home tonight. The three outside watched, each impressed. Han is amazing, came and already taking someone with him. We just watch Han leave. Did something happen to him? How much did Han drink without getting drunk and now he is? What does this prove? Better not ruin his fun. Next day, the scenery changed. At a hotel, Han lay on the bed wearing only shorts. He slowly opened his eyes, still dazed. Where is this? He sat up, rubbed his head, looking around the room. Hotel, why here? Where's the girl from last night? Opening the blanket, he noticed a streak of blood on the sheet. Han began recalling last night. Could I have done something foolish? He hit his forehead hard. Damn, how could I do something so reckless? And with an innocent girl, a good family. This is really the root of trouble. And looked around and found a note. Where did that girl go? He looked at the note and saw only a short sentence. Treat everything between us as just a dream. After reading this, you can only remain silent and endure, leaving no information behind. Don't you want to stay in touch with me? Can I consider this a one-night stand? The scene changes to Sun High Airport. Han pulls a suitcase and looks up at the sky. It's been 5 years, it's time for her to return. As for that person, just consider it a dream. Back at the hotel lobby, Deep Han whispers to the receptionist, "Hello, beautiful, I'd like to ask something. What's the name of the girl in room 503? IO man doesn't look up, continuing to flip through papers. Sorry, we can't disclose customer information to others. Deep Han seems embarrassed, waving his hand. Actually, I'm not a stranger to her. About last night we were together. After hearing this, she shows a look of disdain. You slept with her and still don't know her name. Saying that, Zio Man lowers her head and continues working, muttering, he's handsome but a player. Deep Han begins to lose patience and takes out a wad of cash. Deep Han says coldly, I'll ask one last time what's her name. Before his eyes, the money in his hand vanishes. She takes the money, her eyes lighting up, and answers, Dear guest, the person in room 503 last night was Zai Han, 28 years old. She adds, I hope this information is helpful to you. After receiving the information, Deep Han leaves. All right, thank you. But he thinks just knowing her name won't help much. He realizes that finding her seems impossible. Moreover, if Doi Nhai finds out about this, suddenly he halts, deep in thought. Doi Nhai, Deep Han still can't forget last night. What exactly are you hiding from me? After a moment of thinking, he shakes his head, dismissing the thought. Never mind, he decides to go back to school to complete his mission first. He believes in his feelings for Doi Nhai. If something really happened, she would eventually tell him. Scene transitions to Fudan University campus. As soon as he enters the class, the students start whispering, Deep Han is here. I heard he fought off the entire Tai Dao Quan society by himself last night. He's really impressive. I didn't notice yesterday, but today I realized Deep Han is quite handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Few female students, eyes sparkling like hearts, stare at him. You're dreaming. Deep Han is close friends with Lai Han Nyan. I heard that Nhak Mong is also asking about him. No chance. Ignoring the gossip, he walks straight to her. Hello, classmate Han Nyan. She smiles, moves aside to let Deep Han sit. You helped me last night. I haven't had the chance to thank you yet. From now on, just call me Han Nyan. He scratches his head and smiles awkwardly, nodding, thinking to himself, Han Nyan, could this girl like me? He doesn't clarify the mission goal. Hugh Phoenix will definitely not let him off. Never mind. She still looks curious, resting her chin as she looks at him. She asks, I heard you showed great power at the Quan Dao Society last night, and you have close ties with the campus beauty Ham Yan. Deep Han replies, It's nothing, just a bunch of nobodies. After a pause, he continues, As for Ham Yan, I think she's unfortunate. Without protection, anyone can bully her. Is she pitiful? Hearing this, Han Nyan stands up. I didn't expect you to be such a kind person. After walking a few steps, she stops and turns around. Why don't you go out for a walk and have dinner with me tonight? I just got here and don't know anyone, so it's kind of boring. Seeing Han Nyan leave, Deep Han quickly calls, You're leaving like this, aren't you going to class? She smiles and waves, This is self-study, the teacher won't be coming. I'll meet you at the school gate tonight. Hearing this, he doesn't stop her, just nods. Okay, sure, he thinks to himself. She's inviting me, but I don't want to flirt. Everything I do is to complete the mission. The boys watch this scene, their eyes full of tears. Did I hear that right? Han Nyan actually invited Deep Han out for a night stroll. Tian, who heard this, he would be furious. He's been chasing Han Nyan for almost a month and hasn't even been invited to hang out. Now Han Nyan takes the initiative to invite Deep Han. My goddess, how could you agree to hang out with him? This guy looks like he's no good. As he was lost in thought, she pokes her head through the door. Mr. Deep Han. He's puzzled. Han Yan. Deep Han steps forward, making her blush. Why are you here? Is there something you need from me? He smiles. Nothing in particular. Han Deem handed Deep Han a small gift box. He looked a bit surprised and was about to refuse when he saw it. Deep Han hesitated for a moment, then accepted the gift, asking curiously, It's not a holiday today, why are you giving me a gift? She blushed, hands clasped tightly together, explaining, I heard about you from the martial arts community. Thank you for helping me. I made this gift myself. I hope you like it, she said. Deep Han opened the box to find a scarf inside. He picked it up, touched it, and said, The weather is turning into autumn soon. This gift is perfect timing. I'll need it. Thank you. Seeing Deep Han seemed pleased, Han Deem quickly left. Glad you like it. If there's nothing else I have to get to work, I'll go ahead. Deepan watched her hurry away, thinking to himself that even though she was a student at Fuck Dan, she still had to work at a restaurant. Perhaps it's time I help her find a new job. The scene shifted to evening with busy streets outside. Pan and Han Enheen walked together. Han Enheen said, "Come on, let's stroll around the city. It'll be tiring, you won't give up halfway, right?" Deepan laughed and replied, "How could I give up?" He flexed his arm confidently. "With my stamina, even if you walk all over Sun High City, I won't get tired." Han Enheen shook her head, laughing. "That's a bit overconfident. Be careful not to overexert yourself." After an hour, Deepan was panting, carrying a pile of bags. "I can't take it anymore. Let's find somewhere to drink water." Han Enheen turned, covering her mouth, and laughed. "Already can't handle it? You just said you could stroll all over Sun High City with me." Deepan flopped to the ground, tongue out, panting heavily. "Knew you could walk so long. This feels even more exhausting than facing 10 elite officers." Han Enheen crossed her arms, tilting her head, acting magnanimous. "All right, I'll let you off this time." She pointed to a nearby street cafe. "Let's rest here and grab a bite too." Deepan smiled brightly and nodded. "All right." Seeing Han Enheen hurry into the cafe, Deepan ran after her. As they entered, Han Enheen's expression changed when she saw someone. This was her part-time workplace, but it seemed she was in trouble. A middle-aged man, slightly drunk, grabbed Han Enheen's hand and said, "Beautiful, you're so pretty. Have a drink with us." Friends joined in, mocking, "Such a pretty girl, yet working as a waitress, what a shame. Why don't you hang out with us instead? I'll introduce a better job for you. We are all directors of big companies. The jobs we offer could triple what you earn here." He forced a smile, trying to refuse. "Sorry, I don't drink and I don't want to change jobs." She pulled her hand away. "I have work to do, please enjoy your meal." The man slammed his hand on the table angrily. "Damn it, you've ruined my clothes." He pointed at Han Enheen, shouting, "What's wrong with your staff ruining my clothes? Don't you know that with one word from me, your place could be shut down?" Owner hurried out from inside, trying to mediate. "I'm terribly sorry, terribly sorry." She forced a smile. "She's new and inexperienced. On her behalf, I apologize. Today's meal is on me." The middle-aged man looked at her lecherously, pointing. "Fine, you'll pay, but I want this girl to drink with us or I'll make sure your place closes." Deem, scared, pointed to herself. "Me." The owner patted her shoulder. "Zio Ta, go drink with them once." "Boss, today I'll double your pay. These are regulars." "That man is a director of a major company with wide connections. We shouldn't offend them." Handim pushed the owner's hand away, tears welling. "Sorry, boss, I'm just a server. I don't serve drinks. I can't agree to this." The middle-aged man ignored her crying, reaching toward her. "You'll agree today whether you want to or not. Otherwise, you won't have a job." Suddenly, a chopstick flew, piercing his hand, blood spraying. He clutched it, screaming, "My hand, my hand." He turned around, yelling, "Damn it, who did this?" Deepan stood there, face grim, hands clenched. "I did." Seeing this, Handim couldn't hold back tears. Deepan stepped closer, eyes full of murderous intent, hands tightly clenched, his gaze like fire ready to burn. Deep walked up first, patted Handim's shoulder and comforted him. "It's okay now, Handim, I'm here. I'll take care of the rest." He grabbed his injured hand and gritted his teeth. "Damn it, you dare to lay a hand on me. All of you charge forward and take that guy down." The boss's friends, led by Zhang, rushed forward. He said, "This kid dares to mess with me, he's asking for death. Today I'll cripple him myself. No match for us, kill him." Deepan just stood there, coldly sneering. HMPH, a bunch of drunks. Deepan only needed to kick a few times with his foot to send them all running. 3 of them immediately spat blood from their noses and mouths. In just a few seconds they were sprawled on the ground, crying out, "It hurts so much, my joints feel like they're breaking." He was terrified. "What? This kid is that strong?" Deepan turned to glare at Boss Zhang. "Daring to make my sister serve you looks like you're tired of living." The tavern owner noticed the tense situation and spoke up, advising that it was just a misunderstanding and that there should be no fighting. Yihao, enraged, turned and yelled at her, telling her to shut up, as these people were clearly not decent individuals. "You even forced my sister to serve them. If you say one more word, I'll hit you." The tavern owner trembled with anger but still held herself back, saying, "Fine, let's see how tough you are." The middle-aged man kept pointing at Yihao, scolding him. "Kid, don't get cocky. Behind me is the entire Ngo Corporation. Think you can still hit me? Do you believe one word from me could send you to jail?" She sided with him, saying, "Boss, don't worry. If the police come to take evidence, I'll be a witness for you, proving that this kid struck first." She stood behind, staring in disbelief and covering her mouth. Upon hearing the mention of the Ngo Corporation, one of the largest corporations in the South with immense power, Yihao furrowed his brow. "Which family owns the Ngo Corporation?" Yin stepped forward, took his arm, and reminded him. Yihao let it go. This matter ends here. The Ngo Corporation is not something someone like you can offend. Heard this and yelled angrily, "Dream on." The middle-aged man continued advancing, laying down a condition. "Kid, kneel and bow 3 times to me right now. If not, I'll make sure you don't survive." Yihao lost patience and kicked him. "Die already." The middle-aged man fell to the ground, spitting blood, clutching his painful body, shaking as he cursed. "Bastard, bastard, you dare hit me." Han Yen, witnessing this, could only cover her mouth and say, "Yihao, you seem a bit too worked up." The tavern owner clutched her head, her face pale. "Are you crazy? You know who the middle-aged man is and you still dared to hit him? You really want to die." He struggled to get up, holding his phone and shouting, "Kid, today I won't let you off. Just wait, I'll call someone." Tears welled up in her eyes as she grabbed Yihao's hand. "Yihao, you need to run away. It was my fault today. You can't get into trouble." He turned to Han Yen, offering her an assuring look. "Don't worry, the prince of the Ngo Corporation, Thien Huck, I'm not afraid of him. Am I supposed to be scared of a dog raised by the Ngo family? Leave the rest to me," Yihao said with a smile, pulling out his phone. "Not so keen to call reinforcements. Well, I have some too." Turning to the middle-aged man, Yihao sneered, "Kid, who do you want to call to deal with me? Don't tell me you're calling your lackey." Yihao paid him no mind and directly dialed. "Hello, is this Mr. Philip? I'm Yihao, I need your help. There's a company named Kim Long Industries in Shanghai City. I want them to go bankrupt overnight." On the other end of the line, Mr. Philip laughed and agreed. "No problem, Yihao, you're my friend, I can definitely do this." Yihao asked, "But this company is backed by the Ngo Corporation. Will this cause any trouble?" Philip laughed, then confidently said, "If it's the Ngo Corporation, that would be tough, but dealing with a subsidiary company, that's easy as pie. Give me 3 minutes." Yihao replied, "Then I'll wait for your good news." Yihao looked at the middle-aged man, grinning as he heard the arrogant words from him. The man sneered, "Kid, are you out of your mind? One phone call and you think you can bankrupt my company? Who do you think you are?" Yen, standing beside him, frowned as she thought. With Yihao's personality, he probably wouldn't be bluffing. "Is that phone call really as he said?" Yihao wasn't in a rush, crossing his arms and smiling. "Want to know? Just wait and see." The middle-aged man huffed dismissively, thinking Yihao was just joking, a spoiled brat. A few seconds later, his phone rang. "Who's calling?" The 2 girls standing next to Yihao were surprised. Could it be? Yihao motioned for the middle-aged man, taunting him. "Answer the phone, what's wrong? Are you too scared?" Middle-aged man answered the phone but still cursed. "Fine, I'll answer. You think I'm scared? Kid, are you trying to scare me? I'm not afraid." He angrily tossed the phone up and said, "What's going on? I'm eating. Why are you calling me so urgently?" "What? You're saying our partner wants to pull out their investment?" The middle-aged man's subordinate reported frantically. "Boss, who did you offend? Our phones are being bombarded. Not only are our partners pulling out, but our suppliers are also using every excuse to stop delivering goods to us. What do we do now? If this continues, we really can't hold on." The middle-aged man sweated, trembling as he spoke. "How is this possible? Where's the Ngo Corporation? Call them now." Subordinate hesitated before answering. "I just contacted someone from the Ngo Corporation, but it seems they're at a party and then they hung up. I tried calling again but got no answer." The middle-aged man threw the phone far away, roaring in anger. "Bunch of bastards. I've risked my life for you all these years and now they won't even help me." Hao, seeing his dazed look, placed his hands on his hips and sneered. "You're just a dog of the Ngo Corporation. You think they'll save you? Who do you really think you are?" The middle-aged man seemed to realize he had been abandoned, sweat pouring down his face, panic-stricken and speechless. Yihao placed both hands on his hips, looking at the middle-aged man who had already collapsed and shouted, still not kneeling to apologize, "You want to go bankrupt before realizing your mistake." The man kept banging his head on the ground, desperately begging Yihao. "Grandfather, I was wrong. I really was wrong. Please forgive me this once. I have an elderly mother and young children to support. My whole family depends on this company to survive. If this company goes under, my family will starve. Please spare me." Yihao pointed to Han Yen, who was standing nearby, signaling him. "The person you need to apologize to isn't me, it's my sister." Middle-aged man hung up the phone, squeezing his face, sobbing. "I was wrong, I'm not a human, I shouldn't have forced her to drink. Please forgive me, I really won't do it again." Han Yen, a bit confused, asked, "What are you doing?" She grabbed Yihao's arm, looking at him and saying, "Yihao, look at him." Yihao smiled and turned to remind her. "Han Yen, if you want to forgive him, we can consider this matter finished. If not, I guarantee that by tomorrow he'll be begging on the street." Han Yen furrowed her brow and replied, "Let it go, forgive him. In the end, I'm fine." The middle-aged man kept banging his head, tears and snot flowing, happily saying, "Thank you, auntie, thank you, auntie." Yihao, seeing this, still threatened him. "You can be spared from death, but not from living. If you have so much money, why don't you donate 100 million to set up a scholarship fund for poor children?" The middle-aged man's face instantly turned pale, trembling as he asked, 100 million, that's the profit of my company over the past 3 years." Yao turned and walked away, his face cold, his voice firm. "Then wait for your company to go bankrupt." The middle-aged man, scared, hurriedly raised his hand and called out, I'll donate. Yihao laughed with pleasure, his eyes showing a mischievous gleam. Tomorrow, the news of you donating to the poor children should be on the front page. If not, Yihao finished, draping his arm over Han Yen's shoulder, turning and saying, let's go. The tavern owner had witnessed everything from start to finish and couldn't help but fear Yihao's methods. Who exactly is this kid? She never expected that with just one phone call, Yihao could push the middle-aged man's company to the brink of bankruptcy. And the worst part was she had just offended him. What should she do now? Yihao seemed to remember something and smiled slightly. Right. I don't think the decor of this tavern is very nice. Let me fix it up for a year. The middle-aged man hurriedly responded. Understood, understood, I'll take care of it. The tavern owner, hearing this, froze, standing still, shut down for a year. She collapsed to the ground, her soul leaving her body, muttering, oh my god. Yihao's group turned to leave, unaware that the tavern owner was quietly sneaking away behind them, spying from a distance and dialing. Ngo Thieu, please don't hang up yet. It's not about my company. I saw Li Hanren. Didn't you want to pursue her? She's walking down the main shopping street. Yihan set down Hanren's and Han Deem's heavy bags, wiped the sweat from his brow and exhaled. Han Deem looked up. His eyes showed gratitude. Thank you, Yihan. Without you, I definitely wouldn't have made it today. Yihan just patted her head and smiled lightly. No need to thank me. I'm the one who raised you. This is what I should do. From now on, don't say thank you anymore. Han Deem seemed to remember something, bowing her head, her cheeks slowly reddening. Hanren suddenly grabbed her hand and cheerfully said, Han Yan, I didn't realize you were so beautiful before. My name is Li Hanren. I just recently joined the school. Can we hang out together? Han Deem blushed and stammered, sure, but I have to work in the evening, only afternoons are free. Yihan, uneasy, advised her, Hanren, don't do those part-time jobs for now. I'll help you find a more stable job soon. You can't be doing dangerous work like today anymore. Yihan thought to himself, Hanren is strong. If I give her money, she'll refuse. I'll have to find another way. Han Deem smiled innocently. Yihan, I'll listen to you. Hanren tilted her head, giggling. All right, let's call a car back to school. As the three prepared to cross the street, a convertible covered in roses suddenly caught their attention. Tianhu sat in the car, waving at Hanren and trying to look cool. Hanren, I'm here to pick you up. Yihan felt exasperated, thinking, this guy never changes, always bothering Hanren. Tianhu held a bouquet of bright red roses, approaching the tree. Hanren looked at Tianhu and said, Tianhu, today you officially pursue me. Please agree to be my girlfriend. I swear I will love only you forever. Tianhu's followers cheered in unison. Say yes, say yes. I've never seen anyone as loyal as Ngo Thien Huc. Surrounding crowd buzzed, assuming Li Hanren would definitely say yes to Tianhu. He was handsome and wealthy. Anyone by his side would live in luxury. The crowd murmured, commenting endlessly on Tianhu. I know him, he's hurt so many girls. He's truly cruel, can't believe some call him loyal. That girl is beautiful, but what a pity. Hanren didn't answer Tianhu, crossing her arms and frowning. Why so many roses? Tianhu quickly flattered her. As long as you like it, Hanren, I'll give you roses every day. We could even plant a rose garden together and visit it daily. Before Tianhu could finish, Hanren tossed the bouquet to the ground, leaving him stunned. Her gaze turned dark, her voice cold. What a pity other people's roses smell sweet, but yours stink. Sorry, I don't like them. Tianhu, still shocked, stammered. Hanren, what do you mean by that? Tian quickly stepped forward, shielding Hanren, worried Tian who might get angry and hurt her. Get out of here now, Yihan shouted. Tianhu roared in anger. Damn it, you poor brat, how dare you tell me to leave? My shoes alone cost more than everything on you combined. Hanren interrupted him, moving to kiss Yihan on the cheek. Tianhu's eyes widened in disbelief. Hanren smiled lightly at him. He's my boyfriend, so what? Yihan was confused, not understanding what was happening. What are you doing? Tianhu pointed at Yihan, yelling. No, he can't be your boyfriend. This poor brat can't be better than me. Tianhu's followers rushed forward, faces fierce and threatening. This kid must be crazy. With your looks, you're not even worthy to be in Ngo Thien Huc's shoe. Financially, you'll never surpass him. I hate guys like you, another follower added. You better stay away from Li Hanren. Otherwise, with our skills, we'll make you disappear from this world forever. Everyone around gasped in fear. Unbelievable, one said. I didn't expect that kid to be the boyfriend of such a beautiful girl. I never imagined it, another added. Truly unbelievable. Can't believe he has such a beautiful girlfriend. I suddenly feel more confident about myself. The crowd buzzed. Let's see how that brat handles Ngo Thien Huc. If that spoiled brat succeeds, won't the unlucky one be this girl? Yihan looked at Hanren helplessly. Are you using me as a shield? Hanren innocently asked. Why? You don't mind? Yihan draped an arm over her shoulder, smiling lightly. It's an honor to serve a beauty. Then he pointed at the angry Tianhu, taunting. What else do you want? Want to see Hanren and me being affectionate? Tianhu pulled out his wallet, showing bank cards arrogantly. As long as you leave Hanren alone, I'll give you 100 million. If not enough, 500 million is fine. Just name it, I Ngo Thien Huck can do it. Don't doubt the Ngo Corporation's finances. He silently tossed the cards to the ground, mocking, so in your eyes Hanrin is only worth these cards? The cards fell, leaving Tianhu shocked. Sorry, Hanrin is priceless to me. Tianhu gritted his teeth, veins bulging across his face, resentful. Yi Han, do you believe it? One call and I can take everything from you. Even begging on the street wouldn't be hard. If you want to fight me, you'll die miserably. Handim quickly held Yi Han's hand, warning, Yi Han, don't argue with him. His power is strong. I'm afraid something bad will happen to you. Seeing Handim yield, Tianhu laughed loudly, eyes full of danger. You heard that right. Handim, you know how strong I am. If you fight me, it won't end well. I suggest you obediently listen to her and leave. Yi Han ignored Tianhu's words, sighing, I didn't want to make a scene, it would only lower my value. He calmly took out his phone, seemingly ready to call someone, but to avoid worrying his sister, he only said, let's show you real power. Street boss, I'm on the main street, provoked by a rich kid, send a few people over. Seeing Yi Han's actions, Tianhu laughed uncontrollably. Yi Han, what are you pretending? Calling people? Planning to summon beggars to pick up a gang leader like you? Hilarious. His followers quickly joined in the mockery. Brat must watch too many movies, thinks he's a big boss, calling the shots. Whoever you call here, they must kneel to Ngo Thien Huck and call him father, one follower said. You poor scum like you dare challenge Ngo Thien Huck. I suggest you get your head checked or you'll regret it. Before he could finish, a fleet of supercars suddenly arrived, shocking everyone around. Wow, so many supercars. Are all the rich kids from Shanghai gathering here? Weren't these people called here by that foppish brat? Liu Xiao, Wang Xiao and Li Xiao strode forward proudly, admired by the crowd. Tianhu was shocked when he saw them and hurriedly stepped forward to ask Li Xiao Liu Xiao and also Wang Xiao, what are you doing here? Are you here to meet up or to greet Yi Xiao? The three of them ignored him and simply bowed to Yi Han. Hearing those two words, Tianhu felt as though he had been struck by his boss out of nowhere. Tianhu's face turned pale, losing all color, trembling as he asked, Yi Xiao, this can't be. Did you call these people here? Yi Han waved his hand nonchalantly, acting like a big shot. Originally, I just wanted to live a normal student life, but now I have to meet a scum like you. No more pretending I'm flipping the table. Ban suddenly spoke up, his face showing clear excitement. Hanzai, is this formation I set up to your liking? Bai Mo, standing by, smiled, thinking to himself, these people aren't here because of me. They're here because of Yi Han. What are you getting so worked up for? Ban refused to be outdone and quickly replied, if you say that, doesn't it mean that me and Yi Han are brothers too? After saying this, he placed his hands behind his head and moved closer to Yi Han with a pleased grin. Which fool offended you, so I, the young master, should teach him a lesson? And bluntly answered, it's that guy, he's the eldest son of the Wu group, very domineering. Witnessing this scene, Tianhu was so shocked that he couldn't speak, trembling with his mouth agape. Ban, upon hearing this name, seemed to remember something. The Wu group sounded very familiar. Ban said, I remember now. A few days ago, their old boss even came to our house to give a gift. I think he was trying to ask my dad for something. He was furious. I immediately told my dad to reject their request. Ban continued, daring to offend my good brother. Even if the Wu group is #1 in Shanghai City, I'll crush them. Bai Mo gently stroked his chin, thinking, our family seems to have a few collaborations with the Wu group. Ban said, I'll go back and tell my family to cancel all collaborations with them. Yi Han's subordinates who had been called here each spoke up. I remember now, the Wu group wanted to open a store in our commercial chain. I'll go back and immediately reject that contract. Ban continued, they also wanted to buy our goods. I'll go back and tell my dad to reject their collaboration. The Wu group, anyone who offends Yi Xiao will kick them out of Shanghai City together. Hearing this, Tianhu's sweat poured out like a waterfall. Tianhu swallowed hard, hesitated and pointed at Yi Han, asking, who are you really? Yi Han answered frankly, I'm Yi Han, just an ordinary university student now. I also know some medicine and martial arts. After hearing this, several of his subordinates fled in panic, continuously crying out in fear. Tianhu was stunned. He actually destroyed the blood hand hall. That's Yi Han drove the celestial sect out too. If I had known it was him, I wouldn't dare cause trouble even if I were beaten to death. Wu Xiao hastily said, sorry, I suddenly remembered there's a pot of soup left on the stove at home. I have to go. Tianhu, seeing his useless subordinates betraying him and running off first, gritted his teeth in anger. You bastards, how dare you? Before he could finish, a voice suddenly sounded from behind, sending chills down his spine. Cold voice echoed, do you still want to fight me? Whether it's financial power, capability, or skill, I'll play with you to the end. Tianhu was so intimidated he could barely stand but still trembled as he challenged. Yi Han, you're something else, consider yourself lucky today. After speaking, Tianhu quickly turned and fled, grinding his teeth while shouting, this isn't over. Yi Han smiled kindly, signaling his subordinates who promptly twisted their hands, all wearing excited expression. Yi Han ordered, you think you can just drive off? It's not that simple. Destroy the car for me. Immediately, the group rushed forward and smashed the expensive car like hungry beasts. Who would dare offend Yi Xiao and think they could leave easily? The subordinates emphasized, Yi Xiao is very merciful, he only destroyed the car. Yuan felt lucky. Go ahead, don't say that. Smashing an expensive car is quite satisfying. Tianhu watched his beloved car being destroyed, his heart in agony. Tianhu could only sit down, clutching his head and crying uncontrollably. My car, this is a limited edition. My dad worked so hard to buy it from abroad. Yihan didn't care about his pitiful state. His entire being radiated immense pressure, shouting, get out now. Tianhu crawled away desperately, muttering, you still keep muttering, Yihan, just wait, I'll definitely be back. Ban was upset. Are you letting him go so easily? Aren't you going to teach him a lesson? Yihan calmly replied, no need. Yihan explained, they're just a bunch of students, not like the Blood Hand Hall or the Celestial Sect. No need to go too hard on them. Ban noticed Han Yan and Han Yan hiding in the corner, his eyes lit up, rubbing his hands and smiling widely. Who are these two beauties? Introduce them to me. Yihan happily introduced, this is my adopted sister Han Yan and this is my classmate Li Han Yan. By the way, these are Duan Hai Wei and Lin Ba Mo, both are my good brothers. Han Yan slightly lowered her head shyly. Hello, Duan Xiao, Lin Xiao. Han Yan teased after hearing the introductions. Duan family and Lin family, Yihan, you really are a mystery. Yihan shrugged. I didn't intentionally hide my identity. Mainly, you didn't ask me. Han Yan stopped joking and waved goodbye. Han Yan said, I'll let you off this time, you still have people to attend to. I'll head back on my own. Yihan waved back with a helpless smile. Take care on the way. Then he turned to Bai Mo and softly instructed him. Yihan asked Bai Mo to find a few people to secretly protect Li Han Yan, ensuring her safe return to school. Bai Mo immediately agreed. Got it, I'll arrange it. Han Yan also said goodbye. Yihan, it's getting late, I have to go now. Han gently patted her on the shoulder, smiling without haste. I'll take you to find a better job. After saying this, he turned to ask Ban, how's the progress on the company I mentioned to you last time, are we ready? Ban slapped his hand, remembering, I almost forgot until you mentioned it. Ban answered, the people and resources are all arranged. We can start the business next week, now we just need a name, Yihan. Have you thought of one yet? Yihan stroked his chin, his eyes half closed as he pondered a name. Yihan suggested, how about calling it Tianlong Group? Ban raised 2 fingers in agreement. Sure, that name sounds very domineering, I like it. Yihan happily introduced to Han Yan, come to Tianlong Group next week. This is my company, no one will dare bully you here. Ban also smiled, don't worry, I'll definitely arrange a good position for you. Yan lowered her head slightly, thanking, thank you Yihan and Duan Xiao. Before she could finish, Ban rushed over and asked, Han, introduce yourself first. She looked at him with a surprised expression. Ban said, I'm not good at anything, just good at talking about righteousness. By the way, how old is your younger sister? Where do you live? How many people are there in your family? Do you have a boyfriend? Yihan quickly grabbed his collar and pulled him away. Stop bragging, I have something to ask you. Ban didn't understand, he just rubbed his head and watched Yihan light a cigarette, foolishly saying, Hanzai, what do you want to ask? Yihan leaned against the wall, exhaling a cloud of smoke, closing his eyes and asking, how's Zhu'nai recently? I haven't seen her for a few days. Ban spoke up softly. Zhu'nai, then stroked his chin, recalling a few recent events. Ban continued, you mentioning her just reminded me of something. Recently, a guy named Feng has been constantly following her, they've been together all the time. I think she's trying to play both sides. Yihan's expression turned cold as he heard the name. What's the background of the Feng family? I've never heard of them. Ban crossed his arms and tilted his head. I heard that the Feng family is one of the most prestigious families in the north, and the current head of the family once went through hardships with Don Enhai's father. Although the two families rarely interact, their relationship remains very good. Placed his hand on Deep Han's shoulder and softly said. Ban nervously admitted his hidden thoughts. I'm afraid of Don Nhai. Deep Han brushed his hand away and calmly replied, no need to say, I believe in the bond between me and Don Nhai. Tomorrow I will go find her to help resolve this issue. Ban, fearing he might upset him, quickly smiled to smooth things over. I didn't mean that, Deep Han responded. I'm just worried Don Nhai can't handle the pressure from her family. I've met her father and he seems very conservative on the surface. Deep Han smiled faintly, his gaze filled with determination. As long as Don Nhai trusts me, I will convince her family. He extinguished his cigarette and said calmly, let's go. If important people come from afar to help me with my troubles, I should at least treat them properly. At Fudan University, the night sparkled over the campus. Deep Han walked with Han Reng beneath the trees when she suddenly spoke. Deep Han, thank you for standing up for me today and for even finding me a new job. Deep Han chuckled lightly in response. I don't know what to say to this stubborn girl, you really are. Didn't I tell you not to thank me? I'm your brother, isn't it natural for me to do this? Reng blushed and lowered her head, her face as red as a tomato. Mumbling to herself, but you're not really my brother. Fortunately, you're not my real brother. Deepan didn't hear clearly, scratching his head and asking, what did you say? I didn't catch that. Reng quickly waved her hand, nothing. Deepan, can you close your eyes for a moment? I have a gift for you. Deepan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. A gift again. Just slowly close your eyes. Her voice was filled with anticipation. What kind of gift was it this time, so secretive? Reng gently tiptoed and quickly kissed his cheek. Deepan covered his cheek, his face flushed with embarrassment. Reng's action made her shy as well, and she hurriedly ran off, leaving Deepan standing behind, stunned. Deepan, I'll go ahead. Deepan watched her awkward figure fade into the distance. First to laugh and sigh was Lai Han Enheen. Now it was Ta Han Yen Enhu's turn. I already have a girlfriend. While he was sighing, something flew toward him. It turned out that Deepan was standing in the area where people gathered to play basketball. Suddenly the basketball flew straight toward him. People around him shouted in panic, "Hey, be careful, the ball is coming with great force." "It's fine, it's not strong enough to hurt me." The entire basketball court fell silent for a moment before erupting in astonishment. Wow, he didn't even turn around and still caught the ball. The ball was coming fast, yet he caught it with one hand. Duong Nin scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. "Sorry, can you pass the ball back to me?" Pan tossed the ball back. "Sure, catch it." The ball flew straight into the hoop like a machine. Duong Nin stood far from the hoop but still made the shot. One of the students doubted it was a coincidence, as even team captain Vuong couldn't do something like this. Others disagreed, but luckily the coach saw him as a talent. "I forgot to ask what his name is." Someone else chimed in. "I know his name is Deepan. Yesterday, he single-handedly reformed the entire Queen Dao Club team." Stood beside watching the excitement. Duong Trang was still the best basketball player at Fudan University. This time he met a strong opponent. The next day in the office, Don Nhi was reading some documents when a knock sounded at the door. "Director Chu, do you have time?" Don Nhi paused and coldly responded, "I don't have time, I'm busy." When she saw the person walking in, she immediately stood up, her eyes lighting up. "Deepan, why are you here? I heard from Hai Ban that you're studying at a university, aren't you?" Deepan closed the door behind him. "Just having fun, didn't I want to surprise you?" He stepped closer and gently lifted her. "Have you missed me lately?" Don Nhi tucked her head into his chest but pretended to be angry. "Who would miss you, you villain? Last time you ran away. Am I really that scary?" Deepan looked down at her tenderly. "Is my Don Nhi really such a scary person?" "Maybe scary," she replied. After that, they pulled each other closer and shared their usual kiss. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Feng Bin entered holding a bouquet of flowers. Don Nhi was startled and stepped back, hiding behind Deepan. She angrily shouted, "Why didn't you knock before entering?" Feng Bin looked at the stranger next to her and asked directly, "Don Nhi, who is this person?" Deepan crossed his arms, signaling his territorial claim. "I'm Don Nhi's boyfriend, Deepan. You're from the Feng family, right?" Upon hearing this, Feng Bin put the bouquet on the table and replied calmly, "Deepan, I know you, you're just a lucky guy." He said it as if it were obvious. "Besides, I'm not pursuing Don Nhi. Don Nhi is currently single and we've known each other since childhood. I'm proposing to her." Upon hearing this, Don Nhi quickly clarified, "Deepan, don't misunderstand. I don't have any relationship with him. I've only met him a few times out of respect for my father." Deepan gently took her hand. "It's fine, I trust you." And he stepped forward, speaking slowly. "When it comes to the marriage discussion, I'll talk to Don Nhi's father later." He then waved his hand and shouted loudly, "As for you, if you know what's good for you, get out of here now." Feng Bin angrily retorted, "Tell me to leave, I'm just afraid you don't have the strength." Deepan remained unfazed and coldly replied, "Don't make me take action." Feng Bin angrily raised his hand, his palm crackling with energy. "I want to see how strong you are." Without saying more, he immediately unleashed his move, the support essence form. Deepan didn't dodge, pouring all his energy into his fist. Indeed, the opponent was overestimating himself. With a single punch, his 3 Emperor's Breaker shattered all of Feng Bin's weak energy. Feng Bin didn't have time to react and was struck directly in the chest. Feng Bin's eyes widened in shock. "What?" His body flew out of the door and slammed hard into the ground. Deepan crossed his arms, leaning against the doorframe, a smug grin on his face. "Do you still want to fight?" Feng Bin struggled to get up, blood at the corner of his mouth, gritting his teeth in frustration. "I didn't expect your skills to be this good." "Deepan, I admit you're a worthy opponent, however, I haven't lost yet." Deepan didn't respond, his gaze serious as he assessed his opponent. Taking a punch without being seriously injured, Feng Bin is not weak. At that moment, Don Nhi raised her hand, blocking the way to protect him. "Enough, Feng Bin, stop fighting Deepan." Feng Bin was stunned, his eyes full of doubt. "Ro Nhi, why are you stopping me?" Don Nhi didn't dodge, clearly speaking each word. "I'll say this one more time today. What I like is still Deepan. Don't waste your time with me, there's no chance between us." Feng Bin was unwilling, questioning, "But you agreed to give me a chance." She coldly replied, "Feng Bin, the chance I mentioned was to help you resolve the absurd marriage discussion. I never said to let you pursue me, you're thinking too much. Don Nhai leaned against Deep Hand's chest, decisively declaring, Uncle, I will only ever like one man, and that man is Deep Hand. Seeing this, Deep Hand grew even more smug. Don Nhai has made herself clear. If you don't leave now, what are you still standing there for? Feng Bin, though frustrated, was powerless, pointing at Deep Hand. This isn't over between us, just wait. As he left, Don Nhai sighed softly, her voice gentle with a hint of guilt. Once spent time meeting with Feng Bing, hoping to resolve things peacefully, not wanting to drag you into trouble. To my surprise, Yihan still understood her feelings. He asked, have you learned anything about the Feng family? They only have some money, nothing more. They're even less than the bloodthirsty Yuan Nai clan. He asked, what are you worried about? Yuan Nai lowered her head, her voice filled with sadness and fear. There is something you still don't know. He explained, Feng Bing's foster father is Thao Nguyen Wang. I've heard his influence is immense, few dare to offend him in the north. Yihan wasn't surprised upon hearing Thao Nguyen Wang's name, for he had heard of him before. This man was the king of a northern border region, with about 13 formidable foster children, some of whom were soldiers. Suddenly Yuan Nai tightly grasped Yihan's hand, pleading, Yihan, maybe I should ask my father to explain this. Yihan gently embraced her, comforting her. It's okay, Yuan Nai, even if the sky falls, I'll bear it. You don't have to worry. He said, however, we must find an opportunity to meet your father. Otherwise, this son-in-law title won't be official. Yuan Nai blushed, embarrassed but still scolded. So now you know. Yihan picked her up, his eyes mischievous. Yuan Nai, it's been a while since we last met. I really missed you. Yuan Nai blushed and flustered. Yihan, what are you doing? She looked around in panic. The office door was still open. Yihan placed her on the table, smiling mischievously, then closed it. Then pressed his hand on the table to suppress his strength, and the door immediately slammed shut. Yuan Nai sweetly cried out, you, take it easy. The scene shifted to Fudan University, where crowds were bustling. Yihan smiled faintly, muttering, in the end, I've temporarily settled Yuan Nai's matter. Liu Mang ran over, waving his hand and shouting loudly, Yihan, you're finally back. He was out of breath, as if bringing important news. He said, Yang Zhuang, the captain of the basketball team, has announced he wants to challenge you. Yihan was surprised, scratching his head. Who is Yang Zhuang? Why does he want to challenge me? We've never had a conflict. Liu Mang explained, Yang Zhuang is one of the 3 top experts at school, incredibly strong, excellent at basketball, and is known as the basketball king. But I don't know why he wants to challenge you. He paused for a moment, then said confidently, now he has announced it to the entire school. Everyone is looking forward to the match between you and Yang Zhuang. You can't back out. Yihan laughed confidently. I don't have the word back out in my dictionary. He walked calmly. Where is Yang Zhuang? Take me there. Liu Mang turned around and waved his hand, leading the way. There at the basketball court already gathered a crowd. Let's go, I'll take you there. At the basketball court, Yang Zhuang stood confidently in the middle of the circle. He closed his eyes as if resting, waiting for his opponent. Around him, students whispered, I heard the basketball king Yang Zhuang wants to challenge Yihan. These two have some kind of conflict. It seems Yihan revealed his basketball skills and was hyped up as a new generation idol. Yang Zhuang felt threatened and wanted to challenge him. Yihan recently flattened the martial Dao society, and today he was facing off with Yang Zhuang. The sound of footsteps grew louder and Yihan walked over, hands in his pockets. You must be Yang Zhuang, I heard you want to challenge me. Yang Zhuang opened his eyes bluntly. Yes, I heard you throw the ball better than me, so I came to challenge you. And asked, are you accepting the challenge, one-on-one or team game? Yang Zhuang furrowed his brows. A team game is too complicated, let's do one-on-one. In half an hour, whoever scores more wins. Yihan crossed his arms calmly. No problem, I'm not busy this afternoon. Playing basketball to kill time works for me. Yang Zhuang snorted coldly. I hope you don't lose miserably. The crowd cheered excitedly. The tension in the air was palpable. Yihan's martial arts skills were formidable, but no one knew how he'd perform in basketball. Liu Mang shouted loudly in support. Yihan, go for it. Yang Zhuang tossed the ball to Yihan. Here's the ball for you, I'll attack first, you defend. Yihan raised his hand to catch it. As soon as the ball touched his hand, it went off course and hit Liu Mang's head, causing him to yell in pain. Everyone watched as the ball rolled on the ground, all of them stunned. Yihan didn't expect to miss the catch either. Liu Mang rubbed the bruise on his head, dazed. Liu Mang asked, Yihan, you don't know how to play basketball, do you? Then why are you pretending to be good? Yihan awkwardly picked up the ball. It was just an accident. Yang Zhuang, doubting, thought, he couldn't even catch his own ball. Did I challenge the wrong person, or is he tricking me? Yihan immediately became serious and started dribbling the ball. All right, I'm here now. Yang Zhuang stood wide, cautious. Come on, let me see how strong you really are. He ran while dribbling, taking 3 steps before being surrounded by students. Watching Yihan's posture, the earlier mistake seemed to be an act. Would Yang Zhuang manage to defend successfully? Before getting close, Yang Zhuang suddenly swung his hand to knock the ball away. leaving Yihan frozen for a few seconds. The crowd gasped. Liu Mang could only smile faintly. The crowd criticized, "A month has passed and he's still this bad. What a shame for those who bet on him." Yang Zhuang picked up the ball, speaking coldly. "I thought you had skills, but it looks like you've disappointed me. This match doesn't need to continue." Han calmly walked back to his position. "I haven't lost yet." He lowered his center of gravity, spreading his body in a ready stance. Yang Zhuang grew even more disdainful. He underestimated him and immediately moved past Yihan. He was so fast that only afterimages remained. Yang Zhuang said, "Then I'll make sure you lose without any excuse." The crowd cheered. Yang Zhuang's incredible dribbling skills were on full display. He jumped high, preparing to slam the ball into the basket amidst the loud cheers, heading straight for the hoop. Yihan couldn't block him. At that moment, Yihan jumped forcefully from the ground, gritting his teeth. "This bastard." He rushed forward, raised his hand, and forcefully hit the ball, blocking the final attack. Yang Zhuang turned his head in shock. "What?" The crowd began to murmur excitedly. Did Yihan just block Yang Zhuang's shot? Yang Zhuang thought, "It must have been a fluke. I don't believe this kid can really stop me." Liu Mang cheered. "It's not luck. Yihan is incredibly strong. Quickly, show your real power and let Yang Zhuang see what you're made of." Yang Zhang was surprised but not panicked. He quickly stepped back and assumed a ready stance. "Yihan, I didn't expect you to have some skill, but I was just careless. From now on, I won't let you score a single point against me." He twirled the ball on his fingertip with flair as if taunting. Yang Zhang said, "I advise you not to speak recklessly or you'll only hurt yourself." Angry, he shouted, "Enough, stop talking and start playing. This time I will defeat you." But before he could react, Yihan dashed past Yang Zhang like a gust of wind. "You can't stop me." Then he jumped and shot the ball into the hoop, returning the previous shot. Yang Zhang turned around, unable to believe his eyes. "What? How is your speed this fast?" Now the crowd looked at Yihan differently. His recent basket was truly impressive. Yang Zhang couldn't even react. Facing Yang Zhang's arrogance, Yihan had made him acknowledge defeat painfully. Liu Mang jumped for joy. "Yihan, you're amazing." Yihan tossed the ball back to Yang Zhang, eyes full of challenge. "So, do you still want to play?" Yang Zhang caught the ball, gritting his teeth. "I won't accept defeat. Of course I want to play. I don't believe I'll lose to you." The match continued as Yihan kept leaping to block and score with breathtaking shots that drew non-stop applause. In the next round, he didn't even look at the hoop, just spun and made a clean shot as if it required no effort. The final turn, Yihan ran and said, "This one will show you my skill." He jumped, poured all his strength and slammed the ball into the hoop perfectly. Yang Zhang saw the result and sank in shock. "From the three-point line, you scored again." Yihan displayed incredibly refined skill. No one expected him to move so effortlessly. Even professional athletes would struggle to match that. Everyone around murmured in admiration at his technique and the difficulty of his moves. Yihan was now completely different from before, astonishing everyone. Had he been pretending previously? Holding the ball calmly, he looked down and said, "So, now you've seen my real ability. Want to continue playing?" Yang Zhang trembled and let go, conceding, "No, I dare not. I admit defeat. You're like a superhero, scoring continuously without tiring. I can't compete with you." The onlookers were all amazed. Yang Zhang was completely defeated by Yihan. Losing so badly, Yihan is incredible. I think I'm about to become his fan. Yihan not only beat his opponent but also won over everyone with his exceptional talent. Yihan had only been in Fudan for a short while and had already done so many impressive things. He laughed and lightly patted Yang Zhang's shoulder. "You play well. Today we stop here. Next time, if we have time, we'll play again." Yang Zhang immediately panicked and ran off. "No, I'll never play with you again." Yihan just scratched his head awkwardly, while the phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. What was meant as a pastime unexpectedly caused Yang Zhang anxiety. Hopefully, Yang Zhang wouldn't become pessimistic. Yihan looked at the screen and saw the name Hai Ban. He answered calmly, "Young Master Tang, what's the matter?" Hai Ban reported seriously. "Hanzi, I heard that Mo Yun and his group plan to form a Southern Business Alliance." Han asked seriously, "What is the Southern Business Alliance?" "I only know the Northern Business Alliance." Hai Ban explained, "The Southern Business Alliance gathers the major corporations in this region into a unified bloc. This alliance has many members and is widespread. Although not officially established, some companies have already joined." Yihan stared into the distance, eyes sharp. "This alliance is not simple. The people behind it are formidable." Ban continued, "The mastermind is Mo Yun Chi Tian, brother of Mo Yun Quang. After Mo Yun Quang's death, he became the leader in the south." Yihan decided immediately, "I see. I'll fly to Chengzhou at once. Make sure Li Han Nian and Zai Han Yan are protected and safe." Ban responded, "Don't worry, I'll handle it." Yihan scratched his head, then spoke to Han Nian, "I'll be away from school for a while." She put down her book and looked at him straight on. "If you want to go, go. Why tell me?" Yihan looked seriously at Han Nian. "I'm not joking. While I'm gone, don't leave the campus and avoid danger." He handed her a card. "If Wu Tianhu comes after you, call my brother Hai Ban." Nian took the card and smiled lightly. Don't worry, last time I embarrassed Wu Tianhu, he quit school and went to Chengzhou. Without him here no one will trouble me. Yihan's eyes lit up. Wu Tianhu quit school, I didn't expect him to be that weak. He said happily, good, now I can go to Chengzhou without worry, take care of yourself. His heart felt lighter as if a burden had been lifted. Take care, Yihan turned and left. Han Nian watched his back, feeling an emptiness inside. He left, leaving her standing there with a sense of loss. Feeling was strange. Han Nian watched Yihan's figure fade into the distance, feeling a deep loneliness. Meanwhile, Yihan had returned to Chengzhou with its towering skyscrapers. As I entered and spoke politely, young Master Yi, I'm a friend of young Master Tang, he asked me to come here. Yihan took the initiative, just call me Zai Zai. He patted him lightly on the shoulder in a friendly tone, no need for formalities. Since we are friends, call me Yihan. As for the Southern Business Alliance, we can talk about it later. Zai Zai smiled, all right. Then he began explaining, this alliance is organized by the major families in the South. Meeting will be tomorrow night and all major families in the South will attend. Zai Zai expressed concern, Yihan, since you killed Mo Yun Tianquang, I worry Mo Yun might make trouble for you. Yihan smiled, don't worry, if they dare act, they'll be the ones who suffer. He continued, tomorrow I'll go with you. Zai Zai breathed a sigh of relief, all right, but before that, do you want to join the car race? This race is for the wealthy youth in the South. We can take the opportunity to observe our rival. Yihan said excitedly, such an interesting event, I must join. The mountain race track, everyone had gathered. A racing car sped through the night, the engine roaring sharply. Zai Zai got out and heard shouting, why are you late? Don't you know what time is? Want to race or not? If not, get lost. Each of us sends one person to circle the mountain. Whoever returns first wins. A mocking voice rang out, wait, clear the way for this man. This race is boring, why not make it more exciting? Yihan frowned, following the sound, and turned around, slightly surprised to see Wu Tianhu. He thought to himself, he didn't expect Wu Tianhu, after leaving Fudan University, to appear here, and as the leader of a group no less. Tianhu stepped forward and said coldly, stop babbling. How do you want to compete? Simple. Run around the mountain but not in the usual direction, run backward. Whoever reaches the finish first wins. Of course, there will be a prize. Each participant puts up 100 million to be given to the first place winner. Everyone murmured, running backward. Are you crazy? This mountain is treacherous and it's dark. What if something bad happens? Falling off the cliff means death. This competition is far too dangerous. That man surely has no good intention. This isn't a competition, it's toying with lives, Jing Yuan scoffed. A bunch of useless people. If you're scared, go back to your mom. Yu Ting stepped forward. I'll join you, 100 million is nothing. Wu Tianhu smirked, and you all dare to? The man from the Tsukai group said, Brother Zai, let me go up. He insisted, no, I'll forfeit this round, but I won't gamble with the lives of my brothers. Sorry, we'll withdraw from this match, you all go ahead. The other side shouted in unison, this isn't your call. Refusing to play is disrespect, isn't it? A bunch of cowards, so many people, yet no one dares to compete. Useless, a calm voice interjected. Yihan smiled, who says no one dares? I will. Tianhu looked at him in surprise, unconsciously frowning. Yihan! Everyone gasped. It was Yihan unexpectedly stepping up himself. Yishao, are you sure? This competition is dangerous. Even professionals can't guarantee safety. Someone tried to stop him. Yishao, don't provoke trouble. Your status doesn't require competing with them. This match is too risky. I know you're skilled, but if something happens, Yihan reassured, don't worry, if I dare participate, I'm certain of victory. He thought, with the yin-yang vision, no matter how fast I can handle it. Wu Tianhu shouted, Yihan, I didn't expect you here. Last time you embarrassed me, this time I'll show you my power. Yihan wagged a finger. Wu Tianhu, no matter how many times we compete, you will never beat me. Furious, Wu Tianhu turned and left. Let's wait and see. His eyes glinted with cunning. Driving backward on this dark mountain, could Yihan face the unexpected? He asked. Does anyone have another car? I can't race with this one. Man stepped forward. Yishao, my car has been modified. It's no worse than theirs. Yihan nodded, smiling. Good, thanks. The others sneered. What's this? Sending one person with a racing car but not using it. Looks like he's an amateur, then we'll see him lose quickly. Shortly after, the racers lined up at the starting point and Zhao Ran waved the flag. 3, 2, 1, she waved. Go. The racing cars shot forward, engines roaring like thunder. Drones broadcast the entire mountain scene lit. Yihan was in the lead, Yu Ting close behind, and Wu Tianhu lagging slowly in the rear. Wu Ting pressed closer, kid, not bad but still far from beating me. Yihan smirked, steering, inferior to your car, I don't see it that way. He lightly pressed the gas, maneuvering through the tight curve ahead. Yu Ting gasped, a 90-degree turn, how is that possible? Zai Zai watched on the screen, excitedly shouting, Yishao is amazing, didn't expect him to be this skilled. Everyone cheered. He passed Dai Dai onto the second path. Impressive, but that kid still can't beat Wu Xiao. Xiao not only has skill but the best car performance. He'll definitely win, engines roared. Two cars were side by side on a curve. Driving, Yihan noticed Tianhu trying to overtake. He smiled coldly. Wu Tianhu, I'll pass you soon. Tianhu glared ahead. Yihan narrowed his eyes. The opportunity is here. At the same time, Tianhu pressed the gas, laughing arrogantly. Yihan, if you want to die, I'll give it to you. Yihan's car suddenly slowed, tires screeching. He sneered, I expected this trick. Yihan turned the wheel sharply, quickly braking into reverse. The car slid precisely behind Tianhu's. He panicked. What? Yihan taunted. What, trying to hit me? You're far from that level. Tianhu panicked. Not good, stop. His car slammed into the cliff, crashing and exploding. Everyone was stunned. Yihan had executed a 180-degree turn in place. Oh my, am I dreaming? Incredible. Even professional racers couldn't pull off such a reverse maneuver. Wu Tianhu, that fool, tried to ram Yihan and crashed into the mountain instead. Serves him right, Yihan mocked him. This race looks like another win for me. And you? Definitely last. Without waiting for Tianhu's reaction, Yihan floored the gas, racing through the night. Bye-bye. Only then did Tianhu struggle, forcing open his door and stepping out heavily, gritting his teeth. Yihan, just wait, we're not done. Moonlight reflected off the mountain road as Yihan sped past the finish line, car gleaming with authority. Everyone cheered. Yi Xiao's car has reached the finish. The others haven't appeared yet. Incredible. Do they finally know who the fool is? Who's truly skilled? Wu Tianhu, humiliated, could only lash out in vain. His subordinates stared, mouths agape. Never thought Yihan's driving skill would be this formidable. Driving skill is top-notch. Even a life-risking competition can be won. Wu Xiao and he aren't even on the same level. The other cars all rushed through the final curve toward the finish. Stepping out, everyone marveled. Looks like this kid won. What can you do? Skill beats all. Everyone kept their word, producing checks. 1 billion each. We accept defeat, no cheating. We don't want to lose face. Yihan smiled. Money's easy to earn. Yu Ting stepped forward. Kid, you're amazing. Interested in joining our racing club? Waved. My driving skill is ordinary, just faster reflexes and speed. Joining a racing club? No thanks. She laughed. If your skill is ordinary, then ours is beginner level, but fine, no forcing you. If you don't want in, it's okay. Jin Yuan gave a thumbs up. Brother, you're talented. I respect that. Call on me anytime, I'll help. A figure stomped forward, voice furious. Yihan, who fumed. You on the racetrack just now tried a cheap trick, almost killing me. This match doesn't count, you don't deserve first place. Yihan held his head high. Wu Tianhu, everyone saw. My car never hit yours. Where exactly did I ram you? Everyone chimed in. Wu Tianhu, you're ridiculous. You tried to hit Yihan but failed and crashed yourself. Now you lie about it. Check the drone footage. You lost and refused to admit it. Go Tianhu clenched his fists in anger, wondering if he could still be considered a man. Yihan, you are truly heartless. Staying here won't solve anything. Tianhu decisively turned around. Let's go. Yihan grabbed him again. Wait a minute, didn't you forget something? Tianhu snapped. It's just 1 billion, do you think I care about that? I will take it all back sooner or later. Yihan turned back. Old grudges and new enemies, I will settle the score with you one day. He pouted. Sukai, help me transfer the money from this check to my account at the newly established Tianlong Corporation. I need it. He nodded. I understand. By the way, Yihan, don't forget about tomorrow night. Next day, at a luxurious banquet filled with laughter and chatter, Sukai walked while introducing that all the wealthy figures from the south were present in the grand hall. They just needed to pay attention for a moment. The entire southern business world was shaken. Yihan, your Tianlong Corporation has just started. If they support you, everything will go smoothly. Yihan nodded. You're right, more friends, more advantages. A seductive woman slowly walked over, softly speaking. Yihan didn't expect to meet me here. Yihan scratched his head. May I ask who you are? She set her wine glass down. Let me introduce myself. I'm Zhang Zumeng, also a student at Fudan University, considered a senior to you. Yihan smiled and shook her hand. So it's Senior Zhang, a pleasure. He thought to himself. Zhang Zumeng was one of the beauties of Fudan University with a mysterious background, but to meet her here, it seemed like she wasn't simple. Zhang Zumeng laughed. You're famous at school. Outside of school, she was able to attend the Southern Business Alliance banquet. He replied calmly, I'm just here to broaden my horizons with a friend. He wondered, why is a senior like you here, dressed so provocatively? Aren't you afraid people will harass you? She smiled and posed. I'm dressed provocatively. Then she moved closer and hugged his neck. Would you like to come bother me? Surprised, Yihan blushed and awkwardly swallowed a gulp. And stepped back, hastily waving his hand. Senior, it was just a joke, I wouldn't dare. Zhang Zumeng smiled. Just a little tease, look at how worried you are. Sukai looked at Yihan slyly, his shoulders relaxed. Behind Zhang Zumeng was a powerful family. With her help, you'd be incredibly strong. Seize the opportunity. He glanced over. Don't talk nonsense, I just met her today. On stage, Modong Qitian's voice rang out, "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking the time to attend this banquet." Zhang Zumeng coldly said, "The organizer of this banquet, Modong Qitian, has appeared." The crowd buzzed with excitement. Modong Qitian, the representative chosen by the Modong family, had just been selected and already organized this Southern Business Alliance banquet, showing his great ambition. He was both young and handsome. Yihan pondered, "Modong Qitian, his younger brother Modong Tian, died at my hands. He will definitely be an enemy in the future. I must prepare early." He continued speaking on stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Southern business world has always been fragmented, lacking unity, with too many selfish interests. This is the weakness compared to the North. But from today, the Southern Business Alliance is established and everything will improve." Tian expressed determination. "I hope that in the future we can unite and create a better future together." The crowd clapped. Modong Qitian said, "If the alliance is as I say, joining will be no problem. With the Modong family behind, there will be no major issues." He waved his hand. "Finally, I hope everyone enjoys this evening. The music is playing, let's dance." The soothing music played and couples moved to the dance floor. Zhang Zumeng hinted, "How about I invite you to dance, Junior?" Yan was slightly surprised but took her hand. "I'd be honored, though I'm not very good at dancing. Senior, you'll have to guide me." She smiled. "Then you better hold me tight. There are so many people, a mistake wouldn't be good." Zhang Zumeng's father, Zhang Haotian, was watching from the side. He watched angrily and thought to himself, "The girl came to approach Modong Qitian, yet ended up dancing intimately with someone else. Has she forgotten her engagement with Modong Qitian?" Deep voice came from behind. Uncle Zhang Qitian smiled. "Today is a happy day. Why does your face look so gloomy? Did someone upset you?" He looked in the direction of Hao Tian's gaze and saw Zhang Zumeng dancing with Yihan. Qitian frowned. "Is that Zhang Zumeng? Who is the one dancing with her?" He explained. "Modong Qitian, I didn't supervise him properly. I will make sure he explains things properly." He pursed his lips. As long as he had the support of the Zhang family, it didn't matter who he took, but no one could touch what was his. Yihan reminded, "Senior, it seems like someone's looking for you." Zhang Zumeng lowered her head. "Dad, did you need something?" Hao Tian snorted coldly. "You still remember I'm your father? It's been 2 years since you've come home. Today, I didn't force you to attend this banquet. Are you planning to avoid me for the rest of your life?" Zhang Zumeng widened her eyes. "Dad, Hao Tian cut her off. "All right, I don't want to hear any excuses from you. Later, you and Qi Tian will go eat together to build some rapport and conveniently talk about your marriage." He implied, "You'd better stay away from the men outside. What do they want from you? I know better than anyone. If you don't listen, it's you who will suffer." Yihan scratched his nose. "Oh, I just met Zhang Zumeng today. Why would I have any intentions toward her?" She sighed. "Dad, you're the same as always, treating me like a tool to strengthen your interests, never asking for my opinion." Qi Tian smiled as he approached. "Zhang Zumeng, long time no see. Sorry, I've been busy and didn't have time to meet you. Let's go over there and talk. The marriage doesn't have to be rushed. We can wait until you finish school." Everyone was surprised. They didn't expect Modong Qitian and Zhang Zumeng from the Zhang family to be engaged. The Zhang family was very powerful, the richest in the country, while the Modong family was at the top of the southern martial arts world. The two looked great together. He still held her hand, waiting for Zhang Zumeng to take it. She hesitated. "Qi Tian, I'm sorry, but I can't keep backing away." He frowned deeply. "Zhang Zumeng, what do you mean?" Her lips pressed tightly together. She softly said, "I'm sorry, Qi Tian, I don't like you." Zhang Zumeng firmly said, "The marriage between us is not up for discussion. I already have someone I like." Hao Tian roared in anger. "Zhang Zumeng, what nonsense are you talking?" She choked up. "Dad, I'm telling the truth. I don't like Modong Qi Tian. I don't want to marry him." The anger erupted and he swung his hand violently, leaving everyone stunned. No one expected Zhang Zumeng to reject the engagement with Modong Qi Tian, causing Zhang Hao Tian to lose face in front of everyone. Wasn't Modong Qi Tian being cuckolded? His slap left everyone shocked. No one expected Zhang Zumeng to refuse the engagement with Modong Qi Tian, completely humiliating Zhang Hao Tian in front of everyone. "Play this is," he angrily shouted. "Zhang Hao Tian, I don't have a daughter like you. Get out of here." Yihan stepped forward to support Zumeng and asked, "Senior, are you all right?" Zumeng shook her head and replied, "I'm fine." She smiled. "It's okay. I have no attachment to that house anyway. I will leave now, at least I can be free," she said. He nodded and said, "Senior, let me take you." Hao Tianju wouldn't let go, grabbing Yihan. "Bastard, did you seduce my daughter? I won't forgive you." Yihan frowned and yanked his hand away. "Get lost." He shouted, "Look at yourself now. Are you even a father?" Zumeng stepped in to stop him. "Father, stop causing trouble. It has nothing to do with Yihan." Hearing the name, Qi Tian was slightly surprised. "Yihan." He gritted his teeth and approached. "You're the one who killed my brother, Mu Rong Tianwang. You've got guts. You killed someone from the Mu Rong family and still dare to appear before me." Yihan smiled. "That's right, I killed Mu Rong Tianwang. I killed him in an open duel, fair and square." He added, "What's the big deal about appearing?" Qi Tian screamed. Fine, then let's settle our old and new scores together. Ordered, where are Mu Rong's bodyguards? Come here and kill him. Subordinates appeared from nowhere, surrounding Yi Han. Understood, they whispered. Is Mu Rong Chi Tian crazy? He dares to kill someone right in front of so many people. I used to think highly of him, but now he's too reckless. He must never take control of the Southern Business Alliance. Otherwise, something big will happen. Duong Sin sighed. That young man Yi Han is probably in danger now. Nin Thien shook his head. Danger? Don't joke. Yi Han is very determined. He could wipe out the blood cloth sect. Mu Rong Chi Tian wants to deal with him, but who knows who will win. Yi Han smirked. Mu Rong Chi Tian, you're not planning to use these trash to kill me, are you? He roared. Stop talking, Mu Rong bodyguards. Listen up, everyone charged. Yi Han silently assessed. Mu Rong Tianhuang's useless little brother may be stupid, but his skills aren't bad. Yi Han must have some strength to kill him in a duel. Perfect timing to test his strength. His subordinates received the order and charged. Daring to kill someone from Mu Rong family, you're dead. No matter what, you can't leave this hall today, the young master said. Brothers, don't hold back, beat him to death if necessary. Yi Han glanced at them. A bunch of trash dares to attack me. Yi Han lightly waved his hand and power instantly shot out the Hu Tio fist. The whole group collapsed in pain, lying on the ground. So strong, what move was that? Chi Tian frowned. Hu Tio fist looks like Yi Han follows the H-Sing I boxing style. Could he be from the H-Sing I sect, but I've never heard of anyone like him. Yi Han sighed, a general without power will affect the whole army. Mu Rong Chi Tian, your subordinates are as useless as this, looks like you're not much better. He mocked, relying on you to kill me, I bet you'll soon join your brother down there. He smugly replied, Yi Han, if you're this confident, I'll personally meet you in battle. Chi Tian gathered his strength, the ground beneath his feet cracked, and his hands clenched as his spiritual power condensed. 7 killing palm. Yi Han smiled, confident. Just in time, I want to see how much stronger you are than Mu Rong Tianhuang. Palm technique gathered power, glowing brightly as it unleashed the long yin palm. The shockwaves from their clash sent air currents swirling, and everyone watching had to step back. Such strength, is this the battle between the two strongest youths of Hua Gua? Who will win in the end? The collision exploded, sending both Yi Han and Chi Tian flying backward. He sneered, Mu Rong Chi Tian, you're a bit stronger than Mu Rong Tianhuang, but just a bit. Chi Tian smirked. Yi Han, I didn't expect you to be somewhat capable. Chi Tian clenched his fists tightly, flames surging again. But that was just a warm-up, now I'll show you my real power. Suddenly a calm voice interrupted. All right, that's enough. The one who came was old Enhan. Today is the establishment day of the Southern Business Alliance. Can the two young masters show some mercy and stop for now? Everyone stared in surprise. Oh my, that's old Enhan, isn't it? He actually came. He retired from business long ago and has been traveling around Hua Gua for years. I never expected him to show up here. Mu Rong Chi Tian isn't capable enough to invite him. It seems that old Enhan came because he was personally interested. Chi Tian bowed. Old Enhan, you're joking. Since you've said so, I'll stop for today. Yi Han furrowed his brow and observed. Mu Rong Chi Tian is being so respectful to this old man. Who exactly is he? Old Enhan, leaning on his cane, suddenly stopped, turning his foot slightly. Enhan approached with a smile. You must be Yi Han, it's finally nice to meet you in person. You're quite handsome, not bad. Yi Han cupped his hands. May I ask, elder, what is it that you seek from me? He chuckled. Nothing much, just wanted to see you. Old Enhan furrowed his brow as he looked at him. By the way, my granddaughter's name is Enhan Zihan. You know her. Yi Han was shocked and recalled. Enhan Zihan, the royal sister, did I sleep with her after drinking and passing out? Old Enhan nodded. Looks like you remember now. My granddaughter is quite beautiful, isn't she? Yi Han stammered. Yes, she certainly has a good tolerance for alcohol. He silently screamed. Oh no, if old Enhan finds out I slept with his granddaughter while drunk, I don't know if he'll kill me. Old Enhan chuckled, squinting as he patted Yi Han's shoulder. Don't be nervous, I just came to see. I'm old, I don't want to get involved in the affairs of the younger generation. Old Enhan paused, his eyes sparkling. I just realized that you resemble someone very much. Yi Han was curious. May I ask, elder, who do I resemble? Old Enhan smiled kindly. Just an old acquaintance, forget it, I must be thinking too much. He waved his hand and turned to leave. I've seen what I wanted, there's no point staying here, I'll be leaving now. Old Enhan secretly assessed. Yi Han resembles him too much. No, I must send someone to thoroughly investigate Yi Han's background. He sighed in relief. Thankfully, old Enhan didn't pursue the matter of me sleeping with his granddaughter. The hall was filled with murmurs. Old Enhan just spoke to Yi Han with such familiarity. What's their relationship? It seems old Enhan came specially to find Yi Han. If he's backing Yi Han, then Yi Han and Mu Rong Chi Tian are rivals of equal strength. I made up my mind, I'll go build a good relationship with Yi Han. Doesn't he have the Tian Long group under him? I'll go propose a partnership with them tomorrow. Chi Tian challenged. Yi Han, today your luck is good, you've escaped a disaster. But next time you might not be so lucky. He grumbled angrily. Damn it, old Enhan is connected to Yi Han. It seems I can't make a move directly against him. I'll have to think of another way to eliminate him. Yi Han shrugged. You never know whose luck will run out. Next time we meet, who knows, it could be your life on the line. Zhu Meng waved her hand. Yi Han, let's go. I don't want to stay here any longer. He grabbed her shoulder and smiled slyly. All right, senior, let's go. A moment later, Yi Han lifted Zhu Meng in his arms, challenging. Laughing loudly, Murong Chi Tian, your fiancée is now my woman. The whole hall stared in shock. Murong Chi Tian had planned to stop Yi Han and return the gown, but unexpectedly, old Enhan appeared halfway, resulting in losing both face and control. Chi Tian angrily thought, damn it, old Enhan is connected to Yi Han. It looks like I can't make a move directly against him. I'll have to think of another way to eliminate him. Yi Han shrugged. You never know whose luck will run out. Next time we meet, who knows, it could be your life on the line. Zhu Meng waved her hand. Yi Han, let's go. I don't want to stay here any longer. He grabbed her shoulder and smiled slyly. All right, senior, let's go. A moment later, Yi Han lifted Zhu Meng in his arms, challenging. Laughing loudly, Murong Chi Tian, your fiancée is now my woman. The whole hall stared in shock. Murong Chi Tian had planned to stop Yi Han and return the gown, but unexpectedly, old Enhan appeared halfway, resulting in losing both face and control. Everyone stood bewildered, unsure of what would happen next. Mo Duong Chi Tian felt embarrassed after losing his fiancée in front of everyone. He feared that from now on, he would become a laughingstock in the South. He deserved it, after all. He was too arrogant and even wanted to dominate the southern trade routes. Now, he had been slapped in the face. He gritted his teeth in anger, lamenting the humiliation he had to endure. He swore he would never forget this. One day, he would take revenge on Yi Han. Hao Tian wore a serious expression, surprised that Yi Han had connections with Elder Enhan and Meng. This might not be such a bad thing after all. It could even help him restore his relationship with Elder Enhan. Han set Meng down in front of the hotel and explained, apologizing for his earlier words. He just wanted to retaliate against Mo Duong Chi Tian, hoping she wouldn't mind. Meng shyly responded, it's fine, I don't mind. It's just that I suddenly left home and I don't know where to go. Han patted Meng's shoulder and told her that the world was vast and there would surely be a place for her, a place where she could escape from all constraints. At least she would find what truly belonged to her and no longer live in a gilded cage. Meng smiled, thanking Yi Han for his encouraging words. She decided to return to the city of Shanghai and start over from there. She approached Yi Han and whispered, don't forget what you said in front of everyone today. I'm your woman now. Yi Han blushed, feeling embarrassed. Han was surprised it was just a joke. Meng paid no attention to him, happily turning away. I'm leaving now, little brother, I'll see you next time. Yi Han was left confused, unsure of how to react, and could only watch her leave. Tsukai reminded Yi Han that he had made quite an impression on the big players in the southern business world this time, but he needed to be cautious of Mo Duong Chi Tian's revenge, as he was not someone to be trifled with. Yi Han reassured him, it's fine, Mo Duong Chi Tian isn't any more capable than Mo Duong Tian Quang. Yi Han asserted that if Mo Duong Chi Tian dared to seek revenge, he would pay a heavy price. Furthermore, Yi Han had used Elder Enhan's influence to set the stage in his favor. Mo Duong Chi Tian was a suspicious person, and before confirming their relationship, he wouldn't act rashly. Tsukai nodded, understanding Yi Han's intention. Suddenly, Yi Han's phone rang, interrupting their conversation. Yi Han furrowed his brows, thinking about Yang Zhang, the captain of the basketball team at Showdown University, wondering if he had something urgent to discuss with him. It's like the Northern Business Alliance. The Southern Business Alliance gathers major corporations in the South into one coalition. The only difference is it has many members spread out widely, and the Southern Business Alliance hasn't officially formed yet. It's only been a few days since its launch, but many members have joined. Clearly, whoever is behind this alliance is not simple. Iban continued. The person behind the Southern Business Alliance is Mo Dung Chi Tian. He is Mo Dung Quang's older brother who has always focused on cultivation. After Mo Dung Tian Quang died, he became the new leader in the South. Deep made a decisive decision. I see. All right, I'll fly to Chengdu immediately. Keep an eye on Fudan University for me and protect Li Han Nian and Zai Han Yan. Iban replied, don't worry, I'll handle it. At the Fudan University library, Han Deep scratched his head, awkwardly speaking to Han Nian. I need to leave for a while. She put down her book and looked straight at Han Deep. If you want to go, just go. Why tell me? Han Deep looked at her seriously. While I'm away, try not to leave campus to avoid danger. Han Deep handed her a card. If Wu Tianhu causes trouble again, just call my brother Hai Ban. Here's his number, he will take care of it. And Nian smiled as she took the card. Don't worry, last time you embarrassed Wu Tianhu in front of everyone. He couldn't stand the humiliation and dropped out. I heard he moved to Chengdu. He's not here, so no one will bother me. Han Deep's eyes lit up. Wu Tianhu dropped out unexpected, then I can safely go to Chengzhou. But I'll leave now, stay safe. Han Deep felt relieved as if a huge weight had been lifted. Good, now I can safely go to Chengzhou. Han Nian stood frozen, watching Han Deep's retreating back. She wondered, why does watching him leave feel so empty? Han Deep returned to Chengzhou where skyscrapers towered. In his mansion, Tuzai pushed the door open. He spoke politely, "Young Master Deep, I'm a friend of Tang Xiao. He told me to meet you." Han Deep introduced himself, "Call me Tuzai." Han Deep lightly patted Tuzai's shoulder, speaking warmly, "No need for formalities. If we're friends, call me Han Deep. Now tell me about the Southern Business Alliance." Tuzai smiled, "All right." Then he began explaining the Southern Business Alliance, its organization and founding time. "It'll be tomorrow evening. All the major Southern families will participate." Tuzai looked worried. "I'm worried Mo Deng will cause trouble for you, Han Deep, since you killed Mo Deng Tian Quang before." Han Deep smiled. "Don't worry, if they dare touch me, only they'll suffer. I'll go with you tomorrow." Tuzai breathed a sigh of relief. "All right. By the way, before we go, do you want to join the car race? It's organized by the wealthy families in the south. We can also use it to gauge the opponents." Han Deep was excited. "Such an interesting event, I must go." Last night at the mountain circuit, everyone had already gathered. A racing car roared through the night, the engine growling sharply. As Tuzai stepped out, he heard people shouting, "Why are you so late? Don't you have any concept of time? Is there a race or not? If you don't want to, then leave immediately. Are you guys intentionally arriving late because you're scared?" He shouted, "Stop wasting time with nonsense. Each side sends one person to run around this mountain. Whoever finishes first wins." A mocking voice slowly interrupted. "Wait, everyone step aside for that man to step forward. This type of race is boring. How about adding a little excitement?" Daihan frowned and looked toward the source of the sound. Turning around, he was a bit surprised. Ngo Thien Huck. He silently thought, not expecting Ngo Thien Huck to leave Fudan University and come here to show off. Seems like he's leading a group. Zaikai took a step forward. "Stop talking nonsense. How do you want to race?" Thien Huck snorted. "Very simple. Run around the mountain, but don't run forward, run backward. Whoever finishes first wins. If we're racing, there should be a reward. Everyone participating should prepare 100 million to give to the winner." Everyone immediately buzzed. "Run backward. You crazy? This mountain is dangerous and it's still dark. If we fall into the cliff, we'll die." Everyone thought the race was too dangerous. This guy definitely had bad intentions. "This isn't a race, it's literally gambling with lives." Jing Yuan mocked. "A bunch of useless people. If you're scared, go back to your mother's side." Dio Qing heard this and stepped forward. "I'll play with you. 100 million is nothing, a small deal." Thien Huck smirked. "And you guys dare you?" "Brother Zai, let me go," he said confidently. Brother Zai replied, "No, I'm forfeiting this match. I won't gamble with my comrades' lives." "Sorry, we're withdrawing from this match. You guys play." Hearing this, the others angrily shouted, "This is not a place where you can just say whatever you want. You looking down on us by not playing with us? A bunch of cowards. With so many people here, not one of you dares to compete." The sound of steady footsteps slowly approached. Daihan smiled. "Who says no one is here? I'll do it." Thien Huck froze and instinctively furrowed his brow. "Daihan." Everyone gasped. "It's Daihan. He's personally joining the race." Someone worriedly said, "Master Dai, are you sure? This race is very dangerous. Even professionals can't guarantee safety." They firmly tried to stop him. "Master Dai, don't get impulsive. With your status, you don't need to bother with them." "Daihan, this is too dangerous." "I know you're capable, but what if something happens?" Daihan reassured. "Don't worry. If I'm participating, I'm confident I'll win." He thought to himself, "With the yin-yang eye, no matter how fast the speed, I can handle it." Thien Huck is making a big calculation this time. "Daihan, I didn't expect you to be here. Last time you made me lose face. This time I will definitely show you my power." He flicked his finger and sneered. "Ngo Thien Huck, no matter how many times you race, you'll never beat me." He angrily turned and walked away. "Just wait and see." His eyes gleamed with cunning. On this dark mountain road, driving backward, it wouldn't be strange if Daihan encountered an accident. Daihan asked, "Does anyone have a different car? I'm not familiar with this racing car." The man from earlier said, "Master Dai, my car has been modified. It's no worse than their racing cars." Daihan nodded and smiled. "Okay, thank you." The others over their scoff. "What's going on? They're sending someone to compete but not even using a race car." They thought he was just a newbie and would soon be overtaken. Soon, the race team arrived at the starting line and Zhao Yan stepped up to wave the flag. 2-1, she raised her hand and shouted loudly, "Start!" The whole line of cars roared forward, the sound of engines deafening like thunder. Drones were also set up in the air to broadcast the entire mountain path live. At this point, Daihan was in the lead, closely followed by Dio Qing. and finally in go Thien Huck was slowly falling behind. Pressed close, kid, you're not bad, but you're still far from beating me. Daihan smiled and immediately turned the wheel. Beat you? I don't think so. He lightly tapped the gas and the car swerved nimbly, hugging the edge tightly. As they approached the next turn, Dio Ching was astonished. You made that 90-degree turn? How could you do that? Zai Kai watched the screen, excitedly cheering. We're thrilled. Master Dai is so cool. Didn't expect Master Dai to be so good at racing. Some shouted. He can overtake the big sister, but some coldly said, overtaking second place doesn't mean anything, he still can't beat fifth young master. They were sure that fifth young master was skilled and had the strongest car, so he would definitely win. The engine roared and the two cars were closely following each other at the turn, creating a breathless atmosphere. Pan realized Thien Huck was trying to overtake him. He sneered, foolish Thien Huck, I'll pass you soon enough. Thien Huck thought he would run ahead, narrowing his eyes. The opportunity had come. Thien Huck slammed the accelerator, laughing with full arrogance. If you want to die, I'll help you. At that moment, Deep Hand's car suddenly decelerated. The screech of tires against the road echoed loudly. He smirked. Sun had anticipated this move. Deep Hand turned the wheel sharply, quickly hitting the brake and then reverse. Deep Hand's car reversed straight toward Thien Huck's car, causing panic. What? Deep Hand laughed disdainfully. What, wanna crash into me? You're far from ready. Thien Huck was utterly confused. This is bad. Quick, stop. The car slammed into the cliff. The impact and explosion sounded loudly. Everyone watched in amazement as Deep Hand spun 180 degrees right on the spot. Oh my God, am I dreaming? Incredible, even professional racers would struggle with that maneuver. Foolish Thien Huck tried to crash into Deep Hand but hit the mountain instead. Karma, Deep Hand mocked him without forgetting. Thien Huck, looks like I won this race again. As for you, definitely last. Deep Hand said and without waiting for a reaction hit the accelerator. The car shot off into the night. Bye-bye. Thien Huck struggled to open the door, dragging himself out step by step. Thien Huck gritted his teeth in anger. Deep Hand, just wait. We're not done. Moonlight illuminated the mountain road as Deep Hand drove past the finish line majestically. Everyone jumped in excitement. Han Thiu's car has crossed the finish line. The others haven't even appeared yet. Amazing. Now everyone knows who the fool is and who's truly talented. Thien Huck really had bad luck. Thien Huck's subordinates widened their eyes, unable to believe Deep Hand's exceptional driving skills. Driving skills are impressive. Even risking lives, he and Wu Thiu are on different levels. The other cars also sped past the final curve toward the finish. Everyone got out and exclaimed, this kid definitely won. If your skills are inferior, you can only admit defeat. Everyone pulled out their checks, 1 billion each. We admit defeat, no cheating. I don't want to lose face. Deep Hand smiled, easy money. Dio Tin stepped forward. Kid, you're talented. Want to join our racing club? Waved his hand. My driving is ordinary, just a bit quicker in reaction and speed than others. Then forget joining the racing club. Dio Tin laughed. If that's ordinary, then we're just beginners. We won't force you. If you don't want to join, that's fine. Kinveen gave a thumbs up. Brother, you're amazing. I respect that. Call me if you ever need help. Thien Huck, talented. I respect you. Please subscribe to support our channel. Please subscribe to support our channel. This race doesn't count. You're not fit to be first. Deep Hand raised his face. Thien Huck, everyone saw my car never hit yours. Where do you say I hit you? Everyone echoed. Thien Huck, what a disgrace. Clearly you tried to crash into Deep Hand but failed and hit the mountain yourself. Now you're lying. Exactly, we watched the footage. Refusing to admit defeat. Thien Huck, do you even consider yourself a man? He choked. Fine, Deep Hand, you're ruthless. Staying here won't solve anything. Thien Huck angrily, it's just 1 billion, do you think I care? I'll get it all back sooner or later. New grudges, old hatred, one day I'll settle everything with you. Deep Hand told Tu Zich, transfer the money from this check into the account. Yin Long's new company needs this money. Tu Zich nodded, got it. Oh, Deep Hand, don't forget the dinner tomorrow night. The next day, at a luxurious party, laughter filled the air. Tu Zich introduced as he walked, this hall holds all the wealthy in the south. As soon as they enter, the entire southern business community will be shaken. Deep Hand, your Thien Long company just started. If we can get their support, everything will go smoothly. Deep Hand nodded, you're right, more friends, more help. A beautiful, charming girl walked slowly over, then softly called Yihan, surprising him to see her here. Yihan scratched his head. Excuse me, may I ask who you are? She set down her glass and said, let me introduce myself. I'm Zhang Yao Meng, also a student at Fudan University. Consider me your senior. Yihan smiled and shook hands, recognizing Senior Zhang. Fortunately, he realized that Zhang Yao Meng was one of Fudan University's beauties. It was said she had a mysterious background, and her presence here suggested she was not ordinary. Yao Meng smiled, saying he was a famous figure at school. and even outside, he could attend this Southern Business Alliance party. Your status isn't simple, huh? Yihan calmly replied. I'm just here to broaden my horizon. I don't understand why Senior is here. Dressed so provocatively, aren't you afraid of being harassed? She teased, posed, and leaned close to wrap her arms around his neck, asking, do you want to come tease me? Yihan blushed in surprise. Embarrassed, Yihan swallowed and stepped back, waving his hands. Senior, you're just joking, I wouldn't dare. Yao Meng smiled. Just teasing a little for fun to see you worry a bit. From behind, the Zhang family, Yao Meng, belonged to a prestigious lineage of the great Man nation. Having her help would be very advantageous, Yihan thought. Don't speak recklessly, I just met her today. On stage, the sound of sliding accompanied Mu Dong Chi Tian's voice. Everyone, thank you for taking the time to attend this party. Host Mu Dong Chi Tian appeared, exciting everyone to discuss. He was chosen by the Mu Dong family and immediately organized the Southern Business Alliance party. His ambitions were obvious. Mu Dong Chi Tian was young and handsome with no known girlfriend, and pondered that Mu Dong Chi Tian's younger brother, Mu Rung Tian, had died at his hands, so he would certainly become an enemy in the future. I need to prepare early. On stage, he continued. Until now, Southern merchants have been scattered. Not united, too ambitious, that's a weakness compared to the North. From today, as the Southern Business Alliance begins, everything will improve. Chi Tian showed determination, hoping everyone would cooperate to build the future. Everyone applauded. Mu Dong Chi Tian was right. Joining the Southern Business Alliance, as he said, would be fine. With the Mu Dong family backing, it would surely work. He waved, hope everyone has a pleasant evening, enjoy the music and dance. Soft music played, couples stepped onto the dance floor. Yao Meng spoke. Junior, may I invite you for a dance? Yihan was slightly surprised but took her hand, saying, I'm honored, but I'm not good at dancing, please guide me, Senior. She smiled sweetly, then hold my waist tightly, many people are watching, mistakes won't be good. Yao Meng's father was Zhang Hao Tian. He stood watching, gritting his teeth in anger, thinking he had brought his daughter to approach Mu Dong Chi Tian. Unexpectedly, she dared to dance intimately with another man. Had she forgotten the engagement with Mu Dong Chi Tian? A deep voice from behind Uncle Zhang Chi Tian smiled. Today is a joyful day. Why the displeased look? Did someone upset you? He followed Hao Tian's gaze, seeing Yao Meng dancing with Yihan. Chi Tian frowned. Is that Yao Meng? Who is the man dancing with her? Mu Dong Chi Tian explained. I failed in supervision. Don't worry, I will provide a clear explanation. He pressed his lips. As long as he had the Zhang family's support, no one else mattered, but no one could touch his property. Yihan let her go, reminding, Senior, it seems someone is looking for you. Huh. Yao Meng looked down. Father, is there something you need? Hao Tian snorted coldly. You still recognize me as your father, huh? You've been away for 2 years. Today I didn't force you to the party. Do you plan never to see me? Yao Meng's eyes widened, lips trembling. Father, Hao Tian interrupted. Enough, I don't want to hear your excuses. Later, you and Chi Tian will have a meal to strengthen bonds and discuss your marriage. He hinted, it's best you avoid other men, they have intentions. I know better than anyone, if you don't listen, you'll be the one harmed. Yihan scratched his nose, thinking, just met Zhang Yao Meng today. Why does he think she has intentions toward him already? She sighed, feeling that her father was still the same, always treating her as a tool for his own benefit and never asking for her opinion. Kai Tian smiled and walked over, calling out to Yue Meng. It's been years since they last met. He apologized, saying that he had been very busy lately and hadn't had time to meet her. He suggested they go over there to talk a little, saying that the engagement didn't need to be rushed and could wait until she finished her studies. Everyone was murmuring in surprise. No one expected that Mo Dong Kai Tian and Zhang Jia's daughter had an engagement. Zhang Jia was the most powerful and wealthy family in the country, while Mo Dong was the leader of the martial arts world in the south. The two were considered the strongest couple in the union, truly a perfect match. They looked beautiful standing together, Kai Tian still waiting for Yue Meng to take his hand. She hesitated, saying, Kai Tian, I'm sorry, I can't keep backing away this time. He frowned. Tian asked Yue Meng what she meant, and she pursed her lips and replied, Sorry, Kai Tian, I really don't like you. Yue Meng was firm. The engagement between us doesn't need to be discussed. I already have someone I like. Hao Tian angrily growled. Zhang Yue Meng, what nonsense are you talking? She replied. Dad, everything I'm saying is the truth. I don't like Mo Dong Kai Tian. I don't want to marry him. The anger flared and he raised his hand to strike her. Everyone was stunned, not expecting Zhang Yue Meng to reject her engagement with Mo Dong Kai Tian, which was beyond everyone's expectation. Today, Zhang Hao Tian felt humiliated and was filled with rage, feeling like he had been cheated on. He shouted, I don't have a daughter like you, get out. Yihan stepped forward to support Yue Meng. Senior, are you okay? She shook her head. I'm fine. Smiling, she felt it was for the best. Yue Meng added that she no longer cared about that family and was leaving to be free. Yihan nodded. Senior, let me take you. Hao Tianque grabbed Yihan. Bastard, you dare to seduce my daughter, I won't spare you. Yihan frowned, pulling his hand away. Get out, he shouted. Look at yourself right now, are you even a father? Yue Meng stepped in to stop them. Dad, stop causing trouble, this has nothing to do with Yihan. Kai Tian was slightly surprised when he heard this name. Yihan gritted his teeth and stepped forward. You are the one who killed my younger brother Mo Dong Tian Kong. You're brave, showing up in front of me. He smiled. That's right, Mo Dong Tian Kong is the one I killed. I officially killed Mo Dong Tian Kong in the fighting arena, what's there to be afraid of? Kai Tian shouted. And agreed, then let's settle the old scores and new grudges together. He ordered. Where are Mo Dong's bodyguards? Come here and kill him. The subordinates appeared, surrounding them on all sides. Everyone was shocked. Mo Dong Kai Tian was going crazy. Everyone was stunned when they saw him dare to kill someone in front of so many people. They had once respected him, but now he seemed reckless. He couldn't be allowed to hold all the power in the Southern Trade Union, or something big would happen. Duang Xin spoke up, saying Yihan was very dangerous today. Ning Tian shook his head. It was indeed dangerous. Yihan was very determined and could wipe out the blood hand sect. Mo Dong Kai Tian wanted to show off to him. No one knew who would win. Yihan reminded him. Mo Dong Kai Tian. Don't intend to rely on these useless people to kill me, do you? He growled, giving orders to the bodyguards, assessing. Mo Dong Tian Kong's useless little brother was stupid, but his martial arts weren't bad. Yihan could fight directly. His strength must not be weak. Today was a chance to see his strength. The subordinates received the order and rushed forward. You dare to kill Mo Dong's family, you're definitely going to die. You won't leave this hall today. The young master already said, don't go easy on him, just beat him to death. He glanced, thinking these troubles dared to attack him, and lightly waved his hand and the force immediately shot out a Hu Tiro strike. The whole group collapsed in pain. So strong, what move is that? Kai Tian frowned. Yihan's Hu Tiro strike followed the Xingyi Quan style. Could he be from the Xingyi school? But he had never heard of anyone from the Xingyi school like this. Yihan said, a soldier without skill brings down the whole army, a general without skill harms the whole team. Mo Dong Kai Tian, your subordinates are all as troublesome as this. Looks like you're not much better either, he mocked. Just relying on you to kill me, you'll be down there soon enough to join your little brother. He showed confidence and told Deep Han that if he was ready, he would directly meet with Kai Tian, while gathering energy, causing the ground beneath his feet to sink. He clenched his fists, gathering spiritual power, while the seventh dead elder Deep Han smiled confidently, his energy rising, ready to act. He wanted to test who was stronger, Mo Rong Tian, with all the spells converging, releasing a powerful dragon roar field. The energy from both sides erupted, creating vibrations that forced everyone to take a step back due to the overwhelming power. This was a battle between the two strongest young men of Hua Kingdom, and who would win or lose was still unclear as the clash exploded. Tian Kai and Deep Han both staggered back, and he sneered, Mo Rong Tian, you're indeed a little stronger than me, but only a little. He gritted his teeth. Deep Han. Didn't expect you to have some strength. Tian Kai tightened his fist, firepower flaring up again, but the previous clash was just a tease. Now I will show my true strength. Suddenly a deep voice rang out, all right, that's enough. The person here is Old Han. Today is the founding day of the Southern Commerce Alliance. Can the two young gentlemen stop for a moment to spare us old men? Everyone was surprised and exclaimed, oh my, isn't that Old Han? He had long retired from the business world and had been traveling around Hua Kingdom in recent years. No one expected him to come here. Mo Rong Kai Tian still did not have the power to invite him. It seemed Old Han had come because he was interested. Kai Tian paid his respects and Old Han joked, if you say so, we'll stop here for today. Deep Han frowned and observed, noticing that Mo Rong Kai Tian was respectful toward the old man, wondering who he really was. He was walking with a cane and then stopped, turning his foot, walking toward him with a smile. You're Deep Han, finally get to see you in person, you're quite handsome. Not bad, not bad, he clasped his hands and asked. May I ask what brings you here? The old man laughed. Nothing much, just wanted to see you. Old Han added, by the way, my granddaughter's name is Han Tu Ham. Do you know her? Deep Han was stunned, remembering that Han Tu Ham was the palace maid who had slept with him after drinking. He nodded, looks like you've remembered. My granddaughter is beautiful, right? I heard you two even drank together. Deep Han scratched his head awkwardly. Yes, yes, thinking to himself, if Old Han knew that he had slept with his granddaughter after drinking, he didn't know if he'd kill him. The old man smiled and patted his shoulder. Don't be nervous, I just wanted to see you. I'm old now. I don't want to interfere with the younger generation's matters and I don't want to manage it either. But when he met Deep Han, he noticed something. His eyes sparkled, realizing Deep Han resembled someone. Deep Han shyly asked, "Who does my old family resemble?" He smiled. "An old acquaintance, forget it, probably just me thinking too much." He waved his hand, turned around and left. "I've seen enough. There's no meaning here, I'll be leaving." Old N Han secretly evaluated how much Deep Han resembled him, and decided to send someone to thoroughly investigate his background. Deep Han sighed. Luckily Old N Han was understanding, and didn't pursue the matter of him sleeping with his granddaughter. The whole hall was buzzing, as Old N Han had spoken to Deep Han in a very familiar tone. Everyone was wondering what their relationship was, and it seemed the old man specifically came to find Deep Han. If he was supporting him, then Deep Han and Mo Rong Kai Tian were on equal footing. One person decided to immediately build a good relationship with Deep Han, as he controlled the Tian Long group and was going to arrange a partnership with them tomorrow. Kai Tian challenged, "Deep Han, today you're really lucky to escape disaster. Next time you may not be so fortunate." He thought angrily, "Damn, Old N Han is related to Deep Han, I can't make a move directly." He thought of another way to destroy him and said, "Who's lucky, who knows for sure next time we meet, it might be the moment you lose your life." In Hak Mong waved, "Deep Han, let's go, I don't want to stay here any longer." He grabbed her shoulder and smiled slyly. "All right, big sister, let's go." The next second Deep Han lifted En Hak Mong, laughing loudly in challenge. Tian thought to himself, Deep Han was lucky to escape today, but next time he may not have such luck. He was angry. "Damn, Old En Han has ties to Deep Han. I can't make a move directly, I'll have to find another way to destroy him." Deep Han shrugged, "Whose luck? No one knows in advance. Next time we meet, you might end up losing your life." En Hak Mong waved, "Deep Han, let's go, I don't want to stay here anymore." Deep Han grabbed her shoulder, smiling slyly. "All right, big sister, let's go." The next second he lifted En Hak Mong, laughing loudly in challenge. "Morung Kaishan, your fiancée is now my wife." The entire hall was shocked. Morung Kaishan intended to stop Yi Han and hand her over, but unexpectedly, Elder En Han appeared midway. In the end, he lost both reason and love. In front of everyone, his fiancée was taken away. From now on, Morung Kaishan will probably become a laughingstock in the South. Serves him right, who told him to be so arrogant. He even wanted to control the southern business vein. Now he's been slapped in the face. Gritted his teeth in rage. "Yi Han, I will remember this humiliation. Sooner or later, I'll tear you into 100 pieces." Haoshin's expression was serious. He hadn't expected Yi Han to have a connection with Elder En Han. The fact that En Hak Mong came along wasn't unacceptable either. Might even help him form a connection with Elder En Han. A while later, outside the hotel main entrance, Yi Han set En Hak Mong down. He explained, "Sorry, senior sister. Earlier I let Morung Kaishan embarrass me, that's why I said what I did. Please don't take it to heart." She looked embarrassed. "It's okay, I didn't notice." En Hak Mong glanced around. "It's just leaving that place so suddenly I didn't know where to go." Yi Han patted her shoulder. "The world is vast, there's surely a place for you. Escaping confinement is a good thing for you. At least now I can go find what belongs to me instead of living in frustration." En Hak Mong smiled, "You're right. I've made up my mind. First I'll return to Sun Hai City and start over from there." She stepped forward, lowering her voice sweetly. "Junior, don't forget what you said in front of everyone today." "Now I'm your woman." Yi Han blushed, flustered. Senior sister, I was just joking." En Hak Mong ignored him, cheerfully turning away. "I'm leaving now, Junior, see you next time." Yi Han was anxious, unable to cut it off, not knowing what to do. "Let her be," Zai Zai reminded him. "Yi Han, this time you've made a mark in front of the southern business elders. But you need to be careful of Morung Kaishan's revenge. That guy isn't easy to provoke," he reassured. "It's fine, Morung Kaishan isn't much more capable than Morung Tianquang. If he dares to take revenge, I'll show him what's impossible. Moreover, this time I have Elder En Han's assistance. Morung Kaishan is very suspicious. Before clarifying our relationship, he won't act recklessly." Nodded, understanding. Suddenly, a phone rang, cutting off the conversation. Yi Han frowned. "Duong Trang, captain of Fuck Dan Hai's basketball team. What does he want from me?"